The story began with heroes, the embodiment of perfection. The appearance of heroes made people happy. The sword in his hand shone brightly, and the masters with their names alone marked their own enormous weight. Among the heroes was the founding emperor, who lived in his palace. The head of a large organization, who stood at the top, was also a hero. The man who had been deservedly praised for a long time, and the warrior who destroyed the demon king were also heroes. Even the healer who fought against diseases and the man of honor who walked the path of bloodshed. Davy stood motionless. His body trembled slightly when he asked what all this flattery was about. The boy clenched his fist. He remembered Hercules holding him and saying that he was just a savage who only knew how to fight. Davy gritted his teeth. He remembered how Hercules hit him with all his strength, hit a child who was not even 10 years old. And as soon as he became strong enough, the girl approached him, barely alive. She smiled at him and was touched by his appearance. During the next training session, she threw Davy into a fiery pit. This elite enraged Davy. Everyone in the crowd of heroes tormented him in one way or another. Davy stood with his back to them, calling them intolerable idiots. Gathering here, smiling, the guy said goodbye to them. Then he put his hand on his side. The girls closed their eyes and addressed each other as sisters, saying that he was still weak. He should have been thrown into the pit more often. The girls froze with anger when the guy told them that they were not sisters at all, but old women who were already several thousand years old. One of the girls crushed a stone. Davy covered her ears and rejoiced. The girl threw the hero away from herself and said that she would close this impudent mouth. The other heroes stood silently and watched everything. The girl pursed her lips. Davy raised his hands and looked back. He saw that the girl had her head down and was holding back her anger. The guy stared at her in surprise when she told him not to forget them after she woke up. Davy turned around and stared at the second floor. The bright glow of the hero surrounded him. The guy turned around again. He silently walked forward. The heroes smiled as they looked at him. The girls wiped away their tears. Davy stopped. His lips stretched into a smile. Waving his hand, he walked forward saying that they would meet soon. A ray of light passed through the guy's eyes. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the entire area. The man with a crystal was in the water. The crystal gradually turned into nutrients in the solution. The nutrients were poured into the boy's body. Davy lay motionless on the bed. The curtains touched the silicone tube. At that moment, Davy's hand trembled. The guy's whole body began to tremble. He woke up. But his whole body was numb, and he could not move. He could not even open his eyes. A few minutes later, Davy opened his eyes and saw a chandelier on the ceiling. He lowered his head inside. Davy, barely keeping his eyes open, said that he had finally returned. The boy looked at the wall of his room. He looked at the portrait of his family. The boy in the picture was him, when he was 10 years old. Imagining a map, Davy said that the kingdom of Rayon was located in the east of the continent of Taiwanese and the prince of this ordinary and small country. The first son of the local king was him. Davy continued to look at the picture on the wall. Unable to move, that it was all pleasant at the very beginning of life. Living in a palace, like in a small closed world, he enjoyed the luxury that he had never dreamed of in his past life. Looking around his empty room, he said that luxury should be forgotten. Davy, looking at the ceiling, asked himself why he had been so naive then. Walking with his mother, he thought that this happiness would never end. The one who previously lived on a peaceful earth could not properly understand what the title of prince could cost. However, his mother died because of a cup of poison. Wherever Davy was, his life was always in danger. His father turned away from him and abandoned the powerless boy. Before the coma, Davy saw an arrow and a rider. Looking at the figure of the rider, he realized who he was. Looking at the ceiling, the guy decided that he had enough. He closed his eyes, saying that his first priority now was to restore his body, and he could deal with the rest later. Looking at the ceiling, he began to laugh. Davy's lips stretched into a grin. Davy remembered the appearance of his stepmother and her children. Separately, he imagined the second prince. It was he who was riding a horse then. The blonde smiled, enjoying his victory. Davy cried, sitting on the ground. Hercules approached him and called the boy. Davy looked at the newcomer sullenly. Hercules sat down next to Davy and said that he heard about what happened. This time he taught them a good lesson, and it was spectacular. Davy turned away saying that he could laugh as much as he wanted, but he said everything to the point. At first, everyone was happy and celebrated his appearance, and when they found out that he was an ordinary child, they began to communicate with him as with an insect. Hercules moved closer to the guy when he said that he was simply frightened and could not immediately explain everything. Frowning, the boy asked the hero why he came. The man grinned without answering right away. Looking at the sighing guy, he said that they were proud heroes and his appearance was unusual. And in fact they understood everything, so they consulted for several days and nights. Davy, hearing his words, turned his head towards him. Hercules grabbed the boy and said that he could now consider himself a newbie. Looking at the sky, the hero said that they had decided to listen to him, and it was not his fault to begin with, so doing anything about it would be simply stupid. Bringing the boy to himself, the hero said that they were now one family, and he must bear responsibility. Smiling and continuing to hold the boy, the hero introduced himself as a master of survival. Davy frowned. He had heard this nickname somewhere before. At that moment Hercules said that from today, and he would train his body. The couple froze and silently looked at each other. Davy, having descended, shouted, saying that his opinion was not asked. Now the guy was looking at the chandelier on the ceiling. He looked around the room again. The liquid in the floor was almost finished. Davy, lying on the bed, was sweating. He closed his eyes, saying that he really had returned. The events in the prince's palace continue. We are transferred to the top of one of the towers. The doors of Davy's chambers opened. The maid came inside. While she was installing a new floor, Davy mentally said that surprisingly there was only this maid here. Looking at the girl with 2 pigtails, he said that it was even logical. The girl carefully installed the new floor. Davy grinned and at the same time got angry that he only had one maid. Soon there was no one left in the room again. The maid drove up to the door, then Davy said that he should be glad that someone was assigned to him in such a state. Davy opened one of his eyes. He carefully stood up. His hand was shaking from the load. He still could not move completely, but he was able to get up on his own. The guy looked at the nightstand, wanting to know something. Davy took the calendar in his hand. He stared at the calendar in his hand trying to figure out what year it was. From Baldy's round calendar, he realized that it was the year 270. The boy froze, realizing that 6 years had passed since he had lost consciousness due to his injury. Davy's hand tightened around the calendar. He remembered how his blood dripped onto the ground, how the arrow pierced his back. The boy looked back, feeling terrible pain. Davy's hair rose up due to his rage. He pursed his lips. Putting the calendar away, Davy said that he would not allow such a thing to happen again, and for that, he needed to recover as quickly as possible. Looking at his hand, he wondered if he should start. The boy clenched his fist. His body turned black for a moment. He used recovery. However, nothing happened to Davy's body as he stretched out his hand. Davy smiled and froze. He looked at his hand and cried out, not understanding why the skill did not work. In the Hall of Heroes, Davy looked at the light above his hands. The girl standing in front of him told him that his sacred power was quite average, although it was not too bad. The boy raised his head, stopping looking at the glow. The girl sat on the step and told the boy that he had the potential to use sacred power, so he could well become the best. The sacred power shone brightly. It was the power of a god responsible for healing and purification. Often, the power was given to a favorite of God, a priest, as a blessing. Daphne, a saint, taught Davy sacred power. This beautiful lady went down in history as having accepted God. The boy's power levels were bad. But this was enough for her. Eventually, after training for hundreds of years, he mastered the sacred power. Extending his hand, Davy tried to use the skill. He realized that the problem was in the body, which had ossified in a comatose state for 6 years. The guy sat there with his hand outstretched, saying that he would need time to at least regain his original strength. The guy gritted his teeth, angry that he couldn't use even one of the basic techniques. In the guy's room, restoration was used over and over again. Davy lowered his head and hand when he couldn't do it. He squeezed the blanket with his hand. Smiling and angry, he ordered himself to move. Suddenly, restoration wings appeared in the air. Davy smiled sincerely. he decided not to miss this chance. A bright green light illuminated the entire room. Angel feathers fell to the floor. Davy stood up. He leaned his hand on the nightstand. Holding onto the wall, the guy walked forward. Davy approached the windows, saying that he would now slowly restore everything. A gust of wind blew up the curtains. The hair of the amazed guy began to curl in the wind. Davy went out onto the balcony. He looked at the bright sun in the sky. Davy closed his eyes, saying that he had not seen the sun for a long time. His lips stretched into a wide smile. The guy first raised his left hand. Then he raised his right hand. Keeping his hands raised, he screamed with joy. The guy standing on the balcony smiled and screamed. His eyes were closed, and his lips stretched into a wide smile. The maid who came dropped the plate from shock. Davy opened his eyes and froze. The maid trembled and almost cried, called the prince. Davy fell to his knees, mentally saying to just let him die again. The doctor applied the diaphragm to Davy's chest. Ramses, listening to the heartbeat and rhythm through a stethoscope, said that the condition of the body had improved amazingly. Davy smiled. The doctor stepped back and asked the prince if he by any chance had any pain that he could not detect. The guy answered, saying that he only had a little fatigue. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Davy himself, looking at him, thought that he from the past could not disdainfully treat the old man. The guy opened his eyes, although he wanted to show his status, but not the old man. After all, the prince knew his place. He was part of the Ran family, a member of the royal family of the ordinary Ran kingdom. Remembering walks with his mother, Davy could not help but feel sad. He was the firstborn of Al-Assad and the current king. The woman, covering her face with a fan, called the guy tenacious. Davy bowed his head when 3 guests came to him. He slowly turned to them. This blonde in a yellow dress was the current queen, who occupied this place through the poisoning of Al-Assad. The guys next to her were her children, and they clearly looked more like their mother. Callus, who almost killed Davy, smiled. Davy, looking at the trio of guests, said that he himself did not expect such tenacity from himself. Covering her face with a fan, Barriot asked the boy if he had seen the man who had shot him. Davy turned away, saying that the arrow had come from out of nowhere, and it was impossible to see. Smiling, he asked if they had caught the killer. Turning his head to Barriot, he said that he was curious about what punishment had befallen the main criminal. Callus frowned and was horrified. While he was sweating and very nervous, his mother answered, saying that they had never found the killer. Frowning, she said that unfortunately, this incident was too old. Davy narrowed his eyes at her. Then, Ramses stood up, saying that the examination was complete, and now within a couple of days he would fully recover, of course, with regular examinations and medication. Davy watched the old man leave. Barriot, standing next to the boy, said that it would be better if he just died. Davy didn't even turn to her and asked if she really wanted the eyesore to never go away. Callus chuckled and said that the first prince had fallen into a coma due to some attack. It was too shameful. Davy silently watched them leave. When they left, the guy said that they seemed to like shaming the country and getting caught. Davy raised his hand. Looking at the palm, he said that there was no one here who recognized sacred power, and if the difference in levels was big, then recognizing the essence of the opponent could be difficult. The guy raised both hands. After that, he lay down on the bed, saying that before meeting Barriot in person, he just wanted to kill her and Callus. He chuckled and said that it was too easy. Getting up, Davy said that he would still take revenge, even if his feelings were slightly dulled due to the time spent in the gallery. Looking away, he sighed, deciding to focus on gradual recovery. Looking out through the window, he asked what he would be given to eat. Davy's hair was lying on the floor. Davy was practicing in his room. Half a month had passed since the awakening of the sacred power. The guy lifted his legs. A few seconds later, he sank to the floor. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said that time dragged on too monotonously. Mana and sacred flowed through the guy's arms, as well as throughout his body, gradually restoring everything. Initially, even just the magic of restoration was enough, because it was not difficult for him, having mastered the knowledge of necromancers, who had thoroughly studied the human body and the healing art of hypocria. Davy snapped his fingers, using purification magic. Water rushed around his body and washed away the dirt and sweat. Soon, the guy's legs sank to the floor. Examining his body, he said that magic was too convenient. Davy frowned when Amy called him. The girl brought food on a plate. Davy chuckled. The food he had been waiting for so long turned out to be terrible. Sitting at a small table, he mentally said that he was just sick, not a toothless old man. Amy, seeing the prince's displeasure, pressed her head to her shoulders and asked for forgiveness. Davy, having started eating, said that this would not be enough, so she needed to prepare 5 more plates. Soon, the guy emptied the plate. Smiling, he shocked Amy by saying that he needed not 5, but 10 plates. The girl became nervous, clenching her fist. Davy, looking at the empty plate, mentally said that even when it seemed to him that his stomach was full, his stomach began to hold 3 times more. Perhaps the restoration magic was to blame for this. Davy closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of lunch. He grabbed his stomach, and very angry, he went towards the restroom. This was an obvious minus of a fast metabolism. Davy put on his glasses. Squinting, he said that this was unexpected. Lowering the document in his hand, he sighed. Amy immediately apologized. Looking at the bowed girl, the guy asked her if she was guilty of something. Looking at the document in his hand, he said that he did not believe that everything was happening in the royal palace. He did not think that here he would have to worry about what the first prince had. Looking at the maid, he asked how many maids and servants were in the palace at the moment. Amy shyly raised her hand. The guy took off his glasses, realizing that the girl was alone. Looking at the ceiling, he asked the maid if she was really the only one doing this task. Looking at the sprouts sprouting on the floor, Davy said that he had only recently woken up, and his situation was so deplorable. Lowering the sheet, he asked Amy what budget was allocated to the palace. The girl bowed her head, saying that 6,000 gold per year. The guy, hearing her, said that at the moment there were only 10 gold left. Looking at the maid who had bowed her head, the guy asked how much money had been sent this month, because if they spent it economically, the food problem should be solved. Amy answered by saying that according to the documents, 500 gold should have come, but they had sent them no more than 100. Seeing the girl's expression, Davy realized that they were simply taking money from them. The girl raised her head when Davy asked her how her salary had gone, whether he had received enough. The girl, surprised and nervous, opened her mouth, but said nothing. Flicking her fingers, she said that she had decided to take only a third of her usual salary. Davy was very surprised by her words. His eyes involuntarily widened. Looking at the girl who had bowed her head again, he mentally said that she was too kind. Looking at the girl's hands, the guy mentally said that if she had been working here as a maid from the very beginning, then she was from a noble family. This girl from the barony was demoted because of a small mistake and assigned to him. She even took on the dirtiest work in caring for him and his palace. She changed his blanket and clothes more than once. Now for Davy, it was as if a glow appeared near the girl. For him she became the personification of good. Davy's lips stretched into a smile. Taking a sheet of paper and a pen in his hand, he told the girl to take the entire amount that is included in her salary. The girl opened her mouth trying to object, but Davy interrupted her, asking if she said that they had nothing to eat tomorrow. Amy answered saying that it is so. Noticing the girl's too formal communication, the guy picked up the pen, saying to call him not Prince, but by his name. Davy took his cane in his hand. He was in a good mood. Smiling at Amy, he told her that when she calls him Prince, it seems as if they are strangers to each other. Seeing the girl's surprised face, the guy mentally said that there was at least one person on his side in this palace. The events take us to the palace treasury. Davy, standing in front of the doors, said that the prince personally comes here because of financial problems, lest his ancestors rise up in rage. Lowering his head, Davy said that his father never even looked in. Amy opened her mouth and eyes wide. Seeing this, the guy assumed that he said something dangerous. Amy began to look around, realizing that the prince could have problems if his words were heard by one of the queen's supporters. Looking at the constantly looking back maid, Davy mentally asked her for forgiveness. Closing his eyes, he ordered Amy to stop turning her head and follow him. Walking forward, Davy mentally said that a man who did not lift a finger after the death of his wife was not his father. Amy looked at the prince in surprise. He smiled and looked at her. The treasurer stroked his mustache and asked the prince for forgiveness. Raising his hand, he said that it was quite difficult to obtain funds in excess of those already allocated. Davy, seeing these rat-like mustaches and the treasurer's demeanor, was furious. He looked at the stack of books to the side. On the upper floor, he noticed other treasurers who clearly despised him. The chief treasurer sighed. Davy sat down on the sofa. He yawned, making the head of the treasury nervous. Becoming serious and looking at the man, he asked him if he really decided to joke with him. The treasurer froze with his hand raised. Examining the items in the room, Davy said that this month his palace budget was set at 500 gold, but why did no more than 100 actually come? The treasurer spread his arms to the side, saying that this was the remainder of the amount after deducting the amount spent on repairs and maintenance of the palace. Davy closed his eyes, ordering the man not to anger him. Looking at the treasurers on the second floor, he asked if that was why the floor in the renovated palace was breaking, and outside everything was overgrown with weeds, and the garden was in an extremely deplorable state. The man frowned, realizing that it was becoming dangerous. He clenched his fists and straightened up like a soldier. Davy crossed his legs and mentally said that this man was also stupid. Now it remained to listen to his excuses. Bowing his head, the treasurer said that issues directly related to repairs were under the jurisdiction of the housing department, and not the treasury. Smiling, he said that here they only distribute the budget, and do not do repairs. Davy hit himself on the leg, saying that he did not know that, apparently, both on earth and here, everyone blames others. The treasurer sweated heavily looking at the prince. He looked at Amy and said that they were finished here and it was time for them to leave. The man then asked him if he was going to the housing department. The prince looked at him and asked why he should go there. Standing up and going to the door, he said that they would tell him exactly the same thing there, and he would only waste his time shifting blame. The man grabbed his mustache when Davy told him to buy something useful with the money he put in his pocket. Davy looked at the window at the exit and said that the palace itself was in excellent condition. Walking along the corridor, the guy mentally asked himself how sad everything was for his escaped servants, since even the aristocrats were in such a situation. Amy leaned towards Davy and called him. The guy turned to her and asked her to bring him a sword, then he told her not to worry, because he would not kill anyone. The girl's eyes widened, she froze. Davy laughed and closed his eyes and asked her if she was really scared. Davy followed the maid. The prince waved his cane, saying that he was not going to cut people. He slammed the cane on the floor. Smiling and holding the cane, he said that he would only chop into pieces those he did not consider human. The guy swung the blade, leaving a trail. Blood splashed on the prince's face as he asked himself what would happen if he, in his precarious position, began to cut up palace servants for no reason. The answer was simple. Everyone would point at him, saying that the prince had gone mad. Davy turned around. He was not so impatient. His hair swayed smoothly in the wind. Davy raised his head, looking at the sky. Blood dripped from his blade. He was not going to become a feeding trough for rotten aristocrats. A huge boar corpse was thrown to the ground. Amy, standing next to Davy, got excited asking what it was. The guy wiping his sweat said that he didn't even know what happened to him. He was lying nearby, so he just brought him. Crouching in front of the corpse, he asked Amy to go to the warehouse and bring water, herbs and food. The maid rushed to Davy, saying that it would be better if he killed her. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl said that the prince's hands should not be stained with animal blood, and even more so he should not personally cut up the carcass. One wrong move and he could get hurt. Davy smiled nervously looking at the servant. He took a knife in his hand, saying that since no one was looking, then everything was fine. The knife cut the boar's skin. Licking his lips, Davy mentally said that he wanted to get an audience with the king, but he was refused with the words that he had many state affairs. The animal's blood spilled onto the ground, while Burita planned an attack on Davy. But she did not know that this prince was a master of survival, trained personally by Hercules. Davy managed to change his clothes and stood in a photo stand, saying that it was actually a wild boar, but now it was his dinner. Soon night fell. Events take us to another section of the castle. Waving her fan, Burita asked what this prince was up to. Frowning, she said that the more she thought, the stranger everything seemed. She did not recognize him at all. The maid, kneeling, said that according to the words of the mentor, the maximum of the body should be light movements, and with the current speed of recovery, his body will recover in less than a year. The girl clenched her fists when Burita asked her what the probability was that the prince would not be able to recognize their spy. The queen raised Sherry's head with a fan. Standing in front of Sherry, she told her that even if she was a secret agent from Black Moon, her subordinate could not be higher than C rank. Burita looked at the mercenary and mentally said that it was not that she did not trust this woman, but her anxiety did not subside. The first prince, from whom the king turned away, returned, stood up, and according to Sherry, he did not change at all. The woman extended her hand to them, realizing that his leash was still on her. The guy smiled at her insolently. Burrita stood alone and clenched her teeth. Sherry surprised the queen in front of her by saying that her subordinates were masters of their craft, regardless of their level, if she continued to insult them. The queen covered her face with a fan and interrupted Shiro, saying that she was only expressing her concern. Looking at the cup of tea on the table, she said that this prince could be eliminated at any convenient moment. Raising a mug of tea, the queen said that if they did not cope, then they would definitely not be well. Then she turned to the window. Pouring tea, she told Shiro to leave. The tea spilled on the floor. Burrita, standing with her back to the door, said that she had better get rid of the dog that didn't obey the order. Two maids were walking down the hallway at that moment. At that time, Davy was having fun trying to feed his servant. The block channel can be pierced like when moving a needle through small holes. Then a long channel is created for the flow of mana, and then they are divided into streams, like roots. Davy looked at his hands. While Davy stood still, the girls said that the most difficult part was bloodletting and head acupuncture. If he did not want to lose his mind, he should not forget about the location of the channels. The girl's lips twisted into a smile. Approaching the necromancer, she said that it would be a great show. This girl was a rude Saint Lacolic, and the necromancer Ajax was more like a saint than the saint herself. Davy stood motionless in front of the archmage, who even in his dreams would not show anything more useful than a staff. Akria smiled and told the guy that since he was participating in the experiment, she would take full responsibility. Davy raised his head and looked at the girls. The girl extended her hand to him, telling him to just trust them and follow them. The guy extended his hand. That day he agreed to a crazy experiment that he would not want to repeat even under threat of death. The sun shone brightly in the sky. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. Davy gathered a couple of branches into a pile. Amy, standing on the edge of the artificial forest, asked the prince if he was really going to search the garden again today. The guy stood up and said that now in their jungle instead of a garden it was so comfortable and calm. The girl looked at the prince with a smile on her face, who told her that she could go and work. But if suddenly someone would look for him, then it would be better for her to say that she did not know. The guy looked at the maid with a smile on his face, who at first reacted extremely violently to everything he did, but now everything is different. They even ate together now, though Amy mostly just stood there. Davy walked deeper into the forest and said goodbye to Amy. The sun's rays passed through the tree canopy, creating the illusion of sparkling leaves. The guy sat down under one of the trees. An operating field formed around him. A barrier was erected. Streams of mana swirled around the entire barrier. Davy closed his eyes. Just like oxygen entering the lungs, Davy absorbed the mana floating in the environment. Opening his eyes, he said that this method was invented by an ancient hero called the god of magicians and a mischievous shorty, Odin. Putting his hand on his leg, he said that because mana volumes have a limit, careful control and thoughtful use are necessary to conserve them. The guy straightened his back and smiled, using a rather epical method of absorbing mana. If all the mages studying the ancient books used this method, the damage could be colossal. The guy's necklace rose, then he said that this method is not so easy to use. A weak wind swayed the grass behind the guy. Someone appeared on the tree behind Davy. Davy grinned, wanting to know who came to visit him. He looked at the crowns of the trees behind him. Standing up, Davy mentally said that this spy was assigned to him a long time ago, and this is definitely the work of the queen. Passing through the bushes, the guy said that surveillance was even beneficial for him, because Wait can consider him weak. Looking at the leaves of the bush, the guy said that due to the fact that the field of view was distorted by the mana of the spirits, nothing interfered with his training. Smiling, Davy decided to take on the assassin. He formed a magic circle. Entering the gazebo, Davy said that a mage cannot use holy power, and a saint cannot use mana. Touching the wall of the structure, he said that necromancy was counteracting for both sides. But thanks to the three girls, Davy owned all three powers. Thanks to two crazy girls, the archmage and the drunkard, he owned magic and holy power. Ajax, closing her eyes, helped study necromancy. The last was a scientist. Davy rubbed his chin. As soon as he remembered the past, he began to feel sick. The guy looked around, saying that ordinary magicians create a circle in the heart to use mana. He opened his mouth and inhaled air. Mana clung to the guy's legs. Davy stood with his eyes closed. He understood that this method was not able to withstand the clash of sacred power and spirit mana. Veins and capillaries appeared on the guy's face. Merging mana in the channels, he was going to create a clear circle. Thus, things became easier, and the hole in the belt became smaller. Even veins appeared on the guy's legs. The guy rubbed his hands and removed the mode. He knew that one step was enough to die. Forming a circle on his hand, he said that this is why he did not want to accept. He shrugged, not understanding if he could handle it at all. The girl's hand, or rather her ghost, extended to the guy's hand. Davy froze in shock. 3 of his girl's 3 teachers appeared right in front of him. Davy grinned, saying that for the entire 1,000 years in the gallery, he did nothing but fail. The guy's lips stretched into a grin. Mana glowed, beginning to gather between his palms. A large circle of mana formed in the forest. Soon it was evening outside. Amy was walking through the garden. Stopping, she said that it was already time for dinner. But His Highness was still not there. Looking at the stroller with food, she said that it took a lot of time before, but dinner was never missed. Starting to walk back and forth, Amy could not decide whether to enter the forest or not. She grabbed her head, wondering what would happen if something happened to the prince. She looked up sharply when Davy told her that he warned her not to call him prince. Coming out of the forest, the guy said that he was finally back. He approached the maid and asked if she had been waiting all this time. Sighing and smiling, he said that he should learn that cunning. The guy's lips stretched into a grin. He hugged Amy. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Davy closed his eyes, asking for forgiveness from the maid. His body fell on the servant when he said that he could no longer stand. The maid screamed when she laid the guy's body on the ground. Davy, not noticing anything, calmly lay on her dress. When his eyes opened, a familiar chandelier appeared. Davy looked at it tiredly and complained that he was seeing this ceiling again. The boy shuddered. A woman's hand touched his hand. The red-haired maid was sleeping next to him. The hero sat down and thought that the girl was worried in vain. The reason for his fainting yesterday appeared in his head. He looked at the pulsating veins of his hand, the circle of channels that worried him so much. No matter how funny it was created simply perfectly, and now 3 forces flow in his body. But this is not the only feature of this paradoxical circle. The breeze began to play with a light curtain. Amy slowly woke up from her sleep. Magic was flying all over the room. The girl looked around in surprise. Castless magic was happening. You only have to move your finger, and he can use simple magic, like the same restoration. A golden feather flew out the window. The gentleman wished his girlfriend a good morning. 5 months later, it was a sunny day. The maid called His Highness. She smiled and showed a bag of medicinal herbs. The hero looked ahead in surprise and said that there would be enough food for the near future. Davy smiled with relief. Amy called it a miracle. 3 months ago, they were collecting herbs. As soon as the master completed the circle, and life flowed even more measurably, someone began to leave meat and vegetables in the courtyard of his palace. Now the hero suspected the queen lens of this. But the products were completely normal, so all that remained was to push his inner paranoid aside. Davy nodded thoughtfully. He had a feeling that someone was helping him. But he could not even imagine who it could be. He remembered that recently someone had definitely looked in. A stream of mana flew near his face. The boy imagined a diagram of the castle. He somehow caught the stranger, and if you probe the mana hovering in the palace, you can easily feel the presence of another person, of course. In relation to Amy, this is an invasion of her privacy. But you have to be shameless. The gentleman opened his eyes and chuckled. He imagined several pairs of legs and noted that someone was walking. His hand was holding a cane. The maid smiled and said that they again did not need to worry about food. The hero replied that it was wonderful and asked to prepare everything properly. He himself went forward and said that they would soon have guests. A smile reigned on the small face. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Several people were standing at the gate of the castle. The priest looked sternly ahead. The hero replied that he was talking about the queen's puppets. The people moved to the room with a coat of arms on the wall. His Highness's hand was carefully examined. The boy himself smiled slyly. The man looked at him seriously and fell silent. He took his hand back. Davy smiled and asked when he would be able to recover with his help. The man replied that because he had been better than for a long time, sacred magic would likely do more harm than good to him. The gentleman looked at him in surprise. The priest replied that he should be content with the rate of recovery that he was currently experiencing. The young man understood that this was complete nonsense. The man looked at him seriously. But the hero knew that there could be no harm from quality recovery magic. The voice of God, the priest, the face of the sacred kingdom had betrayed his path, bending under the power. Everything was clear with this world. Davy smiled slyly and leaned on his fist, and mentally said that it would have been better if they had told him right away that it was not he who could not recover, but that they were not going to work. The boy continued to smile and replied that he thought that such elements could be instantly cured by the power of the blessing of Odin's wife, the goddess Priya, and this despite the fact that he had almost completely recovered without his help. The priest made a displeased face and asked if he was saying this because he did not understand. He asked again, and the minister firmly stated that he did. He spread his hands in front of the bed and said that knowledge of how sacred power works is the responsibility of the priest. But even though he is a prince, he should also be well versed in such matters. He smiled and slyly rubbed his beard. Amy burst into the room and called Bort while he was talking about the difference between the smart and extraordinary Mr. Callus and the hero. The girl asked how he dared to say this right in front of His Highness. The minister angrily looked at the maid. He slapped her and asked how some servant dared to lecture him. Meanwhile, the clock continued its ticking. Amy turned away in fear, and the master addressed the offender. Bort smiled insolently and said that His Highness should not allow the maid to so unceremoniously interfere in the conversation because it would affect his authority. The girl trembled with pain and fear. The priest assumed that such a thing would not happen again. The master leaned over and took her by the chin and moaned. The pervert smiled sweetly. The hero clutched the blanket in anger. The man called his friend a beauty. He turned to the prince and said that although not without difficulty, he could already walk, so let him sometimes stroll somewhere in the yard. The clock continued its ticking. His Highness sternly said that the examination could be finished, and they would see each other again in half a month. Amy bowed and agreed to see their guest off. A bruise and a blush burned on her cheeks. Bort smiled contentedly, looking at her. Davy turned away silently. The light reflected beautifully from the shield on the wall. The clock hand struck 12 o'clock. Doors appeared in the emptiness. There was silence in the white room. The priest approached the girl and asked if she understood him. He pressed her against the wall and told her to come alone at night. Green eyes opened wide. The villain asked not to forget that the prince's life was in his hands. He smiled evilly and asked ahead of time if he was really threatening the life of a member of the royal family, after which he called the maid a fool. Amy backed away in fear. The man said that the hero was just a little prince. The sword handle wobbled. The room was a mess. Davy had a strange feeling, as if he was completely growing cold. The walls in the corridor were covered with cracks. The hero could not understand what word to express this. A new crack appeared on the floor. Was this anger? Cold light fell on the boy's hair. He stood near the window. He could not simply admit it. The gallery had too much influence on him, and the saint said that if he did not learn to suppress anger, he would no longer be a man, but rather a dog or a pig. The boot hit the floor. The prince himself was of a different opinion. In his hands lay a long sword. The servants looked at him with fear. The master walked slowly towards them. He believed that anger could become a source of energy and a pointer. A smile stuck out from under his hair. The boy thought that if irritation is the basis of development, then anger is its engine. The servants remained lying dead on the floor. The chandelier hung from the ceiling. Under it the phrase, "Do not forget," had already sounded. Bort pressed the maid against the wall and said that the prince's life was in his hands. He smiled and said that the boy was just a narrow-minded prince, and the queen would rather even praise him. Amy pressed herself against the wall. An angry voice asked, "Does she really think that there is anyone in the kingdom who can support him?" The man spread his arms and said that whoever would dare to punish him, the one without whom Queen Linz is like without arms and without legs, the sacred Pastor Priya? Davy was sitting on the windowsill at this time and grinned. He said that everything coincided too well. The man turned around in fear. The boy said that he just needed a suitable reason. A blade flew past Sport's face. Davy blocked the girl with his body, and the pastor fell to the floor. The hero smiled and turned to Amy. He asked what punishment is due for insulting the royal family. The man clenched his teeth and said that it was impossible. He jumped up and wanted to ask how the young man could move. The blade looked into his face. Davy said that this is exactly why he is only a low-level priest. He never needed his dirty magic. The girl looked at her friend in fear. He looked at her coldly and reminded her that he had ordered not to make him repeat himself. The maid began to sweat and began to think about the punishment for insulting the members of the royal family. She clenched her fist. At that moment, the prince cut the priest's throat and said that it was an execution on the spot. Blood began to drip onto the clean floor. The man grabbed his throat and said the word, "Queen." His Highness looked coldly at the dying traitor. He said that the queen would not leave this so easily, as well as the sacred kingdom. The boy only smiled in response. The setting sun began to illuminate the room. The master thanked him for the warning. He cut off the enemy's head and warned that their turn would soon come. The chandelier hung from the ceiling. The woman screamed that the boy had finally gone mad. Davy froze after the slap. The queen gritted her teeth and growled that the prince dared to kill the most holy father sent from the sacred kingdom. She waved her hand and said that the hero was mad. He calmly replied that the holy father Borth had threatened his life, and he was only following the laws. What was wrong? The lady waved her hand and ordered him to stop clowning around, but the young man asked her not to make fun of him. The queen waved to her fan. The boy said that even before that assassination attempt on him, no one in the castle cared about public order. Davy looked away and said that even His Majesty the King was silent about this trivial incident, while he, who executed a traitor who insulted the royal family, was suddenly insulted. He smiled mockingly and called it absurd. The lady recoiled. The prince asked since when did they allow some lowly priest servants to tarnish the name of their family? The queen clenched her fist and said that the gentleman was questioning the authority of His Majesty and the royal family. She waved her hands and screamed that he had no evidence. For what reason did he cut off his head? How would he, with his worthless mind, resolve the future conflict? Because soon a protest would come from the sacred kingdom. Davy gloomily lowered his head. The lady said that he knew from the very beginning that he would be like his mother, so he grew up a fool. The hero replied that being like his mother was completely natural. The maiden opened her fan, hid her face behind it, and called the prince a plebeian, both he and his mother. Suddenly an ominous aura began to emanate from the young man. He addressed His Majesty in a menacing voice. He looked gloomily from under his brows and said that insulting parents right in front of their children is very bad. The woman froze in shock. She fell to the floor. The boy took out a dagger. A chain appeared in his hand. The fan fell out of his hands. The maids blocked the way to the queen with weapons in their hands. The chain wrapped around the boy's body, and they approached him from behind. His eyes turned red, and he turned and grinned. Behind him stood a blindfolded girl, and the boy said that it was a great joy for his eyes to see such devotion. The woman looked at the descendant with indignation, and he said that it would have been much more interesting if they had gone further. Davy sighed. He sat down on a chair and said that haste only brings the inevitable closer, be it the queen or anyone else. He smiled sweetly and said that an attempt on the lives of such members of the royal family should be punished. The queen shuddered. A bead of sweat ran down her face, and she asked if the hero knew that Callus had done it. The boy smiled. He looked at the queen and mentally said that he knew, because he was not so stupid as to continue to keep the trump card that she herself thrust into his hands. Behind the scenes and trees were not his style. He yawned and said that he was already tired, so he suggested that the queen leave. He propped his head up, smiled slyly and said that Her Highness lacked tact, and he understood this perfectly well the moment she raised her hand to the sick man. The maid stood behind the lady. The hero said that he was forced to personally ask her to maintain silence in his palace, because it was because of her that everything was now upside down. The prince smiled and waved his hand. He said that even the servants who once worked here ran away from here one by one, and it would be great if the queen, who was obliged to maintain order in the royal castle, caught them all as soon as possible. The lady's eyes bulged. The hero said that he was afraid to imagine what kind of rumor could spread. The boy smiled contentedly. Although he personally would have been pleased, he advised not to make rash decisions. He looked at the women in front of him and warned that next time there would be no one to cover them. The queen threw the jug of water in a rage. It fell on the floor and spilled. The maids with folded hands lowered their heads. Bariata grabbed her head with her hands and screamed in rage, asking herself how dare he, a plebeian who knows no measure, dare to neglect her. She suddenly fell to the floor. The woman rested her hands on the floor, saying that since his desire to die was so great, she could not help but go to meet him. The queen smiled madly and added that he should continue in the same spirit, continue to cross the boundaries of reason and make a noise with his actions, because all this would tighten the noose around his neck. There was a clear sky above the castle. The girl quickly ran down the corridor. She ran past people who were whispering about the rumor about Davy, adding that the coma had clearly had a detrimental effect on his mind. When Amy turned around to look at them, they all immediately fell silent. After a short pause, she ran on. After eliminating the Holy Father and warning the Queen, everything went as he expected. Davy's hands were holding the pages of the book. Rumors began to spread. Davy sat in the garden, reading a book, knowing that rumors were now spreading about him that he had gone mad. More than half of the palace was on Queen Bariata's side, so his reputation instantly sank below the baseboard. Everyone who was in the castle was discussing him. When suddenly Amy's eyes sparkled. She waved her hands and screamed again. The guy smiled confusedly. Looking at his friend, he quietly said that he did not need medicine, to which she, wiping the sweat from her forehead, shouted that it really was a miracle, adding that somewhere here there was clearly a person who knew that he was actually good. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Abruptly closing the book, he suddenly asked if he was really good to her. Amy closed her eyes and with a wide smile on her face shouted that he was. Davy looked at the maid in confusion and said to himself that she did not even think about it. And yet he beheaded a man in front of her eyes, adding that she was truly an inimitable child. Amy smiled warmly. Suddenly, a man approached them from the side and asked for forgiveness. It was the chief chamberlain of the royal palace, Vespos. He held his hand on his stomach and greeted the small son of the kingdom. The old man looked at Davy and reported that by order of the queen he had gathered the culprits, all of whom had illegally appropriated the budget of his palace and fled, forgetting about their official duties. Davy turned his gaze to the 5 people kneeling and said that he saw that there were familiar faces there. Rising from his seat, he folded his arms across his chest and asked what punishment was prescribed in such cases, to which Vespos bowed his head and replied that everything depended on his will, mainly beheading, even in cases of blood relationship. As soon as he said this, the culprits screamed for help in horror, and Davy smiled maliciously and asked, "Really?" Adjusting his glasses, he suddenly said, "By the way." Raising his hand to his chin, the guy continued that recently an interesting rumor had been circulating around the palace, after which he asked if he had really gone crazy about bloodshed. The culprits raised their heads in fear at what they heard, and Davy answered his own question. "Yes, something like that." Having said this, he smiled widely and waved his finger, adding that it was necessary to live up to this. With his arms folded across his chest, Davy listened to the people's cries for mercy. Falling to their knees, they began to beg the guy. Without turning around, Davy called Vespos. The man turned to the people and shouted loudly, ordering them to be locked in the dungeon and not given a drop of water, while Davy put his palm on the railing, thinking that he was not very happy that this was all by order of the queen. Smiling, he thought, since such a funny situation had developed, why not play along, while Vespos shouted that in 4 days they would be executed. The voices moved away from the guy and loudly called him. Entering the castle, Vespos said that as soon as new workers were hired for the vacant positions, he would personally distribute them, after which Davy nodded, asking to assign Amy to him as a personal maid. She had suffered enough during all this time, so she needed to be promoted to head maid and add additional incentives. The guy put his glasses on the shelf. Turning to the old man, he asked if an audience with his father was still impossible. Closing his eyes, Vespos asked him to excuse him, when suddenly Davy asked if this was an order from his father or the queen. Davy turned his head to the side in displeasure, hearing that his faithful servant was only passing on orders to the old man. Clenching his hands into fists, Vespos asked him to be patient, after which Davy interrupted him, saying that he knew where he was leading. The man exhaled heavily. Bowing, he said that in that case he would go, when suddenly Davy loudly exclaimed, smiling. The guy said that he was eating well. Vespos's face changed, after which Davy added, however, he was quite satisfied with the medicines he was already taking, and there was no need for others. However, his situation had changed somewhat, so the rest would now be superfluous too. The old man drew his eyebrows together with a grin. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that the guy did not understand what he was talking about, but it seemed his kindness had been rewarded. Without taking his eyes off the strangled guy, the old man said that an important guest was about to come to Davy, so he would hurry to take his leave, and wished him a pleasant time. Davy extended his finger with manhua forward. Leaning his head on his hand, he thought that the old man was pretending that he had nothing to do with it, although he had all the evidence in his hands. Davy knew that Vespos was the head of the royal palace servants, serving the king, and when he was little, he often saw the man, and did not think that in this palace on his side there was someone else besides Amy. Davy looked at his hand in surprise. He thought that according to Vespos he had guests, after which the door swung open. Carefully looking inside, Amy called the guy. Browsing, the girl talked about the fourth prince and the second princess. Suddenly, the door swung open wider, pushing the maid out. With loud screams, the girl jumped towards Davy. The book and glasses of the guy flew up. Winry smiled happily, screaming that she had come. In horror, she covered her mouth with her hand. His sister screamed and rushed to the guy, who was lying on the floor thinking that he could not immediately determine who it was, since Winry was with Amy. Suddenly, someone lifted the girl by the collar, asking her if there was a need to rush. Putting his hand on his hip, the green-haired guy was holding Winry. Very smiled, saying that he missed her. The man with the huge cloak stood with his back to everyone. This is the current King Ronacrians. In addition to the current Queen Barietta, he had two more wives, Ellis and Anisha. While Ellis was a follower of the Queen, Anisha maintained neutrality and was always at a distance from them, which is why she became an outcast for both of them. Her children, Varys and Winry, are the half-brother and sister of Davy. The guy held his sister and apologized with a smile on his face for raising a fuss. The girl suddenly looked up with a displeased look. At the same second, she jumped behind her brother. Winry carried out a powerful attack with her leg, but Varys easily dodged. The girl let out a disgruntled tsk when she missed, and her brother screamed, asking what she was doing. Her feet slid across the floor, and she exclaimed that he was shamelessly pretending to be noble. Winry waved her hand, asking if he had forgotten how he bragged that he would see his brother before her. They clashed in a fierce squabble, and Davy looked at them with a smile on his face, saying to himself that they had not changed at all. He saw how they shouted at each other, and added that it seemed that people were not exaggerating when they said that they had somehow destroyed an entire gang of bandits on the border. Unlike the children of Barietta, these guys did not even try to act like members of the royal family, however. The brother and sister suddenly turned sharply to him and shouted his name, and Davy finished that they were still good guys, very attached to him and completely trusting him. He laughed, which made the boys raise their hands and asked him not to do that. After a while, there were cups of tea on the table. Varys was sitting on the couch and saying that when he lost consciousness, they were sent to the outskirts, to which Davy, sitting next to him in a chair, replied that he had heard about it in general terms. The boys were sitting with their eyes downcast in sadness, because when Davy fell into a coma, they were only 8 years old, and then they could not do anything, being little children. Davy imagined Anisha kneeling and said to himself that by that time she had already sent her first daughter Tanya to another country by the trick of Queen Barietta, so she should at least protect her remaining children. After these thoughts, he told them that everything was fine and there was no need to worry, which made the boys enthusiastically raise their heads. Davy raised his cup of tea. He smiled broadly and suddenly asked if they had seen their father and how he was, to which Varys replied that yes, they had seen him before coming here. He raised his hand to his chin and added that he looked a little tired, but before he could finish speaking, his sister frowned and screamed, asking if he hadn't seen his father yet. When Davy coldly replied that he would see him someday, the girl frowned pitifully. While she sat with her head down, her brother informed her that on the way here, he couldn't help but notice the state of his palace. Everything in his room was covered in cracks. Then Davy spread his hand to the side and replied that they had people here stealing money from the treasury, and he had just dealt with all the culprits, so everything would soon return to normal. Receiving such an answer, Varys slammed his hand on the table and screamed anyway. His hand was shaking from the tension, and he asked how dare they do such a thing. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy continued to shout, asking when he was in such a deplorable state, adding that they would go to their father right away, but Davy, having sipped some tea, asked not to interfere in vain. But Varys shouted in shock, frowning angrily. How suddenly he calmed down abruptly. He looked at his brother smiling warmly, who said that he would deal with his problems himself. Having said this, Davy brought a cup of tea to his mouth and said to himself that today it was especially noticeable that there were many people on his side. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and said that he did not think that Winry had a talent for magic, adding that when he heard that they eliminated an entire bandit group, he was a little surprised, to which the girl exclaimed that if it were not for her, her brother would have been badly injured, because he rushed to storm them like a wild boar. Hearing this, Varys turned around and shouted at her, asking what she just said. By the way, he qualified for the fencing competition, and he is also kind of incredible. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Fencing competition?" When the boys heard such a question, they stopped fighting in shock. The girl threw the mug, shouting that the plan failed because of her brother, to which Varys replied that they would tell anyway. The guy raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. He put the letter on the table and handed it to Davy. Opening the letter, Davy had a paper about the fencing competition held every 6 years, which surprised the guy. Davy looked down at the papers, and Varys told him that this competition will be held as a fealty, when suddenly Davy thought that the idea of the competition is just like the Olympics. Without looking up, he read about the motley crew. He suddenly looked away. Varys put his hand to his chest, asking his brother not to miss the opportunity, since he hardly left the royal palace. So he sent a request to their father. Winry slapped him in the face, shouting for Davy to come with her. Running closer, she said that the Principality of Feliz is a city of water, so it is very beautiful. When Varys suddenly came up, saying that if Davy is not strong enough yet, he can carry him on his back. The guy held the envelope up. Winry and Varys, gritting their teeth, glared at each other. Davy looked at them and said that there was nothing to be done, when suddenly the boys widened their eyes. Smiling, Davy asked how he could refuse the twins. Throwing their mugs up in the air, the boys shouted joyfully. Standing aside, the boy thought about how the twins needed little to be happy. But that was true, because as Varys said, the boy had never left the palace. He carefully took a step forward. Raising his head, Davy thought with a smile that it would be nice to unwind at least once. He fingered the letter in his hand. Putting it to his face, the boy thought that it might be interesting. Walking down the street, Davy said that he was all in anticipation, when suddenly Winry joyfully shouted that she was too. Vespos poured tea into a mug, talking about a fencing competition. Looking back, he said that Varys and Winry were both 14 years old, so he was also an adult. Continuing to pour tea, the old man said that Davy was just now meeting with the twins. He carefully placed the teapot on the table. Smiling, he asked not to worry, because His Majesty had matured. Introducing the boy, Vespos added that he was insightful and cool-headed, and that he had grown so much that even the humble servant was amazed. The man's hand reached for the mug of tea, and he asked if Vespos would recognize him. Raising the cup, he looked out the window. The man with the mustache knitted his brows and said that it was so bitter. There was a picture of a woman on the nightstand. It was Davy's mother. The boy put his hands on his hips, looking at it with satisfaction and saying that it was simply perfect. Turning his gaze to the glowing chandelier, he added that just a little more and his palace would really become a haunted house. Everything in his room was sparkling and glittering. Thanks to the cheerful work of the chief chamberlain Vespos, the servants were replaced with new ones, and his palace took on a proper appearance. Amy joyfully folded her hands. With shining eyes, she looked at everything in the room and shouted that this day had finally come. Davy looked at her from the side and asked himself if he had really treated her so badly. But what she said, wiping tears from her eyes, everything worked out so well. She was very glad that His Highness was doing well. Suddenly a man approached them from the side and asked if he was ready. It was almost 9 o'clock on the clock, and Davy answered. Yes, he just had to wait a little. After which he asked Amy if she had packed everything, to which she exclaimed, yes. Then the guy gave her a blue bottle and asked her to take it. The doors slowly opened. All four of them with smiles on their faces headed towards the fealty principality. A triangular flag was fluttering in the wind. Fencing competitions are a very important event, on which the eyes and ears of the whole world are focused. Varys simply had to participate, and under the pretext of the need to improve his health, they managed to persuade Davy to go there too. Confetti was flying everywhere and there were a lot of people. But even if it had not been possible, in the case of Varys winning, the position of the idiot Callus would be greatly shaken. The Queen was also there, who for some unknown reason so easily agreed to Varys' participation, as if she was completely sure that he could not win, or she was planning something. Davy looked at all this with his arms folded on his chest. Suddenly, a man with a cape to the floor came out to everyone. Vespos was walking next to him and shouting for everyone to greet the son of the kingdom. Creons, the current ruler of the Round Kingdom, came out to the people, and those present began to praise him. Davy looked at his father emotionlessly, saying to himself that this was the man called his father. He saw how he was helped to sit on the throne, adding that he saw him for the first time in the 6 months that had passed since his awakening, and he had successfully avoided him all this time. The king waved his hand and ordered him to raise his head. With empty eyes, he looked at the participant and asked if he was confident in his strength. Varys raised his head and firmly answered yes, adding that he would definitely win and glorify the name of the king. Creons put his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to return safe and sound. When suddenly he noticed someone in the crowd, the king saw his son. Davy looked at him with his head held high. At the same second, Creons, turning away, began to leave. Closing his eyes, he said that his son looked healthy, and that was very good. Varys raised her eyebrows and looked at her brother. Davy watched his father leave, saying to himself that he didn't think he could be so touched after all this time, and then wondered if it was really him. The king's servant waved his hand and shouted that the fourth prince, His Highness Varys, was participating in the Continental Fencing Tournament as a Knight of the Kingdom, and in honor of this, financial aid and a festival would be held from today. Looking at his father, Davy thought that he did not see the same amazing and majestic king, because he had changed so much. Without taking his eyes off him, Davy compared him to a very tired lion. The sun was shining brightly outside. Sitting in the carriage, Davy thoughtfully looked out the window. Varys put his hands on his knees, asking if the guy was bored. After all, the best warriors were assigned to accompany them, so it was unlikely that they would even be able to see wild animals. Smiling, Davy asked them not to worry, because everything was fine, and he was rather worried that they were bored. After all, they were riding in a carriage because of him. Holding a glass in her hand, Winry said that they had wine from her brother, so how could they get bored here? Looking at the drink, the girl said that it was the first time she drank such a fragrant wine, so she asked where this wonderful drink came from. Taking the glass, Davy replied that it was left over from his mother, so he himself did not know. Varys' face changed, asking if they really should drink something so valuable, when suddenly Davy asked what else wine was for, to look at it, or something. Looking at the drink, Davy added that such a day was perfect for drinking it. Smiling, Varys said that her brother had changed a lot, to which Winry added, he really had. The guy said that Davy had previously tried his best to protect any memory of his mother, after which Davy closed his eyes, thinking that his memory was too good. He raised his glass up, shouting that delicious wine should be drunk, not saved, after which the twins raised their glasses up, supporting him. Having clinked, they shouted to the bottom. After a while, the moon rose in the sky. A fire was lit in the forest, and Davy said that they would leave in the morning, because it was still a day's drive to the principality. Leaning over, Varys asked if Davy would be spending the night in the camp for the first time, to which Davy replied that the carriage was spacious, so everything was fine. He suddenly asked how Winry was, after which Varys put his hands on his hips, confidently answering that he had barely calmed her down. Raising his finger up, he menacingly said that she should not have drunk so much, to which the guy smiled and asked him for forgiveness. Looking at the fire, Varys asked if his brother remembered saying he wanted to try camping as if he were going on a journey. Without turning around, he added that he was afraid that too many people would ruin the atmosphere, so he tried to keep it as short as possible, when Davy smiled, thinking that he knew about it. Looking up at the moon, he thought that the boys were forced to travel in a carriage, although usually they went on horseback, and all because of concern for his health. Remembering Creams, the boy thought that some things had changed. Imagining the twins' sincere smile, he thought that some things had remained the same, and then said that he liked everything. Raising his hand up, he waved to Varys one last time. Amy came up behind Davy, and asked if it was time for him to sleep too. Folding his hands behind his head, Davy replied that the moon was unusually beautiful tonight. He suddenly broke off a stick from a branch. Swinging it, Davy left a magical trace in the air. Looking at the stick, he said that rehabilitation was going well. Looking at the beautiful sky, Davy asked if Amy thought the same. Raising his hand and stretching out his finger, the man said that the scarlet was Cyros, and the blue was Kriya's. The guard looked at the sky and added that, as they say, Cyros illuminates the beginning, and Kriya's reflects the end, when suddenly the man from the shadows said that he was very smart. Hearing this, the man laughed and said that everyone knows about it, even a snotty child. His erudition will be, adding that such things should be told to women. 2 bright moons were burning in the sky. Suddenly, his partner came out of the bushes to him and asked if he was really talking to himself here. Hearing this, the guard turned around in shock and asked if it was not him, and there was a sly smile on the face of Davy. While they were shouting, asking if it was really a ghost, the guy put his hand on his hip, using an illusion, and said to himself, "No, it was him." Waving his stick in different directions, he said to himself that the twins took 5 guards with them. 4 of them were high-ranking sword masters, so that was enough. Raising the stick to the sky, he added that until a serious disaster happens, for example. Davy saw black silhouettes running in the shadows through his fingers and finished an organized attack of mercenaries. He was sitting on a tree, saying that there were about 20 of them. People in black robes and masks quickly ran towards them. While Davy thought that they seemed to be planning to attack when everyone was sleeping, they shouldn't have gotten out, but he had to admit that they hid themselves well. Introducing Queen Bariata, he said to himself that it was immediately clear whose handiwork this was. The perfect moment to get rid of him. Varys and Winry at once, she simply could not miss such a chance. With these thoughts, the guy jumped from the tree. Finding himself above the opponents, he said to himself that, frankly speaking, he did not particularly want to demonstrate his abilities, attracting even more suspicion on himself. But on the other hand, what difference did it make? With a smile on his face, Davy swam. His stick was enveloped in incredibly powerful magical energy. In one fell swoop, he killed several people, using the Spire ability, and saying that in the end there would be no witnesses to this massacre. The night sky was clear. Landing on the ground, Davy said to himself, "No teeth, no with gums," so said the devil Dakajan who taught him fencing. Any object can become a weapon. In his hands was a stick. He made a few swings, saying that one should not forget that in war all means are good. Weapons are just an offensive extension of his body. The tree branch left a bright magical trail behind it, while its owner said to himself that depending on his own imagery, thousands of trinkets could become glorious swords. With these thoughts, he made a powerful lunge. His weapon pierced his opponent. Seeing this, Davy grinned and asked if this was all, adding that they were not fit to hold a candle to the one who taught him to kill. The mercenary fell to his knees, and Davy said that all this was melancholy. Turning around, he added with a wide smile on his face that he just wanted to make sure, after which he asked if Queen Bariata had really sent them. The mercenaries, shaking with fear, backed away. Seeing this, Davy stepped towards them, asking what kind of sea was this that was getting excited, adding that they were frozen, and with such serious faces. Waving his stick, he said that if they didn't want to answer, then there was no need. After these words, the guy stood on his toes. At that very moment, he appeared behind the mercenary, saying that their answer would not change anything anyway. His eyes were full of contempt, with which he asked what she wanted to achieve by this, while saying in his head that 3 members of the royal family at once, the entire royal palace would rise to its ears, even though she was the queen. But for such an act she would definitely not be patted on the head. Where did she get so much confidence and impunity from? At this time, the maid was sitting in front of the lit candles. Splashes of blood suddenly flew in different directions. Davy carefully rose to his feet. Smiling, he asked if they were still here or hoped to cope with him. Looking at the guys in masks, Davy said that they should go and tell Bariata that he would not make unnecessary noise if she stopped organizing concerts. The guys looked ahead with wide eyes. Fixing her gaze on Davy, she made a dash forward. Davy kept his hand on his shoulder and looked ahead. A crazy smile suddenly appeared on his face. He jumped up and asked if they really ran. A strong blow flew in front of the masked guy's face, and Davy shouted that it was a trick. Davy brandished his weapon and made a chaotic pestle, and then a loud explosion was heard. The guy was trembling on the ground while Davy walked up to him and said that they were so stupid to fall for it. Smiling, the guy said that the key to a successful assassination is patience, when suddenly the opponent asked with a trembling voice what kind of assassination. Davy hit him and answered the one that no one would know about. Turning around, he added an old wise saying, and they should remember it. 2 more guys with weapons were approaching him. Someone quickly jumped into the bushes while Davy continued to look up. Noticing the escape, he said that even in a secret murder, one cannot allow someone to escape while others are violating. In front of his face were opponents. At that very second, Davy waved his hand, striking down 2 guys. Raising his hand, he said that with them, he did not even need a branch. With a smirk on his face, he turned back. Pointing his finger at the target, the guy said that he had prepared for their meeting in advance. Noticing the silhouette, Davy added that they would be able to get out only by miraculously ending up on the other side of the continent. The guy snapped his fingers sharply. The enemy's body immediately felt numbness, suppression, and an explosion of the soul. Looking at the fallen body, Davy thought, "Spirit magic, exploding the soul, which has no shape, color, or smell, instant death." And although this is not the most noble method, everything ended well, in the end. This is how he was raised in the gallery. Davy put his hand on his hip and thought that he had learned his lesson personally, that there should be no mercy for those who attempted to take someone's life. The boy took a step forward. Putting his hands behind his head, he said that it was the perfect secret murder, thinking that if no one could find out about what happened, it was the perfect secret murder. The queen sat in a chair and asked how it went. The blindfolded servant was kneeling and answered that the candle flames connected to the hearts of her subordinates had gone out on every candle. Not even a small flame was visible on the melted candles. Hearing this, Bariat, without turning around, calmly said, "So they were eliminated?" To which the servant replied, "Yes." The queen put her cup of tea on a saucer and asked, "Anise?" To which the servant replied that they should have arrived in the Principality of Felsey by now. The carriages with Davy and his relatives left the forest. Having received such an answer, Bariat hit the servant in the face with all her might. Everything flew from side to side, and she screamed, asking what she was going to do. Because these were some unfortunate 3 teenagers and 5 knights and all 20 assassins were destroyed, the Black Moon Guild was worth nothing. Having shouted this, she calmed down, breathing heavily. Kneeling again, the servant answered that they were trying to find out the detailed circumstances of what happened, but what was known for sure was that Prince Davy had powerful support. The queen sat down in her place and asked discontentedly, "What support did this idiot have?" She bit her thumb in rage. Turning to the servant, she ordered to find out everything about this support, adding that it was necessary to demonstrate well what happens if you dare to interfere with her. She glared at the girl, telling her not to forget it, because she had contacted the guild and was not covering for them to watch them fail. Frowning, the woman added that if it happened this time, she could forget about their contract. The blindfolded servant nodded quickly, and the queen added that even if she had to use all the power of this country and the duchy, the Black Moon Guild would be destroyed. 2 bright moons floated across the night sky, and the servants replied that they understood. It was morning, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Winry pointed her finger out the window and shouted for Davy to look there, because this was the Principality of Felsey. While Davy was looking out the window with a smile on his face, saying to himself that they had finally arrived, Varys was yelling at his sister, asking if she could behave like a lady, but she was telling him to watch herself. Davy presented a map and said to himself that the Felsey Principality was a city of water, a small city-state, something like Singapore on land. Due to the fact that there were ancient ruins on its territory, the principality was among the most beautiful and interesting places on the entire continent. Everything in the city was sparkling and glittering. Davy, with his hands on his hips, looked at the beautiful buildings. Varus suddenly approached him and said that his brother looked pleased, but what he exclaimed was true. All three were standing near the huge Colosseum, and the guy was saying to himself that this was where the Continental Fencing Tournament was opening. Flags were waving at the very top of the stadium. It was usually used as an arena. There were cuts and cracks everywhere on the walls. It is famous for competitions where the lives of fighters are at stake, battles with monsters and gladiators, senseless savagery. The Davy walked ahead of his relatives and asked what about the competition. The number of participants is already known, to which his brother replied that only 8 countries will participate in this tournament. The organizing country, the Palan Empire, the Kingdom of Flip, the Kingdom of Shorten and so on, from each country a talented representative. Hearing this, Davy folded his arms across his chest and said to himself, "So they just want to make peace with their merits." They slowly continued to walk further, and Varus continued to say that only those under 20 are accepted as participants. Because this tournament is for the younger generation, no one is going to look for experienced masters here. Suddenly, Winry pointed her hands at her brother and shouted that Ron, that fool, was representing them. But he shouted in displeasure, asking if she came to support him or drink his blood, after which the girl replied that, of course, she came to meet Davy. What other support? Davy looked at them with a warm smile on his face. He saw the strength of his brother, saying to himself that Varus' abilities were definitely at the average expert level and at the lower level of the sword master. For his age this is an incredible level, and this is promising. Suddenly, Winry put her hand to her chin and, looking up, said that the famous sword princess would represent the Palan Empire. When Davy asked what kind of sword princess, Winry shouted that there was no one in the entire kingdom who had not heard of her, after which the guy looked away, saying to himself that he was firmly convinced that he had a good memory. But apparently during his stay in a coma, new celebrities appeared. The girl with long hair held a two-handed sword in her hands. Her name was Alina. She is the only princess among the 9 offspring of the emperor, and, most importantly, his pride. Varus put up his index finger and said, of course, the Palan Empire is a great power, and Alina is its only princess. But in fact, these are not all the reasons for such popularity. The greatest fame was brought to her by the fact that she is the owner of the divine sword. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked for the divine sword. Then his sister put up her index finger and exclaimed, yes, adding that the favorite sword of the ancient hero, the god of the sword hairs, the divine sword Calderus, one of the masterpieces of the 1001 Nights. When Davy heard about this, he imagined the sword in his head, saying that he had not heard its name for a long time. Remembering Hairs himself, the god of the sword, the guy said to himself that he was his first fencing teacher. He was still lazy, but his skills were very good. The man held the sword on his shoulder. Because he had used this sword all his life, he talked about it so much that Davy's ears drooped. But they said that it was the sword that defeated the Demon King. Butterflies flew from the girl. 3 people in robes came down the stairs. The boys passed by them, and Davy said to himself that unlike the Devil Master Dacone, Hairs was from here, so naturally there was a memory of him here, but he had some strange feeling about it. The girl in the cloak suddenly stopped, turning to Davy. While she was looking at him out of the corner of her eye, her subordinates asked what was wrong. The girl brought her hand to the brooch in the form of a sword and answered, nothing. In the diner, Varus waved his fork and said that they say that even after 1,000 years, the blade of the divine sword is completely intact. As he heard, it has an ego, so it produces magic on its own. The ego is the spirit of the sword. Enclosed in the weapon due to the affection of the swordsman and his soul, the divine sword is not just a beautiful name. Winry sat between the 2 brothers, adding that the one he chose after hundreds of years was Princess Alina. Varus suddenly folded his arms and said that there was another reason why Princess Alina was famous. He suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, she is one of the first beauties of the continent, adding that her beauty takes your breath away. Hearing this, Davy happily clapped his hands, saying to himself that she is the mistress of Calderas, Haru's favorite sword, and this is the most important thing. After some time, he adjusted his collar and asked Amy with displeasure if there really weren't simple clothes. The maid, with her eyes shining and wet from the master's beauty, shouted that this was already quite simple, because he was going to a reception for the first time, adding that he was the face of the entire wrong kingdom, even if he didn't like it. Davy irritably looked away, saying to himself that he was a simple observer. But for nobles everything is simple. A fencing tournament, a gathering place for rising stars of all countries. But are future rulers obliged to directly swing swords? Of course not. 2 bright moons were floating in the clear night sky. The government had arranged a pre-holiday eve. Everything in the city was shining and sparkling. His brother and sister were walking towards Davy. Seeing them, the guy smiled broadly and told Winry that he mistook her for a fairy, to which she, leaning towards him, shouted that he was also very handsome, and Varys asked not to overpraise her, because she. But before he could finish speaking, the girl hit him hard on the leg, after which she asked Davy if he would accept the honor of being her escort. Davy took his sister by the hand and, leaving, asked if she had mixed up the roles. Having recovered, Varys rushed after them, and at that time the man took the girl's hand, saying that it was an honor for him to accompany her. Below stood a girl with long red hair. She suddenly looked away and said that it was noisy here. There were glowing roses growing in the flower bed, and the guy was saying that he had heard that she had gone to the village during the day, and then asked how she liked the round stadium they had talked about. But before he could finish speaking, the girl picked a rose and replied, "Not bad." She brought it to her face and finished, for such senseless savagery. There was a ball held before the tournament. Everything in the hall was glittering and sparkling, and people were dancing. Some were talking to each other, some were getting to know other noble people. Davy was holding a glass of alcohol and talking to himself. Here are the participants in this competition. He looked at everyone from the side, adding that, in fact, as is proper for a competition with an age limit, everyone here was quite young, of course, among the escorts. Like him and Winry, there were adults, but it still seemed that most of those present were young men and women. The guy was looking at the beautifully dressed participants of the ball. Everything was beautifully decorated, there were flowers, and the most popular among them was Varys, with beads of cold sweat on his face, listening to the girls say that they were very glad to meet him. He was surrounded by noble ladies who wanted to talk to him. Davy looked at his brother with a smile on his face, saying to himself that, given his abilities, this is natural. In any case, this ball is a great opportunity to make friends and feel out competitors. Winry also found herself company, chatting on the side, but it is very noisy here. While Davy was asking himself how he could best deal with his younger brother who got into trouble, Varys turned around excitedly. He began waving his hands at his brother so that he would notice him, and Davy put his glass on the table. But in the end, he took Winry, inviting her to dance. Varys looked doomly at his brother leaving, while he, with a sly smile on his face, said to himself that he should enjoy his youth. Winry stood in front of Davy, saying that it was amazing that the day had come when she danced with him, to which he replied that he had never thought that she danced so well. They danced in the center of the hall, and the girls said that she was a real lady, because it had been a long time since her debut. She suddenly brought her eyebrows together plaintively and asked if he was offended, because if all this had not happened to him, then he would have already. But without finishing, she lowered her head and said no, perhaps he would have participated in the tournament, because he also has a talent for the art of the sword. Then Davy, closing his eyes, smiled and asked if she thought too highly of him. There was no way he could have become an expert by the age of 14. Looking at his brother, surrounded by girls, he added that in fact, talent is just an illusion. Heights cannot be reached if you do not work hard. For example, it took him 1,000 years. Having said this, he opened his eyes and calmly added that he was not interested in all this anyway. Throwing his hand out to the side, the guy exclaimed that all he wanted was a peaceful life in abundance, to which Winry, laughing, said that he was behaving like an old man. She smiled warmly. When suddenly a man approached them from the side, saying, "Wow, what a meeting!" The guy walked towards them, addressing Princess Winry. Davy looked at the guy who had approached and asked himself who the saccharine ghoul was, to which he bowed slightly and told the girl that he had been waiting for the opportunity to see her. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if this was really someone Winry knew. But the girl looked at the guy with hatred and contempt in her eyes, when suddenly the stranger nudged Davy with his elbow. At the same second, he grabbed Winry by the hands and asked if she would do him the honor of talking to him. The girl took his hands away and said that she was talking to her brother right now. Hearing this, the guide scat discontentedly. After a short pause, he spread his arms out to the sides and asked where his manners were. Balian turned to Davy and introduced himself. Davy proudly raised his head and coldly introduced himself in response. The guy extended his hand in his direction and asked himself discontentedly if that was all, to which the guy, folding his arms over his chest, asked himself what else he wanted. Spreading his hand out to the side, Balian suddenly asked why he was there, to which Davy, lowering his arms, replied that he had come to watch his younger brother's competition, simultaneously asking himself if he was really talking to him in such a tone, even knowing that he was a prince. Then Balian smiled mockingly and replied that he understood everything, after which he wished him a good rest. Davy watched him go with a stony face. Suddenly, the prince fell to one knee and turned to Princess Winry. He extended his hand and exclaimed that he would dedicate his victory in the tournament to her. She only had to wait. Hearing this, the girl, raising her hand to her head, asked him discontentedly if he knew how rude it was to say such a thing in front of everyone gathered. Then the guy put his hand to his chest and replied that there was nothing to be offended about if it was true. Winry suddenly could not hold back and shouted that Virus, her twin brother, was participating in this tournament, and his words sounded extremely disdainful to her. After that, she took her brother by the arm and asked him to leave quickly. Davy looked at his frowning sister, who was in a hurry to leave. Then he glanced out of the corner of his eye at Balian, who was still kneeling on one knee, and said to himself that this did not seem to stop him. The prince gritted his teeth in rage. He suddenly rushed after Winry, shouting that she was looking down on him. Seeing this, Davy looked at him with disdain in his eyes and said that he had been patient for a long time. He looked at the hand extended towards them. At the same second, the guy tripped the prince. After that, he twisted his arm, saying that his hand slipped. Davy, with a smile on his face, held Balian's hand and asked how he dared to touch other people's precious sisters with his hands. Letting go of the guy, he added that he was lucky that it did not come to a fracture. He just did not want to spoil Vera's competition because of someone like him, after which he asked where his disdainful arrogance went. The prince grabbed his sore hand. His nails scratched the floor through his gloves. Suddenly, something flew into Davy's face. A white glove lay on the floor. Jumping to his feet, Balian shouted that he was challenging Davy to a duel. Hearing this, Winry turned around and screamed in anger, asking what he was doing, to which he ordered her not to interfere. The prince continued to hold his injured arm, shouting that it was a question of his knightly honor. Suddenly, a girl came out to them, saying that since he was raising the issue of honor, he should understand how inappropriately he was behaving now. Davy focused his attention on the girl in a white dress with long red hair. Balian, frightened, stepped back while the girl said that she was watching what was happening, so she would ask directly if he really thought he had the right to stutter about honor. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in shock and asked, "Hares, the god of the sword hares." Davy presented a map and said to himself, "An ancient hero born in the Palan Empire, one of the 3 powerful states of the continent." Introducing a man with a 2-handed sword, he added, "The first owner of the divine sword called Asar and the creator of the 2-handed sword style, terrifying destruction." Imagining the mountains and the sea, the guy continued to say that after all, he was not called the god of the sword for nothing. They say that the blows of his style can be a sea wave at one moment, and an indestructible rock at another, adding that for an old sloth, he was quite impressive. Leaving his thoughts, Davy saw the surprised look of the princess on himself. With her brows drawn together, she stared at him intently, and people shouted that this was Princess Alina of the Palan Empire, the emperor's favorite. Then Davy covered his mouth with his hand, saying to himself that he had blurted out this. Shrinking with shame, he cursed his long tongue. Looking at the dissatisfied princess, he wondered if this was really the owner of the sword, adding that he did not think that she would be so similar to Hares. Raising his hand to his chin, Davy imagined Hares and said to himself that he, too, was a handsome man, but for a man. But if he were a woman and if he was dressed up, then... But before he could finish speaking, shock appeared in his eyes. Alina approached him and asked him discontentedly what he had just said. Davy leaned back and after a few seconds, he answered in confusion that he had made a mistake. Hearing this, The girl moved away from him. Squinting, she continued to look at him, after which she asked for forgiveness. Davy smiled in confusion, raising his hand behind his head. When the princess left, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying to himself that he had gotten out of it. Closing one eye, he looked at the girl with a smile on his face, who was addressing Prince Belishan. Alina looked at him with hatred in her eyes and said that not only had he behaved inappropriately with the lady and her partner, but he had also insulted everyone present, after which she asked if he still thought he had the right to say something about honor. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing this. Both the arrogant Belishan and the local aristocrats were suppressed by her. Her charisma fully justified her fame. Alina suddenly spread her hand towards Davy and Winry and said that if he really was a knight, the next code of honor, in her opinion, he should immediately apologize to these gentlemen. Belishan looked at Davy with hatred in his eyes. Davy, folding his arms over his chest, said to himself that whatever his intentions were, he would hardly humbly apologize. But unexpectedly for him, the prince turned around. Then Davy smiled slyly and said to himself, "Did he really do that?" After these thoughts, he said that he accepted his challenge, from which Belishan froze in shock. At the same second, he turned around sharply. He saw the arrogant look of Davy, who was wondering if he really thought he could run away so easily. Alina, hearing this, turned to the guy, saying that this was a pointless battle and that he did not need to accept the challenge, to which he replied that it was up to him to decide. Picking up the glove from the floor, Davy asked if the prince had challenged him, to which he, clenching his hand into a fist, exclaimed that he had. Smiling maliciously, the guy said that in that case he was obliged to accept it. The blade of a sword whistled through the air. Davy was holding a wooden sword in his hand and said to himself that he had not used one for a long time. Varys suddenly approached him from behind and said that although he had recovered, he was a participant in the competition, but that he answered with a smile on his face that he knew. Then he stroked his sister's head and told her not to worry about him. Belishan came out to meet him and mockingly said that the blockhead who swung the sword like a club was hardly a level higher than the beginners, so he should not make them worry about their relatives. It would be better to surrender. Putting his hand on his hip, he added with a malicious smile on his face that if he now fell to his knees and admitted defeat, he would mercifully close his eyes to what happened. Hearing this, Varys stepped forward and shouted furiously, but Davy closed his eyes and asked him to stop. Taking a step forward, he added that the duel would judge them. Alina, with her arms folded across her chest, looked at them from the side. Belishan smiled widely, exclaiming, "Okay, even though this will not happen, but if he loses, he will fall to his knees and apologize in public." Davy bowed his head and said okay, adding that he should not run away later. They stood opposite each other, and Alina shouted for them to begin. Davy glanced at his family out of the corner of his eye and wondered where he should start. People were looking at them from all sides, and he said to himself that after all, this was the body of a weak prince who had woken up from a coma no more than a year ago. He really didn't want to show off his true strength at this public show. He closed his eyes and bent his leg, wondering what to do, and the prince chuckled when he saw this, and then asked if he was really scared. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Belishan spread his arms out to the sides, saying that since he was a newbie, he had given him a chance to attack first, but he hadn't even used it. It was a shame, not sparring. In response, he shouted in rage that he couldn't change the outcome of this duel anyway, and he shouldn't waste time, but should attack. A light bulb flashed in Davy's head, because he remembered one good way. He suddenly started jumping on the spot, saying that in that case he should not give in to him. Having said this, the guy prepared to dash. In the same second, he rushed towards his opponent. In an instant, Davy found himself in front of the prince's face. He quickly raised his sword behind his head. Without thinking twice, he made a powerful blow that hit the floor. The sword flew out of his hands. Seeing this, Belishan smiled mockingly and said that he was just a fool, saying to himself that he was almost surprised by his speed, but he really was. But before he could finish speaking, a wooden sword hit him on the chin at high speed. The prince's head fell back. The wooden sword spun in the air. When Belishan fell to the floor, the sword landed next to him. Davy raised his hand to his head and asked if he hadn't even dodged it. Then why did he let him attack first? The prince gritted his teeth, calling his opponent names. The people watching this fight whispered among themselves, saying that the difference in skills was incredibly big, and he was just a disgrace. Hearing this, Belishan gritted his teeth even harder. He suddenly jumped to his feet and shouted that he would kill the guy. Hearing this, Davy smiled maliciously and said that with such a predictable style, he would never defeat his improvisation. Traces of blows were visible in the air. The fighter tightly grasped his weapon with his fingers. Belishan gritted his teeth in alarm. Davy swung his sword, and the prince thought that his stance was shaky, and the distribution of force and the interval between blows were completely chaotic. The blades of the blades crossed. Having attacked Davy, the guy decided that he could not lose to such a person. The young man frowned in bewilderment. Davy's silhouette was reflected in his eyes. A trace of the attack appeared in the air. Drops of blood flew in all directions, and Belishan thought that he was still getting hit. There were people on the balcony. The prince fell to the floor. Putting his hand to his face, the boy asked if his opponent had hit him again, and then called him names. The boy's pupils noticeably shrank from anger. Davy looked at his opponent and asked how many times this had happened, because even if the opponent gave in, he had already fallen 3 times, after which he did not understand if this was the same Belishan who should have the initial expert level. The prince clenched his teeth, and Davy assumed that his opponent was not that good. The boy slammed his fist on the floor and shouted for his opponent to shut up and not to dare say something he did not know. The boy lowered his head and sighed heavily. Grinning, Davy thought about what his opponent knew and noted that he had become very nervous, which is why he had completely lost his head. Putting his fingers on the hilt of the sword, Davy thought about what he had learned his fighting style for. The guy stood with the weapon behind his back and said that the official name of this style is Intoxicated Sword, and this art was created thanks to alcohol. So according to the name, in this style the fighter moves as if he was drunk. On the roof sat a man in a kimono who asked what they were looking at him for, and the boy explained that this style was born from the collaboration of the greatest drunkard in the Dokujin Hero Gallery. The swordsman smiled and wondered what his brother was doing that was so interesting, while Devi added that this style was also born from hares who had pestered him out of pure interest, and this sword art was like the worst heresy. Davy stood in front of the teacher. The man smiled and said that he had created it, but it was truly the worst style. Davy closed his eyes and remained silent. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that the teacher was right, and unless he was a person who deserved public censure until death, he should never use this style. The man cried out that if the boy had a conscience, he would do so, to which the boy frowned and thought about the words of the interlocutor, and then told him that even the 2 creators, interrupting each other, said that this was a forbidden art of the sword, but did not understand why. Tree branches broke in the air, and Davy wondered if this was because it was hard and rough. A huge waterfall fell from a cliff, and Davy wondered if this was because it was invincible. Davy realized that this was not the case, when suddenly the blade of the sword slid along the floor. The opponents clashed in battle. Davy rested his foot on the ground. Davy missed the prince's blow and thought that every move of this style used deception and tricks that were worthy of a curse. Belishan put his hand to his chin, and his opponent thought about how this art is not for great deeds, and not for saving or killing, but the only purpose of this style is to make the opponent feel like a complete and significant person in front of all these people, so it is quite worthy of being called a demonic style. Smiling, the boy decided that if you make the opponent lower his guard, avoid or parry his attacks and follow it all up with powerful blows, then this sword art is as magnificent as it is effective. Having blocked the opponent's attack, Devi thought about how the course of the fight is extremely simple, because first you need to suppress the enemy's morale, and then defeat him. The tips of the blade crossed, Belishan collapsed on the floor, and Davy decided that the more eyes watching such a fight, the greater the effect. Davy smirked and realized that this is just like now. Scratching his head, the boy admitted that he couldn't figure out if he was just that lucky or if his opponent was stupid, and then asked if the prince was okay, since the blow had been so loud this time, to which he remained silent. The boy wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the sword, thinking that it was funny, and yet he liked this style of fighting better in the sense that it was simply more fun. Alina stood with her arms folded. The wooden sword was enveloped in magical currents. The boy from the kingdom widened his eyes in fear. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the boy shouted that he would finish off his opponent. Varys opened his mouth wide and cried out that the prince had channeled mana into the sword, and then asked if he was in his right mind. Belishon grinned angrily, and Davy exclaimed that there should be no deaths in this duel. Jumping up, the prince shouted that it was too late for regrets now. Davy lowered the corners of his lips and thought that if he accidentally hit it now, the audience would suspect something was wrong. The princess was standing behind him, and the guy noticed that her cold gaze had been burning the back of his head for some time now. The young man took a step forward. The prince's legs were enveloped in energy flows. The prince's eyes widened and he exclaimed that the enemy was caught. Suddenly, the tip of the sword approached Davy's face. A moment later, Davy disappeared. The blade of the blade was enveloped in flows of mana. Belishon's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Davy crouched down, and his opponent did not understand where this boy was. The guy smiled and remained silent. The prince looked down and thought about what his opponent had said. The young man grinned maliciously. The swordsman hit his opponent on the leg, to which he cried out in displeasure. A member of the royal family saw the audience upside down. Looking at the elegant ceiling, Belishon sighed heavily. Davy crouched over his opponent, while he called him pathetic. Suddenly, the guy's lips turned down in fear. The young man's eyes widened in alarm and he remained silent. Leaning on his hands, Davy complained about his lower back. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he almost fell and then began to laugh. People in elegant clothes were walking around the room, and the guy asked why Belishon was lying there. A wooden sword was lying on the floor. Turning around, Davy assumed that he had won. An empty space appeared, and Davy shouted joyfully. Large chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and Varys admitted that he did not think that Belishon would be such a mediocre fighter, and this was a disappointment. Members of the kingdom were walking around the hall, and the prince noted that Davy surprised him, although he had been in a coma several months ago. Winry hugged Davy, and her brother said that this guy couldn't even hold a sword, but it worked in his favor. Davy closed his eyes, and Varys muttered that he couldn't spend all the luck that was supposed to be given to him for his life now, and then laughed. Belishon sat on the floor. Alina put her hand on the sleeve of her dress, and someone exclaimed that this was an amazing performance. The girl frowned in alarm. The princess closed her eyes. The emperor's daughter turned around and said that it was petty, and then added that she had to go. The girls ran after her and asked Eileen to wait. Davy smirked and thought that this girl was very cold. The chariot stood on the ground, and Varys said that Davy was too reckless. The young man closed his eyes, and the interlocutors exclaimed that they tried not to show it in the hall, but the swordsman was taking a great risk. Davy spread his arms wide and asked why they were reacting so strongly, since he had won and everything was fine. Varys hung his head and said that he was just lucky, since Belishon had a terrible character, but he bragged for a reason. Putting his fist to his cheek, Davy asked how his brother knew about it, to which he replied that he had seen him at an event. The prince explained that the guy had been tirelessly trying to become Winry's suitor ever since, to which she lowered her eyebrows and noted that this always spoiled her mood. The chariot was moving in the dark, and Davy muttered that they should have broken it after all, to which he was asked again, and he replied that he was not talking about anything. Varys closed his eyes and explained that in any case, he was very lucky this time, but he should not do it again, and then continued speaking, but abruptly interrupted himself. The carriage began to turn over, to which the members of the royal family screamed loudly. The heroes did not understand where their brother got so much strength from, to which he smirked and asked not to overdo it, because he was not a child, and this should be remembered well. Davy explained that this was just advice for his younger brother, and it should be taken into account, to which he raised his eyebrows in alarm. Closing his eyes, the swordsman thought that what was done. Covering her mouth with her hand, the princess admitted that she was quite pleased, and her brother really was incredible. The guy smiled, and the girl said that the fact that he could not cope with the weight of the sword, on the contrary, allowed him to hit the enemy's weak points. Turning his head out the window, the young man sighed heavily and noted that his opponent did not even admit the thought that he could lose. Fireworks exploded over the kingdom. Suddenly, a saucer broke, and everyone began to scream loudly. Belishon swung the chair, and the servant asked His Highness to calm down. The prince scolded in anger and ordered them to let him go, shouting that it was very impudent. The boy opened his mouth wide and loudly complained about how they dared to disregard the next counter-prince of Bultais. The young man waved his hand at the people and thought about how he had a brilliant appearance, excellent skills, and almost everything in this world. The member of the kingdom smirked. Princess Ron was passing by the building. Winry closed her eyes, and the prince thought about how he liked her because of her cuteness. But he also chose her because with her he would also get a swordsman who had already reached the intermediate expert level. The queen covered her face with a fan, and Balashans realized that thanks to her, he was able to spread rumors about the upcoming marriage without hindrance. A white trail was visible in the air, and the prince did not understand why he had to endure such an insult. The doors to the room closed and the royal shouted that everyone had to disappear right now before he killed everyone. Suddenly the boy threw a chair towards the entrance. Leaning over, the boy began to sigh heavily. The shards of an elegant chandelier lay on the floor. Balashan clenched his fist, sighing and saying that he would kill him. At that moment, the prince clenched his teeth. Suddenly the space in front of him darkened, and someone asked if the boy wanted to kill him. The boy widened his eyes and asked who was there, when suddenly the question was repeated. The royal shouted that he was asking again who was there, when Sherry suddenly appeared. The magic flow transformed into a hand at the prince's face, and the girl said that she could let the child kill the enemy. The boy's eyes noticeably shrank from fear. A dark flower was visible, and a young man asked her again, to which she replied that she would help tear his flesh and rip out his bones. Sherry's silhouette loomed over Balashan, and he wondered what her name was. Her purple hair fluttered, and the girl said her name. The agent changed her appearance, and asked if the prince would remember her name. The boy's eyes widened in alarm. The girl put her palms to her interlocutor's face. Grinning, the vampire said that he was a good boy. Sherry suddenly appeared in her mouth, and Sherry asked him to let her do it. Balashan fell down in the vampire's hands, and the girl said that everything would be as his soul desired. A huge arena appeared. There were some elaborate saucers on the shelf, and someone called out to His Highness. Davy was sitting in a chair, and was told that the competition of His Highness Varys would soon begin. Davy grinned and responded approvingly. An energy flow slid across Davy's palm. The guy humbly lowered his head. The young man noted that it was still far away, to which the maid widened her eyes and asked him again. The swordsman held his hand out to the side and explained that he was just thinking out loud, and then suggested that they go, since Winry was probably already waiting. The armed prince stood near the arena. His sister looked at him from the stands. In the middle of the battlefield stood a huge statue of a warrior. Balashan sat with his head lowered. At that very second, the prince grinned angrily. Suddenly, a wide arena appeared. The guy raised his hands. Davy, smiling, muttered that everyone was very energetic. Davy said that when the sparring was over, Varys would not watch the cute torture of those who could not do something, but would say that he felt bad and leave, and suddenly they waved to him. Davy, approaching Winry, asked if she had been waiting for a long time, and she asked if everything was okay, to which she received a positive answer. The guy bit his lips, hearing the question of whether he felt bad because he had overexerted himself yesterday, and said to himself that he would rather die than admit that he had indigestion. The young man, imagining a bright light in his hands, explained that thanks to the fact that he had previously created a mana circle, he had the power to deal with someone like hired killers or worthless aristocrats. But he was still not in the best condition, and this was a problem. Looking at his palm, the swordsman muttered that he was not the one who was in the gallery. Davy sighed heavily and added that at this rate he would have to use holy power for indigestion, and they turned to him. Varys was seen waving his hand in satisfaction. Davy, sitting on a chair, asked how popular he was. Holding a paper, Davy decided to look at his opponent. A moment later, someone's legs appeared. The guy opened his mouth wide and called the competition program stupid. The opponents stood opposite each other, and the young man wondered why they had to pit them against each other so early. A red flag was visible, and it was said that although the blade of the sword was dull, inflicting mortal wounds was strictly prohibited. The man in the robe, opening his jaw, explained that filling the weapon with energy would result in disqualification, so they should be careful. Lishan clenched his fists. Davy, resting his head on his palm, said that the audience was clearly not delighted. Winry, sweat on her face, asked if her brother would go berserk like a wild child and get seriously injured. Davy replied that Varys was an experienced fighter, so everything would be fine. Crossing his legs, Davy added that he was insured. The prince began to draw his sword, and the masters were told that they needed to step forward. The guys in robes raised their staff. Lishan lowered his head menacingly. Varys frowned seriously. The leader extended his hand. A moment later, he waved his hand and shouted that the competition was beginning. The guys quickly rushed from their place. They were quickly approaching each other. Davy, crossing his elbows, thought that judging by yesterday, Belishan uses a freestyle fighting style. Winry's twin brother gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, and Davy explained that he put the power of his destructive sword art into his blows, and if his character did not play a cruel joke, he had every chance of winning. Suddenly, a bright trace appeared in the air. The opponents attacked each other, and Davy added that Belishan was not at the level to withstand the heavy attacks of Varys' sword, and of course he would avoid a direct clash face to face. Suddenly, a powerful flash was heard. The guy's eyes bulged in bewilderment. The prince held his weapon tightly. The nobleman smiled evilly. It was visible how Winry's twin brother clenched his jaw. The swordsmen fought each other fiercely. It seemed like Belishan opened his mouth wide. The men, smiling slightly, said that they were not inferior to each other at all, and it also became more interesting. Davy, holding his chin, exclaimed that it was incredible, because Belishan turned out to be very skilled, and if he was talented, he could have grown in a day. Varys held his sword in front of him, and Davy thought that it was impossible, and even if he was a genius, it was easy to determine by the body what style of fighter he uses and how often he trains, and Winry's twin brother, who uses a heavy sword, has a corresponding physique. The prince grinned evilly, and Davy realized that Belishan was fighting back for now, but he would not last long. The handle of the weapon was visible. Davy thoughtfully raised the corners of his lips. Looking at the battlefield, Davy thought that something did not add up. Suddenly Winry widened her eyes and exclaimed that she had never seen Varys accelerate so much. The swordsman abruptly rushed from his place, and a question was heard whether this was development during a real fight, and it was also said that from now on he also needed to try harder. Davy smiled contentedly. Davy remembered sitting in a tree and explained that it was true because he had grown so much. The boy happily closed his eyes and said that when he grew up, he would definitely become a knight, and Davy added that he had insisted on them all coming together for a reason, and he wanted to show it. Varys opened his jaw, and the boy explained that 6 years had passed since then, and he saw how incredible his skills were. Belishan suddenly rushed from his place, to which Davy wondered what was wrong with him. The swordsmen fought each other, and Davy explained that it was impossible to improve so much in such a short time, and added that he was completely different, as if he had been replaced. The red pupil reflected the battlefield, and Davy muttered that he had some strange feeling of déjà vu. Varys looked at him in bewilderment. A sharp sword appeared, and an appeal to his brother was heard. The boy pulled the weapon out in front of him. Winry sighed heavily and silently said that he did not expect Belishan to be able to resist a heavy sword. The prince waved his hand, and the swordsman realized that he had a good and stubborn opponent, and his movements were a little strange, but he could not let his guard down. His twin brother Varys, smiling slightly, muttered that it was time to finish. Raising his weapon, the young man wondered if he could parry this blow too. A second later, the guy rushed from his place, and decided that it was all or nothing. The opponent calmly looked forward. Winry jumped sharply. A powerful blow appeared near the opponent. Belishan grinned evilly. The swordsman, his eyes bulging, was very surprised. The guy turned around sharply and did not understand whether his opponent was going to die, and whether he had completely gone crazy. The prince's menacing smile was visible. Twin brother Varys, lowering his eyebrows, decided to use the next move. Suddenly, a dark force appeared in front of his face. A moment later, a bright flash appeared, and the young man wondered if it was the energy of the sword. Unexpectedly, the sharp end of the weapon left a wound on Winry's body. The boy, perplexed, saved his eyes. An unusual space appeared, and the swordsman muttered that he was going to die now. Last night, a swing of the sword. Varys was practicing under the light of the moons. He trained his blade strikes, watching his breathing. Looking at his brother with displeasure, Davy called him diligent, and he called him. Still with a displeased look, Davy grumbled that he could not sleep because of him, and the boy apologized. The prince climbed the fence, and while his interlocutor guiltily rubbed the back of his head, said that Winry was already asleep. So he was interested in what the hero of tomorrow was doing. The boy admitted that he could not sleep. The hero looked at the younger man with interest when he said the name of Prince Balashan. Clenching his fist, the young man explained that although his brother had already taught him a lesson, it was not enough for him, and the interlocutor asked what he wanted. Smiling confidently, the prince replied that he wanted to crush him with his own hands, to which his brother laughed, and admitted that it sounded convincing. Opening the book, Davy assured the younger that he did not need to worry, because he would succeed. The prince watched the boy continue his training with a broad expression. Varys continued to swing his sword, and the hero noticed that the flow was very clean and soft, and the manner was appropriate, as befits a young man. Closing the book, the boy thought, mentally decided to help his brother. He raised his hand, thinking that this could certainly cause a stir and turn the whole world upside down. But the boy was his brother, so there was nothing to be greedy about. The boy glanced sideways at the older man and called him. Davy's palms lay on the young man's shoulders. Beginning to knead his shoulders, the prince offered to give him a massage, and the younger one thanked him. Having seated his brother on a bench, the boy asked him to close his eyes and relax, and he agreed. Threads of manna appeared in the boy's fingers. Licking his lips, the prince thought that it would prick a little. The boy shuddered, and his eyes widened. The prince's cries were heard above the palace, and his brother commented on how tense his muscles were. The hero continued massaging the younger's shoulders with a satisfied look while the younger tried to stop him, saying that there was no point in overworking himself at night instead of sleeping through the night, and adding that it was all because he hadn't gotten enough rest. Watching his brother's channels, the prince reasoned that if he stimulated another person's mana with his mana and caused it to vibrate, he could forcibly imbue that person with energy. Smiling as he continued massaging, the hero mentally acknowledged that although it sounded easy, this procedure from another dimension violated the self-evident truths of this world. Imagining distant lands, the young man remembered hearing that there were places here where amazing massages were performed. Slapping the younger one on the back, the boy declared that long live inner strength. With panic in his eyes, Varys turned around and asked what that meant. Instead of an answer, Davy stretched out his fingers. They were reflected in the boy's eyes. A scream rang out over the palace again. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead, while his brother fell face down on the stone. The little one was shaking, but the prince knew that he was now filled with power. Tomorrow it might not be useful to him, but it would help a little in his further development. Here he put a finger to his lips, remembering something. Davy hit the boy on the back again, announcing the rise, adding that if he fell asleep here, he would catch a cold. The boy coughed, but the prince, looking at the glow on his back, decided that one insurance would not hurt. The young man folded his arms on his chest. His brother muttered that this was too much, it could have been softer, and if when we were in his place, they would have also carried her on their back, to which he replied that he looked great. After which the prince clapped his hands and ordered him to go to sleep, threatening that if he did not fall asleep before him, he would repeat the procedure on his entire body. The little one immediately rushed into the palace. A seal lit up on his back. Davy smiled imperceptibly. The thought came to him that everything was ready, and he was looking forward to tomorrow. The eyes of the younger prince widened when, in response to the deadly attack, he managed to create a shield. A beam of light burst out of the seal on his chest. Balashan's blade flew far back, and stuck in the stone behind his back. The stadium roared in surprise. The opponent froze in place, while the spectators wondered what had happened. The boy knelt down until the barrier began to disappear, and those present remembered that Prince Balashan's sword turned scarlet, and Prince Varys fell. The particles of the shield attracted the attention of the spectators. Some recognized them as an energy barrier. A roar of surprise was heard over the arena. Winry looked at her brother happily, and while the crowd was shouting that it was unbelievable, because the barrier was only possible at the highest expert level, she happily announced that this fool had done it. But then she found that the chair next to her was empty, and called out to her brother. At that moment, a boy in the arena spat out blood, and the crowd in the stands demanded that they stop. Two judges ran up to the boy, and they announced that the sparring was over, and Prince Balishan was counted as a loser. Another judge outside the stands looked at the young man angrily, and shouted that he had disregarded the rules of the sacred competition, using the energy of the sword and trying to kill his opponent, and his actions were tantamount to declaring war on another country. Balishan's men ran up to the judge, and while he continued that the offender was disqualified and by right of the representative of the host country, he was officially expressing a protest to the kingdom of bull ties, they tried to convince him that this was some kind of misunderstanding because their country would never do such a thing. One of the servants approached the prince and asked His Highness to say at least something, but suddenly the interlocutor's hand grabbed the guy by the throat. He tore the poor guy off the ground while he tried to stop him. The servant's head exploded in the boy's hands. He threw the remains on the floor, while the other servants began to clutch their heads. Prince Balishan stood over the corpse, while the spectators shouted about the murder of a man. The guy raised his hand, looking at the blood on his palm. He smiled ominously, and his shadow suddenly increased. The crowd in the stands screamed indignantly. People ran away. Some of the spectators pressed themselves against the barrier that surrounded the arena, their mouths open. The prince smiled ominously, and the people shouted that he had gone mad. Suddenly he raised his head and screamed piercingly, and the spectators realized that he had become a monster. The judge and the prince's servant sank to the ground. They thought it was a dream, but the crowd demanded that the monster be suppressed. But the organizers realized that they could not defeat it with their own forces. They had to call for reinforcements. Davy smiled contentedly. His younger brother opened his eyes. Looking down at the young man asked if he had slept well. The young man sat down next to Varys, who was lying on the floor, and said that everything was fine, and that he had fought very well. The boy raised his hand and asked if the elder had seen everything. A happy smile appeared on his face. The prince's eyes widened when he heard from his brother that he had managed to create an energy barrier, and he smiled contentedly again. Protective cells appeared before his inner eye, and the boy remembered that the energy barrier was formed with the highest level of expert skill, and it was able to protect the owner, independently distributing mana and protecting from danger. He remembered the moment of the blow, and thought that although he ensured Varys, he was able to save himself solely because of his own height, although his massage contributed to this. Lowering the boy's head onto his knees, he concluded that he was only 14 years old. Anyone in his place would be proud, but he decided to be glad of this. Having barely escaped from the next world, he was even too worthy a young man. Putting his fingers to the boy's forehead, the hero noted that it would be nicer if he cried in 3 streams from pain. A light lit up on the prince's fingers. He decided that enough of these old men's speeches. The younger one needed to rest. A heartbeat passed. Varys was carried away on a stretcher by the arena workers. At this time, several guards tried to calm the monster. The prince's face became serious. He said the name of the enemy. Then he headed straight for the battle. A fireball was flying straight ahead. The magician was causing an explosion around Volition. They looked at the enemy in horror, realizing that he had simply been swallowed up. The veins on the prince's face bulged. He did not look at those who were trying to calm him down. His lips spread into a dangerous smile again. The magicians raised their wands again. They shouted that their strength was really not enough, and that they needed to evacuate the audience immediately. The light began to thin, and the organizers concluded that the barrier would not last long. But Prince Davy walked right through it. The guy was quickly walking forward, and the crowd of guards could not understand how he got there. The young man looked up while they shouted that he couldn't, and asked him not to come closer. It was too dangerous. Davy continued to walk forward while they begged him to leave. Winry grabbed the handrails, loudly calling for her brother. The girl ran up the stairs, not understanding how he got there. Davy watched as the prince threw the dead guard away. The monster was clutching the corpse's head and growling viciously. The boy realized it was an infection. Grinning, the prince said that Volition had gotten hotter overnight. Throwing a dangerous glance at the vampire, the hero asked how he could best deal with it. The monster screamed, and it seemed as if red lightning had struck it. The enemy rushed forward right at the prince, and the warriors rushed to his defense, shouting that he must be stopped and not allowed to approach His Highness. The mage screamed in fear. The young man calmly watched as the monster dealt with him, and smirked when the vampire's hand approached his face. But at that moment, Winry jumped out of the arch, loudly calling for her brother. The boy abruptly turned to his sister. His eyes widened. He glanced sideways at the enemy when he realized that at this rate, the girl would also suffer. Suddenly, someone grabbed the hero by the scruff of the neck, demanding that he get out of the way. The warrior threw the guy back, and he looked at her in shock. A serious look met him, and the young man recognized Princess Island. Dead guards lay in pools of blood. The girl jumped out from the side of her brother. The vampire turned to her and growled. The warrior summoned a two-handed sword. She focused on creating it for a moment. Then she swung her blade, the blow of erecting a great mountain through the monster back. The vampire glared at the princess. A blast wave flew across the arena. Davy sat on the ground, looking at the girl. His face expressed irritation when his younger sister's voice was heard. The dust began to settle. The warrior pointed the blade at the enemy. The resulting whirlwind flooded her hair. She pursed her lips. The next moment, her eyes widened in fear. The monster was getting to its feet, although the ground beneath its feet began to crack. It looked at the girl with an angry look. Then it got to its feet, screaming again. The monster opened its mouth wide. The princess rained down many blows on the enemy, trying to knock him off his feet. Finally, she managed to throw her brother away. The prince flew in a wide arc, and the warrior prepared to kick. And with a powerful blow, she slammed the vampire into the floor. Dust rose where he fell. The guards gaped at the fight. Alina landed on her feet. Her brother was thrown against the wall. It seemed like he wasn't moving. The princess threw her hair back as the guards cheered that she had won, and immediately came to her aid and defeated the enemy. Davy looked at the girl in disappointment as his sister asked him to leave everything to the princess and get out of here quickly. The guy looked at the warrior's back, wondering how she had everything fluttering in the wind so epically, and mentally accused her of stealing someone else's loot. The princess raised her blade, and Davy admitted that in fact, she was much better than the local rabble. The blade glowed. The girl clenched her teeth, turning to the vampire. The prince's eyes widened in surprise. An explosion sounded over the arena, while the hero wondered what was happening. Magic chains entangled the monster. It tried to break free. Suddenly, he aimed his claws at himself. The young man leaned forward, looking at what was happening in shock. Balatian dug his claws into his own chest. The princess also looked at it in surprise. The vampire grinned widely. A bright light flashed around him, and Davy realized that this was a bloody phallus. The guards who remained on their feet collapsed to the floor. The stadium was filled with a bloody fog. The haze darkened the sky. Davy hugged Winry. The girl clung to her brother and coughed. She opened her eyes slightly, and tried to call Davy. Stroking his sister's head, the young man assured her that everything was fine. Leaning over the girl, he added that there was nothing to worry about. The guy smiled tenderly at his sister. He put his hand on the princess's head and asked her to rest well. Placing the baby on his lap, the prince asked her to have good dreams for now, and when she opened her eyes, everything would be fine. The hero looked warmly at his younger sister, then he darkened. He squeezed his palm on the younger sister's head, and mentally ordered the sloth to work. Lighting a golden light in his palm, the guy realized that if he did nothing, all this would mix with his spirit magic. The prince pressed his palm to his face. How piercingly he screamed. Running his palm over his sister's face, the hero remembered that having reached a certain level, a person could connect himself with a certain mana, and his abilities acquire individuality. Davy himself had 3 powers, and each had irritating qualities. Spirit magic, for example, was almost psychopathic, but the most effective. Meanwhile, ordinary mana was like ice, very sharp, but with sufficient desire, it worked perfectly, pretending that it simply could not do anything with it. And the last power of the Sacred One was the most stubborn of all. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that this damn power was deaf to orders. To make it work was already a feat. It was so lazy, he had already demanded that it wake up several times. Holding the glowing fingers on Winnie's head, the hero mentally added that even in such circumstances, the holy power would not work if it was not pressured. But finally, the shining patron activated, and the young man's face brightened. He realized that he had succeeded. The sunlight spread in all directions. The girl muttered something in her sleep, and the hero said out loud that now for some time he could not worry about his sister. Rising to his feet, he looked around, and noticed that no matter how much he looked at all this, it was creepy. Looking at the bodies lying around, the young man remembered that the bloody phallus was also called the City of Blood, the art of strengthening one's powers by drawing life energy from all living things. There were bodies lying on the stands. Davy remembered that he could only use the 4th level of sacred power, and with it he could not save everyone here. Jumping into the arena, the prince was glad out loud that Varys had been taken away from here. Volition had completely transformed into a monster when the hero headed towards him. Striking his fist into his palm, the young man concluded that they would not have spectators, which was lucky. But Ileana did not lose consciousness. Leaning on her sword, she rose to her feet. Breathing heavily, the warrior looked at the hero's back. Dave turned around in confusion and chuckled nervously. He thought that now he had a problem, because the guy did not expect that someone inside the Bloody Falls could not lose consciousness. When Ileana was standing behind him, barely standing on her feet and seeking support for her sword, Dave looked at the girl and was convinced that she did not wield the divine sword for nothing. Davy blushed with affection, despite the fact that she was exhausted and seemed about to die, and then he reproached himself for thinking about her appearance, and called himself a scoundrel. Ileana looked at him with a question. Dave came up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. She was embarrassed, and in a rage from his impudence, she threw his hand off her shoulder, surprising Dave, because he was misunderstood, and he immediately hurried to correct the situation by asking whether the girl had come to her senses. She, still frowning, retorted that they were still in danger. In the distance, the silhouette of the monster was visible. Dave, making sure that the girl felt better, casually asked her to move away, to which Ileana called out to him in confusion, asking what he was going to do. She grabbed the guy's hand, asking him to stop. Island was perplexed why Dave was okay, which she asked him directly. The prince's wrist was still in her hand when an awkward silence fell. Dave looked at the girl carefully, and in his head there were thoughts that Ileana had definitely noticed something. They were standing opposite each other, when Davy thought that he should look like an unhappy prince who had recently come out of a coma, but instead, in such circumstances, he was calmly moving, which looked strange. Dave decided to carefully avoid answering, saying that he himself had no idea. Ileana, not having received her due, looked at him angrily, to which the prince mentally justified himself that he was still helping her and the girl should not hate him so much. Ileana waved her hand. She turned away from him and ordered him to move away. The girl assured the prince that he could not cope alone. Dave, asking again, repeated her words, mentally calculating that the girl was shorter than him by a head and a half, to which she answered affirmatively, recalling yesterday's sparring, in which he became the winner, in her opinion, only due to luck. Ileana bowed her head in concentration, calling the opponents nobles of the night. The girl called the enemies demons of blood, with appropriate force, after which she remembered that they were described in ancient scriptures, and before her eyes there appeared the image of an open book and an overturned glass of wine when the princess asked her interlocutor if he had heard of vampires. Dave stood in nude confusion, while Ileana warned him that he should not rely on a happy accident. She held the sword in front of her and continued that the prince didn't have any mana, so the monster would tear him to shreds in the blink of an eye. But the fact that the boy was still fine bothered her greatly, and despite this, she ordered him to run away right now. But Dave stood with his arms crossed over his chest, slightly offended by her distrust. The boy objected that it didn't look like the monster would just let him go, to which Ileana assured that she would try to stop the monster, which was still visible in the distance. She concentrated on taking a fighting stance, raising her sword. Dave thought about how trustworthy Ileana was. A gust of wind ruffled her long braid, but the prince was confused by her excessive emotionality compared to yesterday. Ileana gritted her teeth when Dave assumed that she was nervous because she had met a mortal enemy. The girl looked forward resolutely, not lowering her sword and preparing for the fight. A drop fell, and from its circles appeared on the water. Strange sounds were heard not far from the windows. Someone was silently stepping barefoot on the floor. Two women were standing in the darkness. One was hugging the other with her arms. A voice called for her mother, and the second woman immediately threw her head back. It turned out to be a monster with red eyes and huge claws, and a drop of blood rolled down from the corner of her victim's lips. The little girl was terrified. She held a plush bunny to her chest. The little fingers unclenched, and the toy was at her feet. Another drop of blood fell, making circles. These were Island's memories that whirled through her head. A vampire stood before her. He growled, and the girl promised herself to tear everything out of him, down to the root. She decided not to stop until her death. The monster spread his paws and let out a guttural cry. Elena looked at him intently. Suddenly, pain pierced her neck, and an apology sounded behind her. A loud, strange sound was heard. She knelt down, asking what it was. Dave said that she should not interfere with his work, despite her obsession with vampires. He watched her confusion with a smile. Dave answered a question with a question and suggested that she just watch. He exhaled and threw his fist forward. The monster rushed to attack. The prince remembered that the last time it was a long time ago, hoping that his practice, when he fought in the Harley with hundreds and thousands, should be enough. The monster raised his paw to strike, when Dave thought that he was confident in himself, and that he definitely knew vampires better than anyone in this world. The paw of the monster approached him, and the thought flashed through the prince's head that this was an infected vampire, strengthened by the bloody phallus. Dave got into a fighting stance and unclenched his fist, saying out loud that he sent many such monsters to the next world, so he was pretty tired of them. His hand bent, as if lightly touching something. The monster was defeated when Dave mockingly noted that the vampire had been through a lot yesterday, but still did not learn anything. The monster howled, and his mad eyes filled with red light. Dave said that it was his turn to attack, and red lightning appeared from the middle of his poem. A bolt of lightning ran through the vampire's body as Dave's hand was close to the monster's heart. The prince cast the demonic blood rip spell, wishing the vampire to die quickly. A huge wave of light pierced the monster through and through. It literally shattered into pieces. Dave smiled, pleased with the result, and Ileana was greatly surprised by his success. She said that it was impossible, as the red fog around them cleared. Half of the statue's head fell off. Ileana looked forward in shock and asked what was happening. Davy stood in front of her, dust rising around him. Dave smiled and felt renewed. A stream of wind fell on the princess, her heart beating wildly. There were corpses of people lying on the ground. The girl looked at the statue and wondered how the plague that neither the local warriors nor her two-handed sword could defeat was defeated by an ordinary person who did not feel a drop of mana. The woman frowned and remembered that he had been in a coma just a few months ago. The boy was smiling happily. The boy extended his hand to his ally, causing her to flinch. The prince raised one eyebrow and was surprised, not understanding what kind of reaction this was. Davy continued to hold his hand in front of him. Ileana looked at her in amazement. She pursed her lips tensely. The princess extended her hand to her comrade. Her fingers trembled when Davy asked if he could borrow her sword. The girl lowered her head in disappointment. Her face turned red. Clutching the hilt in her hands, the woman said that her weapon had broken in a recent duel. The boy extended his hand to her chest and said that he meant the other sword. He clenched his fist and explained that he had spoken about this. The boy looked at his hand and said that he needed to be fully armed for the boss fight. In his palm lay the pendant from which the prince wanted to borrow some divine power. Surd stood at the undel. He was a hero who had created many weapons in his life, in addition to the blade that saved the world. Precious stones swirled around the sword. Even simple materials could become famous weapons in the hands of this blacksmith. His ability to forge a sword with mana was so famous that his weapons became family heirlooms. The blades glittered. Among them were 12 famous swords that were kept in different parts of the continent as national treasures. Calderas. One of these blades shone under the rays of the sun, and the ancient language of spirits this name meant Snow White Protector. Hares put it on his shoulder. This sword was considered special because it was created at the cost of Surd's life for his close friend. A bright flash flashed. This weapon was embedded with ego. Holding the pendant in his hands, the mage thought that a sword that has its own self and releases power on its own sounds simply incredible. Davy narrowed his eyes slyly and thought that he knew the truth about his identity. Davy looked away. He raised his hand to the side when the sword loudly asked who the person was who dared to grab him so brazenly. The guy closed his eyes and decided that this blacksmith liked to grumble loudly and regularly. Frowning, the young man remembered that he had already heard all his lamentations and said that he heard him perfectly well. The prince clenched the pendant in his fist. The magician looked at him and said that a sword with a vibration function was very vulgar. Davy smiled and offered him cooperation. Elena extended her hand forward. She pounced on her comrade and asked him to return the pendant to her. Davy hugged her and said that otherwise his mistress would die first. The princess lowered her gaze. The guy was surprised that his ally was still conscious thanks to the power of the divine sword. The hero sat down on the ground. The young man thought that the boss was not her opponent, despite her talent, and that it was very important to be able to assess her own capabilities. The prince smirked when Calderas asked him not to even think about implementing his indecent thoughts. A flash appeared in his hand. The magician clenched it into a fist. A pillar of bright light fell on him. The blade of the sword shone. Davy raised it above his head. Davy stroked the blade and said that it was definitely good. A smile appeared on his face. The guy swung the sword, which did nothing but complain. The young man lowered the weapon and asked him to be quiet. The prince took a fighting stance and ordered the blade to lend him its power. Runes appeared on the blade. A huge amount of energy burst out of it. The magician united with the divine sword and cut the air with it. Lightning from the initial two-handed sword struck the center of the arena. Dust and black smoke rose around. Davy put his weapon on his shoulder and asked how long his enemy was going to hide. A rift appeared above his head. Blue mana sparkled inside. Davy looked at the bat and was surprised that a high-ranking vampire was in front of him. A cluster of dark energy appeared above the statues. The stranger folded her arms across her chest. It turned out to be Sherry, her hair fluttering in the wind. The girl narrowed her eyes. The guy said that they already knew her. Floating in the air, the woman explained that she thought someone was patronizing him, but it turned out that it was only his doing. Looking away, the young man called himself a good man and asked her to quickly come down. The secret agent frowned in displeasure when the prince complained that his neck was already stiff due to having to look up. Putting his hand to his eyes, the magician said that because of her outfit, he could see what was hiding underneath and praised her black underwear. The vampire narrowed her eyes furiously. Davy smirked and ordered her to come down. The gem on the sword guard sparkled. Davy cut the air in front of him. Sherry landed on the statue and explained that they would not be able to blame the queen for anything even if they got rid of the black moon. A red aura appeared around her. The girl explained that the relationship with Bull Ties would be shaken, but the country, which already had a bad reputation, would never go to war with Ron. The guy squatted down and assumed that she had appeared so boldly in front of him because she was sure that he would not get out of here alive. The young man leaned on his hand and wondered what he should do now. The woman waved her hand and asked what she was talking about. Bloody energy appeared in her hand. The secret agent sent its waves forward. The vampire swung her whip. A powerful blow cut off the head of the stone horse. The prince landed on the steel and concluded that his opponent was quite angry. The head of the statue fell to the ground. Many red sparks appeared on the ground. Their glow illuminated the room. Sharp fragments headed towards the magician. Davy jumped down and the fragments crashed into the pillar. Some of them went around it and approached Davy. He somersaulted in the air and dodged them. The guy bounced off the steel to land safely. Calderas flashed in his hand. The young man swung it to reflect the remaining projectiles. The prince frowned tensely. Looking at him, Sherry said that she expected something completely different from a pathetic man. The magician grinned and asked if she herself served a man. The girl clenched her teeth and asked him to shut up. The woman swung her whip. The column surrounded the tree. Someone told about how vampires are very strong because they come from the strongest creatures of their kind, and the most outstanding of them undergo the ceremony of inheritance and become a clan. The man raised his hand and explained that without the help of the elves, their natural enemies, it would not be so easy to kill them. Hares assumed that his student wanted to know how to defeat them. Davy nodded. The sword god licked his lips and said that they need to be unbalanced with anger, and then their actions will become predictable. The warrior crossed his legs and added that they are very proud creatures, so the more noble the vampire, the more likely he is to burn out in a fight with some newcomer. Alina lowered her head. Davy remembered that hares was highly revered in the Palan Empire, and wondered how they would react to his true nature. A whip flashed in the air. The guy jumped back. He pushed off the ground. The boy cut the air with his sword. Waves of energy were directed towards the enemy. Only Sherry protected herself with a force barrier. A bright flash illuminated the prince. The magician put the sword on his shoulder, and realized that it was a blood barrier. Calderas realized that she was of the count's level. The girl waved her hand. The divine sword concluded that if she was pure blood and a relative of someone very noble, then she could well lay claim to the place of the family. Davy smiled and said that he should finish her now, but Blade asked if he could do it. Davy looked at him and asked if the weapon doubted him. The guy jumped back when the whip hit the ground right in front of him. The woman frowned and asked him to relax at least a little so that his death would come quickly. Alina lowered her gaze. The secret agent said that she would suffer the same fate. Standing on a tall statue, the vampire urged the enemy to accept his fate meekly, since he was so eager to die. A powerful wave of energy rolled across the ground. The young man appeared behind the enemy. A smile appeared on his face. The prince jumped up to get closer to the villainess. Sherry looked back and called him stupid. The magician jumped back from the whip. An explosion sounded in front of the girl. Davy appeared above her head and asked if she really judged people after only seeing them once. The woman looked up in fear. Davy smiled and explained that this was not only about the true art of the sword god himself. The guy narrowed his eyes slightly. In the past, when they trained with hares, the young man performed the same sword swings many times. The divine blade glowed. The prince jumped into the air and delivered a slash, using the skill of splitting a huge mountain. The secret agent opened her mouth in horror. A stream of divine energy fell on her. The force that protected her cracked. The explosion destroyed the room, sending debris flying. A giant cloud of dust rose into the air. The mage raised his hand to his forehead and decided that it was impressive. Calderas said that he did not understand what was being said and that this was his moment of glory. Davy smiled and called him restless. Davy jumped down and assumed that his blade was happy because he had not regained consciousness for 1,000 years. The weapon asked how he managed to control its power. The tip of the sword flashed. It seemed to him that they had known each other for a long time. The guy suggested that they just do what they agreed on and asked why they should reveal the most inconvenient details to each other. Closing his eyes, the young man sighed and thought that the blade would not believe or even get angry if it found out that in front of him was the student of its original master. The weapon noticed that the vampire had disappeared. The prince looked away and said that it didn't matter because they wouldn't be able to pursue her anyway. There was a red stone glowing in the air. The mage looked at it. Calderas realized that it was a bloody phallus, and said that he felt disgusted just looking at it. There were many people lying on the ground. The sword told him that due to the core being destroyed by the recent explosion, it didn't spread further. But the remaining bloodstone wouldn't stop until all of these people were dead. Davy squinted and realized that they could become infected. The blade explained that they could use third-level purification magic with a wide radius. Dark energy enveloped the arena. The weapon noticed some commotion outside and assumed that there must be chaos going on there. Davy smirked. Calderas called him a lucky guy and was surprised that he already had a Master S level at such a young age. The boy closed his eyes and confirmed it. Jumping forward, the young man said that he needed a little time to pull out the oral blade and thought about how his power was not related to the accumulation and passage of levels. Magic flowed through his body. The prince decided that the skills that are inherent in a master of knowledge of such a high level were due to his abnormal doping. The magician swung his sword. He squinted slyly. The sword asked what kind of unreal manner this was. Davy looked up and grinned. The blade said that it was the first time he saw all three types of powers coexist in one body. Davy looked up and said that right in front of him was a malicious destroyer of common sense. The weapon asked if this was possible and exclaimed that this was real madness. Looking at the bloody phallus, the boy explained that this was the result of several hundred years of research and asked his friend not to judge him. The tip of the sword pierced the ground. The young man placed his hand on the hilt and asked him not to waste time and finish this, because he did not have enough strength now. The blade he was leaning on asked what they were talking about. The prince smiled and decided to end this once and for all. A bloody phallus was shining above his head. People were lying on the ground unconscious. The mage thought that he was not going to sacrifice himself to save strangers and wanted to make a foundation for restoration from this place. Davy folded his palms together. Davy squinted and said that this was not like him at all. The guy lowered his head and took a deep breath. Sitting on the ground in the lotus position, he turned to Priya and explained that he was lost in the darkness and could not see anything in front of him. Raising his hands, the young man said that it would be nice if she threw him a small flashlight and asked her to personally sort this out. The sword glowed intensely and wondered what kind of prayer this was. The blade was stuck in the ground in front of its owner. Daphne adjusted her hair. The prince thought that his sacred power was a little special because of her. Because its root is in faith, understanding and religiosity, not exalting God. A red haze hung in the air. The magician explained that the lambs of God were drowned in an evil fate and howled in pain, and added that he believed only in his own strength and was going to save them. Turning his gaze to the sky, Davy decided that Priya herself had seen everything and asked her permission to do so. A bloody aura enveloped the weapon, which wondered if God would listen to such an outrageous prayer. Davy smirked and decided that his friend also did not know God well. A flash flashed under the dome of the church. The truth was that the love of God is received not by the believer who is pious only in words, but by the person who shows everything with his actions. The bloody phallus sparkled. The boy realized that their problem could not be solved due to the already exhausted life force, and decided that he needed to fill the gap with even more power. Daphne held a bright spark in her hands. The owner of the strongest sacred power of all time created the most outstanding sacred magic, the use of which required the permission of the god. The boy frowned and said that the god liked man. The prince smiled and added that he himself was quite mad. A bright glow appeared in front of Calderas. Runes swirled around him thanks to the final sacred magic of the 9th tier. A beam of light fell on him, which marked the territory of the god. The sword asked if the owner really wanted him to die from exhaustion. The mage smiled widely and explained that it was just a simulation. The blade trembled and called its owner crazy. A bright light began to emanate from it. Angel wings appeared above the arena. Alina leaned against the wall. Winry lowered her head. The bloody phallus split. The sacred power absorbed the dark energy. Davy closed his eyes and continued to pray. A smirk appeared on his face. A flash flashed above the stadium. The light illuminated the faces of people. Its rays illuminated the entire city. The flash rushed into the sky above the kingdom. A transparent feather fell on Davy's hand. Angel wings appeared behind his back. Bloody wounds formed in their place. The guy squinted. The phallus shard lost its color and began to smolder. Dark dust rose into the air. The young man patted himself on the back when he felt a strong heat and felt as if an iron had been passed over it. The blade stopped shining. The prince asked if everything was okay with him, but there was no answer. The magician smiled widely and said that he was not that special. Suddenly, his body leaned forward. Davy fell to the ground. His eyes lit up. Davy clenched his fist as the system called him crazy. A girl was floating in the air. The guy said that Priya had gone too far. The woman smiled silently. Amy ran forward. The young man wondered how long it had been since he had managed to sleep without any worries or concerns. People gathered in the corridor of the palace. The prince felt as if his head was so empty that it was hard to even call it a sweet sleep. Alina frowned menacingly. Winry opened her mouth wide and called out to her brother. The lights were on in the Feldstein Principality, and the girl asked if everything was okay. The mage put his hand to his face and asked how much time had passed. Hugging him, the girl replied that he had slept for 2 days and told him that she was very scared and even thought that she would never see him again. Davy hugged her and realized that he had only made her worry so much in vain. The princess wiped her tears and explained that she had a dream that day. In the dream, they were enveloped in a scarlet mist. Davy smiled and stroked his sister's head. There were beautiful plates on the shelves. Winry asked if the scarlet mist disappeared because of them. The boy looked at her in surprise. The girl said that she found something when she checked his body. There was a red mark on the boy's back. The girl assumed it was a stigmata. He raised his hand and assumed that the hot feeling was due to the burning of the stigmata. Sitting on the bed, the prince realized that this had not happened to him in the gallery, and wondered if this brand was too big. People were walking in the streets. It turned out that the mage was cured by a high-level priest, which is why the principality is now in an alarming state. People found him in the arena surrounded by sacred energy, and all the scarlet mist was cleared. Davy smiled and remembered that the stigmata was a mark indicating that God had shown his love first, so deeply religious priests could not have it. The princess looked down and suggested that he might have some kind of clue. Davy realized that no one had noticed anything except the stigmata. Frowning, the guy wondered what he should do and thought that he did not know whether he should hide his power or not. Lights were shining outside the window. The young man realized that those around him could get hurt if he made too much noise, and in such circumstances, it would definitely not lead to anything good. Looking at his sister, the prince apologized and said that he did not know anything because he lost consciousness. Winry said that she immediately thought so. The girl asked if he was sure that nothing was bothering him. The mage closed his eyes and confirmed it. He, with a smile on his face, could not believe that everything was going so well. Then, sitting in front of Caldeira's, Davy dealt with the blood phallus and stimulated the sacred power to develop it. A fire ignited in his chest, and his mana capacity increased significantly. Looking down, Davy noticed that his mana and spiritual mana responded to the sacred power and improved, and concluded that with this level, he would be able to take the sword Oro. Turning his head to the side, the boy was glad that the sacred power increased more than all the others, and wondered if this was also the power of the stigmata. Stars were visible through the stained glass. The sacred power only needed a reason to grow. The girl looked at her brother, and said that he did not see how chaotic it was because he was unconscious. The boy looked up and remembered how Amy ran to him. The princess frowned and told him that Ileana wanted to take him with her because she had an excellent magic circle for healing. Closing his eyes, the mage praised his sister and asked her to rest, because he also needed time to think. Heading towards the exit, Winry asked her brother not to worry about Varys, and told him he was safely hospitalized and that the competition was suspended. Davy waved at her when the girl asked him to try to rest despite the noise. Davy lowered his hand. The girl turned around and left. The guy opened her status window in front of him, and wondered where this thing came from. He scratched his chin and assumed that it appeared because of a prayer or because of the use of magic that he used in his immortal body. The young man closed his eyes and decided that it was too difficult. Someone said that this could be considered their acquaintance. The prince threw off the blanket in fear when a voice remarked that he liked the ability to see through the feelings and state of another person. A rustling sound was heard from behind the window in the corner of the room. The magician's eyes widened in amazement, and he wondered where the voice was coming from. Waves of dark energy enveloped the room. Davy wondered who had managed to brazenly deceive his perception and decided to catch them. Davy froze in place. A stranger appeared on the bed in front of him. Smiling, the girl assumed that her friend was shocked that the seal had suddenly fallen off and said that this was God's will, which he would have to accept. A tree grew inside the columns arranged in a circle. The brush touched the canvas, and someone was surprised that he had a talent for drawing. Hares was painting a portrait. The guy asked who it was. Scratching his chin, the young man noticed two ergonomic handles on the woman's head and asked if it was a demon. The man smiled broadly and said that only his student could call horns handles. Fireworks burst in the sky. The sword god confirmed the guess that this was a demon. The prince asked why the mentor decided to paint her and suggested that her image was firmly embedded in his memory. The teacher smiled and said that this girl was much crazier than any of the crazy girls who were feasting nearby. The magician raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hares said that he painted so many portraits of her that she lived only in his memory. The old photo burned. The man explained that he adopted Berserk when she was still a human and taught her the art of the sword. The sword god knelt down and struck the woman down to prevent a terrible war. The queen of the abyss demons put her hand to her chin with interest. Her eyes sparkled. Davy opened his mouth in surprise and called her by name. The girl was surprised by his knowledge of real masters. The woman closed her eyes and said that her eye is never wrong. Standing on Davy's knee, the devil asked what he was staring at. The lights were on in the windows of the house. The boy loudly called the guest Tiny. A wave of energy entangled her body. Berserk was indignant at being tied up and said that she really didn't like that. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were not in a relationship to exchange jokes. The demon queen closed her eyes and reminded them that they had met before and had not even had time to quarrel. The prince raised his hand and asked her to explain what was going on. The girl explained that she simply wanted to dissuade him from his plan because they were now tied up. The magician asked what it meant and looked back when the woman said that it was about the stigma on his back, which was now a vessel for her soul. A strange pattern was drawn on his skin. The devil said that this was what his abnormality was connected to. Davy frowned and replied that this did not seem true at all. Berserk blushed. The demon queen asked her comrade to untie her, her eyes flashing red, and reminded him that she didn't like being in this position. The girl narrowed her eyes and was indignant at being in such a shameful position. Davy rolled his eyes in displeasure. With a wave of his hand, the boy released the guest and asked how it happened that she was sealed in the divine sword. The woman smiled slyly and called him seductive. The young man asked her to speak briefly and to the point, so that everything would be clear. The devil grabbed the hem of her dress and decided to introduce herself formally. Berserk bowed and said her full name. A smile appeared on her face. The prince thought that this creature was the living embodiment of the abyss. An image of the instigator of the great war between the interworld and the demons appeared before his eyes, standing on a mountain of bones. The divine sword shone. Legend said that Hears put an end to the war when he defeated the villainous with the help of Calderas. But no one knew until now that her soul was sealed in the same sword. The demon queen closed her eyes and asked if her friend was happy. The mage thought that she was not like the other demon kings. The girl asked what puzzled him so much. Davy closed his eyes and explained that he thought that her consciousness was asleep. The woman smirked and said that Calderas would not shackle the soul of a close friend. There was a candlestick on the nightstand. The Devilas said that they did not even say goodbye because they did not know that everything would happen exactly like this. She put her hands on her belt and decided to say everything directly, because there was no point in detail. Berserk put her hand to her chest and explained that she was given to him by the will of the god. Davy asked what it meant. The boy crossed his arms and asked if there was no better reason. The demon queen asked if he thought she herself wasn't offended that she had to settle for this. The boy puffed out his cheeks in displeasure when the girl said that he would have to answer for her because of his sacred magic. Covering her grin with her hand, the woman called him quite interesting and called him the second person who kept the legacy of the sword god. The prince asked if they were talking about the sword art of hairs. The devil noticed that he spoke as if he was familiar with it. Scratching the back of his head, the mage confirmed this and said that the sword god spoke of her at every opportunity. Berserk lowered her head in embarrassment. A joyful smile appeared on her face. The demon queen placed her hands on her waist and thanked her friend for these words. Davy asked if there was any need for him to hide anything from her, as she had the ability to see through her opponents. The girl raised her index finger and decided to correct something. The woman raised her hands in front of her and explained that she could not see through her opponents, but she could borrow a high-ranking will. The system windows flickered. The devil remembered that they were called the status bar and said that the information displayed there did not come from her. Berserk looked at her comrade and assumed that people called it a god. Davy looked out the window and was surprised that this high-ranking will use expressions like half-man or the hope of a serious brother. The stars were shining outside the window. The guy decided that this was to be expected from a god who gave him sacred power. The demon queen extended her hand and suggested that this be considered a move and a change of scenery, stating that she would finally be able to see the big world. The lights of the city were flickering. The girl explained that people her age like to travel. The boy asked what he would get for it. The woman pointed at him and asked if he hadn't already received her abilities. The lights were shining in the windows of the city. The devil suggested that here, like in the game from his past life, the concept of skills would be quite applicable. The prince looked away and realized that she already knew about his past life. Berserk spread her wings and asked if he didn't think this was a mutually beneficial symbiosis. The demon queen extended her hand to him and said that she was already looking forward to their future. The mage looked at her tiny hand and thought that her power sounded quite tempting. Davy smirked and wondered if he even had a choice. Davy extended his finger and agreed to get along with her. The girl happily closed her eyes. Suddenly the guy had a companion with whom he could share his only secret. The sun was shining over the festive city. The situation in the Felsti Principality had become tense due to the unexpected attack and the discovery of the stigmata. So now its barrel was in the center of attention. The stars were shining in the sky at night. People were still crowding around the inn. Covering his face with his hand, the young man said that he did not have to explain anything to them. The woman called his popularity tiresome. The prince called these people religious fanatics who just wanted to look at the stigmata. The devil looked back and remembered that this mark is direct evidence of the love of God. Stars were visible behind the stained glass. Berserk suggested that they could have their own cult. The magician asked her not to remind him of this and remembered that over the past 300 years, only 3 candidates for the title of saint were found. Davy approached his siblings and asked them to immediately pack their things. Davy smiled widely and said that he couldn't stand it when other people bothered him. When they refrowned and said that they hadn't done anything wrong and asked why they bothered them so much since there was no sacred ground here. The boy closed his eyes and remembered that she had been here, even if it had been for a short time. Darkness fell on the city, and the boy explained that when things become too confusing, you had to run, and asked his friends to hurry. In the morning, the prince was already standing by the carriage with a briefcase in his hands. Sitting on it, the demon queen asked if her friend really wanted to go back and suggested that these people would follow him to his homeland. The mage grinned and said that he would bet on the ogres and put up a very good tank. Alina raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had really run away. The mage said that no one had said anything like that. The girl slammed her fist on the table and asked her to answer the question. The woman gritted her teeth and realized that the mage had created a misunderstanding, took his juniors and fled. In the memory, Davy stood before her in the arena. The princess assumed that she herself had defeated the enemy with the sacred sword and asked if calderas were the cause of the stigmata. Alina slammed her heel on the table. She raised her hand and declared that this was all complete nonsense. The mage asked her to watch her speech. Tears appeared in her eyes. The mage wondered if the others knew about this. The woman opened her mouth wide and continued to rant. Linda thought that in reality the princess of the Palan Empire, famous for her aloofness and nobility, was frivolous and noisy. Clouds floated above the mansion. Alina ordered the knights to be sent in pursuit. At night, the crescent moon shone in the sky. The siblings were sleeping in the carriage. Looking at them, Davy was glad that they got along so well. The boy raised his eyebrows questioningly when Berserk asked if he felt sorry for calderas. Sitting on his knee, the demon queen asked if he didn't need the divine sword and explained that he was the only one, besides its current owner, who could bring it to its true form. The young man looked out the window and thought that calderas was actually a very powerful weapon that he wanted to wield. The prince remembered the explosions that happened in the arena and decided that he would not be able to use such powerful magic until he got his powers back. The girl said that he had a chance to take possession of it. Looking at her, the mage replied that the blade did not belong to him anyway and asked how it was possible to take a toy from a child. Davy smiled and explained that he and calderas were incompatible. The woman asked what that meant. Davy looked out the window and realized that he didn't look like he was fit to wield such a great sword, and remembered that there were swords that were already his. 2 moons shone in the sky. The devil said that her friend looked like he was planning something. The guy looked at her and asked if she couldn't see it. Berserk closed her eyes and said that she couldn't know everything. Bubbles floated under the water. The demon queen told him that there was a corner of her friend's soul that she couldn't get into. Jumping off his knee, the girl suggested not to dwell on the little things and asked him what he planned to do when he got home. Putting her hand to her chin, the woman explained that now that he had received the stigmata, his enemies would have to tread carefully, and said that she would prefer to wipe them off the face of the earth. Raising his hand, the young man replied that he was not ready for this yet, and said that the influence of the noble faction was too noticeable and spread throughout the kingdom. The chess pieces fell onto the board. The prince thought that eliminating enemies one by one was too long, which is why the queen was still so arrogant, and the royal family simply could not cut off the heads of the aristocracy without reason. The carriage drove through the forest. The magician said that he had an idea. Red banners hung in the palace. Varys lowered his head and said that he was very ashamed. Sitting on the throne, Gryan said that it was not his fault, and blamed bull ties for everything, which committed such a meanness towards the countries of the alliance. The king said that he had already heard about the appearance of the stigmata. Davy knelt down and assumed that the god had shown great interest in him. The man called it a very significant event. Bariata frowned menacingly, and reluctantly agreed with him. The woman's eyes widened when her husband asked if it was true. She agreed with him. Davy smiled slyly. The noblewoman covered her face with a fan and said that the success of her son was also a success for his mother. The boy thought that she would make a very bad actress. The duke approached the throne. The ruler said that they could not let them get away with this under any circumstances, and suggested that they submit a petition to the alliance to oppose both ties. The children approached the throne. The monarch asked them to go and rest after a long journey. The youth looked up when someone called out to him. Creons looked at him and asked him to stay for a while. There were mugs of tea on the table. Sitting in a chair, the prince said that almost half a year had passed since he woke up, and realized that he and his father were communicating alone for the first time. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if this was a reproach. The heroes were sitting at the dinner table. The magician said that he had no need to lie. The stars were shining outside the window. Davy said that he knew that his father had been watching over him to some extent through the chamberlain all this time. The king put the mug on the saucer and concluded that his assumptions were correct. Putting his hands in his pockets, Davy thought that any normal parent would be able to notice the changes in their child and decided that the father saw it perfectly well. Sitting opposite him, the monarch asked if his son really wanted to meet him all this time. The boy confirmed this and added that he only wanted to ask one question. In the memory, the young man rushed forward and called out to his father. The prince knelt down and asked him to save his mother. With tears in his eyes, the magician explained that it was not a disease at all, and that it was more like poison. Davy grabbed his robe, and the ruler asked the servant to take him away immediately. Davy grabbed the floor with his hands and tried to shout at him. Drops of blood fell to the floor. The butler carried the boy out of the office. Sitting on the chair, the boy remembered that 4 years had passed since then and realized that his father had referred only to his wife's chronic illnesses and had carefully avoided this conversation. There were still traces of nails on the steps. The young man asked what he felt when he threw out his mother. Creons clutched his robe. The prince said that he knew that his father had let go of his mother's hand and even married an enemy for the second time for the sake of the nation's well-being. The man asked his son not to blame this woman for all mortal sins. The magician scratched his head and said that he was not interested in his youthful romances. Putting his hands in his pockets, Davy thought that even after 1,000 years this did not give him peace and asked if his father really did not feel anything when Alisat called him on her deathbed. The girl died with tears in her eyes. Davy dreamed only of knowing the true feelings of this man. The king looked up and offered to take the throne. The boy sat silently opposite him. The monarch explained that he had failed to succeed because he lacked both knowledge and strength, adding that this title did not open all doors for a person. The young man tensely pursed his lips when the ruler asked him to hold his breath and gather strength so that no one could stand in his way. Creons frowned sternly and said that this was all he needed. The prince lowered his head. White flowers bloomed. The magician realized that his father had not yet completely forgotten his mother. Menacingly knitting his eyebrows, Davy mentally called him unreliable and said that children usually follow in their parents' footsteps. But he did not want to abandon his family for the sake of the country. The man turned away. Davy declared that he would choose another path with great joy. The boy slammed his hand on the table and reminded that there were many who wanted to take the king's place. The young man headed for the exit and asked his father to first clean and polish the place well in order to give it to someone else. The prince declared that he would never accept him and left the office. There was no one in the corridor. Footsteps were heard. Berserk, sitting on her friend's shoulder, called him very impulsive. The mage replied that it was necessary. A light was shining under the ceiling. The demon queen asked if his comrade noticed what she noticed. Davy confirmed this and decided that it still did not change. Walking along the corridor, Davy said that he did not see everything and thought that he did not need more. Evening came. The guy said that he was going to sleep and asked the butler not to let anyone in. The tulle flooded in the wind. The young man went out onto the balcony and wanted to know how deep the rabbit hole was. The light was on in the Black Moon estate. someone shouted that Sherry had gone missing. The man standing in front of the boss's desk said that she had disappeared without a trace, and a group of mercenaries that were under her command had also recently disappeared. The guild master frowned in displeasure. His accomplice said that they had failed in the assassination attempt on the king's children. The stranger sitting by the window laughed at the fact that even an A-class secret agent from the main headquarters was no good. The man smirked and explained that the woman was mysterious, and that it was impossible to find out anything about her, and asked if that was not alarming. Clutching the nuts in his hand, the scoundrel said that she had not even been able to kill some children, and added that now they should take the chance to show everyone the real A-class Black Moon. Heading towards the exit, the assassin promised to bring the prince's heads and asked his boss to just wait for him. The broken shell fell to the floor. The servant asked if they should really let him go, sitting at the table. The guild master gave his permission and thought that pride would lead this man to the grave. There were many skeletons around Sherry. In fact, the girl was one of the top masters who were far superior to Class A. The woman narrowed her eyes angrily. Everyone felt the threat that emanated from her on an instinctive level. Covering his head with his hands, the man was surprised that someone of her level failed the mission and disappeared, and stated that everything was not going according to plan. He looked up and decided that they needed to sort things out and get out of here as soon as possible. The villain raised his hand in front of him and wondered why no one was responding. The villain gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad for him. The criminal jumped out of his chair and realized that something was wrong. Something flashed next to him. A voice asked him not to move. His accomplice immediately collapsed to the floor. Someone pinned the guild leader to the table. The stranger opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that the person in front of him was not a vampire. The man opened his mouth wide and called for the guards. However, everyone, including the Class A secret agent, were unconscious. The villain's eyes widened in fear. The intruder stated that he could scream as much as he wanted because no one would come to his aid. Being pinned to the table, the villain realized that he couldn't move and asked who sent him. Looking up, the criminal assumed that it was the Ruxo or Karsha guild, but then realized that even they wouldn't risk attacking the Black Moon early in the morning. The intruder lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he wanted to live. The guild leader looked around tensely. The stranger asked him to provide him with all the information he needed. The light illuminated the bookshelves. The man assumed that the man was their client and explained that if he wanted information, he could just go through all the necessary procedures. The intruder stated that this information would not be sold to him. The intruder smirked when the villain promised to tell him anything. The stranger let him go and said that he didn't need much. The villain rubbed his hands tensely. There was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The intruder asked to give him a list of the names and surnames of the aristocrats who served the authoritative duchy and the entire book with records of their dirty deeds. The criminal opened his mouth wide and asked what it meant. The stranger assumed that the duchy was collecting dirt on them for blackmail, and that all the data was stored here. The intruder put his finger to the temple of the guild leader. It was as if a guillotine appeared above him. The man's eyes widened and decided that this was a master assassin. The invader, standing behind him, asked if he didn't understand the first time. The stranger, who turned out to be Davy, grinned and said that he had a talent for recognizing lies, so lying was pointless. Tears fell on the table. The villain thought that in such a tiny country, a master assassin could not appear. Holding his hand to the back of his head, Davy asked what he decided. Scrolls fell to the floor. Sitting on the roof, the boy noticed that there was both false information and intentional gaps and assumed that they hid all the information in another guild. Preserk put her hand to her chin and understood why her friend called it a rabbit hole. The boy explained that if they dug up all the information, then the aristocracy could be destroyed. The girl smiled and said that then a bloody wind would blow. The prince raised his eyebrows and said that he will not kill absolutely everyone because at least a drop of nobility must remain in him. On the chessboards tonight, no matter how strong the aristocracy is, it must have opponents. The knight who dedicated his life to serving Ali Sad held a helmet in his hands. He was one of the 3 current sword masters of the Ron Kingdom. Vaeltra studied the document in amazement. The Marquis ran out of the office and asked who was in his office just now. The sun was shining on the mansion. Now the duchy would destroy the nobles it ruled with its own hands. The mage stood on the balcony. The woman asked if they really had a concept of a night guest today. He asked where she learned such words. Davy bowed his head when the devil wanted to ask him one question. Berserk smiled and asked what his wish was. Looking at the moon, Davy asked if she really liked what she already knew so much. The girl explained that she wanted to hear the answer from him. The guy raised his hand and said that he wanted to start a family, live in satiety and warmth without worries, and be healthy. Lights were burning in the houses of the night city. Falling into her friend's arms, the woman stated that this did not seem like the desire of a member of the royal family, and asked if his current life was any different. The devil wiped away the tears that appeared from her laughter. The young man decided that his companion could understand. Looking ahead, the prince said that he would soon leave the palace and suggested that there was definitely a piece of land in the kingdom for a member of the royal family, where he could earn money and not worry about anything else. The moon was shining over the city. The mage said that he needed to organize something special and asked what about the most developed city on the continent. Berserk asked what about revenge. The stars twinkled above the palace. Davy explained that revenge is a process, not a goal, because life should not be focused only on it. The girl flew up to him and asked if it wouldn't be quicker to inherit the royal throne and change the country. Davy replied that kings weren't supposed to have comforts and entertainment. The boy spread his arms and said that a landowner must definitely have loopholes. The young man smiled and concluded that he could create a place to return to. An image of a prosperous city appeared in his head. Banners hung on the walls. Someone said that receiving the stigma was a source of pride and great happiness for the entire country. Barriet opened her fan. She smirked and asked why they didn't reward their son for such an achievement. Sitting on the throne, the queen told him that he had already been given land and suggested that sending him to these lands would be an additional help to the kingdom. The people standing aside were surprised by her unexpected behavior. The woman closed her eyes. The noblewoman frowned and thought that she really didn't like all of this. The noblewoman pictured Sherry and the stigma on her son's back and decided that she couldn't just make her son look like a man and lock him up after the assassination attempt. She folded her fan and realized that now was not the time to think about such things. Barriet gritted her teeth and remembered that the secret guilds that kept the duchy's information had been attacked the night before, and that a single man had destroyed them early that morning. A knife appeared in her hand. The man fell to his knees and told her that he was a top-level assassin who was thirsty for revenge. The mansion was dark and the villain shouted that there was no secret agent in this country who could deal with him. The queen pressed her fan and wondered what information he had managed to take. The woman placed her hand on the handle of the throne and realized that if this data fell into his hands, a rebellion would begin. Phaeltrus frowned sternly. Leaning back on the throne, the noblewoman decided that it could be his doing and thought about the fact that she had no irrefutable evidence. But her intuition had saved her more than once. People gathered in the palace. The noblewoman concluded that the princess protector and the person who had arranged all this were one and the same person and realized that she needed to get rid of extra eyes. Barriet frowned menacingly and realized that she needed to get rid of the prince legally since it would not be possible to organize murder and imprisonment. The queen looked at her husband. She smirked and thought about what to say if her husband did not agree to send their son to another land. The woman's eyes widened in shock when Creon agreed with her. Lowering his head, the king explained that the prince, who was not the heir to the throne, should not stay in the palace for too long and offered to resolve this issue immediately. The man raised his hand and asked the chief chamberlain to call him here. Sitting next to him, the noblewoman wondered what her husband was thinking. Davy entered the hall. Davy stopped in front of the throne and assumed that his father considered him a walking bomb and decided that he could no longer stay in the palace. The monarch looked down and asked him to develop the lands granted to him and make them proud of him. The boy closed his eyes and promised to fulfill his will. Berserk, sitting on his shoulder, realized that the ruler was afraid that his son would go too far. The boy thought that she did not need to remind him of this again. Looking ahead, the demon queen said that he did not notice anything anyway. The prince decided that he was planning to leave anyway even without his order, because there was nothing holding him here anymore. Creons and Barriet were sitting on the thrones. The mage assumed that they thought the same thing and realized that he already had them on the hook. Davy stated that he would leave as soon as he was ready. The girl looked up and warned him that because of his actions, a huge number of lives could go out. Frowning, Davy decided to leave if it would help the kingdom and realized that before the next succession to the throne, he needed to organize reforms. There were many people in the throne room. The guy did not want his brother to inherit all this dirt, and to prevent this from happening, he needed an opportunity to crush the enemy. The young man left the palace. The prince looked up when someone called out to him. Varys put his hands on his shoulders and asked why he was leaving. Smiling, the mage said that he wanted to leave the palace himself and asked his siblings not to worry, because he had a stigma. The boy frowned in disappointment. Winry grabbed her brother's hand. The princess looked at him sadly and promised to help him if he suddenly felt bad. Davy closed his eyes and explained that although the lands of Hines were considered desolate, there were people living there too. Davy stroked his sister's head and promised to arrange everything in the best possible way and invite them to visit. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. The guy gave the cloak to his maid and asked her to go to the treasury and the land managers and bring him documents about the lands of Hines. Amy asked what documents he needed first. Winking at her, the young man answered that he needed all the data without exception and explained that they would gladly give her everything. After that, the prince turned around and walked away. Priest, sitting on his shoulder, repeated his words from his past life about how victory is inevitable if you know your enemy. The demon queen closed her eyes and said that she liked it very much. The mage asked what exactly she was talking about. The woman lowered her hand and said that it excited her. The devil spread her wings and explained that her friend possessed serious strength and skills, but still did not cross the line of arrogance. Davy smiled awkwardly and asked if this was something like vicarious satisfaction. Priest leaned on her hand and said that her life, unlike his, was rather passive. Rising above his head, the demon queen was surprised that she had become an example of vicarious satisfaction and declared that she would soon become his admirer. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. Davy smiled back and decided that this was an honor for his family. Folders with documents fell on the table. The guy was surprised that his assistant dealt with them so quickly. The young man pointed to the scrolls and asked if this was all. Amy answered that this was all the remaining information about the lands of Hines. The prince took the documents in his hand and realized that he should not expect anything else from such a remote place. The mage lowered his gaze. The woman flew up to the documents and asked where they should start. The she-devil put her hand to her chin and read that it was cursed land. Priest looked back and said that her friend was very lucky. Sitting at the table, Davy only laughed awkwardly. In front of the horse lay sacks and barrels. Amy was talking to the man who was helping to carry things. Davy put his hands on his belt and said that he had no knights or nobles who would swear allegiance to him. The guy narrowed his eyes and called himself a dervish. Failed trees knelt before him and greeted him. While the servants were busy packing, the Marquis said that he had heard rumors that His Highness was leaving. The young man explained that it was better for him to leave the palace, since he had no rights to the inheritance. The prince closed his eyes when the man said that he could still become an heir and replied that this was not a fact yet. The old man looked at him suspiciously. A smile appeared on his face. The knight said that his young friend had grown a lot and that the previous queen would have been proud of him. Clouds floated above the trees. Standing next to his comrade, the magician explained that he was only an irreverent son to the mother. The sword master said that, based on his words, the one person who could not protect Her Majesty, the place is in the ground. Davy gave him a sly look and said that this was not true at all. Failed Trees looked ahead confidently. Davy learned that all this time he had been quietly collecting evidence of the guilt of the one who was behind the murder of his mother. Marquis turned to him and promised to help if he suddenly had any difficulties. The guy smiled and explained that real chaos would begin if the person who remained neutral suddenly began to help him. The man closed his eyes and said that his oath could be considered an empty sound if he did not do at least this. The young man smiled and promised to make those lands habitable. The old man silently watched him go. The prince asked him to do what was necessary, because he wanted to finally deal with the aristocrats who were eating away at their country. The magician grinned, thinking that he would be able to hammer the last nail into their coffin, and said that they had a lot of work ahead. The device with many rims flickered. The carriage drove through the forest. Davy remembered that the lands of Hines were not that far from the capital, so they did not even have time to get bored. Priest was sleeping peacefully on his knee. Looking at her, Davy decided that she could be called a sleeping beauty, and realized that they had been together for quite a long time. The Demon Queen closed her eyes and asked him not to move. Drowsiness was one of her traits. The guy assumed that the whole thing was because the power of her immortal body was still too weak. The young man smiled and asked what he would get in return. The girl promised to honor his thighs, which were hard and comfortable enough for a comfortable sleep. The prince covered her, and said that she was very lucky. The driver looked out the window and said that they would soon arrive at the destination. The carriage and carts were driving through the desert. There were only sand dunes ahead, there were no mines or rivers, and there were also monster habitats nearby. A map of the continent appeared. This territory was at a fork that led to the Holy Country, so it had the potential to become an important trade route. Stone mountains were visible outside the window. Hines was called the Cursed Land because there was an eternal drought. The magician raised his eyebrows and thought about the lands that were completely normal 10 years ago, had completely dried out over the past 5 years for an unknown reason. Davy put his hand to the window. A terrain status window appeared in the desert, questioning whether the curse could be lifted. Davy smiled nervously and wondered why this godlike question marks so much. Berserk crawled out from under the blanket and asked if it was a curse. Leaning on her hand, the Demon Queen said that among the area curses, there is a spreading type, and explained that such curses begin with one intermediary. The boy looked at his hand and said that he did not expect that there would be remnants of black magic here. The girl guessed that one of the inhabitants of this land once touched the intermediary. Raising his hand, the boy used third-level purification and decided that this land had suffered so much because of someone's ignorance. His hand caught fire. The woman warned that it would not be easy. The devil stood on her friend's shoulder and explained that a curse that has lasted for so long is difficult to dispel. The prince lay down on the seat. Berserk asked if most of this land was like this. Looking at the ceiling, the mage thought that there was little understanding of black magic on the continent at the moment, because after the disappearance of the sorcerers, such curses were lost in the past. The boys looked up when the driver shouted that the lands of Hines began here. The carriage drove up to the fortress. Its walls were almost destroyed. The guards were holding spears in their hands. Davy looked out the window and said that there was real chaos here. The knight approached the guard. Davy decided that he should be glad that there were guards here at all. There were mountains near the fortress. It was a very good place for monsters to live, and without guards, these lands could be considered lost. While the palace representative was arguing with a local resident, the guy got out of the carriage and said that he had not yet received the official powers of the owner of these lands. The young man put his hands in his pockets and asked his companion not to be so rude. The prince smiled when he was greeted. The man fell to his knees and said that they were late for the meeting. His wounded hands were shaking. The mage raised his eyebrows in surprise. There was a rack of weapons and things lying nearby. Davy stopped and asked when the news of their arrival came. The warrior clenched his teeth and said that they learned about it 2 days ago. His fingers continued to tremble. Davy looked away and assumed that they were then attacked by monsters. The guard's eyes widened in surprise and confirmed this. The boy raised his eyebrows and decided that they should put the problem with the curse aside for a while and deal with the goblins first. Manhwa looked away and told them that he had been entrusted with the duties of the captain of the vigilantes and the management of these lands. After looking at his status window, the young man stated that in order to manage the lands, one must be able to read. The man said that he was already doing it. The warrior bowed his head before His Highness. The prince asked him to continue to try. Looking at the warriors, the magician praised them for their good work and promoted them to the royal guard. The guard opened his mouth in surprise when Davy explained that the former commander of the guard would help him with training. Davy put his hand on his shoulder and said that his abilities would be quite enough for hiring. The guards stared at him in amazement. The guy promised to give him an appropriate position if he improved his skills. The young man smiled and stated that this was his principle. Holding the documents in his hands, the prince explained that he saw traces on the way here. Sitting at the table, he realized that the goblins had even invaded the fortress and asked how they managed to break through. The captain of the vigilantes explained that the squad members were tired and badly injured due to the continuous attacks. The mage looked away and asked about the damage. Davy looked out the window. Manhwa replied that about a dozen residential buildings were set on fire and most of the inhabitants were kidnapped. There were barricades of furniture in the streets. Davy asked about the situation in the city. The man replied that there would be enough food until winter. The guy thoughtfully scratched his chin. The warrior explained that this year was quite a lean harvest. The young man wondered what to do with the property from the palace. Priest landed on the documents and said that it would hardly last for 2 years, even excluding the cost of repairing the castle and the fortress wall. The demon queen smiled when the prince offered her to become his secretary, but refused. The girl leaned against his thigh and said that otherwise she would have to sleep less. A bag fell on the table. A coin fell out. The warrior looked at the bag and realized that there were about 100 gold coins in it. The magician asked him to buy all the necessary goods and food. Amy raised her eyebrows in surprise and tried to object. Smiling widely, Davy said that this was well-deserved money and thought about how rightly he took it from the secret guilds. The woman lay down on his lap and said that stealing is never fair. Bernil put his hand to his chest and said that he would go with them. The servant frowned and promised to prepare everything necessary in 3 days. Davy put his hand on the table and suggested getting down to business right away. The captain of the warriors raised his eyebrows in surprise when the guy asked to gather all the warriors and free knights to protect the lands. People gathered in the square. The young man explained that the faster they saved the residents, the better. The prince smiled and thanked everyone for gathering here. The locals listened attentively. The magician reported that there had been a goblin attack the previous night and explained that there were brave men willing to go after them, and there were those who were afraid and wanted to hide. Standing behind the lectern, Davy declared that they could not allow the monsters to continue coming here, and promised not to leave a single invader alive. The man raised his hand and shouted that fighting them with the remaining number of people was suicide. Davy looked around and asked if they really wanted to allow the monsters to continue to invade the fortress. The locals said that this was the last squad of vigilantes on this land. The guy smiled broadly and said that they had a chance to win, because he would also take part. The people gritted their teeth in displeasure. The system windows above their heads warned that they doubted. The young man realized that he was considered too arrogant and inexperienced. Standing on the platform, the prince reminded everyone that he was the lord of this land and called them his family. The mage smiled and said that he would never let them die. The locals looked at him in surprise as Davy asked them to believe in his god's mark. The man's brows furrowed tensely. Davy asked his subjects to consider him a bloodthirsty lord and follow him. Grinning, the boy stated that they all wanted to fight for their lives and urged the people not to even think about dying without his permission. Silence reigned in the square full of locals. An ominous aura enveloped the demonic forest. The warriors walked forward. They held weapons in their hands. Persek asked what her friend was going to do with it. The young man realized that, given their fatigue and lack of skills, going against the goblins was pure suicide. The prince smiled and remembered that they had about 150 men and said that a direct attack was impossible. The demon queen called him too frivolous. Continuing to walk forward, the mage said that this was enough. He raised his eyebrows and explained that he would handle it himself. The girl said that she liked his energy. The soldier pointed forward and said that they had arrived. The goblins had captured a small settlement. The warrior explained that there was a large part of them behind the ridge of the mountain. Davy, with his mouth open in surprise, realized that they were looking at an abandoned village and wondered if the orcs and goblins were not enemies. Mamado approached him and told him that there was a village without a leader and that monsters had been gathering here lately. The archer gritted his teeth and remembered his friend. Davy put his hand on his shoulder and assumed that he was very annoyed. The guards looked up when the boy asked if they wanted to get even with the goblins. The boy stood in front of them and asked if they wanted to avenge their departed comrades. The boys unanimously confirmed this. The guards looked sternly at their leader. The prince was surprised that they were so angry for people who were not even blood relatives to them. The magician pulled the bowstring and decided that he had chosen the perfect land for himself. The lord released the bowstring and the arrow flew forward. The monster at that moment turned away. The monster opened its mouth in confusion when the arrow pierced the head of its fellow. The beer mug fell into the fire. A fire broke out behind the trees. The soldiers said that they could not attack directly. Davy asked them to remember that he does not allow anyone to die. The warriors opened their mouths in fear. The goblins rushed around the fire in horror. Raising his hand to his forehead, Davy saw that he had hit the target and thought that even if the shot seemed spontaneous at first glance, it was far from true. The warriors turned pale. The boy remembered that usually the right tactic was to fight with a guerrilla approach and prepare traps. But he did not want to strain himself unnecessarily. Looking ahead, the young man decided that they had nothing to fear. A bright glow appeared around him. The soldiers' mouths opened in surprise when the prince wanted to give his first order. He raised his hand. Light enveloped the warriors' bodies thanks to the buffs placed on them. Berserk asked if her friend really wanted to use everything at once, smirking. The mage said that he was going to cosplay as a genius saint and realized that they still did not know what kind of magic it was. The warriors looked at their hands in amazement. One of them widened his eyes in shock. A Pegasus flew over the heroes, marking the area where the buffs would be effective. The Lord smiled and thought that buffs of this level were rare. Davy introduced the priest and realized that even the holy knights of Baal Shas could not do this, because a saint could only control the 7th level of a circle by reaching the level of a leader. The soldiers furrowed their brows in determination. Davy allowed them to release all their accumulated rage. The guy narrowed his eyes slightly and said that he had wanted to do this for a long time. The demon queen asked what they were talking about. The young man grinned. The warriors rushed to attack at the leader's command. The girl frowned awkwardly. The goblins jumped forward. The prince thought that the squad members were waiting for a chance to take revenge on them. The monsters that were hit fell to the ground. The squad member smiled widely. The residents of Hyan sparkled with crazy eyes, wanting to kill all the enemies. The monsters ran out to meet them. The boy cut off the head of one of them. The soldier looked at the bloody sword in surprise. Holding the arrow in his hand, the mage noticed that his subordinates were completely delighted and decided that in just a second the battle had turned into a one-sided beating. The wounded warrior fell to the ground and dropped his spear. The Lord put his hand on his wound and applied healing. A bright glow appeared around the warrior. Davy explained that the sacred power does not make them invincible. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. Davy reminded them that he did not allow them to die. The warriors rushed into battle so as not to disappoint him. The boy promised to personally take care of the wounded when they returned. Smiling, the young man realized that this was the madness of the berserker and noted that the goblins looked like pathetic victims. The warrior cut the air with his sword. The boys began to rejoice when all the monsters were dead. The prince climbed onto the roof and asked if it was all over. The mage smiled awkwardly when his subordinates began to praise him. Berserk said that he was completely unable to control his facial expression. Standing on the roof, the Lord asked if his hands were okay. The demon queen confirmed it. Davy clapped his hands and asked his comrades not to rejoice too soon. Davy frowned and ordered them to find the captured villagers. The soldiers came forward. The boy thought that he had hoped to simultaneously cultivate in them the proper feelings of contradiction and awe. The warriors looked at him with admiration. Walking in front of the enthusiastic crowd, the young man decided that something had gone wrong. Birds took off over the forest when loud cries of warriors were heard from it. One of them flew past the sun. The tip of the spear flashed. Sitting at the fortress, the boy asked if it was okay for their leader to go on the next attack with only 10 men. The man closed his eyes, remembering that their new lord had just recently passed his coming-of-age ceremony, and said that they could expect unnecessary deaths due to his overconfidence. Jimmy turned away inside. The guard's mouth dropped open in surprise when he was asked to remove the palisade. The prince approached him, and the soldier announced his return. The guard stared at him in shock, unable to believe that he had managed to destroy the remaining goblins with such a small force. The mage entered the fortress, and the people immediately began to greet him. Davy smiled awkwardly and thought that from the outside it might seem like he had hypnotized them. The villagers' eyes widened in surprise, and Davy decided that he had tried to act only sensibly. Berserk raised her hand and said that her friends seemed to have drugged them, and the boy asked her to be quiet. The young man appeared before the people and reported that there were still many goblin settlements. Opening his mouth wide, the prince said that they would periodically clean them up, and explained that most of the residents would stay here to protect the lands. A crowd of warriors gathered in front of him. The magician ordered them to disperse and realized that in a couple of days everything should return to normal. The soldiers smiled happily. The Lord mentally called them a little peculiar. Davy closed his eyes and sighed with relief. Clouds floated above the fortress. The city dweller surrounded Davy, calling him a saint. The guy squinted his eyes with displeasure and thought about how everyone began to cherish him. The young man put his hand to his head and realized that he regretted his earlier decision for the first time since waking up. The people looked at the sky, and the prince was able to secure their trust. Looking out the window, the mage thought that many might wonder what it meant if he was the highest ranking here. But Astria, who taught him the art of the spear, always told him the same thing. The northern king held a trident in his hands, asking his student not to forget that he had people at his disposal, not cattle, and that a dictatorship could not last long, so he needed to make people follow him. The lord took a sip from his mug and remembered that he had not taught politics, but he still agreed with his sayings. Flying up to the scrolls, Berserk realized that these were materials on the lands of Haines and asked what was going on here. Davy narrowed his eyes and asked her opinion. The demon queen called it nothing but sadness. The sun was shining over the city. The girl assumed that if the curse was removed, the place could be brought to a tolerable state in 5 years, and then it would take another 20 years to bring everything to perfection. Sitting at the table, Davy asked if her prediction was related to her abilities. The woman denied it. The devil put her hand to her chest and asked if her friend wanted to hear her own opinion on the situation. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was listening to her carefully. Holding a book in her hand, Berserk explained that there was no shipping channel in these lands, so they could not count on supplies, and that due to crop failure, food supplies were almost exhausted, and livestock farming was in clear decline. Coins rained down from the sky. The demon queen added that the gold they received from the secret guilds was only a temporary remedy, so the most serious problem now was capital. After looking at the book, the young man said that there would be no profit from this land and asked how long ago his companion had this power. The girl answered that lifting light objects into the air was her maximum. Her eyes sparkled when the prince said that there were a couple of ways to deal with money, and the woman asked him to tell her about them. The mage smiled awkwardly as she flew up to him. Remembering the joyful warriors, the lord explained that there were many young people among them, and suggested that they could focus on this and survive by hunting monsters. The devil called it the worst solution. Introducing fruits and root vegetables, Davy added that the second way is to breed special products, and said that with the current state of the lands, this will not be easy to do. Davy imagined how people exchange a diamond for corn, and said that another way is foreign trade. Berserk bowed her head, asking who needs to trade with them, and reminded them that they do not even have any goods. The guy said that they do not necessarily have to trade with people. Standing by the window, the young man decided to first explore the lands. The prince smiled and thought that he should start with this. Ahead was an endless desert. The mage squinted and said that he had dreamed of becoming a landowner for many years, but now all he had at his disposal was a wasteland. Walking through the desert, the lord remembered that there used to be agriculture here. But then the original owners of the land gave up their ownership and left the city. There were rocks ahead. Davy decided that somewhere here there might be a middleman who cast the curse, and was upset that he could not use the Holy Land again. Squinting, Davy realized that there could not be a caldera's level of sacred power storage that could replenish it, and wondered if he should ask the island for help. The girl frowned sternly. The guy remembered that she seemed very self-confident when it came to the art of the hare's sword, and wondered what would happen if he asked her to borrow the divine sword. Flying behind him, the demon queen advised him not to do so. The young man stopped, and said that they had no other choice. The prince shrugged his shoulders and reminded that someone had been acting up lately, and begging to use him. A mark appeared in the air. The magician explained that he had someone who wanted to be pulled out. The lord put his hand on the ground and said that his time had come. A magic circle for fixing the curse appeared on the ground. The girl looked around in surprise and said that she had never seen such magic before. Davy remembered that the creator of this magic was from another continent. Davy put his hands on his belt and thought that curse magic was created from many formulas and man arrangements, which were programmed into the code. The precious artifacts began to shine. The guy realized that the dark magician either borrowed the power of various sources or spent a lot of time installing the curse, and this magic could decipher the mana formula. The young man smiled, and the woman realized that with her help it was possible to find out the conditions of the curse and find the intermediary. A code of many numbers appeared in front of them. The prince put his hand on them and decided to start deciphering. Suddenly the magician shuddered. The devil crossed her arms over her chest and was indignant that she did not understand anything. The Lord looked at the code and asked if this was really a curse. Berserk asked if he had really managed to find something. Davy's eyes widened in surprise and explained that it looked more like an automatic greenhouse than a curse. Electrical circuits rose into the sky. Cacti grew near the rocks to the east. The boundaries of the outer lands were for some reason marked very clearly. Looking at the sky, Davy said that the intermediaries were located so that only the lands of Hinds were inside and noted that they were all close to the borderline. The Demon Queen flew up to him and asked him to get down to business. The guy explained that natural phenomena related to climate and drought were observed throughout the territory, but they were deliberately fixed in a specific area. The girl put her palms together and realized that the curse contributed to the lack of rain and the death of the land. Walking through the desert, the young man explained that he managed to decipher only one effect of the curse, and this is the preservation of a certain situation. The sun was shining in the sky. The prince thought that the curse becomes really dangerous if this effect lasts for a long time in a certain area. There were rocks nearby. The magician realized that he did not know who and for what purpose cast this curse, but he managed to achieve success in ruining the lands of Hinds. The Lord looked at the mountains and said that they had come. Davy imagined himself cutting through the waves on a surfboard and decided that if all this could be controlled and edited, then he would be able to turn this place into a real tourist paradise. Lightning appeared in the air. Davy saw ruins in front of him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy was surprised that there could be something like that in this rocky area, and noticed that, judging by the architecture, all this was built before the Great War. There were many columns ahead. Pryzerk asked if this was the work of dark mage. The boy decided that they hardly knew about the existence of this place, and said that it was suspicious that an ancient curse was activated nearby. The Demon Queen noticed that it was quite quiet. The prince looked at the statue and said that such places usually have a guardian. Suddenly, the stone golem came to life. The mage was indignant at having brought trouble on himself with his own words. A precious stone shimmered in the forehead of the monster. Looking at it, the girl realized that it was a golem, and was surprised that instead of a core, it had a devil stone. 3 monsters approached the heroes. The woman warned her friend that they probably had unusual skills, and the Lord asked her not to worry about it. The devil raised her eyebrows in surprise when Davy said that he smelled the smell and asked what it was about. At the same moment, the golem hit the ground with his fist. Davy jumped into the air and bounced off his hand. The guy grabbed the opponent's head and swung his hand. He tried to get the precious stone. The young man snatched it and joyfully shouted that it was the smell of money. The fortress wall of Hinds was covered with cracks. Freeman yawned widely and said that peacetime was truly wonderful. Gordon asked if it was okay that their lord went to inspect the lands behind the castle. Walking along the wall, the man explained that the prince would figure everything out himself, and reminded him of what he did just a few days ago. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. No one expected the magician to be so good at everything. People were trying to escape from the fire while the nobles were watching them. The kingdom of Ron was now ruled by the aristocracy, so the lands of Hinds were never visited by people from the ruling elite, but those who were looking for some means of livelihood often wandered here. The fortress walls were almost destroyed. The only thing the kingdom did for the locals was reduce taxes. Since then these lands were abandoned to their fate. Davy looked around. Everything changed when he was sent here. People gathered on the streets of the city. They thought that Davy was exiled here after failing in the struggle for power, and thought that in such conditions he would start to take out his anger on the inhabitants. Freeman closed his eyes and thought that in reality, there was nothing they could do about it. There were barricades on the streets. The most they cared about was the continuous attacks of the goblins, and the rest seemed not so important. The monsters left behind human corpses. One day they broke into the citadel and kidnapped the locals. A tent for the wounded was erected in the city. The warriors could not go to the enemy's lair to save the kidnapped. When their situation began to seem completely hopeless, the guy arrived in the city. There was a smile on his face. No one knew what to expect from him. Mamada bowed before him. Among the warriors there were already those who were ready to risk their lives and oppose the young man. The soldiers nervously squeezed their spears in their hands. The prince was sitting in his office. He managed to calmly reconnoiter the situation. The warriors went to attack the monsters. Having learned about the attack, the magician gave them the opportunity to take revenge. The locals opened their mouths in surprise. The new lord showed them a miracle of salvation. Davy stood at the pulpit. All the people were saved by his words and power. Davy narrowed his eyes in displeasure when people called him a saint. The townspeople gathered at the palace. The boy did not know that he had become above their god, although for such a thing one could easily be convicted of blasphemy. But this did not stop anyone. A clear sky hung over the city. People began to believe in their savior more than in their patron god. Sitting on a board hanging by the wall, Gordon said that it was wonderful that they had dealt with the goblins. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if they could hope for a bright future for these lands. People were busy rebuilding the walls. Most of the land had long since weathered due to drought. The earth had cracked. This was reflected even on the outskirts of the citadel, where it only occasionally rained. Mages studied the city. Researchers who came here, priests and alchemists quickly left, having achieved nothing. In their opinion, the people were powerless. A sprout broke through the ground. Standing by the wall, Freeman explained that they could do nothing about it, since the heavens were already so angry that even rain did not fall. The plant sprouted in the middle of the desert. Gordon realized that if everything dried up, then this could be considered the real end. A magic crystal appeared against the background of the lake, which was a clot of natural refined concentrate of mana. Such a crystal outweighed the mana stone, even at the same size. Davy broke through the stone. Davy wiped his forehead and sighed in relief. The guy waved his hand and said that it was hard. Berserk asked him to review the meaning of the word hard in his dictionary. Standing in front of a pile of magic stones, the young man asked how much they were worth, and thought that this was only a small part of them and that the ruins must be full of such stones. The crystals shone. They can bring the owner several hundred platinum coins. The prince narrowed his eyes slyly. The demon queen advised him to think it through well first. A green glow was visible under the ceiling. The magician approached the giant magic crystal. Sparks were coming from it. The girl said that this was the core of the curse. Smiling nervously, the Lord realized that he should not go outside under any circumstances, and assumed that hundreds of countries would start a war to take possession of it. Davy looked at his reflection in the crystal in surprise. Davy put his hand on it, and said that if it were possible to use the mana concentrated in it, then it would be possible to use the magic of the ninth circle without problems. The guy summoned a magic circle in front of him. A binary circle appeared in front of him. He concluded that the encryption here was much more serious than the one outside. Standing on his head, the woman was surprised that someone spent so much effort to simply drain this land. The young man assumed that something special was hidden in it. Looking at the flickering numbers, the devil asked if it could be fixed. The prince looked up and explained that it would not be easy, but if they found the pattern, editing would be possible. The mage raised his hand and suggested that this was what they needed. Suddenly, a cluster of red energy appeared around him. Streams of mana began to rush along the ceiling. There was a flash, and the red light turned green. The heroes looked around. Standing in front of the magic crystal, the Lord concluded that they had succeeded. Berserk smiled and asked what he had changed. The stones were covered with a cloak. Davy explained that he had poured out some water to deal with the drought that had been going on here for several years. Davy lifted the cloak and said that too much water had accumulated. Drops of water hit the fortress wall. Freeman and Gordon looked up at the sky. It began to rain. The townspeople gazed in shock as the rain turned into a downpour. Drops fell on a sprout. Candles were burning in the office. Someone shouted that the situation in the country was alarming. The nobleman frowned and said that their situation was extremely bad. A luxurious chandelier hung above the table. The nobleman put his hand to his chin and explained that now it was only a matter of time before the ruling elites split into factions. The man covered his face with a fan and said that they had no way to stop him from using this evidence. Sitting at the table, the stranger explained that everything was very serious, because all the lower nobles who had been repressed seemed to be waiting for this moment. He gritted his teeth and added that political opponents who had been hiding until now were starting to crawl out of their holes. His colleague asked what about the queen. Leaning on his hand, the nobleman asked if the prince had not received the stigmata and was indignant that he was just a youth who did not even know how to control the sacred power. There was a mark on the boy's back, and the nobleman assumed that his position in such a dangerous place was a sign of his infirmity. The man raised his hand, reminding them that the Holy Land was already on their side, and asked if they would acknowledge him. The man clasped his hands and remained silent as his companion explained that the queen was wasting too much energy on this boy with no power or influence, when they should be wasting their energy on the king and the marquis. Someone ordered him to be quiet, and Radha smirked and claimed that those were not his own words, but that everyone else was saying so. His hand shook. The duke next to him said that they should not sow discord among their own ranks. The nobleman frowned menacingly and said that they were obliged to face him and fight. The nobleman narrowed his eyes and asked if the others agreed. The man turned to him and confirmed his words. Holding a cup of tea, the scoundrel said that they needed to figure out how to get the secret information back. He took a sip and explained that by now they should be ready even for a civil war. The duke gave his colleague a stern look. The marquis said that they would begin preparations. The nobleman frowned and asked him to prepare quietly, so that not a single word about this would leak out. The people gathered in the study. The nobleman decided that they were treating the prince too frivolously. The man put his hands on the table and thought that his intuition, which had helped him for decades in his work as a chancellor, was simply screaming. Looking at the reflection in the tea, the scoundrel realized that this young man definitely had something. The duke headed for the carriage and decided that as soon as the prince had a strong support and influence, they would be in trouble. The nobleman climbed the steps. Sitting in the carriage, the nobleman assumed that the boy would not be able to do anything with the lands of Haines and asked the coachman to go to the estate. The villain imagined the endless deserts and thought that the situation worse than there had never been and would never be, and that even the soothsayers of the entire continent could not find out anything. The carriage drove through the forest. The duke wondered what a child could do in the wasteland, where it did not even rain. The clouds thickened in the sky. It was pouring rain over the city. The locals went outside to look at it. Mamadou opened his mouth in surprise and asked what happened here. Berserk smiled. Davy said that it took them an extremely long time to get to the last ruins. Holding a magic crystal in his hands, Davy asked how many more days were needed before he could start farming. The demon queen asked if he could really find out with the help of the devil stone, lying on the couch. The guy confirmed this and explained that the crystal contains information about the current situation. The young man imagined a map of the mountain and thought that by connecting with the demonic stones placed in each area, he could check the state of the territory at any time. The prince imagined a desert and remembered that he could remotely control the distribution of mana and change the weather, but it was a little dangerous. The magician smiled broadly and concluded that laziness is the engine of progress. The girl called him crazy since he managed to do all this. There was a briefcase with demonic stones on the floor. The lord turned over on his stomach and suggested waiting until the lands were restored. A bird flew over the dead trees a week later. People came out into the street. They gathered behind the fortress wall. Davy scratched his cheek and noticed that there were quite a lot of them. The old man showed him his muscles and said that they can't just watch their leader work. Davy said that this work would be very hard and advised him not to do it. The guy turned to the crowd and asked them to get used to it. The young man smiled and stated that their task for today was very simple. The prince pointed to the land that the knights had plowed and explained that they needed to cultivate it. Monetta's eyes widened in surprise. The mage gave them 3 days for the task and asked his subjects not to work if they were tired. Standing in front of the crowd, the lord explained that the payment would depend on how many hours they worked and promised that he would not hold back the money or make them work at night. The captain of the warriors raised his hand and explained that they would not be able to cultivate such a large area in just 3 days. Davy crossed his arms over his chest and reminded them that this land had previously been used for agriculture. Smiling, the locals commented on his arrogant tone. Closing his eyes, the man said that he remembered very well how their leader saved the citizens and defeated the goblins, and declared that this was too much. Suddenly, a bright light lit up his face. Halos appeared above the people's heads, giving them a boost. The soldiers' mouths dropped open in shock. Suddenly, his eyebrows rose. A golden glow enveloped the bodies of the villagers thanks to the enhancement spell. Davy smiled broadly and promised to show them a new era of swinging a hoe. The boy closed his eyes and thought about how he could put a territorial increase in the effectiveness of buffs if he had calderas. Prizerk asked what he took the holy sword for. Manmoto approached the leader and asked what they should sow these fields with. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man asked what should be done to make the poor land rich quickly, and remembered that there were only 2 ways to make money quickly. The prince imagined the precious stones and realized that they either needed to produce a lot of goods or trade in something rare, but these 2 methods could be combined. The demon queen sat on his shoulder and guessed what they were talking about. An image of a field of moon grass appeared in the mage's head. The captain of the warriors stared at him in surprise. The lord spread his arms and declared that they would grow moon grass throughout this entire territory. This plant was impossible to grow on the eastern continent due to difficult weather conditions. On the western continent, moon grass was highly valued. The magic tower and the alchemy school bought it at high prices. They needed it for potions. Everyone tried to snatch the plant with their hands. Its crazy price for a small amount did not bother anyone. Moon grass was a real non-competitive product. Manmoto, standing to the side, addressed Davy saying that the moon grass does not grow in such a climate. The guy replied saying that the heavens are favorable to him, so they will have a tropical climate here. The man froze in shock. Davy, stepping forward, said that they only had to find a place where forest vegetarians live. Leaves rushed under the elf's ear. The girl looked at the open window. The events take us to the elf's house. A lonely figure approached the house. Yuria, putting her hand to her chest, told the guests that she learned of his visit from the call of the spirits. Medes, taking off his hood, greeted the girl and apologized for his sudden visit. The head of the local elves raised her hand inviting her inside and said that she was always glad to see her teacher. On the table, one could see prepared mugs and a teapot. Medes picked up a cup of tea and said that he had recently had a dream. Then he put the mug of tea on the table. The elf closed her eyes and asked what kind of dream it was that he had set off on such a long journey in such a hurry. The girl poured tea into the cup. The elf did not move. Medes did not answer right away, thinking about the answer. Looking at the girl opposite him, he said that he had dreamed that the curse of the spirits had fallen on this forest. The head of the local elves froze. Smiling, she said that he had told her a long time ago that the spirits obey the laws of nature, logical and natural. Frowning slightly, Medes tried to object. He closed his eyes, saying that the forest was drying out. Looking at the surrounding rocks, he said that this forest was wrong. Imagining the world tree, Medes invited the girl to return with him to their homeland. Yuria touched the teapot, saying that now her homeland was here, but for the tree she was now a stranger. The girl's teacher clenched his fists. Looking at the neighboring houses through the window, Yuria offered to take the rest of the elves with them, because they were not cursed by the spirits. Medes jumped up and screamed saying that she could die if she stayed here. The girl closed her eyes and said that this was just a law of nature. Then she opened her eyes. Yuria smiled looking at her teacher. Looking at the trees she said that you can never know everything for sure. Suddenly someone will save this place. When the breeze ruffled the girl's hair she said that the wind was very pleasant. Medes took a sip of tea. Then his student asked if he liked the tea. The man spat out all the tea when Yuria said that this time she tried some cricket wings. Medes closed his eyes and grabbed his head. Looking at the smiling girl, he mentally said that for a second he forgot why even among her fellow tribesmen she is considered an outcast and crazy. Yuria closed her eyes enjoying the breeze. Davy walked across a deserted field. Prizerk appeared on the guy's shoulder and said that it was simply amazing. Shaking her head and looking around, she said that she did not expect that elves would settle in this forest. Elves were an extremely small race. According to the annals, due to a terrible catastrophe, the elves began to hide. Because of this, many began to doubt that they even existed. Davy raised his hand and said that he was just damn lucky, because when they attacked the goblins, he noticed several spirit observers, and since a spirit similar to an elf appeared, then there must be an elf there. Flying next to Davy, Prizerk said that she would not like to meet elves. Her hands hung down when she said that she did not like these scrupulous long-haired boars. The guy smiled saying that he agreed with her. The god of bows, Apollon, was the elves' disgrace. One image from Davy's memories was enough for Prizerk not to have the slightest desire to approach him. Soon the pair approached the elven forest. The deer spirits immediately approached Davy. Davy stroked the spirit, saying that the local fauna was mostly very sensitive to spiritual closeness. Looking at the deer spirit, Davy said that he liked these spirits more than ordinary elves. The guy clenched his fist, remembering how he was thrown into a fiery pit for the sake of getting closer to the fire element. Uriana laughed all the time. She was the queen of spirits, a girl who made a contract with 13 people. She was also Davy's teacher in spirit control. Berserk crossed her arms over her chest, offended, saying that he had not even made a contract, and the spirit was already so friendly with him. She lowered her hands and said that he even had spirit mana, which was too much. Davy continued to admire the surroundings while Berserk asked him how they would find the moon grass. Davy opened his mouth in amazement. The small spirit placed the moon grass in the guy's hand, and the guy immediately thanked him. The girl became angry when she saw Davy caressing the spirit. She was angry at the absurdity of the situation. Soon, Davy saw a clearing of moon grass. He entered the garden of the moon goddess. Looking at the spirit in front of him, the guy thanked him. Berserk smiled and said that there was a lot of moon grass, enough to plant the entire field. She froze and was puzzled when she saw something. Davy raised his hand, standing in the middle of the field. Spirit mana accumulated above his hand, which was the basis for summoning spirits. Streams of mana began to swirl around the guy. He knew that the difference in damage of the summoners depended only on the degree of closeness with the spirits, so for him, the summoning should be easy. Davy grinned. He could summon almost any spirit. Of course, it would be difficult to summon the king of spirits, but he was an exception. Berserk flew up to the guy and asked him if he really wanted to make a contract with the spirit. Davy looked at the beautiful garden and said that the name of the garden made it clear that it was directly related to the spirits. Pointing to the moon grass, he said that if he took the flowers that restrained the power of the spirits without permission, he would have to face trouble. Closing his eyes, he told the girl not to say anything and just watch. Mana accumulated near the guy's mouth. He raised his head and spoke in the language of the spirits. A wave of mana spread throughout the garden, transmitting Davy's voice. Water shot up. Fire formed right in the air. Particles of the 4 elements formed near Davy. The guy smiled and spoke in the language of the spirits again. Davy waved his hand Berserk, saying that they were given permission to take the moon grass, so they better take some before the elves come. Flying up to Davy, the girl asked where he had lost all his courage. The guy answered saying that he preferred to avoid unnecessary stress. After Davy squatted down, Medes, meanwhile, froze with his eyes wide open. Uriah, who was sitting opposite him, saw how Davy had gained the trust of many spirits. He was even allowed into the garden, and the guy had not performed any ritual and did not promise anything in return. The elves saw how Davy was sitting in the garden. She saw a man, a young man. She grinned mentally, saying that the garden of the moon goddess is the sacred territory of the elves. But now a man and his spirit companion are there. Opening her eyes, she tried to understand what she should do. Looking at the cup near the teacher, she tried to understand how she could tell him about this incredible sight. A smile did not leave her face. Medes frowned and asked Uriah what was bothering her soul. The man shuddered in horror when the girl asked him why he didn't drink tea. Looking at the cup of tea, Uriah mentally said that she had put her whole soul into this tea for the sake of the teacher. After she found the body of this grasshopper, she tore off its wings and dried them for more than a week. Smiling nervously, Medes said that he just had a stomach ache. Surprised and raising her hand, the head of the elves said that this was a real problem, and she had just recently developed a special diet menu. Medes immediately objected, saying that everything was not so bad for him. The man waved his hands, saying that her care was enough for him, but mentally he said that the problem was that her stomach would digest anything, as long as it was edible and nutritious. Medes stood in shock as Uriah asked if there was a chance that a human would deceive the elven gaze and enter the garden of the moon where he would commune with the spirits of nature, or that the great being would awaken from his slumber. The girl became serious and stopped smiling and began to wait for an answer. Medes, looking at her, realized that this was not a joke. He looked at the sky, saying that the second would probably happen, because a lot of time had passed since the disappearance of the dragons, and although now they are considered legends of the past, they definitely exist. Pointing to the mug of tea, the elf said that he could not say such a thing about a person capable of such a thing. Closing his eyes, he said that sometimes there are special cases in the human family, but not so much as to see the spirits of nature, because they, whose nature is closer to the primordial chaos, are much closer to nature. Uriah grinned. Looking at the sky, she said that she would soon need to leave the village for a short time. Medes widened his eyes in shock when the girl said that she seemed to have found him. Turning to the teacher, she said that she had found a way to save the village. At this time, Devi's workers worked with smiles on their faces. Devi asked Manhwa, who was standing nearby, to explain why the amount of work that should have taken 3 days was finished in a quarter of a day. The man answered by saying that they had become a little more determined after receiving his favor. Devi smiled mentally, saying that there was nothing to be done, and it was profitable in the long run. But now they had worked at a loss. Looking at the couple in the distance, he mentally said that when he mobilized the warriors and they began to plant moonflower seedlings, a strange rumor spread throughout the territory. People looked at the hill and tried to understand what the Lord was planting, whether it would grow. Devi was lying on the couch reading a book. He knew that moonflowers grow slowly, from 4 to 5 months. Manhwa, dejected and raising his eyebrows, asked the Lord, asking him if he was sure of this, because he did not have anything to cultivate moon grass. Remembering the appearance of the flower, he said that the leaves on it were already starting to dry out. Devi looked at the window and told him to wait because it would rain soon. A few days later, the servants' cries of alarm were heard in the castle. The sun was scorching much hotter that day, which worried everyone. Suddenly, clouds gathered in the sky and it began to rain. Devi, holding a crystal in his hand, made everyone remain in the dark about how everything turned out this way. The events take us to the hall of a luxurious mansion 4 months later. Many people in the hall were shocked and discussing how one of the cities in a small country was able to grow moon grass. The girl grinned when her interlocutor asked her which lord allowed such an absurd experiment on his land. The girl replied by saying that the Lord himself had organized this experiment. An old man with a cane in his hand entered the hall. Looking at the group of people at the table, he asked if scientists had been walking in a line in the land of Haines 5 years ago because of a curse. The guy raised his hand and said that news was slow to reach their tower, but it had been raining on this cursed land lately. The lady raised her teacup and said that a wasteland was still a wasteland, and it would take at least 10 years for the land to become suitable for farming. Many people in the hall agreed with her, saying that the prince had simply gone mad. The guy with glasses next to the old man turned to him, saying that the first prince was possible. The old man winked at the student and extended his finger, saying that news actually reached them much faster than they did. Elson walked forward and said that interesting things were happening in the east and a trip that would do him good. Jules froze with his eyes wide open. A delicate color lay on the petals. The entire land was strewn with flowers. In just an instant the wasteland, on which there was nothing, turned into a huge flower field surrounded by a palisade. Devi looked at the result of the work with love. There were few healthy plants that could be used for the next seedlings, so everything almost ended up going to zero, but there were many more leaves suitable for the market. Amy tiredly scratched her head and looked at the leaf. She reported that they currently have about 20,000 leaves in the warehouses, 10,000 of which will be selected. The guy looked at his friend and thought that based on the current quotation, the cost of 4 leaves is 100 gold. A rain of coins began to rain in his head. 10,000 leaves at cost will go for 250,000 gold, and this is about 5,000 platinum coins. The prince introduced the peasant family and added that to understand how much this is. On 1 gold a peasant family can live for half a month, modestly, but for 4 or 5 gold you can already live in luxury. The leaves hung over his head. The young man said that it was incredible. The demoness lay on his shoulder and noted that when all this was sold, life would become more interesting. The owner agreed. He runs moon grass growing businesses very openly, which cannot be said about the demonic stones that he hides. People gathered in the hall. As planned, rumors spread throughout the continent about the greenhorn who had accomplished the impossible, and in their eyes he had long been a rare idiot, not worth an ounce of attention. Thanks to this, everything went smoothly and without outside interference. The devil smiled and noted that people would not fall for such a trick twice, so it was necessary to prepare the initial capital. The master looked at the blooming garden, and the preparation was complete. Davy proudly looked at the plants. He offered to turn the continent upside down. He felt a pleasant smell, the smell of money. Ships arrived at the port. Moon grass would be delivered to the continent only twice a year. They had a large amount, but it was not enough to go equally to both the western and eastern continents. But this is the main raw material for magical and alchemical catalysts. And the herb is also used as an ingredient for potions by priests, so the appearance of a new supplier could not but please people. Large caravans arrived in the city. That was not all. Along with the news of the supply of moon grass, another rumor spread. People worriedly discussed the fact that the lord who pulled out the moon grass had fallen ill with fatigue. Davy was lying in bed and reading a book. He said that the ghost of wealth had stuck to him, so he needed to be more careful. The hero imagined a falling graph. It often happened at the price of a product. The demand for which exceeded the supply fell due to increasing supply. He imagined a pile of grass. He understood that if he just thoughtlessly distributed it in unlimited quantities, then, of course, even the moon grass would instantly become cheap. The young man smiled contentedly and read a book. He asked who needed it. He was certainly not going to exhaust his only body for the sake of such charity. Many people gathered at the gates of the mansion. Amy looked at the gentleman and told him that they wanted to see him. Davy said that these were the most agile buyers. After the news spread, the lands of Haynes had become so noisy in just a few days. People crowded at the iron gates. Only 200 people lived here, and trade guilds of neighboring countries and representatives of magic towers came here. From alchemists to priests, such a crowd that there was no room to swing an apple. What to do? The prince smiled carelessly and laid down on the bed. He said that he was sick and the servant should tell the people that he had not yet recovered and could not go out. The girl said that she did so, but they were wondering if they could at least inspect the goods. The boy smiled tiredly and complained about how stubborn the buyers were. Everyone gathered in his office. The hero sat down at the table and suggested sorting everything out in order. The mustachioed merchant wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, and the gentleman asked how they were doing with public order. The man replied that everyone was very busy and there were not enough hands. Everyone looked at each other. The old man said that too many people had come and it was very difficult to keep track of everyone. The second man said that the picture was the same with paperwork. Clear instructions were still not written down. Many were confused and did not understand what to do in such chaos. The lord looked at him and ordered to drive away everyone who seemed even slightly suspicious. The man asked if he was sure. The young man answered that it was better to do this than if something serious happened. He understood that he was still the main one here, and he was not obliged to enter into the position of every person he met. He looked at the sheet of paper with the report. The hero decided that everything should be done in a soft form, so as not to fall for their hostile provocations. He asked how they were doing with housing issues. Mamada presented the new houses and said that they had repaired them and had already settled everyone, but there was still not enough room for the guests. Davy smiled at Brunel and gave the order to take the previously purchased tents, bring them to a more or less bearable condition and sell them. The price could be made higher. The old man replied that he would do this right away. Everyone left the office. The captain stopped. He was asked to stay for a second. A bottle was placed on the table. The gentleman smiled sweetly, folded his hands together, and said that they needed to discuss something. Night fell. The vigilante returned to the base, and they began to meet him. The man tiredly went upstairs. His subordinates offered to have a drink with them, but the captain refused and said that later. In the room, he fell onto the bed. His body was too heavy. The man lay face down on the pillow. In the morning he had guard training. In the afternoon he had to supervise public order, and lately he often went to administration lessons with his personal maid. There was so much work that he couldn't peck the chickens. Tears flowed from his eyes. Mamada had never been so busy in his life. He turned towards the door. His subordinates said that he had a visitor. A stranger in the cloak entered the room and asked to excuse him. The man with a monocle took off his hood and introduced himself as a 4th-level expert of the Green Magic Tower of Hallis. Both sat down at the table. The gentleman could only imagine how many people came to them. He apologized for the inconvenience. Hallis smiled and said that so many people flocked to such a small territory, but they had it here. Surprisingly, calmly, he heard that when their lord was sent here, he defended their lands alone. Mamada looked at the alcohol in the glass. The guest said that the hero appointed the captain to his post. He called him a very brave man, because the prince definitely knows what he is doing. The mustachioed man noticed how much flattery was pouring in his direction. He looked at the guest and asked what brought him. He replied that he urgently needed to see the lord. The tower expert coughed into his fist and clarified that the entrance to the Lord's residence was closed, so he could not get through. Is there a way to meet him? The captain looked at him carefully. He said that it would be difficult because the Lord was ill. Hallis smiled. He said that trade was important, but the health of my Lord was more important. He understood everything perfectly. But suddenly he took a bag from under his cloak. He explained that the green tower was not in the best position either. There was a bag of jewelry on the table. The guest asked if they could somehow come to an agreement. The captain's eyes suddenly opened. He frowned and said that he does not take bribes. The tower expert laughed and said that it was just a small gift, nothing more. He assured that he could be trusted. The warrior froze. Hallis said that he just wanted to get along with the commander of the guard. Mamada pulled the bag towards himself and said that he was not one to accept such things. The alien replied that he knew this very well. But how could he ignore such a knight? The mustachioed man bent over the wealth. Gold coins and stones glittered in the candlelight. The man frowned. He remembered Davy, who pointed to his bottle. Daylight illuminated the room. Davy said that their opponents were various organizations. He looked at the man and said that they were all probably very annoyed that they could not meet with him, so the next target would be him, as his most accessible subordinate. The hero smiled and said that they would offer him a bribe or start intimidating him. The blonde listened intently as his boss said that he was to pick out the authoritarians and write down their names and take all the bribes. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when Davy told him to pretend he couldn't help himself and show them this. The bottle sparkled when the guy said it was treated with magic, 100 gold for one case. The brunette folded his arms and said that he wasn't giving it to him to trade with, but just showed it to him unobtrusively so that rumors would spread. The subordinate looked at him in shock when the hero said that their goal was to increase the price of the product and make them stick around on their land for as long as possible. The merchant looked at the bottle in shock. The mustache man leaned over and said that it was a fully finished product and would soon go on sale. The man looked at it in surprise and thought that without a doubt this was a first-class product. He extended his hand and thought that if judged by efficiency alone, it would undoubtedly surpass the product from the Western continent by several times. The brunette smiled and said that excellent quality is immediately visible. The man spread his hand and said that the Lord personally worked on the cultivation. The merchant cleared his throat and said that it was a very valuable commodity. He introduced the Lord and thought that he was very determined for a 17-year-old since out of 20,000 they collect only half. A drop of excitement rolled down his cheek and he thought that he should not be underestimated. The blonde raised his hand and said that the Lord was going to put the goods up for auction, but he did not know all the details. The brunette raised his eyebrows and asked if they had the so-called right of priority. The interlocutors left the tavern. The merchant thanked him for the information and said that the Green Tower would later generously thank him for this. They shook hands in agreement. The merchant's carriage drove into the depths of the night city. The blonde stroked his mustache. He grabbed his heart and exclaimed that it really worked. After a while, Davy smiled and said that people were like that. Gold was omnipotent. The man beamed and said that it was amazing, thinking that he had simply casually arranged the circumstances so as to demonstrate the goods to wealthy clients. The subordinate put down the bags of gold and said that these were bribes from the Green Tower and other organizations. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks when Davy offered him to take it as a bonus to the guard. Because these were the fruits of his labor, he could use them honestly. The hero smiled and said that this gratitude was not needed. He had worked hard for his benefit. Therefore, he received a reward. Berserk appeared on his shoulder and asked if he could cope with large organizations. He answered that they would primarily interfere with each other. The people spread rumors and Davy said that they would be fully occupied with solving issues related to people who wanted to stay with them for a long time. The winds were blowing across the desert when he said that their lands would become the home of branches of many magic towers, alchemist factions, and trading alliances. The sun was shining on the city. Davy thought that they would kill two birds with one stone, both earn money and increase the population. Flowers were blooming in their fields when the hero decided that he was grateful for the daytime curse sent to drain and destroy the lands, because thanks to it, the moon flowers appeared. Night fell. The magician watched the crystal ball and said that this was all that was known about the Lord's adventures in the lands of Haines. Other magic towers were already actively discussing the amount of funds they planned to invest in this place. Ulis rubbed his lip and asked if their tower should open a branch here. He was told that he was being overly cautious, even after becoming an elder. The guy leaned forward and told the teacher that something was bothering him. Why did the Lord insist on an auction? The lights were running under the ceiling. The voice answered that the process of direct distribution requires large investments. But by selling independently, you can earn more money. Besides, he sells everything at a discount, the teacher asked. Does he really think that the hero deliberately underestimates the cost of the goods? The elder presented the castle and said that even if at first it is possible to sell expensively, since the price is not set, if they unite, then they will be able to trade at a price lower than the goods of the Western continent, which is why on the Western continent they trade not by auction, but directly. The old man smiled at the ball and said that the first prince of the kingdom is very smart. He presented the city and asked what is the population of these lands. The student assumed that about several hundred. Suddenly he twitched. The man said that the purchase can only be made in this territory. This is a chance to save as much investment as possible and develop the territory in the shortest possible time. He presented a map. The master said that wherever you go, it is difficult to find another city like this. In addition to the cities of the Wrong Kingdom, which would gather both large organizations like the Magic Tower and the Alchemist faction, as well as many trading groups, Helson added that the advantage of convenient transportation makes the lands of Haines an ideal place for a trading zone. Jules looked at the ball in amazement, and said that it was amazing. But if you buy goods from trading groups and then sell them again, the teacher clarified that this is why they do not increase the number of goods. The guy straightened up and looked ahead. Helen said that their goal is to stock up on as much money as possible for the short term for the future, and something else. The teacher introduced the prince, and said that even if he fails at something, he continues to act as if he has nothing to lose. Therefore, for him, growing moon grass is just the beginning, the elder asked. Does he really have something else to show? The old man smiled and replied that it was true, because if he felt it, most people with instinct would also notice it. And even if it was all a bluff, he still had nothing to lose. The ball emitted a steady light. Helen asked if the student now understood what kind of relationship he needed to maintain with this young man. He replied that he wanted to meet and talk to the hero once. The teacher smiled warmly and suggested that they try to at least set a date, because he would also like to meet this self-confident young man. Helen frowned. He imagined the girl on the shore. She asked if it was possible for a young man whose mana they did not sense at all to defeat a high-ranking vampire with one blow. She frowned. The wind ruffled her hair. She clutched the pendant and added that the hero used calderas without a contract. Then the prince claimed that they could not know everything about worldly affairs. But Helen looked at the night sky and replied that if this was not the sword god or his student, then this was completely impossible. He placed his hand on the fence and sighed. He looked at the stars and said that the circumstances were becoming clear one by one. The night sky was strewn with stars. The magician said that everything happens in a truly bizarre way. Day came. People crowded into the hero's office. As expected, there was an influx of requests for long-term residence and for the purchase of land owned by the prince. The gentlemen argued heatedly with each other, shouting all the time. Davy was lounging on the bed and offered the maid to arrange an auction for his lands. He ordered that they would sell at the highest price, so this was allowed. The lord's subordinates stood together. The old man asked what price to set the maximum, and the young man answered that the maximum possible price. The book lay on his face. Since ancient times it was said that the real rich man is the one who owns the land. The devious looked at him silently. He thought that trade is profitable if you reduce costs as much as possible. The demoness said that she still cannot get used to his insidious laughter. Davy picked up the book, and he was informed about the arrival of a letter. This letter was from the royal palace. The crowd gathered around the stage, and Amy announced the start of the bidding. The girl extended her hand, announced that the opening bid was 90 gold, and asked who would bid the most. The cloaked man raised his hand, and said 95. Hallis also raised his hand, and said 100 gold from the Green Tower. The alchemist clenched his fist, and said 110, adding that the Alchemy Academy was outbidding again. The man looked at the insolent man with anger, and the alchemist asked him to go easy, or they were getting purred before our eyes, To which the mage said, who was talking, hadn't they already exceeded the amount allowed by the faction? Pointing 2 fingers at him, the man declared that they were finished, and announced the amount of 130 gold. The cloaked man grabbed the mage by the chest, calling him a vile swindler, to which he retorted that they started it. Watching the fight begin, the girl thought that the atmosphere had become tense. She looked back at Brunel and said that the current bid was 130 gold, and if no one beat her in 3 seconds, the item would be sold for that amount. There was already a fight and swearing in the square when the host began to count. The magician honed to himself on the count of 2. Amy raised her hammer, about to finish the count, but then another hand went up. Holding a cup of tea, Davy was surprised that 150 was for the case. Brunel stood respectfully in front of the prince and explained to him that the alley trading group bought 5,000 on priority rights. He noted that this was not bad, and he himself remembered that due to the fact that Mamadou successfully prepared the ground, the competition at the auction was huge, the bidding was extremely profitable for them. And the empty houses were bought up for the same price as houses in the center of the capital. The young man smiled sweetly while the chief chamberlain told what and how he managed it. The remainder they sold in quantities from 500 to 1,000 at a price of 130 per case, thus distributing the goods among all organizations. And he noted that it was wonderful, noting to himself that the victory on all fronts was a stunning success. Amy looked at the notebook in surprise. At this rate, the annual income of the region would be about 1,005,000 gold. They would actually become the wealthiest region in the kingdom. Folding his arms across his chest, Davy said that they would continue to trade in moon grass, but would not increase the volume of goods. So he ordered them to clear the land for growing other crops and sell farmland to their residents. Introducing the scales, the prince thought that excess was bad. It was necessary to maintain a balance between supply and demand. Davy looked around at the interlocutors and asked Mamadou to discuss everything thoroughly with the Lord Chamberlain and get on with their tasks. For now it would be enough to fix the places that were completely unfit for habitation, and when he returned to do a major overhaul. The old man reported what they heard while the prince was recalling that a few days before the auction he had received a royal invitation. Presenting this envelope, the young man thought that the contents were predictable. He was praised for achievements never seen before in the kingdom, on the entire eastern continent, and a reward was prepared for his success and hard work. Davy stood near a burning fireplace. He was asked to return to the palace for a while. The guy stretched out his hands to the fire as soon as he received this invitation, stating that these old bastards call and drive away at their own will at any moment. Watching the letter burn in the fireplace, the young man assumed that they were tired of the constant struggle with Marquis Falgris, and they made a concession to catch their breath. The prince turned to the chief chamberlain and asked if it wasn't funny. Even if he was not the king, he could take the royal seal, put it on the letter, and bam, the letter was already as if it was from him. Scratching the back of his head, the young man admitted that he knew everything. He was just about to move on to the next step anyway. He looked out the window and announced that it was time to go. In any case, he needed to drop by one place on the way to the kingdom. He remembered the magnificent oak between the columns and Sert's words that he had created a secret dungeon under his last place of residence. Sharpening the blade, the blacksmith said that there was also a child there, which he did not have time to finish before he died. If one day the boy found this place, let him finish it himself. Davy scratched his head with his hammer as the man continued that the rest was up to him. He allowed them to take credit for his creation. He could sell it for crazy money. He didn't care. The blacksmith laughed when the other man was surprised that he was asked so easily, in case he screwed it up, and suggested that he just listen to the kid, screw it up. The prince's face turned cunning when the blacksmith said that he was a bigger perfectionist than him, and he thought that he had just been initiated into otaku by an otaku. Raising the blade, Sert promised that the boy would understand everything if he went there. Smiling, he asked him to finish his creation, and what to do next was up to him. The bell in the tower was ringing when Brunel asked His Highness if he was sure he didn't want to take someone with him. Sadly a horse, the young man objected that it was not his style, and thought that the chief chamberlain was already used to it. The old man only grinned and asked him to take care of himself. Davy climbed onto the horse and asked him to take care of Amy for him. She often went too far when she worked, so it was necessary to make sure that the girl had a rest from her studies, and the interlocutor replied that he would definitely. Remembering how hard the girl worked, the chief chamberlain noted that she really was a unique child, although she came from a noble house. But for a baron's daughter she was amazingly smart, and to be honest, it felt like he was teaching his granddaughter, so it was even fun. Smiling, looking at the old man, the hero thought that he was more pleased with the affection for his adopted granddaughter than with her training itself. The servants bowed to the master when he announced that he was leaving. The horse ran rhythmically along the road. Davy moved through the forest. Berserk looked up and asked if the other route would not be quicker. With a slight smile, the prince replied that he had somewhere else to stop first, and when asked where, he replied that it was a popular tourist area. The horse wagged its tail, and he explained to the young man that it was one of the few great Iranian landmarks, as well as a region in which many organizations work together to preserve and explore it. When the girl asked what he was doing in such a place, the hero smiled. Looking ahead, he replied that it was the hometown of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights, Surt. The queen flew off the boy's shoulder and asked if this was the Surt she thought of, and he suggested that since she was the daughter of hares, and the blacksmith was his close friend, they might have encountered each other. Recalling the sight of the ruins, Davy said that the legacy of this old man was here. He even said that he created it from the same materials that the divine sword Calderas was made of, and the demoness said that she was looking forward to seeing the legacy of the 1001 Nights. She looked at the boy in surprise when he admitted that the location was not the best for him. Looking at the clouds, the prince explained that even the mountains and rivers changed over time. This place was the homeland of Surt 1,000 years ago. There were people at the gate, and the young man added that it was now the home of Queen Linz. With a slight smile, he explained that it was the territory of the Bariata family, who were supposedly his enemies. Under the dark gazes of those present, the prince dismounted from his horse. Looking around the crowd, Davy noted that the atmosphere was quite tense. It seemed like the nobility was on edge. The line moved, the guards at the gate called the next one. The boy handed one of them his ID. The man looked at the sign thoughtfully, voicing the name of the free mercenary. Smiling confidently, the prince thought that he had to sweat a lot to get the identity of an Efrank mercenary, and this number would not work in places where they knew what he looked like. But here such problems did not arise. Closing his eyes, he remembered that in the end everything went smoothly. But suddenly the guard blocked the guy's way, and they demanded to go back. The young man's face reflected incomprehension. At this time the guard assumed that, apparently, he also came here to explore the recently discovered labyrinth. The man rudely pushed the hero away, demanding not to stick his nose where it didn't belong, and to get lost. The men sitting on the boxes behind the gate laughed. Davy glanced at them suspiciously, not understanding what the hell was going on. Davy sat down on a stone bench, and sighed tiredly. Looking at the line, the prince thought that no matter how much influence the family that owned this territory had, even for the lands of the Buriat family, this was worse than he could imagine. A stranger approached the young man and apologized. The old man sat down next to him and assumed that he was far away and did not know what was going on here. When Davy asked what exactly, he answered that it was nothing special. He pointed his finger at the guard and offered to take a look. The boy saw one of the merchants handing a bag of gold to the guard. The prince leaned forward, realizing that it was a fee, and called it bribery out loud, to which the interlocutor explained that it was always like that here. The guard at the gate called the next one, while the hero was thinking that several centuries had passed since the law on entry fees had been revised. But here entry fees were still charged. The old man stroked his beard, and noted that the look in the interlocutor's eyes had grown terribly cold. He put several coins in the young man's palm, and told him to take them and give them to them in order to pass. The magician looked at the old man in surprise, and he added that it was not enough, but it should have been enough for him alone. He asked him to just take them and not get involved in unnecessary fights. Looking sadly at the boy, the man said that he reminded him of his grandson, who remained in his homeland, and again offered to take them. The boy looked at him in confusion. Then he smiled, and he put the coins on the stone. He thanked the old man for his kind words, but asked him to save the money and give it to his grandson instead, and he asked, "What about him?" Heading back to the gate, the hero answered with a smile that he didn't think he needed them. The old man looked at the guy with fear. The guard looked at the boy with boredom, and was surprised that he hadn't left yet. Davy extended his hand and demanded that it be returned. The man looked angrily at the impudent man, who reminded him that entry duty was not collected from anyone except large caravans of both ordinary citizens and merchants, and collecting duty from citizens in other cases was illegal. The guards began to laugh. They asked what this runt was talking about, and what he would do to them. Without looking at the man, the prince said that he was giving a final warning before administering justice in accordance with the laws of this state. Looking up, the young man added that if they return all the money they had taken now, he would accept it as repentance, although he thought to himself that he himself was embarrassed by this scene. But whatever. The guards began to laugh again, suggesting that everyone take a look at this kid, while he thought that this was just a necessary process, similar to the Miranda rule. A blade was placed on the boy's shoulder, and he was called. The guard, grinning insolently, asked who he thought he was, and no one would even notice if he died here. Davy turned his head away from the blade, and asked if the scoundrels would continue to break the law, to which he was told that they and Duke Barriero were the law here. Squinting, the young man noticed that it was visible. The guard angrily shouted at the boy, when the old man approached him and apologized. Looking at the sword with fear, the old man noticed that he was pointing the sword at the child, to which the man advised him not to interfere. The old man's eyes widened. The scoundrel swung his sword at him, but the blade suddenly pointed upward. The weapon flew out of the guard's hands from the young man's foot, who declared that swinging a sword at a frail old man was low. While those present watched the flying weapon, the prince declared that extorting citizens' means of subsistence was theft of state funds. He extended his hand to the falling blade, and added that this was punishable. Catching the sword, he chopped off the guard's head in one motion, and finished the execution on the spot. The rest opened their mouths in shock when Davy added that all accomplices to such a crime were equally guilty. Putting his foot on the severed head, the young man demanded that things not be complicated and that the main one be brought right away. But the guards pointed their spears at the young man, calling him a sick bastard, and asking how he dared. Davy put his blade on his shoulder, and asked if they really wanted to pin an even more serious crime on themselves, although he admitted that he was guilty of forging an identity card. One of the villains rushed at the boy with the sword, and when he warned that they were now committing treason and condemning 3 generations of their families to persecution, he yelled, "What is he talking about?" Behind the insolent smile, the man did not immediately notice the stream of his own blood. His hand lay on the ground behind him. The villain saw his severed hand and yelled, and Davy threatened to chop off the head next. Leaning his sword into the ground, the young man reminded that he hated to repeat himself, and demanded that the leader be brought. The prince turned around when he heard the question of what was going on. A fat man in expensive clothes ran to the gate. The guards called him Viscount Gert, and he demanded to know who did all this. Something bounced off his stomach. A mithril certificate fell under the Viscount's feet, and the young man asked him to think carefully and not to jump to conclusions just because he had no guards with him. The fat man immediately fell to his knees and shouted that he was at His Highness's service, and the prince was glad that he was recognized. Looking at His Highness with horror, the Viscount begged him to have mercy on him, because their lands were on the verge of ruin. Davy looked at the fat man skeptically and asked if he was really talking about the lands of the 1001 Knights, recognized as a national treasure and visited by the Continental Alliance. Gertis stood up and said that His Highness was also wrong, because he had come secretly. No representative of the ruling dynasties could come wherever they wanted and administer the law indiscriminately. The guy folded his arms across his chest when he was accused of coming without a warrant, and this was an abuse of power, and asked if he really needed a warrant. The fat man pointed his finger at the hero and squealed that this was exactly it, and that Duke Barriet would not turn a blind eye to such things. The prince grinned and thought, so that's how he started singing. Having presented a map of the lands, he mentally assumed that if most of the lands were in the same situation, then even the inspectors ignored what was happening here, fearing reprisals. The Viscount smiled ingratiatingly and offered to discuss everything in his mansion, assuring that His Highness would not regret it. Looking away from the Viscount, the boy asked if he hadn't heard, and when asked what exactly, he replied that he was bloodthirsty. The blade struck the uncomprehending Gert in the throat before he could clarify what was being discussed. "Presirk, watching the massacre from the boy's shoulder, commented that those were laconic last words. The cart moved slowly along the road. The old man on the reins began the story with what had happened 10 years ago. Davy rode behind, and listened to how everything had been peaceful under Count Alisat, from the line of the previous queen. Imagining scenes from the past, the old man recalled that the expropriation had intensified since the pressure on refugees from the lands of Haines, and the people who supported the unfortunate were subjected to repression for this. Lowering his head, the narrator added that this was how he lost his son. The prince turned to the old man and concluded that he had behaved this way because he reminded him of his son, not his grandson, and he asked him to forgive such meanness to the little old man, and the young man did not understand what the meanness was. Approaching his companion, the hero assumed that judging by him, his son was probably also very correct, and when the old man objected that he was only inquisitive, he noted that this was also admirable, and he thanked his interlocutor. Soon they reached the stele, and the old man announced that they had arrived. The horses stopped, and the man announced that these were the ruins of the Arabian Nights, which were still popular in Balshasa. The interlocutor approached Devi and asked if he was sure that the incident with the Viscount would not hinder him, to which he replied that the Duke did not care about this place anyway. Pressing his hand to his chest, the old man thanked him for saving his life and avenging his son. He promised to never forget this favor. The youth smiled softly, and expressed his hope that the old man would not compromise his principles in the future. He bowed after the prince. Prisurk turned to wave goodbye to the old man and noted that the story was a little sad, to which the hero replied that everything would be fine in the future. Directing the horse towards the ruins, Davy added that he had a feeling that they had done something good, and the demoness agreed with him. Soon they approached the ruins. While the horse was grazing peacefully, the boy was climbing the steps. At the top, he looked around, while his companion was bored below. The magician looked at the majestic ancient buildings in amazement. Making notes in a notebook, the boy muttered under his breath. Watching him, the queen noticed that although it was strange to say such a thing, everything here had been dug up long ago. She doubted that it was possible to find anything else here. Looking up, the prince replied that at first glance it really did seem that it was impossible. Looking at the columns, the young man muttered, from the 1st to the 7th form, from the 23rd to the 11th. The girl looked into the notebook and asked what it was, and the hero replied that it was a password. The queen looked at the boy in surprise, asking again, but he said that he had found it. Smiling, Davy looked back and concluded that the structure of the ruins were its constituent parts. Putting the notebook in his pocket, Davy explained that from above, a certain pattern could be noticed. Looking at the arch, the prince remembered that in his hands was a code that Surt had personally created in ancient times. Although in the past there were a couple of people who knew it, now only he knows about it. Pointing his finger at the center of the ruins and thinking that it would be more accurate to say that because of the way it was disguised, no one else could find it, he said what the password pointed to. Coming closer, the young man announced that the entrance was in the central anvil. Placing his palm on what he was looking for, the hero added that in order to enter, an even more special password was needed. From zeal, the guy stuck out his tongue and remembered that in his lifetime, Surt bequeathed that whoever found his legacy would become the rightful owner. A bright light flashed while Davy mentally asked who the hell, or what the blacksmith imagined himself to be some kind of pirate king. A passage opened beneath the anvil, and while the demoness rejoiced that it had opened, the prince thought that the man was an incredibly nasty old otaku, and suggested that they enter out loud. They descended into the corridor, and the young man noted that the dungeon was very deep, so there shouldn't have been much air here. The hero descended, and Berserk discovered that there was a magic circle here that neutralized the underground pressure, and moreover, it was made in such a way that it allowed air to flow here. But she added that the magicians who created the circle seemed to be crazy. Smiling softly, Davis remembered that if he hadn't met Surt, he might be sleeping forever now. The queen returned his smile when she heard this. Soon the researchers found themselves in a workshop. Looking around in surprise, Davy noted that it looked more like a living space than a dungeon. Remembering the image of Surt, the hero thought that he was considered a man who devoted his entire life to blacksmithing. Looking around the workshop, the prince remembered that after the death of Ayers, the blacksmith returned here and died, devoting the rest of his life to one craft. The young man went to the anvil, thinking that even if Surt himself was buried on the surface, all his belongings were kept here, untouched. In the corner of the room, on a pedestal, stood a locked chest. The hero frowned when the demoness noted that it looked like an altar, and assumed that the owner served some non-existent god of blacksmithing. A sudden gust of wind almost blew the friends away. Purple light began to spread from the chest. The girl covered her face with her hand, and when her companion said that it was from the chest, she noted that she had never seen someone's will embodied so dirty. A warning appeared above the chest. Davy moved forward, despite his friend's attempts to stop him. The Forge of 1001 Nights, a nickname given after the creation of the divine sword, when Surt pounded the hammer without rest for 1,000 days. But among the dwarves and hereditary craftsmen it was called differently, the Forge of the Devil. Unlike an ordinary craftsman, limiting himself to diligent work with a hammer on metal, Surt invested mana to go beyond this limit. The prince touched the chest, thinking, Surt was a great blacksmith who passed the line and surpassed even himself, and this was his legacy that he spoke of. The young man enveloped the chest with magical light. With a triumphant look, the magician opened the chest and announced that here they were, the scarlet nameless sword, cutting down the living, the blue nameless sword, cutting down the dead, and together they were twin swords that the blacksmith never managed to complete. Davy looked at the shining swords, and a notification appeared in front of him, which said that the name was currently missing. Their state was unfinished, the degree of completion was 90%, and the description said that this was the last legacy that the great blacksmith created, putting all his strength, mana and his own fading life into the work. It was not completed, so the abilities did not activate. His self did not exist, or it had not yet awakened. The guy suddenly focused on the very last line and repeated, His self did not exist, or it had not yet awakened. Berserk over his shoulder said, So in fact, all this noise came from them. To which Davy, smiling, replied, Yes, adding that he had assumed in advance. But this creation is very much in the style of Surt. A bright light spilled out in all directions, swords with an eagle, similar to Caldera's. The man on the edge of the cliff raised his sword to the sky. For Surt, the divine sword Caldera's was the most outstanding creation, but Caldera's was a sword created for the fencing technique and physique of its owner heirs. With these swords it was a different story. Davy did not take his eyes off the blades, continuing to speak, not taking the attention of the holder. The only creations that the genius craftsman Surt created only for himself. They were like two little girls, guys created to find their owner on their own. After these thoughts, the guy took the swords and said that a special item was received, one might say, returned, and Berserk said that they looked quite complete. Wiping the red blade, Davy answered, No. Closing one eye, he added that the final touches remained. Lowering his hands, he explained that they needed to find fire, but not ordinary, but hotter than hot. Having said this, he wrapped the weapons in a cloak. Throwing them over his shoulder, he explained that they needed a dwarf and fire. Muscular dwarves were working tirelessly in the forge. 2 bright moons were floating across the night sky, and Davy said that they had arrived. They stopped next to a man in a cloak, who told them to go straight along the avenue, and so they would come to the square, after which he wished them a safe journey to the capital. Davy smiled warmly, and thanked him for leading them. Together with the horse, he walked forward, adding that this was a call from the royal palace, after which he asked Berserk what she thought they were up to which she replied that he had a habit of asking about things that he himself knew perfectly well. She closed her eyes, with a wide smile on her face, adding that it looked like they wanted to reward him for his merits, as the letter said, and then asked if the truth wasn't obvious. The moon grass itself is a goose that lays golden eggs. In just 1 quarter he earned an amount that exceeded the kingdom's annual expenses. This time the taxes sent were a large amount. The gold coins created a small handful. The ugly hands reached out to Davy, and the girl continued to speak, so they planned to persuade him to nationalize the enterprise. In this case, the kingdom will become richer, or rather, the aristocrats of the kingdom. Looking at the guy, she asked if it was true that he himself assumed this, to which he turned away and grinned. They continued walking, while he said to himself that, frankly, he was a little annoyed that he had attracted so much attention from the entire continent. But that also meant that he had done something truly impressive, and for some reason, he was already tired of it. After a while, he walked along a spacious corridor of the castle. When he was greeted, the guy stopped in surprise. Not far from him stood Vespos, who said that he had grown a little in height. The old man did not take his eyes off the lord, adding that he had heard rumors that he had made a huge enterprise succeed on his lands. Davy bowed his head, closed his eyes, and said that it seemed that the heavens favored him. They had sent him a real gift. What can I say? After which he added that the atmosphere in the kingdom was tense. The corridors of the castle were empty, and Vespos answered that it was so, saying that, frankly speaking, the secret accounting book was made public. This enraged His Majesty, so a lot of the aristocrats involved and their workers were deprived of their titles and sentenced to death. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that this was very cruel, and the old man said that the king was already resting in his chambers, so the lord had better greet him tomorrow. Davy turned around and started to leave, answering that he was going to do it anyway, while saying in his head that everything went so smoothly, as if he had been patient, and finally exploded, although he had personally put a lot of information into the Marquis' hands. But without the king's participation, everything would not have happened so quickly. Thinking about this, he imagined a man in a long cloak in his head. Then, putting his hand on his hip, he frowned with displeasure and said to himself, it was in vain that he had bothered his head. Suddenly, the guy holding his hands on his chest mockingly asked who they had here. Davy stopped. He saw a familiar dark silhouette ahead in the corridor. There was a mocking smile on his face. Callus came out of the shadows and asked if this was Davy's brother. Seeing his brother, Davy looked at him coldly. Then he turned to Vespos and said that he needed to discuss something with his brother, so he could go, adding that it was fine, it was nothing. Callus kept his hand on his hip. All of the servants left the hallway, leaving the brothers alone. Callus folded his arms and said that 1 in 1,000 cases succeeded, and he already thought of himself as God knows what. He looked at his brother with mockery in his eyes and added that anyone would have managed, since even such a pathetic bastard managed to succeed, so he should not be stuck up, he was just lucky. Davy suddenly grinned, asking if he really came just for this. Was he really that jealous? And even he knew perfectly well how valuable his case was. Had he already heard enough about his inferiority? At this rate, he would never get out from under the queen's skirt. Hearing this, the prince froze in shock, and a smile disappeared from his face. Callus suddenly wanted to grab his brother by the lapels out of anger, but Davy unexpectedly slapped his hand away, saying that he was too arrogant. While he was holding his hand, Davy continued to say that those around him always fawned over him, so he lived in an illusion, but no one would follow such an empty-headed idiot. Proudly raising his head, he added that if a person was stupid and only had a spoon, then only ingenuity would save him. Hearing this, Callus rushed to attack with his fists, shouting and asking how dare he insult him. With a fist in his face, Davy looked away, saying to himself that if he had not been so stupid, he would not have shot him 6 years ago. His brother's fist flew straight into his face, and he added that he had barely thought about it, as he was already angry. Immediately after these thoughts, Davy threw his brother over his shoulder. Callus screamed in fear. There was a powerful blow, and even the floor shook. The prince was lying on the floor, and his brother asked him if he understood that spitting out such statements as if they were ordinary, he was thereby defaming the honor of His Majesty. Raising his leg, Davy added, at the slightest thing, he immediately squeals, "Bastard, bastard." Stopping his foot in front of his brother's face, he added, "Half of the blood flowing in his body belongs to the king of this country." Having said this, the boy stepped on Callus's chest. A few minutes later, the prince stood up heavily, and Davy asked him if it really hurt. Smiling maliciously, he added, "It hurts because it's youth." Having said this, he suddenly froze in bewilderment, after which he said that this is not at all appropriate. His brother turned to him with tears in his eyes, but before he could do anything, Davy gave him a powerful flick and told him to hold this in return. Callus flew back with his mouth wide open. Majestic arches rose to the ceiling, and Callus's painful scream was heard throughout the palace. The prince's hands were shaking with excitement. Putting his fingers to his bloody forehead, he asked in fear what he was doing. Davy, stretching out his hand, asked in response if he really wanted to do it again. Hearing this, Callus immediately ran away, shouting that they would still look, and his things, which he so confidently boasted about, would soon cease to be his. Davy watched his brother run away, and Berserk next to him asked if he really finished him off with a simple flick, to which he replied that it was not just a flick. An ominous smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he added that he did something. The girl looked at the guy in shock and told him to try not to smile like that anymore, because it looked creepy. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. A blush suddenly appeared on his face, and he, covering his mouth with his hand, asked himself if it was really that strange, adding that it was another bad habit, and it was better to restrain it. While Callus continued to run, Berserk asked what Davy did to him, to which he replied that he cast the worst curse in the world on him, which could not be removed even by magic. As soon as he said this, several hairs came off the prince's head. Hearing this, Berserk, resting her hand on her hip, asked in surprise the worst curse, "What is so terrible?" To which the guy, putting out his index finger, said that in addition, he gave him a gift. Resting his hand on his hip, he smiled widely, adding that they will enjoy the spectacle tomorrow in the hall. The next day, many people gathered in the hall. The nobles looked at each other, and shouted that the cultivation of the moon grass took 4 months. The profit for this period exceeded the annual expenditure of the kingdom, an amount that could immediately cover the cost of defense of the country. The kingdom of Ran, the meeting room. In the center sat the king and queen. Creon nervously massaged his temple. Berserk with his hand on his cheek looked at him, and said that they completely forgot about the owner of the enterprise under discussion, and were only talking among themselves. She drew attention to the fact that the marquis seat was empty, and added that among the royal faction, among the aristocracy, people greedy for power were visible. Lowering her hand, she sat on the shoulder of Davy, and asked what the future held for this country. When suddenly Davy, raising his hand to his chin, exclaimed that next time they would try the restaurant business, adding that in general the most profitable enterprises were the food and alcohol trade. He sat in his place and added that he was a newbie in this field, and it was a pity that there were no cooks among the heroes, and the girl said that he himself was far from ideal, since he wanted to look for a new income in the middle of this bedlam. Suddenly the king raised his hand and said enough. Spreading it to the side, he added that first it was necessary to reward Prince Davy, who brought such glory to the kingdom, after which he said that the guy was great, he was able to cope with such a serious matter without any help. Davy stood up from his place, and said that he was only doing what he had to. His father smiled, saying that his achievements could hardly be achieved in 10 years, so he should say what he wanted, and he would give him any reward. Davy, looking at the burning eyes of everyone present, said to himself that no matter what he asked, his request was unlikely to be granted, citing an infinite number of excuses. After a short pause, he turned his gaze to the king and said this is too great a reward, so if he has nothing in mind right now, he needs time to think about it. After saying this, he sat down in his seat, and Berserk said that it was wise. The noble began negotiations again, saying that it was necessary to support the development of the enterprise for the sake of the well-being of the country. Well, the others answered that it was limited, adding that since the moon grass brings in such a profit, any option will do. Hearing this, the girl on the guy's shoulder frowned in displeasure, and said that they were still continuing, to which he added that they were acting more impudently than he expected. When suddenly the man with glasses raised his head and said that first there was something that needed to be checked. It was Duke Barriot, the head of the aristocracy, who entered the conference room. Stopping, the man said that everyone was alarmed by the enterprise, and then asked, but shouldn't everything be probed from the very beginning? Standing at his place, he added that the subject of the current controversy, ways to use the moon grass to bring additional material aid to the kingdom, to which the man opposite him raised his hand in confusion and replied that this was true, this enterprise was truly innovative, and Davy told Berserk that he looked pretty good and seemed extremely influential. The man suddenly said that if the enterprises were used well, then, but the Duke, looking at him, interrupted him, asking why he did not take into account the opinion of His Highness Davy, who had made such a huge contribution, but planned how to transfer the enterprise to the state and dispose of it at his own discretion. The man raised his hand in confusion, not knowing what to answer, and the Duke again asked if his status was really higher than that of a member of the royal family. Then he looked at Marquis Ferundus and asked if they could use all his property for the benefit of their country, but he clenched his teeth in confusion. When the Duke said that this was precisely why the decision should remain with Lord His Highness Davy, and they had nothing to discuss here, the man lowered his head and said that he was stupid. Hearing this, Pryzerk raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was really helping him, to which Davy, looking away, asked if it really looked like that, adding that it looked like some kind of mockery to him. The Duke glared at those present and continued to say that if the company was forcibly imposed state status, it would be considered repression. No one would dare to do business after that, after which he asked Davy if this was true. Davy crossed his legs and asked. He didn't just want to say that. Then the man adjusted his glasses with a smile on his face and asked if it was really that noticeable, adding that it was. Frankly speaking, there was a more important matter, so he considered that reconciliation was necessary first. Putting his hand in his inside pocket, he asked for the attention of everyone present. From there he took out an envelope and said that this was a message from the High Priest of the sacred country of Belshaza. Davy, folding his hands, silently listened to the Duke. Opening the envelope, he said that they were asking for His Highness Davy to move to a sacred country to witness the appearance of his stigmata and transfer the title of saint to the prince. When suddenly one of those present could not restrain himself, and enraged slammed his fist on the table, shouting that this was absurd. The man jumped up from his seat and pointed his finger at the Duke, shouted that His Highness was first and foremost the prince of this country, and not an ordinary lord. Did they really want to send him to a sacred country? The count next to him laughed and spreading his hand to the side said that this was indeed a sacred country whose influence extends even to empires, a country serving the goddess Priya. So what's the problem? Count Rhonda, clenching his fist, angrily asked since when the kingdom of Rhone became a subordinate country of the sacred state. The prince himself, how is it different from Danny? To which the Duke laughed, saying that it was the first time he saw such a slow-witted person who could not see beyond his nose. As a friend in the light of day, Davy said that they made such a fuss because of him. Standing up from his seat, he added that the fact of the stigmative's appearance on him was confirmed, after which he asked if this was really why he should go to the sacred country. What would happen after granting him the title of saint? The sacred side would take the kingdom under its wing. The Duke lowered his head and replied that one should look at the forest, not the tree. The royal family bears the burden of great responsibility. He suddenly looked up at Davy and with a sly smile told him not to forget that nothing good would happen if you stroked the sacred country against its grain. Davy looked back at the man with eyes full of contempt. Suddenly, someone in the audience turned to the Duke and asked what would happen to the lands of Haines. Duke Bariata looked at the questioner and replied that unfortunately, if His Highness moved to the holy country and became a saint, the territory would be impossible to govern by law. As soon as those present in the hall heard this, their eyes lit up and smiles appeared on their faces. At that very moment, they began to jump up from their seats, shouting that they needed to quickly appoint a new lord, they needed to find a suitable candidate, and someone even suggested their adult son. Pryzerk frowned in displeasure, saying that they were doing some kind of nonsense, to which Davy, smiling, said that everything was turning out very interesting, simultaneously saying to himself that was why he could not allow the enterprise to become state-owned. The Duke, without sitting down on his chair, said that he wanted to say something else regarding this. Having introduced the lands of Haines, he said that they were now at a very important stage of development, even at the most important. For such an important post of lord you can't put just anyone. Turning his gaze to the king, the man added that this is why he dares to recommend the only suitable candidate for this role, the second prince, Collis. After these words, the brother of Davy entered the meeting room with a sly smile on his face. He sat down at the opposite wall from Davy, who was saying to himself that he knew it, to transfer the enterprise after privatization to the queen's son and his grandson, and the profit from the enterprise would definitely be appropriated by the Duchy of Bariera. That's his whole plan, in the end, even if he beats around the bush. But the essence of his aspirations is no different from the aspirations of the aristocrats who initially caused the fuss. Davy introduced Collis and all his relatives and added that this is what his words meant about him no longer being his. Collis stepped towards the king. He looked at his brother with a sinister smile on his face. Davy looked back at him coldly with raised eyebrows. Collis knelt down in front of his father. Davy did not take his eyes off him, standing to the side. When suddenly, Kalas raised his head and croaked. The hall fell silent from what he heard, and everyone stared at the prince in shock. A shocked cry was heard in the well-lit hall. The nobles began to talk among themselves, and Kalas continued to kneel. The king raised his head in displeasure. Everyone present opened their mouths in shock from what he saw. Only Devi, sitting to the side, laughed quietly. There was a red spot on the prince's face. His cheeks suddenly puffed out. When suddenly, raising his head, he cawed loudly, after which he squealed like a rooster. Everyone in the conference room was shocked from what he heard, from which their mouths dropped. Sir could not hold back and laughed at the top of her lungs. She waved her legs and arms, continuing to laugh, and Devi, folding his arms over his chest, said that she had a very violent reaction, but it was too early for that. Duke Bharyata jumped to his feet and shouted, asking what the prince was doing. What kind of jokes were these? But in response, Kalas only croaked, which made the man furious, gritting his teeth. The king could not hold back and slammed his hand on the table. Frightened Kalas, frowning, screamed, but all that came out was croaking, barking, and growling. His face turned pale from this. His father, raising his hand to his head, exclaimed that he did not want to hear anything. Waving his hand, he ordered him to get out, after which he called the guards, ordering them to immediately lock the second Prince Kalas in his chambers and let him repent for his actions until he orders him to be released. Kalas froze in place from what he heard. When the guards grabbed him by the shoulders, he screamed that everything was wrong, after which the cackle was heard again. He tried to turn to his father, but instead only barked, and the king, turning away from him, covered his face with his hand. The guy tried with all his might to break free from the hands of the guards, barking furiously. When suddenly his hat flew off his head, everyone present looked at the flying headdress. Suddenly, a bright light blinded the entire hall. Berserk covered her mouth with her hand from what she saw and exclaimed, "Really, in just a day like this?" Devi looked at the bright light, answering, "Yes, this is the most terrible curse." His brother's bald spot was shining. Losing his hair, Kalas fell to his knees, and Devi said to himself that now he really became sun-faced. The guy's headdress, covering this, lay on the floor. Not far from him lay the prince's blonde hair. After that, Devi, smiling widely, said that Kalas was not yet fit to rule the lands. Hearing this, Duke Bharyat turned sharply to the guy. Devi, closing his eyes, continued to smile. A massive chandelier hung from the ceiling. Devi, standing up from his seat, asked the duke when his position became higher than the king's. Hearing this, the man frowned and asked what His Highness was talking about, to which he replied that he would ask the question differently, after which he asked if this country really belonged to the duke. The man looked at Devi, answering, "No way," adding that he seemed to have misunderstood everything. Showing the message of the sacred side, he explained that he acted solely in the interests of the kingdom of Ran, to which Devi asked why he had a message from the sacred country, which even His Majesty had not seen. The duke did not know what to answer, and Devi, resting his hand on his hip, asked why he was talking the same nonsense as they were. Having said this, he turned his gaze to the counts present. When the man asked him to watch his words, Devi closed his eyes and quietly said that there is such an expression. The owner has not yet thought of selling the cow, and the other one is already by the horns. Hearing this, the duke raised his eyebrows and asked himself what cow, after which he said that they are now in the meeting room. What is all this for? When suddenly the guy pointed his finger at him and exclaimed, asking if this is really his decision regarding the subject of discussion. Lowering his hand, he clarified, probably selling a member of the royal family at the first request of the sacred country, taking advantage of the situation to monopolize the enterprise of the Haines lands. Adding that in his opinion, the duke is no different from other aristocrats. Hearing this, the man opened his mouth in shock. After a short pause, he frowned and asked how he then wanted to solve the problem with the sacred country, to which he, slightly lowering his head, replied that it was only necessary to settle this issue with the country itself. Hearing this, the king leaned towards his son and asked if he had really come up with something, to which he replied that there were people living in the sacred country too, and the high priest was also a person. A magic stone was placed on the table. After a while, it began to emit a bright light, and a guy's voice was heard, who said that the connection had been set up. The vicar was sitting on the other side and with a smile on his face said that he was the budget management department of the sacred country. Devi, resting his hand on his hip, with a smile on his face, said that he apologized for contacting him so unexpectedly, and then asked what decision His Most Holy Majesty had come to. When the Duke heard this, he angrily knit his brows, and the counts began to whisper, asking, "Sacred Majesty, really?" Davy proudly raised his head and said to himself, "This is there really, even if it is a country located on sacred territory, the same people live there, and they are also interested in business." Those present in the hall began to rise from their seats. Davy approached the magic stone, saying to himself that the high priest, who was part of the council of great elders, was more influential than the king of a small country, but he had contacted the ruler of an entire sacred country, and the vicar replied with a smile on his face. In this case, the high priest Malls acted arbitrarily, and in the future, such a thing would never happen, so there was no need to worry. The magic stone continued to emit a bright glow, and Davy said to himself, "Of course, no one would oppose him." After a while, everyone began to leave the conference room. In his room, Davy sat in front of the glowing stone and said that it was a wonderful job, because thanks to him, the meeting ended well. The vicar, closing his eyes, smiled broadly, saying that he really did not expect the kingdom to decide to send the prince to the sacred country. It would be good for them, but in the long run, such a decision would only cause losses. Davy smiled back, telling them to continue in the same spirit, while thinking about the fact that he had presented His Most Holy Majesty with a simple fact. The guy imagined the sacred grass in himself with a communication ball in his hand and said to himself that if even one of the components in the form of him, or the lands of Haines were to leave, the cultivation of the sacred grass would cease, and who, if not the ruler of the sacred country, would know what this would entail? Leaving his thoughts, he, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, said that in the next quarter he would prepare a certain volume of goods for his country and cultivate the remaining places on the field and additionally grow moon grass, which he would sell to them. Hearing this, the guy smiled even wider and exclaimed that he was very grateful to him for such a favor, adding that His Majesty had asked him to continue selling them impressive volumes in the future. Then Davy, closing his eyes, said to himself that no matter how you look at it, this is an incredibly mundane and greedy deal, but it makes no difference to him, because if you want special treatment, give something in return. He imagined a bottle of sacred grass and asked himself if this enterprise was not initially started for these reasons, because if everything is in the mud in this swamp, then no one will blame anyone for it. So forward, into the swamp, straight to the orthodox water spirit. After these thoughts, the vicar, waving his hand, said goodbye. Having finished the conversation, Davy leaned back in his chair, exclaiming that business is very easy, at the same time saying to himself that, be that as it may, everything was resolved perfectly. Amy's face suddenly appeared in the magic ball. She was screaming, asking if this was really Davy. With shining eyes she begged to be saved, when suddenly an old man's voice was heard behind her, asking how the person who would help the prince in the future could show such weakness. Bernil put his hand on the girl's head and apologized to the Lord for such an unsightly appearance, to which the Lord laughed, saying that he could see his great effort. Straightening up, the old man asked if the meeting had been successful, to which the boy replied, yes, without a hitch, he had settled all his matters here. After which he asked how the lands and the guests were. There were many tents pitched outside, and Bernil replied that at the moment everyone was staying in a temporary camp, as he had ordered. They had received permission to build, so soon there would be buildings in each district. However, regarding the improvement, he looked at the sketches he had left, but it would be difficult to implement. Hearing this, Davy folded his arms and asked if time was really a problem, but something answered, yes. Thick clouds floated across the sky, and Davy thought that he had saved the dying lands and got rid of the interference of external authorities. But this was not even the beginning. The abandoned backward place for a long time lacked much technical improvement. The estimated time needed to fill the gap was from 10 to 20 years. With these thoughts, he leaned back in his chair and thought, adding to himself that this issue could not be solved with money. There was a lot of money, but nowhere to use it. Suddenly he looked up, putting his hand on his head, and said that it was time to slowly launch a second enterprise, to which Bernil asked in surprise, the second. The guy looked at the old man and the girl in the glowing ball and answered, yes, it would be ideal for the best inventors of the continent. This family is famous for its troublesome stubbornness. but he has an offer that they will never be able to refuse. The old man asked after hearing this. Were they really the best on the continent? Davy had a sly smile on his face, saying to himself that it was like exchanging corn for diamonds. The risks were small, but the payoff was such that you couldn't find a more profitable venture. Boulders. There were blades at the wall opposite him. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and trees were growing on the hills. The horsemen turned around and said that they would soon enter the lands of the Golden Boulder tribe, so they had to watch their step carefully. Davy, holding the reins of his horse, answered with a smile, "Okay." Having imagined a map in his head, he said that the Golden Moon tribe was a dwarven settlement located in the south of the kingdom. Introducing the old man with a long beard, he added that these were dwarves, formerly called gnomes or dwarves, from 100 to 130 centimeters tall, but extremely strong physically and very resistant to heat. They are called the family of iron, and they can rightly be considered natural-born craftsmen, unlike the elves, who have now become a legend. Dwarves live on volcanoes or in rocky areas and even have some contact with people. Davy rode not far behind his guards. The dwarf closed the massive doors, but because they dislike all other races, they only let someone of the level of the king or his representative into their tribes, which was exactly what Davy demanded as a reward for his successful venture. Riding a horse, he bent rocks, adding that perhaps the aristocracy thought that he was aiming for the position of crown prince. But he was not interested in any position, so he boldly made another choice. The boy looked around with a smile on his face, adding that he was not let go so easily anyway. That day, the council chamber was very bright, and angry cries were heard that the dwarves were unimaginably meticulous. The king, frowning, told his son that the dwarves were different from people. If he simply had not thought it through well enough, then any reward would do. But before he could finish speaking, Davy, smiling, replied that he should not worry, because he was sure that at least he would not be driven out into the street. The counts gritted their teeth from what they heard and began to whisper among themselves, and Davy said to himself that he still felt the angry, wary gazes of the aristocrats on him until the very end. A heel suddenly stepped into the air, and a familiar female voice asked what this bastard was planning this time. Berserk, putting her hands on her hips, added with a smile on her face that in her eyes it looked exactly like that. Davy, seeing her, smiled, saying that in fact these companions were assigned to watch him, although he even felt a little sorry for them. Without stopping, he said to himself that they were still going to arrange something. After some time, they reached the high walls of the city. When Davy stopped the horse, the dwarf shouted to him, asking who he was and where he came from, to which he replied that they came from the kingdom of Ron, after which he asked to join the Golden Boulder tribe. The dwarf sentry named Gert, hearing this, frowned and exclaimed that they had not heard anything about it. Davy got off his horse and explained that he came with a lucrative offer, after which he introduced himself. The dwarf looked out from behind the prince and saw a cart full of alcohol. He folded his arms across his chest and said with a blush on his cheeks that an agreement was an agreement, but the tribe had a big problem right now, and it was not the right situation to make deals. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering what the problem was, and Gert continued to say that his job was to open the door. Having opened the gate, the man asked to leave the horses and proceed on foot. The guy began to look around and noticed a hook. Two butlers were exchanging glances. The sun was shining over the city. Gert pointed ahead and asked to enter, because the elder was already waiting. Davy looked inside with interest. Raising his head, Davy noticed a round table. Golda leaned his head on his hand out of boredom. Looking around, the guy thought that the man was noticeably irritated, after which he wondered if he was the only one, because usually the dwarves had several elders. Greeting, he thought whether it was worth starting with the first move to suppression. Davy put his hand behind his back and said, "May the protection of the god of iron always be with Golda," and then introduced himself as the first prince of the kingdom of Ron. The man put his hand to his mouth, saying that it was surprising, since the man knew the rules of greeting the dwarves, after which Davy asked how he could show politeness to the family of outstanding craftsmen. Golda extended his hand forward, saying that the boy was a man to his liking, and that it was rare to meet such a person lately. Pointing to a chair, he said that all the other old men were busy, so he came out as a representative. Putting his hands together, the dwarf asked what brought the young prince to them, since usually the deals were made outside the village, after which Davy smiled, answering that the regular deal with the kingdom was made several months ago. Looking up, Davy said that he came with several personal offers of cooperation. Producing his cart, he said that it contained a small token of sincerity, namely barley beer and meat. Smiling, Golda replied that people who knew etiquette were not so unpleasant, plus, they really liked human barley beer. The man placed his palm on the table, adding that their tribe was not in a state to fulfill wishes right now. Davy frowned, asking what this meant, to which the dwarf replied that outsiders did not need to know all the ins and outs. Getting up from his seat, Gert said that this was all he could say. The guy had come a long way, so he would allow him to stay for a few days. Gritting his teeth, the man threatened that if Davy did anything, he would immediately be exiled. The man pointed his finger at Davy. Suddenly, he raised his palm up. Passing Davy, Gert said that he would bow first. Davy turned his head back, after which he activated the information check. Looking after Gold, the guy read the information about him. Looking at the dwarf's face, he read that humans had not entered the settlement for a long time, so the man felt a little interest and doubt. Davy's eyes widened, reading that Gold wanted to study the secondary tempering of the primordial spark again, called the true sword of the dwarves. Gert raised his hand to his chin and asked himself when it was, explaining that he had created something together with the dwarves. Putting the swords crosswise, he added that it was quite a long time ago, since his skills were not particularly good back then, to be honest, and the quality of this kid is appropriate. But at that time he had such a great time with them that they feasted for several days in a row. The blacksmith and the dwarves raised their mugs full of alcohol. It was quite a significant event. Currently, stars began to appear in the night sky, and Berserk asked if the primordial spark was really that incredible, to which the guy answered, "For a layman it is quite." He sat in his room, his hands on his leg, adding that to be honest, he didn't expect to hear that name. Looking away, the guy said that he seemed to be called a non-slashing sword. The man shook hands with the dwarf. The sword created by Surt together with the dwarf elders, you could call it a corporation organized for the first exchange of experience between humans and dwarves, unity, progress, and the blessing of the god of blacksmiths. This is already a lot for a sword, but it became special due to the abilities invested in it, although that's all he knows. He again remembered how Surt, hitting his hand and arm, exclaimed that those dwarves finished off a week's supply of alcohol, after which he said that this was definitely the sword from the memories. 2 blades stood by the wall, wrapped in cloth, and Davy said that no matter how you look at it, it can be called a prototype. Taking them in his hands, he added, it can be considered the initial version of calderas. Although the direction and application are different, the principle of operation is similar. With a smile on his face, he looked at the weapon, saying to himself that a special processing method using mana, an approach that combines material and immaterial principles, from hammer strike to casting, is all slightly different from the basic method. Producing a famous statue, he added, the essence of this approach can only be comprehended by discarding all your past knowledge, so the conservative non-human dwarves can't do this in any way, so they are racking their brains over it. Thinking about it, he stretched and said that it was time to start moving. With a smile on his face, Davy turned around. The guy looked at the swords lying on the bed, saying to himself that for those around him, he visited this place for the sake of technology, and hiring dwarves to develop the lands, but his main goal is different. Davy thought about the great furnace, imagining it, that it was his target, that it was created with the identification of the highest technology, and these stubborn people would not be so easily persuaded to lend it, so a plan was needed. Berserk listened to the guy with her hand on her cheek. 2 bright moons were floating in the night sky, and Davy said that there was no need to worry. Everything would go well. There were many dwarves sitting in the bar. The 8th elder, holding a mug full of alcohol, asked why he was here. Davy stood by his table and answered with a smile that he thought he had a lot of things to do, and it seemed that he was free for a while, to which the dwarf, grinning, exclaimed that no matter how important the matter was, nothing worthwhile would come out without proper rest. Golda put his hand to his forehead, upset, saying that Brother Golgoda had already driven away all the elders anyway. Davy suddenly moved the chair opposite him and suggested having a drink together. Sitting down, he added that he had heard that the dwarves had very strong alcohol, and then asked if they would share. As soon as he said this, the dwarves from all over the bar jumped up, shouting that he was asking for trouble. Then the 8th elder extended his hand to the bartender and shouted that the man here was asking for strong alcohol. Other dwarves immediately jumped up to Davy, shouting that he had courage, because he wanted to compete with the elder Golgotha himself. They shouted right next to his ears, causing Davy to cover them with his hands, saying to himself that he was going to go deaf. Several mugs of alcohol were placed on the table with a crash. The bartender, frowning, said that he was saying this out of great concern, but the strong alcohol of the dwarves is not ordinary alcohol, it is too strong for the human body. Hearing this, Davy looked down at his reflection. The next second, he began to greedily drink the drink. In the blink of an eye, Davy slammed the empty mug on the table and shouted, "This is how you really drink." The dwarves immediately jumped up to him, showing their fingers and shouting, asking if he was okay, did he really drink it all at once, to which he replied that they had good booze. Berserk flew up to him and asked if he really liked it, to which he, raising another mug, replied, "To be honest, it was like drinking naked alcohol, the taste was terrible." Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in shock, and the guy said to himself that he still needed to play the role of a drunkard, because dwarves love alcohol and gambling more than anything in the world. Having drunk everything to the bottom, Davy put the mug on the table and turned to the 8th elder, after which he asked how about a bet. Hearing this, the dwarf opened his mouth in shock. After a short pause, he smiled sarcastically, saying that they, dwarves, cannot help but respect a man who knows how to drink. The dwarves raised their mugs, shouting loudly that Golda would pay for the drinks, after which they asked the barista to bring whatever the prince wanted. Looking at Davy's smile, Golda said that he did not mind making a bet for the sake of sport, but right now, he would not be able to fulfill any request of the guy, because they had an emergency here. Grinning, he said that Davy's chance of winning was 1 in 10,000, and if he won, the dwarf would fulfill any of his wishes, but if he won, the guy would leave this place. Without taking his eyes off him, the man asked not to take it to heart, and was glad that a nice person had dropped in. But the timing was bad, after which Davy smiled broadly, thinking that the dwarf had been caught. They clinked their mugs. The next day, they sat opposite each other, and Davy asked how Gold's hangover was, to which the man asked him to speak slowly, because his head was still buzzing. Covering his face with his hands, the man said that he didn't even expect to lose to a human. Looking away, Davy thought, although he, having reached the limit of the power of sacred mana, in principle cannot get drunk, but it still requires a kind of concentration. Berserk put her finger to her head, saying that this is really too much, because after the victory, the guy continued to drink with other dwarves, and then asked how he became such a drunkard. Lost in memories, Davy thought that it was all because of one of his teachers who taught him the art of the sword, the hero who united the central lands of the Murim, Dakon, and also, it seems, he is feared in this world. Remembering Daphne, Davy thought that even she, an immortal saint who loved alcohol, shook her head. That's how much Dakon was an inveterate alcoholic in the gallery. And the problem is that, during the training process, drinking with him became a routine thing for him. Taking a sip, Dakon gritted his teeth, asking what the next move was. Raising his glass, he shouted that they needed to have another one. Davy watched and was surprised as the teacher drank, and said that as soon as Davy drank it all, then he would teach him, and if he passed out, he would run around the gallery 100 times in 100 days. Out of anger, Davy squeezed the flask tightly in his hands, thinking that he had only just realized it, but the hardest thing in the training process was drinking with the teacher. He looked down at the mug of dwarven alcohol. Closing his eyes, Golda said that in any case, an argument is an argument, and then asked the guy what he wanted. With his hands folded on the table, Davy asked if it was the original spark that was causing so much headache, to which the man placed his hand on his head, saying that some idiot had already managed to spill the beans. He held his hand out in front of him and said that there was one problem, namely, the old sword that they, the dwarves, had been keeping had broken. Looking straight at Davy, he said that the sword had originally been passed down from tribe to tribe, always kept under close surveillance, each tribe swearing to guard it like the apple of their eye. And in this generation, it was his father who had been primarily responsible for the sword's safety. Turning his head to the photo, the man added that because his father had passed away early into the embrace of the earth, The responsibility for the sword had fallen on his and his brother's shoulders. Davy thoughtfully placed his hand to his mouth, saying that the sword had broken at such a time, when the dwarf suddenly asked if that was really all he wanted to know. Without turning away, he said that he was clarifying because it was Davy sitting in front of him, and he could ask whatever he wanted. Davy suddenly thought that the dwarves responded to the kindness shown with the same kindness. He only drank from gold, but clearly the first impression he made was also useful. Smiling, Davy said that he had an insignificant blacksmithing technique. He suddenly imagined a sword in front of him, asking if he could also take a look at it once, out of scientific interest. Particles of fire rose to the ceiling. The central workshop of the Golden Boulder Dwarf tribe, the dwarves worked tirelessly next to it. The wooden wheels slowly rotated. Davy looked at it with a smile on his face, and said that it was amazing. All this was created only by the abilities of the dwarves, to which the 8th elder replied, "Right, although it is not mana or alchemy, but the firepower is incredible." Suddenly, a furious cry was heard, asking who he had brought. Had he really gone crazy? To which the guy automatically turned around. Stretching out his hand, the 8th elder asked, "But couldn't you tell him that he was a man who had recently arrived?" To which his comrade, frowning, shouted where he had brought him, adding that he had really gone crazy. Then Golda turned around and said that he had foreseen this, but they were protesting extremely violently, to which Davy, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he was even starting to feel a bit ashamed. A dwarf suddenly approached them from the side, who ordered them to explain how this had happened. It was Golda, the first elder of the Golden Moon tribe and the brother of the 8th elder. His face was displeased. Golda put her hand to her chest and exhaled heavily, explaining that it was an argument. This green Prince Rauner was familiar with the art of blacksmithing. He only asked to inspect the forge a little. The dwarf behind the first elder raised his hammer and shouted that they would bring the man to the central workshop anyway, adding that he was still drunk. The 8th elder, raising his eyebrows, replied that he was fine and asked, putting his place as elder on the line, to trust his youth. Golda stepped towards them. He looked at his brother along with Davy. He was clutching the hammer tightly in his hand. Suddenly, he turned sharply, telling him to do what he wanted, and that there was a mountain of work, so everyone should return to their places. The worker approached the first elder and wanted to say something, but he interrupted him, saying that Golda was also an elder, and his decision must be taken into account. After a short pause, he turned towards Davy. Pointing a hammer in his direction, he explained that he would accept him at his brother's request, but if he did anything stupid, he would immediately smash his head. Davy smiled warmly and replied that he would keep that in mind. On the table lay a large sword, 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. They called it a sword, but in fact it was a much larger thing, nicknamed the non-cutting sword. It's not that it doesn't cut, the thing is that it's difficult to cut with it in principle. The dwarves rushed from side to side, shouting that they need to grab faster here, and there they need to work with iron, and asking discontentedly if they really can't work with a hammer normally. There were cracks on the huge sword. Berserk turned to Davy and asked what he was looking at so intently. Folding his arms across his chest, Davy replied that they couldn't fix anything. He looked at the broken sword and said to himself that this was the same processing method as the sacred ball, but this sword was not finished, and therefore not protected from aging. A pity, but it was completely logical. The hammer hit the elegant blade. The dwarf worker approached the first elder and asked if he was still working, adding that he should stop and rest a bit, because that would really cause trouble. Golgoda, frowning, continued to work on the sword. Davy, frowning, said that they would not succeed this way. Suddenly, an unknown person stepped towards them, shouting loudly. It was Tours from the Black Boulder tribe, stretching out his hand. He added that they, the damned gnomes of the Golden Boulder, eventually broke the sword with a crunch. He looked at the first elder and mockingly said that he broke a sacred thing and lived peacefully with it, adding that, frankly speaking, when they said that he became responsible for the sword, he did not like it right away. Smiling broadly, the dwarf added that they should immediately hand over the sword to the Black Boulder. At least the masters of their tribe would do a better job. 2 workers rushed towards him, ordering him to be quiet, adding that even if the Black Boulder had the best elder, the sword would not be so easy to fix. Tours, folding his arms over his chest, laughed and asked who was even talking to him about this, adding that they had not made any progress for a long time. Golgotha hit the sword with a hammer. With a wide smile on his face, the dwarf continued to say that they should not desecrate the sacred thing anymore, since all the elders of the other tribes agreed on this. The first elder continued his work. Without lowering his hands, Turs continued to say that they simply could not trust this matter to a tribe with the worst skills. The red-hot hammer left a hot trail behind it. With his head held high, the dwarf suddenly said, although everything would be different if their father, the great elder Gord, was still alive. After hearing this, Golgotha sat down. The hammer lay at his feet. Turs, grinning, exclaimed that there was nothing more to see here. He shouted that the preparations were already completed, so they were taking the sword, when suddenly tears appeared in Golgotha's eyes. The people carefully picked up the sword. Davy reached for the sledgehammer. Picking it up, he asked if he could ask something. Turning to the elder sitting on the ground, he asked if he was a master. The dwarf standing to the side began to laugh that Golgotha was now communicating with a human, and asked since when could anyone be in the central workshop. Golgotha approached Davy and asked the guy to step aside and not interfere. Without turning around, Davy replied that a master must feel the spirit of each created thing and respect it. Looking at Golgotha, the guy added that they had ignored him from the very beginning. He suddenly hit with a sledgehammer with all his might. Sighing heavily, the guy said that the sword was so damaged that it was completely unusable, while the rest of the dwarves watched from the side with their mouths wide open. They rushed forward, asking where he was going and how Golgotha would be responsible for all this. The men continued to shout that this was an abuse of power, so they would send a protest to the kingdom, to which Davy, without turning around, asked if the elder wanted to fix everything. Golgotha nodded, answering, of course, when suddenly Davy looked at him, asking why he was acting like this and caring only about preserving his pride. Looking at the elder's eyes widened in shock, Davy added that the dwarf understood everything perfectly. Putting his palm to the sword, Davy said that approximately 3,000 years had passed. The sword had faithfully served the village all these years, and they could not calmly let go of a thing whose lifespan had long since come to an end, and they were only wasting extra energy trying to forcibly revive the dead man. Menacingly turning back, the guy shouted, asking how they were treating a value that had become their emotional support, and still calling themselves master. Clenching his hand into a fist, Davy asked since when did dwarves behave so lowly. Looking menacingly ahead, the boy thought that they were the best craftsmen of the continent. Turning to Golgotha, he wondered if they could not see that the thing was completely worn out, and therefore it could not be repaired. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the broken parts. Turning, the boy threw it into the fire. The dwarves grabbed their heads in horror. Looking at the fire, a loud cry was heard, "No!" There were glowing swords on the rack. Each thing that the master creates must have at least a piece of soul in it. Tools were hanging nearby. A person who neglects this rule has no right to be called a master. Sir grabbed a hammer and declared that if he meets such a person, his student must kill him immediately. Davy stood in front of a smelting furnace. A flame burned inside. The dwarf clutched the hammer in his hands, cursing Davy. The guy looked away and explained that, considering everything they had done, this was the right thing to do. Frowning, the young man asked them not to mock the sacred object and thought about the fact that this thing was created by his teacher and was not personally connected to him in any way. The blacksmith shed tears when the prince said that there was no one among them who knew the true essence of the sacred object. The cauldron was boiling hot iron. The magician declared that his life had died out, and his companions were not even sure that they could recreate it. Turning away, the lord was indignant that they did not even try, deciding that it was impossible and asked if they could really be called a family of masters. The dwarves frowned furiously and asked what he could know to say such things. Someone hit the ground with a hammer and ordered everyone to be silent. Golgotha closed his eyes and asked how much more pain the guest was going to bring them. The blacksmith immediately approached him to pity him. The elder covered his face with his hand and thought that the original spark had long since outlived itself, so there was no point in fixing it. A broken sword lay on the cloth. It was impossible to create a new spark. Davy realized that these people themselves convinced themselves that the value of an object exists only if it is passed down from generation to generation. The man squatted down and lowered his head, a terrible sin for craftsmen. Davy put his hands in his pockets. Tors approached him, outraged that their guest was so frivolous about this, and explained that even the best dwarves could not recreate the art of a sacred object. Frowning, the old man asked if he really thought he was any different and asked him not to be so arrogant, since he himself could not create at least one sacred object. Frowning, Pryzerk asked if everything was okay, and said that this was the first time she met such stubborn people. Looking at the blacksmiths, the guy reminded him that he did not say that he could not do it. The man's mouth fell open in shock. Gagoda frowned tensely. The demon queen's eyes widened in amazement. Throwing up their hands, the dwarves declared that even they could not handle such an unusual alloy, and doubted that an ordinary person was capable of it. Standing behind the young man, the elder said that this was the creation of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights himself, and that it could not be created by diligence alone. The prince placed his hand on the anvil and asked them to stop resisting so fiercely. The dwarves frowned in displeasure. The magician struck the anvil with a sledgehammer. The lord presented many magical artifacts, and remembered that in the gallery there was one of the few items in which he could barely keep up with the teacher. Looking at Cirque, Davy thought that this was a natural master in learning, so his blacksmithing skill was growing extremely quickly. The hammer hit the steel. Davy picked it up and realized that he had already created the initial spark in the gallery more than once, which was no different from the prototype. 2 ingots lay next to each other. Turs looked at them in shock. The boy continued to hammer. Someone shouted that they couldn't use Caterham's steel and this real alloy at the same time. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and asked who said that they couldn't do that. The dwarves watched him work in horror. A rainbow appeared on the surface of the water. The prince declared that they had imprisoned themselves in their own rules. The magician raised his hand and thought that no rules were needed here. Green smoke appeared above the stones. The lord decided that everything could change depending on how the process was managed. Multicolored liquid poured out of the flasks. Davy realized that you can mix anything, as long as the method of work is correct. The man opened his mouth in amazement and asked if he really used that reagent in the alloy. Davy continued to hammer on the anvil. Sparks flew under the ceiling. A sword lay on the anvil, looking like a brand new one. Its blade shone. The boy looked back and declared that it was not that difficult. The blacksmith looked at the sword and said that its appearance was too unsightly to be called the original spark. His colleague said that it emitted the same waves as the sacred object. The young man smiled and thought that this was how it should be. Berserk flew up to him and was surprised that he managed to create it without a mana stone. The prince said that the dwarves could do the same if they abandoned their rules. The blade of the sword emitted a green glow. The magician explained that the most important thing was the veins. Energy swirled around the blade. The lord said that he himself accepts mana, which circulates through him, like through the human body. Davy approached Skull God and asked if he knew what he had just done. With a wide smile, Davy explained that there were very few items that could restore the power of metal without a mana stone, and added that all of these items were different from artifacts that were discarded when the mana supply was depleted. The demon queen crossed her arms over her chest and suggested that her friend had easily won the hearts of these blacksmiths. Bright sparks appeared around the sword. Placing the hammer on his shoulder, the boy announced that his role was over and said that the blacksmith of 1001 Nights had also worked up to this point, after which he handed the work over to the dwarves. The elder said that their technique was not enough even to complete it. The young man smiled and offered to teach them this. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if their guests could really teach them the technique of the ancestors and the blacksmith of 1001 Nights. The prince placed his hand on the bundle and said that it would not be free. The mage looked at the bundle and offered to deal with his case first. The dwarves opened their mouths in surprise when they saw his sword. Looking at them, Pryzerk asked why everyone reacted like this every time her friend posted something, and stated that at this rate he would one day be caught insulting a holy place. The lord asked if he should be afraid of heavenly punishment when he had a stigmata. The old man turned to him and asked what kind of sword it was. Davy asked his opinion on the matter. Golgotha looked at the weapon in amazement and asked if he had forged it. Raising his eyebrows, Davy denied it and said that he would finish it himself. The dwarves crowded around him and asked what happened to the master who made it. The boy replied that the man had long since died. Golgotha raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that several millennia had passed. A smile appeared on the young man's face when the blacksmiths began to discuss it enthusiastically. There were swords on the pad. The prince thought that because the weapons had been sitting idle for a long time, their effectiveness had increased tenfold. The girl sat on his shoulder and reminded him that this was not wine. The mage explained that it took a certain amount of time to process the weapon with mana. The sword was on the anvils. The lord said that it could only be touched in a few months, which was a big problem. Davy crossed his arms over his chest and wondered how he could finish a thing of this level. Golgotha asked if he had the ingredients to complete it. Scratching his chin, Davy replied that he wanted to ask the blacksmiths for them and decided that he would prefer to use orichalcum or adamantium, but it would be difficult. The elder frowned and agreed to help him. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when the dwarf said that he would give him his workshop as a workspace, and explained that it was in perfect condition and worthy of use. His astonished brother surrounded him. The young man realized that a personal workshop was not something that could be simply given as payment for new equipment. The man brought out a box. Someone exclaimed that something was stored there that they had never been shown. The prince's eyes widened in amazement. In the box lay a bone. Even the demon queen's mouth opened in surprise when she saw it. The magician raised his eyebrows and realized that it was the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin. Handing it to the guests, the old man called it an immensely perfect and noble material and added that it was a family heirloom that had been passed down in their family since the time of the first ancestor. The lord's eyes sparkled with admiration. Golgotha told him how carefully he kept it, since he had never met anyone who could handle it. The blacksmith raised his hand and asked the mentor to look inside. Davy looked back and realized that they were talking about him. The dwarf asked if it would be convenient for him to use the elder's personal workshop when he received the bone of the ancient dragon. The man put his hand to his chest and offered him his workshop. His companion said that he would be happy to help the guests. The old men began to quarrel, while Devi looked at them with an awkward smile. The craftsman handed him gifts in the form of various metals and reagents. The smile disappeared from the boy's face when there were too many offers of gifts. A bright light illuminated the forge. The young man asked why his friends decided to take out all their heirlooms. The blacksmiths answered that everything was fine, because they could not use these things anyway. On the table lay containers with various ores. Berserk looked at her companion and asked what he said about the lack of ingredients. The prince decided that he would not have problems with this now. The dwarves approached him and asked if he was happy with everything. The magician confirmed it. Golgotha frowned in disappointment and said that he would like to help him with the work, but they have special rules about this. The lord smiled and thought that they could just watch him. The men decided to leave him alone and said that they would complete the sacred object as they had been taught. Light was shining through the bars of the window. The cloak was hanging on the hanger. Davy rolled up his sleeves and decided to get down to business. Surt approached the girl and kindly asked her to come to him. Gritting her teeth, Waikano was indignant at his tone and said that she would burn Davy right now. The guys shuddered tensely and wondered why he was always considered guilty. A view of an ancient building opened up. The gallery was created by the ideas of many heroes and looked like paradise. The dragon stood on a magic circle. Thanks to the power of Odin, the young man was able to touch the bone of the ancient dragon. The girl began to cry. The prince handed her the dragon bone and said that it was one of the ingredients for creating a sacred sword. Surt stroked her head and said that his disciples should know how to handle such materials. Then the mage did not understand the meaning of these words, because such ancient relics no longer exist. Working at the Endel, the lord realized that bad luck turned into absolute luck. A blue fire lit up in the room. Davy opened his mouth in surprise and felt an intense heat. Swinging his hammer, Davy wanted to cast fire resistance magic on the weapon, but realized that he would fail just because of the slightest error in temperature. Flames ignited around him. Prizer carefully watched his work. The blade of the sword shone. The demon queen raised her eyebrows and said that it was very beautiful. The blade was red hot. Looking at it, the guy thought about how one sword had changed from dark scarlet to pure ruby. The second sword became blue, like a supernova in the night sky. The girl flew up to her friend. She smiled and noticed that he was very focused. The young man grinned, his face covered in sweat. The hammer hit the Endel. Sparks flew from the sword. A bright light illuminated the forge. The prince looked up in surprise. The sword guards sparkled. Everything was ready. The weapons were lying on the table. The mage rubbed his hands and decided to give them names. The she-devil folded his hands behind his back and asked if he had any ideas. The Lord confirmed this. Pryzerk's mouth opened in amazement. These names came to him the moment he first saw these swords. Davy grinned. Davy touched the sword and said that they were now called the Red and Blue Ribbon. The blades lay on a black backing. Their status windows appeared. The scarlet sword sparkled. Elemental mana and spirit mana circulated in it. Next to it lay a sapphire sword. It turned out that when both blades were used at the same time, all effects were amplified. The boy took the red ribbon in his hands. The demon queen declared that he had no talent for giving names. The sword's hilt glowed in the light. The boy cut the air in front of him. He lowered the weapon, and the girl asked what his plan was. The prince narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The blade's brush touched the whetstone. At that moment, a huge crack appeared on it. Flying up to it, the woman asked what it was and noticed that her friend had poured neither strength nor mana, but was able to cut the whetstone made of mithril. The magician stroked the blade of the blue ribbon. Traces of sword swings appeared in the air. The Lord lowered the weapon. Its blade glowed. Tiny bubbles appeared next to it. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of the heroes. Davy narrowed his eyes and realized that this blade cuts mana. The devil asked if he wasn't just smearing it from side to side. The tip of the sword glowed. Davy replied that it should be so. Berserk was surprised that this weapon could cut through something that does not exist in the physical world. The boy tilted it to the side and said that he created the most ruthless thing. The door of the forge opened. The youth went outside where the dwarves were sleeping. One of them opened his eyes. The man got to his feet and noticed that their mentor had left the forge. The prince asked what they were doing there. He smiled widely and explained that they were simply making sure that no one interfered with his work. Standing in front of them, the mage asked how much time had passed. The old man replied that it had been 4 days. The mage's eyes widened in shock. The blacksmith said that they were very worried about him. The demon queen said that her friend was madly obsessed with his work. The girl flew up to him and said that it was quite an interesting sight. The Lord blushed embarrassingly and asked what they were talking about. The elders bent over the swords they had created. The dwarf, with his mouth wide open, declared that this couldn't be true. His companion was surprised that such an incredible thing had been created using his materials. The man knelt down and shouted that he didn't mind dying now. Davy compared it to the reaction of deeply religious people to the appearance of a god. Davy raised his hand to stop them and decided that some things were too much. But this situation lit a fire in the craftsmen that allowed them to begin working on completing the original spark. A few weeks later, the flame ignited. Someone asked if the strength wasn't too weak in this place. Watching the old man work, the boy said that everything was fine and asked him to lower the temperature of the fire. The handle of the sword began to glow, usually when working with metal that has a connection with mana. You need to change the temperature of the fire so that it becomes stronger. Rambai swung his hammer. The young man asked him not to pound continuously and not to force the texture, because the work should be natural, like the flow of water. The dwarf frowned menacingly. The prince asked him to pound a little more weakly. A smile appeared on his face when the man thanked him. The magician realized that he had to cast aside his pride once, so that only pure passion remained in him. Watching the work of the blacksmiths, the Lord noticed that they were filled with enthusiasm as if they had picked up hammers for the first time. A blue sky hung over the forest. Davy stretched his arms. Standing on the hill, Davy decided that this was very good. He placed his hands on his belt. Golgotha handed him a bottle. The boy sat down on the ground and thanked him. The elder explained that this was alcohol that his younger brother was saving. The dwarf closed his eyes and admitted that he came here to talk to him about something. The boy poured the drink into a glass and wondered what he needed. The prince remembered how he had chopped the whetstone and asked for forgiveness. The man did not understand what was being said. He sat down on the grass and said that he had heard that his friend had asked for their help in putting the land's equipment in order. The blacksmith put his hand to his chest and declared that his family never forgot favor or disfavor. The magician's eyes widened in surprise when the old man promised to help him with anything because he recognized his skills. The Lord warned him that it could take a long time. Golgotha closed his eyes and said that the Golden Boulder tribe would follow him no matter what. The heroes sat under a tree. The elder swore that he would always be by his comrade's side. Davy smiled happily. The dwarf climbed the hill and called out to his fellow. The man approached him and asked what was going on. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that an intruder had entered the village. The blacksmith frowned and asked what that meant. At that moment, something flashed before his eyes. Davy leapt forward and swung his hand. The throwing knife bounced aside. The boy saw its tip gleam and realized it was a scarlet dagger. Clouds floated above the palace, and a piercing scream was heard. The frightened maid sat on the floor. Someone cursed the prince. Callus's bald head gleamed. The boy spread his arms and screamed. His mad eyes lit up. The nobleman covered his face with his hands. He frowned menacingly, and realized that it was all Davy's fault. The nobleman remembered standing in the hallway and realized that everything had happened after his meeting with that despicable first prince. The maids trembled when the villain accused them of mocking him. Callus grabbed one of them by the hair and asked how they dared mock him. The girl tried to pull his hand away and screamed. The youth smirked and said that they were scorning him too. The nobleman began to strangle the woman. Her shoe flew off her foot. The nobleman grinned maliciously and said that this was the first interesting sight in a long time. Blood dripped onto the floor. Someone approached the heroes. The man stood in the shadows. The scoundrel asked who he was. The stranger licked his lips. The man threw something back and said that he was late with the introduction. A severed head fell to the floor. The maids widened their eyes in fear. Bowing, Face introduced himself and explained that their side had recently suffered a great disappointment. The girls ran away. Callus asked what they were talking about. The vampire snapped his fingers. Bats flew out of the portal in front of him. Sherry appeared after him, unconscious. The woman opened her eyes. The portal closed. The youth asked what was going on here. The secret agent smirked and said that someone had treated them very insolently. Snapping his fingers, the man said that he could easily cancel such things, adding that it was a gift. The nobleman covered his mouth with his hand in fear. The nobleman turned his head and asked who he was. Face asked if it mattered. Putting his hand to his chest, the vampire offered to make a contract with him and promised to deal with the man he hated. The prince's eyes widened in shock. The villain gritted his teeth and reminded him that his competitor had a stigmata, and someone was protecting him. Callus crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was not an ordinary man. The man said that he was still human. He held a rose in his hands. The young man noticed that the stranger spoke as if he was not human. Face looked back and explained that they would understand this very soon, because his subordinate had already gone there. The nobleman grinned maliciously. The vampire extended his hand and explained that at that moment his subordinate was already biting into his throat. Davy waved the knife away. The scarlet dagger pierced the ground. Davy frowned tensely. Berserk flew up to the knife and said that this was not an ordinary weapon. The guy picked it up and noticed blood magic. The young man looked around and realized that there was only one skill that could do this. A huge paw hit the ground. The monster opened its mouth and hissed. The monster was standing on a rock. The young man looked up and realized that this was the power of the vampire's blood key. Golgotha asked if everything was okay with him. The dwarves widened their eyes in fear. The girl realized that this was a demonic animal. The prince grinned and noticed that he had the highest rank. The lion narrowed his eyes angrily. The beast raised its head and howled loudly. The blacksmiths looked at it in horror. A magic circle appeared above the monster's head. A huge stream of energy burst forth. The rocks were destroyed under its impact. A powerful blow threw the masters into the air. A protective barrier appeared around them. The magician imprisoned them in spheres, which immediately flew away from the battlefield. The monster landed in front of him. A sly smile appeared on its face. The lord raised his eyebrows in surprise. At that moment, the demonic beast appeared behind him. Davy grinned. The dwarves fell to the ground. The beast walked around its prey. Its furious eyes sparkled. Davy covered his face with his hand and sighed heavily. The guy smiled nervously and called the enemy too proud. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The young man smiled. The devil noticed the bloody aura and said that even among vampires, only the highest can create it. The monster raised its head. The prince concluded that it was at the expert level. The mage kicked the ground. Pryzerk asked him to be careful and explained that this creature was very dangerous. The lord got into a fighting stance and said that he didn't care. His foot destroyed the ground beneath him. Davy made a sharp dash forward. He swung his fist and said that it was just a predator that moved instinctively. The demonic beast bared its fangs and growled. A strong blow threw it into the air. Its body began to fall down. The beast looked at the sky. Davy said that this was a great chance. The monster regrouped in the air. A reflection of the guy appeared in its eyes. The young man took out the red ribbon. The prince smiled and said that the real price of a new car can only be found out after a test drive. A magic circle appeared on the tip of the sword. The mage jumped into the air and swung the blade. His blade appeared right in front of the monster. The lord dealt a powerful blow to it. A bright flash flashed. There was a tall pea outside. During the peak of the Murim, all the honorable officials of the faction had rotted, and the state had problems with trade and food. Dakajun held a wineskin of alcohol in his hand. Davy sat in front of him in the lotus position. The man asked where he had stopped. Rolling his eyes, Davy thought that he had no trust in him at all, and remembered how his mentor claimed to have united the Murim with one sword. Davy took another sip. The 88 sword styles that he had created were destructive and ferocious arts. Hares shook his hand. Their sword arts combined and evolved into the optimal form for the boy. The young man hugged himself and trembled. The bloody tip of the sword shone. The prince declared that only the tool makes a man a man. The magician placed the blade on his shoulder. He brushed the blood off it, and said that it was simply incredible. Black blood burned the ground. The lord concluded that the red ribbon was enough for this. Pryzerk noticed that their enemy was still alive. Davy smiled and replied that he knew it. A cluster of dark energy appeared in front of him. Monstrous bubbles appeared on it. Vampires had a special power that helped them hide the source of their immortality somewhere nearby. The cubes were covered with a grid. Such creatures remained alive as long as the source was intact, but they could be killed by simply wiping them into dust so that there was nothing to regenerate. The sacred sword shone. In fact, it was very difficult to implement in battle. Davy turned to his companion and asked how a simple demonic beast could be immortal. The girl replied that it was amazing that this creature could use blood ki. Looking at the black blood, the guy wanted to check it out and thought that this animal managed to survive the blow of the red ribbon. The monster began to take on its original form. The young man assumed that the enemy had received his immortality from some high-ranking vampire. There was a village behind the rocks. The prince realized that in such circumstances he would not be able to find out all the details. The mage took the blue ribbon in his hands. He cut the air in front of him, tearing rocks and trees apart. Blood appeared on the blade. The black liquid spread across the ground. The lord looked at his weapon and asked if he had managed to destroy the source. Pryzerk answered that it was the main system. Davy looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The sun was shining in the sky. Davy assumed that he could kill even a god with such a level. The blue ribbon glowed. The guy asked what Serd had put into him. The demon queen explained that many factors influenced his current strength. Standing on the hill, the young man sighed heavily and decided to think about troublesome things later. Face grinned. A gust of wind lifted fallen leaves into the air. The villain squinted and decided that someone had managed to escape. Leaves were falling to the ground. The prince cut the air with his sword again, generating a strong surge of energy. The vampire covered his face with his hands. The magician asked him to hide more carefully. The secret agent's eyes widened in fear. The lord came close to him and said that he saw his hair. The sun was setting over the rocks. Dust rose from his boots. Sweat was running down Face's face. Gritting his teeth, the vampire thought that he was about to die. Someone else's smile seemed to appear before his eyes. Davy rushed after the enemy, while the latter realized that if he caught him, he would really die. The prince swung his red sword and said that he saw the enemy's hair. He continued to run. With horror in his eyes, the vampire turned around. The blows of the blade crushed the rocks. The monster flew to the side, covering his head, after which he tried to quickly jump up. The vampire turned around when the young man said that if he was going to kill him, he might as well have some fun. Standing right above his opponent, Davy asked him if he had to act so perverted. The monster stared at the guy, deciding that since he was talking to himself, he must have gone crazy, while he was asking whose side his interlocutor was on. Face raised his hand, deciding that he needed to quickly take advantage of this chance. But the next moment, Davy grabbed his hand and asked what he was doing. The vampire turned around in fear, not understanding when he had time. Then he quickly jumped away from him. The prince smiled, raising his blade, and told his dear client that he could only leave after paying. Making a swing, which the opponent dodged, the young man said that he was leaving with his mouth full of food. A scratch appeared on the Viscount's cheek, and he cursed silently. Looking at Davy's smile, the vampire continued to curse to himself. The proudest and greatest aristocrat in their family, an incredibly distant faraway creature that a human would never be able to handle. Initially, the monster was going to throw this man into hell and mock him to his heart's content. Expected him to be consumed by fear from just meeting the demonic beast, thought that he would only humbly wait for his death until he had had enough of playing. The image of Mr. Face flashed before his inner eye. The blows rained down one after another. Having barely avoided a blow to the throat, the Viscount realized that he had made a mistake in judgment. After all, Davy pounced on the enemy from above. Looking at the boy licking his lips, the vampire realized that this man was absolutely abnormal. The blow fell on the ground, causing it to crack. Kneeling, the monster coughed. The prince sitting on his back concluded that he had calmed down a little, and when he croaked that he could not move, he ordered him not to resist in vain and to sit still. The vampire bared his teeth and asked what the man had done to his body. How dare he, from the lowest clan, want death? To which the young man advised him to say thank you for not cutting him down right away. Looking at the settling dust, the hero expressed a desire to clarify something, to which the Viscount replied that he would not succeed, because among his fellow tribesmen he was considered the most persistent. Smiling slightly, the monster added that the guy would not be able to find out anything, to which he apologized and added that he did not expect him to tell. Davy put his palm on the enemy's head and admitted that he knew the perfect magic, thanks to which one can find out what is going on in someone else's head. Davy smiled when the vampire said that such a thing could not exist, and replied that he could check it personally. The Viscount looked at the young man in horror. The hero knelt down and launched semi-evolution, and he managed to catch a few scraps of information: black magic, curse brand, fusion key. The monster screamed loudly when the flames of inquiry fell on him. The guy removed his hand when the enemy screamed that he was hot and begged him to stop, advised him not to dramatize, it was still normal. Berserk appeared above Davy's head and addressed him, although he was an enemy, but this was too much, to which he replied that the vampire would not die from this. Shrinking, the demoness reminded that she was worried about him, to which the prince asked the respected demon queen if he was obliged to be lenient to someone who wanted to kill him. The girl lowered her head and admitted that he was right. The young man scratched the back of his head when his companion still tried to object and grinned. While the Viscount was writhing on the ground, the hero grumbled that this kindness was of no use. The hero folded his arms over his chest and stated that he needed to know very little, so he wanted to go through the questions quickly. The vampire was in a panic. He clenched his teeth when the boy asked first who he was and tried to refuse to answer. Davy simply summoned flames onto his palm and offered to continue. With a shudder in his entire body, the vampire said the name, Fedkid, and that he was an aristocrat of the Viscount's level, to which the prince noted that he was a mid-level scum. He glanced sideways at the youth, while he was discussing that he was the monster's target, and it must be all because of the vampire he had encountered recently. The hero mockingly looked at the trembling Viscount, and hearing confirmation of his thoughts, he thought that he said that he kept his mouth shut well, and look how smoothly he answered, and asked another question out loud. The enemy shuddered when the boy clarified that this demonic beast, where did they get immortality from? Continuing to shake, the vampire remained silent. Thoughtfully looking at the vampire, Davy admitted that he was holding up well, and perhaps it was worth pressing a little more. The Viscount clenched his teeth tighter. At some point, he even began to growl. Davy looked at the interrogator in surprise. Suddenly, the monster's face acquired a strange expression, and he declared that he chose death. Shock was reflected on the faces of the prince and the demoness, when suddenly the enemy's body glowed, and the latter screamed that this was taboo. The vampire's body began to swell. Tears flowed from the Viscount's eyes when he muttered that he did not want to. The young man looked with wide eyes when he said the name, Face, after which the monster literally exploded. Ashes fell to the ground as Berserk explained that it was a taboo, and such a harsh destruction at that, to which Davy suggested that he had not done it of his own free will. Looking at the charred remains, the boy admitted that it seemed that this was all that was known. The queen became upset, and asked if it was because of her, but Davy convinced her not to worry, as he assumed it was. Looking up at him, the prince mused that whoever cast the curse could sense when the curse they cast was affected. The girl looked at him in confusion when he stated that one curse cast on Callus had been dispelled, but mentally added that, more accurately, it had been put into suspended animation. Looking at the setting sun, the boy thought that it was hard enough to find, but they managed to, while the demoness muttered about a patron with the power of immortality. Remembering the image of Face, she assumed that there was more than just a man behind this. 2 moons lit up the sky. The city was undergoing active repairs. The hero climbed the stairs, noticing the work of the locals. Confusively looking at the destruction, the queen muttered that this was the result of the rampage of just one demonic beast. The guy passed by a squad of guards. He turned around in surprise when he heard the advice to go north quickly. Finally, Davy reached the dwarves who had formed upon the return of the mentor. Golgotha looked guiltily at the prince and admitted that he was ashamed to appear before him in such an indecent form, but he said that it was nothing serious. Looking worriedly at the dwarf, the young man asked if he was injured, and he replied that he was fine. While hammers pounded in the background, the elders admitted that dozens of houses were burned and some were slightly but injured. The hero noticed how the elder was looking at him. The boy smiled when the bearded man said that he felt like he wanted to say something. Patting Davy on the back, the dwarf suggested going inside first. Inside the room, the elder admitted that the guards were on edge. Looking at the brothers, Davy asked if something else had happened. Golgotha glanced sideways at the elder, and he cleared his throat. The elder explained that nothing special had happened, but they had been told that one child from the orphanage had disappeared. They had sent the guards out to search, but there had still been no answer. The dwarf looked at the prince with concern, and added that that was why he had said that it was dangerous for the mentor to stay here any longer. The young man put a book on the table, and said that he still wanted to tell them something. Pushing the notebook towards the dwarves, the hero offered to accept it. Looking confidently at his interlocutors, the boy explained that all the necessary information for the restoration of the shrine was collected here, and added that it could take quite a long time to complete. The elder rose from his seat when Davy added that it was time for him to slowly return. The dwarf linked his fingers together and wanted to know how they could repay this favor, but the prince said that he did not need anything in particular. If anyone needed to pay for favor, it was him. Running his fingers over the handles of the blades, the young man added that he had received enough. The hero's look became guilty when he admitted that the demonic beast had sneaked in with the goal of attacking him, not the village, so if he left, the problem would disappear. The boy bowed and asked for forgiveness for not telling, but the dwarves began to convince him that it would not work on them, and how it was the mentor's fault. Davy smiled guiltily and thought that acceptance depended on perception. If someone hostile to me were in their place, of course, they would blame him for everything. The prince convincingly spun a story about the demonic beast attacking because of the stigma on his body, especially since he really was the target. The young man was a little afraid that the vampires would decide to take it out on the village out of anger after his departure, but he could not tear himself apart to control such trifles. A child's cry was heard between the rocks. The boy was sitting on a branch and crying. He took his fists away from his eyes. Davy extended his hand to him, realizing that in the end this was all he could do. The baby was tightly embraced by the head of the shelter, while the boy mentally reasoned that he needed to go back as soon as possible, for their own safety. A bird circled the sky. A caravan was moving along the road below it. A feather fell near the fortress gate. There were guards on duty at the gate. One of them was dozing at his post. Several dwarves passed by him. Spears blocked the horse's passage and ordered him to stop. Clutching his weapon, the guard asked who was coming. With a smile, the prince answered that their lord had returned. The young man's face became confused when the guards called him a saint, and he said that it was not so. But looking up at the gate, he added that he had returned home. But as soon as he returned to the lands of Haines, a mountain of work immediately fell on him. The hero had been receiving reports while he was in the dwarven village, but during this time the number of people wishing to settle here had exceeded the expected number. Somewhere in the second quarter of the year the population should have become about 4,000. Almost 20 more than now. A sudden increase in population would bring them various problems. But there was no point in bothering his head with them now, and Davy had acquired reliable assistance. The prince looked at the roof with satisfaction. He smiled at the approaching Golgoth, and when he said that, as he had heard, the state of the lands was unimaginable, he confirmed his words. Looking at the facade of the mansion, the headman noted the state of the estate where the mentor lived, and he laughed. Showing the youth a thumbs up, the dwarf asked, since this was a chance to repay the favor, let him provide everything to them. He promised to turn the mentor's lands into a place corresponding to the reputation of the master representative of the continent. The hero smiled wider when the other asked him not to refuse, no matter how excellent the leader was. No one would follow him if he did not watch himself, and replied that he did not intend to. Putting his hand on the dwarf's shoulder, the boy asked him to add something, and perhaps others would like it too. Puzzled, watching this, Manhwa wondered what and how his lord did, that even the dwarves, who could hardly be seen, trusted him so much. Davis remembered that he sometimes caught tense glances full of doubt. Throwing a gloomy glance at the captain, the prince wondered who he took him for, although he admitted that it was even fair, and in any case, the process of land reconstruction was going smoothly. Night fell over the mansion. Entering the bedroom, the young man yawned loudly. Collapsing onto the bed, the hero admitted that, damn, fighting a demonic beast was much easier. Cirque praised her friend for his efforts. The boy buried his face in the pillow and said that he understood why the kings of the Josian era died young, and the demoness added that the status of a leader implied hard work. Smiling happily, Davy noted that this bed was so good, and the queen asked him to change his clothes and lie down. While changing, the prince told his partner that he was told that this bed was created by alchemists for the structure of the human body, and it was also huge. Suddenly, the boy's hand felt something under the blanket. Rubbing his eyes, he stared at something moving under the blanket. Hands appeared from under the fabric, and the hero asked what it was. Eyes lit up from the darkness. Panic was reflected on the boy's face. His scream was heard over the mansion. Someone's figure lifted the blanket. Davy fell to the floor and clarified whether he had entered the right room, and the demoness replied that this could not be. Davy pressed his hand to his face and muttered that it had been quiet for a while. Was it starting again? After all, there was no guarantee that the bribe had to be money. For the sake of realizing the land business, sometimes it happened that someone would break into the prince's room. The so-called illegal request. His system of royal power was deeply rooted in this world, so it was not such a rare thing, but with him everything was different. The magic teacher smiled and called the young man by name. Then she narrowed her eyes. Grabbing the hero by the chest, she shouted, if he decided to have fun like that with others, even if she had to get out of the gallery, she would catch and tear off everything that was loose. Threatening the guy with an axe, the girl added that his holy sister always kept her word, and he remembered that the warning of the immoral saint was more impressive than it seemed. While bribes were being accepted, for some reason it was not revealed whose hands this was. A girl ran out of the prince's bedroom in a single sheet. While he was shouting that if it happened again, any deal would be turned upside down, since in the end everything came to the point that Davy was penetrated not once or twice, but almost every day, and threats had to be used. When the girl called the young man an asshole, he got angry, but then realized that now he could sleep peacefully. The hero reached out to the blanket and pulled it off. A little girl looked at him. Her eyes were full of surprise. The guy covered his face with his hand, muttering, "Did they really decide to play on pity with the help of a child this time?" Sighing, Davy turned to the little girl. She looked at the prince with an incomprehensible look when he asked who she was. In response, the girl broke into a smile. The young man and his girlfriend were washed over by a wave of cuteness. The hero pressed his hand to his chest, while the demoness noted that it was dangerous for the heart. The guy clenched his teeth. The little girl continued to look at Davy in confusion, while he screamed that those damn bastards wanted to use an innocent child. Slamming his fist on the table, the prince called Amy. The maid flew into the bedroom. Everyone present looked at the girl when she asked what His Highness needed. But seeing the child, she pressed her palms to her face and asked what it was, to which His Highness demanded not to even think about saying it. Pointing his finger at the girl, the young man reminded that he had clearly ordered not to let anyone into the bedroom, and the maid assured that she had not let anyone in. Absent-mindedly looking at the hero, the girl asked if he had brought her himself, but he denied everything. Davy folded his arms over his chest and thought that since Amy didn't know, one of the other servants could have smuggled the child in. The maid pressed her fists to her chest when Davy said that they had stopped taking him seriously lately. The girl rushed to the baby, apologizing to His Highness that she should have kept an eye on her properly. The girl looked at the maid in surprise when she promised to find her parents right away. She pointed her finger at the prince and called him Daddy. The young man froze in shock. The girl, meanwhile, threw off the blanket. She rushed towards the hero and hugged his legs. The guy put his hand on her head when she called him Daddy again and tried to understand what was going on. But then he heard a strange sound behind the screen. His eyes widened in horror. Another girl peeked out from behind the screen. The maid sank to the floor. The leaves swayed in the wind. The baby ran happily across the courtyard while the maid tried to stop the young mistress. Hanan turned around with a happy smile, while the girl screamed that she could have gotten hurt if she ran so fast. The prince watched this with a confused look, thinking that it was really unexpected, while Berserk grumbled that he could have used this function from the beginning. The young man folded his arms over his chest when the demonist expressed hope that his conscience had already eaten him. He asked how to change an already chosen name. Who could have known that the sword would suddenly take on a human form? While reading, the hero looked at his partner in confusion, mentally repeating the phrase, "Very cute, so handle with care," while she screamed that she had said it for the umpteenth time, but it was not written there by her will. At this time, Amy changed her strategy and lured the child with cookies. Davy, puzzled, was surprised that swords also eat, just like people. Handan placed her palms on the prince's leg. He caught her hand in surprise, and the girl fell onto his lap. He stroked the baby's head and called her by name. The baby raised her head, nestling into his palm, after which she looked at him with a gentle look and called him Daddy. The young man's heart was pierced by lightning. This time was dangerous for the heart. A soft light shone in the room. The girls looked at the creator when he announced the beginning of the test. Putting his hands on his knees, the hero asked if they could understand their original form. The babies looked at each other, and the guy thought that it was good that they understood the speech perfectly. The girls lit up and rose above the floor, and returned to the form of swords. Davy took them in his hands with a smile and told his partner that their true nature was swords after all. She noted that in their original form there was no resistance, and he added that such a transformation was natural and instinctively familiar. Examining the red blade, Davy added that the density of the power invested in them became thicker, and asked if the efficiency also increased when the ego was awakened. Letting go of the blades, the prince declared that it was enough and they could return. Rubbing his face, the young man suggested that he should officially declare himself the guardian of the girls who surrounded him, to which Priester clarified if they were not his daughters. The hero looked darkly at the demoness when she corrected herself that they were adopted daughters, and asked if she was trying to deprive him of his marriage prospects. But the girl clarified if this was not originally part of the plan. The boy clicked his tongue and threatened to give Honda another cookie. At that moment, Amy entered the room, and when Davy asked what was wrong, she did not immediately find what to answer. The prince looked at the maiden in surprise when she said that a guest had come to see him. While the visitor was walking through the garden, the young man asked who had come without warning. Winry held her hat, and the girl announced the arrival of the princess. The sister looked at the girls with admiration and said that it was too cute. She hugged the little ones and asked who these children were. Davy folded his arms over his chest and replied that these were the children he was now taking care of, so in a sense they were his daughters. Winry blushed and said, "Oh my God." The girls broke away from the girl's arms. The sister noticed that her brother was doing something new every time they met. She looked at the sky and said that she was very excited when he said that he was going to this wasteland. Moongrass grew nearby. The sister said that the hero could not imagine how surprised she was to hear that he had succeeded in trading moongrass. The girls smiled admiringly again and added that she also saw that there were dwarves in the village. She remembered seeing them in the village and clarified that they are known for not usually going out into the outside world. The prince replied that they helped him a little, and it was incredible. Winry shook her head. Her brother said that since it happened, he would like to receive her properly. But the land was in such a state, the lady asked not to worry. She laughed and said that the most important thing was that her brother looked happy, so she was calm. Priscilla appeared on the shoulder of the master and said that he had a lot of things to do. The hero could not understand this when a whole mountain of things was pressing on his shoulders. The two sisters looked at him with love. The guy said that happy is a very true description. The Lord turned and invited the lady to go inside. A warm smile appeared on his face. The servant approached the escorts and asked them to follow her. The crowd slowly began to leave. The Lord looked at them with curiosity. A minute later they entered the hall, and the sister asked where Varys was. They sat down at the coffee table. The Lord noted that his sister must have a lot of work in her own lands. How did she manage to escape? Winry said that recently the bandits have become quiet, so the lands are quiet. Davy laughed embarrassingly from the accusation that he is too indifferent to his family and asked for forgiveness. The girl began to rub her fingers against each other. She quietly said that she came to her brother because she had a request for him. Her fingers froze. The lady looked up with diligence and asked if her brother could use the power of stigmata. The hero looked at her in surprise. She immediately clarified that it was wrong to ask him for such a thing when he had a lot of work. But the guest's gaze dropped again. She pressed her fingers to her teeth and said with difficulty that now she could only turn. Winry froze in surprise. The Lord asked her not to worry and say. He looked at his sister with concern. She said that she was really very sorry. The girl covered her face with her hands, and the prince slowly approached her. Night came. The sister went to bed. The doctor said that she was overtired. Bernil stood next to the master. He assumed that the lady had suffered too much mental anguish lately. She would immediately feel better after a proper rest. From the lands of Ordum, belonging to Winry and Varys, to his is quite a considerable distance. Davy Frown examined his relative. He assumed that she had gotten here for several days in a row without rest, so she values her people. In the afternoon he sat with her on the same sofa. The lady said that she was sorry, but now her close friend is on the verge of life and death, and the priests and healers dropped their hands. The situation is as follows. The tailor guard and close friend of Winry saved Winry from the poison arrow of the bandits, shielding her with herself. As soon as they could, the squad immediately galloped back, because during the grueling battle with the pursuit, they, on the contrary, fell into a trap. If Portna had not acted this way, his sister would have been seriously injured or even dead. The girl looked away and said that the priest had drawn out the poison with a detoxification spell, but after that, dark blue spots appeared all over her body, and this was the main problem. The protector fell out of bed. After neutralizing the arrow's poison, strange symptoms arose. The girl was breathing heavily and suffering. She had a fever. Spots appeared all over her body, and Portna, who was coughing up blood at any moment, was gradually exhausted, and the priests and healers, everyone tried to help her, but it did not get better. Winry remembered how she overheard someone else's conversation. When all hope of finding a cure for an unknown disease almost died out, her sister heard the words of the priest treating Portna. He said that if there was a high-class priest with a stigma here, then perhaps that is why she went to the lands of Haines, wanting to grab at least this last straw. The lady jumped up from the couch in despair and began to scream that her friend was dying because of her. She started to cry. The gentleman put his hand on her head and hugged her. Tears began to drip onto the floor. The lady burst into tears. Now she was lying in bed with swollen eyes. Davy fixed her sleeping curl. He sat next to her and guarded her sleep. The girls looked at the lady and asked if her sister was sick. The hero looked at them and answered that everything would be fine with her when she slept it off. The twins looked up at him and said that they couldn't get sick. The prince suggested letting his sister rest. Hongnong started to climb into bed and said that she would be here. The blue-haired girl looked at her sister with concern. Davy smiled proudly and was touched, because the blue-haired girl also said she would be there. The girls hugged the tired lady. The Lord remembered that they had rejected her just recently. The prince pulled up the blanket. In another situation he would have stopped the twins, but being around children who were practically clots of energy would help restore strength. His finger touched the flower on Hongdong's head. The guy walked over to the window. 2 moons flooded the room with light. The hero thought about the symptoms of the problem. The devil looked at him and asked why the guy had such an expression on his face. He looked at the bed with his sister and said that the symptoms were similar, his intuition. He left the chambers and thought about the fact that there are times when the Taya suddenly gets a feeling that something is happening, without any reason, without any signs. The Lord looked at the chamberlain and said that there is a spy guild in the lands. He asked to find the most outstanding and trustworthy among them. The Lord slowly wandered down the corridor. It seemed to him that everything was becoming more confusing. Berserk looked at him and asked if this would be such a problem. After all, he always turns a crisis into a huge profit. That's how it was. The young man looked at the picture and said that an increase in the number of victims is not welcome. Besides, judging by the symptoms, only one disease comes to mind. The Deviless folded her arms discontentedly across her chest, thinking about the symptoms. No disease came to mind. Did such a disease really exist? The guy leaned against the window and said that the problem is that this disease should not exist on their continent, and this is what puts him into a stupor. The next day, the ladies went out to sit in the garden. Handan ran and hummed a melody. Davy looked out the window and thought about the law of causality. He knew that there is no result without a cause, and from the outside the whole situation looks like this. He imagined 2 silhouettes. A man poisoned by an arrow poison. After detoxification, strange symptoms appear, and the man himself gradually dies. And both the priest and the healer see this disease for the first time. Something did not add up in his head. Berserk looked at the man's face and said that he did not look very good. The prince folded his hands together and replied that he needed to think about a lot. It was understandable. The devil said that she was also very confused by many things in the case of his younger sister. She imagined a deserted area and suggested starting at least with where the savages, living only by robbery in the kingdom of the outskirts, got such a poison in the first place. The Lord looked at the decoration of the office and replied that there were many foggy places, but premature conclusions should not be made. A little more information was needed. The boy sat down at his desk. Berserk asked if he had called a spy from the guild. He replied that yes, he needed to understand where it all started and where it was all heading. He introduced Hai, who said that the key to finding a cure for any disease lies in its cause. The hero learned this rule one of the first when he studied medicine. A smile appeared on the boy's face. He said that everything was on time. He looked ahead and told the spy to come in since he had come. The devil looked at him in confusion. The owner pointed his finger forward and asked not to waste time. His finger pointed to an empty space near the board. The man in the invisible cloak sighed. The Lord folded his hands together contentedly. His guest looked rather special. The stranger replied that he had heard what he needed. The alien's image became visible. Davy pointed at him and suggested that he had a lot of things to do. For starters, he suggested that they sit down. The spy stuck his hand under his cloak. The prince smiled and asked him to do what he felt most comfortable with. He understood that the spy was wary because he had been able to expose him, so he decided to say everything directly. The guild representative looked at him silently. The customer said that he wanted to buy information, as much as the guild could get. The man looked at the M-Lord and started to say that for everything, but the gentleman interrupted him and finished with the phrase that a corresponding fee is needed. He agreed, because there is no such thing as a free lunch. The spy nodded and assured that for a sufficient amount they would be able to find out even the personal affairs of the nearest royal family. Davy smiled nervously. The man said that if the gentleman wished, they could even get the underwear of the members of the imperial family. He did not understand who advertised like that. The prince straightened up. His cheeks turned red and asked what about the princess of the Palan Empire? Is it possible? Berserk was indignant at the senseless indulgence of a perverted mood. The young man was beaming. The spy looked away and replied that he also wanted to live for now. The devil sighed and added that he was absolutely right. The hero stood up and said that this was enough for him. He put a bag of platinum coins on the table and explained that this was in advance. Davy put his hand on his belt and told his younger sister Winry, among the knights under his command there is a girl named Porna, who ordered him to get all the information about her activities recently. The representative of the guild looked at him thoughtfully. The hero saw his false and real characteristics. Davy shuddered. realizing that in front of him was an elf. Aina bowed her head and asked if she needed to find out the girl's background. The gentleman replied that he would be grateful if he called it a medical investigation. He smiled and asked if the performer could handle this job. The spy silently looked at him. The hero looked at him in surprise. He replied that he would not accept money. The lord looked at his reflection and asked if he really worked for free. He replied that he did not either. He looked at the customer and said that payment would be later at the end. The guy asked, what if he did not pay? Aina sighed and said that although he seemed like an ordinary lecher, contrary to what was already known about him, he was offering such a deal because he knew that he was not one of those people who did not keep their promises. Davy smiled, deciding that the spy wanted to add him to his connections. It was impudent, but not bad. He asked if this was really what his guild wanted. The prince smiled. Aina replied that it was a personal offer. The spy put his hand on his heart. He knew better. The room filled with smoke. The guild representative said that he was leaving. The hero smiled nervously, standing in the middle of the smoke and thinking that the elf could have left through the door. In front of him hung a system window. The young man again thought about talking to a dark elf who hid the floor. He rubbed his chin and asked if this guild was not the same one famous throughout the continent. Prizerk noted that not only merchants have a nose for money. The hero looked questioningly at his companion. She asked if he knew the last name of Helishin. The devil began to finger her fingers and explained that in the case of the spy there was no connection. She looked ahead and suggested that I forget. The guy answered that it was boring. 2 days later there was a clear sky, and the girl screamed that she did not want anything. Davy unitedly, he said that he was well aware of the girl's condition. Winry angrily clenched her fists. Her brother told her not to try to deceive him with just one short rest due to the urgency of the matter. Preparations for a quick departure to Ordom were already completed, but they did not even have time to leave, as it all began. The lady stood in front of the prince, and he told her not to be stubborn. The subordinates stood aside and waited for the order. The hero explained that it would take several days to get to the lands of Ordom, and the ride in the carriage would be even slower, and she herself said that they did not have time to just sit if they wanted to examine the patient as soon as possible. An elder appeared in his head, the light reflected from his glasses. The lord looked at his sister and said that the longer she behaved like this, the more she would delay everything. A ride on horseback requires a lot of physical strength. Winry looked away resentfully. Even if the twins were with her every night, in her current state the lady would not withstand the further journey. Davy frowned. No matter how much he thought, he had a bad feeling. That was how his intuition worked. The girl clenched her fists and shouted that she could go too, because she was not weak. Someone approached the couple and noticed that they had some kind of problem. Julius smiled slyly. The light illuminated the prince. He asked what was the matter. Winry approached him and looked at him pitifully. Dave pressed his lips together, suppressing his anger. His intuition was blazing. The guy smiled and said that he was glad to meet him. He himself was a 5th-level mage, and although it was unnecessary, he added that he was from the Red Tower. The lord shook his hand and introduced himself. He told that he had heard about the interlocutor. So he knew him. He added that for their sloppy lands it was an honor to receive him here. Davy smiled falsely. To be honest, he was not even interested, and he had no reason to talk to the mage just because of one meeting. The trio was silent for a moment. Davy knew that the elder was famous throughout the continent or not. He was, first of all, a representative of the Central Magic Tower, located in the heart of the continent. Now contact with him will only bring more stress. Prizerk asked how the hero knew that the guy was famous throughout the continent. The magician objected at that time, because at present these lands are the most brilliant on the entire eastern continent. He smiled and decided to add something. Winry bowed embarrassingly after the words that because of how she bragged about her brother, he wanted to meet him at least once. The girl was indignant and asked why the gentleman was saying this right in front of the hero. He answered that it was impossible otherwise, and the prince himself thought that the new acquaintance was very dangerous. He raised his hand to the guest, offering to kill him, but Prizerk blocked the way and ordered him not to act rashly. Davy smiled hysterically. The devil asked if it was possible to treat him with suspicion just because he accompanied her sister. The hero answered that of course it was possible. Where did he decide to stretch his dirty hands? The prince introduced the tower. He heard that he was not only kind-hearted, but also gifted to the point of speechlessness. He was already recognized as the first genius of the magic tower. A master at such an age. What else can be said? Julius stood and smiled. He had a good background in wealth, character, appearance, and even abilities. He was the best man of this era, who had no weakness in anything. Davy looked at him. He was only interested in the question of how he was related to his sister. He asked how such a great lord knew his younger sister. The bespectacled man smiled cheerfully, and replied that he would also be on his guard. He said that when he went to the lands of Haines, he accidentally ended up in the escort of Princess Winry. The lord put his fist behind his back and smiled, said that he did not know how to thank him for helping his weak sister. He decided that this would not do and he would deal with him right away. But the devil of the abyss demanded to stop. Julius glanced at the embarrassed girl with a smile and replied that it was she who helped him. Princess Winry saved him with her magic when he was surrounded by mountain bandits. The lord grimaced tiredly. His sister replied that with these words he was trying to repay his debt. The guy smiled and said that, frankly speaking, in addition to fire magic, he was superficially familiar with movement magic, and he just had a small man agate for moving the necessary things. The princess looked at the lord lovingly, but the hero did not understand. Was there really something amazing in this? Winry jumped up to her brother, pointed to the imaginary gate, and began a long story about how, unlike the large installed gates, they are mobile, and even for those from the magic tower, they are an extremely rare artifact of the highest level, and to use them you need to be good at moving spells of the fifth circle, and only those with high-level mana can use this continental-level treasure. Julius smiled proudly. The girl did not expect that one of the gates could be in the Red Tower, but the man replied that it was just a coincidence, because he only had them now to avoid damage. The prince looked irritatedly at his sister, who was staring at the alien. He touched his temples. Berserk asked if it was not lucky, because the owner still had a hard time teleporting over long distances. Davy extended his hand to the elder and asked him to take care of him. He flashed a smile and answered, of course. The two magicians shook hands. In the princess's lands there was a statue of a horse. Lightning flashed under it. The Trinity appeared in a small square. The hero looked ahead and told the devil that for some reason the atmosphere here was chilling. The spirit covered her nose. She noticed that there was a smell of burning specific protein. Davy looked around warily. He looked at one of the city passages and realized that this smell was very similar to the smell of burning flesh. Winry put her hands on her chest. She was asked if the attacks had resumed here. She replied that it had only been a short time since the bandit groups were destroyed. Vague doubts floated in her head. Someone came out to meet the princess and noticed that she had returned. Count Rinton smiled confusedly and said that he had been nominated by the Central Office for Disease Issues as a representative. The lady looked at him incredulously. The old man began to shower her with flattery, but Winry objected, because now there was an urgent matter that did not allow for small talk. Suddenly, the trio was surrounded by knights. The count replied that he would also prefer this option. But alas, the situation was hopeless. The prince folded his arms across his chest. No one understood what was happening. Rinton smiled maliciously and replied that the princess's palace was being prevented by the Sacred Kingdom's artifact, which had just been completed. The heroes looked at the old man with embarrassment. He asked them to follow him. The group arrived at the palace. The fire was burning, spitting out sparks. The count placed everyone in the living room and apologized for the fact that the members of their knightly order began to conduct their activities without permission, but he asked to take into account the seriousness of the situation. The princess looked at him sternly and reminded him that the lord of these lands was Varys, to which Rinton replied that in his absence all powers passed to him. The count slowly raised the cup to his mouth. He knew that unceremoniously coming to her and putting forward his demands was all pure impudence. But, as he said, they are the Central Administration for Diseases. The hero's sister angrily clenched her fists. Rinton said that she cannot know about their rights. Davy presented the schemes in his head. He remembered that the Central Administration for Diseases received the seals of the three emperors dominating the continent, and this is a special international organization with special powers. They are in all corners of the continent, and are engaged in free supplies of medical resources, and if you compare with Earth, it is something like a medical volunteer organization supported by influential countries. The man raised his hand. He did not know if his interlocutors were aware, but at present a severe disease was spreading in these lands. In the administration they began to call it the devil's blood. Winry looked at him tensely and asked again. Her eyes opened wide. The man said that it was a malignant disease. The infected person began to have dark blue spots all over his body. Then he began to cough up blood, and then he died. The disease was still terribly contagious. The princess straightened up and said that now was not the time for this. They should go as quickly as possible to her friend. Rinton took off his hat and laughed. He remembered that he was late and greeted Davy. He wanted to see him at least once. The prince smiled modestly at him. The man said that he had stigmata, and he also succeeded in growing moon grass. The guy replied that this was just a lucky coincidence. The count added that nothing in the world happens without a reason. He smiled falsely and asked, "Isn't the miracle originating in his superiority?" Jules looked questioningly at the count, who said that all the famous rising stars had gathered here. The girl slammed the table and asked the count to excuse her. She glared at him and said that she had an urgent matter, so she had to leave first. She walked forward and called the butler. When he froze, the count said that he was sorry. The princess turned to the impudent man. He said that all the servants of the palace, like his knights, were naturally now in isolation in quarantine. This was a necessary measure. The lord looked boldly at the old man, who said that it was very easy to get infected with the devil's blood, and if you successfully eradicate it, you can avoid the terrible. But even a small infection can lead to irreparable consequences. The guy decided that his words were fair, when regulared at the count, and said that this was a clear abuse of power, to which he agreed, but added that this clause was present in the agreement of the Union of Countries, personally signed by Queen Rauna. The lady shuddered with anger. The nasty old man said that the transfer of powers of the Lord in an emergency situation is a long-standing norm. Rinton raised his hand and said that the disease, alas, is not subject to not only the lower, but also the higher sacred power. It is impossible to cure it with their help, because none of this has an effect. A smile spread across his face. He said that this is exactly why they are here. He stood up, smiled maliciously, and asked to rely on them. The man looked askance and promised to definitely find a way to cure. He asked to wait for good news from them. Davy sat and studied him with his eyes. One of the halls was turned into an infirmary. A lot of people were scurrying around it. A lot of groans, complaints, and suffering sounded. The prince looked coldly at the frightening sight. He said that this was more like containing the worst course of events than an actual cure. It was harsh, but in some sense it was a rational alternative. The devil covered her nose with her hand. She said that in her life there was no such disease. She noted that there was an unpleasant smell all around. The owner silently turned around and went to the exit. He pulled one of the curtains. In the bed lay a girl with pale red hair. On the beds hung signs with the number and name of the patient. In front of the hero lay Portna. Berserk covered herself from the fetid flow of energy. She felt the smell of dark blue flowers of the goat's tongue. The master imagined this flower. He looked at the girl, while the spirit explained that in this world they are called toastad flowers. But when the guy heard about them for the first time, the girl said that it is a rare flower, growing only in the polar regions. The devil imagined a field of winter flowers. She said that these flowers are incredibly poisonous. The hero frowned at the girl. She had a temperature of almost 40 degrees, and the disease itself had already reached the brain cells. The patient went in pain. Her skin was cold as a corpse, but her insides were practically burning. As a result, they were in an extremely unbalanced state. The prince looked at the people in the infirmary and thought that the symptoms, the process of the disease, and the death itself were terrible. He suspected this from Wenri's words, but now that it was confirmed, everything became even more confusing. The lord clenched his teeth. He really did not understand where this disease came from here. A substance appeared in his head, he said. A melting acceleration virus. The spirit looked at him questioningly. The man replied that it meant accelerated melting virus. He looked forward angrily and said that this disease was widespread in another world and the virus was bred for a specific purpose. He said that this infection has nothing to do with a cold, cancer, or plague. An image of a cell appeared in his head. The hero knew that the process of death was a nightmare, and the contagiousness was impressive. Hundreds of people died in a short time because of just one outbreak of the disease. It took 10 years to invent a cure and 280 million people died during this time. He remembered they say that after the invention of the cure, 18 million more lives were saved. Davy looked at the medical equipment. He said that it was necessary to quickly inject antibodies before it was too late. His hand touched the glowing rod. The prince approached the patient with a medical knife. His hand was grabbed by another. The stranger asked what he was doing. The scalpel fell to the ground. Davy, the man, shouted that entry was prohibited to everyone except those involved. Baron Gornio in a mask looked at the lord and asked who he was, since he was able to enter. The doctor let go of his hand, while the gentleman introduced himself. Gornio straightened up and said that he had been informed of his arrival. But even though he was a prince, he was not allowed here, so he asked him to leave. The young man asked if he was really not allowed to be here. The man looked away and said that as the hero knew, an infectious disease was currently spreading in these lands, and according to their information, the disease was transmitted by airborne droplets. Suddenly, a soaked handkerchief was shoved into his face. Davy took the cloth and asked him to listen. The doctor remembered that the hero had a stigmata. The guy looked at the doctor with displeasure. He said that there was no point in this, because the high priest, who possessed a high level of sacred power, had already arrived. There was a rumble. The patient screamed and struggled. Several healers tried to hold him back. The Baron approached the bed and ordered that painkillers be brought immediately. First, the patient needed to be calmed down. The assistant took out a syringe with shaking hands. The prince put his hand on his shoulder and said that if they injected this into the man, he would die. The hero looked forward and asked for the tube. Davy slowly began to extend it to the patient, while the Baron was indignant behind him. The Lord calmly tore the infected man's clothes. Blood that had clotted due to the virus had collected in sacks on his chest. The prince raised his hand. He realized that if they did not remove it now, he would die instantly. His fingers began to feel his body and count millimeters from the bottom and right of the tumor. The Lord sweated slightly and sighed heavily. His hand shot up. The tube caught fire. He used the sacred cut. Then he put his hand on the man's chest and cast a pain-numbing spell. Davy concentrated on performing one action after another. The doctors watched in amazement from the side. The tube sank into the patient's body. The boy's eyes widened. He knew that there was not much time left. Gornio gritted his teeth in rage and asked how he dared to treat a human life like that. He picked up the prince by the collar and ordered him to stop. His legs were shaking. He asked what the master was doing. Davy looked at him with displeasure. The doctor asked him if human life was really a toy for him. At this time, blood was pumped out through the tube that remained in the patient. Suddenly, the man began to cough. The assistant reported that the patient's pulse had returned to normal. Gornio looked at him in amazement. Davy silently watched what was happening, remaining hanging on the arm. He got off and said that he would lend him something. In his fingers he clutched a flask with sick blood. The prince looked at the doctors and said that now they can stop the bleeding and stitch. He added that from the introduction of sedative painkillers during such symptoms the patient will die from shock. He ordered us to be careful in the future. The hero went through the infirmary. He said that he would finish here, so he was leaving. His hand touched the door. The Lord turned to the Baron. The man frowned at him. The prince smiled and said that a person with a stigmata has a blessing called resistance to common diseases. Gornio looked at him in surprise. The young man asked how he could compare such a person with some high priest. In the evening, the young man returned to the castle. The blushing sister was sitting next to Jules. Davy smiled nervously, seeing them together. He came up and asked if he still couldn't contact Varys. The girl assumed that the situation there was also unstable. The prince tiredly sat down in a chair and said that he tried his best in the infirmary. Jules looked at him seriously and said that he managed to find out something. He said that currently in these lands there are 2 officials from the disease department, Count Rinton and Baron Gornio. For reference, the titles added to the name are just echoes of the past. Now they belong to the Central Disease Department. The princess looked at the elder in surprise. He began to take notes, and said that this is the system of ranks of the Central Disease Department. He drew a diagram, said that they have 1 head, 3 chairmen and 15 more officials. Under them, the organization includes many doctors and representatives of the knightly order. Davy studied the diagram with curiosity and said that they have 3 chairmen and 3 emperors. The man noted that the young man is very smart. The prince frowned. The magician told him that the only head is His Eminence, the Holy Father of the sacred country of Balshas. The Lord thought that external damage can be quickly cured by restoration magic. But diseases in this world have a lot of dangerous zones, perhaps. So the very purpose of creating this organization is more than clear and constructive. Jules said that most of the 15 officials are people who have either incredible achievements or excellent healing skills. The elder of the tower raised his pen and clarified that information about everyone was erased along with the destruction of personal files. The hero decided that this was somehow manic. He imagined a busy street in the town. The magician said that the problem is that they received powers from 3 emperors and a union of countries, and in fact, Count Rinton's words are justified. The man put the feather in his inside pocket and said that the wrong kingdom also belonged to the union, because by demanding a retrial of the case, they would definitely incur the emperor's wrath. There was a chance that unrest would arise in other countries of the union, or even in their country. Winry looked at her friend with concern and said that the inhabitants were scared. He suggested starting with the fact that not much time had passed since their arrival, and at the moment, they could only wait. He introduced the warrior and explained that the knightly order sent here was the Order for the Destruction of Wealth, led by the captain of the knights, Count Kallio. Davy was thinking about the aliens at this time and did not understand who all these people were. The Count turned out to be the same man from the Rhindes Empire in the east. The mage lowered his hand and said that the Count retired a few years ago, but apparently he moved here. It would be good to rely on them for a start. The princess sadly lowered her eyes. If she knew that this would happen, she would not have brought the 2 of them to this dangerous place. Suddenly, her brother touched her hands and asked her not to worry. He knelt down in front of her and promised that everything would be fine. The hero looked at the cunning mage and asked if this was inconvenient for a 5th-class mage, and he calmly replied no. He smiled and explained that Portna was none other than a mage from the Red Tower, and he was only fulfilling his duty as an elder. The system reported that he sincerely wanted to help. The prince narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he learned that he was also an elder. He knew that such words were to be expected from such a sincere guy, but for some reason it seemed to him that he had another reason. At night, the servants lit candles in the courtyard. Perks asked why the owner did not stay in the infirmary and help. The guy replied that his presence there would not help in any way. He pointed the flask at the moonlight and said that the main thing was this. The Lord closed one eye and said that now, while the disease department is holding back the worst, while there is time, it is necessary to create it. It was about the antivirus. Prizerk looked thoughtfully at the magician and said that she does not understand much about antibodies. The hero explained that this is a common process in medicine. He introduced the laboratory and suggested that the disease department also made several attempts to breed antibodies, and of course, its method for breeding them goes beyond common sense, so they cannot compare with it. The prince was contentedly squeezing a blood sample in his hand. The devil asked how he was going to create a cure with only this, to which the young man replied that he had just a request for him. He looked towards the blurry space and ordered to speak since he had come. The spy came out of disguise and said with annoyance that he was discovered again, to which the Lord said that he was simply noticeable. The elf silently looked at her client. He sighed. Realizing that she was unhappy, he decided that it was worth catching a person only when you notice a gap. Anna handed the scroll to the young man and said that this was the information he asked for. The prince looked and said that this was good work. He still was not going to take the money, but not yet. The elf held out another capsule. Davy took it, smiled, and said that if the spy did not stop this charity, then he would fire him. But he replied that he did not care, because he had everything calculated. The prince was surprised and looked at the capsule again. He noticed that Anna was not acting on the orders of the guild. The lid fell to the ground. The spy looked at the piece of cloth that appeared. The hero studied the information on it and asked if it was accurate. The guild representative silently looked at him. The Lord knew that the secret agent's guarantee was his life. Davy squeezed the sheet. He realized that all this was true. He turned away and said that he had an additional request. The gentleman made several notes and ordered at least most of the items from this list. He said that the volumes needed were impressive. At least one card of each component. He explained that it would be faster and more reliable to entrust this to a spy than to a mercenary. He handed over several checks and asked to write the payment down in the name of the Central Disease Department. The spy asked if this was possible, to which the hero replied that they were here anyway and there would be no problems. In the worst case, he should say that he was working on an order from Baron Gorniel. Suddenly the prince approached the elf, poked her in the forehead and said that although she belonged to the dark world, she valued the lives of flies more than human lives. He added that she was not a psychopath who enjoyed watching ordinary people die. The guild representative slowly felt his forehead. The customer ordered us to complete this task as quickly as possible. He just had to keep in mind the thought that he was working for the good. Rainbow light passed through the night courtyard. The next day there was indignation in the same. The prince gathered the representatives of the management. Gorniel was indignant that he had to give up the right to access the treatment. The man looked at him angrily and shouted that the patients were in critical condition and every minute and second counted and they were not in such a free position to trust everything to a stranger. Davy drank tea and calmly said that yesterday's patient, if he was 2 or 3 minutes late, would have died. He put the tea on the table and thanked them for preventing this situation from getting worse, but he decided to say it directly. The hero folded his hands together and asked if the management really had a cure for the disease. Rental smiled and looked at the young man who spoke as if he had one. He replied that if there was a chance, then he should at least grab it. Davy looked at the representatives of the administration and said that he was not trying to fight for the trough now. He said that these were the lands of his kingdom and his sister. He believed that he had enough rights to put forward at least this demand. Gorniel jumped up in irritation, but the count adjusted his monocle and said okay. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. His partner was indignant, but he asked him to remember the lands in the west that were in the possession of the Conte's empire. He remembered the cemetery and said that in the end everyone died and even their healers and knights gave their lives there by the dozens. The old man looked at the curly-haired man and said that he himself had been there. The Baron froze in irritation. The official asked if he was really going to continue to cling to his pride in such circumstances. The prince was calmly drinking tea at this time. Rental said that if there was even a chance, then the best solution might be to grab it. Gorniel twisted his mouth angrily. The young man looked coldly into his glass. Night fell. The knight asked if everything would be okay. The official turned and asked what Kalia was talking about. The squad captain looked at him silently. The old man sat down in a chair with a smile and said that if the hero really managed to cope somehow, then the reputation of the Central Disease Administration would be ruined. The knight stood behind the back of the second chair. The official said that if anything happened, doubts might arise about whether they were really needed. He could refuse him, like Baron Gorniel. So why did he agree? Rental took a glass of wine and agreed that the count was right. He smiled and explained that if it were possible to cure the disease, wouldn't it make everyone better off? The man took a sip from the glass and hoped that the prince would succeed. It would be a victory for both sides. The count looked at the wine in his glass and smiled. The knight listened to him silently with his hands behind his back. There was no light in any of the windows. A new day had arrived. The trio of heroes gathered in the corridor. Davy was officially taking part in the treatment, so Winry was so happy that she jumped, although the fact that he had a medical education should be suspicious. The princess smiled hopefully. It seemed that she trusted her brother more than the disease department. The prince put his hand on his belt with satisfaction. They showed him his laboratory. The young man stood alone among a pile of equipment. According to Rental's will, the central administration adjusted the course of the current treatment to the prince's opinion. The hero turned around. He was told that he should remember. Gorniel looked at him with displeasure and said that he would observe. He frowned his large eyebrows. The prince remembered the saying that a new stone will definitely displace the old one. A team of doctors was sent to help. The Lord understood that for them he was just a piece of dirt, only similar to a stone, and although he realized that the resistance would be serious, in reality, it seemed, they agreed not to even listen to his opinion. Davy smiled embarrassingly. For some reason, he was tired. In front of him were beds with patients. The guy explained that with this disease the body temperature changes uncontrollably and melts the body. He put a cell of a virus, which was very changeable. At first, you do not notice anything special from infection with it. Davy looked closely at the patient. Everything began as an ordinary viral disease and everything begins with an incubation period for a certain period. He examined the completely blue hand and explained that first of all the muscles begin to melt. The Lord imagined a burning silhouette of a person from the inside and said that then, behind the joints and cartilage, the bones and the whole body melt. The prince continued examining the hand and said that it would be a great relief if everything was limited to this. The young man looked ahead and said that after the bones, the organs begin to melt, from the rectum and testicles, the kidneys, large and small intestines melt in order, and at about this time, liquid from this melting is released from all bodily openings. The Baron looked at the boy in amazement, and could not believe his words. The hero said that it was because of this process that dark blue spots appeared. The devil's blood is an incurable disease, information about which is kept under strict secrecy in the central administration, but it is in the possession of the prince, who has just arrived at the scene. The hero turned to the observer and asked if he knew why he was explaining such a thing. Gorniel looked at him in confusion, not knowing what to say. Davy smiled and said that it was called differently there. The Baron straightened his cloak in confusion. The boy said that now the most important thing was needed. He presented a bunch of drugs and said that usually doctors who encounter this disease, after many attempts, eventually come to the same conclusion. It is not curable with drugs in any way. It is necessary to at least find the area that serves as the source of the disease and cut it out. The man shuddered and said there is such a thing. The prince asked if they succeeded in doing this. The official looked at the Lord in shock. He said that he could assume that 9 out of 10 died during the operation, and the last one then again found himself under the power of the growing virus. The patient turned his head and said that he felt a little better. The prince asked him to be patient for a little, even if it was very difficult. Davy looked at the patient and said that he needed his strong will to save him. The spy appeared behind the official. The hero asked what he asked for. The elf answered that everything was where he ordered it to be delivered. The doctor looked at the guild representative in confusion. The Lord ordered to add the costs to the loan. The spy came closer. The young man smiled and assured that in 3 days they would see the results. A new day came after 2 nights. Portna looked at her reflection in amazement. Her skin was recovering very quickly. Vernie hugged her friend. Gornio looked at the healing process in shock. The official sat down on a chair and shouted that he did not believe it, because no medicine helped them. His hand drummed on the table. He talked about antibodies and said that specialists in this field had tried their best so far, but the solution was in antibodies. The man looked forward and said 3 years. He lowered his head and said that for 3 years he had been looking for salvation from this infection, and it was so easily created. The doctor looked at his hands with sadness, and the prince offered to tell him one interesting fact. He put down a cup with the patient's black blood, which he had taken. Now he was going to insert a needle with an invented medicinal substance, which serves as the basis for a vaccine. The blood suddenly spread in different directions. The reflection showed the astonished Baron, but the prince said that it was too early to be surprised, so he ordered to look further. The color of the blood turned red again. The man opened his mouth wide and asked, "How is it visible to the naked eye?" Davy smiled and explained that the virus is a living creature. Preserk looked away, surprised by the new information. The owner smiled. He knew that this is a parasitic biological weapon that has a will to survive and strategically attacks the human body. So in order to do something, you need to completely suck the energy out of the vile creature. For this, you need several types of medicinal herbs and several types of poisonous herbs, which usually should never be used as medicine. Here all these plants have slightly different names, so I had to work a little over the search. Davy went ahead and said that the injection volume of the medicine is 1 in 50 per person. He said that 1 bottle can give an injection to 50 people. He left the ingredients in the backyard, so they can use them heartily. An eagle flew over the tent. The heroes said that they could use it, because he ordered everything in their name anyway. Winry's voice came from the tent. The girl, clenching her fists, asked her brother if he knew what the inhabitants of the lands called him now. Spreading her arms to the sides, she said that they called him a Saint Julius, who was standing next to him, said that he did not think that he was so knowledgeable in medicine. Davy smiled nervously. He did not want to hear how he was called a saint here too. Preserk, smiling, said that for them it was a miracle. In 3 days, Davy invented a medicine and the patients gradually began to recover. The medical staff no longer treated the guy with prejudice. The general treatment was entrusted entirely to Baron Gorniel. Priscilla extended her finger, and thought when Davy said that it was hard for him to watch such a level of good nature. The guy remembered Lenton. He seemed to him an incredibly magnanimous person. However, the eyes and look, along with the smile, caused the guy a wild déjà vu. He closed his eyes. He understood that it was only intuition. Priscilla spread her arms to the side and said that judging a person for unfounded reasons could lead to problems. Introducing Gorniel, Davy said that he was stubborn, but at least he cared selflessly for the patients. Davy sat silently at the table, while Gorniel stood next to him. Jules, putting his hand to his chest, asked how he could help. Winry, who was standing next to him, said that they had just been watching until now. He should let them do something too. The guy looked at them with a smile. Pointing to the work table, he said to check the temperature of all the solutions. Since they both had the magic of the Red Tower, there should be no problems. Putting his hand on the table, Davy said that they needed to maintain the temperature for a while with fire magic, and he should go to the Baron. Davy waved goodbye. Winry raised her hands, concentrating her mana. Jules, sitting next to her, told her that she definitely liked Mr. Davy very much. Closing her eyes, the girl said that her brother had been an incredible person for a long time. Opening her eyes, the princess said that even though they had different mothers, he was always there and took care of them, calling them his family. Davy was always overly energetic, but she and Varys would never forget his warmth. Jules smiled when Winry said that she still remembered the story about the sun and the moon that her brother told them in childhood. The guy leaned slightly, looking at the princess. With his own eyes, he saw a smiling, beautiful girl. Looking at the flask, the guy turned to the princess. Turning his head to her, he wanted to ask her something. The girl did not hear the question and looked at him with puzzlement. Jules stood up and asked for permission to leave for a while. Having received permission, the sad guy walked away. Winry smiled widely and said that as soon as the situation improved, she should at least bake cookies for her brother. Events take us to the gazebo. Jules stood in front of the communication artifact and said that Prince Davy is truly incredible. Sitting down on the chair, he said that even he did not expect that the boy had solved a serious problem of disease management in 3 days. Imagining the appearance of Davy, the boy said that what surprised him most was the prince's confidence. He had only seen such confidence in a person with a lot of experience. His teacher, hearing him, said that since he felt so, it was true. The old man looked at the sphere when his student said that he could really learn a lot from the prince. So much that he had personal greed. Smiling, the boy said that if he succeeded, they could become close friends and those people would not worry about the usefulness of such a friendship. The old man laughed, saying that he had met a very good person. The master said to the motionless boy that there were many things in the world that could not be judged by age, because even a 3-year-old child could teach something. Helson became serious and squinted, saying that he had found out a little about what he was talking about. Jules leaned towards the artifact when the teacher said that most of the information about the people responsible for the special disease management project was lost, but some was found. Helson's voice could be heard in the gazebo, saying that only one person could have done something like that. Jules froze when he heard his name. His eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, a bright light and a roar spread throughout the area. Jules jumped up from his seat. He looked at the fire in the distance. The guy immediately imagined Winry, realizing that she was there. When the guy stood up, the master asked him what happened there. However, his student could no longer answer, and he disappeared from his seat. The guy burst into the building burning in flames. He covered his mouth with his hand, calling for the princess. Jules clenched his teeth in anger. The wand in his hand accumulated mana. The guy closed his eyes and used resonance magic. A stream of water rushed towards the flames. The formed cyclone quickly extinguished all the fire. Jules stood motionless and coughed because of the smoke. He was breathing heavily, looking into the distance. The guy opened his mouth in shock and froze. He did not see the princess's body among all the burnt things. Jules sat down in front of the table and tried to understand what it was. His eyes widened in shock. Jules used flight magic and took off. Frowning, he said that although his past was quite unusual, he should not have done something like this here. Imagining the prince, Jules said that although Davy was erudite and had a stigma, he was physically weak, and he could not allow him to get involved in this. Frowning even more, the guy prayed that Winry was okay. The guy flew into the forest at great speed. Many knights began to crowd. A huge number of knights surrounded Davy and Count Gorniel. Smiling, the guy turned to Gorniel and asked if they really had problems. The man said nothing, silently looking at the knights. One of the warriors took out his sword. A powerful explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. The tree branches were charred. A group of knights stood in front of the burning forest. Jules pointed his wand at the knights and formed fire magic. Fire passed through his wand. As the smoke rose in front of him, Jules asked himself if he had ever used high-level magic against a person. The group of knights looked at each other. Several figures rushed towards Jules. The boy gritted his teeth. He had undergone a completely different training. He was always required to control his mana and magic so as not to kill anyone. Imagining Winry, he asked what the point of magic was if he could not use it when it was really needed. A powerful stream of flame destroyed the wall. Jules entered the cave. Looking at the capsules around him, he said that this even surpassed what he had heard from his teacher. Someone approached the edge of the second ledge above Jules. Colio frowned, looking at the boy. The events take us to Davy surrounded by knights. Gorniel frowned and asked angrily what was going on here. The commander of the knights stepped forward saying that they were only following orders. Now the Baron must die here, and the prince must follow them. Davy crossed his arms over his chest and thought. Taking the sword in his hands, the commander told the couple not to waste their strength on resistance. The sheath of the sword fell to the floor. In an instant, he appeared in front of Gorniel. The image of the knight was reflected in the man's pupil. The sword left a trail behind it. Davy, appearing in front of the Baron, parried the blow. The blade of the sword was broken and thrown back. Davy grabbed the sword of the knight opposite. He grinned and asked the Baron if he was wounded. He quickly answered, saying that he was fine. The knight's entire body trembled as the prince told him that he was supposed to be from the Order of the Knights of the Elimination of Wealth, an order that irritated him, but was even dumber than he thought. Davy moved the blade aside and said that he never thought that their leader would do something like this. Electricity ran through the guy's hands. The knight frowned as the light illuminated his face. A bolt of lightning with 0 charge struck the warrior's body. The other knights, I watched everything in silence. The warrior tried to scream, but no sound came out of his charred body. When he fell to the floor, Davy said that a person planning to kill someone must be prepared to die himself. Looking at the knights around him, he said that they had enough determination for this. One of the maids approached the count. Pricerk flew up to Davy and said that shedding blood here was a little strange. The guy grinned and said that this is why he does not use blades. The demoness clenched her fists and lowered her hands, saying that she was not talking about this. Yellow lightning swept through the hall. The knights' bodies turned into coal statues. Their corpses began to fall. Jack appeared behind Davy when he called him. Jack raised his head when Davy ordered him to get rid of the corpses and slaughter all the people who came here. The mercenary reminded that this would also be included in the bill. Raising his hand, the guy said that he did not even know what he would ask him for the services provided, but he would still agree. The guy looked at Gorniel, to whom all the servants approached. Crouching in front of the man, the guy asked him to stay here and focus on healing. Standing up, he said that he himself would go and kill all these non-humans. Gorniel froze with his head raised. A bright flash of light struck the Baron. He stared at the space in front of him in confusion, while his cloak fluttered due to a gust of wind. Lightning struck the will of the crowd of people. A stream of lightning rushed towards the door. After the stream of lightning disappeared, the knights were struck by electricity. Davy, having blown up everything at the entrance, went outside. He grinned. A moment later, his body dissolved. He saw Winry sitting in a chair activating the tracking magic cast on the princess. The guy hovering over the crowd of knights said that his sister was kidnapped by them. Pricerk, who was on his shoulder, said that all of them, as one, were sword masters and above. Davy, having stopped smiling, said that these knights were previously imperialists. Davy landed in the middle of the warriors. He knew that even if he had a protection spell, it was useless against the sword. The knights quickly surrounded the prince. They looked at each other and began to shout, saying that the enemy was unarmed. Davy grinned. He had never been unarmed. A red blade appeared behind him. The sword rushed forward. Turning into a stream of mana, the sword flew towards the knights. The handkerchief on one of their faces flew up, revealing his face. The sword, bending around 2 knights, struck the third. The warriors began to fall dead. The knight who remained on his feet trembled, not understanding what was happening. Han Dan continued to pierce the hearts of the enemies. The red line that passed nearby marked death for the knights. Han Dan stopped above one of the knights. Davy, finding himself next to the knight, asked him if he was surprised that the sword was alive and moving. The commander gritted his teeth. Taking the sword in his hand, Davy said that when using the technique of cutting air for sword art, their ego is used. Han Dan, who appeared behind the guy, attacked the knight along with Davy. The guy raised his sword using the skill. Two swords rushed forward when using the star-pattern sword dance. Davy smiled, mocking the fact that they were all former Imperial soldiers. Creating a small arc of electricity, the guy said that they were no different from the mercenaries he had seen earlier. Davy rushed after his swords. Berserk, finding herself on the guy's shoulder, asked why they were aiming at Winry. She was just a child, Davy replied by saying that he himself did not know. When he struck the knight, the demonist asked if they had any excuse. Davy grinned, saying that there was always an excuse. Finding himself near two more knights and killing them, he said that they had an important position and therefore could not be gotten rid of thoughtlessly. Putting the swords on his shoulder, he said that Jules was the elder of the Red Tower, and he and Winry were members of the royal family of this country. If something happened, then there would be an investigation. Imagining a mansion, Davy said that most likely they would say that this was an attack by barbarians or monsters. Berserk, despondent and lowering her hands, asked how this was connected with Winry's kidnapping. The knight rushed at Davy as he was answering the demonist, saying that if they tried to write the story in general, Davy easily dodged and struck back. As the sword pierced the knight, Davy said that they were probably pretending to look for Winry, who had disappeared without a trace, having been attacked in the absence of the knights. Han Dan and Condon took their human forms. Han Dan climbed onto her father's head while he said that this way everyone would be able to avoid responsibility. Arcs of lightning struck the forest, and screams were heard from it. Climbing up, Davy said that he was still in doubt, crossing her arms under her chest. Berserk said that they didn't really need the princess for all this, because they could have simply killed everyone here. Davy stopped. He stood in front of the overgrown root entrance to the cave. Inside the cave, he saw capsules with skeletons inside. Many capsules filled the cave with people. Berserk screamed in shock and opened her mouth. Davy at that moment remembered how the knight standing in front of the Baron ordered him to follow him after they killed Baron Gorniel. The guy smiled and said that since God knows what had happened here anyway, they couldn't help but take advantage of the chance to get a high-level mage or a stinger to bearer. Jules coughed up blood. The hand holding the wand dropped. Then his opponent told him that he had held out long enough. Count Kallio frowned and asked the guy why he had come here. Wiping the blood from his face, the guy said that he had come to protect. Kallio, standing on a hill, asked if he really wanted to protect Princess Ran, or the dying inhabitants of these lands, or Prince Davy, who was already being taken to them. Jules frowned and asked what his words meant. Landing in front of the Tower Elder, the man asked if he really thought that they had gathered here without any preparation. Everyone in this land had long been killed by a night squad. Jules' eyes widened in shock. Kallio pulled the blade out of its sheath. In an instant, it approached and pierced Jules' body. The boy froze with his eyes wide open. His body momentarily collapsed due to the pressure. Jules' glasses flew off, and he himself fell to one knee. Blood dripped from the sword, while the Count told Jules that he should have run away if he was going to protect even one person. Kallio's lips parted and he said that they needed to get out of this land, take someone with them, and then run as far as possible. Jules gritted his teeth and frowned. The boy with his head down was surprised again when Rinton asked him if he, being a 5th-class mage, really thought that he would be the one to save everyone. Looking at the unconscious princess, Rinton asked the boy if he had any feelings for her. If so, then he was an idiot. Jules raised his head. Rinton smirked. Standing next to Winry's body, he said that this was most likely the last option. The old man smiled looking at the victim. He grabbed the girl's face and said that she had a pretty face, quite worthy of attention. Jules froze. He was furious. He grabbed his wand and raised his hand. A moment later, he rushed to the high ground ahead. Kallio's hand was behind the boy's head. In one movement, he knocked him to the ground. He removed his hand, making sure that the boy would not get up. Rinton laughed and stood on the edge of the high ground and said that he would find a use for them as test subjects. Rinton, who crossed his arms over his chest, had a real name, Lintan Berniciate. This boy was considered a genius since childhood, showing the corresponding potential in medicine. The boy's nature was too eccentric. He smiled for no reason. In his personal file, there was a record that in the kingdom of Louis, he received a disciplinary punishment in the form of a ban on medical practice. In order to invent a cure for a rare disease, he arbitrarily kidnapped 200 residents and began to experiment on them. At that time, he was only 15 years old. The boy was able to invent a cure, which only he was happy about. At the end of the experiment, only 10 living people remained in his cells, and even they became half-disabled. Rinton turned out to be a man capable of anything to achieve his goal, even a dance with a skeleton or death. They say that the one who killed one is considered a murderer, the one who killed 10 people is a serial killer, and the one who killed 100 people is considered a maniac. But the one who killed thousands of people and created a mountain of corpses is considered a hero. Rinton knelt before the king, and even his actions, his history, from whatever side you look at it, characterized him only as a demon. The demon whose nature was hidden in his shadow. Rinton said, smiling, that she had not come to life, that they would fall into a trap so easily. Jules gritted his teeth and asked if he realized what his actions were. Putting his hand in his coat, the man said that it was better for them not to be so angry in such circumstances, because both sides benefited. Then he explained that the death of Prince Davy would allow him to raise medicine to a new level. Spreading his arms to the sides, he said that in return he received his achievements and glory, while Jules of the 5th class would make a huge contribution to the development of humanity. Colio began to approach the guy. Jules gritted his teeth in anger when Rinton asked him if there could be anything more rational in the world. The guy immediately called the man crazy. Wiping his sweat, the man thanked him for the compliment. Extending his hand with a handkerchief, he ordered Colio to calm the guy down. Taking out his sword, the count said that Jules would become more docile if he cut off 1 or 2 limbs, because the main thing is that he doesn't die. Jules frowned, trying to do something. Colio was wiping his sword. The elder of the tower looked at his mistress on the throne. He remembered the old man, his teacher. Jules clenched his fist. When Colio swung his sword, Rinton laughed, saying that sometimes there are catastrophes in the world against which a person can do nothing. Pointing at the guy, he said that his mistake was that he learned about this fact too late. Colio's blade left a trail behind it. Jules watched as the sword approached him. Davy suddenly appeared in the air and hit Colio, telling Rinton that he was deeply mistaken. The count's cheeks and eyes swelled from tension. Davy, smiling, said that he certainly could not be called a catastrophe that could not be countered. The guy clenched his fist using the demon King Jurg's Primus. A moment later, he struck the count. Davy licked his lips. He began to strike many times. Blood splattered on the floor. At this time, the knights in the hall fell dead. Corneo was kneeling, looking at the corpses. Jack stood in front of him and took out his sword. Taking a stance to strike, he said that he would clearly carry out his task, and he must do his job. Corneo jumped up and shouted, asking the guy if this situation meant nothing to him. Jack answered by saying that it did. Looking at the knight in the distance, he asked the Baron if he would abandon the patients since the knights had caused so much trouble, and if not, why was he still here since Lord Davy had entrusted it to him. Jack's blade appeared in front of the knight's head. He pierced the enemy's head and knocked him down. Gorniel, seeing Jack kill another enemy, said that the entire wealth elimination squad was there, and it was dangerous. Jack took off his hood when the Baron said that since Count Colio supported the knights, Davy was in great danger. Raising his hand and clenching his fist, he asked Jack if he shouldn't help the Lord. Closing his eyes, he said that he definitely shouldn't worry about the prince. Imagining Colio and his knights, he said that they were certainly sword masters and above, and their captain was a renowned master, and the prince went against such people alone. Gorniel lowered his hand. Jack turned to him and said that in fact, there was nothing more useless in the world than worrying about this man. Davy almost broke his ribs with a punch. He threw the enemy's body into the wall. Rinton's legs buckled from the shaking. The prince straightened up and said that this was a rather strange sight. He looked at his fist and mentally said that he never thought he would show such a level of strength. Berserk appeared in front of the guy. She pointed to Jules lying behind her. He barely raised his head and called the prince. Davy was surprised that he added etiquette even in such a situation. The guy grinned. Crouching in front of Jules, he began to read a prayer. A pillar of holy power struck Jules, beginning to heal him. The elder of the tower stood up, amazed by the disappearance of wounds. He raised his head when Davy said that he never forgets mercy. Then the guy turned around. Davy was behind Rinton, saying that he also does not forget insults. The man frowned and turned around. A powerful gust of air occurred near the couple. Davy cut off the man's hand. Rinton screamed and grabbed his severed hand. He fell to the ground writhing in pain. Davy looked at the man clenching his teeth and ordered him to disappear. With one kick, he threw him away. Summoning his swords, Davy said that otherwise he could stain Winry with blood. The princess opened her eyes hearing a scream. She looked at her brother in surprise, carrying her in his arms. Looking at the wall, the guy asked his sister if she was okay. The girl began to turn her head trying to figure out where they were. Her eyes widened when she saw something. Kolio with a sword in his hand appeared behind Davy. He swung his sword. His blade was blocked by Honda. The man's blade trembled from the effort he was putting in. Frowning in surprise, he asked if it was a magic sword. The guy smiled, saying that it was surprising that the sword master attacked him from behind. Kolio threw Honda away. Davy went down with Winry in his arms. Putting the girl near Julius, he told him to take care of her and be near her so that she would not get hurt. Julius raised his hand, saying that they needed to get out together. Taking out his cloak, the guy told the tower elder not to worry. Putting on his cloak, he said that he was not as weak as they thought. Kolio landed in front of Davy. Standing up, he said that it was a dangerous sword for a young man to play with. Releasing his aura, he said that he would take the sword. Davy smirked and said that it was not a fact, because he needed to listen to his children's opinions. Looking at Rinton in the distance, he said that he would be better off taking care of his boss first. The man turned around abruptly, feeling a threat. Davy threw Honda and cut off Rinton's leg, and an angry Kolio stood in front of Rinton. Davy instantly appeared next to him. He concentrated mana in his hand. Then he delivered another blow to the man's body. The count began to cough up blood from the blow. His legs buckled from the blow. Davy looked at the man who fell to his knees and said that he had incredible resilience. Rushing forward, he said that since he wanted to be a punching bag, he could only be happy. The guy began to methodically beat the count. The smile did not leave his face. Kolio himself gritted his teeth, enduring the blows. Davy threw the count's body with his blow. Saliva began to flow from the man's mouth. Holding his side, he screamed, calling Davy a vile, impudent man who always aimed at his solar plexus. Davy, clenching his fist, said that in battle, all means are good, because the main thing is to win. Looking at his fist, the guy mentally said that the enemy's endurance was at a level, but he expected more from a sword master. Kolio was kneeling and leaning on his sword. Berserk appeared next to the guy and said that his enemy failed to overcome his limits. Kolio was a man who had reached the limit of his skill. His soul was shattered like glass. Standing in front of the enemy, Davy said that it made no sense for him to ask why he was cooperating with someone like Rinton. On the way to the cave, he saw many capsules, and then there were people with transplanted monster cells. While the smoke around was clearing, Davy asked Kolio if he decided to cooperate with these experiments to restore the destroyed body. The man screamed in rage, demanding the guy to shut up. He stood up, trembling all over. Davy thought about it and remembered the city, asked Rinton if he was the one who planted pathogenic bacteria on the barbarians in order to spread the disease in these lands. The man with the sword in his leg raised his head. Berserk, seeing the man's reaction, said that this was exactly so. The guy did not know about the unknown fact, but if they found out about it, it would not be limited to disbanding the research team, even their badge would be destroyed. Berserk, flying near the guy, screamed, calling him. Frowning, the demoness told him to do everything conscientiously. Rinton, being scared, turned to Kolio, but he shouted and ordered him to be silent. The man frowned, realizing that the source of the enemy's strength was far from the magic sword. This guy in front of him was at least a master, and also a master of high-level sacred magic. Perhaps he is the genius who will go down in the history of this era. Davy raised his hand, saying that he will stop aiming only at the solar plexus. The man gripped the sword tighter. He raised the sword in front of himself, deciding to stop the guy now, before he became even stronger. Kolio's sword was enveloped in chi. The ground around it shattered due to a powerful jerk. Kolio appeared above Davy. The guy grinned, saying that even tarnished gold is still gold. The Count swung his sword. Davy clenched his fist. He was able to dodge the enemy's blow. The guy with a smile on his face appeared next to the man, saying that he fell for it again. Davy's fist was enveloped in mana. Kolio's face was illuminated by a bright light. Davy struck with both fists using the technique of the Demon King jerk. His fists crushed the ribs. A moment later, the enemy's body crashed into the wall at great speed. Berserk hovered behind, silently watching everything. She was horrified and opened her mouth and said that this was too much. Kolio fell to his knee and began to cough up blood. When Davy approached him, he said that he was too mean. He responded that he should not say anything since he could not win the battle. Kolio's hand trembled. He clenched his teeth, realizing that he was pushed back even in basic capabilities. He could not believe that he, the former captain of the knightly order, was defeated by only a young man. He grabbed the hilt of the sword tighter. Davy grinned, looking at his opponent. He fell to the ground, no longer able to hold himself up. Looking at his body, the guy said that he was quite surprised by him, because he was to grind him into dust, and he turned out to be too resilient. The guy raised his eyebrows when he heard Winry's call. When she approached him, the guy asked how she felt. She answered saying that everything was fine. Jules nervously smiled and said that he only added to his worries, but he just did not expect that he was so strong. Davy, looking to the side, told him not to worry about the medicine, because it was his own fault that he left such a fragile defense. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that if he were a Muir, then the treatment method would disappear after that. Rinton could not ignore this. Lowering his hands, he told the couple to leave first. He would deal with the rest and follow them. Winry was horrified and opened her eyes wide. Pointing the sword to the side, she said that the man ran away. Jules spit his lip, then Davy told them that this is exactly why they should leave. Looking at his hand, Yuli said that he did not have enough mana to immediately chase after him. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared under the couple's feet. The couple opened their mouths wide in shock. Pointing at Kolio, Davy said that the Red Tower should deal with him. Winry and Ulysse shouted for Davy. While Ulysse was amazed that this gentleman was also a master of magic, Davy smiled. The control of the small mana gate that Ulysse had, with his level of mana circle, can be used at any time through interference. The guy snapped his fingers. A moment later, the couple disappeared, leaving behind only a glow. Davy picked up Hanan from the ground. Taking the sword in his hand, he said that it was too impolite to leave like that, abandoning someone else's precious child. The guy threw Hanan on his shoulder. He frowned, saying that Rinton only turned him against himself. Looking at the cave in front of him, he decided not to give Rinton an easy death. Blood dripped onto the floor of the secret hall. Davy came into the hall and saw the Count coughing. He turned around and saw the guy calling him a monster. Swinging his sword, Davy asked which of them was really the monster. With the swing of his sword, the guy sent an air wave. The wind stopped, crashing into the barrier. Davy stared at the barrier in surprise. He ran forward, wanting to get closer to the barrier. Rinton, sweating heavily, watched everything. His lips stretched into a grin, pointing at the guy. He laughed, saying that he had an ace up his sleeve for this case. Davy, looking at his trembling hand, said that the barrier was very strong. Looking at the man who stood up and at the barrier, the guy mentally said that a lot of money must have been spent on a barrier created by forced concentration of huge amounts of mana. Taking the remote control in his hand, the Count said that now he would not have fun with him, a man who looked like a monster. After saying this, he threw the remote control aside. Berserk appeared next to the guy and said that this old man was trying to escape. The man stepped on the remote control and broke it. Clenching his fist and rejoicing, he said that the mana gates found in the relics are quite slow, but when launched, they can send an object beyond this dimension. Davy narrowed his eyes. He stood quietly listening to the Count say that he will not leave anyone alone, and someday he will put him alive in the booth for experiments. Davy lowered his swords. The Count took off his cloak and showed the medicine the guy created, saying that he will even steal his things. Laughing and grinning, he told the guy that in the end he will not be able to save anyone. Pointing his finger at Davy, he said that this will be the case in the future and after he disappears. Raising his hand, he asked Davy how he felt. The guy threw the sword over his shoulder and said that it was disgusting even to listen to. Davy took the second sword in his hand. He swung the sword several times in an instant, wishing the old man a safe journey. Rinton froze with a smile on his face. Suddenly the barrier fell apart into pieces. Davy, holding the condom in his hand, asked what difference it made whether it was a barrier made of mana or a gate. The condom in the guy's hand had the ability to cut through anything that did not exist in physical form. Lowering his hand with the condom, the guy told Rinton that he always had a way to catch people like him. Preserk, looking at the corpse, said that the scientist ended his fate in the form of a disfigured corpse. Davy, hearing her words, said that this scientist committed an inhuman act, and this was a natural outcome. Closing his eyes, he became slightly angry, remembering that he did not want to give the man an easy death. Suddenly the whole room shook. Davy raised his head, trying to understand what was happening. He grinned, realizing something. Looking at the corpse, he realized that this bastard was trying to erase all the evidence. The horses galloped. The knight commander shouted, ordering the warriors to arrest Count Rinton and Captain Kallio. The prince stopped his horse and ordered the second night squad to find Baron Gorniel and protect him. The rest were to be responsible for the safety of the citizens. Varys, sitting on his horse, shouted, saying that their goal was not a desperate confrontation, but to protect the citizens. The knights galloped forward. Varys, left alone, said that the state of these lands was unimaginable. Looking at the square, he said that even before his departure, it was better. While waiting for the transfer of part of the Lord's powers and the results in accordance with the concept, Varys stood near the window. He turned around. The prince stared at the Baron. One sentence from Gorniel, who joined and sowed doubt in his soul. The sentence was about the possibility that someone intentionally spread the disease. Now Varys stood motionless. All his subordinates called him. The knights pointed to the corpses to the prince. Looking closely, the prince realized that these corpses were members of the liquidation squad. Opening his eyes in surprise, he asked what had happened here during this time. Galloping forward on his horse, he said that they needed to hurry. The events were transferred to the mansion. The prince ran down the corridor. He opened the door with force and shouted for the Baron. Gorniel turned around, hearing the prince's cry. Varys froze, seeing something. Standing in front of Varys, the Baron said that everything was fine since nothing had happened to him. Varys interrupted him, saying that he should worry. Looking at the workers and the sick, he asked how this had actually happened. Gorniel answered, saying that Prince Davy had arrived with Lady Winry. Closing his eyes, he said that the prince had invented a cure in 3 days. Remembering the guy's appearance, he said that he himself was shocked by this. With the disease that had made even their management give up, the prince had dealt with it as if it were some kind of trifle. Varys made the Baron frown, asking what happened to the corpses outside. Gorniel answered, saying that they were Count Kallio's knights and they were going to get rid of them after they invented a cure. Varys' eyebrows rose and he froze. Gorniel raised his hands, telling the prince, who had started screaming, to calm down. Varys hit the wall and ordered them to report the condition of his brother and sister. He grabbed his head, saying that if something happened to them. He gritted his teeth, saying that if something happened to Winry, then. Winry appeared behind him and asked his brother what he would do. Jules smiled and said that it turned out that he valued his sister much more than he said. The embarrassed princess asked her brother why he was acting so unusual. Suddenly the whole room shook. The chandeliers on the ceiling began to sway. The group looked at each other, deciding that it was an earthquake. At that moment, many birds flew into the sky. Davy broke through the ground. He stopped in midair, then Berserk told him that everything worked out well and now he wouldn't have to waste his nerves and strength. The guy laughed and closed his eyes, saying that everything had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, monsters were bursting out of the ground. Davy froze. Looking at the fleeing chimeras, Berserk immediately said that he needed to take a closer look in the direction they were running. Looking into the distance, the guy realized that the monsters were heading for the lands of Orym. Many of the monsters had already run into the forest. Sighing, the guy said that it would be hard to catch each monster in the forest one by one. Davy raised his head and looked at the sky. Looking closely at the clouds, he said that he had a plan. Davy stood on his toes. A moment later, he took off using flight magic. The guy stopped right above the crowds of monsters. He rubbed his fingers, saying that the humidity was also suitable. Raising his hand, he called for Handan. Stroking the sword, he asked her to lend him some mana. Zerk opened her mouth in amazement. She knew that it was impossible to normally unleash high-level magic with only the power of the 5th circle. But if this level was accessible, then with the mana of the guy in Handan, it was quite feasible. A magic circle formed under Davy. Magic circles began to form in the air behind the sword. A huge space in the sky was occupied by magic circles. Davy extended his hand using boundary expansion and structure change. Berserk stared at the guy in amazement. She had never heard the language that Davy used. Davy grinned. He spread his arms out to the sides. He knew that the area, the entire territory, was now behind him. Marks formed above the heads of the chimeras. Something wriggled over the guy above Davy. The guy turned around saying that he had long wanted to try. Remembering the appearance of the demonic Oni, Berserk said that although it was not fire, but thunder, it was dangerous. Davy raised his sword. The moment he swung his sword, many lightning bolts struck the forest. The wheels of the carriage did not stop turning. The imperial carriage was moving at full speed. The leader of the knights was fighting off the assassins. Valos gritted his teeth and looked around. A subordinate approached the commander and said that they could not hold out much longer. Valos frowned and began to curse at the assassins who were pursuing them tirelessly. Suddenly, one of the lightning bolts struck near them. The captain of the knights stared at the lightning bolts striking the forest. His eyes widened in shock. He swallowed in fear. He looked at the carriage and shouted, ordering them to go into the forest and not to look at the lightning. Inside the carriage, one of the servants covered the princess with her body. Iria was trembling all over, asking for forgiveness from her subordinates. The group with the carriage rushed towards the forest. Davy fell to his knees. He grabbed his head in pain. Then Berserk screamed, demanding not to overexert himself. She raised her hand, saying that a person alone could not withstand control over such a force. The guy standing in the middle of the sky said that if something like this could kill him, he would not be able to rise to the 9th circle. Davy began to sweat heavily. The manner of consumption was small, but his consciousness was greatly depleted. The guy stood up. He was a little sick. Closing his eyes, he said that he needed a break. He abruptly opened his eyes, seeing a carriage. Thanks to the magic of the area, Davy began to turn towards the carriage. Davy immediately noticed the white carriage. He lowered his hand, surprised that the carriage had the crest of the imperial family. Berserk clenched her fist, saying that this crest was platinum in color. The guy turned his attention to the assassins following the group. He rubbed his chin, saying that this is not Western Kantas, so it is either the Palan Empire or Rindes. The Demoness screamed, telling him that he had better ignore them, because if there is a chase here, then the enemy must be serious. Davy did not answer immediately, silently looking after the group. He noticed the figure in the carriage. The guy involuntarily narrowed his eyes. The princess inside the carriage looked at the guy in the sky. Her eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Davy's eyes widened. He was shocked. Davy closed his eyes, feeling a refreshing energy that cleared his thoughts. This scent resembled the elementalist flowers. Davy hovered in the sky and looked after the carriage leaving. He suddenly raised his hand. Magic circles formed above the group of assassins. A bright light illuminated everything in the area, even Berserk. Lightning burst out from the clouds. A moment later, she struck the assassins. The fragments of the earth almost struck the Imperials. Davy pointed to the crater and said that his hands slipped. Then he flew to the side, not staying near the evil Demoness. The guy suddenly froze, feeling how his body was struck by pain. He began to fall down. Berserk screamed, looking at the fallen guy. At that moment, the sun in the distance shone brightly, as if blessing Davy. The events take us into the darkness. The carriage door opened, illuminating the figure of Iris. The warrior who opened the carriage doors smiled, saying that they were saved. When the princess got out, the knight told her that they would soon be met by the knightly order of the Empire. Having examined the group, the girl named the names of those she did not see. He grabbed his hat and asked for forgiveness. Taking off her hat, she said that everything was because of her, a werewolf. The Imperials standing in front of her objected, saying that no one would dare to belittle her like that, not even she. Valus knelt down, saying that the cause of her sorrow was his incompetence, so he did not deserve to live. Iris raised her hands and said that she simply did not want them to continue to suffer because of her. Raising his head, the knight captain addressed the princess, who clenched her fists and said that she needed to be brave, at least for the sake of his imperial majesty. She clenched the hem of her dress. Valus raised his head and shouted that he swore on the name of the imperial sword master. He will conduct a thorough investigation and will certainly extinguish the flames of discontent of her people. The girl standing in front of the captain thanked him. As Valus stood up, his subordinate asked what kind of lightning it was. He replied saying that it did not look like a natural phenomenon at all. The wind stirred Iria's hair. Stroking his beard, Valus said that such a magical power would instantly turn over the ranks of the greatest magicians of the continent. But this simply cannot be, and most likely it was not created by a man, but a dragon. The princess stood with her back to her subordinates, and listened to them silently. She raised her hand, saying that he had dark hair. She imagined a golden dogwood, comparing it to Davy. Meanwhile, the guy himself was lying in the forest. His eyes were closed. He was sleeping peacefully. Soon dawn came, and the light penetrated the crowns of the trees. A drop fell on the guy's face. He slowly opened his eyes. Berserk was immediately in front of him. She held out a leaf with water, saying to drink water first. Davy thanked her and said that for the first time in a long time he had a truly peaceful sleep. Berserk smiled and said that no more than 2 hours had passed. The guy looked around and asked if chaos had come to the lands of Ordum. The girl answered saying that it had happened. Davy immediately laid down, saying that in that case they would go after he slept a little more. A scream of a demoness was heard in the forest, telling the guy to think a little about the people who were worried about him. Varys screamed and froze. Davy approached him and asked him when he managed to return. He answered saying that it was recently. Davy bowed his head. Varys began to examine his brother's body, saying that fortunately he was not injured. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said that he could not even imagine how shocked he was when he found out that he was left alone in the Count's domain. Looking to the side, he said that as soon as he met Winry and Jules, he immediately gathered a rescue team and went after him. Davy, remembering what happened in the forest, realized that his brother did not manage to enter the forest, because it was tantamount to suicide. At that moment, Winry ran to her brother screaming. She hugged him, asking if he was okay and if he was hurt. Varys immediately started yelling and scolding his sister, saying that she should not be here, but lying in the ward, she yelled back, saying that she could not sit still when her brother had not yet returned. Jules smiled, telling Davy that he was a brother bathing in love. Davy sighed and asked Jules if anything special had happened since his return. The elder of the tower stopped smiling and sadly said that nothing had happened, but there was devastation everywhere. Remembering the temporary camp, he told Davy that if it were not for him, the whole thing would not have ended so well, and for him, as an elder, it was a shame. Closing his eyes, he said that even the medicine had been lost. Davy took the bottle of medicine in his hand and asked if he was talking about him. Smiling, he said that Rinton had very carefully hidden it in his bosom. Looking at Jules and the princess, the guy told them not to worry and go inside. Soon night fell. The events in the Baron's mansion continued. After the group settled in the estate, Varys told Davy about everything that happened. Raising his hand, the guy told everything. Everything was as Davy expected. It all started with Count Rinton deliberately spreading the disease. Varys put a flask of poison on the table. The guy took it in his hand, saying that there was an emblem of the disease department. His brother immediately said that it was found at the main base of the bandits after a thorough search. Clenching his fist and getting angry, the guy said that the intruder who invaded someone else's house began to act like the owner. Initially, Baron Gorniel was against Davy doing anything on these lands. Perhaps the old man frowned and was simply scared that he, a third party, would be drawn into this. Davy smiled. Now he felt guilty in front of the old man. Varys, having calmed down, turned to his brother and asked if he could ask him something. Davy looked at him and gave permission. Varys frowned. Davy looked at Winry and Jules and realized that everyone had a lot of questions. Davy took a mug of tea in his hand. He knew that he had been getting off topic all the time, but now everything had changed. Looking at everyone in the room, he mentally said that he did not know how things would have been if there had been someone in his place who had initially been active. But naturally, no one would have been able to understand what had happened to him so far. He could use the art of the sword that extracted aura. The guy used a fighting technique that could knock down a sword master. He struck Kalia with it. Stigmata, unknown knowledge of medicine along with the laboratory. There was also magic above the fifth circle, with which he was able to teleport Jules and Winry. While drinking tea, Davy wondered if such a power could be wielded by a young man who was not yet 20. Imagining Island, he said that even she, a princess who picked up a sword before she could even pick up a pen, being a genius, could not become a master of the sword. Jules, a former child prodigy called the most prominent genius of the continent, was also barely approaching the title of master, while some 17-year-old boy, moreover, who spent a third of his life in a coma, achieved all this. Davy raised his teacup again. He smiled mentally, saying that even for him, all this can only be described with the word impossible. He only once decided to stick to this path, turned inside out for a millennium. Winry screamed at her brother, telling him to stop, as if he was interrogating him. Jules raised his hand and said that he was also interested. Even though he saw that inhuman power with his own eyes, he could hardly believe it was real. Besides, he admitted mana inherent to a completely ordinary person. Davy opened one eye. He realized that the elder of the tower was most interested in the latter. He looked at the tea in his hand, mentally saying that it was good that they did not think that the lightning in the forest was also his doing. But out loud he said that there was a level with a completely different source. The guy put the cup on the table. All three stood up looking at Davy. Davy smiled and said that he was just trying. All three could no longer even stand still and screamed, asking what it meant. The guy opened his eyes and said that it meant exactly what he said. He tried to death, this entire short period. Pryzerk flew up to the tea and said that this was not a lie at all. It really was a short period, to study all the techniques. Even a millennium would not be enough for the guy, in this warehouse of gears. From the very morning he climbed the rock. In his dreams and in reality, he lived only for training, and fell asleep near Hercules. He tried so hard that his hands were covered in wounds every day, and he even learned how heroes turn, which made a goblin passing by laugh. Davy looked at his hands. Varys smiled nervously. Standing in front of his brother, he said that it would take less than a year to achieve something like this. Davy closed his eyes and said that there were still so many unexplainable things in the world, and he didn't say a word about achieving this in a year. Varys' eyes widened in shock when his brother said that he really did have the mana of an ordinary person, but how he was able to pull out a sword from a high-density aura back then, they must be interested in that. Varys nodded, saying that it was so. Davy chuckled. Closing his eyes, he said that someday, as soon as it became possible, he would tell everything. The prince froze in amazement. Davy opened his eyes. He knew he couldn't tell the people across the hall about the gallery, even if they would press him for an answer and call it absurd. Pryzerk yawned. Davy smiled, realizing that only one person could know the whole truth about him. The three of them sat down again. All three smiled and started discussing other topics, deciding not to press their brother. The lights in the mansion didn't turn off for a long time. Davy smiled stupidly, asking Handan if she was offended. She turned away from him. The guy reached out his hand to her. The girl hid in the sheet and started to scare her dad, who only admired her, saying that she looked like a hamster with cheeks stuffed with sunflower seeds. The guy suddenly shuddered, realizing that he couldn't say such things now. The girl was emitting flames of anger. No matter how hard her father tried to cheer her up, it was the same with the sacred sword calderas. But when a weapon with ego with embedded mana uses force at high speed, then it falls into an equally strong anesthesia, and for Handan it was a disaster. The girl came out from under the blanket when the guy started to cheer her up. She clapped her hands and rejoiced. June Dan hugged her sister, telling her to stop. At that moment, their father used a sneaky trick and took out a cookie. The girls' eyes shone, but they still managed to overcome themselves and refused. Davy was struck by electricity. Davy videoed that the two girls who turned away clearly wanted cookies. The guy twirled the cookie in his hand, realizing that his daughter wanted cookies, but because of the offense she could not. The guy lifted the cookie, saying that since they did not want it, then he would have to eat it himself. The girls froze watching their dad eat the cookie. They couldn't hold back their tears and got even more offended. In their eyes, their father was now a demon eating everything tasty. Cirque appeared next to Davy, screamed and called him an idiot. She clenched her fist, saying that it was just a child. Suddenly, the girl's hair grew longer. She held out her hands to the girls. Davy froze, watching everything. Cirque looked at the guy behind her. Davy, seeing how the girl was holding the children on her lap, asked if she could really become bigger all this time. Frowning and slightly offended, the demoness said that there were no difficulties in increasing the body, especially for her demonic powers. The guy brought the cookie to his mouth, realizing that it was something like a kinship between energy bodies. Berserk stroked the crying Honda's head. The girl became embarrassed, and Davy dropped the cookie from his hands when Honda and called the demoness mom. The girls started crying even harder and hugged their mother now. Davy smiled weakly when the girls said that they hated their father. Smiling, Berserk said that everything was fine, because mother was here. As expected from the wise previous queen of demons, she was resourceful. On the continent, those who were currently called demons were considered great evil living on the pages of books. But looking at the smiling Berserk, one could understand that all this was prejudice. Davy sighed and smiled. He ran up to Honda and said that he had cookies. Then the demoness told him that sometimes there were moments when she wanted to hit him in the face. Davy sadly went to eat cookies alone, but even now they seem bitter. The events take us a few days forward. Everything returned to normal in the city, and people walked the streets again. Of course, this did not end there, and a preventive vaccination system was introduced to prevent a recurrence of the epidemic. Jack, looking at the table, said that over 300 people had died due to the events in the Autumn Lands. Davy, sitting in the chair, said that with such a deadly disease, it was a great stroke of luck that it was limited to these losses. On other continents, this disease had killed millions, plunging the entire world into red. If Davy had not come here and the disease had spread throughout the country, half of the eastern continent would have been covered by it, since the Autumn Lands Rinton was really ridiculous, so Davy was only happy with 100 victims. Jack, standing opposite the guy, asked how well the guy knew the disease. Davy raised his head and looked at the mercenary, and asked if this would also be included in the bill. Having received an affirmative answer, the guy in the chair asked if he would have to pay with his organs in the end. Leaning back in his chair, he said that it really was impossible to tell what was going on inside him. Maybe it was time to tell. The guy smiled nervously when Jack said that he wanted to collect a few more points so that he would have no escape routes. Berserk heard him and said that he did not know what he would ask for, but since he was going so far, it would not be easier to just go under his wing. Jack, surprised, asked if he would accept. Davy grabbed his head, mentally saying that he did not care who he served or what his past was, but if he really wanted him to accept him, then he should take off this mask. The guy opened his eyes. He took out a sphere from the nightstand, saying that no one should mess with him. In the sphere, the guy saw Amy. Jules smiled contentedly, and Davy was heard being told that everything was ready. A moment later, Davy turned around. The townspeople were walking along the street, and Davy said that a week had passed since then, and as a result of the intensive fight against the accelerated melting virus, most of the patients were able to get out of bed, and among them were those who died, unable to overcome the disease. A wreath of flowers appeared. The guy, raising his hand, added that the Autumn Lands quickly revived. The young man, hearing how he was called a saint, blushed and thought that everything would be perfect if not for those annoying praises. Winry, squeezing her fingers, exclaimed that they would not go very fast, but in 3 days they should get there without overexertion, and Davy explained that having finished with the schedule, they were finally returning home, and the small man-gate that they used when leaving the Haynes lands needed recharging, so they decided to go back in a carriage. Davy, raising the corners of his lips, listened to the fact that there were many truly beautiful places along the way, and realized that this was not bad. Looking out the window, Davy said that he had initially joined a serious business precisely for the sake of a measured life, but did not want the kind of life he had recently, because this pressure from all sides was tiring him. It was said that they were leaving, and the guy, closing his eyes, continued that a slow ride would be very useful now, and he could be lazy. Suddenly a high waterfall was visible. The carriage was passing by mountains. The young man put his head on his palm, and they turned to him. Davy was asked if he was uncomfortable, to which he, looking ahead, replied that everything was fine, and that they should not pay attention. Winry lowered her eyebrows and clarified whether everything would be okay with Varys, and why he sent her to the lands of Haynes. Jules, with his eyes wide, suggested that maybe he wanted her to rest somewhere else, and Davy muttered that the real reason was something else. The room seemed large, and Varys asked if he could ask him to look after Winry for a while. The guy finished saying that she would be safer with him now than with someone like him, to which Davy, with his mouth slightly open, said that he looked gloomy, and asked what happened. The swordsman, lowering his head, said that in the disappearance incident, several children had disappeared from an orphanage in their lands. The prince, through sweat on his face, added that the rumors had not spread yet, but he did not know what might happen if Winry found out. A magic ball appeared, and the young man explained that Varys was worried, and from what he understood from Amy's words a few days ago, something similar was happening in the lands of Haynes now. The boys looked out the window happily, and exclaimed that the scenery had changed, and it looked like the Haynes lands were already close. Davy, putting his hand on his face, said that he wanted to arrive as late as possible, and was asked if something was happening in the lands. Davy thoughtfully closed his eyes. Davy said that they said that a somewhat heavy man had arrived, which made Jules, raising the corners of his lips, very surprised. Suddenly the carriage began to slow down. Black hooves were visible, and the question was asked who they were. The knight descended to the ground and, hearing the discontent, did they know who was riding in this carriage, but still blocking the way, abruptly apologized. Prentice Helson, bulging his eyes, asked if this was the coat of arms. The symbol on the stranger's cloak appeared. The prince looked straight ahead, and they apologized for his rudeness. Duras, lowering his eyebrows, said that they came out to meet them to escort them. The knight captain said that they had not seen Jules of the 5th class for a long time, and Davy, biting his lips, said that a week ago Amy urgently reported to him not only about the situation in the lands. Davy, smiling slightly, said that she was a smart little girl, to which Preacher clarified whether she was a little girl. The princess was visible, and the girl exclaimed that the contractor Calderas was his age, and the guy explained that the beauty of the Palan Empire had arrived. After a while, a glass building appeared. Suddenly, an arrow quickly cut through the air. The projectile hit the target sharply. It was visible how someone was pulling the bowstring hard. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The arrow hit the target again. The man, clapping his hands, exclaimed that he was truly incredible. All those, hearing the offer to compete, scratched the back of his head and asked where else to find a master who could so easily put aura into a bow, and added that in a competition in the art of archery he would only disgrace himself and wallow in self-flagellation. Dior, turning his gaze to the side, said that the future ruler of the empire was brazenly simulating, to which he objected that he had no talent for the art of archery. The emperor, holding a bow in his hand, exclaimed that if he continued to behave like this, his brothers would one day take his place, and the crown prince said that if they dared to try. A mug was visible on the table, and Dior asked if the crown princess was doing well, to which all those replied that she lived in comfort and peace thanks to him. The ruler, sitting on a chair, explained that a healthy and vigorous man must first learn to hold on to the embrace of his family before wiping his hands to the world, but those idiots are only interested in fame and status, neglecting such things. The emperor, lifting the corners of his lips, said that he did not come to engage in such idle talk, and asked what he really wanted to report. An unusual symbol was visible, and the man said that he received a report from the Echo Guild, and Dior exclaimed that this meant there was progress. All those, sitting at the table, said that there was good and uncertain news, and asked which one he wanted to hear first, to which the ruler replied that he was also mocking his father. Extending his finger, the emperor exclaimed that he wanted to hear the uncertain one first. The crown prince, closing his eyes, said that Count Linton had died, and Count Kallio had been taken into custody, and their inhumane deeds had been exposed, which was why they had been punished on the spot, and Dior said that when he heard Kallio's story, he had personally ordered him to join the disease department. The target appeared, and all those explained that they had been conducting secret experiments, intentionally spreading the disease in the lands of Ordam, located on the outskirts of the kingdom of Ran, which made the emperor say in surprise that it sounded like a fairy tale about a man driven mad by his own insatiability, and asked who had dealt with them. The ruler raised his hand to his face and listened. This was the first prince of the kingdom of Ran, namely the youth whose name had been on everyone's lips lately. The man, raising his eyebrows, exclaimed that he should not feel guilty about what had happened, and Dior asked if he thought he could hold on to the position of the emperor if something like that could shake him. Pots of flowers were visible, and all those reported the good news sent by Baron Gornio about his joint research with Count Lintan on the demon. The crown prince explained that according to the report, a cure for the demon blood disease had been invented, which made the ruler lower his head thoughtfully. The man, spreading his arms out to the sides, continued that it was also not Baron Gorneo or Count Lintan who had done this, but the first prince of the kingdom of Ran, to which Dior exclaimed that this was amazing news. The old man opened his mouth and asked if there were any mistakes in the treatment, and was told that there were none, and the safety check was complete, so the residents of the Ordum land stood up one by one. The glass roof of the building appeared. The emperor, sitting at the table, said that this was very interesting, because now there would definitely be people who would try to get their hands on this young man, and all those asked what he would do. The ruler, looking at his interlocutor, said that he should not pretend that he did not understand anything, and should figure it out himself, and the crown prince clarified whether to send an official invitation to the imperial palace in the near future. The princess's dress dragged on the ground, while Dior said that it would be good, and since he already had many achievements behind him, it would be good to facilitate his marriage with a member of the imperial family. It was visible how the girl approached the emperor. The ruler's daughter lowered her hands. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the side. The princess lifted her dress and began to talk about the two-headed dragon of the empire, to which the old man interrupted her. The girl looked down in confusion. Dior frowned and asked her to stop. Arya's back was visible, and it was said that this girl was the youngest princess of the Rhinese Empire and half a werewolf. The child was sitting behind bars, and Davy explained that the mores of the empire still rejected werewolves in the overwhelming majority, but since the princess came from a ruling family, it affected her a little less. Bright eyes examined Arya's silhouette, and Davy explained that contempt and evil looks followed her everywhere, making her shrink even more. Davy noted that she had become so unremarkable that rumors began to circulate about the emperor's disfavor towards her, and Dior frowned and asked why his daughter did not call him father again. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl muttered that there were witnesses nearby, and rumors could spread about the emperor's kind attitude towards the insignificant werewolf. The ruler of the empire slammed his fist on the table and indignantly asked her again. The man called out to all those, to which he closed his eyes and asked if he could figure it out, and the boss ordered him to find everyone. Magic streams surrounded the palm of the head of the empire, and he said that people were too brave to say any nonsense to a member of the imperial family, so it would be better to wipe them into such dust that they could not be reborn, to which the crown prince asked to rely on him, and the princess loudly called out to his majesty. The girl grabbed her father's robe with her hands and exclaimed that it was because of her. Closing her eyes, Arya screamed that he could not do this because of her. The emperor grinned angrily. At that very second, the man's face became sweet. Stroking the princess on the head of the empire declared that she was his beloved daughter, and if someone dared to insult the honor of the emperor's daughter, then even the destruction of his family to the 9th generation would not be enough. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl said that she was fine, and if her father stood up for her, then the authority of his imperial majesty and brother would suffer, and then asked him to pretend that he had not heard anything. Putting a fist to her chest, Arya asked if Diorth promised, to which he agreed and asked her not to worry. Frowning, the man called out to all those, to which he said that he would do everything quietly. A glass ceiling was visible, and the princess loudly called out to his majesty's father. Stone buildings on the lands of Haines appeared. A crowd of knights stood at the gate. One of them approached the entrance made of iron bars. Closing his eyes, Davy decided to go outside. A bright flash appeared above the arena, and Davy admitted that when he escaped from the fealty principality, he simply dumped all the annoying questions on her, and if he were in her place, he would definitely find and strangle such a scoundrel, and it took her quite a long time. The young man stood by the window and thought about what it all came to, when suddenly the maid called out to His Highness. The girl said that Princess Selena of the Palan Empire was asking for a meeting, to which the guy turned his head back and laughed at this. Approaching the table, Amy asked whether to take her to the reception room, while the prince thought about the fact that no matter how you put it, an important person suited her the most. Translucent birds flew above the building, and Davy thought that although the lands of Haines were something like a supernova, developing at a tremendous speed, now his opponent was an empire, and it was premature to say that this place deserved to have the golden news and jasper leaves of the Palan Empire, the strongest country on the continent, come here. Jules stumbled, and Davy thought that this guy was certainly an exception, but still, it was pointless to doubt the breadth of her influence. The prince asked the maid to refuse the meeting, to which she widened her eyes and began to agree, when she suddenly asked him again. The girl was silent, while the young man turned his head and did not understand what was going on, but Amy said that she would tell him so. The maid bowed. Han Dan and Cannon got out from behind the chair. Presirk raised her eyebrows and asked if Davy was afraid of the consequences, to which he replied that he did this for a reason. The Demon Queen looked down. The maid stood near the knights, and Davy said that after receiving one refusal, they continued to send requests for a meeting, but only a refusal followed. The calendar pages were torn off and fell down, and Davy continued to talk about the rejection of the offer, but noted that he started it himself. But they decided to continue knocking on doors in such an uncultured way. Amy closed her eyes, and the prince said that only people in the center suffered from this. Dearest's mouth dropped open, and the boy remembered hearing that the princess's nightly order was furious, and he continued to ignore them with an easy heart, answering with refusals. The buildings of the kingdom appeared in the darkness, and the boy decided that he should give them credit, because they did not make any unnecessary noise on their part, so their heads may not be so empty. Placing his hands on his hips, Davy exclaimed that this was perfect. Sirk did not understand whether Davy was doing this, to which he smiled broadly and explained that he was taking advantage of the situation and inflating his price, while thinking about buzz marketing. Raising a finger, the prince noted that this was the princess herself, and no one else could compare to her in attracting public attention, after which he added that especially now, when information guilds and trade groups were gathered here. Closing his eyes, the boy muttered that he could hear the sound of the land's stock price rising. The Demon Queen lowered her hands and said that life is not a game, and quietly noted that Davy was not afraid of anything, and then explained that people could not act strictly according to his plans, so she did not understand where he got such arrogance from. Closing his eyes, Davy replied that everything was fine, because this was the same princess. Smiling widely, Davy exclaimed that Berserk would see that the land of Haines would soon be on everyone's lips. Long red hair rushed past his face. A princess in armor appeared. Alina opened her mouth wide and declared that she had found it. The girl turned to the prince, to which he anxiously lowered his eyebrows and clarified how long the princesses of the empire had been learning the art of parkour. Putting her hand on her hip, the emperor's daughter asked if they had much to discuss, to which the interlocutor muttered something unintelligible. Grabbing the boy by his clothes, the princess said that she thought they needed to talk. Frowning, Alina told the boy to look at her. From the windows of the building, Davy could be heard saying that the girl had become very impatient since their last meeting, while the Demon Queen sighed in displeasure. There were flowers in a pot on the bench. Rindy's family was sitting at the table, when suddenly the emperor asked if his daughter had anything else to say. Lowering her head, Iria began to speak. The girl called her father His Majesty, to which he smiled and praised her, and then asked her to continue. Flicking her fingers, the princess spoke of an old promise, to which Daiwath asked her again. Putting her hand to her mouth, the emperor's daughter explained that this was the promise that if she could ever recover, the head of the empire would allow her to form an alliance with her beloved. Iria closed her eyes and was alarmed. The princess clarified if this was still a promise, to which her father broke the cup with his hand. The daughter said that this guy had saved her on her way back to the empire, to which Daiwath smiled in confusion, not understanding whether his daughter was serious, while she explained that she did not even know his name yet. Putting her hands together, the princess admitted that she wanted to see him properly again. The emperor called out to Alvos, when suddenly he came up behind him. The man asked what the main wisdom of the ruling family of Rindies was, to which the boy closed his eyes and said that a man who could not even protect his own people would not be good for anything in the future, and the father noted that this was true. Frowning, Daiwath noted that an insect had clung to the flower after all, when suddenly his son exclaimed that he understood everything. The crown prince declared that His Majesty could rely on him, because he would be able to find out everything and capture this pest, and then await further orders, to which Iria widened her eyes in confusion. The emperor opened his mouth wide and shouted that they had to find him and destroy him right away, to which Alvos replied that the head of the empire could assume that this order had already been passed on to the guild, and the girl asked them not to do so. A glass ceiling appeared, and the princess begged her family members to calm down, and it was said that they did not yet know that this insect was the very hero who had found the cure for the demon's blood, nor that Devi was the key to freeing Princess Iria from the curse. Devi appeared behind the girl, and it became clear that the day of their first meeting was a story of a somewhat distant future. A large robot appeared in the distance. Its mechanism consisted of many parts. Light reflections were visible on the screen. Suddenly, the princess dealt a crushing blow to the robot. Stone fragments flew past the girl's hair. The blade of the sword pierced the head of the mechanical opponent. The princess frowned. Opening her mouth, Elena exhaled with relief. Another large robot appeared in front of her. Grasping the handle of the weapon with her hands, the girl said that this sword was heavy. At the same second, she threw the equipment over her head. A moment later, the princess dealt an omnidirectional blow. The girl's hair flew up. The girl swung the weapon, after which Elena frowned. At the same second, the princess struck the metal robot. The opponent's legs slid along the ground. The emperor's daughter jumped above her opponent. Suddenly, the robot began firing shots from the mechanism in its legs. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The princess flew back. She spread her legs and lowered the sword. Energy currents began to form behind her. Elena muttered that it was harsh, her mouth wide open. She flexed her fingers, thinking that it was much heavier than expected. Looking at her palm, the emperor's daughter realized that this was definitely not an ordinary golem. Devi looked at her with his arms folded. A huge robot approached the princess from behind. There were powerful mechanisms on its body. The cyborg aimed at the girl and said that it was a prototype of Megatron, and then switched to shooting mode and captured the target. Suddenly, red bullets flew towards the princess. With her mouth wide open, the emperor's daughter did not understand what was happening, and whether this was a long-range attack. The sword woman screamed that Devi was a crazy prince who created some kind of devory, to which he closed his eyes and said that it was an ordinary golem. Electric currents swirled near the wreckage of the robot. The cyborg's weapon pressed the island against the wall. The girl opened her eyes. The walls of the room appeared, and the emperor's daughter screamed that it was unfair. Smiling, Devi asked if the golem was a good one, to which she exclaimed whether the prince was making fun of her. The robot's protection lit up, and the sword woman did not understand what kind of automatic barrier it was and what they stuffed this golem with, to which he clarified whether heavy armor was a common occurrence. Island screamed that this was why it was unfair, because a golem could not have magic of the third circle and higher, to which Devi, putting his hand to his creation, said that it was an excellent job, and would now free him, and the girl asked if he was trying to create a weapon that could destroy continents. The guy explained that he had placed magic crystals in the robot so that it could learn so much, and it was impossible to even imagine how many of them were in it, to which the emperor's daughter closed her eyes and said that she did not have the strength to talk to him. Touching the princess, Winry said that she had done well. A magic sphere appeared, from which someone was heard saying that the mistress was weak, and she herself would never lose, to which Devi noted that then the experiment would not have worked. Devi explained that thanks to her, he received a lot of useful information, and he still had a lot to fix in the golem. At the same time, the broken robot stood up, and the young man thought that at the moment they were in his personal workshop. The young man said that it was located in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, which was now being built by the dwarves, and he put his hands on his side and mentally said that it was very bright here. The stone building's walls were cracked, and the prince explained that he had been living in the manor that had been inhabited by his mother's barons for generations, and that it had been abandoned for so long that it would be difficult to repair or rebuild it, so it was decided to build a new house. Imagining the luxurious castle, Devi thought about how he would live here in the future. Alina wiped her forehead with her hand, and Devi thought about how, in the midst of this construction, the princess of the Palan Empire was fighting a golem that he himself had designed. Devi grinned in alarm, while the emperor's daughter said that she felt sick and that she was about to vomit, but no one understood what was wrong with her. The prince ran forward, when suddenly loud screams were heard, and he explained that it all began with their conversation on a moonlit night. A few days earlier, when the sky was dark, a girl could be heard from the castle admitting that she didn't understand the problem of finding a little time. Folding her arms, the princess noted that it was not very noble of her to say so, but it was not that difficult for her to meet the ruler of any country, to which Davy replied that he was ready to listen to her complaints. Raising a cup to her mouth, the emperor's daughter asked if the prince knew that rumors about their relationship had already spread throughout his lands, to which he stated that this was exactly what he wanted. Alina frowned and remained silent. The interlocutor asked if the guy was simply inflating the price of his lands, to which he closed his eyes and said that this was exactly the case, and she was very smart. The emperor's daughter clarified whether the young man was too fearless, to which he smiled broadly and put forward his assumptions that he was rather impudent. The girl bit her lips in displeasure. Berserk hovered over Davy's shoulder and said that Alina was indeed quite impulsive at times. The demon queen asked Davy not to be too scared, because the princess was a good girl with a kind heart, to which he turned his head and did not understand if this was true. Berserk smirked, and it was said that although Alina did not even suspect her existence, she was still sealed in Calvirus, so she was close to the emperor's daughter when she was growing up. The girl put her fingers to her cheek and coughed. Looking up at the interlocutor, the swordswoman admitted that she wanted to start with gratitude, and then explained that she thought she should express these words properly. After all, the prince had saved her life earlier. Putting his hands on the chair, the guy said that he did not need to do this, and he himself thought that he was actually saving Winry, so he saved her at the same time. Lowering his head, Alina continued talking. The brooch on her suit sparkled, and the girl said that thanks to it she was able to awaken the Calvirus. Suddenly, a magic sword appeared above the table. The weapon emitted magical streams, and Davy realized that since the emperor's daughter was a contractor, she was literally the owner of the awakened form of the weapon. But until now, she had not been able to awaken the sword properly. The guy thought with his eyes widened that there could only be two reasons for such a sudden awakening. The girl raised her palms, and the young man assumed that she could have become stronger after that incident. At the same second, the sword began to transform into a magical creature. Grabbing Davy by the collar, the awakened form of the sword loudly called him names. Virus closed her eyes and screamed that it was because of Davy that she was like this, to which he clarified whether she had gotten enough sleep, and then realized that it had become easier to awaken her due to the fact that a temporary weakening had occurred. From the windows of the building, shouts were heard for Davy to start praying. The creature cried out that Davy could at least explain something before doing so, to which he looked away and clarified where he would find time for that when people were dying there every second. With wide eyes, Calvirus asked where Berserk was. The demon queen appeared near his shoulder, while the creature asked him not to say that he did not know, and the prince himself did not understand if she could not see her. Davy sat in a chair and said that she did not need to worry, because they got along well, and reported that a stigma had appeared on him, so Berserk moved to him. With her mouth wide open, Calvirus asked if Davy had done something to her, and if everything was okay. The creature begged for an answer, and Davy frowned and noted that he was not one. At the same second, Davy pointed a finger at the awakened form of the sword. Berserk asked if she could borrow some mana from the prince, to which he grinned and replied that she could take as much as she wanted. The demon queen placed her palm on the boy's forehead. Suddenly, bright flashes appeared between them. The girl looked down. Her silhouette became translucent. Calvirus widened her eyes in surprise. Her eyebrows came together in delight. The demon queen smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The creature stretched out its arms forward. At that very moment, the awakened forms of the swords began to embrace each other. Berserk grinned in confusion. Alina raised her head and asked what her creature was doing up there in the air. Davy explained that she was currently busy with something very important, so they needed to leave her, to which the princess widened her eyes and agreed, because this was the first time she saw Calvirus like this. There was a jug on the table, and the emperor's daughter said that she actually had many questions, but she knew that the prince was not so kind as to simply answer them for her, to which he noted that he heard a reproach in her words. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that since he really felt a little guilty, he would try to give her answers, and then suggested asking her anything. Frowning, the swordswoman asked who he was, to which he replied that it was very straightforward. Davy explained that as far as she knew, he was Prince Ran and the legitimate son of the previous Queen Alisad, to which she slammed her fist on the table and shouted that she was not asking about that. Davy closed his eyes and remained silent. Lowering his head, Alina decided to continue the conversation. The girl noted that they still had plenty of time, to which Davy widened his eyes in bewilderment. Closing her eyes, the Emperor's daughter said that she would slowly squeeze absolutely everything out of him. Beads of sweat appeared on the prince's face. The swordswoman stood up and ran her palm along the table. A sword blade covered with cloth appeared. The guy lowered his hands and began to talk about what it was. There was a sword on the table. The young man looked at the weapon in confusion. Davy tightly gripped the handle of the blade and thought that it was heavy and that ordinary people would have a hard time handling it due to its weight, so it would be useful. Leaning her hand on the table, Alina said that this was the sword she usually used, while Davy thought that this weapon was perfect for the heir's heavy sword technique. Grinning, the prince realized that with increasing skill level, weight does not matter. Lowering her chin, the Emperor's daughter admitted that she would ask directly. The girl said that she wanted to learn the sword god technique, to which Davy threw the blade over his shoulder and remained silent. The princess frowned. Holding the weapon behind his neck, Davy noted that he might refuse. Opening her mouth wide, Alina said that in that case, she would ask again. Grinning, Davy asked what she would do if she was refused again. The girl dropped her jaw and said that she had a way to influence him. Suddenly, a long sheet of paper approached the guy's face. Alina, pulling out the document, explained that it was a marriage proposal. The girl added that he could ignore it, but the royal family would not, so she threw away all her pride when she headed here, which made Davy's eyes bulge in surprise. Davy narrowed his eyes, hearing the question of what he would say to this. The princess, raising her palm, said that she could be capricious for a long time. The Emperor's daughter smiled contentedly and clarified whether he wanted to check. Davy bit his lips in bewilderment. Berserk, opening her mouth, asked if he trembled, to which the guy replied that she imagined it, and she objected that he should not try to deceive her. Snatching the document, Alina explained that if he continued to avoid her, she would officially send him to Ran. The girl lowered her head and said that her father had promised to let her marry anyone, even a slave, so she didn't have to worry about that. The princess added that if we were talking about the lord of the developing lands of Haines on the eastern continent, then everything would work out, to which the prince, with his mouth slightly open, asked what she would do if his family really accepted him, and whether it seemed to him that she had too low self-esteem. The Emperor's daughter, her eyes widening, exclaimed that she would not mind marrying a reliable prince. Davy, looking at her, muttered that she was mega reckless. Taking the girl by the shoulders, Davy said that she had enough of this nonsense, and asked if she could leave the same way she came. Davy patted the island on the head and suggested that they have a more constructive conversation next time, to which she replied that she would not give up. The princess, opening her mouth wide, shouted that in fact she had a bad character and was very stubborn, so she did not hide behind others and did not care about the feelings of her opponents, and the guy said that he had already understood this perfectly. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the young man by the jacket. Approaching his face, the Emperor's daughter explained that she would still see who was the most stubborn here. A moment later, it was visible how the heroes kissed. At night, the roof of the house appeared. The girl was combing her hair. Alina, sitting by the mirror, said that she did not think that she would bring an engagement proposal. Calderas, clenching her fingers, asked the princess about her current fiancé, to which she said that there would be no problems with him, because they were just childhood friends. Suddenly, the Emperor's daughter lowered the comb and said that the problem was different. The awakened form of the sword, with bulging eyes, asked if there was any news from her partner, to which the girl answered positively. Alina, raising her head, exclaimed that she had no choice but to persuade him at any cost. The night sky was visible, and it was heard that it was necessary. Alina was moving her pen on the paper. It was possible to see the girl sitting at the table. The princess thoughtfully bit her lips. Davy, crossing his elbows, asked that she was not busy. The Emperor's daughter, with her mouth slightly open, answered that she was busy, and that was why she was here. The girl, smiling contentedly, said that all people become closer if they spend time together, and Davy said that she was stubborn and reckless, and there were many epithets that could be used to describe her, but none of them could convey how strong-willed she was. The princess wrote quickly and said that she needed to concentrate, so she should put off her grumbling for later. Imagining the Emperor's daughter clenching her fists, Davy explained that after the declaration of war, she began to come to him every day, and it had already gotten to the point where she came to him with her work. Alina's eyes widened, hearing an unexpected cry that her head was already spinning. Winry, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that this did not make common sense, and asked who would bring their own work to a stranger's office. The princess happily raised the corners of her lips and replied that he was not a stranger to her at all, and added that she had heard that close friends often do this. The girl, looking up, said that in fact the imperial chancellor is Duke Orba, who often visits his close friend Count Ferdinand, to which Winry clarified when they managed to become close friends with her brother. Alina, putting her hands on the table, said that it was so and decided to put the paperwork aside, and they also objected to her that it was impossible to talk to her. Berserk, closing her eyes, said that she was all on Alina's palm. It was visible how the girl smiled slyly. Jules brought the mug to his mouth, and the emperor's daughter asked him what he had forgotten there. A moment later, the guy put the glass on the saucer. The young man, opening his jaw, exclaimed that it was not so important since he and Mr. Davy were quite good friends, to which he was asked since when. Apprentice Hellson, winking, repeated the question to Davy, to which he clarified why he was asking him. The princess, frowning, asked if they wanted to get involved with her. With her hands on her hips, Alina asked what she had done wrong, and Davy replied that he felt that if he got too close to her, he could become an enemy to many people. A bright chandelier appeared, and it was heard that everything was fine and they could become friends, and Davy thought that everything had turned into chaos. Davy, with his eyes bulging, asked if she knew Jules, to which Winry clarified whether he did not know, and added that their relationship was widely known. The princess sighed heavily, and the girl continued that there were many rumors about their engagement, but she knew about it because she had attended several informal receptions. Alina, crossing her elbows, exclaimed that they were just old friends, and Jules said that you could say that. The emperor's daughter turned her head away and said that she was very worried about the future of the Red Tower, since the elder was lounging around here for some reason, to which the boy replied that she was not the one to tell him about it. The young man was asked if he didn't need to be at the Red Tower branch, and he closed his eyes and explained that he really had nothing to do. Apprentice Hellson, smiling, added that he had some business with him, namely, related to magic, which made Davy laugh and think that he was probably talking about nonverbal spells. Davy, looking at the boy's satisfied face, muttered that of all the spells he had shown that were incomprehensible to him, the nonverbal ones interested him the most. It seemed as if Davy raised his finger and said that even if he were ready to throw away all the mana circles that they had already managed to acquire, the chance of success would still be only 10%, and he also said that he had given him a small hint. Unusual lightning appeared, and Davy added that it was very difficult to pull off something like that. Davy asked if he had given up yet, to which Jules, grinning contentedly, replied that it was not for nothing that they, magicians, considered it a compliment when they were called nerds. The guy sighed heavily and realized that he was lucky that he had treated his position with understanding and kept everything a secret from the tower. The young man folded his arms, and the prince said that he was truly grateful to him for this. Suddenly, someone addressed Davy, causing him to turn around abruptly. Amy raised her eyebrows and exclaimed that everything he asked for had arrived and had been moved to the underground warehouse, and a question was heard as to whether it had arrived yet. Alina, wide-eyed, asked if it was a maid, to which Winry explained that it was her brother's personal maid. Davy's sister added that she was currently replacing her brother in this estate, and had recently received the title of Baroness, which made the maid blush. Davy threw sweat on his face, said that it was time for him because the kingdom was in complete chaos right now, and therefore he could not tear himself apart with everything. Chess pieces appeared, and the guy said that there was currently a struggle between two factions in the royal palace of Ron, and one side was led by the monarchist Marquis Failtrees, and the other by Duke Barrietta, and he also received a report that the Duke was making secret moves to his hideout, so something would definitely happen soon. Davy's legs were visible, and he thought that he had watched enough, and at the same time asked if it was time to make his move. Jules, looking at Davy, asked where he was going, to which he asked if he wanted to go with him. Davy explained that since the alchemists would be delighted with him, he was sure that he would also be very interested. Suddenly, he heard that he should take her with him, which made the guy smile happily. The young man answered positively, and the princess opened her jaw contentedly. A moment later, the girl ran towards him. After some time, Golda, closing his eyes, greeted the mentor. The prince, putting his hands on his hips, said that he saw that the castle had become much higher, to which the village elder said that although he was not as skilled as the mentor, he was meticulous about his work. The boy's eyes widened and wondered if they were dwarves, and Alina added that she was seeing them for the first time in her life. Davy, pointing at Winry, said that they were his guests and his sister. The man, lowering his eyebrows in satisfaction, exclaimed that this was the one the mentor was very proud of. Golda shook the girl's hand and exclaimed that the mentor had told them a lot about the virtues of Princess Winry. Davy's sister shook her head in surprise, hearing that she was a very nice person. A second later, Davy turned his gaze to the side. Alina crossed her elbows, and the guy said that they were the elder of the Red Tower, Jules, and the princess of the Palan Empire. The man, squinting, called them important people. Suddenly, the village elder, opening his mouth, said that he didn't care. The girl, through sweat on her face, said that for the first time she felt like an empty space, and the young man supported her. Golda extended his finger and said that his brother had sent his regards, to which Davy asked if he was the elder of Golda, and received the answer that he had said that the holy sword was almost ready. Davy, presenting a bright weapon, explained that this was a new holy sword that would replace the primordial spark, and he had laid the base, and left the rest of the dwarves, after which he left, and it seemed that they would successfully complete the spark of light. It was visible how the man clenched his fist and choked. The elder of the village, extending his finger, offered to conduct a tour of the rebuilt, and Davy replied that it was not necessary, and exclaimed that he came here because he was told that the materials had been delivered to the underground warehouse. The team's eyes widened, hearing that he was going to the giant warrior, and would tell the guys that he had arrived. After some time, a huge robot appeared. Jules, opening his mouth wide, asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was a guard. The cyborg's back was glowing brightly, and a question could be heard. Was it a golem? After a moment, Davy's lips lifted up in satisfaction. Davy looked at his creation. It was a golem. Davy mused that such colossi were usually created from hardened clay or steel, weapons that were excellent for combining with magic circles or alchemical technology. In fact, some countries even use small squads of golems in wars. Jules turned to the young man with his mouth open, noting how huge the first-class golem was, and assumed that its creation cost a pretty penny. Davy exchanged glances with Berserk, and asked if it was really that expensive, then remembered that they had sent an ancient magic golem to this Megatron. That guardian who protected the source of the drought curse of the lands of Haines, due to its processing, did not turn out to be so expensive. With a proud smile, the guy thought that, moreover, for the owner of such a workshop, money was not an issue at all. Looking at the hero ironically, the demonist noted that such people are also called spendthrifts. He objected that his own workshop was any man's dream and there was no need to look at him like that. The golem moved and raised its hands while the prince gave it commands. The wizard's apprentice was delighted and noted that he had never seen them move like that. Moreover, it could feed on magic. Alina covered her mouth with her hand and asked how His Highness managed to do this, to which the young man replied that since he had already undertaken to make it, he had to do it conscientiously. Smiling contentedly, the Davy asked what the princess would say. The girl clenched her fist when she heard from her interlocutor that, since they were here anyway, they should test the golem. The boy placed his palm on the body of his creation and offered Her Highness to accept the challenge, and if she agreed, he promised to use one of her wishes, and she happily agreed. But then she froze in confusion. Davy looked at the princess in surprise, and she explained that she could break the golem. The prince grinned and replied that if it broke, then to hell with it. Alina knocked on the body of the big guy, and when the young man said that everything was fine and she could not hold back, she said that it looked quite expensive. A thoughtful expression appeared in her eyes when the hero assured that it would not be easy. The boy folded his arms across his chest when the princess looked at him. The warrior's face took on a displeased expression. She tied her hair. Dressed in armor, the girl announced her readiness. With a sword at the ready, the princess went out to meet the golem, and asked not to regret it later. The blade sank into the floor. Breathing heavily, the warrior slid down the wall and grumbled that she had lost to some tin can. Davy extended his hand to the warrior and said that thanks to her he was able to obtain useful information. It was impossible to find out everything alone, but she said that for some reason she felt deceived. Taking the prince's hand, Alina asked if he would fulfill her request as promised, and he confirmed this. Picking up the girl, the young man added that she could ask for anything except training in the art of the sword, and she said that she would think about it. Gilles, beaming, came up from behind and called Davy, but he immediately said no. Winry stroked the crying mage's head while he tried to understand how the guy understood what he was going to ask, but Davy did not want to give him a chance to covet the golem. The princess looked at the big guy and asked if Davy planned to make more of these in the future, to which he replied that he did, but this one was only a prototype for now. The prince added with a smile that he planned to make 5 more after it was finished. His smile became strained when the princess asked if she could have one later. The girl folded her arms when the young man asked if she even knew how much it would cost, to which she replied that she wasn't asking for free. The warrior's face reflected comprehension, and when Davy asked if she was really going to buy it outright, she replied that she had plenty of money. Quietly enraged by the laughter of his companions, the guy was infuriated that this was true, and tried to reason with the island that this would hurt even the Empire's treasury. The princess almost blew away when Davy shouted that golems were not for sale. The girl began waving her arms, indignant that it was not necessary to shout, but the greedy man announced that the shop was closed and the gentleman could leave, and he thought that only greedy people had gathered here. Night fell on the castle. The prince checked his drawings. While finalizing the scheme, the young man thought that the guard golem for his lands was successful. This prototype was the result of development, although he himself was already the embodiment of boundless greed. Smiling contentedly, the hero dreamed that the day when the Decepticon battalion would be completed was not far off. Tapping his pen on the notes, the guy noticed that there were problems with the combat data. Resting his head on his palm, Davy reasoned that it was good that the golem could withstand someone as strong as Princess Alina, but he could not simply release such a crude sample into the world. Putting the pen on his lip, Davy tried to solve this dilemma. Suddenly, the face of a girl appeared before his eyes, saying that this is where he is. The prince froze in surprise. Looking at the confident smile of the warrior, he asked if she had really come to talk again. The princess fell into a chair and declared that they were friends. The chief chamberlain said that the young man was here, so she came. Looking away, the young man spoke about this offer of friendship. He did not want her to think it was rude, but was he obliged to agree? The warrior shook her legs and asked if there were any reasons for refusing. The hero rubbed the back of his head and admitted that in fact there were none, and he thought that lately he had managed to see different sides of Princess Island's personality. She was reckless, but the guy liked her sincerity. At this time, the girl pressed her palms to her face and explained that it seemed to her that Caldirus missed her friend. Putting his hands on the table, Davy asked what brought her at such a late hour, and the princess replied that she just came to talk to him. Prizerk folded her arms across her chest and whispered that the girl was lying. She could not hide her nervousness. The prince called up the description window, looking at the warrior, trying to understand the reason. His gaze caught on the mention of the princess's participation in the last light. The boy muttered the name, and the demoness called him. Davy's face lit up with a smile. He poured himself a cup of tea. At this time, the girl looked at his workshop and noted that the boy seemed to be studying golems, and he replied that he was thinking about trying ancient magic. Smiling sadly, the warrior said that she tried so hard, but still could not defeat a single golem. Closing his eyes, Davy explained that it was all about his monstrosity, not her weakness, and this was true. Considering that he was based on a magic golem, which itself was a level higher than a master, Megatron was a golem of the same level, so it was an excellent fight, considering that Alina was an expert-level warrior, not a master. As Davy sipped his tea, he thought there was more to it than that. He put down the cup, thinking that the snag was not only in Megatron, and said out loud that practice would tell. The princess turned around in surprise when the prince suggested they set out. Throwing on his cloak, the young man explained that today was the perfect weather for a night walk, and he smiled at the girl. The wind blew leaves across the meadows. Davy stood opposite Princess Island with a wooden sword. The girl looked at the guy in bewilderment, and asked if he hadn't sworn off teaching her. Davy explained with a smile that he just wanted to take a look and suggested considering this an opportunity to unwind a little. She jumped up when the prince asked if the warrior really didn't want to, and objected that of course she really wanted to. Sitting down on the training blade, Priscirk noted that this was amazing kindness for the young man, to which he replied that he just wanted to draw the line before all this really got to him. After all, the hero owed Island a little or something. The princess exhaled slowly. She glanced at the weapon in her friend's hands and considered a wooden sword against the divine one. The hero gestured to begin, and the girl thought that in theory it was an unequal fight, but in reality there was a significant difference between his and her skills. Taking a fighting stance, the warrior decided not to stick her nose up. The guy invited her again with a gesture and said that he would give her a head start, offering to attack. The princess's blade lit up, and she warned that she would do without ceremony. At full speed, she rushed at her opponent, asking him to show her technique. Flashes rained down from everywhere. The divine sword was smoking, but Davy parried all of the girl's blows. She intercepted the sword with both hands and struck directly. The prince was even slightly confused, noting that the warrior quickly switched between attacks. Looking at the flying blade, the young man thought that if you had the weight of the divine sword to this, then he felt sick just looking at it. Davy gripped the handle tighter. The princess's blow was approaching. The next moment, she opened her mouth. A flash of magic threw the girl back. Somehow, the warrior stayed on her feet. Her side responded with pain, and the princess could not understand when the enemy managed to deliver this decisive blow. Swinging a wooden sword, the guy noticed that for a heavy sword, this one was a little light. Confusively looking at Davy, the girl realized that none of her blows reached him, and she could not understand how he managed it. Was it a matter of speed? The prince spread his hands, and she could not understand. The young man put the blade on his shoulder, while the warrior realized that he easily dodged the attack. Biting her lip, Alina decided to change tactics. She began to rain down quick blows on the enemy one after another, wanting to make it so that he would not have the opportunity to dodge. The ground rose under the hero's feet. He even paid attention to it. Looking at the princess attacking him, Davy thought what an incredible onslaught Megatron would not be able to cope with on such a level. The girl swung again. While the prince was thinking that, definitely, Alina became several times stronger with the divine sword in her hands. Megatron won only because she took an ordinary sword. Otherwise, it would have already been broken into pieces. The blade flew up when the warrior activated the first heavenly sword, but the young man interrupted the activation with a blow to the bruised place. The princess flew to the side again. Davy hopefully asked if she was giving up. Clutching the weapon, the girl screamed that if she was ready to give up so easily, she would not have bothered the guy with her visits. The blades crossed again. The warrior's face became tense, because she couldn't do anything. She clenched her teeth. Davy glanced absent-mindedly at his opponent, noticing that her irritation was clearly visible on her face. The princess swung at Davy. The super-heavy sword activated. The prince's eyes widened. He didn't even believe them at first. The warrior brought down a huge mountain split on him, and stones flew in all directions. The young man, who had dodged the blow, looked at the crater left in amazement. The hero put his palm to his forehead to visor. Priscirk remembered that this was the same technique that he himself had used against that vampire Sherry, to which he replied that the girl was very talented. It took him 10 years to imitate this technique. The princess stood in the crater, lowering her sword. The guy clapped his hands. Heading towards the girl, he suggested stopping there, since they had already made enough of a mess. The warrior looked at him indignantly and asked what he was talking about. Instead of answering, Davy poked the princess in the bruised side with a branch, and she screamed. The girl fell to her knees. A tear fell on her hand, and she said that she did not want to. She had spent so much energy on this opportunity, and she did not want to stop without achieving anything. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the warrior. Raising her head, she began to cry out loud, and the prince asked in fear what had suddenly come over her. Stretching his hands to the princess, the young man tried to convince her that there was nothing to cry about and to calm her down. Priscirk folded her arms across her chest and accused her companion of making the girl cry, and he asked what kind of look she had. The demon queen rested her chin on her palm, and when the hero asked if she was trying to say that it was his fault, she asked him to be a little more lenient. The boy sighed in irritation, although the demoness stated that it was only her thoughts out loud. The girl was wiping away tears when Devi returned to her. A flash of light washed over her. The princess looked at the wooden sword in surprise when Devi asked her to watch carefully and not miss anything. The prince swung the blade, activating the divine sword. The wooden blade glowed. Lowering the weapon, the boy used the first technique of the heavy sword, beheading a giant. The ground began to crack. The girl looked at it in shock, and the hero asked her if she got the idea. The warrior concluded that smooth, water-like movements were needed. She did not even have the ability to block, she could only hit the same point. Looking at the boy's back, she assumed that he wanted to say that the heavy sword was a technique full of weaknesses. Lowering her head, the princess added that Devi believed that the heavy sword was already an outdated and unusable technique. The prince flicked the girl on the forehead. Her scream rose to the sky. The warrior grabbed her forehead, and the young man reminded her that he asked her to watch carefully. Alina looked at the hero in surprise when he said that there was no fencing technique that was ideal for everyone. Lowering the weapon, the guy added that the same was true for the sword god technique, and said that he would now slowly repeat from the beginning what the interlocutor had overlooked. Making a swing, Devi asked her to concentrate. The girl watched carefully. Another blow crumbled to the ground in front of the prince. While the warrior was brushing her hair from her face, the young man announced the continuation. He raised the sword. The princess again carefully watched his slow movements. The blade touched the ground, and it again flew in all directions. The girl leaned forward, not understanding how, and the young man asked if she saw the difference between these two blows. Looking at the traces of the blows, the warrior clarified what this meant. Looking ahead in confusion, the princess realized that the heavy sword was a technique that focused on strength, which could achieve destructive power with simple movements. It was common knowledge that its strength varied depending on the weight of the sword. Lowering her hands, the girl decided that such a result was simply impossible, and noted out loud that it was nonsense. How could their destructive power be the same? The hero threw the blade back onto his shoulder, while the princess shouted that it was simply impossible. How could power equal to that of the sword god technique come from such a slow and flexible movement? He thought that it was true. Overwhelming destructive power, obtained in exchange for grace, so when using the heavy sword of God, a flexible line of attack was impossible. The girl looked at the guy indignantly while he reasoned that he would call it from 0 to 100, so to speak. The time needed to reach maximum speed, he suggested for example to imagine a cart and think about what needs to be done for it to gain maximum speed. The force acting on the cart will directly depend on its weight. In fact, the same applies to a heavy sword, and the princess agreed, which is why her sword was many times heavier than a normal sword. The girl's eyes widened when Devi asked what if they could control the speed at which the force could reach its maximum. Balancing the blade on his finger, Devi explained that it might seem that a heavy sword obeyed the laws of physics, but now they connected mana to these laws. A revelation was reflected on the warrior's face when the prince asked her to imagine that she could regulate the weight of the sword or its acceleration using mana. Looking at the interlocutor, the princess realized that depending on the level of mana mastery, it was possible to instantly increase the power of the heavy sword from 0 to 100, if only she wanted to. The young man sighed with relief. Everything was correct. The girl turned around, and the hero added that the advantages of the heavy sword included its destructive power and simplicity, but it also had obvious weak points. This technique could eventually become terribly unstable, focusing only on destructive power. The sword god Ares was a lazy old man who could easily change the direction of his sword's strike regardless of the effort applied, so he should be considered an exception to the rule. Turning to the warrior, Devi asked her what she thought, why his sword art suddenly became almost lost. Under the confident gaze of the guy, the princess tried to put forward an assumption. It was a completely natural result. Everyone was just imitating the sword god technique they saw, and therefore a generation later they had already lost the understanding of the essence of the technique. But even in this form it is still the most destructive, and was still considered the strongest. Alina fell into thoughtfulness, while Devi continued to mentally reason that it would be difficult for her to fully understand everything that was said, but it was enough to guess at least something, and then she would overcome the wall that separated her from the status of a master. The girl raised her head and noted that this was only the basics. Turning to the interlocutor, she assumed that she was beginning to understand something, and he was glad about this. The prince spread his hands when the warrior thanked him, and objected that he did not even do anything. Then the young man glanced at her status window. The girl's eyes widened when the hero noticed that when he looked at her, it seemed to him that something was weighing on her and driving her. The princess looked away and assured him that he was imagining things, but Davy asked if they had really gone that far and if she really thought there was any point in hiding it. The warrior bowed her head when the boy suggested that it would be wise to keep it a secret, and he thought it would be more logical to tell her about the problem while he had the chance. Davy folded his arms over his chest, and the princess called him really kind. Smiling, Davy advised him not to expect too much, but for now he was willing to listen, and then the girl directly asked him to become a couple with her. For a second, the silence was broken only by the howling of the wind. Then the prince dropped his sword. The warrior leaned forward and said that she needed his strength. The young man blushed and raised his palms, clarifying what kind of strength could the princess of the strongest country need. Didn't she have countless sword masters under her command who were ready to carry out her every order? The girl raised her hand and explained that she couldn't resort to their help. Pressing her fist to her chest, the warrior explained that one had to be under 20 years old to meet the requirements, so asking for help from them was against the rules. The atmosphere became even more tense, since the hero didn't understand what they were talking about at all. The god of bows folded his arms over his chest and asked if Davy wanted to hear about the past, and added that sometimes it wasn't so bad. Raising his finger up, the elf suggested thinking about this, who protects the people. Towering over the prince, he himself suggested warriors, knights, or guards, and added that no matter what they are called, any intelligent beings sooner or later unite. Thus states are born, and this works for all species, be they humans, elves, or dwarves. The boy looked at Apollo without interest as he continued to ask who he thought was protecting the entire continent from unknown threats, be it a natural disaster or a threat that could plunge the entire world into chaos with its mere appearance. Putting a finger to his lips, the god added, "Wouldn't it be better to get rid of such threats as quietly as possible? That's what the knightly order called the Last Light was for." The elf raised his hands to the sky, ranting about the hero's impressions of learning something new about the world. Wasn't that wonderful? Normally, Davy would ignore any sayings from the god of bows, Apollo, but the story told this time seemed suspiciously sincere and therefore quite entertaining. The Last Light. Although it seemed that this order had other names, all of them implied the knightly order that secretly got rid of threats to the continent. It could be said that the peace that remained after the demon queen was killed by the sword god Hares was the result of the hidden activities of these knights. In addition, it was their duty to raise talented seeds, true heroes. With his arms folded, the prince concluded that Alina needed someone to help her because the partner she was going to take the test with had gone missing. The princess pressed her hand to her chest and confirmed this, adding that she had desperately searched for him everywhere, but to no avail. So if she could not become stronger on her own, she needed the support of a strong person, to which the young man warned that if she pretended to be her partner, they would suspect something was wrong. Looking down, the warrior admitted that she had no choice. The only option left was to find a new partner. Pryzerk smiled and noted that it seemed like the gears had fallen into place, and Davy agreed with her, because recruiting a strong and influential person was a very difficult matter, especially for a secret organization consisting of young people who were destined to build the future. For the sake of membership in a secret knightly order, Alina had been studying and building up her strength all this time. Thoughtfully looking at the princess, the guy thought that she still did not understand why she was going on such a dangerous and unprofitable business. And then he heard that he was asked not to be angry and to forget about the partnership. The girl turned to Davy and admitted that she had learned a lot today thanks to him, and that was enough. Heading towards the castle, she promised not to forget his favor. The demoness sighed and noted that the knightly order, fighting the unknown dangers of the world, was in itself riskier than Davy's current circumstances. The prince clenched his fist and admitted that while he pitied his friend, it was best to refuse. The girl turned around when the boy asked her to wait. Putting his finger to his lips, the hero muttered that it wasn't that bad, and the demoness called his name. The warrior looked surprised when she heard his agreement. Without looking at the princess, the hero repeated that he agreed and offered to take this test of the knightly order or whatever it was, causing the demon queen to open her mouth. The girl looked at the boy with wide eyes when he added that he would help in any way he could. But first, he needed to double-check something. Putting his hands on his hips, Davy clarified whether the task of this order of hers was really to hunt rare and dangerous monsters, and the warrior wondered how he knew about it. Her eyes widened when the prince's next guess was the presence of contacts with magical lands that were usually impossible to get to, and there were all sorts of people there. The young man's face lit up with a greedy smile when the princess confirmed everything. The hero returned to the mansion. Falling onto the bed, he thought that this was a prophet. The partner leaned over the guy and asked if he was sure. Putting her hands on her hips, the demoness reminded him that contact with them would impose a certain responsibility on him, but heard that it was all the better for it. Pointing his finger up, Davy noted that the right person had not yet shown up. Due to the fact that Megatron was not even close to the Stigma or the Moongrass Enterprise, its completion would be tantamount to the birth of a combat weapon of almost master level, which could entail the continuous emergence of all sorts of problems across the continent. After all, on Earth, the hype around nuclear weapons was not just like that. Sitting up on the bed, Davy explained that Megatron had collected very little data at the moment. That's what he needed these guys for. With glowing eyes, the prince explained to the demoness that this was a great opportunity for a variety of information. If you strengthen the golem, the security system of the lands is also improving, and she said that his head is only filled with the development of the lands. The girl sighed, putting her hand to her forehead, and asked if it didn't put his safety at risk, to which the boy said that nothing would happen. Conan approached the hero, at the moment when Pre-Cirque suggested unknown threats. Poking the girl in the cheek, the boy objected that he had the strongest daughters in the world. Nothing would happen to him. Stroking the baby on the head, Davy reminded that his body had already survived all possible threats. Some unpredictable threat would not do anything to him. Smiling innocently, the prince thought that this was all as long as it did not concern mythical or demonic monsters, of course. But he did not think that such mythical monsters existed. Meanwhile, the morning came. Perhaps the matter was that Alina was confused by the frivolous agreement of the boy, or she was simply tired. But she, looking extremely exhausted, said that they would leave in 2 weeks and did not appear again. It seemed she had all the accumulated work to sort out. 2 weeks had passed, so quickly and at the same time, but so long. Davy stood by the window when he was asked to start the meeting, and thought that he had no time to rest. Amy was reading from a sheet of paper a report about how Person A behaved aggressively, to which Person B took up arms, and it seemed that everything happened because of a frivolous dispute. The guy frowned, and when the reporter asked what he would order to do, he answered that since they both behaved like barbarians, let them both be thrown into prison. He thought that, unlike the current inhabitants of the lands, who adapted well, the new townspeople put spokes in their wheels with their claims and demands. Despite the fact that they were treated well, the more people arrived, the more problems appeared. Leaping through the papers, the maid continued that there was a conflict between 2 women regarding a child. Davy rested his head wearily on his hand as the speaker read that both claimed to be the biological mothers, muttered that they had clearly decided that they were in Jerusalem, and ordered her to say that the child would be cut in half and given half to each. The one who first refused this decision would probably be the real mother. While another made poor tea, Amy asked in horror if His Highness would really do that, to which he replied that of course he was joking. The Alchemist Association said that they could be contacted for help if necessary, so let them figure it out, after which he demanded to continue. Sheets of paper flew to the floor as the speaker continued that the merchants of Petrograd had sent them a gift. They wanted to buy a lot of undeveloped land, to which Davy asked when he had managed to become a land agent, and again demanded to continue. They were both distracted from their work when they heard a quiet chuckle. Brunil coughed, and the second maid flinched. The girl covered her mouth with her hands, barely holding back a smile. They both bowed, the maid asking for forgiveness for her behavior, and the chief chamberlain for not training her well. The girl smiled innocently when the old man demanded that she be sent away. The prince sighed and said that it was unnecessary. Extending his hand to the servant, he noted that this was just a joke. There was no need to be so categorical, to which the manager apologized. Yuri looked up in surprise when His Highness called her by name. She beamed when the young man thanked her for the delicious tea, and replied that she was very glad. While the girl looked at the hero with happy eyes, the chief chamberlain coughed again. When the girl ran out, asking for permission to take her leave, the guy asked if the manager was too strict, to which he replied that it was his duty to train the servants. Davy sighed tiredly again. At that moment, the girl walked out the door with a cheerful smile, and the prince thought that everyone was having fun in their own way. While she was walking down the corridor, humming a song, he mentally added that the maids were talented these days. Berserk looked at the young man with confusion. He sniffed. Resting his head on his palm, he explained that he had made a contract with the elementals. Opening his eyes, Davy wanted to add something else. Imagining the real image of Yuri, he said that it was not bad at all. Putting his fingers on the report, the guy told Amy to continue. Taking the folder in her hands again, the maid moved on to the report from the captain of the royal guard, Manhwa. Looking at the sheet of paper, Davy whiled away the time by managing his lands. He agreed 2 weeks passed faster than expected. Rainbow glare was reflected on the walls when a male voice noted that Devi was lucky. Baron Gorniel, speaking from the magic ball, told the prince that the imperial blood had almost been spilled in the lands of Orem, and the prince thought it was nice to see a familiar face after so long. Sitting in his office, the man reminded the young man of the past events. While the latter recalled that he had to go through a lot upon returning to the lands of Haines, his interlocutor was in the Rhindes Empire due to the work of the Central Disease Administration. Lightning struck the treetops. The Baron recalled that a lightning storm swept through the forests of the Orem lands that day. He heard that at that very moment the carriage of the Rhindes imperial family nearby tried to escape from an assassination attempt. The hero sat in front of the ball, while the man noted that the most shocking thing was that the lightning struck all the mercenaries. How was that even possible? The guy laughed nervously when the Baron added that, fortunately, the carriage remained untouched, but because the bodies of the mercenaries turned into coals, there was confusion during the investigation, and he mentally admitted that it was his doing. Looking conspiratorially at Berserk, Davy telepathically told her that he knew that the carriage belonged to one of the ruling dynasties, but did not imagine that this was the carriage of the Rhindes Empire. This situation could lead to a large-scale war. It was not for nothing that they said, "Do not enter the water without knowing the ford." At this time, the Baron smiled, and explained that in fact, he came to the Empire precisely to treat the youngest princess. Davy looked at the ball in confusion when the man added that as soon as he was free, he planned to spread the news of his achievements throughout the continent. Glancing at the mountains of books, the prince asked the interlocutor not to bother, but he refused. His face filled with indignation, and he said that the young man had no idea how great the discoveries he had made were. These achievements fully deserved recognition. He tried to calm him down. Taking the ball in his hands, Davy thought that he would prefer to hush it up, because it could attract unnecessary attention to him. Putting the intercom back in place, the guy thought that silence would be easier to ensure a quiet future life for him, but Baron Gorniel, who took medicine too seriously, could not understand him. In the end, he said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. The ball went out, and Davy sighed. Leaning back in his chair, he thought that it seemed like it would be noisy again for a while. At that moment, the window opened, and Alina flew onto the windowsill, shouting the prince's name. He looked tiredly at the girl, who announced her arrival as if nothing had happened and asked what he was talking about in the middle of, who it was. The young man started calling the guards, frightening the warrior. Pressing her palms to his lips, the princess asked if he was trying to deprive her of her chance at marriage, to which the hero feigned a dark laugh and remembered that 2 weeks had already passed since he had agreed to her request. Blushing, the girl was indignant. What kind of a person was he? And he still hadn't answered any of her letters, and the guy realized that perhaps Alina considered herself very much indebted to him, because she persistently bombarded him with questions about whether he needed anything. The warrior looked straight at her friend, and while he was thinking that from his point of view he had agreed to it for her sake, but it didn't seem like it mattered to her, she said that she was giving him one last chance. He could still refuse if he didn't want to. Davy put his hand on his hip and said that he wanted to clarify something first. It was a secret nightly order. Was it really possible to bring in just anyone and let them participate in the test? To which the princess replied that this was the only thing that worried him, so there was no problem. Putting her palm to her chest, the girl announced that she planned to exercise her right. The warrior put her hands on the table, and when asked what kind of right, she explained that maintaining confidentiality was the fundamental principle of the last light. But the order itself gives preference to maintaining the organization, so each participant has the right to bring one person, like an apprentice, once in a lifetime. While Davy rubbed his chin, Berserk drew his attention to the princess wasting such a right on him, whether his shoulders hurt from the weight of responsibility, but he mentally noted that this was not his problem. The prince turned to the exit and said that since the issue was resolved, they could begin. Taking a cube from the table, he clarified that he could have taken luggage with him. He turned to the girl when she asked what it was. With a smile, the young man replied that it was Megatron to Malawi and Quachas. When the warrior's face showed an expression of complete incomprehension, the hero explained that he was talking about the guard golem she had fought. Looking at the princess's reaction, the guy asked Berserk what could have surprised her. Wasn't shrinking magic a common occurrence? And his partner explained that she thought she was more surprised that the terrifying weapon was now in the form of a simple toy. Pressing her palm to her forehead, the girl admitted that she constantly felt like all her perception patterns were collapsing in the company of Davy. The warrior approached the prince and said that she was using a teleportation artifact, asking him to hold on tightly. Otherwise he could be thrown to who knows where. The embarrassed princess extended her hand to the young man. He smiled slightly confusedly. Taking the palm, the hero acknowledged that it was generous of her, to which the girl asked him to stop laughing at her. The artifact was activated. The friends found themselves in the middle of the forest. Looking around, the guy asked where they were, and the warrior explained that it was a bamboo grove in the north of central Pandora. While Davy looked around in surprise, the princess added that the journey here took a month on foot and about a week in a carriage. And even by land it was not so easy to get here because of the barrier, but he admitted that they were quite far. Moving through the forest, the girl explained that in a secret nightly order she was a breakthrough alpha, and was responsible for detecting and eliminating threats breaking through from Pandora. Shaking himself off, Davy clarified whether what she needed now was really here. The warrior turned around and replied that it was not so, but that by becoming an official member of the order, she would be able to visit other regions without problems. Leading her companion further, the princess explained that she needed this right. Even for a member of the imperial family there were restrictions on visiting some places. Looking at the girl, the prince wondered if Eileen's goal was really the right and the ability to freely visit secret regions. Berserk looked at the girl sympathetically and explained that the poor thing lost her mother because of a vampire. She was sure that she was desperately looking for his traces. Now the young man understood why the princess lost control of herself as soon as she saw them. Frowning, the girl said that she needed to pass the test. The hero looked at her back when the warrior added that she must. The guy looked away, although he agreed with her. The footsteps of animals were heard near his friends, interrupting the continuation of his speech. The warrior looked at the approaching men with fear, and Davy assumed that they would have to take care of these guys. Wolves were approaching the friends, but their strange faces indicated that they were mutant wolves. The princess clenched her teeth and wanted them to be careful, that although they looked small, their claws and fangs were poison. Putting her fingers to the brooch on her chest, the girl was going to say that she would figure it out, but the prince refused to help. Blocking the warrior's path, the young man asked her to wait. Looking at his confident smile, the princess called the hero by name. The guy took out his cube and mentally demanded not to dare take away someone else's experimental experience. Throwing the golem at the wolf's feet, he remembered that this was why he had climbed here. The cube let off steam. A golem began to gather in front of the monsters, and Davy added to himself that this was necessary for collecting combat information. With a satisfied smile, the prince ordered Megatron to Malawi and Quachas to take care of them. This was his first mission, to get rid of them. The princess grabbed her head. Watching the golem throw mutants, she could not understand what she was looking at. The circular saw began to move, and the big guy announced the end of the activation of the main weapon. Megatron destroyed the monsters without much effort. Dust rose higher than the trees, and the girl screamed. What the hell did Davy do in these 2 weeks? Soon the ground was strewn with corpses of wolves. Pressing her hands to her chest, the warrior realized that she was starting to feel sorry for the demonic beasts, while the young man laughed. Looking at what was happening with the light, the hero said that this was to be expected from an electric saw, It really was incredible. Taking a proud pose, the guy noted that this was a completely different conversation, to which the princess screamed that there was no talk here. Pointing her finger at the frightened monsters, she urged Davy to look at these creatures begging for mercy. But Davy only pointed his finger at them, ordering Megatron to kill them all and collect all the data he could, and the girl realized that she had made a mistake, because he hadn't even heard her. Lowering her hands, she asked if it was really worth using such a destructive weapon like that. The wheels of the carriage creaked quietly. Alina looked gloomy. The prince looked at his friend questioningly. The girl rolled her eyes when the young man asked what was wrong with her, and objected that it was not about that. The transport continued moving between the trees, and the warrior loudly asked what kind of golem it was that became a carriage, and also turned out to be able to expand the interior space. The hero laughed embarrassingly, and when the princess asked how much money he spent on it, he said that you can't skimp on your hobbies, and what's wrong with imitating authenticity. The girl looked closely at her companion, and thought that this bastard had clearly earned a fortune. Putting her hands behind her back, Berserk turned this gaze. The guy thought that if he ordered all this from a magic tower, the price would really be exorbitant, but since all this stuff was of his own production, it did not cost him that much. Mana was spreading along the ground. Davy looked out the window and noticed that the flow of mana in this forest was in complete disarray. The demon queen held her head and complained that the deeper into the forest, the worse it became. It was not organized at all. The carriage moved through a magical haze, and the demoness assumed that there was an area barrier here. Alina confirmed this, in order to hide the base of the breakthrough alpha. A barrier was erected in this forest that prevented detection. It was precisely because of it that it was difficult to sense the surroundings here. Smiling, looking out the window, the girl added that the prince had no idea how confused she was when she first came here. She couldn't understand where all the noise was coming from. The young man rested his head on his palm, and when the princess asked him what he thought because the mana flow in the forest was different from the one outside it, he noticed that she looked pleased. Closing her eyes, the warrior admitted that she learned about this only after joining the order. Most of the last light groups, which included the Alpha, erected similar barriers near the bases. Davy thoughtfully listened to her friend's story, while she assumed that the barrier of the breakthrough Alpha probably covered most of the forest. The princess took off her glove, and when the guy asked how the members of the order got inside, she answered with this. The girl showed an unusual ring. The warrior explained that it was an artifact that protected against the effects of the barrier. She did not understand much about magic, but they said that it protected the wearer with a special wave. Davy thoughtfully examined the ring and admitted that it was quite unusual, and his friend added that mentors handed these rings to their students when they joined the order. The carriage was followed. When Davy asked for clarification, the princess explained that, more precisely, these were senior members of the order. The last light had a rather peculiar approach to organization. Putting the glove back on, the girl said that they recruited talented people as children and then raised them, although she joined a little late. Suddenly the carriage shook. The transport fell into a hole. Two strangers stood above it, and the warrior got out first. Pressing her palm to her head, she asked what was going on all of a sudden. The princess raised herself and saw the culprit, who demanded to leave. The guy with a gloomy face called her name, and the girl recognized a member of the Shio order. She looked angrily at the young man and asked what the hell he was doing, to which he calmly replied that he was eliminating an intruder. Folding his arms over his chest, the warrior asked what Alina was thinking about, bringing a stranger here. Davy tried to carefully push his friend off himself, while she angrily protested that the guest came with her, and this did not give Shio the authority to eliminate him. The girl clenched her teeth when the guy said that she had no right to ask him such questions, because right now one thing was clear, she was breaking the rules, and for breaking the rules there was an appropriate punishment. Another young man approached the knight, and said that there was no one else in the area, and he was even glad that the princess was not so stupid. Clenching his fists, the young man added that if she brought someone else here, they would execute him on the spot, to which the warrior demanded not to make her laugh. The girl summoned a divine sword and angrily demanded to know who he was to punish the same members of the order. In response, the guy took out his blade and replied that all this was for the sake of the breakthrough alpha. Taking a fighting stance, the princess accused the young man of exceeding his authority, and if he did not retreat immediately, she would make him pay. Angry glances crossed. At that moment, a bird circled over the knight's head. Both members of the order looked at her, and the second reminded that this was an order. Shio clenched his teeth when the guy added that he was ordered to go back and bring Alina with the civilian. Turning around, the knight advised them to consider themselves lucky. Davy stroked his friend's head, and when she apologized, because she did not think that everything would turn out like this, he admitted that she tried. After climbing out of the pit, the prince noticed that it was a spectacular meeting. The knight frowned when the young man called him an evil man. Patting Shio on the shoulder, Davy said that he needed to be more careful, because there would be no next time. The interlocutor was furious, but before he could take a step, his partner grabbed his shoulder, demanding that he stop. Looking gloomily at Shio, the guy reminded him not to forget himself. They did not join the order to cross swords with just anyone. Davy smiled contentedly. The bird continued to circle above the forest. There was a forest near the fortress. The heroes approached the gate. Davy looked at the citadel and called it amazing. Cirque said that she would like something like that. Davy's mouth opened in amazement, and noted that the building looked old, but it was clearly well maintained. The walls of the palace were shining. The Demon Queen reminded that this building was built when she was alive. Alina stopped. The girl raised her hand and said that she would take her comrade to the dormitory and report everything later. The member of the order objected to her and asked her to go with him. Shio frowned and asked his comrade to take the stranger to the most remote dormitory and make sure that he sat under lock and key until the verdict was passed. Trev raised his hand and asked the boy to give him his hand. The young man raised his wrists and noticed something strange. Ropes appeared on them. The prince realized that it was an illusion. Smiling, the magician asked his companion not to worry and said that everything was fine. The woman frowned in alarm. After that, the boy took him to the fortress. In a clean room there was a large bed. The lord sat down on it. The member of the order asked him to sit there quietly and said that he would prefer to refrain from using force. Davy smiled and nodded. Standing in the doorway, Trev warned that he could kill him with just one word and asked him not to worry. The boy frowned sternly and explained that he would not use such things against people without reason. Davy lay down on the bed and said that he was looking forward to it. The boy narrowed his eyes and wondered if this was really a person with some kind of unique skills. In the past, Apollo pointed to the side and explained that these were people with some kind of superpowers. The man pointed to the dragon and added that it was difficult to call them people because they did not originate from people. The member of the order sat on a chair. He had a tense expression on his face. The room was very bright. Someone entered the bedroom and asked the boy to follow him. Shio frowned and said that the mentors were calling him. People gathered in a spacious room for the court session. The man with the beard furrowed his brows. The woman stared ahead in silence. The knight crossed his arms. The prince raised his eyebrows in surprise and noticed that there was an elementalist and 2 swordsmen among them, and that they had all reached the master level and above. Alina stood next to him. The judges suggested checking everything again. The warrior looked down and asked if she admitted that she had broken the oath she had given to not bring strangers to the headquarters without permission. The girl opened her mouth wide to object, but the soldier asked her to simply answer the question posed. The woman clenched her teeth in displeasure. The heroes stood next to each other, and an affirmative answer was heard. Sitting on the sofa, the sorceress asked if she admitted that members of the knightly order must be held accountable for their actions, regardless of their status. Alina confirmed this again. The man frowned in displeasure, and said that in that case they had nothing more to discuss and explained that the student would have to take disciplinary action and that they would erase the stranger's memory. The girl placed her hands on the lectern and asked permission to speak. Frowning sternly, the woman reminded him that the rules forbade bringing strangers here, and asked what if he was not a stranger. The mage looked at her friend in surprise. The princess waved her hand and said that she wanted to exercise her right and accept him into the order. Sitting on the platform, the elementalist explained that this privilege was given to each member of the order only once, and asked if the student really wanted to waste it on this person. Alina said that she brought him here specifically for this. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that she was going to pass the test at any cost, despite the fact that the mentors were going to disqualify her. People were standing on the balconies. The sorceress called her decision too frivolous. The woman explained that she had thought it through carefully. The mage rose from the couch and asked if she could teach anyone anything. The princess replied that it was no longer important. The swordswoman opened her eyes wide and said that she was using her right because her friend met the requirements. Frowning, Alina said that she did not know why they were so wary and explained that the purpose of the Breakthrough Alpha was to protect humanity. The knight clenched his teeth in displeasure. Raising his hand, Sheo asked his comrade to watch her words and said that they could not simply accept this stranger. The girl urged him not to be so arrogant. The man glared at the mentors and shouted that all this was nonsense. Looking at his teacher, the member of the order explained that at first glance her words were logical, but there were two gross errors in them. The masters reminded him that they did not allow him to speak. The warrior clenched his fist and said that they did not even know if this man had a drop of a sense of duty, or if he had any talents or special abilities. Davy smiled when he said that he did not feel any mana at all. Davy stood in the center of the courtroom. The knight reminded that according to the rules, only those whose abilities have been verified by at least 2 mentors can join the order. Sheo frowned and said that this man could even be a spy who was sent to reconnaissance in the breakthrough. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the building. The woman raised her sword and said that just because he had a tongue, it did not mean that he could say such things. The princess frowned and was disappointed that she could not let him die. The man raised his weapon and asked if she thought she could cut him down. The heroes crossed swords. Alina asked if her ally thought he was special and said he had made a mistake from the start. The girl frowned sternly and explained that she had never said she would cut him down. Davy looked at her with a smile. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what they were talking about. The boys lowered their weapons when the judges asked them to be quiet. Celia looked at them and reminded them that they were still discussing the situation. The woman looked away when the mentor threatened to send them away if they caused a ruckus one more time. Berserk smiled and called his friend very patient. Davy replied that they should wait until the main course was served before moving on to it. Fritos scratched his chin and agreed with his student. The boy lowered his head. The knight explained that they knew nothing about his abilities, and noted that his mana was average or lower. The boy grinned. The princess put her hand to her chest and assured the masters that her comrade was very strong. She shrugged her shoulders in displeasure when the warrior decided that the stranger was strong only by her standards. The swordswoman frowned tensely when the mentor said that they did not see any potential in this man, and that he had no sense of duty either. Alina clenched her fist when the members of Breakthrough Alpha rejected her request. The mage raised his hand when they were about to end the meeting. The Lord lowered his hand and asked them to wait. Davy smiled and suggested that they first properly understand the problem. Trev crossed his arms over his chest. Davy said that he did not know what was going on here and what their mission was. Shio jumped to his feet and asked him to watch his words. The elementalist ordered him to be silent. The boy spread his arms. The masters asked him to continue. The young man raised his hand and asked how a newbie could know about the higher purpose of a secret organization whose headquarters was hidden in such a classified place. The prince smirked and guessed that deep down they wanted their sacrifice to be known to the world. Alina put her hand to her forehead in disappointment when the order member asked how he dared insult them. The mage crossed his arms and remembered that they usually recruited children with good potential, not those with already developed skills. Celia raised her eyebrows, realizing that the stranger was talking about himself meeting this criteria, and asked how they should deal with their sense of duty. The Lord smirked and replied that this feeling would come naturally if the Breakthrough Alpha was pursuing a noble goal. Boris laughed, his mouth wide open, and agreed with him. The man leaned on his hand and asked the guest's name, and Davy gave his own. The knight confidently drew his eyebrows together and asked if the stranger was sure he was talented enough to join the Breakthrough Alpha. Davy closed his eyes and hoped that the members of the order were not so stupid as to judge potential only by mana. People were watching him from the balcony. The boy said that he had certain hopes and did not want to be disappointed because they were just an illusion. In the memory, Apollo raised his hand, talking about the last light. The boy thought about how because of it, his attitude towards the secret order was quite positive in absentia. The warrior lowered his head and admitted his guilt. The prince smirked when the master asked him to demonstrate his talents. The mage adjusted his hair and said that if students like Shio were called talented, then a direct comparison of the two of them would give them a clear answer. The member of the order frowned in displeasure. The heroes stood opposite each other in the courtroom. The lord smiled confidently. The knight pursed his lips tensely. The man took out his staff and asked his opponent not to expect mercy from him, even though his mentors ordered him not to cross the line. Davy's eyes widened in surprise and concluded that he was actually blessed. Berserk asked where his information verification skill was. People filled the courtroom. Davy replied that spoilers are not fun. The students surrounded the island and asked if everything would be fine, since his mana was actually at the level of an ordinary person. The girl looked away and replied that everything would be fine and that the only thing she cared about was what her comrade would do. Standing in front of his opponent, Shio decided to let him make the first move. The member of the order frowned and asked him to give it his all, despite his meager mana supply. The guy threw a Rubik's Cube into the air. A bright glow enveloped it. A golem appeared in the courtroom. Megatron stood behind his master, waiting for the command. The knight squinted suspiciously and asked what it was. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and asked the robot to get a saw. The woman shuddered in fear. The machine took out a circular saw. The prince suggested that they calm down and chat first. A wave of fire flashed in front of the swordswoman. Immediately after that, the room was covered in frost. Alina's mouth opened in surprise. Blocks of ice appeared in the air. The member of the order waved his hand and used magic. His staff began to glow. The wizard pulled it forward and cast a light spell. Sharp pieces of ice headed towards the magician. The lord raised his eyebrows in amazement. A smirk appeared on his face. The golem stood in front of him and took the blow. His body was covered in ice. Davy was surprised that his opponent's spell consisted of only one syllable. Shio frowned in displeasure. Davy asked if this was something a manablist could do, and exclaimed that it was very cool. The order member looked at him from under his brows and asked what he was talking about. Waves of light appeared around him. The manablists were extremely valuable mages. The magic wand began to sparkle. Usually a very long spell had to be cast to use magic, but the manablists could use shortened forms of spells. The knight waved the wand. The spells of such a mage were more than twice as effective since he was in sync with his mana. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy remembered that this was something like an assimilation state, and said that his opponent was on a completely different level than the mages from the magic towers. Berserk leaned on her hand and asked if he was not weaker than Yuli's. The boy replied that it would be very unfortunate if the local disciple was better than the elder. The golem raised its circular saw. Its legs buckled. The demon queen noticed that the cold was slowing the response of the automatic defense system. The prince took notes and realized that Megatron's engine was good, but the power distribution was not the best. The robot swung its blade. Shio gritted his teeth and wondered why his opponent was so calm. The member of the order waved his wand and cast the spell Crash. An ice spear appeared above his head. The mage ran his pencil across the paper and decided to test the defense. The lord waved his hand and ordered the machine to counterattack. The golem's eyes lit up as it completed its target acquisition. Megatron crouched down. The knight frowned tensely. A powerful blow was heard on the battlefield. Blocks of ice appeared around. They blocked the circular saw. The man gritted his teeth and called Megatron mad. The robot was trapped under the ice. The wizard asked if they were trying to kill him. Looking at him, Davy urged him not to be a weakling and asked if this was really how one should behave during a life or death fight. The students ran up to the mentor and asked if they shouldn't stop the fight. People were standing by the arena. The girls didn't understand what kind of incredible weapon it was. The boy smiled broadly and asked if the island's friend was some famous golem mage. The girl thought that her friend was a real monster who could simply destroy this place. The machine's hands sparkled. The woman turned away and sighed heavily. Fritos crossed his arms over his chest and said that the movements of this golem were strikingly different from the movements of his fellows. Celia agreed with him and concluded that the stranger could control it even with a small mana reserve. The heroes stood on the battlefield. The mentor noted that Davy lacked experience since he relied so much on the golem and was left defenseless. Boris smiled and stated that this problem could be solved with proper training because the ability to create and control golems certainly deserved a pass. The princess narrowed her eyes and laughed. thinking that this misunderstanding had dragged on for too long. The robot's legs were covered in ice. The elementalist smiled and concluded that this was the end for him. Megatron was encased in ice. The member of the Breakthrough Alpha decided that the mage did not take into account the state of the golem itself, which should be nothing more than his arms and legs. Shio squatted down to spread magic across the ground. Ice energy erupted from his staff. The member of the order tensely pursed his lips. Looking at the arena, the sorcerers realized that the student was gradually freezing the joints of the machine and said that with such freezing, the weapon becomes useless. The knight grinned and said that now the robot will not be able to move. The masters praised his ability to navigate in battle. The man summoned a piece of ice in his hand and urged his opponent to take his time and write everything down carefully. The ice turned into a sword. The magician said that this is the difference between them. The guy kicked the fence. The young man took a stick in his hand and offered to test it. Shio grinned and called him too arrogant. The member of the order rushed forward and said that this way his victory will only be sweeter. The prince swung the stick. It hit the tip of the sword. The blade left a cut on it. The knight lunged forward. A piece of wood flew into the air. The lord looked at the severed stick. The wizard appeared behind him and swung his blade. The apprentice opened her mouth in fear and shouted that they had to stop the duel. Davy jumped back. Davy fell on his back to dodge the blow. The man looked down and asked what that meant. The boy grinned. He swung his stick. The air flashed with the impact. The young man hit his opponent on the head. His pupils narrowed. The prince sat on the floor, Shio's consciousness clouded. The mage hit him on the head. The member of the order opened his mouth wide. The lord stood up and scratched the back of his head. Davy saw his opponent fall to the ground and asked if this was a victory. Alina crossed her arms over her chest, while her comrades rejoiced. Davy sat in front of the fallen knight. The girl realized that she had seen the scene somewhere before. The guy got to his feet. Standing on the balcony, Fritos asked if this was a coincidence. Celia said that luck is also a skill. Boris looked at the stranger and recognized his abilities. The wizard sat down on the ground. The masters decided that their student neglected the lessons of life and urged him to devote himself to training. The knight gritted his teeth and said that this was ridiculous. Shio pointed a finger at his opponent and asked what kind of victory this was if his golem was so powerful. Alina climbed the stairs and asked him to stop behaving so badly. With her mouth wide open, the girl reminded him that a golem mage was supposed to be a support for the rear and asked if they didn't find it unfair that such a mage stood in the middle of the battlefield and finished the fight with his own forces. The member of the order frowned in displeasure when the woman asked how they would explain such a dangerous use of her comrade as bait. Fritos clapped his hands and asked her to stop. The man crossed his arms over his chest and declared that his student was right. The master waved his hand and asked what the 8th point of the rules of the Breakthrough Alpha said. Shio answered that knights should do their best and analyze both victories and defeats. The students led him away from the battlefield. The princess praised her comrade. The boys looked around when someone said that he was just lucky. The member of the order frowned and said that he would have killed him if it weren't for a lucky chance. Looking after him, Alina asked if he really thought he was immortal. Putting her hand to her head, the girl concluded that it was even better this way and asked her friend to be a meat sheep, under whose skin a terrible person was hiding. The lord showed her a Rubik's Cube and asked if that would be enough. Frowning, the woman asked why her comrade was pretending not to know anything and decided that if they didn't know each other, she would also think that it was just luck. The princess narrowed her eyes and remembered that she had seen something. During the fight, Davy had gotten very close to the enemy. There was a creepy smile on his face. The sword woman looked after him. Davy said that he could already imagine how the meeting was going, where everyone was discussing him. The guy grinned and said that there would be no problems. Alina closed her eyes and was surprised that he had managed to hide his true power and decided that his actions were beyond the dreams of demons. There was a piece of wood on the floor. The girl said that it was an act of pure evil. A lantern was burning on the wall. Someone announced the results of the vote. The heroes were sitting at the table. Boris announced that they would give the stranger the right to become a member of their order, and explained that it was stupid to demand a high level of mana or physical indicators from a golem mage. The man put the glass on the table and asked the guest to join them. The young man smiled and noticed that it was not just alcohol. A light liquid sparkled in the glass. The master laughed and said that nothing else should be expected from an alchemist. Closing his eyes, the prince explained that it was simple intuition and felt the remains of mana in the glass. The mentor, raising his eyebrows in confidence, stated that Alina had brought them a great man and said that there was no problem with anyone taking him on as an apprentice. The mage took a sip. The lord noted that the drink tasted ordinary. The knight raised his eyebrows and asked why he drank it without even knowing what it was. Wiping his mouth, Davy replied that he was good at reading the atmosphere and thought that there was no chance that this drink would affect him in any way. There was an empty glass on the table. Boris looked up and asked if the newcomer promised to keep the information about the garrison a secret. Davy assumed that was what the drink was for. Smiling, the guy answered in the affirmative and explained that he came here to help a friend, and that he was still interested in the last light. Sitting opposite him, the man said that earlier he thought the guest was well informed about the breakthrough alpha. Having put the blue stone on the table, the master concluded that the newcomer was not lying and said that this artifact could recognize lies. The young man took it in his hand. Having risen to his feet, the mentor said that he was convinced of everything and asked the guest to go and rest. The stars were shining in the sky. The knight said that his training would begin tomorrow. Morning came. The sun was shining on the fern leaves. The prince looked at the ring in surprise. Alina explained that with it he would not have problems passing the barrier or teleporting, and asked him not to lose it under any circumstances. Putting her hand on her belt, the girl said that she also had such a ring, only with a lower rank interaction, and told him that in order to become an official member of the order, you need to get permission from the mentors. The woman closed her eyes and decided that she had thought it all out well. The magician asked what would happen if he changed his mind. The princess looked back and asked if her friend really wanted to do this now. The sword woman pounced on him and hoped it was a joke. The lord was surprised that she was so easily provoked. Alina closed her eyes and sighed in relief. The girl pointed to the side and explained that they needed to start training as soon as possible. Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The woman explained that all students regularly undergo comprehensive training, and added that this was one of the reasons she took a step back. The princess smiled and said that the base is taught by the appropriate teachers, but comprehensive training is both practice and cooperation and survival. Davy put his hands on his belt and noted that it sounded funny. The swordswoman confirmed this and said that in order to achieve his goals, he would have to go through this. The mentors were standing at the fortress. The guy realized that he could forget about the status of a member of the imperial family and just enjoy the comfort. Suddenly, the young man stopped. Alina looked back. The prince was standing to the side. The girl asked what happened. The mage smiled and asked her to go ahead. The woman did not understand what was wrong with him. The lord promised to catch up with her. The princess put her hand to her forehead and agreed. She turned away and asked her friend not to be late. Davy waved his hand at her. Dark energy appeared around him. His body dissolved in it. Davy became invisible and hid. The masters were standing around the corner. Berserk asked what was going on. The guy put his finger to his lips and offered to eavesdrop on their conversation. The members of the Breakthrough Alpha were standing near the building and discussing something. The swordswoman was warming up her hands. The young man went down the stairs. Alina asked where he went. The prince passed her and replied that he was just taking a walk. The mage smiled. The girl asked what was wrong with his face. The lord looked back and asked if something was wrong with him. The woman turned pale from the tension. Davy shrugged and asked her to hurry. Caldera said that she did not understand his thoughts at all. Davy put his hands in his pockets. The princess wondered what her comrade was thinking. Some time ago, Fritos raised his hand and concluded that the newcomer had a promising future, given the efficiency and value of the golem he created. The man turned to his colleague and asked if the stranger was alarming her. Celia agreed with him and said that his movements during the fight did not seem so inexperienced. Boris thoughtfully scratched his nose. The elementalist said that in such an unstable state it could be very dangerous for him to accompany the student to the practical test. The guy was hiding around the corner. The masters decided that he needed to be given proper training so that he would have a chance to defeat the local monsters. The young man grinned and laughed. Berserk realized that her comrade had missed the time when it was necessary to gain the trust of the mentors. People gathered at the training ground, The members of the Breakthrough Alpha were unsure of the impact the Golem Mage would create during a mass battle. The prince stopped and realized that he had no choice but to show them something. The Lord, engulfed in flames, thought that with this tactic, the masters would finally notice his unrivaled talent. Clouds floated above the forest. Alina said that her friend was scaring her. A frightened scream was heard in the dense forest. The students were stuck in sticky pink slime. A flash flashed above their heads. Several explosions were heard in the forest at once. The girls slowed down and concluded that this golem was a real killing machine. The boy crossed his arms and laughed when the woman promised to break his robot as soon as their training was over, and said that this was a risk factor that should never be revealed to the world. The prince smiled slyly and explained that he had decided to put in a little effort, even though all his opponents were newbies. The mentors watched him through the crystal ball. The magician said that now there was no question of any suspicion. The Lord put his hand to his ear and informed his ally about the group trying to escape. Real alchemists knew how to control the situation from behind the scenes. Smoke rose above the forest. Someone announced that the training was over. A bird flew over the fortress. Davy stepped forward. Davy put his hands on his belt and remembered the proverb that says that a rolling stone will knock out a lying one. Putting his hands behind his head, the guy noticed that his girlfriend was indignant and thought that for the sake of their common interests, they had to commit this bloodshed. The princess frowned and asked if he really had to go so far during a routine training. Smiling, the young man realized that all this was for the sake of preserving Megatron's combat data, and declared that he had already achieved his goal. The people in robes looked around with displeasure. The prince noticed that they were simply burning with jealousy, and decided that it did not bother him so much. Someone raised their hand. The girl sitting at the table called her friend. The mage realized that not all members of the order were like that. Lindsay closed her eyes and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Taking the swordswoman's hands, the student asked if she had fun in the outside world and said that she had brought an incredible partner here. The Lord smiled and introduced himself. The twins, who were sitting at the table, greeted him when the knight introduced the newcomer to them. In the other corner of the dining room, Head was having lunch. The girl asked if they could chat informally. Davy agreed. Sitting on his shoulder, Berserk noticed that his comrade was very sociable. Davy confirmed this and explained that she did not think about work at all while she was here. Lindsay approached her friend and stated that she had come in a time of crisis. Alina explained that she had a lot of work in the outside world. The boy raised his eyebrows and was surprised when the student asked if he was a wandering knight. Hag smiled and explained that it referred to knights who had direct contact with the outside world. A crest with horses appeared. Wandering knights collected information and delivered supplies during their travels, and settled knights were those who had severed their connection with the outside world to protect and rule this place. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. The Demon Queen decided that this was quite a good system. She smiled and asked what the newcomer was doing in the outside world. The girl picked up her fork and called him a prince. While the guys admired him, the mage smiled and thought that his friend's anger was quite justified. The members of the order were sitting at the dinner table, and the Lord realized that his comrade took his true power seriously. The woman flinched in surprise when Davy said that all the people here were strange. The girls turned to each other and whispered their excitement. The princess pointed ahead and explained that the atmosphere here was much friendlier than elsewhere. Shay turned and frowned menacingly. The swordswoman put her hands on the table and explained that there was a conflict between the settled and wandering knights, and that this was why the wizard disliked her comrades so much. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. Davy thought about the reason why the Breakthrough Alpha existed as one of the sides of the last flame, these two knighthoods, and was surprised that they did not understand this. After drinking juice from a straw, Shire asked what her friends were whispering about. Someone suggested that there was something between them. Lindsay jumped up from the table and noticed that Ileana had not said anything about this man until recently. The girl pursed her lips in embarrassment when the knight asked what kind of relationship they had. The boy raised his eyebrows questioningly and wondered why his ally was looking at him like that. The heroes were sitting next to each other. The young man closed his eyes and wondered if he should tell her that he had fled the Felsteed Principality after defeating her. The woman smiled amorously, and the prince remembered how angry she had gotten and chased him all the way to the lands of Haines. The mage put his hand to his chin and decided that it sounded quite good. The sword woman lowered the corners of her lips and called him a friend with whom they shared secrets. The lord's eyes turned white with shock. Elena blushed. Someone approached them and declared that there was no such thing as friendship between a man and a woman. Lucia smiled widely and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The princess looked at her with displeasure. The nun decided that the grace of Saint Daphne had descended upon them. Davy smiled awkwardly and asked why she mentioned Daphne and not Priya. Lindsay explained that sometimes her fanaticism reaches the point of absurdity. The follower of the saint closed her eyes. The girl told her that she usually memorizes the achievements of the first saint and then preaches them. The novice clasped her hands and greeted Davy. Her partner, standing next to her, nodded when the girl introduced him to her friends. The woman grabbed the guy by the hands and asked him to listen to the sermon on the unknown achievements of the first saint. The young man closed his eyes and remembered how his friend was obsessed with the teachings of the god of the sword. Berserk noted that this was not just an obsession and called her a real apostle. With glowing eyes, Lucia told how the first Saint Daphne mentioned in the Bible was extraordinary from a very young age. The prince, covered in her saliva, wondered if he should tell her that Daphne was completely different. In a memory, the girl sent hairs flying into the sky with one blow. Sitting on the table, the nun continued her story about how all criminals repented after talking to the saint. The magician decided that this was not surprising because her vocabulary included many swear words. The lord closed his eyes and realized that he could not help but say this. Phildra grabbed his partner by the head and asked for forgiveness. The man threw her over his shoulder and explained that they had to go. The novice asked him to let her go right now. The heroes headed for the exit. The girl asked her friend not to forget about dignity. The paladin reminded that he served not Saint Daphne, but the goddess Priya. Davy narrowed his eyes slyly when Berserk remembered that there can be no friendship between a woman and a man. There were many people in the dining room. Sitting at the table, Alina asked her friend if the local atmosphere seemed crazy to her. Lindsay confirmed it. The girl explained that it was rare for mentors to interfere in matters because of an outsider. Davy pointed at himself and wondered if this was really him. Someone approached the guys. The girls smiled and assumed that someone had touched the transcendental Chandra. Alicia curtsied and asked how Her Highness was doing. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and asked her friend not to call her that. Smiling, the noblewoman told her that the commanders had come to the conclusion that spies had appeared among the knights and added that the number of monster attacks had recently increased. The noblewoman put her hand to her cheek when the princess reminded her that it was a secret that could not be discussed in front of the cadets. The twins pursed their lips tensely. The girl asked why they were hiding it if everyone already knew about it. Alicia looked at Davy and asked his opinion on the matter. She closed her eyes and was surprised that they met in such a place. The guy smiled and asked if they knew each other. The noblewoman said that on the eastern continent it was difficult to find a person who did not know his name. The noblewoman smiled. The young man experienced a feeling of déjà vu. The girl put her fingers together. The prince could not understand the nature of his feelings. Alicia's eyes widened when the magician asked what she wanted to talk about. The lord shuddered in fear when the noblewoman approached him. The noblewoman opened her mouth wide and sighed. Handing the newcomer a piece of paper, the girl asked him to write something for her and called herself his admirer. Davy looked at the paper with embarrassment and asked what it meant. Standing in front of him, the girl declared that he was her ideal. Her cheeks turned red. Davy awkwardly thanked her and thought that he did not expect to see so many strange people here. The blue sky was visible outside the windows. The guy wondered if he would be able to settle down here. The dim light of the torches illuminated the dark corridor. There was a candle on the table without chemical equipment. Someone entered the lab and said that he finally found his accomplice. Milvio looked back, face grinned maliciously. Getting up from the table, the girl asked what he wanted and remembered that Sherry had won. The man put his hand to his chin and replied that there was nothing special about her. The woman lowered her gaze. The vampire told her that she was currently in his lands and was trying her best, and added that he just needed to wait for the right moment. His wild eyes lit up. The scientist asked what he wanted to do. The secret agent imagined a burning city and asked what would happen if the fruits of all her efforts turned to dust one day. Putting his hands on his hips, the villain asked what brought his accomplice to such a cold place, and said that there was a monster living to the north of here. The alchemist assumed that someone was making that noise on purpose. Face turned his head and asked what it was. Milfu replied that this treasure was hidden on the lower level of the ruins. In front of them was a device with a blue crystal in the center. Putting her hands in her pockets, the girl explained that it was the heart of a golem that could grow on its own and stated that she could not open it to study it. The man's hand turned into a clawed paw. He swung his hand and hit the machine god. The vampire looked at his claws with satisfaction. The scientist asked why he needed to do that. Standing in front of the device, the secret agent remarked that it looked funny. The alchemist asked him to do without his waywardness. The villain winked at her. Blue hair rose in the water. A capsule with a person inside appeared in front of the heroes. Face asked if she hadn't died already. Milfuel said that they still needed to study the body of a representative of a new race. Feathers were floating in the capsule. There was an angel inside. The man noticed that his accomplice was drawn to trouble again. Events take us to the palace. Davy returned to the lands of Haines after a noisy ceremony and began developing a new weapon for Megatron. His new drill sparkled for Davy. Lindsay took an arrow in her hand. Shur extended her hand using magic. Megatron rushed forward, changing his trajectory all the time. The golem raised his hands. The girls froze and looked at the golem in fear. Davy smiled creepily while the girls screamed in pain. Alina, who was standing behind, told the guy that he was overdoing it. Davy approached the girls and said that if he was easier with them, then this would stop being a training session. Fender on the second floor waved her hand, saying that they wanted to fight too. Davy smiled and said that he would arrange it. Looking at the couple descending, the guy mentally said that it had been 2 weeks since he was accepted as a student, and he was already starting to like people who were frank with him. Hag shed a tear and asked Fender to help him. She stuck her tongue out at him, offended. Davy smiled, as if he was reliving a past experience. Looking at Megatron lowering the guy, Davy mentally said that for the first time he liked people with whom he had known for barely a month. Berserk appeared next to Davy when he said that such moments are usually told by starting the story with words, in school years. He glanced at the girl, telling her not to look at him like that. The guy himself and his past life stopped going to school after elementary school. From the moment he graduated from elementary school until his death, he spent all his time in a hospital bed. Fender raised her hand and said that they had prepared a lot and had come up with a plan. Davy grinned and said that he was waiting for the opportunity to see everything. The pair froze with smiles on their faces when Davy ordered Megatron to switch to TSR tactics. Davy's lips stretched into a smile. He spread his arms to the sides saying that TSR is darkness, death, and destruction. Fender lowered her hand and said that this name sucks. Berserk hovering next to the guy said that the choice of names was not his calling. Looking at the sky, he shouted saying that victory will still be his. When the sparring ended, the group was delivering news about the discovery of new ruins and the conduct of an expedition into them. The events take us to the territory of Pandora, the base of the Breakthrough Alpha. Bora, standing on the balcony, ordered everyone to be silent, after which he said that they came to explore the recently discovered ruins. Even though it is called an expedition, they must not forget that everything will be real. The man frowned and said that there was mortal danger waiting for them in every corner, and that each of them could pay a terrible price for their frivolity. He hit his chest and told the students to remember that they could only trust their partner. Shur and Lindsay immediately began to happily discuss their journey after the explanation. Davy sighed and told Berserk that they were like children going on a picnic. The demoness replied by saying that these children lived here in isolation and knew nothing about the world. For them this was a big event. Davy looked at the sky and tried to be understanding of the girls. Davy stopped and opened his mouth. The guy standing in front of the entrance to the labyrinth of the Pandora region realized that the situation had changed slightly. Lindsay pushed the guy and asked him if this was his first time in the labyrinth. They also rarely get such a chance. Davy turned away and did not answer. His surprise was not caused by this. Berserk looked at the columns and the hall and said that everything looked very similar to the ruins they had seen before. Davy realized that these ruins were only slightly different from the ruins in the Haines lands. Following at the end of the group, the guy mentally said that they were now in the Pandora region, in the north of the central continent, and there was a huge distance between the Haines lands and the Wrong Kingdom. But could similar relics be buried here? The guy did not stop examining the corridor. Squinting, he asked if he should do it. Looking at the ceiling, he mentally said that there were many amazing things hidden in the Haines Land's ruins, and this was just a guess. But judging by the size, a lot should be expected from this dungeon. Alicia approached the joyful Davy and said that according to their data, there were only 3 floors here. The girl smiled and lifted the hem of her dress and introduced herself. Davy smiled nervously. As soon as he saw her, he felt heavy. Alicia at that moment told him that on the first and second floors they had only found low-ranking monsters so far. Alina approached the girl and asked if it turned out that they had not yet entered the 3rd floor. The noblewoman answered by saying that everything was exactly like that. Looking at the group in front, Alicia said that their plans were to explore only the first 2 floors and then they would stay here for 4 nights. When Davy asked if it turned out that there were many strong monsters on the 3rd floor, the girl shook her head and answered by saying that she was not quite sure about it. Putting her hand to her face, she said that she had information that not a single monster was found on the 3rd floor. Davy became sad upon hearing her words. Priscilla laughed, saying that he was very unlucky. The noblewoman, without removing her hand, said that all this only applies to living organisms, so golems could well be inside. This was true. A golem girl was stored inside one of the capsules. Clenching her fists, a joyful Alicia said that the territory had not been explored yet anyway. Alina asked the girl how she managed to get such information. Adija approached Davy and asked him if she had helped him by telling him this. It seemed to her that this information would interest him. The guy smiled and said that she was not mistaken. The girl smiled widely. Everything around her began to glow from her happiness. Davy smiled weakly. This girl was so innocent that he now felt uneasy. Alina, meanwhile, was angry at Adija for looking at her and saying that Levi told her that she was useful. Davy sighed and turned away. Looking at the ceiling, he said to himself that the 3rd floor most likely had its secrets. Davy went towards the 3rd floor, then the guy did not yet know what would happen a moment later. Someone's hand broke through the wall. Davy fell into the wall due to his carelessness. On the 1st floor of the ruins, there were no other monsters except for the neomorphs. The students fought them. Although this tree is a monster, if the students split into pairs and were attentive, then defeating it would not be difficult. However, on the 3rd floor, golems were waiting for them. The 3rd floor was a place that the group could not attack, and there could still be runes that controlled the forces of nature. The trees broke with a grinding sound. Davy stopped. He realized that these ruins were a place created artificially. This place was similar to snowy places on Earth, just as artificial. The girl opened her mouth and screamed, calling Davy. The guy stroking his chin shuddered. Lindsay smiled nervously and asked the guy if he really decided to leave the golem. Davy thoughtfully looked at the golem behind him and ordered him to stop. Lindsay scratched her cheek and asked which of them was really a monster. Hag approached Davy and said that he was pleased to see his zeal. However, he did not work alone, but in a team, and he should think about it. Davy immediately turned to the angry Alina and apologized, saying that he thought for a while. Boris, crossing his arms over his chest, said that nevertheless, his golem was much stronger and more agile than during the fight with his student. Davy responded by saying that researchers fight with their heads, not muscles. The guy looked away when Boris told him that even so, he cannot avoid training forever. Because his golem can suddenly break, then he will find himself in a hopeless situation. The man looked at Megatron in front of him and said that eventually he would have no choice but to fight on his own. Davy responded by saying that he just needed to make sure that didn't happen. The man closed his eyes and said that he was talented enough so he didn't have to worry. Davy smiled and looked at Boris. He knew that even if he was officially in the order, not everyone could become a master. Looking at the students fighting, he mentally said that only 1 in 10 would become a master, and even so, he was still one of the best among the order. Pre-Cirque, sitting on the boy's shoulder, asked if he was going to take this seriously. Davy immediately refused. He was just going to remain a student and enjoy life. Boris raised his hand and shouted at the 2 students, ordering them to move the sparring to another place. Otherwise they could fall into the edge. Davy turned around when the demoness called him. Cirque flew up and asked if he liked being with them. The demoness looked at the fighting Fender and said that although this was not like a normal school life, there was certainly some similarity. Wasn't that why he intentionally lowered the level of his abilities and helped them? Davy looked at the group nearby and mentally said that even if this was a life in which you don't know when you will be in danger, this short moment of calm was the closest thing he had to a normal life. The guy felt something he had never felt before. Now looking at his friends having fun, he did not want it to end. Preserk's strands of hair swayed as she told the guy that he needed to remember that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He did not need to do anything that he might regret later, even if it seemed trivial. Looking at the guy, she said that as he said, it was rather stupid to show off your power unnecessarily. But if something really became a threat to them, then they needed to act. Davy smiled, saying that he knew it. He understood that not every situation could be solved with Megatron's help, because even a golem has its limits. Davy clenched his fist. He was going to act if something happened. He would not hesitate to call his daughters and show his true power. Looking at the group of friends gathered, he mentally said that even after this the guys would start to treat him differently. But until then, he would not leave them. Preserk closed her eyes and smiled. Davy also smiled, saying that, to be honest, it scared him that she knew him so well. After the first floor, the group easily cleared the second floor, and on the third floor a dangerous creature appeared, but the vanguard dealt with it. This time, Alina stayed behind and supported the team. Davy handed her a flask and said that she tried well. The girl frowned and asked the guy if he was having fun. Smiling, Davy was puzzled by her question. Sitting on one of the ledges, the princess told the guy that he must really like the order, because at first he only helped her, but now he was getting used to it well. The girl frowned at the prince when he said that he was not complaining about it. Davy shuddered when Alina turned to him and said that she sometimes had the feeling that he was an old man who had lived for hundreds of years. Davy smiled weakly and stepped back a little. Alina looked forward and said that she knew it was partly because she made him, but bringing him here turned out to be a good idea. Davy laughed and looked at the ceiling, which scared the girl. At the same time, the student pointed forward and asked Boris to look in that direction. Pointing at the walls, the student asked Boris if he thought that something had changed here. The man thoughtfully said that something was really wrong here. Suddenly, the ruins began to shake. Boris waved his hand, ordering everyone to quickly gather. Preserk immediately appeared next to Davy, saying that it was the same method as in the ruins of the lands of Haines. The students froze in fear, their legs buckled. One of the students accidentally touched the wall, because he now activated the trap. The gargoyle and the walls behind it glowed with a weak light. Boris shouted at Celia nearby, telling her to calm down. Suddenly, the ground under the student's foot fell through. Under another student, the floor completely disappeared. Shio's eyes opened wide in shock. Lucia smiled nervously and began to fall down. Shio and Lucia fell down. Davy jumped up from his seat. Alina was frozen in shock because of the guy's speed. Davy rushed at great speed towards the fallen ones. He frowned and shouted, ordering Megatron to take combat readiness to protect everyone. Alina jumped up from her seat, asking what all this meant. Davy jumped straight into the abyss. He grinned, hearing the girl's screams behind him. As he fell, everything was plunged into darkness. Davy managed to form a manosphere using 7-circle magic, gravity. Thanks to this, he was able to land gently. Shio and Lucia fell near him. Davy's magic softened the fall. Preserk screamed in alarm when Davy coughed up blood. Flying up to Davy, she said that he was only a 5th circle mage now. What was he thinking about using 7-circle magic? Davy smiled and said that he had only slightly overdone it. The guy raised his hand, telling the demoness that she should not panic. Then Preserk saw temporary runic circles above the guy's head. Davy chuckled, saying that Mana was a cunning devil. But when he was in danger, it helped him pretty quickly, and the crisis was over, so he would not die. Looking at the rescued people, he said that he would have had to go and help the lovely ladies anyway. Davy grabbed Shio by the hands. A groan of pain was heard on the lower floor. Then Davy told the guy to stop groaning, otherwise he did not look like a warrior at all. Putting Shio by the column, the guy told him that he had cast a healing spell, so he would be able to move soon. Looking at the ceiling, he said that they had flown about 100 meters, and if they were even a little late, they would have turned into bloody mincemeat. Lucia stood up and screamed, asking the guy if it was really him who saved her. Davy answered by saying that it was so, and he used anti-gravity magic. Shio's eyes widened sharply upon hearing his words. He gritted his teeth and asked why he saved his life. Davy raised an eyebrow, looking at Shio in confusion. When he frowned, Davy said that he didn't care about him, he was just extra weight, so he shouldn't flatter himself. Clenching his fists, the guy said that he couldn't get his head around the fact that he jumped after them, but he barely felt any mana from him, and even sacred power. But how? Davy put his hand in his pocket, saying that this is why it is worth having at least one wandering night among his acquaintances. Lucia tilted her head in confusion. She did not understand anything, because she was not interested in anything that did not concern the first saint. Summoning Handan, Davy told Shio not to put too much faith in something that may not be true. Holding his sword in front of him, he said that he should learn new things after seeing it with his own eyes. A moment later, the guy slashed the wall with his sword. Shio froze in shock looking at the sword, or rather at the blade's aura. Davy turned to the guy and asked if his mana was still weak. If so, then he was not able to see more. The guy's body began to tremble with anger and fear. Davy turned away from Shio and said that they did not have time to chat now, because the ruins continued to change. If he stood still, the wall would turn him into a pancake. A group of 3 people went into one of the passages. Events take us to the 3rd floor. Davy, standing behind cover, began to swear. Looking at the golems ahead, he asked why there were so many guards. Berserk appeared next to the guy and said that he looked too excited. Davy summoned 2 swords and said that he could not stay away from such a celebration of battle. A moment later, he rushed to the attack with his swords. The guy began to jump on the limbs of the golems. In a second, he found himself behind the head of one of the monsters. His hands glowed with mana due to the use of the blood demon art. Davy struck the golem's head with both hands. Black and white lightning cut through and destroyed the mechanism's head. Lucia clasped her fingers and admired Davy's strength. Davy himself took the crystal in his hand and smiled. Drops of sweat fell to the floor. Davy grabbed his head with a smile. Berserk worried about him and began to scold him for overdoing it. Looking at his pocket, the guy said that it was worth it. Lucia approached Davy from behind and asked him to stop. Pointing at herself, she said that she was still a saint, so she could support him with magic. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that he could also use magic. The girl heard him and said that she had read that there was a difference between casting magic on yourself and on another person. Davy lowered his hands and pleased the girl by agreeing to her help. Shio frowned, saying that if he had enough skill to use the blade's aura, then why didn't he use it the first time? Davy sat on the steps while Lucia was healing him and said that he used the drunken sword style. Shio frowned even more and looked at the guy and asked what kind of style it was. The guy answered, saying that with this style, the fighter moves as if he was drunk. For an outside observer, the movements may seem ridiculous, but the result was still a victory, and the guy stood on his feet. Davy grinned and said that he used this style to lead him. Disciple Boris, why died in shock. He stood up and began to curse. Davy grinned and asked who the judge was. Davy closed his eyes when Shio asked him why he didn't just use magic during training. Davy smilingly said that there was nothing wrong with matching the general level. Of course, if someone had destroyed the golem, he could have fought himself. The guy stood up and asked Davy if he was really a human. Davy didn't answer and turned to Lucia and said that even if someone seemed perfect, she never knew what a person was like inside. It was better for her to remember this for the future. The girl tilted her head to the side, not quite understanding the guy. The prince closed his eyes, realizing that he couldn't say it directly either. Was this really how the king's servant with donkey ears felt? The guy suddenly imagined a bamboo forest. The events take us to a room deep in the dungeon. Davy's group entered the archive. Looking back, the prince said that this was the last room. The guy glanced to the side. He froze and saw a huge capsule with the girl inside. At this time, on the 3rd floor, fragments were falling from the walls. The students stood in front of the teachers and asked to be taken along on the search. The students clenched their fists and got angry when the teachers told them to stop saying "Brr." They understood their concern for their partners, but only the best could cope down there. Alina sat in the corner with her knees pulled up to her chest. Someone approached the sad girl and called her. Sure, and Fender approached their friend, asking her how she was feeling. Clenching their fists, the girls said that they themselves were confused at first. But now, they thought about it and realized that everything would be fine, because the teacher went down and would find everyone soon, and Shao was a good fighter. Alina raised her head and smiled. Zeg extended a finger and said that they also should not forget about Davy, because he was probably the strongest among all the cadets. A moment later, the girls began to shout in displeasure, saying that Davy was a golem master, but his golem was here. The chainsaw started working. Megatron struck the giant ant. The students looked at the golem and asked if the golem was the strongest here. Elena, who was sitting behind him, mentally said that she would be interested to see how they would react if they found out that the guy posing as a golem master was actually a sword master. Sadly, she looked at the floor and asked the guy to come back quickly. Meanwhile, the guy himself froze, looking at the capsule. Right in front of him was a homunculus with angel wings. Homunculi were another sphere of alchemy, not inferior to the study of golems. It was the last wish of those who sought to create the Philosopher's Stone. The guy turned around, noticing the device next to him. In the crystal was a deus ex machina. Davy's eyes widened in surprise. His joyful cries made Shio and Lucia shudder. Looking at the guy pressed against the device, they tried to understand what had happened to him. Davy's mouth was dripping with saliva as he pressed himself against the barrier. The crystal in front of him was the apotheosis of golemology, the perfect core for a golem, an artificial heart. His alchemy teacher had dreamed of creating it all her life, and he simply stumbled upon it. Looking at the ceiling, he asked himself what kind of place this was. The concept of alchemy or mana, divine support and divinity, all of these were difficult to explain things of the world that could not be seen with the eyes. The abyss of the demon queen Berserk could also be attributed to these things. It could be called an ideal endless energy. But at the same time, in perfect light gears, the creators of golems sinned by synthesizing a real living heart, so they created a mechanical one. Shio frowned when Lucia said with a smile that Davy now seemed too innocent to her. Berserk leaned over the table and said that it looked like this was where you should put your hand. The guy asked her to wait. The guy called up the system panel and immediately recognized the ancient language. The system window was created from mana pixels. Davy looked at the girl in the capsule when he realized that she was in a state of sleep and at any moment it was possible to transplant her heart. Summoning content in his hand, he said that the messenger of God sounds pretty crazy. Swinging his sword, he said that until he tries, he will not know. Davy struck the barrier. Lucia clenched her fists and screamed, saying that this barrier cannot be cut even by the aura of the sword. Davy called for blue flag. He was previously worried about the presence of a protective system, so at first he used blue flag, but there was no protection at all. Raising his hand with the sword, he asked the couple to step back for a while. Looking at his daughter, the guy asked her not to cut the heart. She raised her hand, saying that he can rely on her. A moment later, Davy struck. Taking the heart of the god from the machine in his hand, he shouted, saying that it was a victory. Berserk stood on the guy's shoulder and said that the heart surprisingly had a very thick shell. At that moment, the capsule broke. Davy managed to grab the girl, then Lucia asked him if he would take her with him. While the couple was talking, a stranger approached the saint from behind. The guest's hand wrapped around the girl's neck. Malefiel grabbed Lucia by the throat and said that they had done a good job. Putting her nail to the girl's neck, she demanded that Davy give him everything he had taken. Looking at Davy in front of her, she said that she did not know how to open this flask, but now she had an answer. Davy, holding the girl in his arms, asked if vampires had recently started eating on the go. Malefiel, clinging to the saint, said that even she could not get it out of there, and this is very important material for research. Shio raised his wand and began to form ice crystals. Pointing the wand at the girl, he demanded that she release the saint. Ice shards rushed towards the girl. With a wave of her hand, the vampire repelled all the projectiles. Shio fell, struck by a gust of wind and smoke. While the guy was writhing on the floor and in pain, the girl introduced herself and asked Davy's name. Hearing the guy's name, she tilted her head and said the guy's full name. Davy, looking at the girl in glasses, asked if he had really become so popular among vampires. Malefiel answered by saying that he was not that popular. She had just heard about him from Face. The guy immediately imagined the appearance of that vampire. The girl tilted her head to the side and said that Faye wanted to kill him with all her heart, but he should have been protecting his home, and not here. After that, the girl said that Face was going to burn the guy's house to the ground. Davy grinned. Stepping forward, he said that Face was too fearless, and although he did not know what kind of vampire he was. Grinning, Davy told Millefield to tell Face that trespassing on private property would entail consequences. Although the guy knew nothing about the vampire, now Yuria was in his estate. She was the one who was capable of uncompromisingly destroying the vampire. The elf smiled, looking around. Millefield froze and asked the guy if he would leave the mechanical heart to her white-winged or not. Davy answered saying that this would not happen. Squeezing the saint's throat tighter, the vampire said that this girl would die in this case. The saint herself screamed, telling Davy not to worry about her. Lucia could no longer speak when the hand on her throat squeezed even tighter. Putting her hand on the girl's head, the vampire said that she would keep her promises, and it would be better for him to return what she asked for than she would let her go. Davy grinned and asked what would happen if he refused. Millefield sighed and said that in that case there was no choice. Raising her hand, she said that she would kill them all and take what belonged to her. The blade cut through the girl's nail. Lucia freed herself from the enemy's grip. She quickly ran towards Davy. The guy himself summoned his swords. He looked away when Millefield asked him how he made such swords. Restoring her finger wound, she said that people cannot use the sword's aura without undergoing metamorphosis. He was too strange. Looking at the manhwa in the air, she said that she became interested in him. The girl released her aura and bared her teeth. Meanwhile, Davy looked at her status window. Frowning, he asked himself why the status even said that Millefield was a virgin. This girl who released the aura was a half-blood, although it was a little unexpected to see half-vampire, half-human, but she was still abnormal. The homunculus body glowed. The veins on Millefield's face bulged when she said that she was giving him one last chance. Davy silently took out the heart of the god of machines. Then he looked at the ceiling. When the heart was on the homunculus's chest, he said that he didn't know what to do anymore, because he had already installed the heart. Millefield got angry and screamed. At that moment, a bright light lit up the entire room. The homunculus's body began to float in the air. The mana around her body began to take the form of flames and lightning. While the main power connection was being completed, a nymph formed above the girl's head. Numbers appeared in Luna's eyes. Davy stood aside, surprised. Luna closed her eyes and stepped onto the floor. Opening her eyes, she looked at Davy. She stood right in front of him. Extending her hand, she activated the connection. Touching her neck, she tried to connect to the user's DNA. The girl's lips parted when she said that she had a data error and needed to update again. She extended her hand to the guy again. When she touched his face, the guy asked her what she was trying to do this time. The girl answered by saying that she was trying to contact the membrane. Suddenly, Luna stuck her finger in Davy's nose. Lucia, who was watching from the side, covered her face in fear. Millefield, meanwhile, smiled, saying that it was very curious. Davy, closing his mouth, asked Luna why she was doing that. Davy pulled away when the homunculus asked him why he did not allow her to update the data. Because direct contact with the owner's mucous membrane allows her to collect the necessary data. Angry and blazing, Davy said that even if this was so, why was he sticking a finger in his mouth that had just been in his nostril? Luna grinned, saying that the data collection was complete. Turning to Millefield, she said that the owner's opponent was a vampire. Grinning, Millefield asked the girl if she would fight her. If so, let her allow herself to be studied. Davy crossed his arms over his chest when Luna said that the results of the analysis showed a high interest in Luna's physical shell. The guy immediately interrupted her, saying that she shouldn't analyze such things. The girl looked at the guy with shining eyes. When the guy asked her if she could win, she became serious and said that she could win. Davy smiled, saying that then she should show what she was capable of. Millefield was touched watching everything. She told the homunculus to come closer to her, then she could give her even more data. The girl stepped forward and said that Luna was following the orders of the owner. Her offer was rejected. Stretching out her arms, she formed a turret above herself. Davy looked closely at the hologram and immediately realized that it was a turret. He stroked his chin and said that it was even better than he imagined. Luna, standing with outstretched arms, said that the installation of the turrets was complete. The probability of destroying the opponent reached 21%. Millefield smiled, watching everything. The homunculus chuckled. A moment later, a bolt of mana shot out of the turret. Shio's entire world was blurred. His eyes were closed. Lucia was shaking him anxiously. When the boy crouched, she asked him if she could stand up. Shio rubbed his neck and looked at her when she said that they needed to quickly take cover. At that moment, the turret fired. Beams of mana shot towards the ceiling. One of the projectiles hit the space near the couple, creating an explosion. Lucia crashed into Shio, who screamed asking what was going on. He frowned when he saw something. A bright flash of light rushed towards them. Davy raised Handan. He deflected the turret's projectile with his sword. The projectile caved and exploded behind the group. Shio frowned and screamed asking what started. Davy pointed at the homunculus and said that she was on their side. Davy's hand was shaking. Looking at the hand, he said that the turret's power was no joke. Luna, who was now standing motionless, was 90% better than Megatron. Given her rate of fire, she was completely incomparable. When the turret fired again, the demoness said that it wasn't just a strong heart. The homunculus's body itself was showing abnormal results. Looking at the cracked floor, the guy said that it resembled the highest fourth, or even fifth circle of magic. With such power, the girl would simply erase everyone below the master level. Mila Fuel landed on the closet. She was an inconvenient opponent for Luna. Luna lowered her hands looking at the vampire. The girl smiled. She knew that even if the turret had a different firing mode, it would not be able to injure her. Taking Tandon in his hands, the guy said that Luna still lacked combat experience. Looking at the talisman on the sword, he said that there seemed to be no law that forbids interfering in a one-on-one battle. Mila Fuel, smiling, dodged the homunculus attacks. Suddenly, the space around them exploded. Mila Fuel, looking at the burning books, said that it was amazing firepower. Smiling, she said that she wanted to take more and more of it. Davy bent his foot. He instantly appeared behind the vampire, saying that he completely understood her. But unfortunately for her, Luna was already his. Mila Fuel turned around late, hearing the guy's voice. Davy, smiling, told her not to be distracted. Davy, sword in hand, approached the opponent. He used the lunar azure cut, inflicting a wound on the vampire's side. Mila Fuel's blood dripped onto the floor. Holding the wound and looking at the guy, she began to swear. Looking at the blue sword behind the guy, she said that this sword turned out to be dangerous for vampires. The sword in front of the girl was Blue Flag, or a mortal killer. Raising her head, Mila Fuel said that the swords were quite interesting. Davy grimaced in disgust and asked her if she really managed to chatter, even in such a state. The girl wiped the blood from her mouth. When Luna landed next to the owner, Mila Fuel said that she did not want to give up so easily. Lowering her hands, she said that she also did not want to die. Suddenly, he turned into Daida and said goodbye to the group. Berserk appeared next to Davy and said that running away was a wise decision. Shio approached the guy and asked if everything was over. Frowning, he asked if this girl really ran away for good. Davy looked at the ceiling and said that they themselves still slowly moved forward. Luna pulled the guy by the clothes. When he turned to her, the girl asked if he really needed to go up. The guy confirmed it. Mentally, he was trying to understand the reason for the homunculus's anger. The girl looked at the room and asked if it needed to be destroyed. Davy glanced at the ceiling and said that they needed to do everything carefully, otherwise they could even die here. Shio and Lucia watched from the side as the girl began to analyze. Extending her hand, the homunculus activated the connection. She successfully created a huge cannon. Lightning began to gather on the barrel of the weapon. Luna, standing with her hands raised, told the owner to stand behind her, otherwise it could be dangerous. Davy thought and said that he could use the sword's aura, but it would not be possible to break through the passage. Luna frowned and decided to use 50% of the power. Most of the system would be turned off after. Turning her head to the owner, she told him not to forget to take her with him. The girl smiled when the guy told her that she was lighter than she looked, and it would not be difficult for him to carry her. Luna looked at the cannon again, saying that permission to use hyperpyrexia had been received. A bright light illuminated her body. The cannon shot destroyed all the soil in its path. Davy looked at the hole and said that it was really big. Luna began to lower her hands. Most likely she deliberately tried to do something that was beyond her strength. Davy scratched his head, saying that this girl probably misunderstood something because he defeated her opponent, so she decided to make the biggest hole in the ceiling that she could. Luna clenched her fists. She thought that now was the time for a compliment. Davy looked at her and said that it seemed that the abyss had also developed the ability to read minds. The hole in the ceiling sparkled slightly due to lightning. Stoking the girl's head, Davy asked his partners if they were all right. After receiving confirmation, he lowered his hands and said that if they wanted to get out, they would need flight magic or something similar. Shio hugged the saint and said that there was no problem with that. A moment later, he took off with the girl. Davy watched the couple fly away, realizing that Shio was not even a martial artist, but had already deceived everyone by saying that he was the fourth, not the fifth circle. Crouching in front of Luna, the guy told her that they needed to follow them. He picked up the homunculus in his arms. The guy froze, feeling an incredible pressure. Luna looked at her master in confusion when he fell to one knee. Davy sweated profusely. Then the homunculus told him that she thought she was heavy by human standards. The girl frowned when the guy said that she was actually quite heavy. As they took off, the girl said that she was registering emotional damage. Her emotion chip was overheated. Now she was angry. Davy grinned, realizing that he had a homunculus that could get angry. Davy looked up at the bright light as he rose and said that he didn't really enjoy slavery, so he preferred an equal business instead. As Davy leaned on one of the ledges, Luna asked him for a suitable title for the master. Berserk immediately appeared next to them and said that she had a couple of suitable titles. Davy immediately interrupted her, telling Luna to just call him Sir Davy. The homunculus' eyes lit up. Davy continued his flight. At this time, the students on the third floor were shouting, saying that they couldn't wait any longer. Celia raised her hand and said that they had already discussed everything many times. Raising her hand, she ordered everyone to move away from the hole. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the floor. Celia pushed the students back and stood in front. Lowering her hands, she told the students not to worry, because she would protect them. The students said nothing, silently looking at the crack. Suddenly, the hole in the floor began to increase again. Light penetrated the hole, from which Luna's voice was heard saying that according to calculations, Davy was able to rise faster than now. Their speed was determined to be very low. Davy chuckled, saying that she was created a long time ago. Yes, she would even be older than him. Celia frowned at the hole. Listening to Luna say that she recorded emotional damage, the emotion of overload was determined to be boiling rage. A moment later, an explosion occurred in front of the group. Davy had to dodge the girl's kick. The homunculus frowned, looking at the guy. The students watched in amazement at what was happening. Elena crossed her arms over her chest and asked her partner what he did this time. She watched calmly as the two opponents jumped on each other and began to fight. The eagle turned in midair. The events take us back to the academy. A couple of people who were exploring the third floor died during the expedition, but the leadership was pleased that the students were not hurt. Lucia, Davy, and Shio were called to a meeting with the heads of the knights because of recent events. Well, that had to happen. Davy limited himself to a brief summary of what happened on a sheet of paper and headed straight to the lands of Haines. He also put the sheet on the table with a note that he went home to catch a rat, and as soon as he finished, he would return. The events take us to the meeting room of the heads of the knights. No one laughed, saying that this was all rather an opportunity. Boris, putting his hands behind his back, said that this guy was a talented and skilled student, but first and foremost, he was still a lord. Smiling, the man said that Elena would give them a detailed report. The third great knight leader closed his eyes, saying that Davy was indeed a promising student, so they should not be so meticulous in the affairs of wandering knights. After all, there were thousands of people in those lands who needed help. Raising his hand, he said that they could understand him. Boris sighed with relief and said that then they could end it there. One of the men put a glass on the table, saying that Davy was indeed one of the best students. But what did they know about him? Boris raised his hand and said that although the guy had joined them a month ago, his abilities were already amazing. The man smiled upon hearing his words. Gear closed his eyes and said that he really wanted to see him. Boris immediately said that he would definitely arrange a meeting for them. The events take us outside the city. The guy scratched his ear, assuming that someone was remembering him. Priest appeared next to him and said that this was indeed the case, considering what he had managed to do. Davy sat on a hill and looked at his lands. A week had already passed since his return. He originally wanted to return right after the island's trial, but he couldn't ignore Millfield's words. It was because there really was an attack by a Yellowstone vampire. The information was too vague for him to do anything. Even Jack said he had no excuse. Davy also received a report that a serious incident had occurred at the royal mansion. The boy bowed his head in thought. Closing his eyes, he said that he couldn't help but feel that his duties as a son were coming to an end. Presirk pressed her hand to her chest and called Davy, calling him dear. The wind at that moment made the boy's cloak flutter. Alina approached Davy and said that the journey took longer than she thought. Davy turned his head and said that it would be good if they had a fly swatter to kill all the mosquitoes. The couple looked into the distance. The boy had a strange feeling that they had already been noticed. Alina sighed and closed her eyes. Calderis demanded that she behave decently. Alina joined Davy immediately after she learned that vampires were involved in the case. She did not pay attention to her status and dropped everything. The girl turned to the golem and asked the guy what he had planned this time. Pointing to a couple of golems, Davy said that while Megatron was researching, he began to create them, and thanks to the presence of some materials and labor, they were obtained. Frowning, the girl said that the guy used to create robots with strange drills. Now he would probably teach them to fly. Davy looked away, saying that he was going to do so. The guy smiled at the princess, who looked at him with suspicion. Luna spread her wings. Having changed, the girl ran to the clearing, saying that she highly appreciated the clothes. Davy, looking at the homunculus, said that he just had something better than golems. Alina closed her eyes and sighed. She could not be called weak, because she had a divine sword, and even if all the golems with Megatron were put against her, they would not have a chance. However, Luna, who tilted her head to the side, was a biological golem, the apotheosis of research. Even Alina and Calderis were defeated in just 3 minutes during a sparring match. Presirk flew up to the guy's shoulder and said that she saw no other reason for creating golems than his greed. The princess, crossing her arms, suggested that she believe him about remodeling golems and all that. But did he take her on purpose? Looking at Luna's legs, she said that she had a feeling that he liked to disgrace her in public places. Davy immediately asked her what the problem was. Alina frowned and looked away, saying that it was the girl's outfit. Luna stood up like a soldier, saying that she had found that the durability of her metal parts was greatly reduced by the biological armor, and it was ineffective, so this protective armor was made, which had many functions. Davy narrowed his eyes and froze. He just gave her clothes that suited her age and appearance. But she called it armor. But considering the local culture, for Alina these clothes are really strange. Davy stood up and said that this was the most discreet outfit he could find. The angry princess pointed to the dress and asked where it was discreet. Luna immediately analyzed her words and said that she was a little strange, and she also realized over the course of time that the owner's knowledge is superior to the current era. Winry ran up the hill. Davy and Alina turned around when they heard her call. Winry stopped and said that a horde of monsters was moving towards them. The girl clenched her fists and screamed, saying that they had discovered a horde of monsters and that there were about 5,000 of them. The goblins were in the very front ranks of the horde. Alina took the artifact in her hand and called Davy. Looking at the horde, she said that she had discovered monsters. The prince stood on a hill and looked through binoculars. Alina, standing on a tree, said that there really were about 5,000 monsters, but there were no vampires among them. Looking at the canyon, she said that the monsters would soon cross the canyon. Davy, holding binoculars, said that the monsters were moving strategically. They were moving as a single group. Presirk clenched her fist near the guy, saying that someone was definitely commanding the monsters. Pointing to the mage in the distance, the guy said that he must be the one controlling everyone. Winry approached her brother and asked if everything would be okay. Looking at the crowd of monsters, the guy said that there was no need to notify others about the horde, otherwise panic would begin. Jules approached and said that even in this case there were too many monsters. Davy silently walked forward. He picked up the cube. Taking the sphere in his hand, he told Luna to start acting. The events take us to the territory of Heinz on the day of arrival. Luna, looking at the sky, said that she has a gift she can interpret, evaluate, and implement. Davy, standing behind her, said that she is now telling him with hidden aggression or something that he is not doing well. The first thing Davy did after returning home was analyze the homunculus in his office. As a result, it was discovered that there is a species called white-winged. Looking at the girl, he unfortunately was unable to find out why in ancient times people turned the white-winged into a golem. Their species had special abilities. In addition, they had a messenger of God and a network with their own consciousness, to which they could connect their minds, in the case of Luna. It turned out that she only had weak traces of this ability, so she could not use it. The homunculus put her hand to her head and said that she would carry out the order. Raising her hand, she activated the Decepticon form. At that moment, the cube brightly lit up, connecting her mind with different golems. The golem in front of Winry and Yuli's began to sparkle with lightning. Yuli's, looking at the golem, asked if it was Megatron, but a moment later he himself denied it. Davy, holding the cube in his hand, said that snipers have very good camouflage. Luna formed a magic circle on her hand, activating sniper mode. The girl extended her hands, starting to transmit coordinates. The golem began to aim, accepting the command. He raised his gun. Davy took the sphere in his hand again and asked Luna what about the golem's Durga. The girl answered saying that they were placed in the right positions. The guy closed his eyes saying that she could do as she knew. Steam began to come out of the barrel. The girl, standing on a hill, sent a command to the golems. The golem lying near Davy accepted the command. A projectile flew out of his rifle. Jules and Winry looked at the bright flash of light in amazement. Davy, standing behind them, suggested going to the homunculus. He smiled weakly, saying that they should look at their commander's work. The bullets hit the goblins. The golem's machine gun did not stop firing. In addition to increasing the firepower, Davy managed to improve most of the magic. Jules, amazed, opened his mouth and asked Davy if he created this. Looking at the explosions in the distance, he said that the power was simply amazing, or rather, some combination of magic. Davy turned his head, saying that it was able to use weapons that people could not, so now it seemed to them as if the machine was using magic. Luna, looking into the distance, said that many monsters were not taken into account, so she must personally take part in the battle. Having received permission, she shook her dress. A moment later, Manhwa was released from her hand. Having created 2 light swords, she said that the fighting style was chosen. After that, she flew up. The 3 looked after her in amazement. Jules clenched his fist, saying that the girl concentrated all her mana in her hands and turned it into a sword, which is amazing. Luna flew forward silently. Illusions occurred on the territory for some time. A situation that no one knew about was eventually resolved without problems. The events take us to Davy's estate. In one of the alleys near the estate, a man in a cloak entered. Yuria, finding herself behind him, asked what kind of insect came to visit them. When the man turned around, she said that she heard a noise behind the castle walls. He didn't happen to know anything about it. The vampire released his aura and rushed to attack. A stream of his mana rushed towards the girl. A stream of water fell on the vampire's body. His body fell to the ground. Water splashed in the air. Soon the vampire's body turned into a skeleton. Yuria sighed, saying that it was another vampire. Looking at the walls, she said that her employer had apparently made himself a very annoying enemy. Davy, sitting in the tower, said that he, as expected, needed a red magic stone. He sat in his chair. A week had passed since the attack of vampires and demonic creatures. Davy looked at the plants in the corner. He had previously hoped that the vampires would leave at least some kind of clue, but those bastards had covered all their tracks. Winry raised her hands and asked if the red moon was not what the rich used in their accessories. Davy replied, saying that it was, and he wanted to get one for himself. But somehow it didn't work out. A red magic stone, a precious stone, all the guy's research led him to it. Alina, who had changed her clothes, asked why he needed this stone. Did he really want to give him an ornament? Davy, putting his hands under his head, said that he was going to make a mana stone. Considering the guy's progress in golem research, he was going to try to improve something and put it on the conveyor belt. With the help of a mana stone, he could significantly increase the speed and efficiency of production, and he had the pride of a blacksmith. He was not going to use a regular mana stone. Jules clenched his fists and asked the guy to show him the entire production process. Davy replied, saying that he would show him if he had a mana stone. Alina, crossing her arms over her chest, said that the red moons were brought up by the nobility, so the demand for them is incredibly high. The girl thought about it and frowned when the guy asked her if she had any ideas on this matter. Davy turned away from her, saying that she was useless, princess, and could not afford such a trifle. Jules raised his hand, telling Winry not to interfere in the argument, otherwise it was not safe. Jules Wabnashvi suggested that they stop the fight, and they could go to the party and try to get one there. Just then a reception was starting at the Rindy's palace. Davy turned to the guy and asked what he was talking about. Winry extended her finger and said that most imperial receptions have at least one person from the royal family present. From the Ron kingdom, Baldy Kalas will be present. The princess dreamily closed her eyes, saying that she always wanted to go to such a party. Meanwhile, Davy rummaged through the trash. The girl's eyes widened when her brother said that he found something. Jules took the heavily wrinkled invitation in his hand, saying that it was very worn out. Davy heard it, and said that it was still valid. Davy sighed when Alina said that it was written here to personally deliver it to Sir Davy. It turns out he is quite famous on the eastern continent. Winry hit the table. Alina, who was standing behind the guy, said that there would be an auction of rare stones among the guests at the Prima. Davy immediately approached his sister, saying that he would really have to take part in this, and she also said that she wanted to visit the palace. The princess scratched her hands and chest, saying that the mere thought that people like him lived on Earth made her feel uncomfortable. Events take us to the princess eating. Iria barely had masks on her face. This girl was sitting alone at the table. She was the only hybrid in the imperial family. For 3 years she could not eat with anyone, because then they became her lunch. Except for a few listeners, no one saw the face of the princess walking. Iria herself was used to it. Moreover, she took it for granted. Under the bandages, she hid her skin darkened by illness. For everyone else, the princess had a terrible disease, because of which she wore a mask and a hat. The name of the disease was announced when this young girl was 13. If this princess in a mask could get rid of her moles, she could live like an ordinary person. But when she took off her hat, the princess's situation was also darkened by her disdain for hybrids. The lady even spent 2 years in the church, receiving treatment. Garnio gave the princess an injection. Afterwards, he sat opposite her, saying that her disease could be cured, because many people had already been saved thanks to this method of treatment. The girl was happy to hear these words. The princess's dreams were simple. All she wanted was to meet people who could love her and were worthy of opening up to them. She was looking for a dark mage who had some connection with the forest, whom she met on the way back from the church. Even if the girl had thrown all her efforts into searching, nothing would have come of it anyway. She only saw a shadow of the guy. Iria did not give up. She wanted to know who her savior was. Putting his hand on the girl's hand, Garnio said that it would definitely make her feel better. He smiled, saying that the hour of her coming of age was approaching. In honor of this, there would be a grand reception, and she could rely on him. On that day, she would definitely go without a mask. The girl nodded, agreeing with the Baron. She involuntarily looked at the window. Despite the Baron's promise, Iria could not escape from her hell, in which she was imprisoned. Davy took the letter in his hand. The guy handed the letter to Ayami, asking her to send this letter to the Imperial Palace. Soon everyone left the room. Pasurk appeared on the guy's shoulder and said that today was very quiet. The guy asked her if the silence was not beautiful. Alina took Winry with her to the Palant Empire to prepare her. Davy, who was sitting at the table, left all the work to Ulysse and Alina. Luna raised her hand, saying that she had a question. Standing with her hand raised, she said that they still hadn't found the leader of their enemies, so she thought that they needed to take care of countermeasures. Davy smiled and said that he had someone in mind. Someone knocked on the door, and then the guy said that she was just in time. Having received permission to enter, the maid opened the door. Iria smiled as she brought tea. She rolled the cart to the table. Davy smiled and thanked the girl for taking care of the territory last time, and in his absence, he would leave everything to her again. The girl smiled nervously, saying that she did not quite understand what he wanted from an ordinary maid. Closing his eyes, the guy said that she just needed to do everything in her power. The girl put her hand to her chest. Davy himself, smiling, asked if she had come to him with a request. Touching the glass, the guy said that he had long noticed that the taste of tea was unique and pleasant. How it was prepared, it could probably become one of their products. The girl clapped her hands and asked if this was true. Then she said that she prepared tea according to her own recipe. The secret ingredient was the shell of cricket wings. At that moment, Davy brought the cup to his mouth. He abruptly spat out all the tea that he had just drunk. He jumped up from his seat. Iria watched with a smile on her face as the guy began to vomit right in front of her. The events take us to the Mana Gate of the capital of the Lindy's Empire. Many people gathered on the gate platform. Thanks to the gate, The journey took Davy a little time, and he quickly found himself in the capital. The prince said, smiling, that the city was quite beautiful. Berserk flew up and said that the northern countries had developed very strongly. The demoness smiled and said that the divine sword of the founding lady had never left the territory of the Palan Empire, so she was here for the first time. Looking at Luna, Davy asked her how she liked the city. She answered by saying that everything here was new to her. She pointed to the city, saying that she needed to interpret the new information. Pointing to the kebab, she said that her sense of smell was heightened because of it. Davy gave the girl a kebab, saying that if she wanted to eat, she should just say so. The seller laughed loudly, telling the guy that his little sister was very cute. The man abruptly stopped laughing when the girl said that she was Davy's property. He frowned, deciding that Luna was a slave. Looking at the couple, he told Davy not to say on the street that this girl was his slave. Davy put his hand on the girl's head and said that she was his younger sister. She just had an unusual character. Smiling, the seller said that in this empire they really don't like slave owners. Davy abruptly closed the girl's mouth when she decided to say something. Leaving the shop, the guy grinned. These people despised slavery, but hated the beast men. After that, Davy called Han, Dan, and Blue Flag, and they began to walk around the capital together. The girls ate cookies while walking around the city. Davy had fun walking with the girls. Sometimes, out of curiosity, they climbed onto the roofs, which scared the guy. However, Davy himself admitted that he hadn't spent time like this with his family for a long time. They were all happy. The boy crashed into Davy. The guy looked at the changed boy. He adjusted his cap. After that, he ran away. Luna immediately looked at the owner and asked why he didn't stop him right away. After all, the analysis showed that the boy now had his wallet in his pocket. Davy crouched in front of the girls, saying that he simply decided to leave it. Smiling, he said that people who lack moral principles should be held accountable for everything they do. The man was knocked to the floor. Davy, standing next to the boy, told Luna not to kill the man. The girl, squeezing the enemy's throat, agreed. The boy next to Davy asked the guy why he did not stop him. Since he was so strong, he answered by saying that there are always those who control pickpockets. Instead of looking for them, it is better to deal with them all at once. So Luna was now standing in front of the beaten robbers. The man was kneeling in front of Davy, asking her to save him. Davy smiled and said that now he had only broken a couple of his bones, but next time, he would kill him. Luna came up with a bag in her hand, saying that she'd brought the stolen things. Davy opened the bag. Suddenly, a smartphone fell out of it. Davy froze, looking at the phone. The carriage entered the city. Winry smiled happily for her brother. She stood on the second floor and called him. The butler approached Davy to escort him to his room. Davy turned around when someone called out to him. Alina, accompanied by Ulis, approached him and asked what it was, because she had never seen such objects before. Davy bowed his head and sighed. He turned around, saying that he was a little tired. Leaving, the guy said that he would explain everything later. So the guy soon found himself in his room. Prizerk, hovering next to the guy, asked if it was an item from his past life. Davy could not stop looking at the smartphone in his hand. He frowned. He did not even know how he managed to get here. The guy tried to turn on the smartphone, but he did not succeed. Prizerk, looking at the guy, asked if he was going to turn it on. Davy, smiling, said that they should at least try. Half of the boy's life memories were erased, and his phone seemed familiar, although she could only guess. Davy sighed. He was sitting on the couch. On the last night, he was so busy delivering blueprints for the artisans, the lands of Hain, that he could not even take a nap. Leaning his head on his hand, the boy said that it was good that they started working. Now he had nothing to do but wait and enjoy the party. Winry came out in a new dress and asked how she looked. Alina stood to the side as the two boys, admiringly praising Winry. The princess said that they formed some kind of cult of her sister. Approaching the joyful Davy, she asked him how he liked the skills of the maids working for the royal family. The boy replied, saying that it was excellent. Then he turned to the girl and asked what was the matter. Hain, Dan, and Blue Flag ran through the hall. They hugged their aunt with a scream. Looking at the smiling children, she asked how long they had been here, whether they wanted to see their aunt. Alina, standing next to Davy, was puzzled. Then the guy said that she probably met them first. The children turned around when the guy introduced them as his children. Alina pointed at the children and froze in shock along with Yuli's. A moment later, a scream was heard in the mansion. The events take us to the Imperial Palace. We find ourselves in the reception hall of Randy's Empire Castle. The guard took the letter, greeted the guests, and thanked them for their time. Davy passed by immediately, leaving Eileen behind. The girl grabbed his hand. The guy looked at her and realized that she was shaking violently. Winry was shaking all over, saying that she was nervous. Davy looked at the people in front of him and said that she would definitely amaze everyone with her beauty. He put his finger to the girl's face. Smiling, he told his sister that if anyone dared to say a word in her direction, her older brother would not let her be offended. Winry smiled and thanked her brother. At that moment, Hardin approached her, introduced himself, bowed, and invited her to dance. The crowd immediately surrounded the girl. Davy waved his hand to his sister. There were many people here. Alina and Yuli's attracted enough attention. Yuli's, being a magician, was one of the most eligible bachelors on the continent. Alina, with a fan in her hand, was the precious stone of the Palan Empire. Davy stood on the second floor, watching everyone just looking at the stars. He, standing by the railing, said that being alone is wonderful. Taking a glass of drink in his hand, he said that Winry surprised him the most. This girl instantly appeared in the middle of the crowd. She was the most popular. Soon the aristocrats began to dance. Winry, moving away from them, said that she was very tired. She closed her eyes, saying that no one would have thought that she would dance so much. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. Callus approached her, saying that the sight of country bumpkins like her made him want to vomit. He crossed his arms over his chest and angrily asked what people like her were doing at this party. People began to exchange glances and discuss the situation. Davy sighed. Callus grabbed Winry's hand, telling her to return to the kingdom. Suddenly, his body flew away. Davy appeared next to him and threw the guy away. He smiled and looked at his sister. Standing in front of Callus, he asked him if he couldn't act normally, even in a foreign empire. Callus gritted his teeth seeing the guy. Davy pointed to his head. The wig on the prince's head fell off. Now the bald spot on the prince's head was visible. He ran away screaming. Many looked after the running Callus. Davy smiled and said that the light reflected beautifully from the bald head. Winry danced with Yuli's. Alina approached Davy and said that he seemed bored. Levi immediately asked him to drop his unnecessary manners. Clinking glasses, the girl asked the guy if he really wanted to let that prince go. Davy laughed terribly and said that he was going to corner the guy and make him embarrass himself. Meanwhile, Luna was outside and looking around. Davy smiled and said that Luna should be able to hide herself, so everything should be fine. Turning away from the gloomy girl, he asked if the Davy of the evening had arrived. Descending with Davy, Alina said that this year the youngest princess of the empire will turn 18, and her name is Iria. Extending a finger, she said that they even met when she was younger. Davy looked down. Looking at the princess who entered, he said that most likely the tiger will come too, since she is here. The guy immediately noticed the girl's ear. Princess Iria passed by the crowd. Davy froze with wide eyes. Looking at the walking Iria, Alina said that the girl completely covers her body because of an illness. Berserk sat on the guy's shoulder and said that this is the illness. But why hasn't it been cured yet? Some dared to approach the princess and greeted her. Alina, covering her face with a fan, asked the guy why he didn't try to cure this lady. The guy raised his hand, saying that he can't just approach her and say that he can cure her. Alina closed her fan and sighed. Davy closed his eyes, saying that he could cure her simply out of pity. Looking at the virus above the girl's head, he said that he simply could not allow such a disease to exist. One of the guys at the party pursed his lips. He walked past Davy. The guy looked after the man. His eyes widened in shock. The man suddenly ran towards the princess. His hand rushed to the mask. A moment later, he was able to throw the mask aside. At that moment, the entire room plunged into darkness. People began to look at each other in fear, not understanding why everything had darkened. The princess fell to the floor and began to tremble. Davy hugged Alina. He used second circle magic, light absorption. He reached out to the girl's face. Suddenly, the entire hall lit up brightly. Jules and Winry, standing next to each other, tried to understand why people were behaving so strangely. They themselves did not understand that there was a special resistance sewn around them. The girl walked past the arches. She held her dress as she ran away. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Tears rolled down her face. Suddenly, the princess tripped. Her cry of pain was heard near one of the arches. Falling to the floor, she said that now it was all over. Covering her face, she said that her face was not pleasing to anyone. The girl's only wish was, as soon as she was cured, to see the man who helped her and thank him. Maybe it was a little strange, but she wanted to marry the man she fell in love with at first sight. Her father could refuse her and turn away, but later he would give her a blessing. Even Baron Gorniel would smile at her. But now it was all over, she cried. Her tears fell on her dress. The girl hunched over. Her illness did not want to be cured. Her status was announced as soon as she arrived at the banquet. The girl put her hands on the ground, saying that none of this mattered now. Davy approached the girl from behind and asked her if she was going to die. The princess turned around. Her eyes widened when she smelled the guy. She immediately looked at his hair. Extending his hand to the girl, he asked her if she was feeling bad. Iria stood in a circle of people, the mental wounds of a victim of a terrible disease that disfigures her body or beyond any imagination. And what is it like to be in the center of attention of so many people? The princess covered her face with her hands because it was affected by diseases much more seriously than that of ordinary patients. And whoever took off the mask wanted to expose this weakness because she was a werewolf. Davy handed her the mask and asked if she was really in pain. The girl silently looked at him in response. When suddenly, she snatched the mask and began to quickly run away. But Davy abruptly grabbed her hand. Stopping, Iria asked the guy to let her go, to which he asked her why she was running away. Without turning around, the princess did not know what to answer, and Davy suddenly asked if she was really going to continue to avoid him. The princess clenched her fist tightly, saying that she had finally met him, since she had been looking everywhere. But hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl suddenly jumped away from him, screaming that she didn't want to. She didn't want him to see her like this. Putting her hand to her chest, she screamed, even if he did. But suddenly she stopped, and shock appeared in her eyes. Davy slightly tilted his head while she said that people who saw her face always read either sympathy or disgust. But why did he look at her like an ordinary person? Davy smiled warmly and replied that he could cure her, adding that she should not reject his help until she tried. Iria, shocked, stepped back. White buds bloomed, and Davy asked if she would trust him. The princess placed her hand on the guy's hand, after which she apologized for having to see her ugliness. Davy held her hand, replying that he had seen many patients who looked much worse than her, so it didn't scare him. Closing his eyes, he added that in some ways she was much luckier than most. At this stage of the virus's development, most people would have died long ago, while saying to himself that it was true, although the cause of the disease was the aura of an elementalist and the status of a werewolf. Iria raised her head in surprise, and the guy added that the princess had lived with her for so long that medical intervention would be ineffective, so even her doctor, Baron Gorniel, would have difficulties. White petals fluttered in the wind, and Davy said that he knew that given the number of treatment attempts, it was hard to believe, but she had to listen to him. This method was developed by a medical teacher, the name of which was not preserved in the minds of people. He imagined a girl in a white medical coat and pink hair and said to himself that no one is perfect, even the woman many people call the god. Thanks to her it was possible to create the perfect medicine, so everything was not in vain. Without taking his eyes off the princess, Davy continued to say that the treatment will take about 4 days, and during this time she should not lose hope for recovery, and if she holds onto it, she will definitely be able to recover. Iria, with her hand on her chest, silently looked at the guy. Suddenly, coming closer to him, she put her hand in his and quietly replied that she believed him. Raising her head, she exclaimed with a blush under her mask that she trusted him. From what he heard, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. A wide smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, "Okay." They sank to the ground, after which the guy wished the girl sweet dreams. Then he picked her up in his arms, and a loud cry was heard. Davy turned around in surprise. Suddenly, he saw that he was surrounded by a crowd of knights. Exhaling heavily, the guy quietly said that they were at the wrong time. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in front of him. Luna appeared in a bright light and said that she was warning the knights that further approach was prohibited. Having said this, she waved her hands in different directions, and Davy, frowning, said that she was only escalating the situation, so she should move away. The knights became furious and, frowning in anger, shouted, asking if he even knew who he was holding in his arms, ordering him to let her go. Davy looked at the enraged knights, saying to himself that they were in the Empire. More than half of these guys were sword masters, and the most powerful of them. When suddenly a man approached them from behind, asking discontentedly what was happening here. This was the ruler of the Empire, Rindis Dyert. An insanely powerful aura emanated from him, and Davy understood that he was the strongest. Stepping forward, the man asked who he was, to which the boy greeted the two-headed dragon of the Empire with endless respect, after which he apologized for having to meet in such a situation. Holding the princess in his arms, he asked if the ruler could call off the knights, adding that he understood that it might seem impudent, but the patient's safety must always be a priority, to which the knights shouted in rage, "How dare he speak to his highness like that?" ordering him to immediately remove his hands from the princess. But Dyert suddenly raised his hand, saying that all the knights were free, adding that his daughter was sleeping, so they should immediately disperse and not make noise. The night sky was strewn with stars, and the emperor asked Davy who he was, but he introduced himself. Dyert put his hand to his chin and said, "So he is one of the princes of the wrong kingdom," adding that he heard rumors that he was the one who defeated the demonic blood, to which the guy replied that he still had a lot to learn, but it was true. Davy lowered his head to the princess, and added that he believed that Baron Gorniel was unable to cure the princess's illness. However, it was not his fault, and considering that the princess's body was special. But before he could finish speaking, the ruler suddenly asked if this meant that he was able to heal her, to which he, raising his head, replied that he had one condition. He smiled and explained that if he completely healed the princess in 4 days, Dyert should let him take one of the items that would be put up for auction tomorrow, and if he failed, he would offer his head as compensation. Hearing this, the emperor raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy, not taking his eyes off the man, sarcastically asked him what his decision would be, and Prisurk on his shoulder said that he was forcing the emperor to put his own daughter's life on the scales. To which he said to himself that he had no choice, because if he began the treatment, he would not be able to attend the auction. Thinking about this, he turned his gaze. Davy looked at the sleeping princess, and said to himself that he had to balance between carrying out his plan and healing the princess. After a short pause, Dyert agreed, and then asked to save her. He waved his hand and exclaimed that if Iria could take off the mask, he would give him what he wanted and make him an ally of the Empire, so that no one on this continent would dare to touch him. After that, the emperor frowned, saying to himself that he could almost see how this young man was shining with skill. Davy, with a ridiculous smile from shock on his face, said to himself so that his friends would not be too surprised, because this was simply wonderful. The majestic castle sparkled in the light of the moons, and Davy said to himself that somehow it happened that the land of Haines would be patronized by the Empire. The banquet, interrupted by a sudden flash of light, soon continued, and after that day, one rumor spread among the nobility that the prince of a small country on the eastern continent was treating Princess Iria. Davy was sitting next to the princess's bed. Suddenly, the door to the emperor's office swung open. The man, frowning angrily, shouted furiously that Princess Iria had not eaten for 2 days due to her so-called treatment, and that it could not be left like this, and then asked how the ruler could trust a stranger when even Baron Gorniel had failed. Dyert put his pen down on the table, and calmly replied that it was his decision, and that it would not change. Alva suddenly shouted, but the emperor, raising his head to him, ordered him to calm down, and then asked if he had learned anything. The man, putting his hand to his forehead, replied yes, although there was no proof yet, adding that he thought it had something to do with the conservatives, and then asked what he should do. Hearing this, Dyert clenched a piece of paper in his hand in rage and quietly asked how they dared to try to use his daughter. His eyes filled with rage, and he told his subordinate to do whatever he wanted, but to find that arrogant fool and make him pay for what he had done, adding that killing his entire family would not be enough to atone for trying to discredit a member of the imperial family of Rindis. Closing his eyes, Alva said that they had also informed the guests that the incident at the banquet was due to a malfunction with the artifact, and if a terrorist attack were to occur. But before he could finish speaking, the emperor firmly said that it was not enough. Raising his hand to his chin, he looked away, saying to himself that it was as the young man had said, an empire that still harbored hatred for the beast men, a confrontation between liberals and conservatives that had begun. A beautiful castle stood under the open, clear sky. The emperor imagined Davy in his head, thinking that he had been able to assess the situation in the empire in such a short time, and at that, without finishing, he turned to his subordinate, asking what his impression of Prince Davy was, to which the latter, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked what he was talking about. Without lowering his hand, Dyer asked if he hadn't noticed anything in him, to which Alva replied, no. Hearing this, the ruler looked away, saying to himself that this young man was like an infinitely deep lake. Imagining the depths of the sea, he added, from which it was impossible to escape. But this only becomes clear when it is already impossible to free oneself. Then Dyer remembered his master, the best sword master in the empire at that time, and said to himself that in his entire life he had only felt something like this once, namely from him, because then he felt mana for the first time, and if they met again, he would not feel it, because he had long since surpassed that level of skill. Lowering his head, the emperor added, but to feel something like this from a young man who was barely in his 20s, this means only one thing. After these thoughts, he suddenly chuckled, causing Alva to look at the ruler with excitement. Dyer suddenly remembered the bright flash of light, and said to himself that it was very likely that he was the one who summoned her in the banquet hall. Imagining his daughter surrounded by people, he added, only so that she would avoid trouble. These thoughts brought a smile to his face, and the emperor said to himself that he was starting to like Davy, and it was worth watching him. Maybe he could really find a cure. Morning came, the leaves fluttered in the wind. Davy extended his hand with a smile on his face, and the princess said to herself that his hands were slowly approaching, and she was afraid that they would touch her face, after which she wondered how much time had passed in general. The girl was lying in bed, saying to herself that she was sleeping, but she still heard someone talking. Her eyes were closed, but in her head she continued to say that she did not know who they were talking about, but one of the voices sounded so light and gentle that it gave her a feeling of comfort. Davy sat next to her with a smile on his face. He gently took her hand. Bright light filled the room. Warm rays of the sun penetrated through a large window. The princess rested her hand on the soft bed. Having risen, she said to herself that she felt good. Suddenly, a girl entered the room, exclaiming that the princess had finally woken up. At that very second, Iria threw a blanket and shouted for a mask. Covering herself with it, she ordered her mask to be brought as soon as possible, to which the girl shouted in response that everything was fine. Hearing this, the princess asked if it was really Alinda, to which the servant, approaching the bed, answered yes, it was her. Turning to her, Iria asked how long she had slept, to which she answered 2 days. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the princess quietly said that her body felt very light, and Alinda said that the prince was really amazing, adding that the man who saved her, his name was Prince Davy, the first prince of the Wrong Kingdom. Hearing this, the princess remembered the boy who extended his hand to her that day. She put her hands to her cheeks, quietly saying, I see, that's his name. Suddenly, the maid's eyes sparkled. Turning away, she said with a smile on her face that no one expected the princess to be such a beauty, and then asked if she could even imagine how surprised she was when she came to change her bandages. Holding up her index finger, the girl exclaimed that even the 5 greatest beauties of the continent could not compare to her, and then shouted that she was not even joking. Suddenly, Iria saw a letter on the nightstand and asked what it was, to which Alinda replied that the prince had left it for her and asked her to give it to him when she woke up. The girl took the letter in her hands and quietly answered, understandably, while simultaneously saying in her head that the man with red eyes, who helped her stop being pessimistic about her situation, the man who smelled of dogwood, who comforted her and said that everything was fine. Opening the letter, the princess read that the boy had prepared a gift for her and hoped that she would attend today's banquet. She remembered the warm smile on his face. Iria remembered how he sat next to her and added, the man who talked to her while she slept, as if reading a fairy tale, after which she asked herself if she could hope for anything. After these thoughts, she turned to the maid and asked if she could help her take off the bandages, to which she, smiling widely, exclaimed, of course, adding that they would take them off. Alinda sat the princess in front of a large mirror and told her not to worry, because she was sure that she would be the Davy of today's banquet. The bandages began to slowly fall to the floor. It was time for the banquet. A huge chandelier hung from the ceiling, and Davy was laughing. Winry, raising her eyebrows in surprise, asked him why he was in such a good mood today, and Alina, on the other hand, asked what had made him so happy and where he had been all this time, because he hadn't even come to the auction yesterday, adding that in any case, the red moon was never put up for sale. Davy, smiling widely, exclaimed that it didn't matter now. After these words, he said that he would return soon, because the time had come, and left, waving his hand. Approaching the servant, he asked if he could borrow the piano for a while. Berserk on the guy's shoulder raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he could really play, to which he, looking at her, replied that he could do everything except sing, because his vocals were like a hellish serenade. After these words, he sat down at the piano. Less than a minute later, the massive doors swung open and a loud voice said that Her Highness Iria was coming. Davy raised his hands and said that it was time to present the gift, adding that it would be a melody of mysterious magic that did not exist in this world. Putting his glowing fingers on the keys, he said to himself that his choice was canon variations. The tempo would be a little fast, because it was time to wake up from nightmares. The princess in a long and very beautiful dress entered the hall. At that moment, everyone present saw her pretty and innocent face. The hall was filled with warm and bright light. Everything in the hall was shining. Davy skillfully played the piano. Winry, smiling widely, exclaimed that it was a very beautiful melody, and the guy behind her added that he felt like Manhwa was responding to music. Only Alina, exhaling with displeasure, asked where he got so many talents from. The emperor slowly approached his daughter. There was surprise in his eyes and a smile on his face, saying that it was lovely. Iria looked back at her father with a smile on her face. Diorth hugged the princess, saying that she had suffered for too long. After 3 years of waiting, he could finally see the face of his youngest daughter. Beautiful red flowers grew in the emperor's office, and he said that the results were impeccable. The man sat at the table and added that he trusted Davy, and he kept his word, to which the latter, sitting opposite, replied that it was important for him to make sure that after extracting the princess, the disease would not return. Having said this, he handed a small package towards Diorth, saying that he had prepared something, adding that he must make sure that the princess would take it once a week for at least a month, to which he responded with gratitude, adding that he would notify the imperial physician. After hearing this, Davy silently looked at the man. After a short pause, he raised his head and, apologizing for being overly suspicious, asked if he could trust this man, to which the man, taking the package in his hands, asked in surprise what he meant. Then the guy spread his hand to the side, answering that, according to his observations, the conservative faction considered the princess a disgrace to his nation, to which the emperor asked if he really wanted to say that they were targeting his daughter while he was still alive and well, after which Davy asked in response if they hadn't already tried once, adding that he believed he had already collected all the necessary information on them. Diorth frowned in displeasure. Davy, introducing the princess, continued to say that the best way to eliminate members of the imperial family was to poison them, and now they had the perfect opportunity to get rid of Princess Iria while her position was not yet strengthened, and he would even say the only opportunity. In their place he would have already begun to put the plan into action. These words made the emperor even more angry, when suddenly he grinned, which made Davy raise his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly the ruler laughed, shouting that the boy had barely lived 20 years in this world, and was already so impudent, but he liked it, adding that he would solve the problem as he saw fit. Hearing this, Davy looked at Berserk in confusion and said to himself that he was not really particularly interested in the intrigues of the Rhindes Empire, but he did not want his patient, who had only recently recovered, to be drawn into something like this. While he was thinking about this, he imagined Iria, who was sleeping, holding his hand. After a short pause, when Diorth calmed down, he said that the boy asked him for only one thing, the red moon, extremely modestly on his part, but the stone was just prepared for auction, but he did not intend to let him go almost empty-handed. Hearing this, Davy closed his eyes and smiled in confusion, answering that he was completely satisfied with this, while saying in his head that it was quite extravagant to speak like that about jewelry akin to the red moon. Then the ruler took the ring off his finger, and explained that the red moon was his reward for healing his daughter, but he had not yet received a reward from him personally. Having said this, he put the ring on the table and explained that it was one of the symbols of his power, so he should take it. Davy, taking the ring in his hand, asked in surprise if he correctly assessed the meaning of such a gift. A birdcage hung from the ceiling, and Diorth answered yes, adding that only thanks to him his daughter could bathe in the rays of the sun, and he could see her face again. He did them a great favor, and now his will is the will of the Empire, adding that the Empire will never forget who it is indebted to. Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise at what he heard. The ruler continued to look at the guy, when suddenly he asked him if he wanted to become the imperial physician of his family. Davy did not think for a second, answering that he had to refuse. Hearing this, Diorth grinned and closed his eyes and said that if this was his decision, he would not press, but as for the reward, he insisted that he accept it, even if he did not really want to. Davy looked at the man with a smile on his face. The emperor, smiling widely, exclaimed that from now on, the Rhindes Empire, as promised, would be an ally of the first principle of the Wrong Kingdom, and as long as his actions did not threaten the security of the Empire, they would help him 3 times. When Davy heard this, his eyes widened, saying to himself that this was not even an agreement between states, but an agreement between a state and a person. The ruler looked at him intently and added that in addition to everything he had said earlier, they would remain his allies even after providing assistance all 3 times, and the guy added that the importance of this event should not be underestimated. Davy smiled in confusion, saying to himself that even though he had healed a member of the imperial family, the emperor was being overly generous, and Berserk on his shoulder was saying that he just wanted to show how much he loved his daughter. A smile appeared on Davy's face, and he thought that he had not sought such an outcome, but he would definitely not complain about his offer, because in the end, he still had some things that could use help. Having said this, he introduced the elf. Everything in the emperor's office sparkled and glittered, and Davy suddenly asked if he could ask for a favor right now, to which the ruler gave permission. After a while, Davy left the emperor's office. He sighed in relief and stretched. Walking along the long corridor, he said that the earth was a bit eccentric, but still an emperor, so it was quite tense. But even so, he was glad that he did them a favor without any hesitation. Luna suddenly turned to him, saying that she would like to continue the research, continue the tests with olfactory and taste receptors. Saying this, she imagined incredibly delicious food, adding that she estimated the well-being of Sir Davy's purse as large, because he replied that as soon as they left, he would make sure that she could eat as much as she wanted. Davy suddenly folded his arms across his chest, saying that first of all, he would like to confirm one guess, to which the girl, stopping, replied that she was asking for more detailed information. Suddenly, a woman's foot in a shoe entered the corridor. Iria was running quickly. Her face was full of excitement, and she looked around. Davy, pressing Luna to himself, used the 5th circle of invisibility magic. As soon as the princess said that she felt his smell, and he was definitely here, the guy twitched embarrassingly. Berserk raised her hand to her face and exclaimed that of course she knew about the hybrid's heightened sense of smell, but this was surprising. Iria turned to the maid and shouted that he was here, to which she said that Davy had most likely already left the palace, because she had heard that he would soon leave the empire. A tear fell from the princess, who said sadly that she had just met him. Tears poured from her eyes, and she continued to say that she could not let him go without even saying goodbye, and Alinda extended her hands to her, saying that they needed to go back, because it was time for the princess to take her medicine. The girl suddenly raised her head sharply and said that she had to see her father. Clenching her hands into fists, she added, full of determination, that she was going to ask her father for the opportunity to meet him again. Having said this, Iria rushed to run to her father's office, shouting that they needed to hurry. Davy watched her with a ridiculous smile on his face, saying that she really was her father's daughter. Luna suddenly looked at him and asked why he didn't want to meet her, to which the guy, folding his arms on his chest, replied that it was just a premonition, but sometimes he felt his intuition ringing an alarm bell, because he had done enough peculiar things, so their meetings would be a bit. But before finishing, Luna frowned and said that he had a terrible character. Davy opened the doors, saying that whatever the case, their work here was finished, and it was time to go back. Turning around, he smiled broadly, adding that the things he had acquired should have already been delivered to the lands of Haines, and it was time to study them in detail. On the table lay a book and his phone. Davy remembered the accident when they were robbed. That day, Luna destroyed the organization that was behind it. Imagining the phone, Davy asked himself what the chances were of encountering an object related to him, because it was an item from the world where he lived before. Thinking about this, he imagined Earth. Remembering Daphne, who put a finger to her smile, Davy added that she did not worship the gods, but she was always faithful to one. Warm rays of light fell on the phone, and Davy continued to say that there is no effect without a cause. There are no coincidences, so she said. All this, of course, is funny, but if the phone is really from another world, the situation will have to be taken seriously. Throwing his hands behind his head, he sat at the table. There was a phone on it, connected to a power bank. Picking it up, Davy sighed with relief and said that it was charging, simultaneously asking himself if this was really a move between worlds, adding that he found it hard to believe, but he couldn't rule out such a possibility either, because he himself ended up in another world. But he was more concerned not with how the phone got to this dimension, but how it got to him. Berserk, raising her eyebrows in surprise, asked if he could turn it on, to which he, turning to her, replied probably, but most likely it would glitch a little. Pressing the power button, Davy wondered why everything was going exactly that way, when suddenly he felt a push in his back. A symbol appeared on it, and he asked himself if this was really a pulsation. As soon as Davy asked himself about this, the phone's screen lit up. An unknown number was ringing the phone, and Berserk was screaming in shock, asking what that sound was, to which the guy asked her to calm down. Frowning in displeasure, he asked himself if he should answer, adding that it was as if they were waiting for him. A small chandelier was hanging from the ceiling, and Davy, exhaling heavily, answered the call. Trumpets were rising into the sky, blaring loudly. Stone statues were holding them in their hands. Davy held the hand that had held the phone less than a minute ago to his ear. Not far in front of him, he saw a spiral staircase going up and asked if that was really the staircase to heaven, adding that it didn't impress him somehow. Putting his hand to his forehead, he exhaled heavily and said that he felt like he had stepped on a mine, after which he asked if that was really why they had planted the phone on him. All the buildings were made of stone, and Davy said to himself that he could understand, because nothing would attract his attention like things from his past life, adding that he, of course, understood that he was a servant of God, but such behavior on his part was a little strange. Touching the wall, the guy added that it looked like the place where he first encountered holy forces. Putting his hands in his pockets, Davy took a few steps forward, thinking that if he went around this corner. But before he finished, he saw white feathers in front of him. Not far ahead stood an angel, from whom light emanated. In the same second, he found himself in front of Davy. The angel's huge hand hung over the guy's head. A second later, he put it on it. Davy saw a bright light in front of him. Suddenly, a small glowing cube appeared in his hands. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the guy asked what it was. Hoofs suddenly appeared on the floor. Suddenly, Davy screamed loudly, losing his balance. He fell to the floor from the chair, and Berserk, throwing out her arms, screamed, asking what happened, adding that he suddenly fell. Davy, putting his hand to his face, was breathing heavily. In his other hand was a glowing cube. A few seconds later, he explained that he had reached the point where he became possessed, and the girl, with her hands raised and excitement in her eyes, listened to him. Davy lay down on the floor, adding that it was as if he had run hundreds of kilometers, while simultaneously saying in his head that now his feelings were completely different from the previous possession, which he had overcome only thanks to Daphne. Berserk leaned over to him, and called him by name, to which he apologized and said that he would sleep for 5 minutes. Finally, he stuck out his index finger, adding that after these 5 minutes, if she was willing to wait, he would sleep for another 10 hours. A brightly glowing cube lay on the floor. Evening had come. Davy, having come to his senses, stretched and said that he felt just great. Remembering how he held the phone in his hands, he said to himself that after he woke up, the phone stolen from the thieves disappeared into thin air, but it wasn't like it was a big loss. Thinking about it, he turned his attention to the cube he received, which was the lantern, a divine object that could resurrect the user once if their physical body was destroyed. Holding it in his hand, Davy said to himself that it looked like a good bedside lamp, to which Priscilla folded her arms and exclaimed, "What a thing!" The guy brought it closer to his face, reading that it could resurrect the user once if their physical body was destroyed, and then wondered if that meant it was a rare item that could resurrect him after death. Davy recalled his encounter with the angel, asking himself why they were so supportive of him, adding that he had entered a divine dream similar to the one in the ancient scriptures, and had obtained a divine object in it, but now he already knew where it could be used. With these thoughts, he went out onto the balcony and said, "Physical body reconstruction." Thinking of this, Davy imagined a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, adding that this was a forced transformation. A system screen appeared in front of his face, and he added that due to the stigma that he had received from Queen Peliste, he was now at risk of an unresolved transformation, adding that he would be able to obtain the Aura Sword, but he would not be able to reach the previous level that he once had in the corridor, and then asked himself if this was not a great opportunity. As he said this, he imagined a sword whose blade was enveloped in bright flames. Priscilla raised her hands and frowned in worry, saying that it was too dangerous to fulfill his wishes, to which he replied that this was why he needed an extra life, and that this theory was not created by him, but by the teacher of Waikano. As Davy said this, he imagined the girl of Waikano. 2 colorful crescent moons were floating in the sky, and the girl excitedly said that this was why it was scary, because if he lost, he would die, and if he won, he would also die, both cases ending in death. Davy smiled, saying that he had a beautiful area to use the lantern, and then asked why not try it. Imagining a dense forest, he said to himself that this was a place overflowing with transcendental beings, and even if he overdid it with his powers, there would be no problem. This was the Pandora region where the forces of the Lion Force Knights were located. Priscilla flew closer to his face, saying that if Alina knew about this, she would be against it, to which he, turning to her, asked if it was really only Alina. Hearing this, the girl, closing her eyes, said that he was too stubborn. The guy looked at his friend with a smile on his face, saying to himself that the transformation gives essentially the same result as the destruction of the body, and then its reconstruction, death and resurrection. Thinking about this, he looked at the bright sun, adding that he would carry them out of his own free will. Davy looked at the bright sun, continuing to say to himself that after this vision, he remained in the Rindy's empire for 2 more days. Iria, with her hands raised, begged for permission from her father, and Davy said to himself that he was a little worried about her, but it seems that this emperor obsessed with daughters will sit quietly, so he has to avoid her. Ulis and Alina decided to leave them. The guy said that he would visit the territory after the meeting in the Tower of Magicians. Davy looked at the guys, saying to himself that these 2 stuck to him like bath sheets. But they are the elders of the Red Tower, and the Imperial Princess, so he is sure that they have something to do without him. 2 weeks have passed since Davy returned to the lands of Haines with Winry and Luna. Under the cloudy skies stood a luxurious castle. On the ground there were boxes in which lay the things that the guy ordered, and he thought that he was loaded more than he expected from the very beginning. Davy, approaching the boxes, exclaimed that there was an order of magnitude more than he expected, after which he asked when he only managed to drag everything, to which the 8th elder of the Golden Boulder tribe showed his biceps and exclaimed that they are dwarves, famous for their strength. He put his hands on his hips and added that his assistant had also given him support, and Davy, taking the sword out of the box, said that it was likely Blue Star. The dwarf looked at the shiny sword and replied that it must be from the Blackstone guys, because when it comes to learning new techniques, they are absolutely on fire and have obviously practiced a lot, to which the guy replied that it takes a high level of skill to process such a material like that. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, he said to himself that the second thing in line now is selling weapons made by dwarves, which in turn meant that all the weapons here were unsuccessful products. Thinking about this, Davy looked at the hundreds of boxes behind and around him, adding that even despite this, it was still valuable because it was made by dwarves, so if he was asked if he would buy it at double the market price here and now, the answer would definitely be yes. Saying this in his head, Davy looked at the finished sword with a smile on his face. Imagining a forest of raised hands at an auction, Davy said to himself that a mercenary risking his life for equipment, or a knight thirsting for glory would definitely want to buy something like this. And of course they weren't the only buyers. The 8th elder looked at the boy, saying that with so many weapons, one could start a war, adding that he had heard that people were trying to ban battles, to which Davy, unpacking the box, replied that they were more likely to simply avoid them than ban them. Picking up the box, he added that they would sell all of this in no time, to which the dwarf replied that he didn't even doubt it. There were many people sitting at a large table, led by Duke Barriot. There was not a single cloud in the clear sky. Lucia leaned over to Alina, who was lying with her head on the table, and said that she had finally returned, to which she quietly replied that she was very tired. Without moving, she continued to say that she had to settle matters with proposals of engagement, to which the interlocutor replied that nobles from noble persons really do not have much freedom in this matter. In any case, she returned without Davy, after which she was asked what Prince Davy had gone. The girl with her mouth open did not answer. After a short pause, she slightly raised her head and asked discontentedly if he was really more dear to them than she was, to which the girls answered, asking what was wrong with that, and Lucia shouted that it was true, because she still had not paid the Davy, and this is something that even Lady Daphne, the first saint, can afford. Besides them, there were a lot of people in the hall, and Alina suddenly asked where Shia was, to which she was told that he and Trev were on a mission. One of the twin sisters put her hands to her cheeks and said that she heard that this was a special mission, something related to the transcendental. Most likely it was related to Trev's ability, to which Hag, closing his eyes, replied that to be honest, he was a little jealous, because if he had not failed the exam, he could have already been a full member. Fildred sighed heavily and putting his hands to his face said that if he failed this time, he would have failed twice, and Lucia, raising her fists, exclaimed that he should not worry, because this time they would definitely pass and win in the name of Lady Daphne. Alina grinned and raised her head. Lindsay looked at her with a smile on her face and asked if she was not worried about Davy. But before she could answer, the guys started talking about how Alina was also excellent. But they still couldn't believe it, and the girl was saying to herself that it seemed like his monstrous abilities had been noticed this time. She introduced Davy, saying that he had holy magic, and elemental magic, swordsmanship, and even alchemy. Even magical swordsmen and paladins couldn't compare to that. Suddenly, the guys turned to her and shouted, asking if she knew anything, since they were friends, which made her jerk in shock. Her friends surrounded her, waiting for an answer. Alina frowned, asking if they really thought she knew anything, to which they exclaimed, "Of course!" A massive chandelier hung from the ceiling, and she quietly replied that she was very tired. A tall tower rose into the sky. Davy turned around in surprise. Preserk asked if something was wrong, which made the boy scratch his ear and answer, "Nothing." They were standing in the knight's fortress on the top floor. Luna suddenly looked at him and raising her eyebrows said that she needed to recharge, which made the boy exhale heavily, realizing that she was simply saying that she was hungry. With these thoughts, he put his hands on his hips, saying that he would hunt when they got out of here, so she should wait a little. To which she replied that she rated his cooking skills as low. Boris turned to the guys and said that the entire command was gathering here, so enough childishness, because he needed to create a good impression of himself. Having said this, he opened the doors. Davy's eyes appeared surprised at what he saw. Not far in front of him, he saw a table with 4 silhouettes sitting at it. Walking forward, the guy said to himself that there were only 3 or 4 of them here, and Boris said that now it was time for him to leave. Davy looked at the rather strong distortion field of white color. One of the command members extended his hand and apologized for not being able to meet in person, but they were not at the headquarters right now. Everyone present looked at Davy, saying that they had heard about him and he was simply amazing, and the young lady next to him must be the golem he found in the ancient ruins. Davy glanced at the moon out of the corner of his eye. One of the silhouettes folded his hands on the table and explained that they had called him to hear about the events of that day, and then asked what had happened. Then Davy, introducing the lab, said that he was sure that they had already assigned special people to investigate the matter, and the ruins were the place where this girl had slept. Her abilities were quite difficult to describe in words. The man in front of him suddenly asked if there was anything else he wanted to report, to which he replied that there had been a vampire. Having drawn an image of Nufuel in his head, Davy added that he was sure that his target was the girl sleeping on the lower floor. One of the command members asked what happened to the vampire, to which Davy, without moving from his place, calmly replied that he had wounded her, but she had survived. After saying this, with raised eyebrows, he continued to look at those present. Suddenly, one of them rested his hands on the table. The man with the hood on his head stood up and said that they needed to get down to business, after which he ordered the golem to be handed over to them. The guy looked at the bright glow ahead. Luna, hearing this, silently turned her gaze to the owner. The second command member also stood up and exclaimed that he should be well aware of how dangerous it was, and Davy said to himself that it was unexpected. The green leaves fluttered in the wind, and Davy continued to think that considering how quickly he returned to his lands after the incident, as if he was running from something, even if Alina was giving the report instead of him, I'm sure they would still be a little annoyed. However, Davy folded his hands behind his back and, proudly raising his head, firmly replied that he refused. Hearing this, the members of the command became furious, asking what he was talking about. Lowering his head, the guy answered with a smile on his face that he was not going to discuss it, and hoped that they would carefully consider which side would suffer the greatest losses before doing anything. Hearing this, the people present gritted their teeth. The doors of the room closed. Davy left the meeting room. Berserk looked at him and said that she was glad that everything ended without any problems, to which the guy replied that it was expected, because they did not have a golem master like him, and even if he did, he would not give the moon to anyone. Hearing this, the girl tilted her head questioningly. Davy stroked her head and said to himself that there was one thing that was bothering him. A few minutes ago, he asked the assembled people if he could ask him a question. The guy did not take his eyes off those present, asking how much the Knights of the Order knew about the ruin. The hooded man looked back at him and answered in confusion that he was not sure, since the members of the Order could attack a maximum of 3 floors, so they did not check what was further. Hearing this, Davy lowered the corners of his lips. Frowning, he said that everything was clear to him now. Leaving his memories, the guy looked at the closed doors, saying that they were good liars. The day of the exam and the order, entering the inner territory of Pandora, the frost was shining brightly from the sunlight. The guide stood on the stones and said loudly that although the territory had been cleared in advance for the exam, it was still Pandora, so everyone should be careful, because they were all the future of the knightly order, and each of them was very valuable. Davy looked around. He saw snow everywhere, saying to himself that this was the inner part of Pandora, known as the permafrost, adding that the area in the barrier and the surrounding environment were very different. Alina walked by and asked her comrades if they felt like the atmosphere was more chaotic than usual. To which Hag folded his arms and replied that it was probably because of the incident in the ruins, and the movement of transcendence was not good. Alicia, who was walking behind everyone, suddenly pointed her index finger and exclaimed that there was no need to worry, because this time there would be 2 or 3 times as many teachers to protect them during the exam, and there was no snowstorm expected anytime soon, so there should be no problem. Hearing this, Davy turned around in surprise, and Alina asked where she always got her information from. Translucent clouds floated across the sky, and Alicia continued to say that everything would be fine one way or another, so they would see each other when they gave the next order. Alina waved her hand to her comrades. Then she opened the scroll, saying that the first test was to gather supplies and get to the next point as quickly as possible. She walked ahead, adding that although they would not hide supplies like when searching for treasure, keeping a cool head and soberly assessing the situation would not hurt. To which Davy, walking behind, asked if there would really be many obstacles. The girl turned to him, and without a drop of doubt in her voice said that there was no need to worry, because she would not make him do difficult work. After all, this was her test. Jumping down the slope, she exclaimed that she would go ahead, and he should not lag behind her. Davy folded his arms across his chest, saying that they could be trusted. Suddenly, strange snowflakes flashed past him, which surprised him. At the same second, he turned around sharply. The guy saw snowflakes glittering in the air and said that there shouldn't be any now. Hearing a strange sound, Alina turned around and called out to her friend. A huge robot appeared in front of Davy, and he told Luna that they needed to end this as quickly as possible, and before that, they needed to find a place where they could hide from the cold. The girl looked at the white feathers flying across the sky. Running up to Davy, she screamed, asking what he was doing, to which he replied that he would listen to the complaint later, because a blizzard was approaching and they needed to go. Hearing this, Alina lowered her hand in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Night fell, and a blizzard arose. A fire was burning in the cave. Alina was sitting next to it, shaking from the cold. Davy stood nearby and, holding out his hand, said that everything was even worse than he thought, and the girl added that it was very good that they were able to gather supplies before the snowstorm began. They were lucky. Davy, raising one eyebrow, asked if she really thought that they were just lucky. Then Alina raised her head and asked if he really predicted the weather, or with magic, to which he replied as spirit. And when his girlfriend asked him what kind of spirit, the guy imagined a small glowing cloud of energy, and explained that spirits are most sensitive to changes in nature and the environment. They are like animals that run away before an earthquake. Recalling the shaking branches of the trees, he added that spirits living in such a cold region were shivering from the cold, after which he asked if it was not obvious that this indicated a change in the weather. Alina's face turned blue and she, shaking more and more from the cold, said that even though she was wearing a warm jacket and was next to a fire, she was still very cold, and then asked how they were supposed to cope with such a snowstorm. Davy looked at her and replied that it was probably because her jacket was cheap, which made her scream in displeasure, asking if he even knew how much it cost. Did he really mean to say that 300 gold for a coat was a trifle? Then Davy held out his hand and replied that corruption was everywhere, so she should take it off. Hearing this, the girl blushed with embarrassment and screamed what he was saying, to which he replied that he would enchant her. Sparks from the fire flew in all directions, and Alina screamed that he should have immediately said that he wanted to do exactly this, to which he asked her why she was angry. After a while, the girl sighed in relief. She closed her eyes and with a blush on her cheeks exclaimed that she was incredibly warm and that it was very good. Seeing such a reaction, Davy smiled and said that he simply tore her into pieces and made a new one. He then sat down next to the fire, saying that the snowstorm would stop tomorrow by dawn, so they would have to spend the night here, to which she, laughing, said that they were like camping, after which the guy said that she really perked up. The girl looked up at him, and with a smile on her face said that there was nothing wrong with enjoying the little things, to which he asked if she liked it. Davy did not take his eyes off his partner, who answered that sometimes it was even good, especially since they both had been very busy lately. Suddenly Davy stood up, saying that if she continued to tempt him like this, he would not be able to hold back. A strong wind was blowing outside and snow was flying, and the guy said that a blizzard was raging outside, and there were only the two of them here. Walking towards her, Davy continued to say that their princess had let her guard down, for some reason moving away to the wall in fear, asking what was wrong with him. Hanging over her, Davy said that he was going to let out everything he had been holding back until now. Blushing with embarrassment, Alina exclaimed that he should not make her laugh, and if he took another step, she would cut him, to which he replied that she should do whatever she wanted, if she could, of course. The girl looked at him in fear and said that they were at an exam, and if they did something strange, then the teachers. But before she could finish speaking, the guy extended his hand towards her with an ominous smile on his face, saying that they would not watch them in such bad weather, and that the moon was not here. Alina looked away from this in embarrassment, asking why Davy was acting like this, to which he replied that he had been waiting for this day. Hearing this, the girl closed her eyes and screamed for him to stop, because they were just friends for now. Then Davy sat down next to her, saying that it didn't matter now. He put his hands on her shoulders, adding that she shouldn't worry, because the pain wouldn't last long and she would feel better soon, adding that she just had to show him her back. The cave was full of cold boulders. Outside, the blizzard continued, when suddenly Alina let out a sweet moan, saying, "Here it is." Women's feet walked in the snow, and there was blood everywhere, and screams were heard. Blue hands of people who froze to death were visible. Sheos sat in the tent, shaking from the cold. Looking up in fear, he said that they were in big trouble. Outside, there was a huge monster with glowing blue eyes, and the guy asked why it was here. Outside, he heard painful screams of people and said that if they did not stop, every single one of them would die, so they needed to split up. Not far from him sat Trev, to whom he told that he should go this way to the captain, and he would go to Mr. Morris, because it was necessary to immediately report the current situation. There were many corpses lying outside. Cheos handed something to his partner, saying that the most important thing is to survive. Trev looked at the received object with burning eyes. It was a small bottle with a red liquid. He looked at it without taking his eyes off. Cheos suddenly went to the exit, saying that it was time to go. The blizzard was still blowing as hard as before. A black cloak fluttered in the wind. 3 people knelt down and turned to the captain, who was standing on the rocks. The captain smiled and asked them, "No problem," to which they answered him, "Of course." Corpses lay all over the forest, and subordinates reported that they used barriers and began to lure the transcendent Shander. The initial mind control was successful. One of the teachers bowed his head and asked if it was really okay, since it was a bit of a sacrifice to use the students, to which the captain coldly replied that it was a necessary sacrifice. With their blood they could control the transcendent and get one step closer to Pandora. The snow was stained with crimson blood. He added that they must not let him down, and the hooded man lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment. Under the hood, the captain was the captain of the 5th Order of Knights, Gur, who turned to his subordinates and added that he believed that this was the future of the knights. After these words, all 3 subordinates rushed off. Behind Gur, there was a man who said that as far as he knew, there were a couple of talented students, and then asked if they would be a significant variable, to which the captain, closing his eyes with a smile on his face, replied that they were just naive chicks who would not affect their plan in any way. Without turning around, he added that if everything turned out as she said, he would personally take care of it, and the girl did not take her eyes off him. Snow gathered under Gur's feet. He looked into the distance, offering to see how long they could hold out against the transcendent. At this time, Davy was massaging the princess's back, who was screaming, begging him to wait. The guy smiled slyly, answering that she should be a little patient. Continuing to massage her back, he said to himself that she was definitely different from Varys, because in men, hard muscles are easily felt, but in women, the body is softer. Suddenly, a blush appeared on the girl's face, and she sighed with relief. Sticking out his tongue, Davy continued to press on her back. Luna's eyes suddenly sparkled. Frowning, she said that she considered this scene very inappropriate. Coming closer, she added that her master should stop fooling around, to which he, turning to her, replied that he could not help himself, because his hands moved on their own. A few minutes later, Alina was lying by the crackling fire. Davy sat down nearby, breathing a sigh of relief. Berserk appeared at his shoulder and asked if he was worried, to which he folded his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and replied that they would have to face the transcendental anyway. His girlfriend slept peacefully, and he said to himself that this might be a problem for Alina, most likely. At this stage of the test, he was already quite annoyed, but the names seemed familiar to him. Bright sparks rose up. Davy extended his hand and said that in the gallery there were people with special abilities, and among them was an old man named Shane Script. He came from another world. Drawing in his mind images of monsters and a man in front of them, he added that he was born an ordinary commoner, but at the same time he was able to summon various evolved creatures. Imagining a terrible monster, Davy added that one of them was called Shan Raminii, the Lord of the Earth. Hearing this, Berserk put her hand to her chin and thoughtfully said that if the Lord of the Earth is a title, then it is not just a joke, and Davy continued to say that besides him, there are 2 more. Usually a summoner can make a contract with only 1 creature, but Shane could have 3. When the girl asked him what kind of creatures they are, he put his hand to his chin and, thinking, answered that it is difficult to explain. Introducing water, lava and nature, the guy said that a life form that evolves by killing its opponents and absorbing their power, and changes depending on the environment, and its habits. It all starts with a worm the size of a finger. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Davy continued the story. It destroys its enemies, evolves and becomes more perfect, despite the fact that it is just a small creature without any abilities. Through evolution it works out its weaknesses, so dealing with them is quite problematic. Berserk sat down on a rock nearby and asked if they were really that strong, to which Davy pointed his index finger and exclaimed, "Of course they were extremely strong, somewhere around the level of a Grand Master, right below the heroes in the gallery." He then recalled how he was thrown into the forest with such creatures under the pretext that there was nothing better than the experience of a real battle. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if the transcendental Shanda was here, to which he replied, "No, this one was definitely different, because the Shan Mini he knew would cover not only the Pandora region, but also the entire northern region in the Demon Lands, because this disgusting worm would never be satisfied with the space of such a small size, and roughly speaking, he is a fire dragon, and if it were him, this place would have long been a scorched wasteland, with volcanoes." Outside the cave, a blizzard was still whistling. After listening to her friend, Berserk raised her hand to her chin, when suddenly she asked if she could ask one more question, because she was very curious. With a smile on his face, Davy turned to look at her. Lowering her hand, the girl asked who was the strongest in the gallery of heroes he had visited. Having received such a question, Davy descended into memories. There were many stars in the purple night sky. Davy, being still very young, with a blush on his cheeks, asked in surprise who was the strongest. He asked this question as soon as he got there, and did it without thinking at all, which made everyone present turn to him angrily. A spark flashed between everyone who was there, which made the guy raise his eyebrows in surprise. Less than a minute later, a powerful splash and explosion of magical energy was heard, after which Davy left the memories, saying that he did not even want to remember this. From these memories he, shaking with fear, covered himself with a blanket, telling her to ask the answer from Davy of those times. The snowstorm passed, the sky became clear and clean, and a loud cry was heard in the forest, asking if the Overlord was really going to the exam site. The guy with the short haircut drew his eyebrows together and answered that this was not all. The people who were assigned to protect the students were not responding. Hearing this, Boris smashed the box in rage and screamed that he could not calm down in such a situation when he was asked to be quiet. Turning around, he screamed at his partner that the children were still in the forest, to which he replied that they needed to hurry up and think of something, but he was sorry. But all they could do now was hope and wait. Unable to restrain himself, the man with bulging veins all over his face screamed in rage. How could he say such a thing? His partner slapped his face with his hand, asking if he really meant to say that he had a way to save them, but he looked away. He was looking at the magical barrier and said that the barrier erected around the forest was not the work of a monster at all. Introducing the Knights of the Order, he explained that it was the work of a man, knights with whom they had shared joys and sorrows until now. The man with the long beard closed his eyes and added that their target was Lord Chandra. They must have done this with the help of strangers. He stood firmly in the snow, saying to himself that he remembered there was talk about a spy, but he could not believe that they decided to act at such an important time. Two people stood at the barrier, and the man said that first they needed to deal with this barrier. They needed to be careful, otherwise something could go wrong inside. But for now it was worth finding a way to restore the Lord's movements and rescue these knights and students from there. Boris, clenching his fist tightly, replied that he understood everything. Turning around, he began to leave, adding that he would work on his own, since the barrier was still in effect, which meant the spellcaster must be somewhere nearby. Grinding his teeth, the man added that he would catch and kill this bastard, because no one dared to harm his students, and he would not suffer a second defeat, so he promised that no one would suffer. His partner, pitifully knitting his eyebrows, looked after him. The next second, with a powerful energy push, Boris disappeared, and the man with a long beard replied that everything was fine, let him go. Looking at the same place, he exhaled heavily, asking how they were going to tame the Overlord with their excessive greed, if this only angered him. A massive tent was pitched nearby. Chandra is the Overlord, one of the kings of Pandora, who showed himself later than everyone else, and unlike the other kings, the roar of the lords of the earth was unexpectedly loud for someone who was constantly silent. Birds flew away from the branches in fear, rising to the sky. The Davis car furiously fired machine guns. The monsters running towards them with screams flew back. Alina, standing on a tree, coordinated with Davy, talking about the advance of the monsters. The guy sat on the Megatron, saying that it is worth making passages, like in a hive, simultaneously saying to himself that the second test is to catch blue trolls, mid-level monsters living at the beginning of the forest. The trolls ran furiously towards them, and the guy said to himself that their body and abilities are weaker than those of ordinary trolls, but because of their regeneration skills they are used to create healing potions. Ash and blood flew in all directions, and painful screams were heard. After some time, having filled the flask with troll blood, Davy said that it was time to end it. Alina, putting her hand on her hip, said that they still had half a day, after which she suggested that they get more points, to which he replied that there was no need to overwork themselves, because it was better to use this time to regain strength. Hearing this, the girl frowned in displeasure, saying that then the second test was over for them, but it should not have been so easy, to which Davy replied that he was sure that the others had a hard time, from which Alina, laughing, said that she could imagine it. At this time, Phil recovered his partner Lucia from a wave of blue trolls. Lowering her hand, the girl approached Davy, saying that his tracking skills were quite good, after which she asked if he had really hunted so much. So everything was so familiar, to which he, closing his bag, replied, "Of course, when you start for a month, you can learn even more." The bag disappeared from his hands, and he said to himself with a smile on his face that his first teacher in the Gallery of Heroes was the survival master Hercules. He then threw him into the forest. What else could he do? Davy remembered how he fought against wolves with a stick in his hands, like a man, in order to survive, and of course, in the end he had to adapt. He fried wolf meat on a fire and covered himself with their skin, while eating scorpion meat, no matter whether it was poisonous or not, because while he was alive, everything eaten would be his protein. Alina raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he really starved for a month, to which he, shaking his hands, replied that he did not want to remember it, so he just needed to forget about it. Hearing this, the girl raised an eyebrow and told him to just tell her since he had been in a coma for 6 years, then asked if he was in a different place and lied about being in a coma. Hearing this, Davy frowned in displeasure and asked himself why she was so smart at unnecessary moments, adding that this was why smart people irritated him, then again suggested ending this topic and going to the next place. Everything around was covered in snow, when suddenly a loud stomping sound was heard. A strange aura began to appear in the air. Raising her hands, the girl asked what it was, and Davy ordered her to stand. He suddenly waved his hand in front of her, seeing a powerful barrier. Frowning, Berserk said that this was very strange, and Davy asked if this was really a barrier. Looking at it, he added that for some reason it was familiar to him, but before he could finish speaking, Alina, looking back, tugged at his coat. Blood was flowing in their direction through the snow. When they reached the source, the guys saw the corpses of the knights, and Davy said that they had died quite recently. Getting up, he frowned with displeasure, asking himself how they had managed to gather all the knights and deal with them. Suddenly, his partner raised her hand and shouted loudly that there was a survivor. While she was distracted and shouting that the survivor was still breathing, he took out his blade. His blade quickly reached the girl's face, but at that very moment, Luna destroyed the attacker. Turning around, she exclaimed that it was a missile strike, a rather effective and powerful attack. Davy approached his frightened friend and said that it was stupid of them. After that, he exhaled heavily and said that he knew they were here, so they should go out right now. People with weapons were hiding behind the bushes and trees. Alina, frightened, knitted her eyebrows and said that this could not be, to which the guy, taking out a cube, told her to take the golem and find other students, because if the knights died, there is no guarantee that the students will be safe. Having said this, he hinted at their friends and partners. The girl jumped on Megatron, exclaiming that the guy should not get hurt, although this is impossible, and if it seems to him that it has become too dangerous, then he should run away. Hearing this, Davy frowned and asked if the princess herself was really saying this. After she left, people who were hiding appeared behind the guy, which made him turn around and with a smile on his face said that it was time to do some cleaning. Luna raised her eyebrows and asked permission to use the new equipment, to which the owner replied that she should do whatever she wants. As soon as he said this, a crowbar appeared in the air, which made him raise his eyebrows in surprise and asked what she was doing here, if this was really her weapon. The girl caught the crowbar and replied that it embodied the strongest weapon concepts from her master's memory and determined that the crowbar was the strongest. Berserk, hearing this, squinted and looked at the guy, who abruptly turned away from her, telling her not to look at him like that. At the same second, Luna rushed to attack. A powerful and bright explosion of magical energy was heard. Davy held his hand to the hostage's neck and ordered everyone to stop and not move. Everyone froze in place at the same second, and the guy continued to say that if anyone moved, he could not guarantee the safety of this bastard. The Cirque next to him asked if he really took a hostage, to which he replied that they needed to buy some time so that Alina could escape. Suddenly, Luna showed a thumbs up and said that she considered the new method of holding the enemy very effective, to which he replied that she should not do that. He held the hostage by the scruff of the neck, adding that they just needed to make sure of a few things, then asked if it was true that they were Alpha Squad Knights, to which the hostage asked in displeasure in response, did he really think that he would just go and tell him everything? Then Davy smiled ominously and laughed, and replied that at first everyone says that, but everyone has their own plans and self-respect, until they are beaten half to death. As soon as he said this, his form changed, turning into the true flame of Samodi. The hostage was engulfed in powerful flames, causing horror to appear in his eyes. Davy, with his arms folded across his chest, looked at the hostage, who screamed in horror, and the girl next to him said that this was the same skill he used on the vampire. Davy took a step forward and said that the hostage could resist, but the vampire did not approach for even 5 minutes, to which he immediately screamed that he would tell everything. Davy stretched out his hand and dispelled the fire, saying that he would ask again if they were the Alpha Squad Knights. At this point, he was already surrounded from all sides. While he was saying to himself that the Knights' opponents were monsters, not people, their goal was to protect the world from an unknown threat. Everyone present stared at him, not daring to move from their place. While Davy was saying to himself that after all, these guys were in front of him, there were 2 possible scenarios. Introducing the Knights Organization Tower, Davy said that there was a split within the organization, and the Knights were divided into 2 opposing sides, or they had a good reason to attack other Knights. In any case, he had to find out where they were from, whether they were from outside the organization or not. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the hostage shaking with horror and added that it could even be both of these options. But as soon as the man decided to tell everything, a low voice was heard that said, "It's not worth it," after which a cut appeared on Davy's face. A powerful magical attack cut the hostage's body into 2 pieces. Davy managed to jump away at the last moment. After that, he quickly raised his head. Not far in front of him, he saw a sword sparkling in the bright sun, whose owner said that they met in person for the first time. The man with long hair put the sword back in its sheath. Gear, smiling, added that it was time for the guy to stop running. Having said this, he turned to his subordinates and ordered everyone to retreat and act according to the plan. At the same second, everyone ran away, and Davy, kneeling, said that this only confirmed everything. Leaning on his hand, he wiped the blood from his face and quietly said that he believed that Alpha Squad was behind all of this. Hearing this, the man closed his eyes and asked if he really recognized him. Looking at the guy, he added that he could relax, because for now, he was in good standing. Extending his hand to his side, he invited him to join him. Luna suddenly stood in front of the owner, warning the enemy that if he came any closer, she would initiate the elimination protocol, to which Davy, smiling, offered to give the man a chance to explain everything. Hearing this, Gear exhaled heavily and praised him for sending Alina away, because she was talented, but her personality traits were not suitable for their purposes. The girl at this time quickly ran away on the Megatron. The Knight Captain turned around and asked the guy if he knew what part of these magical lands they were able to explore, to which he replied that as far as he knew, up to the central region. Then Gear looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said no, they couldn't even get there, because the further they went, the stronger the demons became. In the deeper parts, snow fell without stopping, and the man continued to say that Pandora was still a mysterious unknown place for them. All this time, he was only given the opportunity to hold back the entrance, and that at the cost of many knights' lives, but they were not even able to get upset with all the monsters. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Gear introduced the huge monster and said that on top of that, each region of Pandora had its own king, and the king of the central region was the Transcendental Shaner Minai, one of them. Turning completely towards the guy, he asked if he now understood that if this continued, the knights would never be able to conquer Pandora, and countless people would die, which was why they resorted to this method. Then Davy sighed in displeasure, asking why people would die because of some demonic monsters. They could reject humanity. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the knights suddenly asked why they didn't make them fight among themselves, as he would have done. Drawing the image of a huge monster in his mind again, he added that if they could subdue Shane or Minai, the king of demonic creatures, he would take care of everything else for them. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man continued to say that the knights would no longer have to die, and they would be able to take over all of Pandora. Hearing this, Davy folded his arms over his chest and asked if they really had a plan to subdue the Transcendent, to which he, lowering his hand, replied that of course they had already managed to control him to some extent, but they were still far from stable, of course, but they did not cross the line. Closing his eyes, he added that this was precisely why he was asking him to join him, because people would no longer have to make sacrifices. So he proposed that they rewrite the history of the knights together. Davy glared at his interlocutor, and asked if this was really why they had arranged the massacre. A magic sword appeared in his hand and he said that he wanted to clarify something. Raising his other hand, the boy reminded him with displeasure in his voice that the essence of the knight's rules is not to explore new lands or to conquer, but to protect humanity from unknown threats that may appear from those lands, and then asked since when the ancient oath was so desecrated. The knight's coat of arms shattered into pieces. Standing up, Davy smiled and said that from what he saw, everything had turned upside down, and then asked how one could think about the sacrifice of the fallen knights when he carved them with his own hands, and then asked if he was familiar with the concept of double standards. Then Deer took hold of the hilt of the shining sword and said that he was sorry, because he thought and hoped that he would understand his great goal. Suddenly, Davy raised his hand and explained that he would not kill him for this reason. Smiling broadly, he pointed at himself and explained that he had decided to attack him, and since he had drawn his sword in front of him, he would apologize for the sake of decency, and besides, the Transcendental belonged to him, so he could not even dream of having it in his hands. Hearing this, the man smiled and asked him. Pointing the sword at his opponent, he added, "Indeed, but nothing can be done, because he will die here and now," to which Davy ordered him to fight as if his life depended on it. Hearing this, the knight, closing his eyes, said that he thought that he was just a strange boy, but he wielded an unusual sword. When suddenly he lowered the sword, saying that he wanted to ask something before he died. Sheathing the sword, the captain asked if he was not curious about how they were able to subdue the Transcendental, to which the boy laughed. Suddenly, he sharply pointed the sword towards the opponent, answering that he already knew everything. Swinging his sword, Davy used Order Magic, Chapter 15, a revealing strike that cut through space and revealed Shreve to him. The guy looked at Davy in fear and asked how, to which he answered with an outstretched sword that he had told him from the very beginning that summoners were quite peculiar people, and the ability they used dulled the feeling of a creature, in case he didn't know. Smiling, he added that he guaranteed that their plan had failed from the start, because who knows, as he said this, a huge monster burst out of the ground with a loud cry. It was the powerful Shan Minai, and the guy added that he wanted to see how his opponent would cope with the Transcendental face to face. Blood suddenly spurted from Davy's mouth. The monster roared furiously, emitting powerful magical energy from itself. Next to him stood the imperturbable Trev. Stones fell from each other. Davy lay among them. Berserk turned around in fear and screamed, asking how this Transcendent was. But before she could, I must say, Davy interrupted her, saying that he was just a fake. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked back. Raising his head, the monster growled furiously. Davy rose to his feet, saying that he thought that if there was a Transcendent, it would be some kind of monster that gets stronger every year. But he didn't expect to see something like this here. Luna looked at the monster emotionlessly. Davy introduced Shane and said to himself that this monster was originally his redemption. Since he was not a human in this world, he thought that his monster couldn't exist here either. But now it had become real. Holding his hand to his mouth, he added that they had no choice but to accept it, because this monster was right in front of them. The huge monster Shan and Minai looked at them with burning eyes. Raising his head proudly, he continued to roar, and Davy said to himself that it seemed that only part of his physical body was able to manifest, and if his state was so apocalyptic, Then even without seeing his physical body, one could understand that he was simply at a catastrophic level of danger. Gaur suddenly saw a warm light emanating from Devi's hand and asked if this was holy power, adding that it was amazing that he was still alive after being hit by a transcendent. The guy smiled, answering that he assured him that he would regret it, adding that the monster's invulnerability was stupidly strong. Hearing this, the man raised his head and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. After that, he turned around and, leaving, ordered Trev to kill him, to which he, stretching out his hands, said that the order would be carried out. Turning around, Gaur finally said that he really thought highly of the prince, but he was sorry, because he left him no choice, and then said goodbye. He lowered his hands and said that he was just talking. While Luna was asking for permission to pursue the enemy, Devi turned around when he saw a bright light. His eyes suddenly showed shock. The monster was gathering an incredibly powerful charge of energy in its mouth. A few seconds later, a bright stream of magic shone in the sky. A powerful explosion created an incredibly bright flash. Trev covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the dust and flying particles. Frowning, he tried to see something. There were walls of ice around him. Blood suddenly dripped onto the ground, and Devi said that as expected, he was incredible. His left arm was torn off. Seeing this, Preserk raised her fists and screamed, asking why he did not block the attack with blue flag, to which he replied that not all forces are omnipotent. He really could have stopped the attack with blue flag, but if he did, he would have been left without mana and more. The girl held his cloak and excitedly called him, Dad. Devi looked at the huge monster in front of him, saying that he knew it was attacking, but once he realized it, it was too late, so what was the point of straining himself then? Frowning, the girl on his shoulder screamed, asking what they should do then, to which he replied with a stupid smile on his face, run away. A hole was left in the hill from the powerful flow of energy, and Devi added that he was just joking. Taking the sword in his hand, he added that he can't do that, because when else would he get such a chance? He was going to look for the Transcendent after Ilyena's exam, but even if it was part of his power, he had no reason to run away while it was right in front of him. With these thoughts, he smiled widely. Trev frowned and asked what was going on. Then Devi stuck out his index finger. Stretching out his hand, he replied, First of all, he was going to eat this Transcendent Shan. Clenching his hand into a fist, he rushed to attack, saying to himself that the only important thing that he learned from the King of Survival, there is nothing that a person cannot eat. With these thoughts, Devi hit the enemy with all his might. His burning sword flew next to him, sparkling in the sun. Having delivered another powerful attack to the city of the monster, the guy added, Here it is already a question whether the body can digest it. Falling down, Devi said to himself that even if this is only a part of his physical body, he is still a transcendent, and inside this body is stored the colossal power of Shander. The monster suddenly growled furiously. While he wondered if this is only a part of it, such a delicious thing right in front of him, did anyone really think that he would run away? A loud explosion was heard, and the prince suddenly asked himself, The Transcendent, the king of the central territory of Pandora, Shander will be a medicine or a poison for him. The wounds on the monster's neck quickly healed. Devi looked at him from the side and said that I know he ate before the fight, but it was still hard to fight him. When suddenly Trev spat some of his blood on his hand. Frowning, he looked at it. Devi, sitting on the ground, laughed, asking how the guy was feeling, adding that it seemed to him that it was also difficult, to which he replied that he simply missed the moment, and next time this will not happen again. Then the guy, closing his eyes, said that all this is nonsense, adding that he does not know if he is consuming black magic now, which means that in a few days it will be useless, because he replied that his black magic is strong. Raising his head to the huge monster, Devi said that I did not say that it is weak, this thing is just too strong. The monster raised its head to the sky, and the prince understood that this was his only chance, because while he was absorbing Trev's black magic, he could catch him and get rid of it. The guy, frightened, shuddered when his rival rose to his feet. Devi suddenly raised his hand sharply. He prayed to Freya, who watches over all creatures, and asked for the most effective buff, holy magic. After that, he borrowed some of Blue Flag's power, creating a magic sword. Trev nervously swallowed saliva, seeing this. when suddenly golden wings grew behind Davy, and he exclaimed that it was time to resolve this issue while he was good. Berserk, who was behind, looked at Davy, saying that she could not believe that she was hearing this prayer again. Flashing his wings, Davy smiled, saying that this was hardly comparable to Calderus. But then who cares? His eyes changed color, and he firmly said that he was ready. At that very moment, the monster attacked him with its huge paw. Davy blocked the attack with 2 swords. Bright lightning emanated from them, and the guy used a free combination technique. Suddenly smiling widely, he also used the divine sword combination and victorious swordsmanship. A bright flash blinded everyone around, and Davy used the last technique, double heavenly slash, which caused multiple cuts on the monster's neck. Trev opened his mouth in shock at what he saw. Davy soared into the air above his opponent's head. He was clutching a part of his opponent's body in his hand. Upon landing, he slid across the snow, saying that it smelled disgusting. Berserk appeared in front of him and asked if he was really going to absorb it, to which he frowned and answered yes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard behind him. Hearing a growl, the guy turned around. The monster opened its mouth and was about to fire the same beam that tore off his arm last time. A bright flash blinded everyone, and Berserk only managed to scream out her friend's name. A terrifyingly powerful stream of magical energy destroyed everything in its path. The guy fell to the floor, coughing up blood. Trev wiped it from his mouth, saying that he spent too much energy, and yet the mission was complete. His monster stood among the raised dust. Getting up, the guy added that they needed to join the others at the rally point. Davy said to himself that his life had always been quite simple. He just did what he was told. He had no other options, because he grew up constantly receiving orders. Trev took something out of his pocket. It was a small bottle that she gave him, but this situation was not easy for him. There was no emotion on his face. He did not stick to this job and killed his partner just to experience these emotions. Without thinking twice, the boy drank the contents of the potion. Suddenly, seeing Luna, Trev asked her what she was doing, because her master was dead, turned into dust. Hearing this, the girl turned to her opponent. Suddenly, she pointed her finger at the dust, saying that she denied this statement. Looking into the distance, she added that she was sure that Sir Davy was alive. Hearing this, Trev frowned and asked why she did nothing. Did she not hate him? Why didn't she try to kill him? Turning around, Luna answered that this was her master's business, and she believed that such an act would be above her authority. Having said this, she turned away again, and Trev asked himself why, if he was dead, or because she could not understand whether he was alive or dead. How childish. Thinking about this, he sat on the head of his monster. Looking at her for the last time, the guy said that everyone would die anyway, even them. After these words, there was a powerful push, from which even the snow began to fall from the branches. Shock appeared in Alina's eyes. She looked at the birds flying away from the trees and called out to her friend. Suddenly, someone approached her from the side, waving. It was Lindsay and the rest of her friends, who were happy to see her. The girl jumped down to them, saying that now is not the time, they should go, and she is very glad that everything is okay with them, to which they replied that this is exactly why they were all gathered here. Alina saw the ball in Alicia's hands and asked what it was, to which she pitifully knitted her eyebrows and replied that it was a communication sphere with Shio, and thanks to it they were able to receive a message from Master Boris. He told about the attack, so the test was suspended. Hearing this, Alina knitted her eyebrows in disappointment. One of the twins frowned and with shaking hands exclaimed that the Lord had begun to move, and Shio at that. But before she could finish speaking, she began to cry bitterly, and the princess began to calm her down, putting her hand on her shoulder. Alicia hugged her twin and said with a smile on her face that in any case there was still hope. If she was here, it meant that Sir Davy would soon join them. Then Alina said, looking at her comrades, that he remained there. While everyone looked at her with raised eyebrows in surprise, she said that they were attacked, and the senior knights were killed. All this meant only one thing: their fates were in their own hands. Raising her hand clenched into a fist, she said to herself that, judging by Davy's strength, he should not have any problems. But the situation is changing, considering that Shander has come into motion, even if he is now fighting the Lord. While the girl was thinking about this, someone suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder and shouted, asking why Davy was not here, after which he ordered her to call him. A boy named Demir, drenched in cold sweat, screamed at the top of his lungs that he was the only one who could protect them, because he was her protector. He turned to the boys and continued to scream, asking if they were crazy. Didn't they understand that all the elders had been killed, and he didn't want to die? Alina silently clenched her teeth. While Demir continued to scream, a staff whistled through the air. There was a dull sound of impact, and the girls opened their mouths and were surprised at the sight. The boy fell to the floor, and the man apologized to them. The girl bowed, saying that Demir was still green and inexperienced, and they shouldn't be too angry with him. The people surrounded the princess, whispering and asking what to do if Davy wasn't here. They continued to talk, and Alina bit her lip. Suddenly, she flashed her cloak and said that Davy had gone to fight the enemy, and even if it was the Overlord himself, they should coordinate, because it would not be that easy to get them. The girls' friends looked at her with smiles on their faces. Alina jumped on Megatron. Holding on to the massive sword, she shouted loudly that they would hold on by themselves until the masters arrived here. But as soon as she finished speaking, a man appeared behind her. Feeling the evil aura, the princess's eyes widened in shock. At the same second, a powerful explosion was heard. Gear immediately jumped back. Smiling, he said that everything was as he expected, after which he asked if this was another of Davy's apprentice golems. Alina stood on Megatron. The machine was enveloped in lightning, and the knight continued to say that he really made one recognize the talent of this boy, although he considered it regrettable. The survivors looked at the captain in fear and asked what he was doing, to which he replied that he seemed to have missed the opening. He looked at everyone with disdain in his eyes and said that they would be an important part of today's plan. They could calm down since they only needed a few people to participate. As he said this, his subordinates surrounded the boys. Alina, gritting her teeth, said that she was sure of Davy. But before she could finish, Gear said that her partner had already died from Lord Chandra. Looking at the girl, he added that he had already received a report that he had disappeared after his breath, and he was her only hope. Alicia stood behind and looked at the princess with concern. The surviving boys stared at the captain, not knowing what to think. Suddenly, the girl knitted her eyebrows and asked in fear if he had really killed the teachers, but he couldn't kill them either. Then the man stopped and said that he wanted to clarify something, and then asked if they, as knights of humanity, were willing to give themselves up for the sake of knightly honor. One of the twins raised her fist and exclaimed of course, because this place had become her home. Frowning, she suddenly shouted that this was wrong, adding that she did not understand why they killed the teachers and cornered them, and killed Davy. Gear turned to them and answered with a smile on his face that it was all for a purpose, because Lord Chandra was summoned by Knight Trev, and he thought that when this was over, he would become a special knight, so it would be great to call him Sir Trev. At this time, a monster with its master on its head was moving towards them, and the captain continued to say that the Lord would not be satisfied with his power alone, so they needed their help. They needed 5 people as sacrifices, and if they chose them, they would simply erase the memories of the others and leave them alive. The boys were frightened and chatted their teeth at what they heard. Suddenly, closing his eyes, Gear said that there was no need to be too angry, because their sacrifice would forever remain in people's memory, and he swears by his name, the name of Captain Gear. As he spoke, the brooch on Elena's chest caught fire, and she exclaimed, "What nonsense!" Suddenly, there was a strong explosion of magical energy, and she exclaimed, "The third rule of the Alpha Knight's linear force." The massive sword calderas appeared in her hands, and she continued to say that they had violated the most basic and important rule, their duty to protect them, since he dared to swear by his name, which was worth nothing. Frowning, the princess said in displeasure that they refused this disgusting proposal. Hearing this, the captain closed his eyes and said that he thought that she would not support them. It was a pity. After that, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to catch them all. The elders rushed to catch the surviving children, who began to run away in different directions. Hag, gritting his teeth, took out an axe. A fight ensued. Elena's massive sword cut his opponent. It shone brightly, leaving a trail of warm light behind it. With a circular motion, the princess killed 4 opponents at once. Blood sprayed in all directions. After finishing off the traitors, she lowered her weapon heavily. The captain, watching this, clapped and exclaimed that it was amazing, adding that he did not even think that she would last this long, after which he praised her for choosing to confront them instead of running away. Elena turned around. Gritting her teeth in rage, she said that he had made a huge mistake. Lowering his hands, the man asked what mistake, to which she, turning completely to him, explained that she never forgot what happened. Raising her sword, the girl exclaimed that she would definitely kill him. Hearing this, Gur proudly raised his head and said that he was looking forward to it. After saying these words, they rushed towards each other. Raising her weapon, Elena used a super heavy sword. A strong aura enveloped the blade of her sword. The princess jumped up and used a high mountain slash, dealing an incredibly heavy attack to her opponent. Gur blocked her attack, saying that he had heard that it was the best sword in the world, and it was truly unimaginable. Gritting her teeth, Elena ordered him to shut up. Suddenly, the captain said that she seemed to lack experience, after which his subordinate appeared in front of the girl. He extended his hands towards her, and Gur added that in a real fight, everything is not so simple. There was an explosion, and the princess was firmly grabbed by the shoulders. Elena was pressed to the ground. At the same moment, the captain pierced the girl's body with his sword. Blood flowed across the snow. Breathing heavily, the princess said with her last strength that she would definitely kill him, to which he replied that it would be nice. Raising his sword, he added that if she wanted to see that guy so much, he would send her to him. Suddenly, a girl in a white cloak appeared behind him and told him to wait. Coming closer, she said with a smile on her face that she was a descendant of a swordsman blessed by spirits, and among all of them, her blood was closest to him. Out of the corner of her eye, the unknown one looked at Elena, adding that she could become a wonderful dark knight. The captain turned to the girl and said, "So that's how it is," adding that if they kill the princess, they will lose about half of the ancient relic, but if they leave her alive, she can become a good assistant. Gathering her strength, Elena spat in his face, screaming for him to go to hell. Frowning, she looked at him, adding that Davy would definitely finish him off. Wiping her cheek, the captain said that she was hoping for someone who was already dead, too bad, to which she replied that he didn't even know what he was like. The princess smiled widely, adding that he was someone who, having fallen into hell, would get out of there without hesitation. Suddenly, the unknown person put her hand on the girl's head, causing her to scream in incredible pain. Her friends were kneeling and shouting her name with tears in their eyes. The captain suddenly said that he really needed the elementalist sisters, so they had to be brought back safe and sound, after which his subordinates brought the two twins. Gio lowered the corners of his lips and asked how Shauna was, to which his subordinate, appearing behind him, replied that several golems were blocking his movements. For Shauna this was no problem, but they themselves would not be able to deal with them. Hearing this, the man smiled, saying that even after death he was in their way, and indeed, this guy was terrifying until the very end. Shining snowflakes fluttered in the wind. At this time, Luna was sitting in the same place, waiting for her master. The girls sat quietly in the dust. Suddenly, she rested her hand on her knee. Rising, blades appeared in her hands. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared not far in front of her. The image of Davy began to slowly appear, and Golem said that a massive burst of energy 10 times greater than the previous one was recorded. Even more, it is impossible to measure. Sir Davy's survival abilities are determined to be significant. Hair appeared from the bright light. A few seconds later, Davy's body was completely formed. The cube in his hand began to dissolve, and the guy said that he succeeded. Stretching, he added how good it was that he decided to do this at the most opportune time. Otherwise there would be problems if he became an order of magnitude younger in appearance. To which Luna, coming closer, replied that she did not understand, because the analysis shows that nothing would change even if he began to look younger. Also according to her data, he has a fairly good appearance of a middle-aged man. Hearing this, Davy frowned and exhaling heavily, asked why she needed such knowledge. Suddenly, the guy was knocked off his feet by something small at great speed. Presurk squeezed his cheeks and screamed that she was very worried about him, adding that she thought she would die, to which he quietly replied that she was already dead. Luna, with blades in her hands, silently looked at the master. Suddenly, she lowered her gaze, saying that she determined Sir Davy's confidence as significant. Pointing her finger at him, she added that, however, some things are determined by a small enough amount, to which he, frowning with displeasure, asked if she knew that this was comparable to harassment. Covering her eyes with her hands, Galam added that she was detecting the infection of the system with a dangerous virus through vision sensors, so her demands were to immediately change his appearance. But that he, turning away, said okay. Stretching out his hand, Davy used the seventh circle of spatial magic, and said that he did not know if it would work. Stretching out his hand, he opened a pocket dimension, and with a smile on his face said that he had something left even here. Putting on his pants, Davy added that it was quite ironic, but he lost almost all of the space. A few minutes later, a black cloak opened in the wind. Davy was greedily drinking something from a small bottle, and Berserk asked him what he was drinking. Licking his lips, the guy answered that it was an elixir. Seeing that the guy was enveloped in a bright glow, the girl raised her fists and screamed, asking what it was, to which he stretched out his hand and replied that he did not know, because he received it as a gift. Then he stuck his head back into the spatial pocket, and said that he needed to see what else was here. When suddenly he took out a huge sacred spear Longinus, exclaiming, "Here it is." There was a bright red stone in the center of the spear, and the information window said that the state of this weapon was awakened. It was in the form of a shape memorizing transforming spear. The current shape was a cross. The material was 100% solar steel, and it was detailed that this was a weapon created by a great divine blacksmith for his close friend. It took 500 years to create it. And Davy's disciple successfully improved it, but it did not have a personality. But there were three forms: the Holy Cross, the Death Spear, and the Green Dragon Naginata. It also had eternal indestructibility, and each form had a unique ability. After reading this, Davy smiled contentedly, and said that his main form was the Holy Cross. It also strengthened his holy power, and it was excellent. Luna looked at the shiny tip, surprised, saying that she could not recognize the metal from which this spear was forged, so she asked for more information, to which the boy explained that it was made of solar steel, a metal 5 times more conductive than orichalcum and second in strength and flexibility after adamantium. And it seemed that Astrius had left him an excellent gift. Then the prince introduced the great emperor who conquered an entire continent, and said to himself that his specialty was the spear. He was a great master who knew how to handle any kind of spear, even the most diverse. Magic energy emanated from his spear. He suddenly looked at his hand in surprise and said that an incredible amount of mana was flowing through his body. Revealing a magical seal in front of him, Davy added, "And this is only with the 9th rank of holy power." His death energy and mana reached the 8th circle, and with the increase in mana, his innate circles began to slowly move and create rings. Magic symbols floated through the air. Clenching his hand into a fist, the prince said that it meant they were not completely lost. As soon as he said this, his spear was enveloped in a bright light. A second later, it changed its form into a small bamboo stick, and the guy said with a smile on his face, as expected from the best death spear. Luna, standing still, looked at the owner and said that the transcendent Shaunar and the princess had engaged in combat. Contact was also detected, multiple injuries were recorded, but everyone was alive. She saw how Alina was tortured and reported that she had suffered significant damage. In addition, another person was injured. There were many silhouettes of people in her eyes, and the girl continued to say that a large number of casualties were expected in the near future, to which Davy said that trouble was coming, after which he praised her for her good work. Luna raised her head. Looking at the brightly shining sun in the sky, Davy said that he would take care of the rest, but he had a task for her. He glanced at the golem out of the corner of his eye and ordered her to protect the students until he arrived. After saying this, he took off with a powerful push. Having risen high into the sky, Davy exclaimed that he didn't even need to use flight. He laughed, but added that breathing at such a height was not so easy, and Berserk, folding her arms on her chest, said that monkeys and idiots like to climb higher. Looking around, the guy said that they needed to check their target. After these words, he ordered the sacred spear Longinus to use the ability of the second form, which is why it glowed. The weapon rose higher, shrouded in bright lightning, and Davy used the maximum spear of death. Berserk looked at the crackling weapon and asked what the hell it was, to which her friend replied that this was its strongest form. Putting his hand to his forehead, he added that they needed to take a closer look at where he was hiding. Suddenly, his eyes spotted a huge monster, and he exclaimed that he found it. Raising his hand, Davy smiled and said, "One hit on him, and another on him." He swung his arm and exclaimed that it was time to begin. After these words, the prince waved his hand, launching the spear. Shan immediately saw a bright light. The spear pierced the monster, leaving behind a bright magical trace. A bright flash of light filled everything within a radius of several kilometers. The traitor knights felt an insanely powerful energy. Gear stood heavily on his feet, holding on to his weapon. Suddenly, horror appeared in his eyes from what he saw. In the sky, he saw Shan pierce through and asked what it was. The spear continued to pierce the flesh of a huge monster. Lightning enveloped him. A second later, the powerful weapon pierced the monster through and through, breaking the ground beneath it. An insanely powerful explosion was heard, and Davy, looking at it from the air, said that it was wonderful. Smiling widely, he asked Cirque what she thought about it. Frowning tensely, the girl replied that it was cool. After that, he landed on the ground at lightning speed, saying that he had only been gone for a minute, and they had already done such a thing. The twins, seeing their comrade, screamed his name, and the traitors gritted their teeth. Seeing the broken Megatron, the guy asked what happened to him. Luna suddenly appeared next to him, and he asked her about the state of the Decepticon squad, but she answered that 3 out of 5 were out of order. Looking away, she added that the analysis showed that manual restoration was necessary. Megatron and Sniper were significantly damaged, but could still work, to which the owner replied that they did quite well, considering that they had fought with Shan, after which he asked if they could be returned to service. Trev was lying next to the broken machine, and Luna replied that she would use the younger one, who could move, and she could do the rest herself. After that, she flew away, and Davy, looking after her, responded with gratitude. Suddenly, he heard a familiar and very irritated voice, which made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. Turning around, he saw the captain, who frowned angrily and asked how he survived. Then the boy pointed his finger at the broken machines and asked if he knew how much they were worth, adding that he should pay him well. Hearing this, Gear excitedly swallowed his saliva. Alicia, clasping her hands with tears in her eyes, screamed the name of the savior, and Hag next to her happily shouted that he was still alive. The knight did not take his eyes off the boy, saying that he did not understand, because he received a report that he was wiped off the face of the earth by Shander's breath, to which he, spreading his arms, thanked him. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that thanks to this, he was able to recover most of his strength. Hearing this, the captain frowned in rage. Then suddenly the prince disappeared. At gigantic speed, he appeared in front of the enemy and used quiet cold wind and divine steps. The captain's eyes showed fear. He was thrown into the mountain by a powerful impact. All of his subordinates were terrified, not daring to move from their spot. Blood spurted out from Gear's mouth. Davy took out a sword from his pocket space. The swords that were lying on the ground suddenly trembled. The traitor knights watched as the weapons rose into the sky, and their blades were pulled out of their sheaths by themselves. Davy raised his hand, and with it, the swords rose. A bright flash flashed in the sky. The swords were enveloped in bright magical energy, and Davy said that it was time to listen to the weather forecast for today. The traitor knights raised their heads in fear, while the guy continued to say that today would be a rainstorm most of the time, so they should expect it to start raining in the next few hours. He put his hands behind his back, with a wide smile on his face, used the dark magic sword technique at burst, and then said that they could try to dodge. After saying that, Davy used the 1000-petalchi sword form, and the swords fell on the traitors. They pierced them many times. The twins sat aside, watching this horror. Berserk, with his arms folded, asked if this was dark magic, to which the prince, smiling, replied that she could consider it a killing technique when patience runs out. The snow was stained with pools of blood, and swords were sticking out of the ground. The captain, who was driven into the rock, could not get up. A ray of bright sunlight glinted on the blade of the sword. Deer raised his head with the last of his strength and asked who he was, to which Davy, with his hand on his hip, replied, "A student he already knows." He looked at him with raised eyebrows, to which he shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. Veins stood out on his face in rage and he screamed at the top of his lungs, asking how a boy who was not even 20 years old could achieve such a level of skill that many did not even dare to dream of. The captain clawed at the ground through his gloves and said that it was a mistake to accept him as a knight. Hearing this, Davy smiled and said that he should think the opposite, then asked if it was not wiser to choose him instead of that semi-transcendent to take over the Pandora region. After saying this, he looked at the monster killed by his spear. After that, a sword appeared in the boy's hand and he said to himself that he thought his opponent understood everything after seeing what had happened, but it was too late to regret it. The captain bowed his head. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his mouth. Raising his head, he asked if he had defeated Shan, to which Davy, looking away, asked if he really could not find anything better for his last words. Hearing this, the man frowned in displeasure and asked what he had just said. But before he could finish speaking, a sword blade struck his neck. Davy looked at the traitor with contempt in her eyes. Priest sat on his shoulder and asked if he had a reason for all this, but still made a stupid choice, after which she asked the guy if he thought he would have acted differently if he had known there was another way. Davy kept his eyes on the dead opponent, answering that fools do not learn from mistakes. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and the prince added, yes, but they could have managed to completely take control of Chandra. Although the likelihood of this is extremely small, if he had not been here, this situation could have become a night's story when they were defeated inside Pandora. Saying this, he looked at the high mountains, finishing, albeit with immoral methods. The most important thing is that Gear failed, and whatever his reasons, he does not want to understand them. Thinking about it, he looked back at his opponent. The sky turned pink, and the prince said that there is no grave without a story. A girl rushed towards Davy. The guy was surrounded by his friends, thanking him for saving them, and adding that they did not know what would have happened if it were not for him, when suddenly someone said that he seemed to have grown taller. Hearing this, Davy smiled widely and replied that he had just grown a little. Only Alicia was crying apart from everyone. She was sitting by Alina's dead body and asking her not to die. Davy turned towards her. The girl was wiping tears from her face, asking the guy what they should do, because this was done by a dark mage who then disappeared, adding that she looked alive. The prince stood in front of Alicia and asked her to step aside for a while. Berserk frowned pitifully and asked how she was, to which the guy said to himself, on the verge of life and death, fortunately, somehow holding on. He saw life energy in his friend's body and asked if they really tried to turn her into a dark knight while she was still alive, adding that only calderas should have been here. The brooch was lying nearby on the snow. Lindsay, raising her hand, worriedly asked what was wrong with Alina. Davy extended his hand towards his friend and asked everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, a black magic circle appeared under them, and the guy said that it was not too late. Everyone recoiled in fear from what they saw. They looked worriedly at the dark magic of Davy, who understood their feelings. After all, there is enough negative attitude towards this kind of magic in the world, but they are not fools to refuse this opportunity simply because of fear. With his eyes shining brightly, Davy extended his hand, saying that the power itself is not as scary as the person who uses it. The girls did not take their eyes off the savior. Davy continued to sit in front of Alina, adding that those who allow themselves to be mistaken in this will forever regret their ignorance. A bright light emanated from his hand, and he continued to say that just because they use the power of light does not mean they are good people. Drawing an image of the Death Mistress Ro in his mind, he added that one should not forget about the man who sacrificed himself to save millions of lives using the most terrible dark magic. Alicia suddenly approached him from the side and asked how he, who possessed the stigmata, controlled the mana of the undead, to which he, putting his hand to his chin, said that they should just believe him, as they usually do. The girl, with her eyebrows drawn together in excitement, did not take her eyes off him. Davy saw the life force of the princess, pulling her away with his hand. He said that raising the stakes is always fun, and added that she would be in incredible pain, so it's good that she was unconscious, and they were also lucky that there was no priest nearby. He imagined a powerful explosion and said that if he tried to save her with only light magic, Ileana would turn into a walking bomb, which would lead to quite unpleasant consequences, because the forces of light and darkness are directly opposite to each other, and neither is superior to the other. A few minutes later, he had a clot of dark energy in his hand, and the guy said that everything was ready, and when the girl rested, everything would be fine. Ileana slept soundly. Alicia rushed to hug the princess, and Davy said that he had enhanced her natural regenerative abilities, so she just needed to rest. After saying this, he began to leave. Suddenly, he sharply stretched out his hand and released lightning. A powerful energy explosion was heard. Everyone present fell to the ground with a loud scream. Lindsay covered her face with her hand. A spear appeared in Davy's hand and he said with a smile on his face that he needed to finish one thing. A huge monster suddenly burst out of the ground. The enraged monster quickly ran towards Davy with a loud roar. The frightened guy's face changed when he saw the transcendent. People ran back, shouting that it couldn't be simple regeneration since he had already recovered. When suddenly Davy ducked down, smiling and saying that Shander Mini had outstanding self-healing abilities. Looking at the monster, Davy thought that it was not for nothing that he was called a zombie dragon. Alicia covered the girl with her body. Turning away, Davy asked to take the island to a safe place. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Her gaze fell on the sparkling cane in the guy's hand. Davy pulled out the sacred spear, which had a third form. Ducking down, he told the monster that it was time to return the favor. People ran away in horror, shouting that they would be hurt. Davy smiled and said that he would try to finish quickly. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing bright mana. The monster and the boy glowed with the bright colors of their mana. The entire space was blinded, and Davy activated the azure darkness along with the planetary transcendental spear. The ground began to crumble and rocks rose up quickly. There was snow on the branches of the trees. The boy put his hand on the trunk and asked the leader Boris to take a look, because he thought he saw the students' tracks. The man smiled, shouting that they had finally found the way. Stretching his hand out to the side, the leader ordered the first and seventh groups to search everything as quickly as possible, the second group to find the students and protect them, and the rest would help him with Shander. A man suddenly approached him and said that for the seal to disappear so suddenly, it was incredible, so Boris must be careful. The leader raised his head up. He looked at the bright beam of light, thinking that this was only possible thanks to the strange pillar of light in the sky. His eyebrows suddenly frowned. Carefully descending the slope, Boris wondered what was going on there. The guy suddenly pointed back and shouted loudly that they had found the children. He asked if they could stand while the leader, with wide eyes, looked ahead in bewilderment. Seeing a bright light in front of him behind the rocks, he asked what it was. Dust rose from the rocks. Someone reported that the missing students had been found and asked his comrade to answer. Boris picked up the communication device and reported that the situation had been resolved. His comrades jumped up from the table and asked what it meant and what had happened to Shander and Gear. The man smiled, not knowing what to answer him. The master leaned on the rock and said that they were finished. A beam of light was visible in the sky. The members of the order asked how this was possible, because these people were very strong, and asked their comrade to explain everything. There was a huge crater on the ground. The mentor said that they should see it with their own eyes. A green beam rushed into the clouds. There were traces of blood on the ground, and someone complained of pain. Berserk brought her hands to her comrade and said that she knew he had overdone it. The demon queen realized that he had not managed to restore all his strength while sitting on the ground. Davy replied that he had restored about half. Davy smiled widely and declared that it was worth it. Light particles flickered around the giant bones. A status window suddenly appeared in front of the boy. The system reported that the user had successfully evolved and accepted the power of the savior. A smirk appeared on his face, and the girl concluded that the princess's father had actually raised a fool. There was a high cliff nearby. The woman said that her friend's father always looked like he was ready to do anything to find out his place in the hierarchy. Trev lowered his head. All of Gear's followers except him were destroyed, and the situation was resolved after Shander's death. The priests approached the boy. Although the members of the order suffered heavy losses, all the students except one were saved. Shio's face was covered with a rag. Lucia cried in grief. The prince thought that the knights would now be in his debt. People carried the bodies of the dead. The mage understood that such a situation could not be resolved by some ordinary student. The light came on in the room. Alina opened her eyes. Sitting next to her, the Lord was glad when she woke up. Davy asked her how she was feeling. The girl got up from the pillow and replied that she felt terrible. The sun was shining on the fortress. The woman asked where they were. Davy replied that they were at the knight's headquarters. The princess covered her face with her hand and asked who Gear thought he was to think he could kill him. The guy crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at her hands, the swordswoman asked if it was really him who cured her, and told her about how she felt a strange energy in her body. The young man asked her to rest for a couple more days. Alina extended her hand to him. The girl hugged her comrade. She cried and said that she was very glad that he was okay. There was a houseplant in the corner. The woman explained that she was very worried, despite his strength. The prince looked down when the swordswoman admitted that she was very worried about him. Remembering how lightning flashed around the dragon, the mage realized that the transcendental was an unusual creature and thought about how he couldn't defeat this remnant of Shander even with his power. The lord closed his eyes and called his friend by name. The princess smiled. Devi frowned and asked why she continued to behave like this, although so much time had passed since her training. A scream was heard from the windows of the knight's headquarters when Devi said that his ally needed to learn the basics again. Alina threw him a displeased look. The guy called her too talkative for someone who almost died. The young man opened the door, and the girl asked where he was going. The prince replied that he needed to go back because everything was already over. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and asked what that meant. The mage smiled widely and realized that the rumors had not yet reached her. The lord looked back and reported that he had killed Shander. The princess frowned tensely and said that it couldn't be true. The swordswoman raised her eyebrows in shock when she heard that Shio had died. In the memory, she raised her hands in fear. Sitting on the bed, Alina asked if it was true. Devi explained that it was already late when she got there. Berserk, standing on his shoulder, asked if he didn't have a chance to do something. Devi denied it. Clouds floated outside the window. The boy told him that he could have saved him if he had sacrificed a couple of years of his life, and the only unique opportunity. In the memory, the member of the order raised his staff in front of him. The young man realized that he did not have bad feelings towards him, but he was not sad about his death either, although it was still a rather sad outcome. The prince crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was going to return to the lands of Hines and asked his friend not to come to the kingdom of Ran. The girl asked what it was about. Smiling, the magician reminded her that she needed to recover first and warned that there would be a little disorder in the kingdom of Ran. The woman frowned questioningly. The lord explained that if the princess of the empire decided to stay there of her own free will, people would start spreading rumors. The swordwoman froze on the bed. Devi thought that several secret cases were currently being investigated in the kingdom of Ran that were related to vampires. Devi imagined a crowd of goblins walking along the gorge and remembered that there were cases when children were reported missing from orphanages and monster attacks in the lands of Hines. Alina sat on her knees. The guy realized that he shouldn't have dragged her into this from the very beginning. Looking out the window, the young man decided that this would be enough and was indignant at having waited so long. Birds flew over the order. The prince realized that this would be the last drop of attention he would give to the king. The girl grabbed her friend by the sleeve. The woman approached him and said thank you. Looking down, she asked him to be careful and said that she would have nightmares if something happened to him. The mage looked at her tensely. A smile appeared on his face. The lord thanked his ally. They were standing in the corner of the room. In the meeting room of the Alpha Squad, they were discussing the true identity of the Devi. The man raised his hand and said that this man, being the prince of the kingdom of Ran, was in a coma for a long time and that he had a stigma. People sat at the table and wondered if Devi was a gift from heaven or a bad omen. Smiling, Celia suggested thinking positively and said that Devi was definitely on their side. The third leader leaned on his arm and agreed with him and stated that they had other problems, such as people trying to wipe them off the face of the earth. Sitting opposite him, the elementalist confirmed this. The knight asked if they should not focus on finding the traitors who were in league with Gear. There was a flag hanging on the wall. The warrior deduced that their opponent knew the Alpha Squad well and could counter them. Sitting at the long table, the members of the order were convinced of this. Turning his head, the master promised to investigate and suggested that Trev would be able to give them answers. The dark mage was sitting behind bars. The sorceress looked up and stated that they needed to find out all the information they could. Mana glowed around the boy. The girl said that his help in this matter was irreplaceable, so they should think about a reward and a title for him. The man raised his hand and asked where he was now. The woman replied that the student was resting in the dorm. Suddenly, a member of the order burst into the room and shouted that he had an urgent message. The knight opened his mouth wide and asked what had happened. The warrior picked up the folded paper and reported that the prince had fled, leaving behind only this letter. The mentor unfolded the letter. Everyone wanted to know what was written there. Celia opened the paper and read that the Lord had withdrawn his application to join the Wandering Knights. Standing next to her, the member of the order concluded that this was indeed an amazing student. The moon shone over the lands of Hines. The subordinates entered Davy's office. Vespos and Amy stood waiting for instructions. Davy clasped his hands. The boy smiled and explained that he was thinking about finishing one thing. The Oberate Chamberlain frowned and asked what it was about. The boy stated that they knew it very well. Luna raised an eyebrow. The prince said that he thought that what had been done would be enough for the time being, but they had a new opportunity. The stars were shining above the palace. The magician said that they must restore the lands of Hines. Amado's mouth opened in surprise when the Lord asked him to go to a certain place and meet with some people there. Davy smiled and remembered that his subordinate was quite a coward, as before. Jack approached him and reported that he had completed the order. The spy looked down and said that the missing and kidnapped people were seen in the kingdom of Bultais, in the mountains of the county of Varit. Davy raised an eyebrow and asked if there was more specific information. The dark elf replied that this was all they could find out, and explained that it was beyond his capabilities. The men in robes approached the man. The secret agent added that among the bodies found were completely drained of blood. The guy leaned on his hand and concluded that they really did not live up to expectations. The captain of the vigilantes asked what was going on there. Smiling, the young man said that now was the time to solve the problem, not look for the truth, and asked Jack to continue collecting information. His cloak flew into the air. The prince said that he would go to the palace. Lightning flashed in the room. The man asked if he could use the mana gate. The magician replied that he would figure it out. A bright light enveloped his legs. Putting his hand in his pocket, the Lord asked his subordinates to act according to the instructions and suggested that it would take them some time. The warrior opened his mouth in fear. Davy promised to return soon. His body evaporated. Looking at the spark, the spy wondered where he learned to do this. Moonlight illuminated the palace of the Ron Kingdom. The heroes walked along the corridor. Davy smiled and said that his friends should have stayed there. Luna replied that she would always follow only him. Golem looked back. The guy asked her not to make noise. The guys met with the servants of the palace. The doors of the office were closed. The young man asked his subordinates to open them. The butler replied that he could not burst in there without an invitation at such a late hour. The prince lowered his head and gave the order to open the doors. A wave of dark energy fell on the servants. They seemed to shrink in size under its pressure. A voice came from behind the closed doors, asking the servants to do what they were asked. The light from the office illuminated the mage's face. The doors opened. Creons was sitting on the bed. The mage knelt before him. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Lord closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. The king replied that everything was fine and asked him to do without these formalities. Davy stated that this was the only way to show respect for a vassal. The ruler scratched his beard and explained that it was not necessary because he was his son. Sitting on the bed, the monarch remembered that the prince had recently visited the Renaissance Empire. Davy confirmed this and told him that he was invited to a party in honor of Princess Aria's coming of age. Creons assumed that they had met Callus. The boy looked down and said that he would not deny it. The man put his hand to his head and wished that Callus would grow up at least a little. The young man frowned and assumed that his father wanted to know the reason for his visit at such a late hour and without an invitation. The king pursed his lips tensely. The prince gave him a stern look. The ruler tapped his finger on the bed. The monarch frowned sternly and asked when this would finally stop. Looking at his son, Creons admitted that he would not be able to live long. Lowering his head, the man asked to do him one last favor. Davy frowned, mentally repeating his father's words. He then clenched his fist, wondering where he got that from. Davy stepped forward, asking for permission to say something, and the king allowed his son to speak. The boys called at the king, stating that he had not yet fully repaid his sins, and he should not have thought that he could escape it and die in peace. The prince's face was filled with disdain, as he added that his father could not die without his consent, or else he would resurrect him. The man stood up, calling his son's name, but Davy reminded him that he was the one who brought the kingdom to this state, ruined his mother, and neglected his son. The anger on the boy's face grew, and he rudely accused the king of trying to escape. The man hung his head, as his son thought that he could not die until he cleaned up the mess he had made. The king cowered under his son's gaze, admitting that he had heard of the events in the Chinese Empire, adding that he had grown into a fine man despite not being a father to him. Reminiscing about the past, Creons noted that Davy had excellent judgment and the determination of a ruler. Rising to his feet, the man continued that there was more. Grabbing his son's hands, the king recalled that the hero had received the divine stigmata, and with his extraordinary knowledge of medicine, had accomplished the feat of curing the princess's illness, which led to the Chinese Empire showing him friendliness. Squeezing the prince's fingers tighter, the man added that if he wished to take his place, it was his. The youth looked away, and when his father warned that those who took the path of a king could not decide everything for themselves, which included him, he replied that this was just an excuse. The king clenched his teeth, gathering his thoughts. He lowered his head and said that the king had too many people to protect. Glancing at the candelabra by the window, the man asked his son if he even knew how many people lived in this country, and he himself answered that no less than 5 million, not even 20 or thousands, but 5 million. Did he even know what that meant? Horror was reflected on the king's face. He muttered that just one decision of the ruler determined the lives of these 5 million people. Trembling, the man added that this was precisely why the king could not do careless things. That was why sometimes he had to ignore things. Davy found that his father, when he suggested pouring out all his grievances on him, added that if he inherited his position, he could die with a smile on his face. Davy narrowed his eyes and turned to His Highness. Tearing his hand from his father, the prince declared that this would never happen, and reminded him that he had told him so from the very beginning. The king fell to his knees in front of his son. He froze in shock when the young man demanded to be given the title of investigator. Turning to leave, the hero promised to deal with the noble faction, and the king called him by name. Throwing a cold glance at his father, the boy suggested that there was something else he didn't know. The man's mouth opened in surprise when Davy told him that the Duco family had long been collaborating with vampires. They captured people and handed them over as victims. Did the ruler know about this? The father made an attempt to stand up. While the prince continued that the first was Queen Lin's, she may not have known it herself, but the vampires support her. Frowning, the young man added that Kalas also caused a lot of trouble, and the king still says that his duty is to simply observe, and this is the way of the ruler of the country. The man's eyes widened as his son asked him if the king ignored the lives of thousands to save 5 million. Creons was visibly shaking when Davy declared that he would not allow his younger brother Varys to inherit a kingdom filled with such fools, even if it cost him his life. The king clenched his fists when the boy asked that if he had made a decision, he should send a royal decree to the lands of Haines, and that he should try not to interfere anymore. Sweat was pouring down the man's face when his son demanded that if he wanted to end this with the help of the Chinese Empire, then he should give in. That would not solve the problem, but would only allow those fools to lie low. Looking around the room, Davy clarified if the king really thought that he would leave things as they were, he would deal with this, even if he had to go against the royal nobility, and his interlocutor shouted his name again. Turning his back to his father, Davy declared that if he said what he said then he did it. The man looked ahead in confusion when the prince added that his son was Davy Orond. Luna sat on the window and swung her legs. The homunculus looked down boredly, while Davy thought that the one who would finish this would not be King Creans or Marquis Fellatres, who had overcome the prestige of the nobility. But he? When the owner appeared, the girl went down to him, while he himself remembered that this was the reason he had regained his strength. Already at home, Davy wondered if his father had really decided to convince himself that he could not defeat his persistence. Looking at the sheet of parchment, the prince remembered that a week after his declaration of war, he had been granted the title of investigator. Whatever the connection between the youth's mother, King Creans and Queen Lin's in the past, the current nobility had already crossed all boundaries. When the hero clutched the scroll in his hand, when Preserk said that they had no choice but to use a cruel method, to which he replied that if she thought about what he had heard, then he could not ignore this truth. The boy sat down at his desk, adding that it was all a crime anyway, and at that time, Having just received the title of investigator, he went in search of the royal knights. About 50 knights were hired to help Davy. Maybe they were not at the level of a sword expert, but they were enough. Soon the prince and his men arrived at the part of the mansion of Duke Bariat on the mountainside in the territory of Boltius. The knights burst through the gates with a kick, asking if anyone was home. The local officials fell to their knees before His Highness, greeting him. The young man immediately headed to an abandoned warehouse, accompanied by one of the locals. They entered the dark room, and the man explained that it was originally supposed to be used to store supplies that would be delivered from the Duke's territory. But since there were no supplies, the warehouse was now empty. With a false smile, the official asked what brought His Highness to their backwater, and then asked what he himself thought. Under the confused look of the interlocutor, the hero pulled out a blue blade and reminded that he had spread the news that he was now the chief investigator, so it seemed to him that they knew everything. With the wave of the blade, the guy destroyed the magical barrier, and he smiled contentedly. Behind the illusion was a staircase to the basement, and Davy commented that a good barrier was put up, but they should have at least found out who they were meeting. Davy snapped his fingers, casting protective magic on the knights accompanying him, explaining that, most likely, the people inside had already noticed that the barrier was broken. The knights straightened up, and when His Highness ordered that the rescue of the survivors be prioritized, they reported their readiness. The prince stood with his back to the official, wondering out loud what to do with him, since he was sure that he knew about what was happening down there. The man's face turned gray with fear when he was accused of lying, and loudly suggested that he be executed for his sin. The young man turned to him with a smile, and said that they had agreed, although it seemed that the official was counting on something else. Davy removed the head from the shoulders of the deceiver with one wave of the red ribbon. Blood slid down the blade, and the boy noticed that the man himself asked for it. There was nothing to be done. The head rolled back, and Davy asked not to worry. Looking at the spreading pool of blood, the prince noticed that he had not even started yet. The vampires flew to the pavement. The knights came out to His Highness and reported that they had found survivors. Their number was around 30 people. He ordered them to be moved to the temple and use purification magic, and he would cover the expenses. The communication ball lit up in the hands of the young man, and Luna said that she was ready for the report. He asked how much damage there was. Watching the burning barn, the homunculus replied that the damage was insignificant. The rescued huddled together, and the girl reported that they managed to save many women, and soon she would send them to the order. The hero praised her for her excellent work, and, adding that they had sorted out the last shelter, said that she could return. The vampires scratched the cobblestone with their claws and showered curses in the direction of the guy. Grinning, they threatened that the Great One would tear the worthless man to shreds. Davy frowned when he realized that they had only captured 2 lesser vampires, to which the Demon Queen suggested that there were probably no higher-ranking vampires here or that they had already escaped. Remembering the incident with the Viscount, the prince supposed that even if they tried to extract information from them, there would be difficulties. The monsters' faces lengthened in surprise when the youth stated that it was natural for vampires to hunt humans, so he would forgive them both. The hero smiled slyly, and when the vampires asked for their release in such a case, he stated that he did not even know what his dear daughter would say about this. The trusty red ribbon appeared in the boy's hands while the villains could not understand what was being said. With one swing of his sword, Davy destroyed the vampires. Their faces were reflected on the blade as the prince faked lamentation that his dear red ribbon could not forgive them. As he walked away, the boy ordered their bodies to be collected and their heads to be taken to the capital for all to see, while the little girl asked if she had done a good job. Some of the knights even gulped when the hero added that he would also write about all the crimes on their naked bodies for everyone to see. Considering that they were used to living as they pleased, such an event would clearly not bring them joy. The moons were rising in the sky when the boy decided that since they had started this whole mess, why not lure the rest of the vermin out of their hiding places? The vampires' heads dangled from their noises while the crowd chanted for the second prince to be punished by heaven. The protesting crowd came out to the castle, demanding his execution. The plate broke into little pieces, curses were heard. Callus slammed his fist on the table, screaming how dare these pathetic humans demand his execution. Pressing his palm to his forehead, the prince blamed it all on Face. As the vampire stood there, thoughtfully rubbing his fingers under his nose, the youth shouted that if he had been more careful and not acted openly, this would not have happened. Smirking, the villain noted that it seemed that Davy was well aware of how the nobility made money. Becoming furious, the monster added that it was he who wanted to tear off his limbs more than anyone else and suck all the blood until he was completely satiated. The prince looked at his ally skeptically. The vampire bowed to the youth when he asked what he intended to do, and replied that, of course, they should show the place to those who did not know him. Flashing his eyes, the villain declared that the games were over. The scoundrel watched his ally with irritation. On the floor among the shards lay a withered rose. At this time, in the secret meeting place of the aristocrats, the topic of vampires was raised. One of the rich men rose from his chair, loudly asking how such absurdity had been going on behind their backs all this time. Duke Bariata looked darkly at his teacup, realizing that it had all leaked out in the end. The Duke was smart enough. The unknown man recently seen with Callus, an extraordinary creature who did not bother to hide his energy, unlike the servant who was next to his daughter. He had long realized that this creature was a vampire, but did nothing because he was on the side of the second prince, and the problem with the creature's hunger only played into his hands, because the disappearance of several people would not cause any problems, especially considering the stunning power of the new ally. But this was nothing more than an investment. And in the future, if the crown prince was not Callus, but Davy, there would be no problems as long as they could use the powers of vampire. But now the relationship between the crown and the aristocracy had reached the point of no return. The Duke put his cup down on the saucer and asked what had happened. Had they chickened out? Looking around at everyone present, the man reminded them that they had taken part in a great plan, and they thought they could walk away from the crown simply because they abandoned the plan. Interlocking his fingers, the Duke continued that they were simply doing what they had to do, and if they understood that war was on the horizon and it was inevitable, then they had to prepare and ensure victory for themselves. Count Born stood up when he was asked to report on the progress of the supply of troops. The man reported that the supply of troops with a large batch of weapons had been successfully completed, new dwarven goods. The other nobles were puzzled as the Count continued that it seemed the merchants were in dire need of money. The prices of the goods were greatly reduced, so they bought everything. The Duke inquired where they got it. His face fell in surprise when the speaker replied that in the lands of Haines, and added that Prince Davy was a fool. The weapons he had produced would be used against himself. The leader of the conspirators jumped up and loudly asked about the purchases, to which the Baron replied that there was no need to worry. They were much stronger and sharper than ordinary steel swords. The man pressed his fingers to his forehead as the speaker finished, that thanks to this they were able to complete all the preparations. He could not believe that Prince Davy had made such a mistake. His eyes widened in fear as he came to the thought that it would look like they were helping the rebellion from behind the scenes. The Duke, cowering in fear, realized that this was a trap, and the others began to worry about his well-being. Gritting his teeth, the villain was sure that it was a trap, but there was one thing. Looking at the faces of his allies in confusion, the Duke could not think of what they could do in this situation. Ever since the book fell into the hands of Marquis Feltrise, a civil war was inevitable. Clenching his fists, the man was forced to mentally admit that absolutely everything depended on how it went, including who would survive. A month later, the sparks of war turned into flames at the very moment when Duke Bariat and the aristocrats began an uprising. The rebels had 3 armies. A sword master and vampires who helped the aristocracy were also present among them. A huge number of people were involved, for half of the country's military power was concentrated in the hands of the Duke. In addition, the crown's side had only 10,000 soldiers and the Marquis of Feltrise, although the soldiers who had barely crossed the threshold of adulthood were furious at the alliance of the aristocracy and vampires. The royal side was in a losing situation. The speaker came to His Highness's tent and announced that the preparations were complete. Buckling his armor, Davy replied that it was excellent. He turned confidently towards the exit, at least that was how the situation seemed. Coming out of the tent, the prince suggested that they should go to war. 500 soldiers had been sent to the territory of Haines. Only 500 soldiers fought in the war against 10,000, and many were called up because they worked as sentries while the territory was being developed. And these new soldiers, looking at the lord of the lands of Davy, understood that they knew nothing about him except that he was a prince who did not show himself in public. The young man took a deep breath. With a serious face, he greeted everyone. Looking at the ranks of fighters, the hero expressed confidence that many of them were dissatisfied with the ruler, that they believed that he had neglected the territory. But despite this, he was grateful that they had gathered here today. The boy continued his speech, explaining that the country was currently in a situation where the noble faction that was sucking the life out of the country had rebelled. There were about 30,000 of them, one sword master, and a couple of mosquitoes. Lowering his head, Davy admitted that even now they were using their power to make the innocent citizens into a shield that would allow them to enter the palace. The soldiers' faces darkened as His Highness continued that he knew that they were thinking right now, like, why would they fight for a royal family that had done nothing for them? And why would they risk their lives for something like that? The soldier closest to the stage shouted out, by these speeches, they were indebted to the prince and were ready to follow him anywhere. The others picked up on this too, shouting that if the saint told them to die, they would jump into fire after him. He could use their power as he pleased, and in general, their lives belonged to the saint. The young man was even confused and asked who had said the last phrase. These religious fanatics were scary, and he had not even gone through the official ceremony. Leaning his palms on the railing, the hero objected that he was sure that some of them thought so anyway. But the crowd began to object, and he simply asked them to agree with his speeches. The warriors' faces were now shining with pride, and the guy added that regardless of their faith, he would not force them anyway, but he wanted to clarify one thing. Clenching his fist, Davy explained that they were not here to save the kingdom. He admitted that he hated the royals and would be glad to see them overthrown, but that did not mean that the prince could leave the kingdom to them. Leaning forward, the young man added that they were taking up arms for themselves now. Straightening up, the hero concluded that this civil war was for themselves and for the protection of their families. For himself, the boy admitted that for him, this was a war for the well-being of the civilians and Varys, who would later become king, and also for the end of such an unpleasant relationship. The soldiers struck the ground with their spears, and under this noise Davy made a promise. Looking confidently at their faces, Davy reminded them that they were all part of the Haynes family, therefore, he, the lord of this land, would protect them. Raising his clenched fist, the prince declared that all they needed to do was move forward. He thought that from the beginning he did not believe that protecting the kingdom required such great sacrifices. Looking at his warriors, the young man realized that this was all just a big play. The soldiers raised their spears when Davy gave the order to grab their weapons, because soon they would begin the purge. It was a deep night above the fortress of Mount Verbius. It was a fortress leading to the largest road between the capital of the Wrong Kingdom and the Barrier Tachi. Its gigantic walls were more than 30 meters high and more than 10 meters wide. It existed even before the establishment of the Wrong Kingdom. And this fortress was even called invincible because not once did the invaders manage to pass through it. Someone spat on the stone floor, cursing at the nobles. Covering his face with his hands, a young man asked how he got here, and another man asked where he was from. The guy answered that he was dragged here from the lands of Rus. Another one echoed that he was taken from the lands of Eros, to which the answer was that it was simply a disgrace. These crazy bastards dragged people from everywhere, until it turned out that almost everyone present was dragged from the other end of the country. The guy covered his face with his hands and said that he did not want to protect these bloodsuckers for the rest of his life, to which he was asked what they could do if the guys who did not follow orders were often killed. The guards discussed how they would live on. They heard that the royal family had already betrayed the palace and fled, but this sounded logical, because there were 3 times more enemies. One of the guards remembered seeing a couple of nobles who began to celebrate their victory in advance, and the native of Rus called it madness, who could even get through these walls. The fortress's only weakness was the central gate, but it would take 50 mages to cast third circle magic and break the protective spell, and then the soldiers would have to beat the gate all day to break it. The boy threw his spear, complaining about his life. The senior guard asked what he would do if someone saw, but then he turned around at a strange sound. The others began to ask what happened, but he decided that he imagined it. Still seething with anger, the rebel expressed the hope that someone would be able to destroy this gate, and then he could just run away. With a smile, Davy suggested that he do so. The guards turned around abruptly, and Davy stood in front of them. The prince smiled amiably, and when asked who he was, noted that everyone was working hard. It seemed as if the wind blew through the ranks of the guards, but the next moment, the one thirsting for freedom found himself outside the fortress. He fearfully touched the ground with his hands, trying to understand how he got here. The young man calmly jumped down. While the local guards could not understand how he jumped so easily from a great height, the hero headed to the gate, declaring that he was almost ready. Raising his blue blade, the guy said that they say a real man does not look back at explosions. With one blow of the sword, Davy cut through the wall, and it noisily flew into pieces. The approach of troops was visible through the hole. The prince smiled contentedly. At the moment when panic began, his fighters rushed to attack. The guards of the fortress were shocked that the fortress wall was destroyed. Pointing his finger forward, the young man shouted that their target was the noble commanders. He will not forgive those who will rob the innocent or mock the wounded. Activating holy magic of the 8th level, the hero ordered these idiots to show what real fear is. God's protection covered the soldiers with a wave of the guy's hand. The army, chanting a call for the saint, moved inside. Because the enemy was confident in the inviolability of the wall, there were only 5,000 soldiers behind it guarding the fortress on Mount Verbius, and it was easily captured, since the bulk of the soldiers that were there were forcibly called for service. Thus, the invincible fortress fell in just a few hours. The soldiers inside the fortress rejoiced. One of the knights said enthusiastically that His Highness the Prince had indeed done it. The boy looked at the note in his hand, which said that since they had broken through the walls, they could return. The man knelt down in a pleading gesture and asked for mercy. Davy folded his hands on his rudi and addressed Count Ritos, saying that he had received money from secretly selling the kingdom's military equipment and used the power of Duke Bariet to hide it, and due to lack of funds, he had imposed a heavy burden on the citizens, to which the man immediately exclaimed that he had committed a sin worthy of death. Davy summoned a sword and said that since this was so, Count Ritos was worth dying, which greatly moved the accused. The man sat on his horse and thought about how no matter how logically they thought about this battle, there was no hope of winning anyway. He remembered Duke Bariet, and although the warriors predicted that the nobles would revolt, surprisingly, the fact that Prince Davy had fanned the flames was upsetting. He looked at the back of the prince, who was demanding the next defendant, still mentally amazed at how amazing it was to achieve such a result with only 500 soldiers of the land of Haines. Davy narrowed his eyes and looked at the marquee of failed trees. He began to shout that he would surrender if only he was given some right, but the prince told him to shut up and hit him, to which the knight, watching this scene, could not decide whether it was okay to leave him like this. About a day and a half passed, and in such a short time half of the fortress protecting the duchy of Bariet fell. The knight approached the standing man and called him, but he seemed not to hear. The air was filled with the address to the marquis again. A heavy palm slammed down on the table, and an angry voice asked how such a thing was even possible. Duke Bariet jumped up from the table and asked his subordinates what they had done that 5 fortresses were conquered by 500 soldiers in 4 days. One of the nobles thoughtfully said that they had underestimated the prince's divinity, because if not that, then what had helped him? Duke Bariet grabbed his head and thought that this was their usual way of thinking. He remembered that in the past, the high-ranking holy powers of a priest were on par with the magic of a great mage, and someone could say that this was the reason for the fall of the fortress of Verbat, but he did not understand how to explain the speed of the soldiers. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the conference room, shouting about an emergency. The nobles heard that one of their last shields of the fortress on Mount Jalus had fallen, and the men immediately began to exclaim that it was impossible. Duke Bariet gritted his teeth in anger, listening to how since it had come to this, it would be better if they were attacked. Suddenly, Marquis and I rose from the table and said that he would try to stop them. The nobles heard that although Prince Davy's strength was beyond their expectations, the Marquis was also a master of the sword, so he would not fall so easily, so while he stopped him, the rest should head to the royal palace, and if they used the remaining route, they should get there without much trouble. Prince Callus also decided to go with the Marquis. He was looking forward to killing Davy with his own hands, but Duke Bariette immediately demanded that the prince stop. He sighed heavily, collecting his thoughts. The man glanced sideways and asked if he should do something too. Standing by the closet was Face, who had been told that if he had any guilt, he should speak up. The vampire's eyes flashed scarlet when he heard that all of this had happened because he had asked for help. Face smirked. Suddenly, he reached out a clawed hand towards Duke Bariette. He grabbed the man as the others immediately began to scream in outrage and fear. The vampire lifted the Duke by the neck, and soldiers immediately gathered around him, cursing. The nobles drew their blades, asking what Face was doing and if he would betray them. Prince Callus immediately perked up and demanded that the vampire let go of the Duke. The man fell to the floor and immediately grabbed his throat, trying to cough when he heard that he had not realized that the vampire was not his subordinate. Duke Bariette cursed, to which he heard that humans should not be arrogant. Face gave off an ominous aura as he spoke about how nobles had no power to command him, and the only one who could offer him anything was Prince Callus. The prince swallowed hard when he heard that they should wait for good news, because the vampire decided to deal with Dave himself. Only a black haze of power remained from the man when he said at last that he should be well rewarded when he returned. Another sword took its place in the box, which turned out to be the last one for the day. The knights said that they collected all the weapons of the captured enemies, as ordered by the prince, to which he praised his subordinate and promised to deal with the rest. Dave smiled contentedly, since if he sold everything, he could get double the profit, which was about what he expected when he learned that the B-rank weapons were sold to the Duchy of Bariette. He looked at the tall stack of weapon boxes and said that making money was easy, and thought to himself that this battle, which was embarrassing to even call a war, went very well. Berserk, looming behind the boy, reminded him that these guys were not that stupid and they would want to stop him and head for the palace, especially that vampire. Davy thought of the people entangled in the web, and then said that they were cunning and liked to play with the weaknesses of their opponents. He looked at his hand, explaining that he still had half of his mana and holy power left, and after reincarnation he had no control over their use. But now he had a chance to test his limit. Berserk wondered if everything would be okay, to which the prince just looked at her, muttering that it should be so. He took a step forward, noticing that he thought they had reached their limit too. Marquis Enya and Face appeared on the road. The Marquis turned to Davy and said that he would not go any further, to which the boy asked him if he had forgotten to add the title. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if the prince expected respect and loyalty from someone who was part of a rebellion. Davy smiled and said that his opponent was wasting his talent because this nation no longer had any swordsmen, and it was not like those fearful nobles were a group of people who did bad things. Marquis Enya interrupted him, clenched his fists in anger, and said that a knight is one who simply follows the orders of his master, to which the prince replied that this did not mean that he should go down the wrong path. The Marquis narrowed his eyes and said that he simply accepted the authority over him as a given. Davy looked at him indifferently and asked if he would have said that if he had been born a commoner. Davy heard that it would have been like that even if he had been born a slave, so he would have adapted to this world anyway. Davy looked at his opponent carefully and thought that this was the problem, as Marquis Enya was a strong representative of the belief in the rules, and on the one hand, he was someone who had unwavering faith, and on the other, he still joined the Duke of Brienne, which meant that his thoughts were in line with what the nobility claimed. At that moment, the boy heard a demand to stop talking, and he immediately turned to the source of the noise. The vampire was sitting on a hill, when the prince recognized him as the one they called Face or something like that. He smiled, answering that this was the first meeting, since he was so fearless in interrupting someone else's conversation, to which the prince noted that his new enemy definitely had skills, at which point Face smirked, telling him to continue being so arrogant. He jumped to his feet, and a ball of power glowed above him, as the vampire shouted that he would soon burn the prince's nest to the ground. The castle froze and falls calm. Winry was looking out the window. Suddenly, Jules called out to her, asking if she was worried. The girl smiled and said that she was, because her brother always overexerts himself, even though she understands that he is not as weak as before. She still could not stop worrying, which worried Jules. He offered her his arm and let her walk, because he thought that maybe she would feel better if she moved. The room sounded that, besides, if Davy found out that she was so worried, he would be upset. Suddenly, at that moment, an explosion was heard in the room. Red beams attacked Winry, frozen in fear. One of the towers of the castle burst into flames from the fire that swallowed it after the explosion. Davy, standing in front of his opponents, assumed that the vampire did something to the lands of Hines. He smiled contentedly, and said that he just wanted to make the guy feel what it felt like to be angry with the nobility. The prince heard that he shouldn't think that their previous actions were done at the limit of their strength, to which Davy didn't even raise an eyebrow, saying that taking control of the minds of 5,000 monsters and sending them to the lands of Hines was a joke. Davy smiled widely, explaining that it didn't matter anyway, because it wasn't him who suffered all this time, but the rebellious nobles. The prince's opponent heard that after they stupidly fell into all his traps, they still thought that the leading role was theirs. Davy folded his arms over his chest and remembered the red-haired vampire, calling her a pro at running, and then asked if she told Face what he said about stepping on someone else's territory without permission, there would be no end of trouble. The vampire took a step forward. The next moment, the earth rose from his strength as he decided to attack first. The vampire smirked, saying that the only one here was the prince getting it all wrong. At that moment, the maid ran through the castle while Face said that his opponent actually thought that one high elf could stop 5 high-ranking vampires. Yuria raised her head in surprise, her hair flying in the wind as she looked at the smoke coming from the castle tower. Another explosion was heard. The fire did not subside as Davy and Face clashed in the duel. The vampire grabbed the prince's weapon, screaming that he couldn't wait to break his bones and suck all the blood out of the people he cared about right before his eyes. Davy just smirked, calling his enemy a name. A blue glow spread out from the boy's blade. A wave of power threw the vampire back, causing him to cling to the ground. Face looked at the enemy carefully and asked why he was so calm, after which he heard that he was wrong about 2 things. Davy threw the weapon over his shoulder and arrogantly said that firstly, it was not he who would die here, but the vampire. The prince intercepted the shaft of the weapon more comfortably, after which he asked Face about who of his subordinates he thought would meet his vampires since he was really interested. Davy chuckled, hearing that he was talking nonsense. Some time ago, Davy sat opposite Diorth, promising to tell him about his conditions. Then he was serious when he asked for a promise that this would not be a diplomatic deal between countries, but only between him and the emperor. Diorth heard that this would not cause political pressure or problems for their countries, so he decided to listen to the guy. Davy clenched his fists and asked to lend him the sword masters belonging to the empire. The moment the vampires attacked Winry, the men surrounded her to protect her. Jules and Winry looked at the late defenders in surprise. Swordmaster Rindy's Velos smiled awkwardly, saying that the old man was having fun because he was poisoned by the energy of this place. So he never thought that he would be lazy when it came to protecting the lands of their savior. The vampires in the room screamed angrily. Swordmaster Marquis Hashem reported that the remaining vampires had already been found and were being dealt with elsewhere. Jules heard with a puzzled expression that the swordmasters were starting the mission given to them by His Highness, so they should hurry. A bright beam of light flashed in the air when it was said that it was necessary to think about silver weapons and 10 warriors of the rank of swordmaster and above. Davy continued to deflect the vampire's attacks, saying that it sounded funny, which irritated his opponent. Marquis Enya attacked from behind the rinse. The space exploded once again. Davy appeared behind the Marquis, shouting that it was a good kill on his partner, thereby discouraging the man. Marquis Enya's sword almost pierced Face, who cursed because of this, ignoring his partner's apologies. Davy looked at them with a smile and said that vampires 3,000 years ago were worse than Face, although he only fought with their illusions, and he decided to just say it, since it seemed to him that he was misunderstood. The Marquis tried to calm the vampire down, but he was already cursing foul, and Davy thought that the best way to deal with a vampire is to irritate them so much that their movements become predictable. The prince grabbed the shaft more comfortably and demanded that the enemy attack. Another explosion from the blow was heard, and the vampire flew back. His cheek was swollen, and Davy thought that he was really good at using the tricks he learned from the sword god. The dust that rose into the air obscured his vision. Marquis Enya immediately rushed to the case, asking if he was okay. He looked at his fallen partner, saying that now is not the time and they need to work together, plus the vampire needs to calm down. But Face interrupted him, shouting that Enya is a pathetic human who has no right to call his name. The Marquis heard that he was interfering with the vampire, and he himself can do nothing but follow his movements. The man clenched his teeth in anger, and thought that he was ashamed of this too. He looked at Davy, around whom swords were flying, and muttered that he never thought that Prince Davy would be able to achieve such a level of swordsmanship. Davy heard his opponent's satisfied laughter. Face's eyes flashed crimson as he said that this was not what they were supposed to see. Marquis N felt a heavy aura as Face said that he would show his opponent the true power of a higher vampire, and why they should be feared. Face immediately pounced on Marquis N and bit into his neck. The man flinched, and a sharp fang sank into his flesh. He screamed in pain as the vampire sucked his blood. Davy turned away, cursing at having to witness such a vile act. Finally, Face threw his former partner's body away from him. He wiped the blood from his lips with pleasure, and said that the Marquis tasted terrible, but his power was wonderful. Rai pierced his body. His arms began to fill with lightning, and a pleasant feeling spread throughout his body. Wings burst out. Face's body was engulfed in white light, and he shouted that soon the prince would regret not stopping him earlier. Davy watched as his opponent laughed madly. He turned to Persek and explained that the vampire had decided to transform before his eyes to start a fight. He waved his hand, summoning his weapon. The guy attacked the vampire, saying that the best time to attack was when the enemy was transforming. The swords crashed into Face's body, throwing him back a considerable distance. Blood gushed out of the vampire's body. Davy did not wait long and rushed into the attack himself. With a satisfied smile, he shouted that he had no reason to sit and wait for his opponent to transform. Face, still falling, only managed to grunt in surprise. Davy hit the vampire, causing the space to explode. He took a step back, watching the situation through the raised dust. Davy wiped his sweat and noticed with satisfaction that Face had flown far away. Berserk awkwardly asked if the prince knew that waiting was a sign of respect, but he replied with a smug smile that he knew, so he didn't wait. Face sat on the ground, trying to cough, since one of the swords was still sticking out of his chest. He frowned with anger so much that the veins on his face bulged. Davy slowly approached him, saying that he was thinking about showing something more worthy than his transformation. Face smirked, reminding him that he was still impossible to kill. He looked at the blue sword, which was indeed strong, but it would not help get rid of the vampire's immortality. Condon squeaked that she could handle it, to which Davy then said that she was a good girl. Oni seemed to pout when Davy addressed the enemy with the fact that he underestimated Condon, although she had not done anything yet. Face grabbed the hilt of the sword when he heard that his strength and regeneration surprised the guy, but nothing more. It turned out that the prince did not care about invulnerability. He hung over the enemy, asking if he felt pain anyway. Face looked at Davy with fear. Davy understood the hand and used magic of the opposite properties. At that moment Face cursed, because he could not squeeze the sword out of himself. Suddenly, he felt Davy's hand on his head, and he used the holy magic of the 5th rank. Then followed by a holy shot, making the vampire writhe in pain. Black smoke separated from the man's head. Face's eyes were bloodshot. Davy did not wait long and used holy magic of the 6th rank on the enemy. The final blow was a holy shot, causing the surrounding space to shine. Davy shook the enemy by the clothes, realizing that he was not dead yet. Davy hit the man with Tier 7 holy magic, then used the sacred shot again. The ground cracked as the spell tear was raised to Tier 8. The vampire's body trembled in pain. He coughed heavily as Davy looked at him indifferently. Face laughed. His mad laughter could be heard from a long distance. He looked at the prince with madness in his eyes and asked if he was finished. Davy heard that he really thought that high-ranking holy magic could stop the transformation. The wings emerged from the vampire's body again when he noticed that the transformation was still ongoing. He looked at the boy, promising that when the transformation was over, he would be defeated. But Davy interrupted him, explaining that he was not done yet. Face fell back, confused by what his enemy had planned. The boy's body began to glow when he said that he still had something left. He increased the rank of the spell to the 9th, causing the vampire to beg for it to stop. A sphere of the great god, finger of God's spell was woven into the air, illuminating the opponents. It pierced the vampire. Light filled the entire surroundings. A great holy shot fell from the sky. The girl looked out the window at the sparkling light. It flooded the city streets, causing the townspeople to stop in surprise. A bright flash pierced the sky, after which the news of the defeat of Marquis Enya and the vampire face caused a great resonance in the rebel camp. After that, the royal army quickly united with Davy. On the other hand, most of the rebel troops were sent to the palace, so their lives were hanging by a thread. Due to the blockade from both sides, two outcomes awaited them, namely, capture or death. The palace of the Duchy of Brienne, which was the last base of the rebels, was blown up. An order was heard from one of the towers to report their arrival. A man knelt down in front of Duke Brienne and reported that the ducal mages were currently fighting the royal army, and it seemed that the enemies would soon break through to the main building. He stood up and shouted that they needed to leave immediately. Duke Brienne angrily asked where they were going. He turned around and started shouting that this land and kingdom was supposed to be his. Where could he even escape to? The man slammed the table, causing the warrior to fall over in fright. He grabbed his head. He thought that this battle was impossible to lose even without the power of the vampires, because they should have won without any problems with so many hired soldiers and military supplies. But because of one man, everything went to hell, and it was felt in the room. The ceiling in the hall began to collapse. Furniture was falling when a noise was heard from the corridor. Heavy footsteps were heard. A man entered the hall. He took a step forward. Davy looked at Duke Brienne in surprise and asked why he hadn't run away yet, when the man thought about how everything went down the drain because of the prince. The Duke sighed and turned to the guy. He lowered his head and sadly said that it would be better if he didn't come out of the coma. Davy folded his arms across his chest with a satisfied smile on his face, and said that this was indeed the Duke's last chance. He looked closely at the man and said that it was indeed a pity, but there was a proverb that spoke of the beauty of a flower. He reminded him that this flower did not bloom for more than 10 days, and power did not last for more than 10 years. The guy looked around the room, saying that it seemed that Duke Brienne was trying to send him to the lands of Hines, using his stigmata as an excuse, and wanted to put Callus on the throne, but he wondered how long it would last. Davy looked at the embarrassed Duke and said that he thought the man understood him, because all flowers fade with time. Davy smirked, expressing hope that the Duke valued his flower enough. The day he said that, perhaps it really could have been the day Prince Davy foresaw the future. The guy looked out the window. Callus angrily muttered his brother's name. He ran into the hall, drew his bowstring, and shouted that Davy should have remained useless until the very end. The main hero lazily turned to Callus and said that he would never learn, because this was not his fault, but Callus himself. Memories flooded the boy as he said that it was his brother's idiocy that had brought the kingdom to this state since that arrow was fired. He muttered that his brother had not changed at all, when a child peeked out from behind the door. He lunged at the main hero, blade raised. However, Davy twisted and struck the boy first, saying that his brothers would pay for all their sins. Callus continued to stand with his bow drawn. Duke Brienne's legs buckled. Davy stepped on his younger brother's back and said that he had failed even Benedict. He looked ahead indifferently, promising that the death of his conspirators would not be easy. Callus's hand was shaking. He demanded that Davy die, and at that moment the arrow fell. The deadly weapon was rushing towards Davy, wanting to kill him. He calmly looked back. The boy's lips stretched into a satisfied smile. The arrow immediately changed its direction and hit its owner in the eye. Callus heard Davy call him a name. He asked with a smirk if he still relied on objects because he could not aim properly. Davy looked at the bow and said that it was a waste, completely ignoring Callus's screams. The sun was setting. Clouds were gathering over the tower of the outer castle in the royal palace of Ron. Drops were running down the raised door of the dungeon. A woman was sitting on a bed and staring blankly out the window. Someone entered the room. The woman turned around, wanting to know who dared to enter. Her face twisted in pain, and she called the man's visit impudent behavior. Linz greeted his majesty. He looked at his queen with pain. Silence fell in the room. Linz sat up abruptly on the bed and, without giving the king a chance to say a word, began to scream that she did not want to hear anything, especially from him. She clutched the covers and said that if she had known that everything would turn out like this, she would never have fallen in love with him. His Majesty grabbed the hilt of his sword. He pulled out the weapon and apologized to his wife. The man said that Davy would bring her to the very bottom and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. He suggested that they leave together. Linz heard that they should leave and apologize to Alisad together. The woman grimaced. She jumped to her feet and began to scream that the king still did not understand that she hated both of them. She remembered Alisad and asked him if he understood what she felt when the girl drank the poison in front of her eyes, and did he really think that his anger had subsided. The man was wrong, because the queen still kept this anger and resentment in her heart. His Majesty heard the question about what could free Linz from these feelings. She jabbed her hand at her chest and continued to scream that the man who betrayed her and killed Alisad, as well as the ruler of the kingdom, could not do this. Her hands shook from the tension. She remembered the man who made her like this, her father. His Majesty watched the queen silently. The woman grinned. Suddenly, giggles began to burst from her chest. Finally, she burst into mad laughter. The man heard her screams about how she hated everyone. Linz took a step towards the king and began to say that she hated him for betraying and killing Alisad and her father, who brutally killed her mother right before her eyes. The woman decided that they had gone too far. Linz grabbed the weapon. Blood began to flow down her hands as she muttered that Alisad had paid that poison, and if her hatred, having lost its direction, had not wandered in search of a goal, then perhaps they could all live differently. Linz pointed the tip of the sword at her chest. His Majesty's hands trembled. Linz stabbed herself with the sword. The weapon fell to the floor with a clang. The first drops of blood fell to the floor. The women's legs gave way. The king held his wife's body as she said that she refused to apologize, because this world was like hell to her, and her only hope was her sons, whom she would probably soon lose. His Majesty heard that all this was because of his sins and karma, and Linz would be waiting for him in hell. The king shouted his wife's name. She died smiling, because her husband was not yet worthy of going there. A ringing silence reigned in the room. Drops rhythmically knocked on the window, foreshadowing a downpour. Thunder rang out. Finally, the sound of the rain drowned out the king's pain. The rebellion, which seemed to have shaken the country for years, ended with the capitulation of the remaining troops. Then most of the aristocrats who participated in the rebellion were caught by dissatisfied citizens, beaten, and then sent to the royal palace. But they left the fate of Duke Bariet, Prince Callus and Benedict to the royal court. Heart-rending screams were heard in the dungeons of the royal palace of Ram. Callus, standing behind the bars, shouted that he would kill Davy, to which the latter smiled and noted that his brother was quite energetic, despite the fact that he had been beaten on the way here. Callus grabbed the bars and demanded that the boys stop teasing him. Davy sighed in displeasure and said that his brother still did not understand the situation he was in. Callus heard that they would soon be sent as slaves to the mine, and he would never see the light of day again, while living in the mine until his death. He snorted, shouting that Davy should not be so naive, since this would not happen. Then he heard that there was already a royal order. The decision was made in court. Callus gripped the bars tighter as he listened to it state that Callus and all members of the royal nobility who had taken part in the rebellion would be stripped of their titles and wealth, and would be made slaves, and would be imprisoned in the Hauji mines for the rest of their lives. Davy smiled, asking if he needed to explain what Hauji was. He looked at Callus, who was angry, and noted that he had sent people there before because of personal grudges. Davy was not a fan of slavery, but he wanted to use it for revenge. Callus's heart sank as he heard that he was now a criminal who had started the rebellion. He echoed the words. He fell to his knees, realizing the situation. His hands clenched on the bars. Callus jumped up, asking hopefully if Davy was joking. At that moment, he remembered that they were brothers, to which Davy asked him again in surprise. Callus began to rage since he believed that this was not right, because they were really going to send him to Hauji. He began to shout that he was wrong, since he was very young. Davy watched in surprise as the traitor tried. He said that he did not know Callus, then turned around and left. A desperate cry of a prisoner was heard in the dungeon. Davy went down to the entrance of the fortress. Duke Bariata looked angrily at the prince and called his name. He took a step forward and congratulated the young man, admitting that the end had come, to which the young man said that the ending was easy. Smiling, the man said that everything was supposed to turn out this way. Davy looked at the Duke in confusion, and he explained that the only difference was that he was the winner, not the aristocracy, and one of the guards demanded that the prisoners shut up. But the boy raised his hand, saying that it was not necessary, after which the man continued that now it was time for the young. Looking solemnly at Davy, The scoundrel stated that he did not yet know this world. A kingdom that lost its leader would inevitably perish. The prince stood quietly and listened, while the duke suggested that he made soldiers out of commoners, using their dissatisfaction with the aristocracy, and explained that there was now a crack in the wall between the people and the nobility. The young man folded his arms and snorted as the nobleman remembered that his father had done the same thing when he was younger, and that was when he came to stop him and protect the country. Looking at the hero with irritation, the leader of the aristocrats expressed the hope that now the interlocutor understood why the nobility was born as nobility, and the commoners were born as commoners. Standing in front of the winner, the scoundrel continued to crucify himself, that this was why the class system was created and was still maintained despite the existence of God, and this was the real reason for what had happened. Putting his hand in his pocket, Davy chuckled. With a smirk, he expressed his confidence that the old sword master thought the same thing. Glancing at the burning torch, the prince asked the duke to listen, and explained that he was not defending the country, but his fortune and the position he had received at birth. The young man slapped the prisoner on the shoulder, and explained that it might seem that the roots of the monarchy are simple. Passing by the duke, the hero added that if it goes too far, Turney will come, and called him Hitler's son. When the man looked at the boy in confusion, he replied that he would never know who this terrible man was. The guards took the criminal away. Under the tree, Marquis Feltrise was waiting for Davy. He took a step towards Davy and greeted him. Under the old man's confused look, the prince began to say that he thought he would be happy when he took revenge. Then he smiled and added that he was really happy. The Marquis looked at His Highness in surprise when he asked. He did not expect him to say that everything was in vain. Some time after getting into the gallery, Hercules, the king of survival, began to instruct the young man. It was his training that helped him survive this hell. The thought that he still had unfinished business, if he could live again, if I really got the power, then this training was nothing. Of course, a lot of time had passed since then, but this way Davy was able to pull himself together. Standing under the gust of wind, the boy admitted that he knew that he should not have done such a thing. The old man looked at Davy and objected that his decision was correct. After all, they crossed the line, and the country suffered for many years. The prince looked at the interlocutor, and was surprised when he added that no one would dare to judge him for him. Berserk stroked the young man's cheek and praised him, which made him smile happily. Looking at the clear sky, the hero admitted that he was glad to hear that the Marquis thought so. The king welcomed his son into his chambers. Looking at his father sitting on the bed, the boy called him the son of the kingdom. Creans lowered his gaze. He already knew that everything was over. Davy did not immediately look up, even when he heard his name again. He did not even move when he heard that his stepmother, the queen, was dead. The demon queen pressed her palms to her chest and noted, "So this is how things turned out." The prince scratched the back of his head and asked how His Majesty expected him to react. Covering his face with his hand, the young man admitted that he hated Callus, Benedict, and Queen Linz more than anything else in the world. The king's expression darkened even more when his son expressed confidence that he knew who was next. Pressing his hand to his chest, the hero asked how he should accept this, and the man replied that he could only send her to rest. But his interlocutor reminded him that he was not interested in His Majesty's past. The father clasped his fingers together and argued that he had to do it, even though the queen's actions were not good, to which the boy shouted that he should have begged him to discuss everything. Clenching his fists, Davy added that his patience was not so great as to listen to the old man's excuses, and he explained that it was a promise he made to Davy's own mother. This is the only promise that Queen Linz kept in such a situation. The prince clenched his fingers tighter when his father asked to end everything on this note. Berserk took the youth by the collar. She thought that perhaps there was no parent who would go against their child, but there was also no child who could forcibly distance themselves from their parents. Looking at the king with sadness, the demoness could not choose between them. For a while, there was silence in the chambers. Who was right? Davy clenched his teeth and announced that Varys would become the new crown prince. The king looked up at his son, trying to interrupt him, but he firmly continued that it would not happen now, because he wanted his father to deal with the current problem. The boy pointed his fingers at the old man, and again interrupted his attempts to object, demanding that he not even dare to run away from problems, justifying himself with his poisoned body. Stretching his palm to his father, Davy used the highest healing on him. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and the prince gave him 10 years. Looking sternly at the king, the young man ordered him to take care of the kingdom and prepare the foundation in the allotted time so that Varus could ascend the throne with dignity. And then he embarked on the path of a wise and great king. Putting his hands in his pockets, the young man ordered his brother to prepare such a foundation so that he could calmly take the throne and be approved. Guiltily looking at his son, Creans asked if this was his revenge, to which the hero replied that as long as his father remained intact. The boy grabbed the door handle and threatened that if something like this happened again, he would not complicate things. The king looked at Davy in shock when he asked him to make sure that he did not cause problems for his fourth son. As he walked out the door, the prince thought that these were his duties and obligations as the first prince of the kingdom. A shameless conclusion, but on that day, as the crown prince, he officially declared his rights and power. The escape plan was perfect. The lands of Haines were attacked while Davy was dealing with the rebellion. Walking through the streets with Amy, the boy thought that since everything was prepared in advance, there were no problems, and he noted out loud that, fortunately, everything looked pretty good. The Emperor's sword master with weapons made of real silver, Deus Ex Machina, that is, his living golem Luna, a squad of Decepticons and a lady disguised as a servant, they made a good military force. Of course, some aspects could not be ignored, but in general, in the end, all the vampires were either killed or fled, so the hero praised his men for their good work. Shaking the boy's hand, Valos countered that they were simply following orders. Davy's eyes widened when the knight said that, in fact, he had dreamed of meeting him before. The man pressed his palm to his chest and admitted that he wanted to express his gratitude to Davy, because he cured the princess of an illness that could have tormented her until death. His Highness's eyes reflected in comprehension, even when the interlocutor expressed the hope of thanking him, so Purser quietly whispered that this man was the knight of the princess whom he cured, and the prince remembered something like that. Looking at the satisfied smile of the one thanking him, the young man thought that he was quite loyal. It would be nice if he had more such guys in his lands. The Demon Queen looked at her partner indignantly, and reminded him that there were enough talented people on the land of Hines, and he replied that he knew. Jules raised his finger up, and said that everyone knew about the heroic deeds of Sir Boris in his youth, and he was one of those talents. Having sat down on the sofa opposite, Davy admitted that he did not expect that the subject of the discussion was so popular, to which the mage's apprentice replied that it seemed that the interlocutor was not educated enough in such things. Putting his palm to his head, the guy admitted that the meeting could have gone more naturally with his participation, but he had to be in the Red Tower. But Winry assured him that he was very polite. Under the giggles of his younger sister, Davy looked away, and upon the praise noted that receiving words of gratitude from a person he knew was a little unusual. His smile became nervous when the demoness quietly asked if the heroes of the gallery who taught him weren't even more popular, and he didn't even know what to answer. It was hard to call them exceptional heroes of the era. They were more like the old senile people living next door, although of course it didn't reflect their age. The door to the room opened. Golda approached the gentleman, and informed the benefactor that all the construction work was finished, and he would no longer have to work in the bedroom, and Davy praised him for his quick work. Getting to his feet, the prince said that now it was necessary to focus on the territory, and the dwarf asked if His Highness would like to check the construction of the houses of the locals. Jules and the princess looked at the young man in surprise when he was happy that he would finally be able to use it. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, while his sister tried to find out what exactly he wanted to use. The guy showed a magic crystal made from the red moon by human hands. Water flowed down like a waterfall, moving behind her brother through the underground territory of the city. When reclarified when he planned everything, to which he replied that everything had been in his head for a long time. Davy smiled proudly and said that the lands of Haines were currently underdeveloped to govern, but they had an abundance of food and resources, food, clothing, and a home, so he decided to create a living environment with the 3 elements necessary for human life. The princess looked at her reflection in the water as her brother expressed his belief that the most important part of all of the above was water. The public wells that the locals used were often polluted, causing many diseases, which is why the prince thought of such a water structure. The young man's guests opened their mouths in surprise. They saw a magic circle. Jules ran his fingers along the wall and admitted that he had never seen anything like it. The magic circle in a square seemed amazing to him. The young man said that the elder Golda was responsible for the fragments. The magician's apprentice turned around and expressed doubt that it was possible to govern all of this. The mage explained that there were over 500 magic circles here, and that it would take a good investment to control them all, to which the hero explained that the activation period could last up to 6 months depending on the effectiveness of the magic circle. Putting his palm to the wall, the guy added that half of these circles were interacting with magic, so he didn't need 500 energy sources at once. With a satisfied smile, Davy finished at the place where all the processes were carried out, here, in the control room. Letting the guests inside, the prince announced that this was the system capable of controlling the magic circles. The young man activated the system. While he muttered that he was slightly disappointed, Jules eagerly asked what they would be shown now. Turning to the guests, the hero asked them to take a few steps back, and they obeyed. There was a crackle of magic. Water splashed. The magician's apprentice watched the children running around the fountain. Both he and Princess Winry were in deep shock. Confusedly looking ahead, the girl muttered that, of course, she knew that her brother was amazing, but was such a thing even possible? The magician's apprentice remembered the stones sealed in the subspace, as well as the 8 circles, and admitted to Miss Winry that Sir Davy was the greatest magician on the continent. They both sighed, and at that moment a voice from behind noted that they seemed to have seen something amazing underground. Amy approached the prince's guests and offered them tea. As Jules sipped the drink from his cup, he noticed that the maid seemed to have been with Sir Davy the longest, and asked if he had always been like that. Remembering the shocking first meeting, when the young prince had rejoiced in the sun, the girl admitted that he had. She smiled and added so that the gentleman knew. The children were running around the square, and looking at them, the maid admitted that all the prince's deeds brought only benefit to society, so she was sure that everything would be fine in the future too. The wizard's apprentice looked at the maid with surprise, and she added that, in addition, His Highness always showed some interesting things. Smiling sincerely, the girl admitted that it was much more convenient to trust him in everything he did than to give away that she was the prince's #1 retinue member. The prince's guests looked at the glowing girl in confusion. Water flowed from the tap, and everyone around was surprised at what it was. The crowd that had gathered around first assumed that it was a mana reservoir, then they found it surprising that the water was warm. They were also surprised that the water came without a well, if you turned the handle, and it was clean, without any dirt. Amy announced with a smile that His Highness would install these in every home. The common people opened their mouths. They could not believe that they would also have clean water in their homes, and thought that they were seeing a miracle. One of the spectators rubbed his chin with his fingers, and assumed that since only the highest aristocrats used it, it would not be free. He expressed confidence that the Lord would ask for a high price. But the maid, raising her finger, said that the installation would be free, but to prevent them from using too much water, they would need to pay 10 silvers a month, which shocked the crowd. Folding her palms, the girl conveyed to the residents the words of His Highness that the standard of living would be raised, so let them work harder. None of the townspeople understood what this meant. Straightening a stack of papers, the prince announced that this would solve the problem with the irrigation system. Bernil looked at the confident prince and noticed that quite a lot of the budget had been spent. Such a project would only bring profit in the long term, to which he replied that they did not need the money urgently. He turned to the maid filling out the lists, and asked what was going on with the goods they had purchased from the Alawi merchants, and heard in response that they were stored in the warehouse. Remembering the streets of the city, the young man was glad that they could finally take care of the roads, from which all the dust and dirt came, and ordered the guards to be called in 3 days and instructed to carry out the next task along with the palaces. The girl promised to inform them, after which she left, leaving His Highness alone. The hero looked pleased when Berserk announced that she thought they had finally dealt with the main problem of these lands, but the guy admitted that the ability to freely regulate the climate and temperature also harmed the environment. He even thought that it would be good to get several mediums to control everything. The demon queen pressed her finger to her cheek and reminded that elves were well versed in this area, to which Davy noted that, as she knew, It was not easy to convince them, and there was nothing to attract them with. However, there was one option. Yuria sleepily looked ahead, while the sleeping twins pressed themselves against her. Jack appeared in the middle of the office, and the prince greeted him. The guest sighed, and the young man asked what was wrong. He looked at the elf in surprise when he said that he needed to tell him something. Launching a status check, Davy grinned. Running through the lines that only he could see, the guy assumed that the spy had come to ask for payment after all, and asked to ask something first. Davy folded his hands on the table and asked if the guest had an older or younger sister, and after a pause, he asked what he wanted to say. The spy coughed when the prince said he had nothing to say, and he remembered that the elves had a practice of sharing a surname with those who were not related to them by blood. But now the young man wondered if it was a coincidence that the guild spy had the same surname as the maid, and then reminded him that he wanted to say something. The hero smiled, having heard the question of who had brought him this fairy tale. Leaping through the pages, the guy assumed that he was an elf lover, and the spy explained that it was a popular novel in the capital about an affair with an elf, and perhaps Miss Winry left it, to which the interlocutor asked what was good about this book. Jack replied that this book was a bestseller among the aristocrats. Wasn't the existence of elves cute? The boy folded his arms and doubted the guest's words, although he thought to himself that of course he knew what people thought of the fairy thicket and the symbol of peace. He glanced at the book and thought to himself that there was nothing to be done. The visitor trembled when Davy declared that he hated the elven race. With a sweet smile, Davy explained that he hated them so much that he would like to do something obscene if he met even one in person. The pretender swallowed. For a moment, there was silence in the office. Looking at her friend's satisfied smile, Pryzerk asked if he was too cruel. The elf even tensed up. The prince smiled slyly and said that he was not lying. He really did not like their airs, and the demonist was outraged that this was the only thing. The young man inhaled when he was asked to name the real reason. Remembering the figures of those who remained in the past, the hero confessed that the damned Casanova stole his first love before his eyes. The damn archer Apollo. The guy's ideas about elves were destroyed by this old high-horny elf. An image of a girl flashed before his inner eye. Ro Ajax, a necromancer, was Davy's first love. When he saw how the two of them went to the bedroom while looking for her to ask about black magic, the prince fell out of life for several days. And that night, who knew, maybe he was tearing everything up in a fit of rage. Okay, the young man admitted that he was a 10-year-old in the gallery. And of course, he understood that he was just a child in the eyes of the 1,000-year-old heroes. But still, they took his innocence. After gathering his strength, Davy went to Daphne and told her everything. And everything became much more interesting considering that the saint kicked the impudent elf away, calling him a dog. Pryzerk looked at the guy with confusion and asked if he was a child. Davy frowned and snorted that the girl would not understand the shock he experienced. The demonist punched the prince, who stuck his tongue out at her and called him a real idiot. Then the young man laughed nervously and remembered that Jack was still there. He apologized for being somehow touched. Stretching his hands to the guest, who flinched, the hero said that he was now listening to what he wanted to say. The guy's face became confused when the spy suddenly said that he seemed to have urgent business and simply disappeared. The demoness folded her arms across her chest and asked why he was doing this to him, to which Davy admitted that he just wanted to joke. Who knew he would run away? The girl looked at the prince in surprise when he said that he was sure of something. Clasping his fingers together, the young man said that Jack, or rather, Ina Helishana, wanted to tell him something related to elves. Children's laughter was heard above the houses. As soon as the plan was implemented, changes were immediately noticeable in the land of Heinz. The water supply was connected to the newly built houses, so there was both hot and cold water, and also, thanks to the knowledge of Davy and the work of the dwarves, buildings began to appear that could be called ahead of their time. The land of Heinz, previously considered a small village with crumbling houses, became a beautiful place with beautiful buildings that are rarely seen even in the capital. The wind tugged at the branches of the trees. The boy was holding a sandwich in his hands with a satisfied look. He felt so good, and even Pryzerk admitted that the sun was shining so much, and it felt like you were dissolving in happiness. Someone approached Davy from behind, and noticed that this was one of the busiest areas he had ever seen. Davy turned around, still chewing his lunch. Sage Harrison of the Red Tower approached the prince and asked if he could sit down. The young man dropped his sandwich, and while the Demon Queen was surprised by the unexpected meeting, he tried to understand why he had appeared out of nowhere, like the old man from the neighboring cottage. Looking at the houses, the old man admitted that he had visited many lands, but none of them were so lively, and the hero assumed that he had seen a lot. Raising his hands, the wizard admitted that he loved to travel when he was younger, wandering across the endless plains, having only a long sword, a staff, a grey robe, and a hat. The boy confusedly remembered Gandalf. Davy was confused when the man suggested that the lord of these lands was talented, heard that he was a prince who was not even 20, and asked if he knew anything about him. The interlocutor found it difficult to answer. Sir giggled as the young man muttered what people in such positions thought. The hero looked at the old man with interest when he asked, since they were destined to meet, if he wanted to play a game with him. The wizard suggested playing a famous board game called Old from the Palan Empire, and the boy remembered that it was a game similar to chess. The sage asked if Davy knew the rules, and he admitted that he liked it to some extent, which pleased the interlocutor. With a smile, the wizard noted that he liked the young man, and offered to determine the rules of the game. The prince looked up thoughtfully, and when asked to choose between the rules of the Eastern or the rules of the Central region, he offered to play according to the rules of Germanton. The old man stroked his beard, and noted that this was unexpected, because the rules were quite ancient, and the boy replied that he was simply interested in history. But in fact, these were the only rules he knew. The rules of Germanton had been in use since the time of Saint Daphne, when they were popular, and the heroes in the gallery often played them. The sage summoned the board with magic and offered to try it. The hero was delighted when the wizard explained that it was an ancient board used by the highest aristocrats, a magical commodity of excellent quality, and promised to give it to his interlocutor if he won. Stroking his beard again, the sage allowed the younger to begin. Looking at the board, he listed the pieces, noted that they were all important, and expressed interest in what the first move would be. The boy smiled and chuckled. Soon they were both captivated by the game. Taking up a piece, Harrison asked what his opponent thought of magic. With a thoughtful look, the old man explained that at the moment the master of the Red Tower was Harrison Barlestia, master of the Seventh Circle. Davy's smile turned sly. The sage added that everyone said that the tower's leader would soon advance to the Eighth Circle, and when Berserk asked if he wasn't talking about himself, and the prince offered to play alone, the old man asked the boy if he knew what the sage had said. When you become a master of the Seventh Circle, you begin to see all the principles of the world. But when he lifted the curtain of the Eighth Circle to see what awaited him next, he saw only emptiness. The boy listened with a smile as the wizard explained that the Eighth and Ninth Circles were already theoretically considered the ideal state. But was there any point in advancing to such a high rank at all? Moving the figurine, Davy replied that first you need to study and then capture, and added that he could not say anything because he had never seen the end of magic. The sage opened his mouth when the prince stated that he could be anyone but a magician, prizing the interlocutor. The young man asked what magic was, and when the wizard replied that it was the study of the immaterial, he agreed and added that the study had no end. The same applied to the immaterial world, he suggested looking at the sky. Davy asked what the sun was, a ball of light created by God, or a ball of gas illuminating the earth and located far, far away from them. Most scientists believe that this earth was flat, and the sun revolved around them. The guy closed his eyes with a smile. They asked him how he knew something like that, but he simply continued that others thought that the earth was round and they revolved around the sun. The wizard looked at his interlocutor in surprise while he said that nothing was known and no one could know the truth, since it was impossible to verify. Those who claimed that everyone knew something ideally, in fact, constantly asked questions. Straightening his back, Davy asked if magic wasn't the same, since there was nothing perfect in the world. Even theories that seemed perfect on paper turned out to be unworkable when tested. The prince continued to ask what magicians pursued first, circles or research? The word perfect could exist, but it could never be achieved. Was that the end? It was known that there was a transcendental stage after the ninth circle, but to achieve it only at the seventh was strange. The young man ran his finger over the head of the horse figure and said that he had fun. Then he stood up and promised to come for the board later. The old man looked at him with a confused look. A tree leaf fell on the board. Watching the hero leave, the sage was surprised that he could reason so well on the topic, although he had never experienced this. The wizard smiled. For the first time he felt ashamed at his age, and at that moment he was called out. Jules was running to the master. Breathing heavily, the apprentice said that the sage should have warned him of his arrival, to which he replied that he should not have been in such a hurry. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the young wizard asked if he had come to meet Sir Davy. The master stroked his beard and said that they say the world is vast and that even a child can teach you new things, and it seems that he had something to learn from the young. The young man did not understand anything. Looking at the board, the old man noticed that he had not lost for a long time. Only 5 moves, apparently relaxed, being confident of his victory. Patting the young magician on the shoulder, the master said that business was finished. He asked to tell Prince Davy that he could take the game board at any time, and he still did not understand what had happened. The wizard walked away, saying that he was thinking about revenge. The wind blew the leaves, and Jules asked the master to wait for him. At this time, Davy himself was laughing contentedly. His smile was wide, and Prizerg noticed that someone was in a good mood, and the prince explained that the victory was sweet. Imagining scenes from the past, the young man remembered that he barely won, playing against those crazy heroes. Rubbing her chin with her fingers, the queen realized that they both knew about each other's personalities. But that dialogue about magic was interesting, and the hero admitted that Harrison was an amazing old man, although he was simply pulled back by the current era. If instead of Tiones there was the magical continent of Atrelia, he would have become a great mage long ago, reaching the 8th circle, but since he had no rivals, his opportunities for growth were limited. The demoness tucked her legs under herself, and asked her friend if he did not have things in the subspace. He knew that she was an expert in magic, and he clarified whether she was talking about the last moments of the transcendent. The guy explained that it would be too difficult now. The 3 things he got during the fight was Sean had dissipated as if they were an illusion. If he had the opportunity, he would have immediately increased his workforce, and having gotten the items, he would have been able to create a huge barrier across the entire territory. But he was too carried away with the bamboo spear. Opening the system window, Davy wondered what the problem was. He pointed his finger at the warning that he had 1 chance left to get a transcendental rank item from the spatial storage. The girl sighed. The prince at that time remembered that the status window appeared after receiving the stigmata, and muttered out loud about the damn god. He looked at the sun, and added, so that's how much he wanted to work with it. A system window appeared in front of Davy, the only way to contact the gods, checking information. Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise, said to himself that Freya, who both exists and does not exist, used this opportunity and requested the so-called leading index for communication. The system screen described the proposed actions. The first, cleansing the contaminated spirits in the Great Forest, and the second was not specified. If failed, there would be no penalty. But if successful, a reward would be given. If they read, using Daphne's analytical method, the content would be something like this. After reading the first option, Berserk raised her eyebrows in surprise and said the Great Forest, to which the guy said that it belonged to the elves, and they went there for the moonflowers. Producing a white deer, he added that to summon a spirit, you already need to be careful, and now the forest area is also closed due to severe pollution. Hearing this, the girl turned her gaze to him and asked if the purification was really that difficult, to which he closed his eyes and replied, not really, the process itself was quite meticulous, so it could be annoying. Squinting, Berserk said that if other beings saw him, they would get angry. She then put her hand to her chin, adding that it was a little strange that the subspace created in the gallery was actually connected to the real world, to which Davy, turning to her, asked if it was because it was connected to his soul and not his body. In any case, he did not think that this patch would be put on him for balance. The girl knitted her eyebrows, saying that it was strange. In this world there is no effect without a cause, and the fact that Davy was able to return from the gallery meant that he needed to do something in order to make a deal with the gods. Davy silently walked forward. Berserk watched him go, asking if the clone of Chandra Minii, a ghost beast from another world, wasn't right in the heart of Pandora. Davy spread his arms out to the sides and suggested thinking positively, because what else could they do, and the sacred lands needed to be developed. The girl flew after him, answering that she just wanted to see the others, to which he put his hand in his spatial pocket and asked her to wait a little. From there he took out something very brightly glowing. It was the sphere of the King of Spirits, which was exactly what they needed right now. A small light bulb brightly lit the room, and children's laughter could be heard inside. Luna was holding cookies in both hands, and her cheeks were stuffed. Handan and Blue Flag poked at them, laughing, and the golem, having bitten off a little more, said that the analysis showed that her biological armor was sagging, and it was recommended to stop. Davy, sitting at the table, smiled broadly, saying that he liked the way she sat so quietly, to which she, looking at him, replied that she consumed a significant amount of bioenergy, and it was recommended to avoid unnecessary movements. Raising her hand with a cookie, she exclaimed that an additional supply of energy was immediately required, to which the guy asked if her mouth was not full of cookies. Putting a cookie in her mouth, Luna replied that she had huge reserves for storing energy, so they were asking for more supplies. Suddenly, Bernil, the Grand Chamberlain, knocked on the door. Entering, he asked if the master would give him the right to give him advice, to which he granted. Then Bernil placed a list of employees currently working in the estate on the table, and asked if perhaps it was worth organizing a vacation for those who had worked hard for such a long time. Taking the sheet in his hands, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Vacation?" An idea suddenly flashed through his head, causing him to open his eyes wide. A wide smile suddenly appeared on his face. The prince waved his hand, laughing and saying that it was true, since they worked so hard, they really should be given a rest. After a few minutes, he picked up the paper given to him and exclaimed that those who would go on vacation were the ones he had marked on the list, and the rest would be able to rest when the first ones returned to their places. So everyone could rest, and they also needed to prepare money for all expenses. The old man was shuffling through the papers, and then suddenly said that all of these guys. Looking up, the old man said that the guy had only marked those, including Yuri, who had recently started working, to which Davy smiled, saying that they had come from far away, so he wanted to motivate them and help them adapt more. He suddenly turned to Bernil, adding that he felt sorry for the rest of the staff, but asked her to tell them to treat the decree with understanding, after which Berserk folded her arms, thinking that it was a lie. The old man wiped the tears from his eyes, saying that he saw Davy in a new light, then asked if he should send the elf back, when suddenly Davy smiled, thinking that she would soon have guests, and there would be no one to greet them. Davy said that he would be able to do whatever he wanted, having a responsible person with him, when suddenly goosebumps ran down the maid's body. Berserk turned to the grinning Davy, saying that she admired how he was able to devise such a devious plan right in front of the Touch Chamberlain, after which, 2 days later, the new workers were sent on leave to their homeland. Birds were flying in the clear sky. Davy took a step forward. With a wide smile on his face, he took along with him and left the estate. Looking ahead, the boy thought that their destination was the Great Forest, which was not far from the estate. There was rugged terrain where there were many monsters and almost no people. Davy suddenly put his hand on his head. Covering his nose with his hand, he asked if the pollution had gotten worse, to which Luna clenched her fists, replying that she had not experienced an olfactory reaction. Turning her head, she said that Davy's sense of smell was abnormal. Furrowing her brows, the golem added that she had a very sharp memory, even better than Sir Davy's. Starting to jump, Luna said that the guy's record against her and Ol was 35 wins and 43 losses out of 78 matches. Pursing his lips, Davy wondered in confusion how anyone could possibly win against someone who looked like a supercomputer. Suddenly, he was plunged into memories, remembering that he had won 35 times only because he had outwitted the girl. Moving on, Luna said that she was smart and was rated as an excellent student. The boy suddenly stopped. Putting his hands on his hips, Davy said that they had arrived. He walked closer to the gate leading to the elf forest. Extending his fist forward, Davy thought to protect the village. The elves change their shape and location every time, and in front of him is their exclusive barrier. Surprised, Berserk asked if they hadn't sneaked in quietly last time, to which Davy laughed, saying that they had a key to the locked door then. Rolling up his sleeves, the guy said that now they need to find all the creatures, so they should just knock. Luna turned to him, saying that the elves are a noble tribe and they are characterized as stubborn. Davy began to wave his hand, telling the girl to get ready, otherwise she would fall, and then thought that it was time to destroy this gate. Davy used the Demon King's destroying punch. A mad smile appeared on his face when he thought that he would knock a little harder. Swinging, he used the Azure King's punch, starting to hit harder. The guy shouted that he had good news. The wind rustled the green leaves. There were many people in the elven village, and Yuria returned and asked how her comrades were. Her friends immediately approached her, asking how everything went, to which she closed her eyes and replied that it was a lot of fun. The journey was not easy. Milia, the protector of the moon forest, raised her fists and exclaimed that Yuria still needed to be wary of humans, and even though she pretended to be one, beauty cannot be hidden anywhere. And Virtus, a resident of the moon forest, folded his arms and added that this was true, because he had heard that humans were just terrible. They were engaged in the slave trade. The elf folded her arms and said, of course, not all humans are good, but not all are bad either. She went to a place ruled by a prince, having a high status. He did a lot even for the lowest of humans. Saying this, she imagined a lively city. Drawing an image of Davy in her head, she added that the elves could also consider him a respected person. Hearing this, Virtus opened his mouth in surprise and asked if such people really existed, to which she closed her eyes and smiled widely, answering, of course, they are all very different, no one is alike. Suddenly, an old man with a cane approached them and asked for forgiveness, addressing Yuria. The old man, along with other elves, involuntarily exclaimed that all people are ugly creatures. Frowning with displeasure, he added that it was difficult to forget why they, the elves, left the outside world and hid 300 years ago. No matter how difficult it was to find a way to save their forest, her decision was really stupid and dangerous. After which he asked if she had forgotten about her mother's deed. Suddenly, an elf stood in front of Yuria and furiously shouted for Elder Condé to watch his words, because Miss Yuria used the protection of spirits so that she could not be tracked. The old man took a few steps forward and asked if she really thought the spirit's protection would last forever. Here comes the youth. Yuria put her hand on her friend's shoulder and asked her to stop. Condé glared at them, exclaiming that this was the will of the spirit god and the world tree, and everything happened because she went against it, so she should stop being stubborn and beg for the world tree's forgiveness. Hearing this, the girl put her hand to her head, exhaling heavily. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook. Clouds floated across the sky and a loud cry from Davy was heard, shouting that he had good news. Clouds of dust rose into the sky. Everything in front of Davy was completely destroyed. Berserk looked at him over his shoulder and asked him in surprise if he had gone too far, to which he laughed and replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of the dust. Luna immediately reflected on it. Davy saw the arrow stuck in the ground and said that he had already said that he came in peace and even revealed his motives. The golem stood up, reporting that a large number of people were approaching with the intention of killing the guy, after which she asked if she should attack them, to which he, folding his arms on his chest, replied that they did not come here to fight, so they would just wait. Elves with bows were sitting in the trees, and the prince was shouting, asking if they could hear him, and ordered them to take him to the village. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added that he needed to talk to their leader. Having said this, he looked behind him with a smile on his face, adding that they should tell her that the employer had come. After some time, Davy was brought to the village along with Luna. All the residents were whispering, looking at them. The elves tied them up and ordered them to kneel, when suddenly Yuria came out to them and said that this should not be done, after which she ordered them to remove the blindfold. The blindfold from Davy's eyes slowly fell to the ground. Looking up at the smiling Yuria, Davy said that he was even embarrassed to greet her like that. Without turning away, he asked how her vacation was. The elf exhaled heavily, answering that she knew that Davy already knew about her, and asked if he came on business. She added that he got there a little differently, while the elder clenched his teeth in anger. Raising his tied hands up, Davy asked how much longer he would have to stand like this, because he was, after all, the employer of the mistress of these lands, and whether they knew that they were here illegally. When suddenly Condé got angry, shouting for the guy to shut up, otherwise he would kill him. Approaching Milia, Yuria asked her to take Davy to her house. Taking a step forward, she said that everything was fine, because she trusted the guy, while the elder continued to glare at her. There were many lamps hanging on the ceiling of the house. There was a cup of tea on the table. Davy folded his arms over his chest, telling the girl not to say that she'd brewed crickets again, when suddenly Yuria covered her face with her hand, answering that she was just experimenting. Everyone at the table was silent, while the elf said that this tea was made from the secret of slime, which was infused for a long time. It was very tasty and good for hair and skin. Taking the mug in his hand, Davy said that it was not that he could not drink it, but he simply preferred not to try it. The elves took a few sips, starting to lie that the tea was not bad and helped the flow of mana, when suddenly Yuria turned to them, asking if everything was so good, then why did no one drink it? Davy smiled and said that next time they had tea, the girl could add the ingredient again, and they would do without the crickets. Khan slammed the table and shouted that Yuria was no longer listenable, as it felt like his mind was being polluted by such meaningless conversations with a human. Pointing his finger at the boy, he asked what he was doing, so he ordered to capture him and send him to prison, and first find out how Davy found the place, and then kill him. Turning to him, Yuria ordered him to stop, while the old man clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that the situation was very serious, and because of her childishness, the villagers could be sold into slavery. Suddenly he began to tremble. Without raising her voice, Yuria said that was enough. Smiling, she asked if she should repeat it again. Taking a sip, Davy said that it was all about charisma. Looking at the girl, he thought that the elves would have been fine if she had been their representative from the start, when suddenly the elf folded her hands together, saying that she was interrupted. Davy put the cup on the table and the girl asked why he came here. Looking at her, Davy asked if they needed help with cleaning the forest. Yuria was surprised, answering that it was true, but to clean the forest, a strong connection with the spirit was required, incomparable to the connection of ordinary elves, and you need to summon a spirit of the highest level, otherwise nothing will work out. Folding her hands on the table, she added that she could not do it alone, which is why she came a long way to the lands of Hines to ask the guy for help. Davy folded his arms over his chest, listening to her. He ran his finger along the rim of the mug, saying that they need to stop beating around the bush. Extending his palm forward, Davy offered a deal. He would clean the forest, and in exchange, they would all become official residents of the lands of Hines. Yuria smiled and answered, just like the dwarves, and the guy said that she knew a lot. The girl said that Sir Golda was a big fan of her tea, when suddenly beads of sweat appeared on Davy's face, and he thought that he would pretend that he had not heard. Without taking her eyes off him, Yuria said that she declined his offer, but she still needed help. Looking at the empty mug, the elf added that she would repay well in return. Davy sat in a circle of elves. He looked at Yuria and said to himself that her refusal was expected, and even though he agreed to help, in any case, this would not work. Folding his arms over his chest, he smiled. Berserk over his shoulder looked at him. The elder, standing up, objected, but Yuria was adamant. This was their way of showing how important she was to them, but who knows if this is good or bad. The old man, having received a refusal, gritted his teeth. Rare clouds floated across the light sky. Davy's foot stepped onto the contaminated land. In front of him appeared the inner part of the moon forest, a pollution area where all the trees were dead. Davy asked if this was where the pollution started, to which the elf answered him. Yes, the contamination of spirits, the disease of the forest. Walking along it, the prince heard pitiful groans that begged him for help, and said that it was terrible, while thinking that the infection was like an error in the system that occurs when several coincidences overlap. But the pollution was here. Stopping, the guy said that it was spreading much faster than expected. Putting his hand to his chin, he added that he knew that the very existence of high elves cleansed the forest. Or maybe he didn't know something. He also knew that her last name Halo Shana means saint, and it was because of her that he did not consider Jack and Yuria related. Hearing this, Yuria raised her eyebrows in shock, exclaiming how he knew all this. Davy introduced the elves and the huge tree, saying to himself that the elves' last names signified their kinship, current rank or title, and high elves were considered the core of the forest for a reason. The wind blew the turquoise hair of the elf, who said that she had been punished by the world tree, and her purification skill had been sealed. She said this, drawing her eyebrows together pitifully. Brown leaves were still swaying on the branches of the dead trees. In one of the stumps there was a spirit that begged for help. Davy sat down next to her, and asked if she was in much pain, to which she asked in surprise how he could see her. Without turning around, Davy asked how long she had been there, to which Yuria replied, "Recently." At first, the pollution was within normal limits, and nature could clean itself, but then it noticeably accelerated. Everything around was dying quickly, and the prince said to himself that there was definitely someone involved here. As long as the elves lived in the forest, the spirits moved closer to them, increasing the power of nature, but excessive strengthening could negatively affect the environment. More and more spirits were accumulating above the prosperous elf village, so it was the elf's duty to prevent such an outcome by any means. He imagined a bright glow in Yuria's hand and said to himself that this is why the elves are in charge of each forest and are engaged in cleaning them, adding that it is sad that the world tree, which should protect the spirits, is inactive and watches them become infected and die. Having risen, Davy asked if he was right that the world tree was still in the west of the continent, to which the elf asked if he was an elf by chance. Where did he get such knowledge? Confused, she looked away and replied that it was true in the west, in a sacred place, adding that it used to be peaceful there, and there were countless plants. Leaning his hand on his knee, Davy said that when she had a chance, she should tell the tree that if it saw it, it would cut it down. With contempt and hatred in his eyes, he turned to the elf. Looking down at his palms, the guy asked how it dared to covet someone else's land, thinking that a divine tree that forgot its duty had no right to exist. Yuria's eyes widened. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Laughing, she said that her employer really couldn't be stopped. Turning away, the elf asked if she was wrong. Looking at the girl's back, Davy said that he didn't think so, thinking that objectively, becoming a leader is everyone's personal choice, but in such a situation, she was endangering dozens, even hundreds of elves. Frowning, Davy asked what had happened. Without turning around, Yuria answered that she had refused the marriage that the world tree had determined for her, so she had received a punishment, and soon the consequences of her choice began to manifest themselves and everything had reached the point where they were now. Putting her hand on the trunk, the elf added, "This is her last attempt." Smiling, the girl said that she was thinking of sending the villagers back to the tree if she failed. Without taking his eyes off her, Davy asked what about her, to which the elf turned around, answering that her place was here. Lowering her head, she said that if the forest became so polluted that it could not be restored, according to the covenant, she would burn her soul to cleanse it. Berserk excitedly folded her arms across her chest, when suddenly Davy thought that this way it was possible to contain the infection. Looking at the light in his palms, the guy thought that then Yuria, like all the spirits of the forest, would die. Putting his hand in his jacket pocket, Davy thought that the high elf was punished for refusing to marry according to the instructions of the world tree, which was nonsense, after which he asked if he could find out the reason for the refusal. Beginning to squeeze his hand, the elf replied that he was a saint of the world tree, and she could not give him all of herself. Blushing with embarrassment, Davy wondered if it was a love triangle, to which Yuria added that he had seduced and corrupted her sister, as a result of which she was expelled from the natural circle, and after that nothing was known about her. Putting her hands on her hips, Berserk asked the guy to watch himself. Lowering her head down, the elf said that she could never forgive him. One of the elves turned to the elder, asking what he was going to do. Someone at the table said that Miss Yuria must have a talent that would manifest itself soon. Otherwise the forest would not have been able to stand for 20 whole years, being on the brink of destruction. Banging his fist on the table, the elf menacingly shouted that Yuria was going to summon a spirit of the highest level, and with the help of a vile person. They stretched out their hands and started arguing, saying that he really had a connection with the spirits. It sounded absurd, but Miss Yuria could really do it, when suddenly Kande folded his arms and asked them not to worry. Smiling, the old man said that if they succeeded, there was nothing terrible in such an outcome. Putting his hand on the armrest, the elder added that it would be much better if their attempts were in vain and then they would get down to business. He suddenly imagined that executing a person who knew about the existence of elves and returning Yuria to the world tree was a good story. Putting his hand forward, the elf said that according to Yuria, Davy was not an ordinary person, and they would hardly have time to do anything, when suddenly Kande put a chest on the table, answering that they should prepare a trap. He showed a sphere inside it containing the power of an ancient spirit. The old man explained that it was originally created to strengthen spirits, but it can also block mana with holy power. Grinning, Conde asked how a person whose strength was not even at the level of a master could resist the elven's seal. Putting his hands on the armrests, he said that they definitely needed to bring Miss Yuria to the Saint of the World Tree. Looking down at the sphere, the elder added, and as quickly as possible, the villagers looked at the stranger with displeasure, frowning. Davy walked down the street with a stump in a pot. He had a satisfied smile on his face, and he said to himself that they were just boring into him with their eyes. Berserk looked around, saying that it was still so beautiful here, to which the guy added that it meant that only on such a small piece of land could the higher spirits be summoned. Then the girl asked if he really cared about that, to which the prince, walking across the bridge, replied that of course, it was important for them to summon the spirit, and everything depended on whether the summoning was successful or not, adding that the degree of depravity could vary even among the same lower spirits, and he was silent about their king. Less than a minute later, he put the pot on the floor. The guy heard a painful groan and, putting his hand in his pocket, asked if the spirit would last a little longer, to which she replied that she trusted him. Davy brought his hand, from which a warm light emanated, to the infected spirit. Then he used sacred magic of the 5th level of purification, causing the spirit to scream. A few minutes later he frowned and said that there was no change, which meant that purifying a polluted spirit with divine power was indeed impossible. All this time, Virtus was watching him with his arms folded on his chest, whom the prince called out to. He grinned and asked if he was surprised by the sacred magic, or why he was staring, to which he blushed and shouted at him not to laugh, because it was just human magic. He stood up and turned to the elf and asked him if he had a contract with the spirit, to which he replied that he only had a mid-level spirit, after which the boy asked to summon her, because he needed to check something. The elf summoned Undine and asked him discontentedly why he had to do this, to which Davy asked him to try to clean this piece of wood, gathering all his strength. The spirit of water used his power on the stump. The water energy enveloped the tree, but after a few seconds, it dissipated, and a hissing sound was heard. Seeing this, the prince did not react in any way. Raising his hand to his chin, he thoughtfully said that the pollution had absorbed the spirit's energy. Most of it, and the elf behind him asked what he was even talking about. Then Davy asked him if there were any dead or missing people in the village, to which Virtus frowned and asked why he needed it, after which the guy explained that it was important. Without taking his eyes off the interlocutor, the elf answered that a lot had happened recently. They say there was an accident when their elves encountered a group of monsters that tried to get here, from which Davy, frowning in displeasure, asked if that really happened, after which he asked where the corpses were then. The windows slowly turned, and Virtus answered that they were all laid to rest in that place and sent to Mother Nature, after which Davy asked what about conservative elves. Hearing this, Virtus raised his fist and shouted, What the hell is he even talking about?" Turning away, Davy said that it would be better if his guesses were not confirmed, while saying to himself that the pollution was accelerating due to the consumption of life force, and it was obvious where the power was coming from. Thinking about this, he looked at the infected stump. In the evening, he approached the tree and said to himself that there were 7 sources of pollution in total. Snapping the lid of the lantern, the guy continued to say that he broke the barriers and placed stones with spirit mana in the places of contamination to temporarily stop the pollution. The effect is the same as gluing a hole with a band-aid. Raising his head to the sky, he added that they only had 2 months at this rate of contamination, and the stones added another 15 days. And soon this place would become a forest of death. 2 moons shone in the night sky. About 2 days later, the elves in the village calmed down and stopped paying attention to him, and many elves walked the streets. Davy yawned sweetly. He lay in the hammock, exclaiming that the weather was very nice today, while saying to himself that they probably thought that a person who did nothing would be a headache for them, so they decided to leave him alone. The girls happily licked the caramels. Interested elves peered out from behind the bushes. Berserk pointed her finger forward, saying that there were children there. Davy laughed, answering that anyone would look intensely at such a beautiful person, when suddenly the fairies said that they were looking at the candies that the guy gave the girls. Jumping out in front of the boys, Davy asked if they wanted candies too. Raising their hands up, the elves began to run away in fear, after which Davy said that they were well raised. He exhaled heavily, when suddenly someone tapped his hand. Turning around, Davy saw someone in front of him. A surprised child was looking at the guy. Davy pulled out a candy forward, offering it to the child who ran behind the tree. The girl hugged the trunk, asking if the uncle in front of her was really a human. Taking a lollipop in her hand, she began to lick it, when suddenly Davy excitedly thought why she was so thin. The girl's eyes widened, and she shouted that it was delicious. Smiling, Davy asked her name, to which Muir introduced herself, saying that her mother called her that. The girl suddenly called him uncle, which made Davy smile. Sitting on a stone, Davy asked to call him brother, not uncle. Jumping off the stone, Muir said that she would show him the treasure. They slowly walked through the forest. Knocking on the stone, the girl asked the guy to sit on it, when suddenly Davy looked around, asking if there really was such a place in the village. Muir stretched out her palms, in which lay a shiny treasure. Smiling, she shouted that it was shiny and that her mother had given it to her, after which Berserk looked at Davy, saying that it was cute, because the child had shown him his treasure. Smiling, she said that children expect surprise when they show something precious. Sitting on the stone, Davy was surprised, shouting that he was so jealous of the girl. Frowning, the fairy said that even a monkey would have done better, when suddenly the guy blushed with embarrassment, answering that he did everything he could. Muir's face changed, and she started jumping happily. Grabbing Davy's hand, the girl said that he was now her secret friend. Looking up at him, the girl said that before she went to heaven, her mother told her that even among people there are those who can be trusted. Surprise appeared on Davy's face, when suddenly Muir added that her uncle smelled nice, which meant he was a good person. The girl immediately tilted her head. She said that she was hot, while Davy and Berserk widened their eyes in surprise. Davy looked closely at her ears. The girl turned around and the guy asked if she was really a half-elf. Berserk raised her hand to her mouth in shock, asking if they really hid her for 300 years, but how? Davy looked at the girl, saying to himself that she was half-elf and half-human. In the world they are called half-elves. The girl suddenly raised her hands and shouted that he was now her secret friend, to which he sighed heavily, answering that from now on they would just be friends. Hearing this, Mio sadly lowered her head and said that in the village they told her that she was not allowed to communicate with anyone, that she would not be able to make friends because she was a half-breed. Hearing this, the guy raised his head and asked who said that, to which she pitifully drew her eyebrows together and answered, the scary Grandpa Conde. Lowering her hands, she added that he says that communicating with a half-breed is a sin, which is why Timmy and Ellie always apologized for not being able to play with her, after which she asked if she really was a half-breed. Hearing this, the prince looked away, quietly saying that the old man was just a bastard, and Berserk, folding her arms across her chest, said that she could not even understand now which race was worse. Having calmed down, Davy looked at the girl, saying that she did not need to hide, because the elder was wrong and half-breeds can have friends. Hearing this, the girl raised her fists and exclaimed, asking if he was really her friend, to which he firmly answered yes. From hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with happiness. But suddenly, the smile began to slowly disappear from her face. Sadly lowering her hands, she quietly said that he would be in trouble if they were caught. The prince stroked the girl's head, saying that he himself would scold the old man, so she should not worry. Upon hearing this, a blush appeared on Nu's face and a smile. She suddenly laughed that now Davy was her friend, not a secret one, but just a friend, after which she asked what his name was. Davy, raising his hand, introduced himself. All this time, Handan and Blue Flag were watching them. They suddenly came out from behind the rock and handed the girl a candy, asking if she would like it, to which she exclaimed of course. The prince looked at them with a smile on his face, and Pryzerk smiled contentedly, saying that children can make friends quickly. Leaning his hand on his knee, Davy said that in order to mark the beginning of their new friendship, he would show her a spirit. The girl exclaimed that they were very cute, and she wanted to look at them, because spirits are little friends. Hearing this, Pryzerk raised her eyebrows and asked if he was sure, to which he replied that all the conditions were met, so there should be no problems with her summoning. A few minutes later, he drew a magic circle on the ground and told the half-breed to stand here and repeat after him. Standing behind her, the guy extended his hand to her back. Nu was enveloped in powerful magical energy, and she began to speak, the great will that has existed since the beginning of time, a part of nature that controls existence. While she was saying this, the prince, with a smile on his face, asked himself who he would like to summon, and then asked what kind of spirit the girl would like to see. The half-breed, with a smile on her face, turned to him and exclaimed that she wanted to see an earthly friend. Hearing this, Davy stuck out his tongue, when suddenly New screamed that she wanted to see Noah's. The smile disappeared from the guy's face in an instant, and he said to himself, "Did she really say that, knowing that Noah's the king of spirits?" And then said that he was busy now, so he would show him to her later. Bright particles of energy rose up to the foliage of the trees. The prince introduced the spirit, saying to himself that their summoning occurs in a certain order. After summoning a low-ranking spirit, you need to increase affinity with it. Then you can summon a medium-ranking spirit, and after increasing affinity with it, it will be possible to summon a high-ranking one. The time it takes to increase affinity is individual for each, but the order is almost never broken. After these thoughts, a low-ranking earth spirit dwarf appeared from the ground. The half-breed picked him up and shouted happily, offering to become her friend, and Berserk on the boy's shoulder said that the elf, who had not even passed his growth stage yet, made a contract with the spirit. She is amazing. Then Davy approached the girl, and with a smile on his face said that if she wanted to call the dwarf, she just had to take the spirit stone and say his name, after which he would appear, from which she happily exclaimed that now she had many friends. Hugging her friends, New shouted that Mom and Dad sent her many friends from heaven because she was a good girl. Tears appeared in Berserk's eyes, and she asked how the girl was alone. Footsteps were heard behind Davy. Turning around, he said that she was here. Yuria was holding a basket in her hands with a smile. The elves were playing in the clearing. Looking ahead, Yuria said that it had been a long time since she had seen New so happy and not afraid of being noticed, when suddenly Davy turned to her, asking if little elves didn't need to be protected. Closing her eyes, the elf replied that she had nothing to justify herself with. Folding her hands in her lap, Yuria said that it wasn't that half-elves were always treated well, but the situation had never been this serious. New's father was a human, and her mother was an elf who was a guard who left the village to deliver goods and communicate with others. Reminiscing about the past, the elf added that during one of her journeys home, she was attacked and almost died. The girl said that was when they met. The man squatted down, and Yuria added that New's father saved the dying elf. Raising her head, the girl said, "As always, the girl would have lived in the human world. But bandits attacked the village where they lived in New, and her mother miraculously managed to escape to the world tree." Folding her arms over her chest, Davy asked to forget about her father, because something clearly happened to him, when suddenly Yuria nodded, answering that the problems appeared later. She remembered how New's mother, who left the forest and gave birth to a child from a human, could not escape the tree's punishment, so the elves could only hide the innocent New. Looking forward, the elves said that most of the forest residents were already tired of the conservative tyranny of the tree, and if they had the opportunity, they would immediately shelter the girl and let her live a normal life, after which Davy wondered if it was all because of the elders. Looking down, Yuria answered that they were conservatives, and in order to keep an eye on her, the tree sent 3 elders, but not many forest residents supported them. Davy turned around, when suddenly the girl added that only a couple of elves were following them, after which he thought that they were supported by the world tree, and he was sure that if anyone stepped out of line, the tree would intervene. Crossing her arms, the elf said that she barely stopped Kumbay from killing New. In the end, they built her a house outside the village where she could live away from everyone, when suddenly the guy asked if they were afraid of the world tree's retaliation. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the forest dwellers were like a thorn in the tree's side, but there was no reason to send troops to destroy them. Remembering the girl standing alone, she added, "So everyone is on their own, but only until she can summon a high-ranking spirit." Yuria added that the locals know that New has to live alone all the time, and they are just scared. Looking at the basket of fruit, she added that they were very kind and helped her in an unnoticeable way. Smiling, the girl said that this was public opinion, so now it was her personal request. Yuria suddenly knelt down. Closing her eyes, the elf asked for help, when suddenly Davy replied that he was fishing. Grinning, he added that he needed bait. Looking at the surprised Yuria, Davy asked if she wanted to help. Smiling, Davy thought that he could catch them like braided oysters. The sun was shining brightly outside. A couple of days later, the elves gathered around a huge magic circle. Yuria began the ceremony of summoning the Supreme Spirit. She used the magic circle of the ancients, replenishing the lack of mana and elements. And there should be no more than 6 participants, so Davy and 5 talented elementalists were present. Davy, with his arms folded on his chest and a smile on his face, looked at all this. Yuria walked barefoot on the ground. The wind flooded her turquoise hair. With a staff in her hand, she entered the magic circle. Then she raised the staff high to the sky. She suddenly began to perform a ritual dance. The magic stones on the end of the staff sparkled. The elves present opened their mouths in shock, saying that the spirits of nature grant a blessing. It is wonderful. Yuria was enveloped in shining magical energy. She brought the staff to herself and whispered, following the oath, the beginning of a great being that inherits the very essence of nature. Everyone who saw this could not contain their emotions. Only Berserk on Davy's shoulder said that all this was somehow unnatural. She lacked mana, and contact with the spirits was far from ideal. The magic circle under the elf's feet glowed brightly. Berserk imagined a dead forest and said that now the biggest problem is the spreading pollution. The place of summoning the Supreme Spirit must be clean and rich in spiritual energy, so the outcome is obvious. Spreading her arms, Yuria exclaimed, the one who was ordered by oath from the beginning of time to rule the seas, in the name of the Supreme Nature. Glowing water began to gather at the end of the staff, and the girl continued to speak for it to appear before the eyes of those who yearn for it and show its greatness. As soon as she called the name of the spirit, the high spirit, the water dragon Elestra, was released from the staff. The villagers' mouths dropped in shock at what they saw, and they said that they could not believe that they were seeing a high spirit. The water dragon leaned towards the one who had summoned it. It spoke to her, and Yuria, with a smile on her face, exclaimed that she had succeeded, and the spirit had responded. But suddenly an elf ran towards the crowd, shouting loudly that trouble had come. Waving his hand, he shouted that the pollution had crossed the border, and was quickly approaching, so everyone needed to flee. Hearing this, Virtus frowned and asked what he was talking about, to which Milia, raising her fist, exclaimed that this was the purest and most powerful energy in the entire forest. How could it have gotten here? As soon as she asked this question, the elder came out to everyone, hitting his cane and saying that a child who does not listen to adults deserves punishment. Behind him were elves in armor, and he continued to say that even more so a child who inherited the dirty human blood. She lived in the village for too long. The elves looked at the blue clothes and uniform of the elves in fear, realizing that they were ancient guardians, and then asked each other why the guardians of the world tree were here. Yuria lost control and fell to her knees. Gritting her teeth, she clutched the staff in her hands, while Khan mockingly said that apparently she still did not have the strength to summon the Supreme Spirit. Then he waved his hand and shouted for everyone to listen, that the consequences of the failed summoning of the Supreme Spirit were colossal, and their leader was in critical condition. He stood in front of the girl and with an ominous smile on his face continued to say that from now on, all power would be transferred to him. Gritting her teeth, Yuria asked the old man what he had done to Mio. Frowning, Konde replied that the child who had inherited the filthy human blood had gone to the pollution area and drowned in the swamp, and that her curiosity must have killed her. Looking up, the elf screamed menacingly that it was a lie, because entering that area was forbidden, and Mio was a kind and smart child who listened to adults. Grinning, the elder asked if she really thought he was lying now. Without turning away, he said that the leader did not trust the elder, and they should respect each other, and when he was young, he could not even imagine such a thing. Konde smiled again, saying that nothing could be done, and all the inhabitants of the forest should return to the world tree, when suddenly Milia screamed menacingly, "Never." The elder turned to her sharply, shouting that he was the authority now, and then asked if the elves were going to disobey him. Konde extended his hand back, shouting for everyone to see what had happened when they followed the young leader Yuri. The forest was irreparably polluted, and the leader who tried to summon the higher spirit failed, despite asking for help from a human. Introducing the girl, the old man added that the ugly half-elf that Yuria was circling around had put an end to everything. Clutching the staff tightly in his hand, he said that if they disobeyed the order, he would use force. The elder turned around, pointing his finger at the human. Konde shouted that Davy would die here, and Miss Yuria would return to the tree. That was the final verdict, when suddenly Davy pursed his lips. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on his face. Looking at the elder, the boy said that if he was sure that he could break the fishing line, then let him do it. A bright light appeared next to the old man. Davy smirked and asked if Conde knew that the boy had him on his hook. The elder's eyes widened in shock as he saw the flying blow. Davy stood firm and watched as the old man flew backwards from the blow. A strand of hair flew off his head and Davy said that his hand had slipped. Conde was kneeling. Out of anger, he began to squeeze the sphere in his hand. He suddenly threw it towards Davy. The sphere slowly rolled along the ground. Something inside it suddenly began to spin. A clot of black mana suddenly appeared in front of Davy. The old man pointed his finger forward and asked the boy to die, adding that the barrier would not last long. The hooded elf rushed forward. Raising his hand, Davy said that the enemy was prepared, because he took an item that combined mana and holy power. The elf grabbed the dagger tightly. Looking up, his eyes immediately opened wide. Meeting Davy's gaze, Davy said with a grin that they only strengthened his spiritual mana. Activating the mana in his hand, the guy thanked for the gift, because the energy of the spirits increased greatly. Suddenly, the sphere of the King of Spirits appeared in his hand, which he released. A bright beam suddenly burst out. At the very beginning of existence, the source of nature was already there. It was the essence in which the King of Spirits enclosed power. Electric discharges passed over Davy's head. His lips parted. Holding the essence in front of him, he said that it was as if a high-ranking spirit was forcibly instilled into him. Now he could control those equal in strength to him. The elf standing to the side opened his eyes wide. He felt how mana flowed out of his hand. His strength was waning. A moment later, his body flew off from Davy's blow. He fell behind the elder, creating a small explosion. Condi turned around and looked at him. The servant of the world tree was kneeling. Meanwhile, Yuria was trying to come to her senses while water was splashing from her staff. Davy put his hand on her shoulder and said that she was getting used to it. Mana illuminated the couple when Davy told her to cool down. Smiling, he told her that she was doing well and could now rest. The girl raised her head and smiled. When the guy carefully laid her down, she said that she was now leaving everything to him. Condi, trembling with his whole body, screamed demanding an explanation of what was happening. The old man clenched his teeth when Davy said that he was the stream that created the world under the beginning. The elves opened their mouths wide upon hearing the prayer. Berserk, who appeared next to the guy, was also surprised. She knew that to summon the King of Spirits, 3 things were needed: a contract with the Supreme Spirit, a complete merger with him, and reading the will. All 3 things were almost in Yuria. The girl who lost consciousness gave the guy pure will and a strong desire to summon the spirit. Davy closed his eyes and said that his name was Davy and he was the source of the earth. Light broke through the rocks as Davy said the name of the Spirit King, Noah's. The elves screamed in shock upon hearing the name Noah's. The elder trembled with horror. The ground shook and the space behind Davy began to glow. Condi fell to his knees saying that this was impossible. Was he really summoning him? The ground beneath Davy glowed due to the abundance of mana. Condi stared at the boy in horror. At that moment, the old man saw a huge magic circle on the ground. He touched a circle with his hand in disbelief. Davy, who was standing to the side, smiled. The boy raised his hands saying that Noah's will would be his will and his will would be Noah's will. Davy raised his hands in front of himself saying that he desired his power and he desired his essence. The Spirit King of the earth, Noah's, appeared in the form of a mountain. He opened his eyes. Condi, who was below, stared at the king in amazement. The old man frowned and asked in fear what was happening. Even seeing everything with his own eyes, he could not believe that such a thing was actually happening. Yuria and among the high elves had a pronounced talent for affinity with water spirits. She can even summon a high spirit if you help her with disadvantages. However, under the water, Condi put a bunch of skulls. He did everything possible to prevent Yuria from communicating with spirits anymore. He even accelerated the process of charging the forest. The plan was perfect, but now Noah was in front of him. Davy was able to summon an earth giant, which was not even in the ancient books, despite the pollution of the forest. The elves opened their mouths in admiration and stared at the king. Manu began to fly to the flowers. The meadow of flowers instantly blossomed. Nature was cleansed. Davy wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that it was not easy. Looking at the giant's face, he told Noah that he required a contract. The giant frowned, telling the boy that he could smell a pure elf, but he was different. He had no pure desire, no affinity with the spirits. Davy chuckled, telling the king that he had been caught. Pointing to the magic circle, he told Noah that this magic circle was quite famous among the spirit kings. Looking at the magic circle, the king began to scold the spirit empress, saying that she was not even a person in their world. But how did he know about the circle? Davy pointed to the seed and smiling said that he was the empress's disciple. Noah heard him and said that the demon raised the demon, and this was an outrage. Lowering his hand, the guy asked what was in the contract. The king answered saying that he still could not refuse, because he was her disciple. Looking at the Manochins, Davy said that he could not do this, because otherwise, he would not let him return normally. The giant wrapped in chains said that forcing a contract in this way was a fraud, but even though he deceived him, the fault is on him, because he fell for it. The requirements for summoning the spirit kings were similar, but there were still differences. But Urian was somehow summoned out of all of them, and now she was happy watching the student. Noah bent down and looked at the guy and told him to speak his will. Davy pointed down and said that his first demand was their destruction, everyone except the old man. The elves who obeyed the world tree shuddered. Noah immediately struck. The elves were horrified to see the blood. The limbs of the slain were scattered across the clearing. Standing on a hill, Davy told Noah that the second demand was to cleanse this forest. Plunged into filth, the king responded by saying that this forest is disgusting, so he will fulfill his will. Davy grinned and said that when he summoned him, he used one elf. It was necessary to rid her of the curse. He pointed to Yuri lying in the clearing. Noah looked at her and said that the world tree had gone crazy since it cursed this girl like that. Davy lowered his hand and said that he thought so too. Looking at Yuri, he smiled and said Yggdrasil had gone crazy. The elf lay motionless with her eyes closed. When her eyes began to open, someone cried out in joy. Milia and Virtus smiled, being happy. Getting up, Yuri had turned her attention to the ground. Milia's smile said that everything had returned. The high elf looked around. She looked back. The entire area around her had come to life. Now the flowers were blooming, and the trees had returned to normal. When Yuria stood up, Virtus said that she was right. The man she had brought was able to save them. The girls had begun to tremble. She began to cry with a smile on her face. She was happy. Milia and Virtus hugged Yuri. The king of the earth's spirits raised his hand. Davy's legs buckled. Davy leaned against the tree and said that this spirit uses his mana in huge quantities. Looking at Noah's back, the guy asked him if he really expressed his resentment like that. The king of spirits, and so petty. The girl walked on the grass. Stopping, she called Davy. He turned around and asked if she was okay. Yuria looked at the king in surprise, saying that she could not believe that he had succeeded. Davy, smiling, said that they would not see anything like this anywhere. The girl shook her head, saying that she was ready for anything, when the guy said that Noah had lifted the curse from her, but she should not summon spirits for a while. Luna's wings opened. She threw the old man back with a blow. Conde looked angrily at the girl. Kneeling in front of Davy, the old man screamed, saying that all this was a lie, and why did not Urias summon the spirit? But besides, he was the resting place of the king of spirits himself. Urias stood next to the boy and asked if the evidence was reliable. Davy answered by saying that he had everything. Luna showed a thumbs up saying that she had many different functions. Standing in front of Conde, the elf said that there were more absurd things. The old man froze when the girl said that he, for the sake of fulfilling the order of the world tree, accelerated the desecration of this forest. Would he admit his guilt in killing an innocent child by throwing him into the polluted zone? The crowd of elves opened their mouths in shock. Conde frowned and shouted saying that he could not commit such a sin, and in general this was a false accusation, because he could not even imagine such a thing. Luna, standing behind the old man, said that they recently captured Mia. Projecting a holographic screen, she said that everything would become clear now. Through the screen in the air, the voice of the elder could be heard saying that even Yuria would not be able to summon spirits in the polluted forest. One of the elves standing in front of the elder said that even though she was a half-breed, she was still a child. The old man asked angrily, "Is that why he won't listen to him?" Turning away, The capricious old man said that in his time they couldn't even think about contradicting their elders. Then if they didn't immediately follow the order, they were punished. The elves in the square gritted their teeth in anger. The man looked at the boy in his hands and told him that if he wanted to be angry, then he should be angry at Miss Yuria, who went against the will of the tree. After that, the man threw the boy into the water. The crowd in the square froze, listening to the old man's laughter. Looking at the old man in the clearing, they shouted, asking what he had done. Luna said that she rated her ability to record video as high. Then Davy put his hand on her head, saying that the video was really good. The elf stood before the elder and asked if he had anything to say. The old man bowed his head, saying that it was all a lie. They were just blaming the elder. Yuria gritted her teeth. The girl grabbed the old man by his clothes and angrily asked if he even understood what he had done. How could he kill Mio, a small child, with such pride? Khan, being horrified, frowned and screamed, saying that it was all her fault, because none of this would have happened if she had not disobeyed the will of the World Tree. She had betrayed the World Tree. The girl bowed her head and asked that even if that was the case, what was the fault of the others? Grabbing Yuria's hands, Khan said that it was she who had made the mistake of disobeying the tree, while he had followed its will. The elves in the square clenched their fists. They were angry because of the old man's words. Knocking the old man to the ground, the girl asked if it turned out that this whole situation was the will of the World Tree. Pointing at herself, she said that if this was so, then the inhabitants of the Moon Forest would no longer recognize the World Tree. They would reject all the ancient customs established by the tree. Khan raised his head in horror. The girl put her hand to her chest and declared her independence. From the lips of the girl, who stood motionless, words burst forth, in some sense tantamount to a declaration of war. Khan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked the girl if she understood what this meant. She stroked her hair and smiled and said that she knew nothing. Starting to get up, the old man said that she was going to abandon 300-year-old traditions and wanting to unite with this low and disgusting race, selling them the noble elder. Davy grinned and began to laugh. Clenching her fist, Yuria screamed, saying that their people had been betrayed by them and the tree. The immutable Old Testament to protect the little elves had been broken, and this rule did not separate either purebreds or half-breeds. She put her fist to her chest and asked what Mio had done to feed his hatred, since she was just a small, sweet child living without love or friends. How did this smiling child become so lonely that she approached a human, the one she should have described the most? The elves standing aside heard Yuria shouting, saying that Mio was truly happy that she had made friends and spent hours sharing this joy with the spirit, while he despised her and the other races. The old man, without looking into the girl's eyes, lowered his head, saying that it was all for the sake of tradition. A couple of elves listening to everything said that the deity had gone too far. Closing her eyes, the girl said that from now on and forever, the elves of the Moon Forest will not obey the World Tree, but will cooperate with the lands of Haines, the domain of Prince Davy. Looking at the crowd, she asked if there were any dissenters. Virtus, smiling, said that he supported his decision. The elves looked at each other and said that they would be tormented by the shame for the rest of their lives for the fact that Conde was his blood. Some said that they had already resigned themselves to it when this little girl was kicked out of the village, but here they had completely crossed the line. The crowd approached Yuria and shouted that they would follow her, because you can't trust someone who prefers cruel customs imposed by a monster to the will of the people, and if the World Tree does not see a problem in the lack of humanity and customs and the happiness of believers, but simply drowns in its narcissism, then it would be better for them to cooperate with people. Conde raised his head in shock, looking at the crowd. Prizerk, hovering near Davy, said that Yuria was a beautiful girl. It seems that he was now much more imbued with her. The guy, smiling, said that he did not expect that this miss would accept the offer that she had refused for so long. The elves surrounded Yuria. The girl opened the door with a scream. She saw Mia lying on the bed at the end of the room. Davy put his hand on the girl's head. Standing next to her, the guy said that the girl was very weak. Luna, who was standing behind, said that she was a little mistaken. The analysis showed that despite the quick rescue, part of the life force was lost. When Yuria took the girl by the hand, Davy said that if he healed Mia with magic and let her rest, she would be fine. Davy began to heal Mia with magic. He understood that the girl could be very offended by him when she grew up and wanted to find out the truth. Unable to hold back his tears, Yuria said that now she did not even dare to look at her, although she knew that it was dangerous. But she had to close her eyes and wait in order to punish the traitor. Davy looked at her. Mia slowly opened his eyes. The girl looked at the crying Yuria and asked her why she was crying. Mia smiled. The three standing in front of the bed asked for forgiveness for dragging the girl into this dirty business. Mia wiped Yuria's tears, saying that she shouldn't cry because when she cried, her sister always patted her on the back. Smiling widely, she said that now it was her turn to wipe Yuria's tears. Mia hugged Yuria. Berserk was crying watching everything. Davy saw this and said that she was too emotional. Mia stopped hugging her sister when the guy asked her if she wanted to see Noah's. The girl ran across the field, rushing to the Spirit King asking Noah if he would be her friend. Davy, who came to the clearing, smiled. The Spirit King extended his hand to the girl, saying that the earth is always glad to have an innocent child. Mia climbed on the king, which made her happy. She raised her hands and joyfully screamed, saying that Noah's is big. Davy, nervously smiling, told the king not to move too much, otherwise his strength is lost very quickly. The giant immediately refused. Davy, despite the giant's back, got angry when he said that he couldn't help but feel his true strength and feelings, and he was familiar with the feeling of pretense. The blooming flowers swayed. When Mia landed on the ground, the Earth Spirit King told the guy that now all his demands were fulfilled. Davy heard him and said that next time he'd better appear small, otherwise his neck was stiff. Noah squinted and said that apparently he had never made such a contract, but he was still able to summon him. The guy smiled and said that it was all thanks to the essence of the Spirit King given to him by the Empress. Noah heard him and said that this girl really created the item that she started making just as a joke. Yuria approached Davy and said that if the world knew about the existence of this item, chaos would begin. But she was glad that the item served for such a good cause. Davy closed his eyes. He kept silent about the fact that there were still 12 such essences of the rulers left in his spatial storage. Yuria tilted her head. She looked at the sun setting in the distance. Smiling, she said that now they really declared war on the world tree. Davy said that there was no point in regretting it now. Davy turned to the girl when she said that she believed in his good deeds. Standing behind Mew, she asked if he would look after them. The guy blushed with affection. Looking at the sky, he said that he needed to think. The couple stood for a while in a clearing of moonflowers. The events take us to the moon forest, O.M. Yuria. Putting a box with an orb on the table, Yuria said that this is the orb of an ancient nameless spirit. It remained after the expulsion of Elder Konde. Sitting in front of Davy, she said that her ability is to forcibly block the enemy's forces with the help of spirit mana. She could not even imagine that he had such a thing. Taking the sphere in his hand, the guy said that it was probably created to control them. Davy felt dark mana around and inside the sphere. He threw the sphere sharply. When the sphere fell, he asked Yuria how much she knew about the types of spirits. The girl looked at Davy and said that there were 4 elemental divisions, as well as light and darkness. Among them, she only made a contract with representatives of water and light. Davy closed his eyes and said that there was also chaos. In this sphere, there was a high-ranking spirit of destruction. Yuria picked up the sphere when the guy said that he did not know what kind of man did this, but he was simply sealed there tightly. Davy closed his eyes and said that there were 13 types of spirits in total, and she would better keep the sphere to herself. Perhaps the day would come when she would have to release this immature creature. Yuria smiled nervously. She looked at the sphere in her hand when Davy said that she would still understand when she could summon a high-level spirit, and why he was considered such. Looking at her hands in the sphere, she said that she was worried. The uprising in the moon forest stopped in an instant. The summoning of not even the Supreme Spirit, but the summoning of the Demon King himself, and the terrible defeat of the ancient guards, led to the fact that the remaining elders lost all grip and surrendered. Now everyone on the streets greeted Davy. One of the sellers handed him fruits as a token of gratitude. Putting his hand to his chest, the man said that they, the inhabitants of the moon forest, do not forget good deeds, especially if this man saved Miss Yuria. The girl standing next to the guy clenched her fist, saying that they learned everything from the miss. What then continued to pollute the forest became known. The elders periodically arranged accidents. Accompanied by the disappearance of villagers, he threw them into the source of infection alive and just killed them. The old woman, unable to hold back a tear, said that her daughter disappeared 3 months ago. She was told that she fell into the clutches of a strong monster, but everything turned out to be wrong. The elves approached Davy and began to apologize for being prejudiced against him because of his race and not trying to get to know him better first. Davy smiled awkwardly and said that he hadn't really done anything, he was just passing by. Davy narrowed his eyes when the elves said that the rumors about humans being ugly and selfish were completely untrue. The boys smiled and said that if they hadn't saved them, they would have all died. Clenching his fist, another elf said that after they took Yuri to the World Tree, they would have all certainly been killed. Davy smiled nervously, and in the end, thanks to the inadequacy of the conservative leader, the boy became a hero to the elves of this forest. Elder Condé generously received what he deserved for his hostility, and was sent to prison. The crowd around Davy did not disperse. The families of the injured elves, sobbing, begged to be allowed to take revenge. Most of the inhabitants supported this mood and raised their hands demanding the execution of the traitors of the people. Yuria stroked Meal on the head. Davy, biting an apple, asked her what she was thinking about. It would be better to just kill them all. The girl smiled and said that she was somehow sad. Davy, closing his eyes, said that mercy can only be granted when there is a reason, but there is nothing to forgive them for. Throwing away his cigarette butt, he said that if idiots with stupid faith are given a chance, they will shit again. Now Elder Condé, having lost his mind, was screaming in a cage all the time, but there was no one in the dungeon. Davy jumped to the ground, saying that he would like to cut out their livers and gall bladders. Turning around, he said that she also should not forget what she wanted so much. Now they have become people of the land of Hain, and not slaves. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the treetops, she said that she would send them into exile. Davy disagreed, telling her to kill everyone. The girl smiled and agreed. Then Davy said that the policy of intimidation is a dangerous way of governing. However, even the pillars of statehood with an emphasis on defense can be shaken. Extending a finger, he said that being a leader means the need to be able to sacrifice something sometimes. Yuria, continuing to smile, said that he was right. Mu stood up when the pair decided to discuss another problem. Dreza, Yuria asked the girl what to do with the barrier that he destroyed. Davy froze hearing her question. The girl's eyes shone when she asked the guy if he would take responsibility. Yuria and Mu stopped smiling when the guy asked her to wait. The guy summoned Odin's staff and said that he would show her a very cool thing. Prozirk smiled admiringly, saying that this is the very staff. Raising his hand, Davy said that he did not want to create a barrier that completely blocked access to the exchange. It would be better for him to put up another one. Smiling, the guy said that he could put up a barrier that could stop a meteor, or a sanctuary of life force, or protection based on the mana of spirits. Yuria smiled nervously, saying that he might have misunderstood him. Her pupils spun when Davy said that she would love to install a barrier in a day. They needed to build a portal that would connect this forest with the lands of Haines. The girl turned around and ran away, saying that she needed to go to a meeting. Looking at the sky, Davy said that this is how a new resident appeared on his lands. Events take us to a dark forest. An elf subordinate to a tree walked through the forest. The roots of the tree crawled to his feet. The man stopped in front of a winding tree. He knelt down on one knee and greeted Yggdrasil. The tree's roots parted, revealing a woman's figure. She turned and looked at her subordinate. Kneeling, the man apologized for failing the mission, and even the mummy died. Yggdrasil knocked on the chair and asked how she died. The man, behind whom the roots stood, said that the mummy was trapped. Elder Kandi blindly believed in the power of the ancient spirit sphere. The man took advantage of this to summon the spirit king. Yggdrasil grinned and said that it was hard to believe that this was true, although it was just a monster that simply could not exist. It was great that he was able to survive. It seemed he did not notice his presence. Her subordinate bowed his head. He looked up the gap in the crown and said that most likely he was left alive on purpose. The gap in the crown immediately closed. Rising from the throne, the World Tree told the man to return to his mother's arms. Standing in the middle of the room, she said that a runaway daughter always returns to her parents someday. Everyone will understand this truth. The man outside the crown said that he will take this into account. The events take us to the lands of Haines, the king's estate. Golgotha, spreading his arms to the sides, told Davy that they missed him. The man stroked his beard, telling the guy that he seemed to have done something grandiose again. Davy, smiling, said that it was not quite such an act. Hugging another dwarf, Golgotha said that he came to take gold, because soon the festival season will begin. They will hold the identity of the hand dopes, something similar to a ritual of protection from misfortune. Davy froze and thought about the festival. Davy asked if all the tribes are going to the festival. Golgotha, closing his eyes, said that each clan holds it in their village. Hearing his words, the guy suggested that they hold the identity here. The two dwarves raised their heads, looking at the guy in amazement. Lightning flashed in the air, summoning Odin's ambassador. He said that he had just received one thing. Davy explained to the dwarves in front of him that he wanted to create a portal connecting the tribe and the lands of Haines. Currently, the lands of Haines were inhabited by humans and dwarves, but there were not many of the latter, so they could not often be seen in the city. Covering his mouth with his hand, the dwarf asked the guy if this was to reduce tension between the peoples. Davy smiled and said that they would consider that the festival would be for those who helped with the development of the territory. The guy straightened up. His goal was to create a place where all races could live in harmony. Looking at the forest in the distance, he said that he did not know how the elves would show themselves, because now they rejected the will of the world tree. Taking a step, Davy suggested going inside. Soon the guy heard the news that he was even exhausted from the tension. Davy smiled when he was told that 2 weeks after his departure from the forest, rumors that the Eldar were seen in the west reached the east. A cry was heard in the palace when someone asked the prince if he was aware of what was happening. Jules, looking at the guy with admiration, said that a creature similar to elves was seen on the western continent. Winry, smiling, asked if the elves were not just a fiction. Davy, hearing her words, grinned. In his hand was a book, The Stupid King of the Kingdom of Mold and the Elf. Closing his eyes, Golgotha said that elves really exist, and he had heard this from his grandfather. Winry and Jules' eyes sparkled with admiration and asked what the man knew about the elves. The old man, smiling, said that he himself had not seen them in real life, but even so, he aroused their interest. Luna, entering the office, said that since ancient times, saying that the dwarves and elves have bad relations. Standing in the middle of the room, the shabby girl said that they had a guest. Plopping down on a chair, the girl said that she does a lot of physical work. She considered that the physical strength and activity of Blue Flag and Honda exceeded her expectations. The endurance of the children was endless. Davy laughed at her. The palace worriedly told the moon to go to the dining room and eat, and the chef cooked something there. Opening her eyes, the girl said that they had a guest. At that moment, someone entered the hall. Clenching her fist, Yuri said that she had not yet forgotten about communication and taking responsibility. The eyes of everyone present sparkled at the sight of the elf. Mio hugged Davy. The guy asked her how he was doing. Stroking the girl on the head, he said that she had gained weight. The girl was indignant, but then said that she had fun, and she played a lot with Timmy and Ellie. Winry asked her brother in horror if this was really what she thought. Yuri smiled and said that she came to tell him what they had decided to do with the elder and the other conservatives. Winry, Illis and Golda froze when the boy began to scold the girl for running away on vacation for almost a month. Golda, who was sitting in a chair, realized who Yuri was when she said that he used to like her teeth. Putting her hand to her chest, the elf formally introduced herself, after which she said that she had previously worked here under the name Yuri. Winry, who was standing next to Illis, said that this couldn't be true. When Davy picked up Mio, Yuri said that she heard from some people that he wanted to hold an identity of the mines, so the Moon Forest would also participate. Davy put the girl down. When the elf opposite him told him that they were starting a spirit festival, they had a great opportunity to relax. Golda slammed the table. Stroking his beard, he said that they were the first to suggest holding a celebration, and that herbivores generally know about fun. Looking at the dwarf, the elf said that she would be looking forward to the performance. Smiling, she said that any reasonable person is drawn to something new and unknown. Perhaps they are not so active, but they have their own simple and colorful culture. Winry and Jules became nervous watching the argument. Flames flared up around Golgoth when he said that they would outshine everyone with the magnificence of their celebration. Covering her mouth, the girl said that their festival of spirits is known for its unearthly beauty. Prizerk, seeing how lightning darted, said that a cold war had formed here. Davy opened his mouth and called out to both, asking what they had done here. The pair of the dwarf and the elf froze. Davy's lips parted when he asked them if they knew why there were more people on the continent than anyone else. The guy grinned and said that they were taking all the attention. The guy sighed and grinned, listening to the representatives of the two races objecting, saying that they would not lose to him. Prizerk next to the guy said that he decided to raise the spirit of competition in an unusual way. Davy, imagining the festival, said that if he could make the festival incredibly beautiful, it should become grandiose and much more famous. Crossing her arms under her chest, the demoness said that the main thing is that everything goes smoothly. Looking outside the castle, she said that she was a little worried. The events take us to the palace of the Rindis Empire. Irie bowed her head and asked her friend not to laugh at her. Catherine smiled widely and said that she could not take her eyes off her embarrassed face. Raising her hand, she asked how she could hide such beauty from the world. Catherine hugged the princess, saying that all the nobility lined up in the hope of seeing the beautiful princess. Grabbing the princess by the cheeks, she said that now she can make such an expression. Smiling, the girl said that she was very happy for her. Stroking her chin, she asked if it turns out that the prince, having stolen the princess's heart, simply ran away, and even managed to cure her illness when even the empire had lost hope. Irie blushed with embarrassment, saying that this was not so. Lowering her hand, Catherine asked why. Raising her hands, the girl said that she fell in love with him not because of the healing, he saved her even earlier. He saved her in the forest from the assassins, then he was hovering in the sky. Clenching her fists, the princess said that it was very important. Catherine narrowed her eyes. Looking at the girl clutching her face, she mentally asked herself what to do with such a cute creature. Closing her eyes, she asked if she really liked the prince so much. She just knew a way to win any man. Did she need advice? Turning to Catherine, the princess asked if such a method existed. Stretching out her finger, the fox said that the prince was either a eunuch or too shy in this situation. The standard method would only make things worse. It was all about the emperor. He would never allow his beloved granddaughter an interethnic marriage. Iria opened her mouth, saying that she would do whatever was necessary. The girl froze when Catherine said that she should go all out. Raising her hands, the fox told the princess to go and eat the prince, because the best way was to get pregnant from him. When the girl's hands were over Irias, she said that they would have a child and the prince could not ignore such consequences. A moment later, she placed her hands on the girl's shoulders. Pressing the trembling girl to herself, Catherine said that love must be fought for, because in the end, the fusion of two bodies is the final goal of the interaction of living beings. The fox smirked. She was known as the Fire Fox, one of the strongest in the Rindis Empire. Her infantile view of love was too difficult for Irias to understand. A scream from the princess was heard in the room, asking Catherine to stop. At the same time, the object of the discussion of his chastity did not suspect it, being in the office with others. The prince smiled. He was focused on making the international festival even larger. Uria grinned and raised her mug. Sitting on the couch, she said that suggesting Monica in a dispute was too much. Davy, who was sitting at the table, said that she herself had put the treasure of the elves, the tears of the spirit, on the line. Putting the mug on the table, the girls said that the presentation of their debut was necessary in many ways. Davy looked at her and asked if it was because of the world tree. Picking at his sleeve, he said that they said that the tree was preparing to enter the world. The girl answered him by saying that she was a little surprised, because she did not expect such a quick reaction. Remembering her teacher, Uria said that her teacher was monitoring the situation, and he should contact her soon. Closing her eyes, she said that since Yggdrasil made a decision, the existence of the elves will soon become known to the whole world. Opening her eyes, the girl said that she heard that the title of the first is very important for people, and the more extensive the festival is, the better the effect will be. Davy, closing his eyes, thanked the girl. Suddenly the window behind the guy opened. Alina stood in the window. Davy frowned when he saw her. Alina said, smiling, that she had great news. When the guy demanded that she request an official visit, she put her hands on her hips and said that they were already close. The guy's body swayed back, due to the girl's screams, talking about incredible news, a civil war in their country. The girl froze when the guy asked what news she wanted to tell him before. Jumping to the floor, she told him not to be surprised. Clenching her fists, the girl said that the rumors about the appearance of elves turned out to be true. Seeing the reaction of the guy in front of her, Alina became despondent. Meanwhile, Uria watched as the girl screamed, saying that this was the appearance of a creature in fairy tales. How could he react like that? Davy, stroking his hand, listened to the girl. She stretched out her finger and said that he should generally thank her for such news, for example, a new sword technique. Davy pointed to the elf aside and said that he didn't need this information. Putting down her cup, Yuria said that it was cute. Davy grinned, telling the island that she came just in time. The girl shuddered with her whole body. She smiled nervously and looked at her friend. He extended his hand to her. The creepy smiling guy told the island that she would become a victim of the popularization of his festival. A moment later, a girl's scream was heard in the palace. The girl's blade was shaking. She put her sword in front of her, telling Davy not to approach. Blushing with embarrassment, she asked the guy if he had already forgotten about the night they spent together in the cave. Davy raised his hand and said that he somehow forgot. The girl screamed, saying that she had never experienced such torture, and he did not even stop when he asked him to stop, because she was in pain. Covering her mouth with her hand, Yuria was surprised. Alina looked at the elf when she asked her if the elder of the Red Tower was not her fiancé. Did she cheat on him? Berserk hit the guy when he said that Yuria was right. Meanwhile, Alina screamed, saying that such a misunderstanding is simply absurd. Squinting, the elf said that it turns out they did not go that far. Alina stood next to Davy when Yuria said that she wanted to make fun of them. When the princess told Yuria that she and Davy have a completely different relationship, the elf stood up and asked what kind of connection they had, that she sneaked to him through the window so secretly, because girls can't be friends with guys. The princess's body trembled when she asked Davy if all elves like to make fun of people. He answered, saying that most likely only her. The girl could not hold back a tear and looked at her friend when he said that he would need her help. Sitting on the table, she took the sheet in her hand. Davy spread his arms to the sides, saying that he needed something and could only get it in the Palan Empire. The girl raised her head and asked her friend if he had really signed her up as a sponsor. The guy immediately said that she would be generously repaid. Throwing up her hands, she said that that was not the problem. The girl's eyes lit up when Davy asked her if she wanted to become a sword master. If she helped, he would help her. The entire space around the girl shone. Davy grinned. He knew that the girl herself would soon become a master, but she did not have the intelligence to realize this. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl said that she would not fall for the trick just like that. Extending her hand to the guy, she said that she simply could not reject her friend's help. Davy sighed. He put the sheet with the contract on the table. The events take us to the elf village, to the entrance to the moonlit forest. Berserk smiled and blushed. She hugged the staff, saying that this staff is incredibly beautiful. Davy looked at her and said that she is obsessed with the staff. The staff of Odin, the god of magic, was shining, while Berserk said that the bone of an ancient dragon, pure mithril and elixir for coating were used in the making of the staff. The guy frowned, telling the girl to be careful with the staff. Yuria, who was standing to the side, asked if there would be a problem with the sudden installation of the barrier, because at each point and the center of it, many large magic circles should be installed. The couple widened their eyes when the guy asked her to just watch. He clapped his hands. Then he spread his arms out to the sides. A huge magic circle appeared under his feet. The guy slammed the staff on the ground using nature absorption and great magic defense. Davy raised his hand, activating a great illusion. Noah extended his hand when the boy asked him to help and said that in a place where spirit energy prevails, it is best to rely on the king. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Her mouth opened in amazement. Golden wings spread in the sky. Davy with angel wings activated sacred magic of the 9th rank. Yuria screamed and let go of Mu, saying that she felt incredible power. Davy imagined a stupid picture, then Berserk told him that he was the only person who could use sacred magic of the 9th rank. The demoness looked at the boy with narrowed eyes. Pointing to the barrier, she asked if it was too small, because even a person could not pass through it. Davy smiled and said that it would be a waste of time to think about the size. He extended a finger, telling the demoness to be silent. Davy lowered his staff and asked the elf if she knew the nickname of this artifact. Yuri looked at the tip of the staff and asked what his nickname was. The staff in front of the girl was called the Goblin Staff. In some ways it was even stronger than the Divine Sword. The mana under the guy's feet glowed when the guy said that now you can just stretch the barrier. A moment later, the barrier expanded to enormous sizes. The events take us to the palace of the Palan Empire. Taking the flash stone in her hand, Alina said that Davy ordered too rare an item. Clenching her fist, she said that if thanks to him, she becomes a master of the sword, then it is worth it. Amadeus waved his hand and greeted his sister. Smiling, the brother asked his sister what she was doing in the castle. She answered by saying that she stopped here to fulfill a friend's request. At that moment, the second prince entered the hall and called his sister. The guy in glasses who came asked his sister if she had really forgotten about the rules of the castle. What kind of attitude is this towards the crown prince? The girl frowned at his words. Passing by his brother, Sullivan told him that even walls have ears and they should be careful, and he had just heard that an expedition to the south was waiting for him. Amadeus turned around. Sullivan looked at him and said that he hoped that they would return in good health. Then he walked away. Alina stuck her tongue out at her brother, saying that he was a bore. Amadeus patted his sister on the head and said that she should not be angry with him, and as soon as they returned from the expedition, he would go to the lands of Haines together, and he also wanted to see what his sister's friend was like, who had seduced her. The girl blushed with embarrassment, saying that this was not so. Amadeus stood in front of his sister and said that he would wait for this day. Alina looked at the sun and said that she only wanted him to return alive. Events in the palace continued. The Palan Empire had many unique goods on the entire continent. Davy stood in the courtyard, in front of a pile of boxes. The flash stone inside the boxes, and the current civil war, they used as mines, and so the Empire carefully monitored the export. Picking up the stone, the guy mentally said that in the past, mana stones were called equality. Looking at the stone in his hand, he said that no matter whether it was a war veteran or an elderly person, the flash stone always equalized the forces. The weapons of the Palan Empire are well known to all the other empires around. Despite the lack of sword masters and archmages, the state was considered powerful. Manmoto approached the master and said that he gathered the most talented residents. Looking at the flag on the roof of the town hall, the guy said that they will show what they are capable of. Many carriages entered the city. Dozens of noble families from the Ran kingdom and hundreds from others could be seen on the streets. The butler standing in the office said that their city was also visited by mercenaries in huge numbers, and in the capital of the kingdom, such a crowd had never been seen. Davy grinned. Going to the table, he asked the butler why he should not look. The old man refused, saying that it was better to give this opportunity to Amy. Amy meanwhile worked tirelessly, discussing details with the dwarves. The old man closed his eyes, saying that despite all the complaints, she was smart and diligent. When Davy sat down, the butler said that Amy was very tired from the amount of hard work. The guy understood the hint and said that in return he would have to work tirelessly throughout the festival. He extended his fingers, saying that it would be bad if the organizers were not aware of the situation. Alina took the book in her hand. Putting the book on her lap, she asked the guy if he would go himself. He pulled out a nightstand with a mask, saying that he could not contradict his words. Putting on the mask, he said that his name was no longer Davy, but David. The girl sighed and looked away, saying that if you paint a pumpkin green, it won't turn into a watermelon. She extended her hand to the guy and offered to take a walk with her. The couple stood by the window. The guy followed the girl the whole time. They visited a butcher shop. There, the couple bought a pork leg each. Afterwards, they went to the elf quarter. Elves in beautiful robes danced in the square. Soon, the guy approached Golda. He touched the box with balls and offered to play. Davy grinned, saying that it was easy. But after a couple of minutes, the guy left, and his coins remained. While he was walking through the streets, Prizer told him that human greed is limitless, and makes them repeat the same mistakes. Soon, the group entered the store. Golgotha spread his arms out to the sides, greeting the mentor. Alina elbowed her friend and said that the mask didn't work on dwarves. Golgotha, leading the pair, said that the craftsmen had done a great job this time. Pointing to the armor and shields, Golgotha said that it was Tor's work. The man held out his finger and said that he didn't know who Tor motivated his people, but they had sent a masterpiece. Alina froze in amazement when he saw the golden sword. Davy approached and said that it was most likely a decorative blade, and why would the owner of a divine sword need something like that? Stroking her chin, the girl said that it was a gift for her brother. Davy turned to her and asked why she suddenly looked like a princess. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she didn't get along with all the brothers. Davy stared at the girl when she said that everyone called her a treat for the eyes, but in the imperial family, many didn't like her. The girl's hair fluttered. The dwarf handed the thing to Davy. In his hand was a box, which, according to the order, they heated and cooled in the oven for 152 hours. The old man smiled and asked if he really wanted to give this to the princess. Looking at the girl to the side, Golgotha said that when he was young, he had to fight with several other men for his wife. The guy quickly hid the thing behind his back when Alina asked him what he was doing there. The girl grabbed the guy's hand, saying that they still had a lot to see. She smiled at the guy, telling him to follow her. Davy stared at the hand in surprise, his lips stretched into a smile. Then he ran after the girl. At that moment, the elf's foot stepped on the edge of the cliff. A group of elves in cloaks stood near the city. Yggdrasil stood in front of the group. Alina spread her arms to the sides and rejoiced. Davy followed the happy girl. She asked, smiling, why there was no one here. Davy grinned and said that the entrance here was open only to him. The guy looked at his watch and said that it was time for him to go. Clenching his fist, he said that it was time to use what she got for him. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and took offense, saying that she agreed to this only because in return he promised to help her become a sword master. Standing next to the guy, she asked him to tell her. Luna, meanwhile, prepared the golems. A moment later, a shelf flew into the sky. Bright fireworks lit up the entire city. People on the streets stared at the sky in amazement. The fireworks continued, delighting people. Alina opened her mouth in amazement. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, she said that it was beautiful. Smiling, she said that using explosive stones for such purposes was quite amazing. The guy interrupted her, saying that he did not limit himself to one stone. He handed her the box. Inside was a necklace that could help with the circulation of mana. The girl took the necklace in her hand. Squinting, she asked why he was so generous. The guy answered by saying that he was bribing her. Smiling, he mentally said that he would still need her, so he had to go for it. The girl moved her hair from the back of her head, telling Davy not to stand there like a pillar, but to put the necklace on her. Davy angered the girl by telling her boyfriend to ask such a thing. Alina turned to him, telling him to keep his jokes to himself. Did he really want her to ask him to put on a necklace given to him by another man? Giving in, Davy still helped put the necklace on. When he fastened the necklace, Davy said that he was a good person. Too bad she was a psychopath, and so another quarrel began. Looking at the sky, the girl said that even though the whole yard was looking for a groom, she would still reject him. The guy heard her and said that she was very kind to him. Alina sighed and bowed her head. Davy looked at her. Embarrassed and blushing, the girl said that if they still couldn't find a worthy husband for her, then maybe. She turned to the guy. A sudden electric shock interrupted her words and made her shudder. The girl looked at her ring and said that her heart skipped a beat. Looking at the ring, she said that it was a message from the palace. Davy smiled and told her to go and not to worry, because he himself had a lot of things to do. Alina raised an eyebrow in confusion. Looking at the sky, Davy said that the festival was coming to an end, so they could take a walk with Winry tomorrow. A couple of minutes later, the guy was left alone on the balcony. He lowered his hand, saying that he didn't expect people to screw up so much on such a good day. Looking at the forest, he said that he had to uproot the world tree. At the same time, two people were moving through the forest at great speed. Aina held out her blades in front of her. She frowned as she looked at her opponents. The eyes of the attackers were glowing. The girl had to block two swords from the elves. Sparks flew all over the forest from the clash of swords. Aina slid back. She pursed her lips and sweated. The elves standing in front of her told her to leave in a good way, because they preferred not to kill unnecessarily. The three elves tensed up when their opponent refused, saying that she would not allow them to go any further. Standing up, she said that if they took a step, she would be forced to kill them all. Yggdrasil chuckled at her words and said that she had wondered where her stupid daughter had disappeared to. Aina shuddered at the voice of the tree. The little girl stood in front of everyone. She took off her hood, revealing her face. Crossing blades, Aina said that she was a human. Yggdrasil objected, saying that this was too crazy a joke. The girl lowered her hands and froze in horror, realizing who was in front of her. Closing her eyes, the avatar of the world tree said that she did not pity her sister, her unfortunate mother's heart. Yggdrasil chuckled when Aina began to scream, saying that it was all her fault. Because of her and the holy world tree, she had to fake her death. Raising her blades again, she asked why she came here. Idrisil answered by saying that she was very interested in the person who took her 2 daughters. Spreading her arms to the sides, she said that she was in a good mood today, so she could calmly surrender, because even though she left the nest, she was still a child of the forest. Aina disappeared from her place. She instantly appeared in front of Idrisil, saying that she would not allow her to touch Davy. The guard's hands reached out to the girl. They knocked her to the ground. Crouching in front of her daughter, the Avatar said that she could do nothing about her wickedness, but if she realized her mistakes and returned, she would be forgiven. The girl gritted her teeth, saying that being with Davy, she had learned a few things, and that this man may be a cover, but in terms of faith and abilities, he has no equal. Idrisil continued to smile. Aina showed her middle finger and sent her mother to hell. At that moment, a bright light illuminated the entire clearing. A second later, there was a powerful explosion. The explosion sent stones flying in all directions. Jack came out of the smoke. Looking behind her out of the corner of her eye, she said that she hoped that they were all dead. Stopping, she exhaled heavily and said to herself that she had finally gotten out of this mess. But suddenly a sword whistled through the air. It pierced the girl through and through. Gritting her teeth in pain, Jack saw a hole in her chest and said to herself that she had to warn everyone that the world tree was on their tail. The pendant on her neck came off. The elf fell to the ground, and the one who had wounded her put the sword back in its sheath. A pool of blood formed under the body. Her false appearance began to dissolve. A few seconds later, a dark elf with long blue hair was lying in a pool of blood. The guard frowned and asked what Idrisil would order to do with her, to which she, standing next to him, replied that nothing, she just needed to be left. Having received the order, her subordinates laid down their weapons. The world tree stood in front of the girl, saying to itself that she was once considered the most gifted in the entire tree sanctuary, and 30 years had passed since she escaped from the forest, turning into a dark elf. Jack could not get up from the ground. Her eyes were full of hatred and anger, and her look for Idrisil was still the same. After these thoughts, she turned around, saying that it was enough to waste time, it was time to move on. But suddenly the ground beneath them was painted in black light under the use of black magic of the 8th circle fear. The guard elves began to look around, asking what was going on, and a voice out of nowhere said that he had heard that the color of the dark elves' eyes changed depending on their essence. Idrisil stopped, listening to the voice that said that she must be stubborn to the point of envy, since her eyes were still bright, although they should have been covered with a cloudy veil long ago. The blade of the sword gleamed in the setting sun, and its owner said that even though they had come to the festival without an invitation, they were still their guests, so he wanted to give them a warm welcome. At that moment, one of the guard elves lost his balance. Having drawn his weapons, the elves continued to take blows, shouting and asking who he was. The man sitting in the tree above them said that they had another event planned for today, and with them it would not be boring. Davy held a mask to his face, asking if they wanted to stop by. Lowering the mask, he, standing on top of the tree, finished in his haunted house. A few minutes later, a terrifying scream was heard throughout the forest. The elf guards were lying on the ground, and Davy, putting his sword in its sheath, asked how Jack was feeling, or should he call her Anna? The elf was breathing heavily and looking at him, and asking how he did it. The guy picked her up in his arms, and with a smile on his face said that he was meeting a dark destructive spirit for the first time, who was so desperately trying to protect his employer. A bright glow suddenly appeared next to him, which began to scream at him not to touch the elf, to which he hit it with his finger and told him to leave him alone, because his antics were not enough for him. After that, a bright warm glow was released from his hands. Davy healed Jack, saying that now she should get out. Suddenly, Idrisil came out of the forest to him, saying that he never ceased to amaze her, and she was impressed, adding that she did not want her daughter to die anyway. Davy turned to her, saying that it was funny, and then asked if she herself had not recently moved into a new body. Closing her eyes, the world tree replied that she had lived in it for more than 300 years, and pathetic humans with their short lives were not able to comprehend the essence of the world tree that had lived for millennia. But with him everything was not so simple, he had surpassed the limits of human capabilities. She saw the powerful energy inside the guy. Spreading her hand to the side, the girl added that he should not worry, because she just wanted to talk, to which he, resting his hands on his hips, asked, "Really?" Suddenly, Davy sharply raised his head and frowned with displeasure, asked if she had a little impudence, showed up without asking and dared to set conditions. At that very moment, Noah rose from the ground. Without thinking twice, he raised his huge hand. With all his might, the King of Spirits struck the World Tree. But the blow did not harm it at all, and Yggdrasil closed her eyes with a smile on her face. Bowing, she said that this was an unexpected meeting, because she didn't know that a higher being like him had deigned to appear in this world, to which Noah, looking at her, said that he already knew everything, after which he asked if she had really gone completely crazy. Davy looked at the girl and asked the King of Spirits to stop, to which he tried to object. Then the guy with a smile on his face raised his head and asked himself if he had not heard him, after which Noah fell silent. Hearing this, the World Tree laughed and said that it was a funny sight, and she did not expect this. She put her hand to her chin and added that it was time to get straight to the point, then asked if the guy knew why she had come to meet him anyway. Davy opened the system screen in front of him and answered, "I think no." But he didn't get any answer on the system screen, except for countless question marks. Berserk, putting her hand on her hip, said that the World Tree was a supreme being, endowed with a name by the will of God, and her powers alone would not be enough to reveal information about her, which made Davy frown in displeasure and ask if all he could do was go ahead. He dropped his hands and told the World Tree that he didn't know, then asked what all these games were for, to which she, spreading her arms, asked what he wanted to offer then, adding that he was too cautious, but she would tell him anyway. She stretched out her hands and called out Yuri's name and ordered him to return her child to her. Hearing this, Davy folded his arms and said that she was talking like he had kidnapped her, then asked if she had really come all the way to the western continent just to ask for this, to which Yggdrasil asked if he also knew that they had come here to put down roots. Then the guy firmly said that he knew much more than she thought. The bright turquoise foliage grew more and more, and the prince firmly said that he had to refuse. He did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, answering that Yuria was a citizen of the lands of Haines, and whether she was a world tree or an empire, she would not lay a finger on her without his permission, from which the World Tree raised her hand to her face and quietly said, "What a shame." When Davy said that it was only for her, she closed her eyes and said with a smile on her face that his selfishness and greed only made things worse, and then asked if he knew anything about the Demon King. A gust of wind blew her snow-white hair. Squinting, Yggdrasil frowned in displeasure and told him that 3,000 years ago, she sowed fear and destruction across the continent, and her name was Berserk, the absolute evil that almost drowned the entire continent in blood. Soon she will awaken again. Berserk sat on a mountain of skulls, burning her gaze at Davy. The World Tree continued to say that she had been waiting for her moment for a long time, and that no one could stop her destructive power of hatred. After these words, they continued to silently look at each other. Hearing this, Davy looked at Berserk on his shoulder with a smile on his face and asked, "The Queen of Demons?" Then, to which she happily replied that she was talking about her. Gust of wind drove green leaves through the air. Berserk suddenly laughed. Davy raised his hand to his mouth and said that she turned out to be quite an ugly woman. The World Tree looked at the laughing guy and asked what was wrong with that. "Nothing," Davy answered, waving his hand and adding that he still had to refuse, because Yuria was a citizen of the lands of Haines. Looking at the Demon Queen who was laughing on his shoulder, wiping away her tears, he said that he didn't care, even if Berserk was resurrected again. She had no reason to go to peace with war anymore. Then, pointing a finger behind him, Davy added that he warned her that if she wanted to get to Yuria, she would have to deal with her first. The servants of Yggdrasil sat on the ground and trembled in fear. The prince suddenly smiled ominously and added that since they still hadn't come to an agreement, the only option for them was to come together in battle. Hearing this, the World Tree raised her eyebrows and asked why this inappropriate stubbornness. Did he really think that he could handle the Demon Queen's fury? Then Davy spread his hand to the side and asked if she knew that the outcome would be like this. Then why did she start her tirade? If she was so afraid, then let her go back to the hole from which she crawled out. Hearing this, the girl took a few steps in anger. After her clap, the subordinates suddenly came to their senses, raising their heads. They looked at their mistress, who with outstretched hands said that, unfortunately, she was unable to convince the child of man. She used the blessing of the World Tree on her subordinates, adding that Devi should not perceive the fact that she did not kill him as that she was going to give up and wait for her death. Her people rose to their feet, enveloped in powerful magical energy. They pointed their weapons at Devi, saying that he would pay for his insolence. The prince took the sword of one of the elves and asked if it was worth equalizing the chances. The boy, seeing that his weapon was gone, screamed, "Was this really his sword?" Devi took a fighting stance. The elf waved his hand and screamed, asking how dare he, was he really going to use an elven sword? He was a pathetic human. To which he responded by asking since when only elves could use rapiers, because he had not removed his charms so that he could utter all sorts of nonsense. Taking a step forward, he ordered that his blow not be blocked, otherwise he could die. Hearing this, the elves rushed to attack. Jumping towards him, they screamed for him to stop his stupid tricks. The blade of the weapon in Devi's hands was covered with powerful magical energy under the influence of the 28th technique, the sword of the demonic spirit, the demonic Rakshasa. The boy made a powerful dash forward through the enemy. The elf blocked the attack with his shield. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face. He turned around sharply and shouted that he was a pathetic person, but before he could finish speaking, blood appeared on his face. The subordinate of the World Tree split into two parts, and Devi, turning to him, said that he told her not to block his attack. At this time, Idrisil was watching the fight from the side. The King of Spirits suddenly appeared next to her and told her not to be distracted. Having attacked her, he added that her opponent was him. Devi looked at Noah's and said that he was distracting her from me. While he was thinking about this, the elf attacked him. The blade of his sword whistled right above the prince's ear. Then suddenly Devi grabbed his opponent by the shoulders and used the control of the demon King Nugar. The guy began to twitch, trying to break free. But at that very second, the prince hit him with all his might with his head. Seeing this, Berserk grabbed her head and said that he hit him so hard that even she felt pain. After that, Devi grabbed another elf by the neck. He took his opponent's arrow with her head. Then he threw away the dead body, and her partner screamed in horror. Idrisil's subordinate, having killed her comrade, fell to her knees. One of the last elves ran away in horror. Devi, holding a rapier in his hands, said that these were very light things. Swinging, he added that they were perfect for throwing. Throwing the weapon, the guy told the elf to remember this, because it might come in handy in the next life. Idrisil's subordinate turned around with horror in his eyes. The blade of the rapier flashed in his eyes. The weapon pierced his back, and blood spurted in all directions. The one who killed her partner gritted her teeth, kneeling. She looked at her trembling hands and said that it was all a dream. Devi slowly approached her. The World Tree was watching him out of the corner of her eye. She furrowed her brows in anger, gritting her teeth. The elf raised her head and cried out with tears in her eyes that it was all a lie, because a monster like him simply could not exist. Devi looked at her with contempt in his eyes. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards her. Putting it to the girl's face, he easily said that he would kill her painlessly. A powerful surge of magical energy was heard around them. The elf continued to kneel. The prince lowered his hand. Then Berserk raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked why he stopped, to which he ordered her to use her power. The subordinate of the World Tree shook with fear, looking at the ground. Devi, standing with his back to Idrisil, turned to her. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, and with eyes full of rage and hatred, asked if she had really gone completely mad. The girl looked back at him with a malicious smile on her face. Devi ordered Berserk to use her powers again, causing her to raise her eyebrows in surprise. He stood with his back to his main rival, who asked if he was really asking about this. She was manipulating the stones with a smile on her face. Devi looked at the elves he had killed and said to himself that the World Tree was not stupid and knew perfectly well that nothing good awaited her here, after which he wondered why she had come such a long way, knowing that she would achieve nothing. After which he asked Berserk if she really thought that all this was spontaneous. The surviving elf could not stop shaking. Slowly, she raised her hand to her stomach. Devi, looking at her, frowned in displeasure and asked if she really brought her pregnant mother with her just like that. Clenching his hands into fists, he did not take his eyes off her. Hearing this, Berserk raised her hand to her mouth in shock, and the boy said that something was clearly wrong here. After these thoughts, he turned to Idrisil without any emotion on his face. The World Tree looked at him with a smile on her face and said, as she thought, his eyes trained. After these words, a powerful explosion was heard. The prince was tightly squeezing the girl's neck. He pressed her to the rock, saying that little elves are the perfect living shield, and for the World Tree, all her children. Grinding his teeth, he asked with burning eyes if she was really putting the life of an unborn child at risk. Then the World Tree smiled widely and said that she was giving him such an ultimatum, after which she ordered him to return Yuria to her before it was too late. Without letting go of his rival, Davy firmly answered, "No," to which she laughed, saying that then the relationship between elves and humans would irreparably change, after which she called out to Penella. The last elf raised her head sharply. She slowly turned around, and her mistress said that she was sorry. She looked at her with malice in her eyes, saying that she would never forget her sacrifice. Hearing this, horror appeared in the girl's eyes. Her hand clenched the hilt of the rapier. Then she put the blade to her throat. Davy turned to her and ordered her to stop, and the World Tree suddenly asked, "Ironic, isn't it?" She proudly raised her head and said that she is the World Tree, the progenitor of all elves. Some like her follow her great will, but there are also those like Yuria who question it. After these words, the elf plunged the rapier into her throat. As she fell to the ground dead, Idriso laughed, saying that victory was hers. A bloody cloak flooded in the wind. Looking down at Davy, the girl asked if he was really so blindly giving into the will of another. What could be done? It was a necessity, the only way to resist the flow of life. Davy continued to squeeze his opponent's throat. He imagined the World Tree, behind which stood the elves, and said to himself, "Justification. It was worth guessing that they bravely began the fight without the slightest chance of victory, because Idriso's plan was to condemn its subjects to a painful death, just to get justification." The Spirit King looked at the summoner as he, having released the World Tree, added to tell the elves of the Holy Land of the World Tree about his decision to make peace with humans. Of course, the elves, not knowing the truth, would be touched by this good idea. But this is what happened. Blood was pouring out of the body of the last elf, and the prince asked if it was not enough for her to meddle in the affairs of others, so now she decided to resort to lies and deceit. He burned his opponent with his gaze, adding that since there was only an avatar in front of him, then apparently she believed that she could simply return after death and that's it. And while the girl laughed, he said to himself that in the end the World Tree had fooled them, because only she knew the truth. Idriso, closing her eyes, continued to laugh. The guy kept his eyes on her, thinking that the elves in the Holy Land considered him a ruthless villain and a murderer who drank blood, and Idriso, a victim betrayed by the people with whom she wanted to make peace again. This play had an interesting script. Imagining a burning city, he added that spilled water cannot be poured back. Suddenly, a purple flame flared up in his hand, and Davy asked if she really wanted it that way. Oh well. The flame on his hand grew brighter, and he said to himself that his opinion of the elves of the World Tree had not changed, and if they wanted to play dirty, then he would not hold back either. Putting his hand on Idriso's head, Davy told her to continue to pester him without any plan of action, because he had already said this. But since she was here herself, she would say it straight to her face. Saying this, he forcefully squeezed the head of the World Tree. The prince's eyes changed color, and he, showing a terrifying aura, firmly said that he would personally cut down the support of the world at the roots. Hearing this, Idriso smiled widely, and laughing, said that one day all the elves would come for his soul along with everyone who was on their side. She looked at the enemy with contempt in her eyes, asking if he was able to cope with such a thing, because at any moment in any place representatives of the most different races could appear for his head. But Davy did not react to this, as suddenly, without any emotion, he asked what she preferred, and more a circle. But before the World Tree had time to answer, a powerful stream of energy was released several meters around them. Idriso suddenly jumped away from the guy in horror, screaming and asking what he was doing. Was it really a curse? To which he said with a smile on his face, "It means war." He looked at the girl lying and shaking on the ground, adding that it sounded good, but would she have enough strength? Poking his finger at her forehead, he added with a mocking smile that he would grind into dust anyone who dared to approach him. Having said this, the prince pressed a mark on the girl's forehead, adding that they would all fall at his hands. After his words, a loud crunch was heard, and the world tree saw an inverted image of its rival. Dispersed magical energy rose to the sky. At this time, the world tree emitted a bright white light. Yggdrasil suddenly woke up abruptly. Her hands were shaking, and she coughed heavily. She suddenly rushed to run to the river. Having reached it, she sighed in relief. The world tree climbed into the water up to her waist, saying that putting a curse on the body of the world tree was the height of impudence, and if it weren't for the pact from the beginning of time, she would have destroyed the spirit of that land long ago. Suddenly, she smiled broadly, adding that, however, the main goal had still been achieved. Raising her head, the world tree continued to say that although she had failed to bring Yuri back, she had successfully united all the most diverse political factions under one aegis. Having drawn an image of the Devi in her head, she said that, as they say, the enemy of her enemy is also her friend, and now, whether conservatives or radicals, the flames of their boundless rage will burn the boy Devi, wherever he may be, and even though the impudent fellow had put a bunch of curses on her, she began to wash her body, asking if she couldn't endure such childish pranks. After all, the river would soon wash them away anyway. Thinking about this, she finished her snow-white lock of hair out of the water. Looking at it, horror suddenly appeared in her eyes. The purple petal on the tree suddenly shuddered. The leaves began to fall en masse, and the elves began to scream in horror, asking what kind of horror was happening. Were the leaves and branches of the mother tree really falling? Adding that something bad had happened to Yggdrasil. The senior priests ran to the others, shouting that everyone should slowly go to the temple and find out what happened to the mother, and everyone else needed to urgently start summoning water spirits for healing. The world tree in the water turned around in surprise, hearing excited screams. Speechless, she continued to stand in place. Only a white robe remained from the false body of Yggdrasil. Berserk looked at her with raised eyebrows, saying that even if the elves turn against him, there will be people who will take their side, to which Devi smiled, saying, "Let it be so, because no one can do anything to him now anyway." Spreading his arms out to the sides, he also added that it would take them at least 6 months to cleanse the tree alone. The wind played with the petals of the trees, and Devi continued to say that the curse that the Lord of Death taught him was more focused on protection, but he would use it someday. Having said this, he looked at the girl and asked how she assessed the words about certain forces that were trying to resurrect her, to which she, raising her hand to her chin, replied that it seemed that the world tree was telling the truth. As it suddenly dawned on her, she exclaimed, could it really be her resurrection? She suddenly began to shine and waving her hand, shouted for the guy not to interfere with this, because she needed to find a physical body and appear to the world again, to which he asked if she still could not forget about the end of the transcendent, after which Berserk shouted, "What is the point of afterlife enlightenment if she does not touch such a beautiful staff?" There were many people in the city at that time. Jack, lying in bed, looked out the window. Devi came to her and asked if she had already woken up, to which she sharply turned to him. Devi walked towards her, continuing to say that he saw her in such a guise for the first time, from which she asked how long ago he realized, after which she added that firstly she wanted to thank him for saving her. Hearing this, Devi folded his arms across his chest and with a wide smile on his face replied that he had guessed right away, and then exclaimed that gratitude was a good thing, after which he asked if they had sorted out the debt, to which she, frowning, replied that these were two things that had nothing to do with each other. People were walking around the city at night, and the prince said that he had hidden her in a secluded place, and then asked why she should hide at all, because now everyone knew about the elves living here. Raising his hand to his chin, he thoughtfully said that it was unlikely that the matter was that she was a dark elf, but before he could finish speaking, the girl looked away, asking him to stop asking these questions. Jack looked out the window, asking Devi not to tell anyone about her real identity, because she was not pretending to be a man for nothing. Then the guy looked at the broken pendant, and said that it was broken, after which he asked if she had a second one, to which the elf replied that she had created this artifact when she was wandering outside the forest, having enlisted the help of a magician. It is a special item invisible to a mana detector, so it will be difficult to find a replacement. Hearing this, Devi raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying, if that's the case. Reaching out, he opened a subspace pocket, asking if it was worth making another one for her. After some time, Jack looked at the ring on her finger with raised eyebrows in surprise, and the prince said that it was a little worse than what she had, but it would do. Folding his arms across his chest, he explained with a smile on his face that she should say transformation, and put some mana into it. Without thinking twice, the elf said, transformation, and her appearance changed. Having become a man, she waved her hand and said that she would have to get used to this, and the employer said that he could be detected, and the spell was easily removed, so she should be careful, after which he asked if it was true that he had already done a lot for her. Hearing this, the elf, returning to her natural form, pitifully drew her eyebrows together. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she asked if the guy would listen to her request, but he answered, of course. The girl handed him a piece of the map and explained that there was a place marked there, a small island to the south of the eastern continent. In the past, the forest was such a bad location that now it is the abode of the undead. Davy took the piece of the map in his hands and asked if she was really looking for some kind of treasure, to which she answered, something like that, but not quite. Without taking her eyes off her employer, she explained that they were looking for some evidence there, evidence proving the betrayal of the elves by the sacred world tree, wishing to gain the power of the undead. Hearing this, Davy's thoughts sank to himself that they were again getting in the way of the rotten log, and Jack nervously swallowed her saliva. After a short pause, the guy exhaled heavily, saying that he was out, which made the elf twitch. After that, they looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Davy and Berserk looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, Jack began to fidget with her legs. She raised her hand to her face, pitifully raising her eyebrows, and with tears in her eyes quietly said that he himself said that he would listen. Seeing this, the guy firmly replied that he had changed his mind. He burned her with his gaze, asking himself if he had really misheard. A system window suddenly appeared in front of him, which reported confirmation of the information, and he said to himself that a certain leader of the forest had a sadistic side, and all these elves were nothing but a headache. The lights shone brightly in the night city. The next morning, the sun came out from behind the mountains. Davy, stretching, went out onto the balcony, saying that the festival was a great success. Remembering the fireworks in the sky, he added that no one had found out about the invasion of the World Tree yesterday, and the celebrations had also gone smoothly. Looking into the distance, the guy added that for him it was a failure. Davy remembered how late at night he buried the bodies of the invaders. That night he stood at the grave of an elf named Penella. He did not miss her, but the fact that her child had died left a bitter aftertaste in the guy. Jack was standing nearby and was categorically against digging graves for them, saying that there was no need to be so respectful to the instigators of the commotion, but he still erected a tombstone for them, solely for his own personal reasons. The prince grinned. Introducing Alina, he said to himself that she went to the Palin Empire that same evening, did not leave a note, so apparently the matter was urgent, but she liked to show up unexpectedly, and they would probably cross paths again. As he left the balcony, he yawned again, and Berserk, lying on his shoulder, suggested that he sleep a little more, to which he replied that he was thinking about enjoying the festival with the twins today. The beautiful palace was illuminated by the bright sun. Handan and Blue Flag, smiling widely, exclaimed that they were so beautiful. Davy patted them on the head, saying that they were very cute, and then asked who they were so cute after. He then turned to the moon, from which smoke was emanating, and asked where Mio was, to which she replied that she could barely manage to handle 3, so she needed additional funds. With the last of her strength raising her head, the golem replied that Mio was currently with the Alfuria. Hearing this, the guy, without taking his eyes off her, said okay, adding that today he would look after the girls, and she should rest, to which she gave him a thumbs up and replied that she greatly appreciated the long-awaited peace. Davy introduced Uria together with Mio and said to himself that after the accident with Elder Conde, Uria literally did not take her eyes off the half-breed. Apparently she decided to dump all the care that had accumulated inside on her, and it seemed to him that this was far from the only reason. Having gone outside, the girls rushed to play. They waved at the prince, calling him Dad, while he said to himself that although their main body was this sword, he still thought about finding a mother who would wrap them in affection. Berserk, raising her eyebrows, leaned towards him and asked if he was looking for an ideal candidate for himself. Then the only one that came to her mind was Princess Rindis. Suddenly Davy looked at the girl and asked how about her, which made her raise her eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly she laughed, saying that she did not need the young ones, who were not even 1,000 years old, after which the guy said, "So that's how it is, and if you believe the world tree, and she will really be resurrected, then we need to discuss this matter." All over the city, the festive flags are still more cheerful, and Priscilla, laughing, asked as if she should be afraid of something, to which the prince firmly said that he would give her the end of the transcendent. Hearing this, the girl, folding her arms on her chest, was very surprised. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, and she exclaimed, asking if she told him how indescribably beautiful he was. Davy put the blue flag on his shoulders, who was very happy about this. While he was praising his girls, a massive book suddenly fell to the ground. Hearing a familiar voice asking again, "Daddy," Davy turned around with a smile on his face. Not far in front of him, he saw familiar figures. They were Princess Iria, whose face was shocked, and Catherine, whose eyes were shining with surprise. The prince looked at them in confusion, and wondered if there was some secret parade of princesses nearby. Descending into memories, Davy said to himself that if he thought about it, the nobility began to appear on his territory only recently, and if they continued to stay, he would have to deal with them for the rest of his life. Leaving his memories, the guy looked at the princess, and said to himself that she did not stand out from the crowd in any way, and the only thing that was different was the circumstances of her arrival, because she came here not to admire the beauty, but for a routine medical examination. A luxurious carriage with 4 horses stood at the palace, and Priscilla said that she needed to see how everything went. After some time, they were sitting in the hall, and Iria asked for forgiveness. Fidgeting on the sofa, she frowned sadly, asking if her visit had caused him any trouble. Davy smiled and answered, "Not at all. He would simply assess her condition, for now the illness should not cause any inconvenience." To which she thanked him. Suddenly, folding her hands, the girl thanked him again and added that last time she was unable to express her gratitude properly, and was very glad that they had the chance to meet again. Cirque happily put her hands to her cheeks and exclaimed that he was so embarrassed that his ears were red. It was cute. To which Davy smiled confusedly and said that he must admit that he did not expect her visit, after which he asked why she did not warn him, because he would have met her properly, to which she apologized, adding that she simply insisted on coming unannounced. Catherine was sitting on the chairs behind. After taking a sip of warm tea, she smiled contentedly. Davy said to himself that it seemed to him that someone was lying, and it seemed to him that someone forced her, after which he extended his hand and offered to drink tea, because it smelled very tasty. After tasting the aroma, Iria exclaimed that it was truly delicious, and Iria, behind, with a wide smile, said that these were Aracelian herbs that only grow in the elven forest. The prince sipped some tea, saying to himself that he liked it too, but he would have preferred to pour a cup for Elder Golda as well. Suddenly, the princess, seeing the girls, asked who they were. Hearing that the conversation was about them, Blue Flag and Red Flag entered the room. When Davy called them, they rushed to hug him, and Iria excitedly said that she heard them calling him Dad. Davy looked at the girls and told them to say hello, because they were facing a princess. As soon as the girls saw them, she raised her hands to her cheeks and cried out that they were very cute. But suddenly it dawned on her, and surprise appeared in her eyes. Lowering her hands, she asked if she could ask a question, to which he replied with a smile on his face that he was listening attentively. Fidgeting with her hands, the princess asked if the girls were by any chance his real daughters. Hearing this, the prince turned his empty gaze to her, saying to himself again this question, after which he answered that he was simply their guardian. Hearing this, Iria, putting her hand to her chest, sighed in relief. The girls ran away, and the guy, folding his arms over his chest, said that she was a very interesting princess. Then, stretching out his hand, he added that he would be grateful if she showed him her back, because it needed to be examined, to which the princess asked if she could ask him to turn away. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows and was surprised and asked why. A blush appeared on the cheeks of the girl, who lowered her head, and she quietly answered that the matter was. Suddenly clenching her hands into fists, she screamed out of embarrassment that if he looked at her naked body, she would die of shame. Hearing this, Catherine spat out the tea that was in her mouth. Smoke was coming from the princess, and tears appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, Davy laughed, raising his hand to his mouth. Browsing, he jokingly asked why she had to get naked. she could just turn her back on him. Presirk laughed on the guy's shoulder, and Davy, closing his eyes, asked himself to become her, because she was still the princess of the Rhinese Empire, and he hoped that there would be no unpleasant incidents. Green leaves rustled in the wind outside the window. A few minutes later the prince, with his arms outstretched, emitted a warm divine light from them, saying to himself that the accelerated melting virus was different from other diseases. It was quite easy to both detect it and examine the infected person with mana, so he could easily determine how the disease was progressing. He stood silently behind the princess. Suddenly, the guy raised his eyebrows and was surprised, saying to himself that, however, as soon as he used magic, it began to make some annoying sounds. Presirk suddenly appeared next to him and asked how things were going, to which he replied that the illness had not yet completely receded, but there should not be a remission either. When suddenly he frowned, asking what it was. Davy saw a strange cloud of energy in the girl's body. Raising her head, Iria made a strange sound. At this time, Luna was watching them from the side. Looking out the window, she suddenly said that she had caught an excellent shot, which made the princess scream in horror. Then the guy asked her to sit still and not twitch, and the golem climbed into the window. Davy looked at his hand with displeasure, and said to himself that this was clearly something not simple, since even he did not know what exactly it was, and apparently, it had been in her body since birth. Only she apparently did not suspect it. At this time, the princess looked around excitedly. After finishing, the prince told the princess that in about a month she would be completely healthy, so she should try not to torment herself too much, to which she turned to him, smiled and replied, "Okay," and Luna quietly whispered to the guy on the side that she caught another good shot, and when transmitting this information to Yuria, it would be possible to obtain new taste data. Which is why Davy shouted for her to quickly leave here. He held her cheeks, when suddenly Iria asked him if he would mind if she gave him a gift. She suddenly abruptly handed him a box from the popular confectionery Choka, which is located in the central continent. When she opened it, Davy saw cupcakes that the princess made herself. The prince raised his eyebrows and surprised, smiled, saying to himself that he immediately remembered Valentine's Day in his past life. When suddenly he was struck by lightning, and he exclaimed in his head, asking, "Valentine's Day." At that very moment, he grabbed the princess's hand and thanked her. The girl blushed from such a surprise, not knowing what to answer. At that moment, Davy imagined a calendar with the date of February 14th, saying to himself that it was necessary to establish a new holiday, because trends are such a thing. With a sly grin on his face, he looked at the box of cupcakes and said to himself that, little by little, one after another, they become a cultural heritage, and cultural features bring in money. Having said this, the prince imagined himself rolling in money, saying to himself that he needed to spread the rumor as soon as possible, because the higher the status of the ones spreading the rumor, the more willingly they are believed. Luna, raising her eyebrows in surprise, looked at the owner. Presirk, seeing the smile on her friend's face, folded her arms across her chest and said that for the sake of the ringing of coins, he would sell his friends. The boy continued to hold the princess's hands, saying to himself that he didn't know how big the consequences of his decision would be. White clouds floated across the bright sky. After a while, Davy was sitting at the table with Catherine. She was holding a cup of tea in her hand and saying that she was the Archduchess of the Rhinese Empire. Davy extended his hand and with a wide smile on his face replied that he was very pleased to meet her, adding that he had heard a lot about her, while simultaneously saying in his head that in fact this was not true. Presirk folded her arms across her chest and said that she had heard rumors about her while she was in Calderas, that she was called the most powerful warrior in the entire Rhinese Empire. The girl, closing her eyes, smiled and apologized for coming to him without an invitation, adding that the princess wanted to notify him, but she insisted on the opposite. Putting down the cup, she folded her hands and said that she simply really wanted to know what kind of prince he was, who had so delighted their naive princess. To which Davy replied that she spoke of him in painfully flattering terms, which pleased him, of course, but Her Highness's interest in a prince from such a small, distant country as his was excessive. Hearing this, Catherine's eyes widened in surprise and said that he was very modest. Smiling broadly, the Archduchess suddenly said that she liked him more and more. The prince looked into the eyes of his interlocutor, and said to himself that although it was incomparable, she still had common frightening features with the mad female corridor quartet. Turning his head to Berserk, he said that his experience told him that such women should be avoided like fire, to which she asked why in surprise. Then Davy, covering his face with his hands, replied that she was his natural enemy. While Catherine was savoring her tea, the prince was saying to himself that she was strong and unreasonable, very active and prone to recklessness. He was drooling and kept saying that all this was about her, and he didn't have the nerve to get involved with her, and Berserk, sitting on his shoulder, said that from the description, one might think that she was just a perfect match for him. Suddenly, Davy saw how Catherine was burning her with her gaze and asked in confusion why. Then the girl, resting her head on her hand, said that she had heard that he, the prince, was a strong man, so she was overcome by curiosity, to which the guy suggested that she speak without formality, but as it was. Then Catherine said that she came with a message from His Highness the Crown Prince, from which Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what the Crown Prince himself wanted from him, because this made him a little wary. Catherine placed a marriage proposal on the table, saying that the engagement would be beneficial to her. Raising her eyebrows, she added with a sly smile on her face that, to be honest, she and His Highness the Crown Prince were of the same opinion regarding him, but their emperor was a very stubborn ruler. Davy picked up the extended bottle and asked himself what was in it, and the girl, as if reading his thoughts, said that he was holding the famous elixir from the central continent. He could drink it and immediately rush into battle. Hearing this, the prince, without thinking twice, threw it away. While the Archduchess was saying that their princess was a beauty, had a great figure, had a charming voice, and could not find another bride like her anywhere, Davy, listening to her, turned away in displeasure. Catherine recalled how the princess stretched in the mornings, and said that she ended watching it, and hugging the air, added that she immediately wanted to grab her in her arms and drag her to her archduke's estate. When suddenly she put a pen in the guy's hand, shouting that he should not miss his opportunity, adding that the emperor would be very happy to see his grandchildren. Showing her thumb, the girl with shining eyes continued to say that he might be a little angry at first, but over time he would still accept him with a smile, and if necessary, she would provide comprehensive support. Berserk, seeing all this, grinned and said that she really was some kind of crazy, and the pen in Davy's hands was shaking. Suddenly he abruptly lowered his hand, saying that the marriage was not at all beneficial to the princess, which is why Catherine, jumping up from her seat, asked why this was, because if everything suited him, then such trifles did not matter. Suddenly she smiled broadly and asked if he really wanted something else, political influence, money, they could arrange all of that. Hearing this, the guy put his hand to his head, asking if the princess herself knew about this marriage. Catherine raised her eyebrows, not knowing what to answer, and then Davy understood everything. Still holding his hand to his forehead, Davy said that she had no need to get involved in a political marriage, so he did not want to marry her if the girl herself did not want it. Leaning her hands on the table, Catherine asked if the rumors were true. Folding her arms over her chest, she said that she wanted to sort this out quickly, but sometimes it does not hurt to be too careful, while Davy wondered what kind of rumors. Pointing her finger at the guy, the girl told him to take care of the princess, because now the only man in her heart is Davy. Looking at the guy, Catherine added that they could give the princess as a concubine, and His Majesty would clearly not be delighted, but polygamy was not prohibited, because he himself had 7 wives. Putting his hands on the table, Davy replied that this would not suit either of them. Starting to wipe her face, the girl said, "Then nothing can be done." Getting up from the table, she apologized for taking up the princess' precious time, to which Davy replied that it was an honor for him to meet the girl of the empire. The guy stretched out his hand forward, when suddenly Catherine asked if that was all. There was such a sly smile on her face. Davy scratched the back of his head in confusion. Turning around, he said, "So be it," which surprised the girl. Browsing, Davy asked if she was hinting at a duel. He added that he would not mind assessing her strength, so he offered to engage in a fight, after which Catherine smiled happily. Smiling, she shouted that it was an honor for her to fight the prince. Golda and Uriah were sitting in their places. The old man turned to the wizard, who said that Davy and the Archduchess decided to have a duel, asking how it all came to this. Winry excitedly put her hand on her chest, Next to Luna were the girls who held her cheeks. Iria rested her hand on the stone wall. Putting his hands on his hips, Davy said that there were a lot of people, considering the suddenness of the duel. Amy crossed her arms, saying that she had activated all the artifacts that absorbed destruction, when suddenly Davy smiled and asked her to stand back. He straightened his fan, and the maid asked him to win. Davy put his hand behind his back. Folding his arms over his chest, Catherine noticed the fan in his hands. Smiling, she said that she heard that the prince used magic, and was this something new? Looking down, Davy replied that he assembled it from recently mined good materials, and although the fan was difficult to use as a weapon, he was sure that he could repel most attacks. The girl raised her hand up, saying that she liked the guy's confidence. She rested her hand on the floor. Catherine suddenly made a dash forward. Looking ahead from under her brows, the girl said that the first blow would be hers. She jumped, causing the stones on the ground to rise up. Even before the fight began, Iria looked at the duelists, and said that she had to stop them. She turned to the audience and asked if they shouldn't stop this duel, to which Iria, holding up her index finger, said that although she was a little scared, she was sure that everything would be fine with the savior. The princess was sad and said that she knew that His Highness was a talented mage, but magic could not be used instantly, and with bare hands you can't really do anything special. When suddenly she saw that her friend Catherine was preparing to dash. The next second, a powerful explosion was heard in the arena. Smoke and dust rose to the ceiling. Catherine held her head, asking what happened. She sat on the floor with a wide smile on her face. Seeing this, Iria said, Well, and Iria exclaimed behind her that she said so. Winry, raising her eyebrows in surprise, said that she had not managed to see anything, and the guy next to her added that he was sure that Sir Davy had done something. But what exactly was unclear. Davy stood in the same place with a fan in his hand. Before the fight, he looked at his opponent and said to himself that the Archduchess of the Empire and reigned was the most talented swordsman and archmage on the entire continent, as well as a fierce warrior with insurmountable combat power. It would take no effort for her to break through any defense. She was so powerful that even the most capable warriors would not be able to surpass her. Jumping up, she rushed towards him again, but characteristic explosions were heard over and over again. Now she, knocked down, lay in complete confusion, but there was a contented smile on her face, with which she asked herself what the hell was going on here. Standing up, she asked if it was true that the guy did not use mana, while saying to herself that it was clearly not a matter of physical abilities, adding that he could not be so fast that she did not see anything at all. Davy closed his fan and replied that she was quite perceptive. The girl jumped into the arena, saying that she was sure that there was no magic here, and that it was very curious, and the guy said that curiosity was a harmful thing. Hearing this, the Duchess puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. The prince waved his fan and told her not to yawn. After these words, he released cutting streams of wind with 2 sharp movements. Catherine, seeing this, frowned in shock. At the very last moment, she managed to jump out of a dangerous situation. Sliding across the arena, she said to herself that she seemed to see the attack, but she could not repel it. The girl saw every movement of the fan, adding that just like black magic, it is impossible to completely hide its use. Davy continued to attack, waving his fan, and Catherine continued to say that in other words, any magic, be it mana or divine powers, always leaves a trace, after which she asked herself what about powers from other worlds. Davy opened his fan again. After another attack, he closed his weapon, saying to himself that he was playing with one of these, the magic that only people can use, Taoist. Bright particles of magic were everywhere. Resting her hands on her knees, the Archduchess said that she did not even expect this, but apparently she underestimated him, and the guy told her not to hold back and show what she was really capable of. Immediately after these words, an incredibly strong aura enveloped the girl's body. Her hair rose up like flames, and she answered with a crazy smile on her face since he asked so. But before she could attack like that, the princess, running down the stairs to them, screamed for her to stop. Her eyes were filled with excitement and fear, and she, holding on to the edges of the arena, begged them to stop, because they were already going beyond the limits of a friendly duel. Suddenly, a fan opened in front of her, causing Iria to raise her eyebrows in surprise. Davy looked at her out of the corner of his eye with a smile on his face, asking her not to interfere. Turning to his opponent, Davy thought that if she did not give it her all, then he would die of boredom, so he was not egging her on out of simple curiosity. Davy thought about it. Since Taoism is not a magic of this world, then he can use many different abilities, but it is problematic to use it to its full extent, so the only way to evaluate this power is to fight in order to be ready for the upcoming tests. Steam came out of Catherine's nose. Stretching her hand forward, the girl made a dash. With his eyes widened, Davy thought that she was fast. Looking closely at the girl, the guy thought that she had almost reached the state of the key sword. If armed with it, Catherine could cause problems even to the sword god. A bright glow appeared between them, and Davy thought that she was stronger than anyone he had ever had to fight. A huge fiery stream of mana was rushing towards Davy. Catherine's hair was shining brightly. The girl looked at him with a smirk on her face, and the guy wondered if she had really managed to dodge it. Folding her arms over her chest, he thought that she could not feel or see his magic. Catherine quickly spun around the guy, who thought that she was guided by her instincts. A fist appeared in front of Davy's face. Davy quickly extended his hand forward. Grabbing the girl's fist, the guy pushed her forward. Catherine's eyes widened in surprise. Bells on the branch rang loudly. They were suddenly enveloped in fire. Putting his weapons in front of him, Davy activated a fiery hell along with the phoenix blade. Swinging his cane, he thought that the flames of a divine being could turn even the sun into ashes. Looking at the green girl, he thought that even the world tree, with its immunity to fire magic, would not be able to withstand such an attack. Making a dash, he wondered who would win. The southern district of the Palan Empire. Putting his cane on the ground, the knight said that the preparations were complete. Turning around, Ileana answered, "Good." Clenching her hands into fists, Caudaris thought that Ileana needed to pull herself together, because even more people could suffer from her inaction. Going outside, the princess said that she was forced to kill, even if it was not for a good cause. Looking around, she asked if Davy was here, what would he do, because he would have no problem resolving everything in 2 counts. Shaking her head, the girl thought that it was time to stop fantasizing. Ileana turned to her personal knightly squad. Frowning, the princess ordered to go only forward. Suddenly loud steps were heard in the forest. Catherine suddenly laughed sincerely. She was sitting on the ground and saying that she was treated like a child, and the princess, kneeling in front of her, asked what they had done. They did not take care of themselves at all, to which she replied that she did not want any moralizing. It would be better for her to heal her, because her body hurt a lot. Arya turned around with a blush on her cheeks, saying to herself that Davy was very cool. At this time, Davy was talking with his friends. Looking at him, the princess said to herself that he was beautiful, and Catherine, seeing this, said to herself that apparently nothing can be done, she will have to give him credit. The sun at this time had already set behind the horizon. Night had fallen, and the light was burning in the Archduchess's room. When Catherine was asked how everything went, she folded her arms across her chest and answered better than she expected. She sat in front of the magic ball and, spreading her hand to the side, added that the guy was clearly not a fool. The princess would definitely be safe with him, and they simply needed such an ally. Hearing this, Alvos raised his hand to his chin and, smiling broadly, said that he never thought he would hear something like this from the picky Archduchess, adding that he was afraid that the guy would use his promise to Her Majesty with evil intent, but, as he saw, his fears were unfounded. Introducing the most important people of the Empire, he said to himself that Princess Iria had many enemies in the Empire, adding that Archduchess Catherine, he and the absolute monarch emperor, despite their patronage, they cannot save her from her deep hatred for the beast people in the country, so the princess needs someone who can protect her. Closing his eyes, Alvos smiled and said that he was afraid that if she found out about their plan, she would clearly not say thank you, because the princess was kind and bright, but not without a sharp mind. Catherine looked away and replied that she simply did not want to drag her into any political intrigues, because a princess should enjoy a life full of love. She imagined how Iria tried on wedding dresses, and added that she would become a concubine or a full-fledged wife, and she would accept any of her choices. She remembered the happy smile on the princess's face, when suddenly Catherine clenched her hand tightly into a fist and said that they could not afford to just sit and wait idly, and the prince was still a fool, and who knew how many years it would take them to get together without outside help. Closing her eyes, she continued to say with a wide smile on her face that of course she hinted to him about this matter. But as expected, he refused the marriage. Looking into the magic ball, the girl added that he was too cautious, and he also did not lack delicacy. To which the Crown Prince replied that, judging by everything, Iria would have a hard time in the near future, after which he asked if they could do something. Catherine looked down, answering that she didn't know yet, but sharply raising her burning eyes, she asked if maybe it was worth sending an official marriage proposal to the royal family of Ran. Spreading her hand to the side, she explained that although the prince himself had refused, the king would hardly miss such an opportunity. He would definitely have to think about it. To which Alvo said that he saw that Prince Davy had really sunk into her soul. Then the girl remembered the recent sparring with Davy, and said that he couldn't even imagine how much, because she had never had to fight with someone so strong before, and if he hadn't held back at the end of the duel, she wouldn't be talking to him now. Hearing this, the Crown Prince scratched his beard in surprise and said that there were rumors about the guy, of course. Well, to hear such things from her, while saying to himself that the beastmen warriors always admired the strong. He suddenly saw Catherine lower her ears and clutching her hands so that even though he did not use a sword, his main weapon, there was still a noticeable difference between them, especially that last attack, which made the man say to himself that if the prince could defeat even the Archduchess, then they clearly needed him, and then asked how it was that they had not heard of him before. Then the girl slapped her hands on the table and exclaimed that she did not want to miss such a chance. With him the princess would be completely safe. Suddenly, looking away, she remembered Blue Flag and Handan and said to herself that only one thing gave her peace, because the prince said that he would raise those girls as his own daughters. Suddenly she imagined how the girls called her grandma, and smiling contentedly, added that they were very cute, so it was okay. While she was thinking about this, the Crown Prince asked her if she really thought they would succeed, since the prince was a capricious man, and it seemed to him that their plan could fail even if they sent an official marriage proposal, to which Catherine, holding up her index finger, exclaimed, "That's why they needed to create a favorable opportunity." Remembering Davy with Iris, Catherine said that the princess was not in the guy's favor, because the problem was that he saw her as a cute little sister. Sighing menacingly, the girl said that the prince was either blind or just a fool, to which the man replied that if Catherine did something funny with his little sister, then he should not expect anything good. Swishing her tail, the Archduchess asked what he was saying, because she was a fiery fox. Her mother taught her the art of conquering men's hearts. Scratching his head, Alvo said that locking them in the same room would not achieve anything, and they needed to slowly and quietly bring them closer to each other, and they were having a festival. Suddenly, he turned back. Noticing his agitation, Catherine asked if something was wrong. Looking at her, Alvo replied that their plans would have to be put on hold, when suddenly the girl's eyes widened in shock. She shouted that they had already put in so much effort, to which the man turned away, saying that the end had arrived from the Palan Empire, and from the looks of it, something very serious had happened. Catherine looked down and worried. Frowning, she wondered why now. Under the influence of the World Tree, the flames of war were slowly flaring up, and then the wind blew. A small event brought the Palan Empire to the brink of chaos. It happened in the southern part of the empire, in a place built up with fortresses, including the fortress of Hilo, among the fertile lands of many countries. The people gathered in the Palan Empire command center. Opening the package, the man said that according to the princess's letter, things were not going well at the front. The most they could do was not retreat, so they urgently needed to send the main army to them. The people suddenly began to ask what kind of enemy they were dealing with, when the man suddenly looked down in disappointment, answering that the letter spoke of a previously unseen and unheard of horror. He knew that sweeping away everything in a matter of days, their ranks heading north were growing more and more. The guy suddenly wondered if this was not just a horde of undead, because all they needed was a decent strategy, when the man suddenly turned away, answering that the problem was that they were not the only ones using strategy now, and there was a commander in the ranks of the undead. The man pursed their lips. He lowered his head and added that the Crown Prince was wise beyond his years, with unrivaled talent in science and tactics. Remembering him, the man added that he had died in battle anyway, and they were dealing with something very serious. The boy placed his hands on the table, saying that they could not allow themselves to suffer defeats any longer. Sullivan adjusted his glasses, adding that fortunately, they had enlisted the support of the Holy Kingdom and the Magic Tower. Looking up at the people, he said that 2 future priestesses had moved towards them along with the 6th and 7th divisions of Holy Knights. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted that the prince's foresight was admirable, when Sullivan suddenly lowered his head, saying that he had lost his older brother. He added that his younger sister was now fighting with his corpse, holding back tears. There were tears in Island's eyes, when the boy suddenly added that he could not escape. The prince slammed his palm on the table. Greeting his teeth, he ordered them not to retreat, because they were facing a threat to the entire Palan Empire. Looking up, the guy added that they would kill them all to the last one. It was a bright day outside. A carriage stopped in front of the castle. The princess was standing next to it, telling Davy that he had so generously offered to take a walk with her through the festival, but had to refuse, to which he replied that there was nothing terrible in it, she should not worry, because she could not go against the will of the emperor. The girl frowned in disappointment, asking herself why her father had done such a thing. Leaving, she leaned out of the window and shouted that next time they would finish their date. Davy watched her go, asking himself with displeasure, what date? Because he thought that this was a simple reception of a noble person, and now, just as suddenly as she appeared, the guests from the empire went back, and on such a calm note the festival, full of turmoil, ended. Confetti was flying everywhere and the city and festive flags were hung. Davy looked at this with a smile on his face, saying that he clearly could not call this meeting a waste of time, because the duel with Archduchess Catherine was not just a joke. Remembering how she prepared for a dash, he added that he was able to assess the combat potential of the mysterious technique before the battle with the World Tree. As expected, its only flaw was its effectiveness. Suddenly, Preserk pitifully knitted her eyebrows and asked if there was really nothing that could be done. Then the guy stretched out his hand, from which a bright glow emanated, and answered that there was one option, after which he asked why he was here. Magical energy created the shape of the weapon. The mysterious technique greatly strengthened the weapon, which was by no means intended for battles on the front lines, but there was only one opportunity to get it, and alas, it was missed, since the only one who could help him, Freya, was deaf to his prayers. Raising his head to the sky, Davy said that she only responds when she needs help. What a petty goddess. A huge fluffy cloud floated across the sky. In the end, Davy had to think of other ways to end the war with the World Tree. Sitting in his office, his subordinates told him that everything regarding the production of weapons was going according to plan. They had already started training the militia. They would soon be able to recruit troops from it. Hearing this, Davy raised his hand to his chin and said that it meant that now their main problem was provisions and fortifying the territory with the help of the army. Anyway, he needed to prepare for the worst. Lowering his hand, he turned to Amy, asking if there was any news from the food trading company, to which she became nervous, and he continued to say that their supplies were not enough, and she should tell them to buy up everything they could. The girl, raising her hand to her chest, quietly replied that the trading company refused to cooperate with him. She tried to negotiate with them, but they said that they received an order from the royal palace of the Palan Empire, to which Davy asked discontentedly, "What do you mean she refused?" When suddenly a black cloak opened in the office, and a familiar voice said that she would explain everything. Jack appeared in front of the master's desk. Looking at him, she suddenly asked if he knew how things were currently in the Palan Empire, to which he answered, "No." Then the dark elf said that the guy must have heard about the wheat fields to the south of it. Now there is a fire blazing there, and the territory is under the control of the undead. Hearing this, Winry, who was nearby, asked if the undead were so difficult to deal with, to which Jack, looking at her, replied that it was not that simple. According to reports, the undead behaved like regular troops. They were not afraid of pain or fatigue. It was difficult to compete with such an opponent. In simple words, they posed a terrible threat, although Prince Davy hardly shared this opinion. Davy, closing his eyes, smiled broadly and replied that she knew him well, to which she said that he was just an arrogant person. "What?" the prince asked, and the elf briskly answered, "Nothing." There were many flowers in the office. Jack did not take her eyes off the gentleman, adding that perhaps this threat was not terrible for him, but for ordinary people it was a catastrophe, and a white bird led by Princess Selena was sent to suppress them. But even they could not hold back the onslaught of the dead. Winry, hearing this, excitedly said that this was the first time she had heard of the undead acting without disorder, and her brother, folding his arms across his chest, said to himself that this was indeed rare, but still not impossible. He imagined clots of black magical energy, and said that if the undead could be subdued, then no one would be able to cope with their hordes, and only the supreme necromancers who commanded the dead were capable of such a thing. Having said this, Davy put his hand on the table and imagined a skeleton with a scythe in his hand, riding a horse. Turning to Jack, Davy asked what measures the Empire had taken, to which the girl answered without hesitation that they had sent a request for help to other countries. She added that the Kingdom of Ran had sent a lot of weapons and a detachment of their soldiers as reinforcements, and they were said to be led by Varys. Davy put his hand to his chin and said that he had not been informed of anything like this, thinking that his father wanted to temper Varys in his way. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered how much more he was willing to sacrifice for the sake of his lands. Looking down at the sheets of paper, Davy thought that misfortune never comes alone, because the fact is that someone is slowing down the preparations for the war with the World Tree in every way. Looking at Amy standing next to him, he said that he would go to war. Looking out the window, Davy asked what they say about the unlucky ones, who break their foreheads on every threshold, adding that the saying is good. Davy thought that everyone was just starting to get used to peace, and no country could afford to ignore such alarming news. He knew that the main source of wheat was burned by the undead, and the plague was on their heels, and if Palin fell, the rest would rush after him. While at the fair, Davy thought that this was why all the countries were joining forces to fight back the undead together. Looking up, the guy saw the flags of 3 empires on one field. Putting his hand on the girl's head, Davy asked if so many empires and kingdoms had ever gathered in one place before, after which Jules smiled, answering that he could not remember such a thing. Folding her arms over her chest, Preserk said that even in such circumstances, people do not hesitate to seek their own benefit, it is their nature. Suddenly, a guy came out of the chamber, saying that they were waiting for the guys. Sullivan extended his hand with a smile, greeting them. Jules shook his hand, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which Sullivan asked to forgive them for not being able to arrange a reception. Pointing at Davy, he said that he had heard about him, and although he was a candidate, the guy was glad that the God-chosen saint had joined them. Smiling, Sullivan said that he was wondering what kind of person Island's new friend was and that it was an honor to meet the prince, after which Davy asked how she was doing. Pursing his lips, Sullivan replied that she was a very stubborn girl, since she still did not want to return from the front. Pointing ahead, he suggested that they discuss everything inside, since people from many other countries had already gathered there. There were many people inside the building. Starting to turn around, they recognized Jules, saying that the Red Tower had apparently decided to send an elder. Looking at Davy, they asked who this guy was, since they were seeing him for the first time. Davy thought that although his name had become famous due to the events in Pelisti, no one knew his face. Smiling, he thought that he could calmly enjoy himself in the shadow of Jules' glory, when suddenly a loud squeal was heard. Catherine bent her legs, recognizing Davy. Looking at the happy girl, the guy thought menacingly, well, he had to appear to her. The people were surprised and started asking if it was really Prince Davy in front of them. Catherine started waving the guy's hand, shaking it. Stopping her, Davy said that he would like to ask her to calm her ardor so that no misunderstandings arise, otherwise the rumors could reach the princess. When suddenly a rough voice was heard from behind, shouting that there was a place for empty chatter outside. The cross flashed, and she added that the fate of the entire continent was on their shoulders. The girl pointed her hand to the side, shouting that if they came here to chat, then they should step away. The girl, shouting this, breathed heavily. Catherine, looking at her, laughed and mockingly asked if life had shaken her up pretty much, hadn't it? Hearing this, the candidate for sainthood Alice frowned angrily, as suddenly a fist appeared in front of her face. Catherine stood in front of the girl, and a powerful stream of wind was released from her fist. Suddenly a sword was brought to her neck, and she was ordered to stop. The knight raised his head proudly, adding that otherwise they would perceive her actions as the official position of the Rhinese Empire. Catherine grabbed the blades of his sword and told the guy to moderate his ardor, after which she asked if he really thought that he, such a nobody, was capable of setting the empire at odds with the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, the knight became furious, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, the blade of his sword shattered into pieces, and the Archduchess ordered him not to meddle in their affairs. Proudly raising her head, she spread her hand and added that he should go show off somewhere far from her eyes if he did not want to lose any support, imperial or otherwise. She loomed over the frightened knight. Pryzerk, seeing this, said that although she had lost to him in a duel, but here, Davy looked at this with a smile on his face and answered, "Yeah," adding that Archduchess Catherine was undoubtedly one of the strongest warriors on the entire continent. There was a sarcastic smile on the girl's face. Alice, seeing all this, gnashed her teeth. A few seconds later, she stood in front of the knight and, closing her eyes, apologized for her angry outbursts, but still asked them to take the situation more seriously, because they did not come here to fool around. Catherine put her hands on her hips and said that then she advised them to stop looking down on people, because she not only felt sick at heart, but even had a hard time restraining the desire to kill. Hearing this, the knight trembled even more with fear. Suddenly, Catherine ran up to Davy and told everyone to listen carefully, that Prince Davy would soon become a close person for their princess, and therefore he was as dear to her as Irie, to whom she had sworn allegiance, so she should watch her language. Davy frowned in displeasure at what he heard, screaming in his head that they could be misunderstood. A massive chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the man said that he saw that everything was in place. Sullivan stood at the podium and introduced himself, adding that perhaps he was not the most suitable person for the role of advisor, but he was appointed, and everyone should already be aware of the current situation. Davy sat next to Catherine and asked himself with displeasure why he had to sit with her. The guy, imagining the hordes of undead, continued to say that there was no official announcement yet, but their army had grown to 100,000 heads, and because of their delay, the number of victims had increased. Suddenly, a man from the front row asked in displeasure what the Palan Empire was doing, to which another man shouted, "Ask him what he was doing. Does he really think that they sacrificed so many soldiers just to strengthen the ranks of the filth?" Sullivan raised his hand and said that initially 50,000 moved out of the ancient ruins. The number of victims among people is 20,000, and the remaining 30 are monsters. Hearing this, everyone turned to the guy in shock. They began to whisper excitedly among themselves, and Sullivan clenched his fist and continued to say that now the army of the dead is trying to break through to the 7 fortresses. At the moment, at the cost of their own lives and held back by a white bird, the detachment is led by his sister and the owner of the divine ball, Princess Elena. Suddenly, one of those present raised his hand and said that he doubts that it is reasonable to fight the ever-growing army of the undead there, to which Sullivan replied that he is right, but by retreating they will no longer be able to stop them, because the Imperial Guard is doing everything possible to delay and reduce the enemy's ranks as much as possible, but there is little time. At this time, Elena looked into the distance from a high tower. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guy firmly said that in order to finish off the undead, they must hit them from the rear. Raising his hands, he added that simply uniting the army will not bring success, so he would like to assign each group its own task. The man with the mustache raised his sword and exclaimed that the front line of his great city empire would stand in the vanguard. With his sword he would strike down the countless hordes of the dead, and the man in the white robe raised his hand, saying that then the blue and green towers would act as the rear guard, and the red tower would deal with the enemy from a distance. The man who had recently been defeated by Catherine stood up and said that he would step forward instead of the saint candidates, because the Holy Knights would form a separate detachment to eliminate the enemy leaders. Catherine listened to them silently, folding her arms across her chest. Berserk looked at her, saying that she had become quiet for some reason, and Davy, dissatisfied, frowned, and replied that she seemed to be up to no good. Turning around, the girl asked what Prince Davy would do. She folded her arms and added that she hadn't even thought to see him here, when suddenly Davy grinned, asking if he was such a rotten person. Starting to laugh, Catherine said that she didn't know anymore, when suddenly Sullivan noticed them, saying that the prince had come alone and without comrades. Starting to look around, he said that they needed to find someone to protect Davy, after which the guy raised his hand, asking not to bother himself with such trifles. Pointing to himself, Davy asked to put himself on the front lines, because he came here to kill the undead, and not to play war, thinking that he needed to sort everything out as soon as possible and get provisions. Lowering his head, the guy thought that the problems due to the impending war with the World Tree would not solve themselves, so it was necessary to conduct a demonstration of his power so that they would not even think about poking their noses into Heinz. The girl slammed her hand on the table, saying that she had heard about his power, but in war it was better to use your strongest sides. Without taking her eyes off Davy, she asked if it was true that he had healing magic or if she was mistaken, after which Davy nodded, answering that everything was correct. Putting her hand on her chest, the saint said that they were already capable of dealing with the army of the undead, and she believed that it was best to keep the prince in the rear, where he would treat the wounded and eradicate the plague. Indignant, Davy asked if she really wanted to take all the glory for herself, to which Alice took a step forward, answering that their church was responsible for exterminating the undead. Turning away, she asked for understanding. Folding his arms across his chest, Davy thought menacingly about her words. Although he was a saint, he was not part of the Holy Kingdom, so it was better for him to sit in the rear with his healing magic. He smirked and asked if the saint was sure she could do it, when Alice suddenly turned around and asked what he was talking about. Davy mentioned a necromancer who would clearly be difficult to defeat, asking if they could do it. The saint lowered her head and replied that even a demon lord would be no match for the combined forces of their armies, and hoped that the boy would think before he spoke in the future. Looking up at the serious prince, the girl added that while the rumors of his power might be true, he was strongly hinting that without him, the vanguard had no chance. Davy looked away. Looking up at the girl, the boy asked what she would do if he was right, to which Alice laughed, asking him not to make her laugh, because she had no time to fool around with him. Hearing the prince's menacing voice, a shudder ran through the saint's body. Davy glared menacingly ahead and asked if she really thought he had come to play. Alice clenched her fist in fear. Jules shook his head. Turning to the knights, Davy thought that they firmly believed that they could defeat the undead army. That was why they were so confident in themselves, but they could not even imagine its true power. Looking at the trembling saint, the prince wondered which of them was overconfident. Sullivan joined hands, answering that she was right, because it would be nice if Davy joined the front lines blessed by God. Taking his hand aside, the guy added, "However, we must value the lives of those soldiers who remain here, and they should take care of them." Without taking his eyes off the prince, he said that he hoped that the guy would still stay in the camp and take care of the wounded, and they would fight, when suddenly a sly grin appeared on Alice's face. Flicking his fingers, Davy thought that he did not have time for any nonsense. His pupils sharply rounded. Nodding, Davy replied that he would stay in the rear and take care of the hospital, to which Sullivan thanked him with a smile. Turning around, Davy said with a smile that if he was not apologized to and given a worthy reward, he would not lift a finger when the undead would capture the Palan Empire or even the entire continent. At that very second, the presence of mind showed itself. Purser clenched her hands into fists in horror, shouting that the undead were still far away. Smiling, Davy said that events were developing interestingly. The army of skeletons moved forward inexorably. The undead do not know what negotiations are. Ordinary evil spirits can only obey the orders of higher beings and feel hatred. They can only be finished off by eliminating the leader. Their huge army was quickly approaching the tower, and given the seriousness of the situation, all parts of the united army immediately after the meeting moved to the fortress on the front line. Sullivan stood in front of the knights who were ready for battle. The soldiers stood firm, not wanting to show weakness. In their eyes a fierce mood to tear the enemy to pieces was read, but how ridiculous it was. Davy looked at them from a high tower, adding that they were squabbling with each other, although the enemy was not yet defeated, after which he asked what other expectations could there be. He looked at the perfectly built ranks and continued to say that since the army had gathered on an unprecedented scale, no one doubted success. Everyone was more concerned about the trophy than the enemy. But that's it. Purser looked at the same thing her friend was looking at, and said that they shouldn't expect an easy victory. To which he replied that it was for sure. Davy remembered the chilling aura he felt at the meeting and said that this only happens if the undead hordes are led by a high-level necromancer, the fear of death. He saw how black magical energy rises from behind the mountain and added that since he felt it so far from the battlefield, it means that the licious level is simply unprecedentedly high, and if he understands the situation correctly, as soon as the necromancer takes the matter seriously, those guys can forget about victory. All of the squads with smiles on their faces prepared to march. But Alice's eyes only read anger and contempt. Sitting on her horse, she stared at Davy. Seeing this, Davy smiled, and Persert folded her arms across her chest and said that they say envy awakens the worst of a person's qualities, and there is a difference between a saint and a candidate for sainthood. Alice turned and galloped away, and the prince said to himself, "A candidate for sainthood, as the title suggests, just a candidate. Although they are born with an unbridled amount of holy power, they still have not yet been blessed, which is why her motives for attacking him are clear to everyone." Persert watched the girl leave, saying that the guy had treated her surprisingly easily, but that he calmly replied that the fact is that the circumstances have changed. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that he needed to cure 20,000 people suffering from illness. Seeing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, "Is this a little?" To which Davy, smiling broadly, replied that he would have to try hard to complete this task. Persert raised her hand to her chin and thoughtfully said to herself that there was no talk of treating only those participating in the battle. Only those suffering from illness were indicated. But did they really understand that there was no point in driving Davy into strict limits? Davy raised his head to the sky, saying that he was suddenly offered such a good task, but he did not know whether to take it so blindly. The hospital had a very gloomy atmosphere. There were cries begging for help everywhere. Entering inside, the prince saw the commotion. The orderlies were running from side to side, trying to help everyone. Persert, putting her hands behind her back, said that the infirmary was in a sad state as always, which made Davy raise his eyebrows and reply that this was also a kind of battlefield. He drew attention to the medic's attire and added that judging by it, he was from the Central Disease Control Department of the Holy Kingdom. But he was good, which was to be expected from a member of the first class of the medic squad. The girl leaned towards the guy and whispered that, to be honest, she still did not trust him, but that he closed his eyes and laughed, simultaneously saying in his head, "This is because trust must be built at first, and even if you remember people like Baron Gorniel, it is simply impossible to forget the scale of the disasters caused by Count Linton." Luna, with a hood on her head, looked around in surprise. Davy suddenly stopped, seeing two guys shouting at their comrade lying on the floor to open his eyes. Persert put her hand to her chest and said that the prince could not watch everything from the side, to which he replied that they did not know what to do. Looking forward, the guy thought that if this continued, then out of every 10 patients, only 3 would survive. Approaching the patient, Davy moved the guy trying to help. Putting his hand to his chest, Davy said that his heart had stopped. Looking at the bandages, Davy thought that a mutated bacterium had penetrated the wounds, causing the patient to bleed out, and death had occurred too quickly. Catching loud screams, he thought that the disease was mutating due to the aura of death. The guy pulled his hand towards the patient, when suddenly a loud question was heard from behind, who he was. At that very second, a bright lightning bolt burst out because Davy released the discharge. Putting his hand again, he repeated the discharge. Davy put his hand to his chin and wondered if the patient hadn't come back to life even after being defibrillated. Without answering any questions, he released the Class 7 holy magic, causing everyone to close their eyes from the bright light. People covered their faces with their hands falling to the floor. Something brightly sparkled near the patient's chest. The fingers on his hand began to move slightly. Clenching her hands into fists, Berserk joyfully shouted that her heart had started beating again. Pointing to the guy behind him, Davy ordered ice to be brought as soon as possible, and asked the other two to boil all the clothes they could find. Approaching the man, the guy asked that the painkiller be given only to those he would tell, when suddenly a stern question was heard from behind. Who the hell did Davy think he was? Turning around, Davy answered, "The first prince of the wrong kingdom," after which he handed over the token of royalty, which greatly surprised the unbelievers. Grinning, he asked why they were standing there. Waving his hand to the side, Davy shouted that one patient had already died, asking how long they would be standing there like a pillar. Davy folded his arms, saying that was to be expected from professionals, otherwise they would not have managed it by other methods. The guy looked down. He was looking at the huge number in the system. Turning his head to the side, the prince thought that the patients were being brought in one after another. But even so, he would not get close to completing the task, after which he wondered whether he should be happy that the task did not say anything about the disease being caused by the hands of the undead. Standing on the guy's shoulder, Berserk said that many people would die, when suddenly Davy added in a sad voice that during a war, even the smallest mistake could result in the death of thousands. Turning her head, the fairy said that she was with him, so she could not stay away. Looking ahead, Berserk said that if the boy was allowed to do as he wanted, the number of victims would be too great, and it seemed to her that he had a better plan. Nodding, Davy replied that he did. Without turning to look at the surprised Berserk, he added that in the future, an even worse disaster awaited them, or his premonition was wrong. Lost in thought, the fairy thought, but the boy's hints had a bad habit of coming true. Too many large-scale events had happened in a year, and it cannot be said that this epidemic was impossible to foresee, and it turns out that in the future, everything will only get worse. Folding his arms over his chest, Davy asked where the connection was, adding that they would find out later themselves. A mad smile appeared on his face. The boy said that he needed to put them in their place before everything started, after which Berserk's face changed. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she screamed that the prince had a creepy smile again. Davy thought that if he was going to make a fuss, he would do it with all his heart, because thousands of years in the gallery had taught him exactly that. Alice was sitting in her room by the bed. She folded her hands and prayed. Her eyes were full of hatred for Davy, and she said to herself that she simply hated him. She remembered how she still served at the church, and said to herself that she tirelessly served God, carried his word across the Holy Land, and met all life's trials with a smile on her face. Having drawn an image of Davy in her head, she continued, asking why the Stingray was received by the prince of some unworthy kingdom, who vegetated in a coma for years, deprived of any holiness. Alice gnashed her teeth, adding that she gave the church 25 years of her life, and some fry received the blessing. That's why her nerves gave out. She remembered how on that day, when the Davy had just appeared, she waved her hand and screamed loudly, and said to herself that it was not proper for a candidate for sainthood to behave like that in public, but she simply could not restrain herself, after which she asked why some scum had taken her place. Remembering the candidate for sainthood Lena, the girl added that she accepted all this as the will of God, but she would not put up with injustice. The cross on her neck jingled, and she addressed the goddess Freya. Closing her eyes, the candidate for sainthood put the cross to her face and asked why she was leaving her, who tirelessly served and prayed to her, without an answer. When suddenly a knight entered the room and said that the meeting would soon begin, the girl slowly turned around. She clenched her hand tightly into a fist and said that she did not want to correct him, because he was wrong when he said that she was a saint, but she was only a candidate. The knight slowly walked away. An army of knights gathered outside, and Alice, standing on the stage, said loudly that she expected support and faith from all of them. Catherine, arms folded on her chest, was sleeping, and a very serious Sullivan stood next to her. Frowning angrily, Alice waved her hand and shouted that those who resisted divine providence would fall by her hand. Lightning struck the blue magic stone, stepping on the rope over the abyss. There was no turning back. The undead raised their heads in shock, so he would take advantage of the chaos. Davy stood in a dead village and added that this was extremely scrupulous. Berserk, arms folded on her chest, looked around and said how reckless it was, after which she asked if it was possible to just move here. She suddenly started hitting the guy on the head and asking if he really wanted adventure, if he really thought that there was no one to be afraid of in the whole world, to which he frowned and asked what she had arranged, because he wouldn't have pulled something like that without an ace up his sleeve, adding that there was no need to worry, even if things got tough, he still had a plan. Hearing this, the girl crossed her arms over her chest again in displeasure. The skeletons with glowing eyes slowly walked towards the guy, who was saying that, be that as it may, this was truly the abode of the dead. Berserk turned away from her friend and asked what he had decided, to which he replied with a smile on his face that there was only one right solution. Davy saw black magical energy coming from behind the mountain and added that they needed to lure out the fierce necromancer who was admiring the destruction from the ancient ruins and defeat him. 7 peaks, 7 captures. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, a holy spear materialized in the air. It slowly descended to the ground, and the prince said that the dead wandering in the darkness strived for the fire of life, for they yearned for the light that had abandoned them. Having said this, he struck the spear on the ground, and a bright flash spread across it. The skeletons were enveloped in manna when the guy added that he would serve as their guide. A malicious smile appeared on his face. Davy raised his hand up. Suddenly, he and the skeleton clapped their hands. The monsters began to smile and joyfully jump in front of each other. Berserk clutched his head in confusion, asking what the hell this was. Holding his finger, Davy suggested that they all sing together sometime. The skeletons smiled. They grabbed their shields in their hands, and Davy put his hand on his hip, saying that they were now under his control. Skeletons with swords stood to the side. Exhaling heavily, Davy said that he would deal with them first. Hitting the ground with his staff, he said that those who had turned into undead after dying from the plague should take a step to the right, and the rest should take a step to the left. He immediately snapped his fingers. Everything around him began to glow brightly. Looking at the frozen skeletons, Davy said that this was a holy summoning magic circle and that he was not going to control the victims of the massacre. He said, widening his eyes, that he prayed that their next lives would be happier. A bright beam shot upward. Raising his head, he mentally thanked. Smiling, Berserk said that she did not expect such nobility from him. The prince turned to the skeletons with shields, saying that everything was ready. Turning to him, the fairy asked if he was sure, because there were not that many of them left, to which Davy, without turning around, replied that in a pinch he would subjugate as many more. Smiling madly, he said that the undead were not only hanging around here. There was a thick fog in the sky. Davy was surprised to see a forest in front of him. Surprised, Berserk said that there used to be a meadow here, to which Davy replied that it was most likely artificial, and all the trees here were dead. Taking a closer look, the prince said that if he approached them, the branches would immediately wrap around his neck and strangle him. Without turning away, Davy added that desperate fearlessness awaited him inside. Skeletons were walking along the branches. Davy confidently walked forward. Suddenly, his foot stepped forward. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Stopping, he heard a menacing question. Does he really have the audacity not only to lure his soldiers, but also to show up here as if nothing had happened? Steam was coming out of the enemy's mouth. Throwing his leg on the throne, he called the guy a young necromancer. Infected dogs came out to meet Davy. Davy was surrounded by infected creatures and monsters, and the necromancer said that he intercepted his undead, and even recklessly came here. He is a pathetic brat, not a necromancer. Skeletal dragons circled in the sky, and the lich continued to say that, however, the very fact of his success deserved praise, so he wanted to see what he was worth. Hearing this, the guy raised his head to the sky and mockingly said how impudent the liches were. They didn't even show their faces to guests. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, and he added with a smile on his face that he needed to quickly deal with it and return to treating the wounded. The notification reported that another person had been added to the number of those cured, and Davy said to himself that in the infirmary of the command center, Luna, having tried on his appearance, did not allow everything to go to hell. She was very lucky that she and those instructed by him were advancing the progress of the task. Luna, in the appearance of her master, waved her hand, controlling everything. Then Davy suddenly saw that there were also Death Knights sitting on the bone dragons, and said that there were more than a dozen of them here, and this was a solid guard. Berserk looked at the monsters surrounding them and said that there were too many huge undead beasts, and most likely his friend's army would be quickly wiped out, to which he, taking out a ball, said that it was time to even the odds. Taking a fighting stance, Davy said that they had not yet begun. He would share his thoughts. The lich heard the wheezing of his warriors and the voice of a guy from the bright fire in front of him, who said that he did not know who he was, and he did not even care why the war game was started. However, he struck the bone dragon with a glowing sword. Frowning in anger, he finished with glowing eyes that he had something he needed. When the lich asked him what he was talking about, the prince waved his hand, saying that from now on he would obey him. Stepping on the monster's corpse, he ordered the necromancer to put away the toys and obey him, otherwise he would get him, to which he replied that it was all nonsense. The skeletons led by Davy were enveloped in a bright warm glow. Using the holy magic of the eighth circle, the blessing of God, Davy smiled widely and finished speaking in order to safely destroy it. After that, huge wings grew behind his back. Turning his gaze to the skeletons, he added that his allies would fulfill his will. His repentance would be their repentance. What is good for them is death for the enemy. Opposite them was an army of infected monsters and undead. The prince used the image of Dunphy, the apogee of the holy magic of the ninth circle, and a cross with an angel appeared above his army, after which repentance was used, and a bright green glow enveloped them all. Seeing this, the Lich jumped to his feet and shouted, asking what was going on. Hearing this, Davy smiled widely and told him to wait a little longer to be surprised, because this was not the end. Then, holding out his index finger, the sky began to split, and a hissing sound was heard. He used the eighth circle to battle holy magic, after which a thunder spear appeared in the sky. Using the god's rod, Davy caused lightning to strike a huge area. The Lich's chambers shook. The necromancer held tightly to his throne so as not to lose his balance, and asked the god's rod, adding that this could not be. Davy looked at the sky and asked how it was not. Stretching his hand forward, Davy ordered it to crawl out of its hole. At that very second, a bright explosion was heard. Clapping his palms, Davy said that he did not need unlimited power, but blessings and mercy. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he asked the girl to turn away for about 300 seconds, because he would figure everything out. The enemy looked at Davy, asking how a necromancer could use such blasphemous holy magic, to which the prince smiled, asking if he was really interested. Without turning around, he answered that the monster should continue to be curious, because he would never guess anyway. The monster fell with a loud sound. Looking after the guy, the skeleton called him a thief, shouting if he could find him. The location changed, and they suddenly found themselves in a labyrinth erected by the Lord of Death. Grabbing a spear, Davy answered that he didn't want to wander around here. He swung it, saying that he would simply cut a passage for himself. Smiling, Davy raised his head up. The air was filled with the sound of weapons swinging. At that very second, a loud, blinding explosion was heard. The prince stood to the side, looking at the blazing labyrinth. The dust rose up, covering the skeleton. The Death Lord growled menacingly. Lowering his weapons down, Davy said that this was their first meeting. Putting his hands behind his back, the skeleton asked if his kind was extinct. Taking a step forward, he said that he didn't think the guy would be able to get to him, and he was indeed strong, although he didn't use the most honest methods, but that was his strength. Stretching his hand forward, the Death Lord asked for his name, when suddenly Davy smiled, asking the opponent to introduce himself before asking the name of others. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Claire introduced himself, when suddenly Davy said that he was not interested. The skeleton directed his menacing gaze forward. Claire released the mana of the black hole forward, calling the guy a bastard. Putting his palm forward, the prince easily stopped it in front of him. Suddenly, loud blows were heard. Claire covered his face with his hand, trying to stay on his feet. Frowning, he shouted, it was not enough to intercept his troops, but also with holy magic with an aura blade. The guy did not give him peace, after which he asked if he was really able to use 7th class dark magic without preparation. His teeth suddenly gnashed. Looking at the smiling Davy, Claire shouted that it was impossible, because in the whole world there could not be someone so powerful. Meeting the prince's gaze, he shouted that he saw through the essence of man. Claire, a great ancient lich giant, held a staff with a skull on the end in his hand. He devoted more than 300 years of his life to the study of magic, and being a true genius of the entire craft, he did not lose a single battle. His power was unmatched. But now everything was different. Under Davy, who used silent sorcery, there was a magic seal. He had never encountered the type of magic that the young man in front of him owned. Not only did he, an insignificant man, manage to reflect the magic of death of the 8th circle, successfully copying it, but at the beginning of the fight the youth did not pronounce a single spell out loud, as if invisible forces favored him. Davy continuously attacked his opponent. Warm and cold traces of his blows remained in the air, and it was not about the spells themselves. The lich missed every blow. The level of mastery of magic of Davy could make even such a powerful lich shudder. Standing heavily on his feet, Claire understood that his opponent was too strong for him. He was not able to fight back even at the peak of his strength. Davy swung his swords again, when suddenly the lich said that he recognized his power. Getting down on one knee, he added that he did not know how, but he managed to reach the level of the Lord of Death. The strength and variety of his magic is much higher than his. It was as if he again met with his master, the King of Death Danian. Hearing this, the boy prepared to strike again, saying that it was all bullshit. After these words, he made several more blows, which responded with powerful explosions in different places. But unexpectedly, the necromancer was able to dodge them, and laughing, he said that he was a very interesting young man, but he was a mage of the 8th circle. His eyes were shining brightly, and he added that even if he were a mage of the 9th circle, he would not be able to hide this from him. At that very moment, the lich appeared before his opponent, and stretching out his hand to his head, ordered him to show him everything. Claire raised Davy above himself. He burned him with his gaze, saying that he would see all his secrets with his own eyes. In the reflections of his eyes was Davy. Suddenly, the lich found himself in someone else's space, and there was no one in his hand. In front of him, he saw a wall, from which he screamed, asking what it was. But in reality, Davy held his head with his hand, ordering him to calm his ardor. After these words, he forcefully slammed him into the ground. A terrifyingly powerful explosion was heard. The necromancer's skull was shattered, and the prince said that high-level magic is usually undetectable, after which he asked that he simply commands the undead, calling himself the Lord of Death, whether he himself did not find it funny. He lifted his leg and added with a smile on his face that he should try harder next time, although it didn't make any sense now, but he still shouldn't be shy about giving it his all. The sun set behind the horizon, and the crunch of bones could be heard throughout the forest. At this time, the atmosphere and the infirmary of the command center became better. A medic in Davy's uniform ran up to Luna and, waving his hand, shouted that the disease was affecting everyone around. Everyone had similar symptoms, to which the golem replied that it was time to work, and he was a bad actor, so she would fail him. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in shock, and Luna said that it didn't matter, and called him to treat people. The guy and Davy left. The other medics watched him from the side, happily saying that he skillfully put things in order here. Could this really be a saint who received a blessing? Now it was clear why Baron Gorniel praised him so tirelessly. Looking at the jumping Davy, they said that he was acting extremely strange. The medics saw the prince and shouted that this patient had completely different symptoms. They did not even know what to think. Looking at the patient, Davy said that her pulse was low, the temperature was jumping up and down, and the condition was really bad. Activating his vision, he began to search for a method of treatment. The medics watched what was happening in surprise. Turning around, Davy tried to make an attempt to escape, when suddenly the guy turned around in bewilderment, asking the prince where he was going. He stretched his hand forward in surprise. A loud scream was suddenly heard behind the medics. Everyone to stop. Pointing to the side, Davy ordered to take care of the patient differently, asking to divide all the patients by their body temperature and eye condition. Turning to the guys, Davy added that he would tell them how to treat each of the groups. Pointing at the medic, Davy asked where he would be from, when suddenly the guy turned around excitedly, answering that the prince had just spoken to him. Having given the list to the guy, Davy asked him to bring everything listed to his tent. Coming closer, the guy asked menacingly if the medic didn't understand that his sluggishness could cost the patients their lives. Turning around, the guy quickly ran, thinking, so much for a saint. Running away, he thought that there really are no ideal people, while Davy raised his hands up. Adjusting his wrist, the prince said that it was easier than he expected. Looking ahead, Luna said that she was complaining of fatigue and demanded decent compensation. Turning to her, Davy asked how things were with Varys, to which Luna put her hands on her knees, answering that she and her charges had taken care of Sir Varys. She suddenly reported that he demanded to be sent to the front lines. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl said that he was unconscious, because this is a weak spot for people. Without turning around, she asked Davy how he was doing, to which the guy put his hands in his pockets, saying that everything was fine and asked to expect major news soon. A couple of days later, as expected, the news reached the command center. The undead that had been probing the front had launched a full-fledged attack, ignoring the losses. In addition, due to the strengthening of the death aura, the symptoms of the disease became more terrible. A superior class Death Knight and a monster specter were spotted in the enemy ranks, and it seemed that the self-proclaimed Death Lord Claire decided to take on the matter personally. As a result, the united army suffered a crushing defeat. Davy sat in front of the sick man. He was suddenly called out from behind, and the guy turned around. Dropping her hands, Alina asked if he knew her answer. Sullivan looked down. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl said that they needed help, after which the prince smiled, asking, "So what?" Sullivan turned to the boy, asking if the news had reached him, to which Davy nodded, saying that it had spread quickly enough, and the morale of the command center was currently in a terrible decline. Looking at the boy's pursed lips, Davy asked what they wanted from him. Sullivan extended his hand, saying that he was asking for help, to which the prince firmly answered, "No." Turning to the confused boy, the prince said that they already knew his answer. The first victory of the United Army was easy, considering how playfully they dealt with the enemy troops, perhaps even too much, but the horde of undead, as if forgetting about any strategy, simply rushed blindly ahead and afterwards. Inspired by the crushing success, the United Army was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Everyone to a man praised both Crown Prince Sullivan and the candidate for St. Alice, who ensured their victory. However, not a word was said about the strongest of them, Prince Davy. All the praise was addressed to the two undisputed heroes, who smiled contentedly, receiving praise. Despite Alina's statement that they could not do without the help of Davy, no one simply listened to her. All attention was focused on Sullivan and Alice, and they left the princess behind. Alice, smiling mockingly, told the princess that she should not succumb to recklessness, because the blame for all their past failures lies entirely with her. Without taking her eyes off the girl, she continued to speak. Although she admits that in front of her is a very capable person, she is still too young to lead troops. Alina, with her head down, did not answer anything. She, who until now with all her might held back the onslaught of the enemy, began to be called an incompetent princess. The candidate for sainthood Alice was not lacking in calculation. She always had a satisfied grin on her face. Having assessed the state of the battlefield and the chances of victory, she successfully formed her group within the United Army. And of course, all those who disagreed with her methods, Archduchess Catherine, Elder Julius and Alina, did not enter her ranks. They were left behind. Taking advantage of the power of Crown Prince Sullivan, Alice scattered them to different parts of the front, and there was no one else who would dare to object to her. Everything went exactly according to her plan. The candidate for sainthood and Sullivan basked in the rays of glory. However, before she could do anything with this group, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. In one morning the Allied army lost 3 fortresses. 3 more fortresses remained under their control. One was held by Princess Alina, the second by Catherine, and the headquarters, where the main forces of the army were located. Everything else was blazing with fire. Alice went out onto the battlefield, where her dead comrades were. The number of wounded had increased critically, and the holy powers of Alice alone were not enough for everyone. There was horror and fear in her eyes, and the once high morale of the troops was beginning to fade. At the present time, Sullivan came to Davy and asked him for help, but he firmly replied that he did not want it. With a sarcastic smile on his face, he looked at the prince and said that everyone has their place in the war, and he was sure that the guy did not understand the meaning of these words. Without taking his eyes off the knight, he continued to say that he had asked to be sent to the front from the very beginning, but that he had been refused, and then asked if they really thought that he was just a pawn that could be commanded as they pleased. Raising his eyebrows, Davy added that firstly, he was not part of their army, and secondly, he had come here entirely of his own free will. Having said this, he turned away, adding that, as he saw, the situation was inconsolable, so he would stay here and continue to nurse the wounded in the name of the goddess Freya. Hearing this, Sullivan loudly shouted that he admitted that he had failed, and then Davy stopped. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy begged them to help them, because he could no longer watch people die, to which Davy turned around and said that he would help in any way he could. Hearing this, Sullivan smiled happily. But as soon as he heard that Davy wanted to say something to the person who was to blame for them being in this situation, he lowered his hand intensely. Having drawn an image of Alice in his head, Davy asked with displeasure if she really imagined herself to be the supreme saint. Where did she get so much pride from? Folding his arms across his chest, he added that Sullivan should convey this to the candidate for sainthood, simultaneously saying to himself that although these were all empty titles, according to the dogmas of religion, his rank was higher, after which he asked himself if she really thought of pushing him around if she needed help so much. After these thoughts, Davy continued to speak, let her choose her enemies more carefully. He was not going to tolerate her antics any longer, from which Sullivan frowned in fear. You always need to put the overly arrogant in their place. After that, Davy turned to Luna, saying that it was time for the commander of the Allied army to go on business, so she should take him to the exit, to which he shouted, begging her to wait a little, after which the guy asked if he really had anything else to say. Waving his hand to the side, Sullivan shouted that right now their soldiers were dying in battle, and if he did not help. But before he could finish speaking, Davy raised his hand and indifferently said that people were dying here too. Turning around, the prince said that he was coping with his duties. Turning away with a grin, he added, but the same, apparently, cannot be said about the commanders on the battlefield. Despite Sullivan's head hanging down, Davy asked, wondering who was to blame for all this. The piece of iron bounced off the floor. Putting her knee down, Alina exhaled heavily. Turning to the side, she heard a question about why she was not on the battlefield. Scratching the back of her head, the girl answered that it was as if her participation would change anything, and the guy knew her character, and could throw a tantrum, because she was already barely holding herself in check. Without turning to Davy, Alina asked that she did not quite understand whose side she should take. Continuing to sit, she said that if the interests of the Empire were taken into account, then she simply had to ask the guy for help, asking if this was the right thing to do with a friend. Raising her hand, Alina said that Davy was not even a citizen of the Empire, but simply came to help voluntarily, and they just do whatever they want, forgetting the kindness of others. Davy looked at her hand, while the girl said that now the prince was in this position, but someday someone else would refuse him, and sooner or later all this would come back to haunt her. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl said that the candidate for sainthood was also to blame for everything, and as for black magic, they should follow the instructions of the Holy Kingdom. So Alice acted, listening only to herself, but her nerves were already at the limit. Davy sensed a surge of fire. Frowning, Alina said that she should take the chance to take control of everything. She turned to the napkins. Looking up at Davy, the girl said that she did not know what he was trying to achieve, but after he sorted out his affairs and the command settled everything, she asked for help. Looking at each other, the girl made a promise that she would unquestioningly follow every order. About a week later, all 8 fortresses that sheltered the granaries of the southern part of the Palan Empire fell under enemy control. Davy spent the entire time caring for the wounded. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy said that a week ago there were barely 1,000, but now there were as many as 70%, and in 4 days the task would be completed. Putting his hand to his chin, Berserk said that the fighting between the armies had intensified, but the number of casualties had begun to decline, which was very strange, when suddenly the prince smiled, answering that he had simply brainwashed that lich. Lost in thought, Davy ordered that he not reduce the pressure of the attacks, but not to pursue the retreating ones, so that if the Allied army received an order to retreat, they would succeed. While the command center was restless because of such a deplorable situation, the prince calmly watched everything from the sidelines. One of the 6 shouted loudly that it was not a war that was happening, but some kind of defeat. Turning around, Davy heard that the candidate for sainthood was no good at all, because she was no better than ordinary priests, thinking that public opinion was very bad. Looking at the sick, the prince thought that due to a series of defeats, the soldiers of the Allied army began to have an extremely negative attitude towards Sullivan and the candidate for sainthood Alice, and since Alice volunteered to command herself, the mainstream of bile was poured on her. The doors suddenly swung open. There was a creak, and the knights confidently walked inside. Alice looked down in disappointment. The dirty knights walked forward sadly. The sick looked around, asking if the troops had really retreated so far, and this could not be. Davy was stretching at this time. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back. Alice was standing in front of him. Alice frowned and said that she really did not understand him. Hearing this, Davy spread his hands and said, "What a coincidence, because for him, too, the course of her thoughts is absurd." The girl turned away sharply and asked discontentedly if she was joking here. How could someone so evil receive a blessing, when he stubbornly stands aside while people die? Why not consider him a demon then? The medics in the infirmary looked at them from the side, and Davy answered that he had already told her that he would help, but only after an apology. It was not for her to talk about stubbornness. Suddenly, he frowned angrily, adding that she should not pretend to be righteous, because it was she who refused to solve the problem only for the sake of amusing her vulnerable pride. Hearing this, Alice clenched her hands into fists and screamed that his only task was to support her with his incomparable holy powers, because a blessing does not give the right to arrogance. Suddenly, she extended her fist towards the guy, adding that he had learned to use holy powers less than a year ago, and she had been learning to use them since she was 5. After which she asked if he really thought he could do what she couldn't, to which the prince, raising his hand behind his head, exhaled heavily and said that she didn't even want to listen to him. Slightly lowering her head, the candidate for sainthood said with hatred that she was angry at the goddess Freya, because if she had received the stigmata. Pressing her fist to her chest, she added that if she had become a saint, all the victims would have been avoided. Davy withdrew his hand into subspace, saying that he was a priest who couldn't see the truth. Without finishing, the blade of the sword whistled through the air. The guy chopped off a lock of Alice's hair, finishing, never to become a saint. The holy knights grabbed their weapons, and Davy continued to speak so that everyone listened carefully. They did not receive the blessing not because he received it, they simply did not deserve it. He smiled maliciously, explaining that stigmata can be received by an infinite number of people. Hearing this, Alice became furious and proudly raised her head and said that in the entire history of the universe, stigmata was given to only one person in each era. How could he know this? Without lowering his sword, Davy asked how much she knew about the goddess Freya, from which she shuddered. Raising one eyebrow, the guy asked another question. Where did they get their knowledge? From holy manuscripts, from the Bible? Can they say with certainty that the Bible was written by God, and not by people, the goddess of love and kindness? It's funny. Presenting a cross with an angel, he added that since the beginning of time Freya had never instructed anyone, only bestowed blessings on people so that they could pave their own path in life. Having said this, the prince threw the sword over his shoulder, adding that they did not know such simple truths, but thought so highly of themselves. Then Alice spread her arms out to the sides and asked how he was better, to which he calmly replied that he was not given the ability to read the thoughts of the goddess. Hearing this, the candidate for sainthood frowned angrily and exclaimed that this was blasphemy. He was just a heretic, because a true believer would never make a deal with the devil. After that, she turned away and began to leave, saying that she would rather die than ask him for help. The situation at the front was extremely dire. The army of the undead had pushed the troops back so far that people simply had nowhere to retreat, and the dead had come close to the headquarters. At this time, the Davy had 19,025 people cured. Standing by the window, he said that there were still a little less than 1,000 left until the task was completed, when suddenly he was called out from behind. It was the candidate for sainthood Lena, who brought him a tasty gift. Turning to her, Davy said that he had to refuse, to which she insisted on taking it, because a person needs to eat if he wants to live. The prince looked at the girl and said to himself that she, like Alice, was a candidate from the Holy Kingdom. From the very beginning she was sent to the rear with him, and for a little weak abilities and childish character. They sat on the floor, and while Davy ate, Lena said that he had no idea how happy she was that he was with them, and how good it was that the patients did not have to suffer so much. Smiling, she said that a smile was always better than tears. Berserk put her hand to her chin, asking if she was not much more suitable for the role of a saint. After taking a bite, Davy said that there was a battle going on right at the outer walls of the castle, asking if she was scared, to which Lena smiled, answering that fear would not help in this matter. Looking at her fingers, she added that although she wanted to go outside the walls and heal the soldiers herself, her abilities were too weak to suppress the aura of the undead. Davy looked away thoughtfully. A knight with a sword in his hands was shouting that something was wrong. Running out into the square, he shouted that the enemy had broken through the western walls. As he ran, he shouted loudly that an order had been given for an immediate evacuation, when suddenly Lena stood up in fear, asking how that was possible. Turning around, she said that if the enemy had broken through the western walls, then the candidate for sainthood, Alice, was in danger, when suddenly the knight shouted loudly that they did not have time for that, because they urgently needed to escape through the rear walls of the castle. Crossing her fingers, the girl asked what they should do then, when suddenly Davy stood up, asking her to continue caring for the wounded. Putting his hand on her head, the prince added that the undead would not get here. Smiling, he thought that they could not be allowed to break through here before he completed the task of extracting 20,000 people. Davy pulled his hands away and apologized, when suddenly Lena asked sheepishly if he was going to go into the thick of things. She held the cross out in her hands. Davy took it and said it was a beautiful thing, and Lena asked him to take care of himself. She lowered her head and said God bless him. Loud explosions were heard all around. The knights pressed themselves to the ground and shouted that they did not want to die. Alice raised her hand and ordered them to hold the line. Frowning, she shouted that this was a holy war and they would not give up the entire continent. Sullivan ran up to her, shouting that they should retreat, when suddenly the girl turned around, saying that they could not, because if they retreated now, what would happen next? Putting his hand to his chest, the boy shouted that they would not only surrender the castle, but the capital of Paul and El would fall next, and then the entire continent. Davy watched from the side, placing his hand on his hip. Raising his head, he said that even a fool could understand that she could not be blessed. Looking at the holy spear, Davy said that it was necessary to do without it. Suddenly, a bright beam burst upward. The knights raised their heads in bewilderment. Sullivan froze in place, recognizing the prince. Alice pursed her lips in fear. Smiling, Davy activated the holy magic of the eighth circle. The rod of God sparkled brightly in the sky. The battle was over, but smoke was still rising from everywhere. The knights, raising their hands, rejoiced. They were immensely happy about the victory over the undead, but only Alice silently left. With a bang, she slammed the door behind her, and Davy, looking at her, asked what he should do. He held the holy spear in his hands and added that she didn't even understand that everything that was happening was her test. Berserk over his shoulder said that she still couldn't become a saint at all, after which the guy asked why this suddenly. Because at birth everyone is endowed with different amounts of holy powers. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, and her friend continued to say that the Holy Kingdom selects into the ranks of candidates only those who have a high one. In other words, the chosen ones. Davy introduced the holy state and asked, but whether they will be able to earn the blessing depends only on how they use the granted power. That's the whole principle of becoming a saint. He continued to stand on the edge of the tower. They say that Alice and Lena meet the first requirement, but with the second, everything is completely different. After listening to the boy, Berserk put her hand to her chin and asked if he was talking about their ability to use holy powers. To which he closed his eyes and replied that she was wrong, he was talking about their hearts. He extended his hand and created a small warm glow in it, explaining that holy powers are a passive ability. The power of the chosen God depends on the kindness of his heart. Then Berserk turned to the prince and said that if you think about it, Lena's position is lower than Alice, and Davy looked at her in response and asked her if she thought anyone would become a saint in the current generation of candidates. After this question, he jumped to the ground, adding that she had a rather strange view of the situation, because they say that a person's true nature can be exposed if you give him power and give him trials. After imagining Alice, who was trying her best to glorify herself, and Lena, who was trying to help the wounded at a loss, Davy said to himself that after the war began, the two candidates found themselves in different situations, and then wondered how God viewed their actions. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the prince continued to say that the lack of talent can be easily compensated for by a blessing. In other words, the amount of holy power initially does not matter. Entering the building, Berserk said that God is very cruel, to which Davy, putting his hands on his hips, replied that he agreed with this. The hospital was very noisy, and Lena wiped sweat from her forehead. Seeing the prince, she rushed towards him. Raising her fists, she screamed, asking if he saw the blinding beam of light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Waving her arms in different directions, she continued to scream that she even got goosebumps from such divine splendor, because she had never seen such a powerful concentration of holy forces in her life, after which she asked if the goddess herself had really descended upon them. Davy looked away in confusion. Seeing such a reaction, Lena raised her eyebrows in surprise, and suddenly asked if he had really overdone it. The guy raised his hand behind his head in confusion, and replied that he could not do anything. Hearing this, The candidate for sainthood folded her arms and exclaimed, asking if he was the goddess Freya. At that very second, the guy's hand fell on her head. Davy, smiling broadly, asked if he really looked like a woman, to which she replied that if you do not pay attention to the fierce look then. But before she could finish speaking, Davy laughed, and the girl massaged her temples in confusion. After a short pause, the prince turned around and said that they still had much to do, so there was no time to relax. Coming to her senses, the candidate for sainthood rushed in the other direction. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon. Near the tent stood 2 knights, guarding the entrance. Alice sat upset at the table, when suddenly someone in the crowd said that he was not going to sacrifice his people anymore because of her stubbornness, and they also refused to obey her. Catherine folded her arms over her chest, saying that this was excellent. Putting her hands behind her head, the girl said that the Rindies Empire was joining the protest. Adjusting his glasses, Sullivan said that he was no longer going to protect Alice. Looking at her, the guy said that since her pride was to blame for everything, it was up to her to deal with the current situation. Turning around, his cloak left a strong stream of air. The girl angrily fiddled with her fingers. Her eyes widened in horror. Looking into the distance, she whispered that the light had left her. The castle was brightly lit. Alice walked slowly along the wall. Her foot suddenly caught on a ledge. With a loud sound, the girl fell to the floor. Curled up into a ball, she began to whimper quietly. Claire's smile appeared in the darkness. He noticed the girl whose soul began to wither. Alice slowly raised her head, while the Lord of Death said that this power was much greater than his, and the saint would make an excellent vessel for the Lord. Approaching, he ordered her to follow him, because he would grant the girl truly divine powers without any blessings. Frowning, the monster said that he would be able to kill that vile bastard, and she would gain the very power she dreamed of. Alice lowered her head with a smile. Looking at her, the monster listened as the girl said that because of the bastard she lost everything, after which she asked why she had all this. She covered her face with her hands, saying that she had entrusted her soul to the light, and lived according to the covenants. Alice added, widening her eyes, that the light had betrayed her. The girl took a step towards Claire. Hugging her, the skeleton said that she would fulfill his will, although he himself was not able to defeat the demon, but with her help his master would be revived. Raising his gaze to the sky, he was ordered to worship the king of death Damien. Spreading his arms, the villain shouted that he had lived much longer than him, and it was from his power that the first Saint Daphne fell. A whistle and the glitter of a sword suddenly sounded in the air. At that very second, the skeleton's head was cut off. Confidently walking forward, Davy asked if the monster had forgotten where he was now. The guy quickly approached him. The severed head of the lich lay on the floor. His hands suddenly began to move slowly, and he said that he had lost contact with the vessel. Hearing this, Davy put his hand on his hip and mockingly said that if that were the case, he would have stopped resisting long ago, and died already. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, he said that it seemed that his mana had grown a little, after which he asked if he had really managed to eat the ginseng, to which he laughed, saying that he would regret not having finished him off then, because after he captured 8 fortresses, 8 vessels were under his control. The severed head slowly returned to its place, and the necromancer exclaimed that the guy should tremble in horror, because his immortal master would soon appear. Hearing this, Davy exhaled heavily and asked why he needed his immortality when even the goddess Freya could now be replaced. Holding his hand behind his head, he asked if he would really try to use the saint candidates as a vessel for his master, to which he replied that the brighter the light, the more impenetrable the darkness, and their saint was an extremely rare specimen, because he had seen everything, her emptiness, anger, and despair. Alice was locked in the subspace, and Davy said that he was talking so much about something completely useless, and it would be better to keep quiet until he chopped off his head. Having said this, the prince pointed his sword at the licious head, who laughed and shouted that he should expect some kind of gift, because the mortals did not even dream of this in their nightmares. After these words, a bright flash filled the room. When everything died down, Davy slowly lowered his hand. Without thinking twice, he began to leave. Monsters were flying in the sky above the fortress. Things were even worse inside. There was ice everywhere, and painful screams could be heard. They were attacked by Frost Snake's wyverns. Catherine rushed to attack the monsters, defending the fortress. With brass knuckles on her fingers, she continuously broke the bones of the wyverns. Sullivan, waving his sword, ordered the ballista to prepare and bring a thicker rope. Davy suddenly approached him and asked how they were doing, which made him happily turn around, exclaiming that he finally came, adding that they were attacked by a dead dragon. Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he did not particularly resemble a dragon, to which the guy screamed, asking if it was not a dragon, then what was it? Suddenly, something flew into the ground at high speed. It was Catherine, who broke the ground under her. The prince put his hand on his hip, saying that once they dealt with the monster, Sullivan should gather all the representatives of the united army together. With a sly smile on his face, he turned around slightly, explaining that they would attack the enemy's main base. After saying these words, he showed his powerful aura, took a few steps forward and called Noah's. The earth trembled, and Sullivan and Catherine looked at their comrade in shock. A huge fist suddenly burst out of the ground. A second later, the Spirit King appeared, loudly saying that he accepted the employer's request. Night fell, 2 bright moons shone in the sky. The knights looked at the huge Spirit King in shock. One of them fell to his knees and asked what was going on here. Looking back, the knights said that there were far fewer people than there were initially. Putting his hand on his hip, Davy said that since they were short on time, he would be brief. Looking ahead, the boy asked if they knew about the enemy leader, a necromancer, at least level 8. Jules stood up, answering that even the strongest sorcerer of the magic tower was only level 7. When suddenly, Davy shook his head, answering that level 8 was rare. He just kept everyone informed. The prince said that their enemy did not go straight to the capital, but decided to deal with the 8 fortresses first, asking if there was any idea why. When suddenly the old man frowned, saying that if so, then probably for the sake of more bloodshed. Raising his hand, Davy replied that then he would not have attacked so thoughtlessly, not paying attention to his own losses, and on the contrary, he would have tried to wear them down, while feeding them false hopes of victory. And he needed a vessel. Smiling, Davy asked Sullivan if he knew anything. Lowering his head, the boy answered that there were giant magic stones guarding each of the 8 fortresses. Raising her hand, Alina asked what they were getting at. Putting her hand to her chin, she heard the answer that to end the war, they needed to kill the necromancer as many times as there were vessels in his possession. Grinning, Davy said that they needed to kill him 7 times, since he had already killed him once. Suddenly, there was silence, and Davy looked around and asked how the preparations for the next attack were going. Sullivan approached him, answering that they had enough ammunition, but the fighting spirit of the troops had fallen to an all-time low. Turning around, the prince said that they would move as soon as they regained confidence in victory, and asked them to start preparing now, when Sullivan suddenly raised his hand, answering that it was so sudden. Smiling, Davy called Jack. Without turning around, the guy asked her to find a couple of soldiers who would play along with him. Putting his hand on his hip, Davy looked at the squad in front of him. Looking ahead, he wondered why the generals were gathering everyone for a speech instead of preparing for battle, mentally answering that high morale had a far greater effect on the soldiers than anything else. Folding his arms, the boy thought that he was the type of person to make the most of such situations. Smiling, the prince thought that the strengthening spell that used holy power increased in power when the recipient's faith was unwavering, so such preparation was necessary, saying that the candidate for St. Alice, who led their army, detected the enemy general's infiltration into the front lines, engaged in battle with him, but lost, and was kidnapped. The knights looked at each other worriedly, and the boy thought that Alice's bad reputation could be used to his advantage. Raising his hand up, Davy asked if they were ready to accept defeat, and if they were afraid, then they should pack their things and leave, because he was not holding anyone back. Placing his hand on his chest, the prince asked who was standing in front of them now. Raising their hands up, the knights shouted, "Blessed." Raising his thumb up, Davy said, "Jack, well done." Looking at their smiles, Davy said that he saw their spirit, and asked those who intended to return alive to stay. He raised his spear up. Holding it, Davy shouted that he would show them a battle that had never been seen before. The army of knights fearlessly walked forward, their armor clanking. They walked in several rows, additionally carrying flags. The Lich, raising his hand to his chin, looked at them and said that they had come to their own grave, but some among them were not visible. Striking the rock with his staff, he told them to think that the vessels were already in the hands of the master, and nothing would change. Only an inglorious death awaited them. After these words, skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, and their master continued to say that the blood of mortals spilled on all lands would become his offering to the risen master. Bone dragons rushed to the attack with screams. A bloody battle began. Cries for help were heard everywhere. Nights were frozen and pierced through. The necromancer watched from a high mountain as people died. His eyes were burning, and he thought that all this was somehow strange. Without taking his eyes off the battle, he added that he had an obvious advantage. But then why did he suddenly feel déjà vu? While he was thinking about this, Davy appeared behind him and asked if he was really enjoying the exposition. Hearing this voice, he turned around abruptly. At that very moment, a sword blade whistled through the air. The weapon pierced the necromancer through and through, and he, folding his arms across his chest, said that it was an excellent review. After these words, he snapped his fingers. The ground beneath the skeleton's feet shook. Suddenly, the king of spirits burst forth. Seeing this, the lich asked if the skeletons had really been buried again. Turning his gaze to his rival, he shouted that this was unthinkable, since a person could not cast a burial spell, to which the latter, spreading his arms out to the sides, replied that it was possible, but it was ridiculously simple, and he need not worry, since the spirit requires much more mana. Claire gathered a powerful cloud of energy in his hands. Suddenly, he threw it at the boy. Stretching out his hand, the prince used the holy magic of the seventh circle, purification, thanks to which he easily dispelled the enemy's attack. Then, lowering his hand, he grinned and said that this time the skeleton was more cheerful, to which it exclaimed with shaking legs that it would not fall for the same trick twice. While the king of spirits was crushing the skeletons, the necromancer said that he could not have imagined that the hidden trump card was the king of earth's spirits, and he bet that it was using up a monstrous amount of mana. Preserk on his friend's shoulder said that he gave it his all, to which he, exhaling heavily, replied yes. Suddenly, many powerful magical explosions were heard. Davy quickly dodged the instant attacks. When he stopped, he saw a staff member pointing at him. Looking at his hands, the prince saw that confusion, paralysis, and blindness had been cast on him. Closing his eyes and smiling widely, he said that he did not care at all. At that very second, twin swords flew out from behind his back. They created loud and massive explosions from the impact with the ground. They cut through the air, and the lich tried to run away with all his might. Hearing the characteristic sound, he raised his head and shouted, "Damn these swords!" After these words, a powerful explosion was heard, and Davy, looking at this, said, "Interesting." Suddenly, a divine spear appeared in his hand, and he, swinging it, asked if his opponent could withstand it. A bright light appeared in the air, which was approaching the villain. A few seconds later, a loud explosion was heard. Davy came as close as possible. Lying on the ground, Claire said that although the guy was strong, the attacks became weaker. Getting to his feet, the monster said that this was Davy's ceiling, and he could not be killed. Davy looked forward. Smiling madly, a vessel of life appeared in his hand. At that very second, the guy squeezed it. Falling to the ground, Claire began to groan, and Davy smiled, saying that there were only 6 left. Coming closer to the monster, the prince said that not only a lich can handle dark magic, and there is nothing complicated in such things. Raising his head, the monster asked how the one who received the blessing was subject to necromancy and spirit magic. When suddenly Davy grinned, thinking that his possession, probably, of elemental magic would completely blow his mind. Folding her arms over her chest, Preserk said, "War or not?" But immediately after he would have a rest. Standing on the armor, the guy asked if the enemy would really allow a break, because the elves definitely would not. Lowering her hands, the fairy heard the prince say that he was not burning with some large-scale idea like saving the world and all that, but he needed to be shown what the consequences could be if someone decided to cross his path. Turning around, he confidently walked forward. Large monsters were flying in the air. After a while, the guy stopped, saying that they had retreated. Berserk turned to the guy, asking what next, because the enemy would avoid him, to which Davy, without turning around, replied that he would have to take the initiative. Suddenly, a huge flow of mana began to gather around him. A smile appeared on the prince's face. At that very second, a bright beam burst high into the sky. Lightning struck a tree. Making a dash forward, Davy shouted, Whoever did not hide is not to blame. Claire stepped back in horror and asked if this was teleportation magic. Davy swung his sword and asked if the bastard hadn't expected this. The prince struck him and quickly cut off his head. He knitted his brows and asked if there were 5 left. Something flashed brightly in the air. A painful scream was heard throughout the green forest. Claire, recovering, screamed for the guy to go away, but he asked why he was being so rude. Smiling ominously, he leaned towards him and added that he told him he would wait for him to recover, causing the necromancer to scream that he was just a heartless bastard, worse than the devil himself. Hearing this, the guy sat down next to him and raising his eyebrows said that it seemed that they shouldn't blame each other for this, and he still had 10 seconds. The sun went below the horizon. The skeleton screamed, begging for a deal. His body continued to recover, and he shouted that he acknowledged his power, and then asked to stop the senseless slaughter and torture. Hearing this, Davy raised one eyebrow and was surprised and asked, "What about the innocent dead people who died in agony? Didn't they beg for mercy?" Hearing this, the lich with his head down opened his mouth in shock. As soon as 10 seconds passed, the necromancer's body was completely restored. At the same second, Davy swung his sword and with a smirk on his face said that he only had 2 seconds left to live, after which he added that they would see each other again. Having said this, he cut off his opponent's head again. The head was cut off from the main body with a crunch. When the lich disappeared, Davy swung his sword and said that he only had 1 life left. Sheathing the sword, he asked where the last one would be. Suddenly, Pryzerk saw her friend gritting his teeth and called out to him. The guy came to his senses and raised his hand and replied that he was slightly distracted, because sometimes mana behaves too unpredictably. The girl looked at him and said that the necromancer was constantly revived only in one place, and if she were in his place, she would hide in the ruins where she was sealed, which made the prince snap his fingers and say that this was a good option. A magic seal appeared under him, and he said that he was wondering why the path to them ended so strangely, because it was very suspicious. A few seconds later, a bright glow appeared in the ruins. Davy's legs appeared above the floor. Once inside, Pryzerk looked around and asked if this was it, because it looked completely different. Everything inside was saturated with dark magical energy. Davy, looking out from behind the wall, said that the dead here are much stronger than those fighting on the battlefield, but most of all he does not like what kind of man is here. He extended his hand and added that everything was in complete disarray, as if an explosion could happen at any second. Pryzerk turned around worriedly and asked him if he would be hurt, to which he, without lowering his hand, replied that it would be difficult alone. Suddenly, Handen appeared next to him, hugging her father and asking if he called her. Less than a minute later, a powerful explosion of magical energy was heard. Claire, waving his staff, shouted that the guy was completely cursed, adding that he should stop following him all the time. They stood in a wide corridor, and the lich continued to shout that he would never get closer, to which he put his hands on his hips and replied that if he really wanted to stop him, then he should not have been right in front of his nose. Glowing particles of magical energy rose into the air, and the crunching of bones was heard. The prince, using fire magic, directed everything at his opponent. The boy's body was in the blazing fire mana of the 8th level. Pryzerk approached and asked excitedly how he was, to which Davy replied that he had definitely been better. Looking at the enemy, he said that he definitely would not have managed without the girls. He put his hands on his hips. Claire tried to clear his throat. Frowning, he growled that he was cursing Davy. Smiling, Davy said that he would simply remove the curse. Bringing his sword to the enemy, he asked what the lich got by paying such a price. Lowering his head, Claire said that in the end, he had nothing left. Looking up, the villain shouted that he would still remain loyal to his master. With burning eyes, he ordered the mortal to bow. Davy folded his arms over his chest. Suddenly, his gaze widened. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Davy fell to his knees, hearing Claire's satisfied laughter. Pryzerk excitedly approached Davy. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the villain shouted that his highness had awakened. Looking at the bent guy, he shouted that now the whole world would fall at the feet of his master. Insignificant people would die and everything would return to normal. Smiling, Davy said that this was nonsense. At that very second, his body was pierced through. Looking at the tip, he said that this was very bad. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Davy flew into the wall, quickly rolling down it. In the distance, the prince saw a silhouette. Someone was walking heavily across the floor, stepping in the mud. The girls slowly approached the guy. A malicious smile appeared on the guy's face. Seeing Alice in front of him, he said that he did not think that they would meet like this. There was a black cloud of energy in Davy's chest, and the lich, rising, laughed, saying that the powers of the Lord had taken root in his body. The guy looked at his chest, while Claire continued to scream that even the stigmata would not help him resist the will of the immortal, who had reached the top of the 8 circles. Pryzerk flew up to her friend and said, "Just think, the manifestation stage is the apogee of the 8th circle." The necromancer, falling to his knees, stretched out his hands towards his lord and said that, while carrying out his resurrection, he had been looking forward to this day. Alice slowly turned around. Jumping to his feet, the lich screamed that he could not believe that he was seeing his power with his own eyes. Finally, he did not regret anything, as suddenly he was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The Lord pulled him, saying that he was an obedient servant. Stretching out his hand, he added that he would not forget his devotion. His bones cracked, and Claire said at last that all this was for the glory of the Master. After these words, he was torn into dust. Alice absorbed all the energy of the killed subordinate into herself. Davy, sitting by the wall, exhaled heavily and said, "What a fanatic!" After that, the girl threw her hands to the sky and screamed for all the gatekeepers from the underworld to wake up and spread the news throughout all the lands. Spreading his arms in different directions, he continued to scream that the absolute monarch, the king of the undead, whom only the chosen ones were allowed to see, had finally appeared to this world. At that very second, a huge amount of magical energy was released from the ruins. Davy, rising to his feet, said that this looked better than Claire. Hearing this, Alice turned around, saying that she had completely forgotten that he was still here, and then asked if he had really come here to stop his resurrection. Davy, clutching his chest, leaned against the wall, and replied that he didn't care whether he was alive or not, because the 6 she had just finished had misbehaved here and the peace of his lands had been disturbed. Hearing this, the Lord raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if that was why he had stopped him. Then he turned away abruptly, saying that he was in too good a mood, and he would not kill him now, so he should bow to the mercy of the immortal and get out of his sight. Hearing this, the prince smiled maliciously and said that he was not lacking in pride. He would also say that he was the Lord of Death. Hearing this, Alice turned around, asking the Lord of Death. Putting her hand to her chest, she laughed and shouted that she would never be so weak, because at the moment of watching the flow of the world, he himself stood in line with the gods, to which Davy put his hands on his hips and said that he seemed even more crazy. As soon as he said this, he was enveloped in dark magical energy. Waving her hand, Alice lifted her opponents into the air, ordering them to be careful with their words, because he was just a pawn of the vile celestials. Without taking his eyes off him, the Lord said that it was a pity that he still could not understand who was all-powerful here, because even Saint Daphne, the great servant of the gods, fell by his hand. Hearing this, rage appeared in Davy's eyes. "Who again?" he asked, to which Alice, smiling broadly, asked if after so much time the world had really forgotten the name of Daphne, the first saint. Davy was tied hand and foot, and his opponent added that it was the name of the avatar of the Lord she had killed. Looking down, the guy said that the fact that she had been someone's pawn in the past did not bother him. Looking into the eyes of a smiling Alice, he asked if it was really the Lord who had killed the old woman. Lowering the corners of his lips, Davy asked with some useless force. Alice raised her hand and a loud, deafening explosion to be heard. Looking away, she said that the guy's tongue was his enemy, and he could erase a mortal like the prince with one stroke of his finger. Smiling, the Lord said that since Davy was so eager for death, he would go meet him. Stretching her hand forward, Alice said that she would not allow him to die so easily. Forming a hole in Davy's chest, she said, "Let his wanderings through the endless abyss last for all eternity, and his soul will crumble to dust. Only the spirit will lose its last strength." Bringing his teeth, the guy said that he wanted to ask only out of politeness. Looking up, he asked why, in fact, the Lord needed such a complex resurrection, to which Alice began to say, "The destruction of ugly little people." Spreading her arms out to the sides, she added, "These lands have long been teeming with vile people, but today everything will change." The Lord explained that his faithful servants are awakening in the catacombs of the ruins. Smiling, Davy replied how boring and hackneyed. Tilting his head to the side, he added that the Lord and the vessel did not have life. Without taking her eyes off the guy, Alice said that the mortal was talking to an entity that did not know oblivion. Raising her head, she asked if Davy really thought that the lack of a vessel allowed her to be killed. Noticing a hole in his chest, Davy heard that punishment awaits those who forget their place. Pointing his finger right at him, the Lord sentenced the prince to execution. Having removed the hole, he said that Davy was now endowed with the curse of death, and did not even understand that receiving it from him was a great honor. Without raising his head, Davy said that if he were so simple, he would really die. Standing up, Davy asked if the monster did not understand why he suddenly did not feel sick, when suddenly the Lord lowered his gaze, asking why the guy was standing. The prince smiled and replied that secrets were very tiring, so he would play a few trump cards. Putting Alice's hand on himself, the guy asked her to look closely. Her hand went right through. Davy added who he was dealing with. The Lord suddenly imagined himself falling into the abyss in his head. A shudder ran through the girl's body. Shattering his teeth, the Lord asked what it was. Davy suddenly thought that the reason his magic had not worked was simple, and if someone had a high-ranking curse, then others of low rank had no power. Raising his hand up, the Lord shouted that such power could not belong to anyone. Looking at Alice, Davy replied that the monster had seen that the prince's soul had already been defiled by a black magician, to whom the Lord was not fit to hold a candle. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy proudly added, and the name of that curse is counteracting the flow, a curse that changes a person's fate as soon as they look into it. Counteracting the flow, renouncing fate means becoming a hermit who has rejected God's protection and love. Now Davy has no place in the cycle of reincarnation. In the gallery, the sun was shining brightly around everything. The main effect of the curse is that if he cannot earn the right to follow the will of the higher beings, his soul will be torn to shreds and destroyed, or end up in the eternal flow of limbo, as if the overlord's humble technique could somehow compare to what was already on his soul. Thinking about this, Davy folded his arms across his chest. When suddenly he flicked Alice's forehead and said, "Thanks to which most things mean nothing to him." The stone on the overlord's forehead cracked. At that very moment, Davy grabbed his opponent by the neck and said that it was time to check how long he would last, to which he screamed in horror, begging him to stop. The girl began to shake her head from side to side, and the guy told her not to scream like that. Squeezing her neck tightly, he added that if they found out about her from the outside, it would only get worse, and it would be better for her to die quietly and peacefully, after which he asked why he needed an extra headache in the war with the World Tree. After these words, the prince, with an ominous smile on his face, used the 9th class holy magic, indulgence, and huge wings grew from his back. The Lord looked at the bright warm light that was descending on him. Luna, being on the surface, saw this. She was standing on Megatron, looking at the column of bright divine light. Davy used the great holy cannon in God's ring, which struck the Lord with an insanely powerful beam of divine power. There was a huge hole in the ceiling. Like a servant of the gods, cursed by the flow of fate, he knew that he attracted the attention of the patrons, but did not receive their approval. Alice was lying on the floor, and Davy, moving away from her, said to himself that the gods still blessed him, but not because they wanted to make him a saint. He just protects those who deserve their favor. Berserk, folding her arms on her chest, said that the aura of the Lord had dissolved. Did he really escape? To which her friend, smiling, replied that given that he now calls himself immortal, he would not have given up so easily. Perhaps he hid safely in Alice's body or escaped into the body of another host. As soon as he said this, the girl's body shuddered. Shock from what he saw appeared in the prince's eyes, and a notification appeared in front of him, which reported the final salvation of the lost lamb. Cirque saw the received notification and raised her hand to her chin, asking if this was really how the gods treated their beloved child. How it irritated her. Suddenly, Davy pressed the girl against the wall. He squeezed her neck tightly, angrily asking if God was the first to betray her. The guy looked at her with contempt in his eyes, adding that he was the one who made the deal, just to save your soul. To something she asked what he was even talking about. Without loosening his grip, the prince continued to say that maybe the gods wanted her to stay alive, but he didn't care. Hearing this, Alice asked with all her might to kill her, because she no longer had a reason to exist. A blue fire flared up in Davy's hand, and he answered with a smile on his face that this could not be argued with, because it was pointless to leave her alive, who had lost everything or was practically useless. The flames slowly began to rise up the girl's dress. Suddenly the fire changed its color to white. Davy stretched out his hand and heard a voice that ordered him not to kill her, but to leave her alive, to save her. Hearing this, the prince clenched his teeth and said with displeasure that this was serious. It really affected the brain. Alice stood with her head down. After a few seconds she raised it and asked why Davy did not kill her, to which he, looking away, ordered her to shut up, because he was already on edge. Then the girl squeezed the hem of her dress and said that God had not answered any of her prayers up until now, and even when she tried with all her might to justify the expectations of the Celestials. Clenching her hands into fists, she screamed with all her might, asking why he never looked in her direction, even when she suffered so much. Why did he have to send such a misfortune to her? Seeing this reaction, Davy exhaled heavily and said that she must be confused, and the candidate for sainthood, with eyes full of rage, was breathing heavily. But as soon as the guy said that from the moment of her birth, the gaze of God was with her everywhere, shock appeared in her eyes, and a divine light appeared above her head. Smiling, the guy said that everything she did was for the title and praise. Davy put his fingers on the girl's forehead, asking her to think carefully. Alice fell unconscious, and the guy added what exactly she should focus on. The girl's eyes widened in horror. At that very second, her body disappeared into thin air. Berserk looked around, asking if it was okay for them to leave like that, to which Davy, without turning around, replied that he had no desire to do anything. Davy suddenly asked if Luna had heard everything, to which the girl, in the air, replied that the chance of a military conflict was estimated as very high. Gritting his teeth, the prince ordered the infected forest to be burned, because he was already tired of messing with holy energy, when suddenly the fairy folded her arms over her chest, replying that he would not escape the consequences. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked if Berserk really thought that he was incapable of anything without holy energy. Raising his middle finger up, the guy invited the goddess to see how he would cope. Suddenly, the sound of the system opening was heard. Noticing it, the prince exhaled heavily, seeing in the task that it was necessary to clear the infected lands. Notifications constantly came, but Davy waved them off, replying that he would not do it. Davy waved his hand and said that he was heading home, would stay there for a while, but would not receive any action from him. The system appeared in front of his face again with a loud sound. The prince quickly walked forward, causing Berserk to shudder. The system reported that after the purification, the power to summon the dead beast would be revealed, to which Davy said that this is why it is impossible to negotiate with such people. Coughing into his fist, Davy said that a compromise was also a good thing, and from now on, he would not take any more quests if he did not like them. Pointing forward, the prince shouted that they would deal with the polluted forest and clean up everything that was left of it. After some time, Davy read that after the purification, the power to summon the death beast would be revealed to him, causing him to joyfully say that he still had goosebumps running down his body. His eyes were shining, and there was a blush on his cheeks, with which he added that he could not even imagine that for the sake of one deal she went against the world's rules. Introducing the Emerald Dragon, the guy said that divine beasts, like Taoist magic, did not exist on the Taiwanese continent from the beginning. They were born only thanks to human desires and places deprived of mana, so allowing the beast to descend here and now would be comparable to the appearance of superheroes in the world where he comes from, and of course, principles can always be changed. But even for a god it will be extremely difficult. Berserk raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what was wrong. Davy suddenly twitched, seeing his friend. He suddenly turned away embarrassingly and said nothing, simultaneously saying to himself that she suddenly grew up, after which he said that regarding the reward for clearing the forest, of course, he himself was not delighted. But still it was not bad, however. The girl listened to him with wide open eyes. Putting out his index finger, the guy suddenly asked why not bargain for more benefits, since there is an opportunity. But before he could do anything, his vision grew blurry and he quietly said that he remembered that this had happened before. After these words, he lost his balance. A system notification appeared in his mind, informing him that he had completed a quest in which he had to save 20,000 people infected with the plague. He again found himself in the place where the spiral staircase rose into the sky, and said to himself that he again saw the endless canvas of the twilight sky and pale creatures in white robes. Seeing the snow-white wings of angels, he asked with a smile on his face if this was really it, the world that had rejected his heart. The prince stared at the angel who had spread his wings, and said to himself that when God's will, imperceptible but real, descends upon a person, it appears in the form most familiar to a person. When suddenly something fell into his hand. It was a small ball. In the real world, the girls were hanging up their laundry and talking about Prince Davy, who was currently in a coma. The warm rays of the sun were falling on the massive castle. Davy was lying on his bed in his room. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes. Berserk, who had been sitting next to him the whole time, jumped to her feet and asked if he had finally woken up. The girls rushed to hug their father, while he asked how long he had been dozing, to which he was told 4 days. Unclenching his fist, the prince looked at the orb he had received and said that he really must have been overworked. Seeing this, Berserk's eyes widened in shock and she exclaimed, asking if it was a glowing coal, to which he replied that it looked different somehow. The orb emitted a faint light, and the information window stated that it was an improved divine relic that could once recreate the user when their soul and body were damaged. Taking a closer look, the girl said that it was no different from the usual one. Davy suddenly began to explain that the previous one had a condition for use only in the case of confrontation with a higher entity or someone more powerful, but the current one has no limits, including no restrictions regarding the mind. He suddenly added that Berserk looked to recreate, asking, "Does it remind you of anything?" Folding her arms over her chest, the girl said about the transformation after death, when suddenly Davy clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he thought that it probably would not come to this. Turning to the surprised girl, he asked if no conditions need to be met, why not use it right now, because there are powerful differences between full and incomplete transformation. Putting his hand on his chest, the prince said that due to the fact that his body now resembles a compression bomb, if he tries to carry out the transformation, they will simply blow up. Smiling, he said that for now it is better to just think. Alliance Meeting Hall. Davy waved his hand and greeted everyone, saying that they had done a great job. Confused, the boy asked what everyone was so excited about, to which Berserk folded her arms across her chest, saying that it was because Davy had been in a coma for the past few days. Turning around, she added that everyone had assumed that the prince, without realizing it, had come face to face with mortal danger, after which Davy thought that such a misunderstanding would only play into his hands. Scratching the back of his head, Davy apologized for being late, when suddenly Sullivan extended his hand forward, asking how he was feeling, but Davy asked him to leave it alone, because there were more important things. Turning around, Sullivan said that there were still a few places to clear, since he had promised he should finish the job, but Davy had not recovered yet. Laughing, the prince thought that he was in a coma only to pick up the stone, and his body had already fully recovered. Sullivan extended his hand and said that Davy didn't have to, as the priests were already cleaning up the area and it would take a few years, when suddenly Davy spread his arms out to the sides, asking what if the undead aura leaked out from somewhere, and their goal was to prevent any possible casualties. Frowning, the guy shouted that the prince had to think about himself, and although he had no connection with the Holy Kingdom, he was still the only one who could receive the blessing. Clenching his hand into a fist, Davy shouted that the one beloved by the gods could not afford to relax. Davy thought that relaxing was his favorite thing to do, saying that he would start cleaning up the forests, while Elena frowned, thinking that was the first thing. Davy put his hand to his chin, when suddenly Sullivan shouted that if everyone was to be saved, he had to work hard. Raising their hands up, everyone began to praise the great saint, and while Davy raised the spirit of the alliance, a foot stepped forward. In the west of the Palan Empire, unknown figures were moving through the desert. In the west of the Palan Empire, 2 people in cloaks were walking through a desert field. Suddenly, Jürgen was asked if they were really doing the right thing, to which he, taking off his hood, replied, "Of course, there was no need to doubt it." Turning to the girl, the elf asked what would happen if she questioned the words of the mother of the sacred tree, adding that she should remember that if her faith wavered, everything would collapse. Then he raised his head to the sky, adding that in the end, elves are also a social race, and it would not be possible to survive alone for long. The sun was shining brightly in the clear sky. Jürgen drew an image of Davy in his head and added that if a war with him cannot be avoided, they must find a way to turn it into a plus for them. The girl looked at the man and asked if it was true what he said, that the Palan Empire was the largest state of the human race, after which she asked if they would definitely help them resist the Prince Deity, to which he replied that they would have to negotiate. Stopping before the descent, Jürgen turned to his companion and explained that people, greedy by nature, would not be able to refuse if they offered something worthwhile, because the keeper of the sacred tree was sure that they would be able to come to an agreement with them, to which the girl replied that this was reasonable, because it would obviously be more profitable for them to cooperate with the elves, and not with the prince of a tiny kingdom. Some things they still underestimated, for example, the political tricks that the prince had set up, preparing for such a turn of events. Davy waved his hand at the knights. With the death of Claire, the evil spirits, having lost their leader, hit underground again, and everything began to flourish again. The only thing to worry about was the surviving king of the undead and the fact that crowds of the dead were walking underground. The Lord found himself a new body, and the powerful skeletons continued to walk through the ruins. Their sudden attack would have created many problems, but for some reason they were quieter than water below the grass, as if they were planning to gather somewhere else. Davy thought about this, sitting on the top of the tree. As for the candidate for sainthood, Alice, it was concluded that she had been kidnapped but returned unharmed. The best outcome for her would be a brave death and battle against the enemy. With this thought he returned, but Eris was alive and well, and since the god was pleased to protect her, so be it, and he decided that he would not interfere. The prince raised the holy spear high, because he was busy with tedious cleaning. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, he shouted that he could not clean everything at once, because he could at least leave a little for the soldiers. All the knights were crazy about him, because in their opinion, he worked in an incredibly difficult condition, and therefore he was truly blessed, and thus his reputation soared to the highest level. The power dominating the undead dissipated, and the aftermath of the battle was over, so the allied forces decided to hold a small meeting. The wind rustled the green leaves, and Prince Davy was invited to visit the kingdom as soon as possible, where he would be met with all the honors. Davy was invited by everyone to their kingdoms. Tents were pitched in front of the tower, and a lot of people gathered. The prince was surrounded from all sides, saying that he was worthy of every word spoken in his honor. For them to receive such a guest would be a great honor. When suddenly Catherine jumped in front of Davy, screaming for them all to move away from his son-in-law. When suddenly the guy was called from the side, and he mechanically turned around. General Cullen approached him, who said that no matter how much he wanted to stay there and offer his help, he could not leave the kingdom unattended. Then he hit the girl, whose face was red from embarrassment, on the back and told her to come and say hello. The girl came closer and, embarrassingly lowering her head, introduced herself, and the old man said that this was his granddaughter. He told her that it was he who saved her during the raid of the undead. Stoking her head, Cullen thanked Davy, because she is his only blood, and his feat will not be forgotten. Hearing this, Davy shook his hands negatively and said that it is not worth it, because saving allies on the battlefield is quite normal, to which the old man, laughing, said that now he understands why he was worthy of a blessing, after which he asked to visit their land sometime, and he hopes that by then he will feel much better. Davy waved his hand after them. As soon as they disappeared, Berserk appeared, who folded her arms across her chest and said that he was a scoundrel, to which the guy, closing his eyes, smiled widely and asked what is wrong with paying people in the same coin. After that, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "And now?" The guy suddenly looked around the corner, asking the girl what she was doing there. Lena immediately blushed with embarrassment. Davy looked at her with a smirk. Suddenly, he said that he needed something, which made the girl's eyes widen. Alina happily raised her hand, asking him to tell her, because she would definitely get everything. Frowning, Davy looked at her in surprise. Coughing, the guy said that he needed to make several talismans, even a paper one would be enough, asking what she would say about an empty scroll. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl replied that it would not be easy, because first of all she had to ask the supply manager, but she was not sure that there were any left. A few moments later, the chest contained scrolls, and Alina said that the man simply dumped the whole pile on her when she said that the scroll was needed for Davy. Stretching, she said with a smile that in this country Davy has more status than her, to which Davy, sorting through the papers, replied that it was good that everyone had such a great opinion of him. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl asked if the prince knew what they called him in the command center. Lowering her hands down, the girl suddenly asked why he needed so many empty scrolls, to which Davy stuck out his tongue, answering for something good. Taking a closer look, Alina said that it was somehow different from an ordinary scroll. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl asked if he had really thought of something stupid again, and there was something he didn't know in this world. Clenching the scroll in his fist, Davy pulled it forward. Tossing it up, he said, if the goddess can keep her promises, then a reaction will happen now. Papers with inscriptions suddenly appeared in the air. Opening her eyes wide, Alina shouted that the scrolls had flown up. Turning his head towards her, Davy asked her what she would choose, a bird, a lizard, a turtle or a cat, which surprised her. Turning, she answered a bird, when suddenly Davy placed his hand on his hip, asking for one thing. Putting his finger to his cheek, Alina chose a bird. Looking at Luna, Davy said, a bird cutting through the sky, so free and uninhibited, which surprised the girl. Turning to Alina, she asked, fried chicken? A rooster appeared on the girl's head, and she frowned in bewilderment. Davy set fire to a scroll on his hand, starting the summoning. Raising his hand, Davy summoned a cinnabar bird. Raising her hand to her mouth, Alina said that she was having trouble breathing. Raising her head to Davy, she asked what he was doing, to which he calmly replied, implementing the so-called mystical technique. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of mystical technique, to which the guy answered, roughly speaking, it is a force that destroys hope and will in a person. Elves have spiritual magic, and people have mystical technique. The powerful man held a sphere in his hands, however. In places like Tyonis, where gods and man exist, such a technique is simply not needed. But at this time, in other corners of this world, where a person is always surrounded by dangers, resolved to protect the deity, in order to survive, he must act like other races. 2 old men were sitting on the sand. In the end, his nature is to copy and improve. Davy, saying this, imagines the huge lion statue. Something brightly lit up in the sky, and he said to himself, the 4 divine beasts are in some sense similar to ancient spirits. I just wonder what kind of face Noah will make when he sees all this. Without turning around, he ordered Luna to bring the oil in the cauldron, to which she saluted and exclaimed, yes, indeed. The girl ran away, and Alina, coming closer, said that she had never heard of a power available only to humans, to which the prince, placing his hands on his hips, replied that in far, far away lands, where the grace of God was unknown, a person could only rely on manna. When the princess asked if such lands really existed, he closed his eyes and firmly answered, yes. However, due to the lack of manna, even with diligent training, they were able to achieve little. Then he remembered the hero who taught him this technique, who was from hardly the same world as the heavenly demon Jain, and said that the only difference was the existence and dominance of the Ukai there. Books and scrolls fell down to fight back. Cornered people collected all these texts and records left by their ancestors, creating a source of power of mystical technique. After listening to this story, Alina raised her hand to her chin in surprise and said that there is an incredible amount of manna in Tyonis, and it is believed that even in these places there is not so much of it. And Davy, looking at the bright glow, suddenly said that he was not talking about Tyonis. Hearing this, the princess looked at the prince and asked if it was really made by people, adding that at first glance it was no different from a closed but engulfed in flame, and suddenly it opened. From what she saw, she opened her mouth in shock. A fiery bird of incredible size appeared in the sky before her, and suddenly it screamed loudly, emitting heat. From what she heard, the princess covered her ears. Davy already had earplugs in his ears, and he said with a smile on his face that everything was as expected. Looking at the firebird, he raised his hand behind his head. Then he took out a small roll of paper and said that it was too loud. Davy used a rank 3 amulet, after which magical energy was released from the roll of paper. Using the banner of vengeance, chains were released from a flash of light behind him. They quickly entangled the bird. In that same second, they tightened with such force that the firebird screamed in pain. Seeing this, Alina turned around in shock and asked what was happening, to which he, folding his arms on his chest, replied that if he did not show the pyromaniac who was in charge, he would never be able to control him. The princess raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that she didn't understand anything, and then Davy explained that the firebird was recreated from human anger. Accordingly, the nature of the entity became too explosive, literally. The powerful creature thrashed in the chains, trying to break free. The guy did not take his eyes off her, saying that even if it was just a chick, it was still a representative of the divine beasts, and it was hard to imagine what would happen if he was born so unpredictable and completely free. Covering her face from the intense heat, the girl screamed, asking if this was normal at all, to which Davy, taking out another bundle, answered no, that's why he was waiting for lessons in good manners. After he used the third-rank amulet, the banner of the cinnabar bird, the chains released the captive, and she collapsed to the ground. The firebird lay at the feet of Davy. On her forehead was a sealing piece of paper. At the same time, Luna returned with a cauldron of oil, causing Davy to give her a thumbs up, saying that she was a good girl, and then calling the firebird a fried chicken. Hearing this, the divine creature began to shake its head in different directions, screaming in displeasure. Then the prince took him by the head, saying that he knew that he was very proud and arrogant, which caused him to shake. He saw the guy's crazy smile, saying that disobedience would be punished in the future. Davy made a dash towards the bird. As he approached it, words flashed through his head about these animals having a nasty character. The man explained that the turtle would chew everything it came across, the green dragon was cruel itself, and the white tiger was a real bully. But the unpredictable firebird was the worst. Raising his index finger, he added that the most important thing in dealing with them was to put each one in their place, as soon as possible, asking if the boy could see how wild the beast would become if he allowed it to do whatever it wanted. Little Davy asked with a smile, just like him, thinking that it was great that Lungs had such a good memory. Looking at the bird, Davy thought that the most effective way to subdue it was to break its pride, and no matter how threatening it was, a firebird without a flame was just a big chicken. Water was boiling on the fire. Smiling, the prince said that he would wring its neck and pluck it naked. Looking down at the bird's frightened eyes, the boy added that he would fry it until crispy afterwards. Grabbing the beast by the wings, Davy asked if it had changed its mind about swimming, because it would be ruddy and tasty. The bird screamed as it tried to get out, while Davy shouted that he had forgotten the sauce, but it was okay, because he would eat it anyway. Frowning, the prince said that it couldn't be helped, because if the beast was so disobedient, Davy would at least have a snack. Looking at the frightened bird, the guy added that he would make something delicious out of it. A loud squeal was immediately heard. Alina watched from the side, saying that it was cruel. Folding her arms over her chest, Davy said that it was useless to hide her head in the sand. Coming closer, he said that the beast would not be in danger of a bath in a cauldron as long as it followed his instructions. Stroking the bird on the head, Davy allowed it to fly. Looking into its eyes, Davy said that since the whip had already been used, it was time for the carrot, so he allowed it to fly around the area. Spreading its wings, the firebird flew up. Looking at her, the prince said that it was a little hot. Folding his arms across his chest, he allowed his pet to play as much as he wanted, but only until sunset. Without taking his eyes off her, the boy said that if he offended someone without reason, he knew the punishment, so he asked to be more careful. A few hours later, the bird began to cuddle next to the owner, who asked what she had brought. The firebird ate her dinner with gusto, while lights danced around her. She briefly raised her head, mentally calling her a divine beast and a spirit, then began to think that her flesh was matter woven by human will, and mentioned that she was an entity born in flame. The bird folded her wings, offended, remembering that the owner called her a chicken, but the immutability of her majestic origin. An image of her master appeared in her mind. She considered him strange for creating her alone, and instead of serving her, almost boiled her alive. The bird shed a tear, remembering the cauldron of boiling water from which she managed to escape, but she was still terrified of the man she considered her father. Davy's creation remembered her first meal as a monster in this world, the night sky and the glow of her own wings in it. Without feeling regret, the bird remembered the pleasant taste of the food, coming to the conclusion that the monsters paid in full for their ignorance and stupidity with their lives. Then, she remembered the forest fire that began with the flapping of her wings and waved away the bad thoughts, calling the fire her symbol. Then the bird boldly spread her wings and let out a scream, thinking that nothing could calm her anger, as long as, of course, she did not associate with people. Suddenly, the whistle of an arrow in flight was heard. She hit the bird's head and bounced off, while on the ground the archer was shouting irritably, angry at the fire. He continued to burst into angry tirades, wondering where the fire beast had come from and warning that he would definitely not let him roam freely in the forest. The bird was insulted by the elf's words that she was just a magical beast. She screamed heart-rendingly, mentally indignant that she was not recognized as a divine fire beast, and from this deafening cry, the elf covered his face with his hand. Suddenly the bird froze, remembering the parting words of the owner that defenseless people should not be attacked. She excitedly let out short cries, trying to calm herself down, while the elf and his companions stood in confusion. The bird smugly raised its head up, convincing itself that it was a noble divine beast and would not fall for their worthless provocations. The elf's companion who had shot the arrow at the bird begged him to retreat, insisting on the great danger, and the archer, in turn, replied that it was his duty to pacify the beast, and at that moment another arrow bounced off the bird's beak while it was still trying to persuade itself to remain calm. More arrows crashed into the wings of the fiery beast, while the elf's companion reminded it of their mission. The arrows fell at the bird's claws, and the girl continued to remind it of its obligation to reach the Palant Empire to capture the man who had dared to curse their mother. Self-hypnosis did not work, and the bird, in rage, spread its wings and let out a shrill scream, abandoning all its self-soothing thoughts. It released a warning stream of fire into the sky, thinking that it would burn its opponents to ashes even at the cost of its own life. The man frowned in displeasure. The bird, lying on its back, looked adoringly at its owner, who angrily reminded it that he had given it the opportunity to fly and let off steam, asking what his beast had done. The owner covered his face with his hand in irritation, while Prizerk, on his shoulder, was touched by what was happening. Davy interrupted his torment and looked away carefully. He asked himself in surprise what kind of coal it was, meaning the burnt body that lay next to the bird. The owner began to angrily scold his pet, reminding him that he had asked him not to attack anyone, while Alina giggled behind Davy's back, and the bird only cried out pitifully, trying to justify itself. The guy came up to examine the victim closer, while Alina asked mocking questions and reasoned about what fried chicken had brought them. Davy said the name Freya and with pain in his voice. Under the hood was the body of a green-haired elf, and the prince, confused, asked what she was doing there. He lifted the body onto his shoulder and informed Alina that they would be returning to Heinz for a while, leaving the girl confused. Davy ordered Luna to keep an eye on fried chicken. Alina asked the prince again if he really was going to return to Heinz from where they were standing, and he answered affirmatively and opened the portal with his hand. He assured Alina that he would be gone for a short time, and she unsuccessfully tried to find the words. Alina barely had time to wish him a good trip when the portal closed, muttering after that no one would stop Davy anyway. Yuria turned around, surprised to see her benefactor. She asked if the guy had achieved his goal, to which he, still holding the elf's body in his arms, answered something vague. Davy apologized for his sudden appearance, and explained that he needed to discuss something, and carefully laid the elf's body face up, to which she sighed without regaining consciousness. Yuria recognized the girl and immediately asked where Amelia was from. Davy asked her name again, and Yuria, with the image of the magic tree before her eyes, told the story of Amelia being the previous saint of the world tree, claiming that the elf should have fallen into sleep along with him. They were standing near the sleeping elf's bed when Yuria continued that she had never seen Amelia awake, and wondered how the girl ended up in the forest in such a state, to which Davy replied that he did not know and explained that fried chicken had brought her. Davy put his hand to his chin and concluded that the elf girl was connected to the sacred tree, after which the prince decided that the elf was now a hostage. Yuria, approaching the elf's bed, called Davy careless, but agreed to follow the prince's instructions. She asked Davy, who was already leaving, if he could look after the elf, to which he approved her offer and asked her to tell him when Amelia woke up. In the south of the empire, in Palin, the main castle of the command center towered, illuminated by the rays of the sun. Davy, with her Cirque on his right shoulder, entered a huge hall filled with people. He saw his pet and went up to him to find out if he had done something wrong again, and then from somewhere he was told that the body of the crown prince of Palin had been found. It was Lena, a candidate for sainthood. She was delighted with her outfit and the props she had been given for the memorial service, so she asked if she really looked more like a candidate for sainthood than usual, to which the prince latched on to the phrase, "Candidate for sainthood." In the end, Davy came to the conclusion that she really did deserve to be a saint and noted out loud that the girl looked good, to which she sighed and concluded that the prince was completely inept with girls, and Davy retorted that he was being told this by someone doomed to eternal loneliness. Their conversation was interrupted by an angry cry from a man who refused to believe. Elena, irritated, lashed out at her brother, considering what he was about to do idiotic. The boy adjusted his glasses and ordered her to do what was required of her, relying on his position as the next crown prince. He concluded that, as sad as it was, the memorial service for his brother would be held here, not in the capital. Elena frowned tensely when she learned that the memorial service would be held here, not in the capital. The girl furiously opened her mouth and called on the heir to stop this. Sullivan turned away. The woman assumed that the future crown prince wanted to find his brother only for this reason. The young man wanted to object, but the sword woman waved him off and said that she did not want to hear anything. She buried her face in Davy's chest. Davy silently watched his girlfriend cry. A pitiful cry was heard in the spacious hall of the palace. Several days had passed since the prince's body was brought. The heroes came to the market, during which time the second prince brought the food trade out of stagnation and sold the surplus to the lands of Haines, for which Elena called him heartless. Members of the royal family stood at the altar. Their brother was too frivolous. Amadeus lay in an open coffin. He firmly believed that the world would be cleansed of wars and strife, that diplomacy and open dialogue would one day resolve all conflicts. The girl looked down and said that she liked this trait of his. Sullivan explained that the crown prince could not help but guess that such a world could not be built without sacrifices. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that it was almost impossible to achieve the desired goal alone. The woman frowned menacingly and asked if her brother understood what it meant to sacrifice something. She closed her eyes and shouted that she could not stand him anymore, because if he had helped, none of this would have happened. The guy looked down and said that he knew nothing. Looking at his sister, the second prince explained that diplomacy was not as simple as it might seem, and added that the farewell would take place here anyway. The swordswoman turned away. Sullivan asked if they would be able to cope with the consequences of their decision if they organized everything in the capital. The young man headed for the exit and said that it was time for his sister to grow up. The mage grinned and asked if his companion had popcorn. Berserk called him inhuman. Elena stood in front of the coffin. The demon queen asked if her comrade would continue to just stand and watch. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the Lord. A warning appeared on the system window that failure to fulfill the condition would increase the chance of an anomaly. Davis remembered that he needed to cleanse the polluted soul that was on the verge of reincarnation. The devulist looked at him puzzled. Davy asked if it was not dangerous. The guy stood motionless, his head down. The second prince put his hand to his forehead and sighed heavily. The magician crossed his arms over his chest and called him a good speaker and said that he almost believed him. Sullivan replied that he did not know what he was talking about. The young man passed by, offering to end this conversation. The knights moved in an even column, holding standards in their hands. Elena waved her arms. The nun raised a white ribbon. The soldiers covered their faces with their hands, trying to hide their tears. The novice continued to dance. She held a long ribbon in her hands. The second prince lowered his head. The man in armor brought forward a torch. When he lowered it to set fire to the logs, someone loudly objected. Elena fell to her knees and began pitifully calling for her brother. With tears in her eyes, the girl cried out that she was very sorry. In the memory, the Lord sat in front of his dying mother. Davy lowered the corners of his lips. Berserk flew up to him and noticed that her friend looked depressed. Davy explained that he remembered something unpleasant. The knights surrounded the princess, and Elena asked her to stop. The woman was upset about how much she had not managed to say to her brother. The guards tried to stop her, and the boy took a step forward. The swordswoman opened her mouth wide and threatened to chop off the heads of her subordinates. The second prince slapped her. The young man frowned menacingly and asked his sister to stop. A bruise appeared on her cheek. Fire engulfed the logs. Sullivan ordered the guards to take Elena away and lock her up until the send-off was over. He bowed and apologized for this unacceptable gesture. Suddenly, drops of water appeared around him. Ritual rain fell from the clear sky. The warrior covered his head with his hand and asked how this was possible. The magician burned the note in the fire. The Lord raised his hand in front of him and cast the Firebird Blade and Memory Flame spell. After that, Davy went down. Passing the second prince, Davy promised to make sure the flame did not go out, and hoped that Amadeus' soul would rest in peace. The young man looked down and thanked him. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sullivan stood motionless in the rain. Clouds gathered over the fortress. The girl was sitting on the bed in her room. She looked up when someone pitted her. The magician entered the room and announced that the ceremony was finally over. He closed his eyes and explained that they were all mortal. But he was still sorry that everything turned out this way. Smiling, the woman thanked him and asked for forgiveness for her behavior. The Lord said that it was normal to mourn a deceased family member. The princess looked out the window and asked if the rain was a sign that her brother was crying. Davy replied that it was all nonsense and that the rain was just the result of condensation of atmospheric water vapor. The swordswoman said that it was a bad joke. Davy put his hand in his pocket and explained that he did not come here to look at her tears. Alina asked what it was as the boy attached a piece of paper to her forehead. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The young man remembered that his friend wanted to talk to her brother about something. A bright glow appeared next to him. The mage warned that she had a maximum of 5 minutes and asked her to begin. Amadeus smiled happily. The girl looked at him in amazement. The Lord snapped his fingers. The siblings approached each other as he used the voice of the salvation spell. Davy smiled and hoped that they left their past behind and found peace in a new life. Bright particles shimmered in the room. There was a painting on the wall. The heroes were sitting at the table. Sullivan explained that the royal court usually held much more lavish receptions. Davy replied that everything was fine and explained that they both had a lot of things to do. The young man smiled and said that he would be safer here, since no one could be trusted in the palace, because everyone wanted their piece of power. The swordswoman was sitting on the bed. The second prince asked how she was feeling. The guy frowned and blamed him for everything that had happened. The knight grinned and did not deny. He adjusted his glasses and suggested getting down to business. A bright light shone around the fortress. Sullivan remembered that the guests had requested a military agreement with the Palan Empire, and explained that the Ron Kingdom was already in an alliance with the Rindes Empire due to its close relations with the Earth. The magician took the document in his hands. The young man said that their empire's answer could only be this. The document said that they refused. The second prince submitted a document and stated that their empire would remain neutral, would not form alliances, and would not take sides. The knight tore the paper and explained that this was the decision of those who sit within the castle walls all day. He smirked and said that he had a different opinion on the matter, adding that the Palan Empire always plays fair. The Lord took a sip from his mug. Sullivan wanted to know why the guests had set such slippery conditions. Davy put the mug on the saucer and assumed that they knew perfectly well his plans for his own lands. The young man put his hand to his chin and remembered that they had traded provisions and materials for defense with them, and weapons with third parties. The second prince asked if they were preparing for war, closing his eyes. Davy confirmed this and explained that they were going to defend themselves. The knight looked down and assumed that the guests wanted to fight against the non-humans. The answer was affirmative. He spread his arms, remembering that there had been no conflicts in the Haines lands, and deduced that they were talking about someone they barely knew, like the dwarves or forest people. The boy smiled silently. Sullivan decided not to mention other species he knew almost nothing about, and decided that the most likely option was the elves. Raising his eyebrows, the boy stated that winning the war did not seem impossible, and asked what role the Palan Empire would play in it. Lowering his head, the second prince realized that it was all about geography, and said that the elves seeking war with the Haines lands would need to pass through their territory. The mage smiled nervously and mentally called him creepy. Preserk declared that it was very pleasant to hear something like that from him. The heroes in the office, the Lord concluded that he was a real genius, and thought that it was too risky to continue negotiations with him. The knight adjusted his glasses. Davy realized that if he succeeded, he would have a reliable ally. Having put the documents on the table, Sullivan decided to share his intentions with the guests, and said that this was a complete package of agreements between the Empire and the lands of Haines. Davy took it in his hands and said that this changed everything. It was written on the parchment that the Palan Empire and the Ron Empire mutually agreed to form a defensive alliance and undertake to direct all available resources to help each other. The guy said that a couple of lines bothered him. The young man bowed his head and assumed that they were talking about the part with contractors. The magician replied that such trifles were of no interest to him. The lord tore up the agreement and refused to sign it. He crossed his arms on his chest. Silence fell. The second prince smiled and explained that many powers would make great sacrifices for the sake of an alliance with them. Raising his eyebrows, Davy said that he was not here out of fear of the Empire, and thought about wanting to reduce the number of senseless deaths. Davy imagined a huge graveyard and decided that many people would die if the Empire decided to ally with the World Tree and attack them. Sitting in a chair, the boy asked if his companion understood what was being said. The second prince frowned menacingly when the mage suggested that he take his time, and added that they would not tolerate coercion to help. The knight closed his eyes and remembered what Alina had told him about this earlier. He imagined his sister raising her hand and declaring that their actions should not go in tandem with the lord's, because this was the only guarantee of safety for their lands. Sullivan clasped his hands and explained that at the time, these words did not seem important to him. The young man asked if his guest was really a human, spreading his arms. Davy confirmed this and added that he did not have any specific feelings for the Palan Empire. The second prince smiled and decided not to reveal his cards too soon, hoping that his ally would not look for an excuse to set them up. Davy lowered the corners of his lips and said that there was one more thing. The boy pointed at the parchment that said about the island. The mage crossed his arms and explained that he did not like the idea of arranged marriages and that his comrade was controlling his sister too much. Frowning, the lord thought about not wanting to become someone's nanny and asked permission to ask a question. He looked down and asked why his comrade was lying to the girl. The heroes sat opposite each other. In the memory, the knight approached his sister and said that this was his decision as the next crown prince, but it was a lie. Standing next to Lena, Davy realized that he knew very well that it was not appropriate for the crown prince to hold such a modest funeral for his predecessor. Davy narrowed his eyes and decided that this approach would not avoid the indignation of the other members of the royal family. Sullivan clasped his hands tensely. The boy put his hand to his forehead and decided that his guests saw through everything. After introducing a smiling island, the second prince declared that the nobility must not know of their good relations, adding that her safety would be at risk otherwise. Folding his hands on the table, the knight explained that Amadeus had left him a letter before his departure, and explained that they both understood that it was, in fact, a will. Frowning, he said that cremation within these walls was one of his childish desires, adding that his brother had wanted to remain buried here, with his people. The boy placed his hand on the arm of the chair and called him very noble. Sullivan said that he would not have attached any importance to it if the crown prince had left it there. The boy turned away and explained that this was only part of the request. The light spilled onto the envelope, and the letter Amadeus called his brother the only one who could protect their younger sister. The second prince asked if the guests knew who was in charge of the troops here. The mage frowned sternly and remembered that the white birds were under the island's direct control. The girl held a sword in her hands. The knight said that she lacked a strong shield to be a serious political player. He looked up and explained that the rest of the nobility would try to blame her for everything that had happened and seize control of the white birds, her only defense. The lord scratched his chin thoughtfully. Sullivan asked him to join the game. The young man clasped his hands and said that he had proclaimed himself the next crown prince and had organized his brother's funeral, so that everyone would focus on him. The nobles looked at the island angrily. The second prince said that he would enter the political race so that no one would touch her. The knight took the mug in his hand. Looking at him, Davy decided that it was a rather simple trick and concluded that such a move would cost a lot. Sullivan turned away. Davy realized that his comrade simply wanted to protect the honor, pride and smile of his sister, and thought that his own feelings would be buried along with the truth. The girl looked up, and the young man explained that she should not know how dirty politics can be. The guy asked how long this performance had been going on. The second prince looked down and said that his approach was clearly different from his brother's, but he had always been accustomed to it. The mug stood on a saucer. The knight said that everyone acts in their own way. He smiled broadly and wished that his sister would marry successfully. The magician imagined the woman in a wedding dress and realized that her brother wanted to give her life in a new strong country, where she would not be reached by the political games of her native lands. The heroes sat in a spacious room, and the Lord concluded that this was the perfect plan to save the island. The birds flew into the sky. Approaching his friend, Davy said that he needed to leave for a while to resolve the remaining matters and promised to visit her. The girl looked down and said that she would listen to his advice and devote more time to training until she achieved good results. Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Berserk decided that the conversation with Amadeus had inspired her to do this. The guy put his hand on his ally's shoulder and said that she would succeed. The woman smiled happily and thanked him. Clouds floated over the lands of Hines. Someone shouted that their ruler had returned. Amy approached him and said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The maid smiled widely. The young man thought that she looked very much like Lin. The prince stroked her head and thanked her for her selfless service. Winry rushed into his arms. The magician asked how she was doing. The girl pouted and asked if he really didn't care that much. The Lord raised his hand and noticed that her mana had become much denser. The girl told them that she had become a fourth circle mage. Someone approached them and said that he was glad to see the siblings together again. Golgotha smiled widely when Davy asked how he was doing and replied that he was fine. Davy raised his eyebrows in surprise when the elder decided to fill him in on their new plans and explained that he had somehow convinced his brother not to do it alone. The heroes narrowed their eyes slightly. The guy understood what was being said. They leaned towards each other and began to laugh evilly. Yuria approached them and said that she needed to talk to the boy alone. Winry looked at them in confusion when the elf announced that the hostage was ready to be interrogated. The prince raised his hand and said that he needed to sort this out first. The dwarf asked him not to worry about it, and explained that he understood his priorities perfectly. Luna pursed her lips in displeasure. There was a mill in the village of the Moon Forest. The mage picked up Mia and noticed how much she had grown. The half-breed shut her tensely when the girl said that she should not act like this. The child hugged the Lord and objected. Virtus approached Davy and greeted him. He smiled awkwardly when Davy asked what happened to Mia. The boy nervously looked away when the elf told her that he wanted to show her all the beauty of tea. Water lilies floated in the pond, and the young man invited the half-breed to stay with him for a while. The heroes walked through the meadow. Yuria reported that Amelia was currently communicating with the spirits, and that they should look for her here. The guys entered a cave full of flowers. The saint of the past world tree smiled. She turned around when she saw the guests. The elf screamed in fear when she saw a man next to her friend. The girl immediately got into a fighting stance. The woman looked down and noticed that she did not have a sword. The high priest pointed at the head of the village and asked what was happening here. The prince realized that she did not know that these were human lands and asked how this happened. Yuria turned to him and explained that she thought that they lived in a small village in the forest. The elf put her hands to her cheeks and said that it would be bad if someone ran away and that it would be more pleasant to torture her. The magician thought that they had a very strange respect for their elders. The Lord asked the hostage to calm down. Amelia ordered him to be quiet. Davy grabbed her by the hair and asked if it was enough for her. Davy narrowed his eyes in displeasure when the saint called him rude. His eyes lit up. Due to the effect of the Eye of the Abyss, the guy seemed to be submerged underwater. The girl clenched her teeth and asked him to let her go. The young man assumed that he was not a pure-blooded elf. The prince remembered their first meeting and felt something contradictory, as if they had met somewhere before. A flash flashed in his hand. Interest forced him to dive deeper into her ego and use the powers of the abyss. The woman closed her eyes, trying to free herself. She raised her trembling hand and asked her friend to help her. Yuria smiled widely and began to laugh. The high priest shuddered in fear. The mage let her go, and Amelia fell to the ground. The saint opened her mouth wide and was outraged by his recklessness and amazed at how people had changed over the past 300 years. The Lord asked the girl to calm down. The elf began to wave her fists and urged him not to call her that. Davy asked if he should call her an old woman in that case. Davy covered his face with his hand and asked his ally to leave them alone. The head of the village raised her eyebrows in confusion and decided to ask the guards to move away. The guy waved his hand and ordered her to hurry. The elves left the clearing. The young man sat down on a stump and said that he did not expect this. Berserk looked at him excitedly. The prince opened his mouth wide and shouted the word, "Bomb!" The girl suddenly fell to the ground. The mage turned on the bomb deactivation mode. Luna pressed the hostage to the ground. The golem turned her head and said that she had entered rapid response mode. A sharp blade appeared in front of the woman's face. A loud scream was heard over the dense forest. Sitting on the high priest, the girl asked what kind of bomb they were talking about. The lord sincerely did not understand what was happening. Closing his eyes, Davy said that this is why they always need to be on guard, and remembered how he looked into the abyss. And she looked back at him. A giant eye opened in front of him, which was hiding in the ego of the priestess. A blush appeared on his cheeks. Luna recorded an increased heartbeat. Davy turned away from her and explained that it was a spell. The guy grabbed Amelia by the dress and asked what was wrong with her, but she did not understand what was being discussed. The worried demon queen flew to her comrade. The young man told about the fact that there was a succubus-level spell inside the hostage, and explained that its effect quickly worked on him. The saint closed her eyes and screamed. The prince asked where such a spell came from in such a body. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked him if he thought she liked being so small, and said she wanted to look older but couldn't. The golem approached the master and asked what organs secreted the spell. The mage replied that it was the eyes. The woman turned pale with horror when the girl asked if she should extract them, and the lord answered in the affirmative. Luna picked up the huge nippers. The elf asked what she had done to deserve this. The high priest began to cry and asked her to stop. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Davy ordered the golem to move away. He sat down next to the priestess and wiped her tears. Davy turned away and decided that he would go crazy at this rate. Amelia wiped her tears with her hands. The guy realized that because of her crying, the spell only became stronger. The young man put his finger to his forehead and used the evolution of consciousness. The girl saluted as the prince ordered her to knock out the hostage. There was a blow, and the saint lost consciousness. Luna pressed the pliers to her chest. The mage extended his hand and asked her to give him the tool right away. Yuria saw that all of her comrades' clothes were torn and asked what had happened to him. The lord asked her not to worry, and explained that he had simply relaxed too much. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and asked what exactly had happened. The golem replied that the high priest had very strong charms. The woman leaned on her hand and said that she had never heard of a priestess using charms. The elf remembered how the deer approached Amelia and said that she had always attracted animals. Davy turned to her and asked if that was all. The head of the village replied that if the saint could enchant people, the elders would have known about it. Davy put his hand to his chin and guessed that it was the pheromones, but decided that even for them it was unlikely. He remembered looking directly at the source of the spell and thought that it was still too much. Snakes appeared around him, and he realized that it was similar to the level of the succubus queen, and wondered if the high priest had evolved. Yuria watched him closely. The girl put her hands to her cheeks and asked if he had fallen in love with the priestess. The prince scratched the back of his head and asked her not to joke like that. The woman explained that Amelia's appearance had stopped changing even before she became an adult. Berserk raised her index finger and declared that the elf was right. The demon queen closed her eyes and said that her friends should not have such thoughts because the saint had the body of a minor. The mage asked what she was talking about. The she-devil asked if the high priest had not charmed him. The lord raised his hand and asked if he could be attracted to such a person. The girl frowned and asked why he did this to himself then. Davy scratched his head in embarrassment. His cheeks turned red. Davy said that it was all because of her, and asked his companion to shut up if she did not want something irreparable to happen. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Cirque looked after her comrade in shock when he said that it was time for him to go. Suddenly, the demon queen pressed her hands to her rosy cheeks. Clouds floated above the forest. Robots stood near the trees. Luna approached the owner and reported that the network operation had begun, and that they had cut off the surrounding areas. The guy was angry because just one mistake had dumped a lot of problems on him. The young man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The prince narrowed his eyes and assumed that the world tree probably knew what the priestess was capable of. Amelia was lying unconscious on a stretcher. The sun's rays illuminated the forest's grove. The devil lowered her gaze when her friend called out to her. The magician looked up and said the word alienation. The Lord imagined the saint walking through the desert, and concluded that Idrissa wanted to use her ability to control the Palan Empire. Davy asked what their chances were. The girl hiding behind a tall tree answered that they would definitely win. Davy lowered his head and sighed. The saint was lying on a hammock. The guy decided that she could not have come here alone, and wondered how the elf could control a power she did not even know about, because with its help she could cause a catastrophe. Sitting on the ground, the young man asked his companion to come out from behind the tree when she wanted to offer something. There was no answer. The prince shuddered tensely. The mage put his hand on the trunk and cast a spell. The tree immediately turned into splinters. The Lord declared that he was not allowed to move during meditation. Davy looked back. Priestess said that they could talk about this later. The priestess woke up and got up from the hammock. Amelia opened her eyes and asked what happened. Davy gave her a stern look. The saint grabbed the fabric and screamed. The boy turned away and sighed heavily. The girl got tangled in the hammock and fell. The boy called her stupid. The boy hugged Luan and was indignant that she was wandering back and forth and not even thinking about the state of her body. The woman frowned when the prince asked what the world tree said when it sent her to Palan. The magician put his hand on his belt and decided that now the hostage understood what this place was and who he was. Having hit her on the nose, the Lord introduced himself as her enemy and said that he was going to get all the information about Idrissa from her. The elf gave him a stern look and asked if he really thought she would say anything. Davy confirmed it. The scissors cut the fabric. The golem sat down next to the high priest. A fire flashed in front of them. Davy set the table and suggested a peaceful conversation over a cup of tea. The priestess's eyes widened in surprise. The guy warned her that the forest manager had very unusual tastes. There was a mug of tea on the table. The young man said that it was made from cricket wings. Amelia tensely lowered her ears. The prince said that she would have to drink it and tell everything. The magician picked up the teapot and explained that otherwise she would have to try tea made from squeezed praying mantis eyes. Luna grabbed the hostage by the shoulders. The golem leaned over to her and warned that such a mixture could cause problems with the digestive system. The Lord spread his arms and asked the saint not to worry. Because the taste and smell of this tea were excellent, the girl promised to tell him everything. Davy grinned slyly. The woman opened her mouth in fear and screamed. The tree crowns covered the sky. The high priest was lying on the ground. Davy said that there was nothing more effective than punishment with food. The guy looked around and added that these were ordinary black and green teas. The priestess trembled. The young man asked the girl to write it down as proof of the placebo effect. Luna called it too cruel. Because the hostage said that she would pass on all the information, the young man raised his hand and suggested that there was nothing interesting anyway. There was a tea set on the stone. The prince admitted that he gave her no ordinary tea. Amelia began to cry. The mage asked what the robot thought looking at her. Luna Golem answered that she did not see any discrepancies in the visual information. Smiling, the Lord explained that spells can be activated through smell, taste and other senses, and stated that this is how the seal manifests itself. The girl said that the calculations of the seal's effects were considered inaccurate. Davy sat down next to the saint and offered to watch her for a while. A smile appeared on her face. Davy thought that there must be something else, because Idrisil sent her as a sacrifice. But this information was also sealed. At that moment, Jack appeared in front of him. The boy pointed at the high priest and asked her to take her with him and take care of her. The spy asked if she really should do that. The dark elf pulled out a dagger and said that it would be easier to kill her while she was unconscious. The boy asked her not to do that and realized that she had no respect for her ancestors. The assassin looked away in displeasure when the prince repeated her request and explained that the priestess would feel safe with her. The magician raised his index finger and asked her to start spreading rumors that Amelia had appeared in the forest. Jack picked up the saint in his arms. The Lord decided that then the world tree would start acting and it would be the end of him. A bright glow appeared over the mountains. The assassin warned her comrade that invaders would come here. Davy reminded him of what he had brought here with him. Davy grinned and said that it was time to check their golem. There were dishes on the stones. The boy called out to his companion. Berserk awkwardly peeked out from behind the teapot. The young man put his hand on his belt and asked if she wouldn't go with him. The demon queen asked him to go there alone. Luna happily threw her hands up and shouted that she was very excited about the appearance of a new combat unit. The prince remembered how she wanted to see him as soon as possible. Clouds floated above the palace. The stairs led deep into the dungeon of the Heinz residence. The heroes went down. Winry asked if this was another workshop. The mage confirmed it, and explained that he used Noah's power to enlarge the dungeon. Golgotha spread his arms and greeted him. The Lord said that he came for the plans they had talked about. The hand touched the girl and she screamed in fear. The girl widened her eyes in horror and asked if her brother had really started experimenting on people. Davy hit her on the head and asked who she thought he was. Davy frowned and asked her to look closely. There was a metal hand on the table. The golem's eyes sparkled. The princess touched the hand and asked what it was. Luna spread her arms and said that it was a perfect imitation of human flesh. The boy smiled and explained that it was part of the new golem. Golgotha frowned and asked if this was exactly what they needed, because the new robot did not have much strength and durability. Winry approached her brother and remembered that with their level they would not be able to copy Luna's technology. The boy confirmed this and said that he was not trying to repeat it. In the center of the room stood the god of machines. The prince thought about the fact that the Avengers' Ariel relied on abstract power, not physical, and was also made of magical stones using extra-dimensional alchemy and mana. The scientists smiled when the mage thanked them and explained that all the missing parts were replaced with their help. The girl put her hand to her chin and asked if this golem also used magic. The Lord replied that this was where the fun began. The heroes approached the capsule. Golgotha said that his first daughter was in front of them, who would help them in the battle against the mad tree, and that she did not have a name yet. Scratching his beard, the elder asked if his friend had any ideas, and said that he would like to choose a beautiful name. Davy put his hand on his belt and replied that he had an idea. Davy put his hand to the capsule. The rocking chair was swinging in different directions. A girl with long pink hair was sitting on it. Annabelle closed her eyes. The guy was surprised that she turned out so beautiful. Luna sat down next to her and asked why the new golem looked like an elf. The guy replied that she would have to fight them. The woman opened her eyes, and the young man decided to check her functions. The robot wrote something on paper. The Avenger picked up the notebook and reported that the activation was successful. The prince promised to finish her speech functions soon. The girl showed him the notebook, on which it was written that this method of communication was recognized as normal. The magician noted that he had heard this style of speech somewhere before. Annabelle looked at the notebook happily. The Lord thought that she did not have complete autonomy, unlike Lung, and her intelligence was limited, so they could only conduct basic dialogues. There were high bookshelves around. Davy asked the golem to write down her height and weight. The notebook said that a woman's weight was a secret. The golem shouted that she wanted to protect her dignity. Putting his hand to his head, Davy decided to ignore it and asked what she liked. The pen shuddered. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered why she stopped. Suddenly, the girl reached out to his cheek. Her cheeks turned red. Annabelle sat down on the floor and began to write. The robot handed the owner a notebook. The boy gritted his teeth in anger as he read what was written. The prince extended his hand to Luna. His name was written all over the notebook. The mage asked what it was. He picked up the notebook with trembling hands. The Lord cast a suspicious glance at the golem. The girl shouted that it was beyond her control and that such a level of awareness exceeded her expectations. Davy narrowed his eyes and wondered how she even came to such an answer. Pryzerk flew up to him and asked if it was true that one of the golem's parts was a magic stone that was created from spectral mana. Davy confirmed it. The boy smiled and was glad that his companion had stopped boycotting him. A fire lit up in the woman's chest. 7 magic stones were used in her creation, 2 of which were from fairies, and the others were from the dark magic stones that are used as a power source and conductor. The young man put his hand to his chin and wondered what had happened. The demon queen suggested that some of the properties of the spectral mana might have leaked out. The girl smiled. The prince remembered that his spectral mana was uniquely pure and quite recognizable. The mage crossed his arms over his chest and hoped that she would not go crazy in the middle of the battle. Annabelle closed her eyes. The sun was shining on a small house. The Lord entered and asked how the hostage was doing, Amelia asked what he was going to do. The saint frowned tensely. Davy said that it was time to end their protracted fight, regardless of the outcome. Approaching her, Davy asked where the sacred tree was and thought about finding out where the core was. The world tree grew in the cave. Its location was kept secret and was known only to the high priest. The girl bit her lower lip. The guy mentally called her the key figure. The woman lowered her head and asked if her body really had the power of seduction, and the sacred tree sent her here to make people fight each other. The boy confirmed all this. The prince narrowed his eyes and explained that even without her intervention, people would not cooperate without a special reason, and it would be easier for the world tree to fight him. Putting her hand to her chest, the priestess shouted that Yggdrasil would not start a useless war and said that she came here precisely because she was suitable for the role of negotiator with people. The magician smiled broadly and replied that it was all a lie. The boys were standing in the room. Amelia said that she was sent to the Palant Empire to ask for their help, so she had to leave the forest. The prince raised his hand in front of her. Suddenly, the saint's eyes widened under the effect of the charm spell. The lord sat down on a chair and explained that it was difficult to understand what it was without experiencing it yourself. Davy leaned on his hand and said that there was a power that was 1,000 times stronger than her own. The girl looked around tensely. Davy asked if she really thought the world tree knew nothing, and wondered why she needed to awaken the priestess instead of using the current saint. The woman looked down and told him that Yggdrasil and Jurgen called her the only one who could save the elves. The high priest pursed her lips when the boy said that the world tree had gone crazy. Amelia asked how he dared to insult the sacred tree in front of the daughter of the forest. The young man slammed his fist on the table and asked if she still didn't understand anything. The saint frowned in fear. Putting his hand on the table, the prince asked if it was okay to sacrifice entire groups of elves because of concern about some predicted future, and explained that the elves were only hostile because of Yggdrasil's order. The girl looked at him pitifully. The mage asked if the world tree would sacrifice her in its right mind. The leader of the elves stood in the water. The lord thought that for some reason she hated all races and was completely blinded by her hatred. The woman covered her eyes with her hands. Davy assumed that the future she saw was distorted for this reason. Davy frowned and asked if the hostage thought he should just let the world tree threaten him and his land, and asked her not to be so naive. The high priest lowered her head and the boy explained that no one had to blindly believe in the same things she believed in. The priestess lowered her hands and asked what he was going to do, and the boy replied that he wanted to fix everything before it was too late. Amelia frowned menacingly when the prince stated that he would do it even if he had to kill Yggdrasil, and asked where the core was. There was a rack of weapons next to the wall, and the saint asked for some time, and the mage stated that he didn't have much time. The lord crossed his arms and explained that the world tree knew that her plans had failed and would soon move to its final resting place because it knew that guerrilla warfare was useless. Clouds were floating across the sky as expected. Not even 4 days had passed and rumors had already begun to spread. The elven army had gathered in front of Yggdrasil to begin the war. The sun was shining on the castle. The entire kingdom of Ran was also in motion. Gathered in the palace, the nobles began to resent the fact that Davy decided everything alone. Someone suggested forcing him to explain himself. Kreen sat on the throne. The nobles were sure that Davy should answer for his actions. Varys frowned and said that everything started with his brother recognizing the elves as his subordinates, and they voluntarily joined the lands of Hines. The guy looked up and explained that the whole problem was in the world tree, which acted as if it owned all the elves and that the prince did not recognize its authority. Looking at him, the man said that this was only part of the overall picture, and added that the elves' connection to Yggdrasil was much more important than a village with less than 100 inhabitants. Failed Trees closed his eyes and asked if he thought they should negotiate on their own. The people gathered in the throne room were taken aback when the Marquis asked if they were planning to betray the prince, the most powerful person in the kingdom, or sell their lands to the elves. The noble turned to him and said that there was no question of that, and the old man asked what he meant then. The king slammed his cane on the floor and ordered them to be silent. The monarch looked up and explained that Davy would be able to resolve everything. The ruler looked at his son and asked if the Moonwood was involved, and Varys confirmed it was. Kreens looked down and assumed that the prince was disappointed in him, since he had not written to him yet. The boy smiled and said that he believed his brother was in on it, and had already made the necessary preparations. The people stared at the king as he called for them to listen to him. The sun was shining on the village. The monarch explained that the elves had been living in their kingdom for a long time and that this was enough to recognize them as citizens, and said that his son had officially accepted them. Fail Trees closed his eyes. The ruler said that they could not allow outside forces to interfere in the affairs of their citizens, and asked to convey these words to Davy. The man smiled widely and announced that the crown would fully support him as long as the boy protected the citizens of the kingdom. Clouds floated above the castle. A map of the area appeared. The army of the World Tree would have to go through the Palan Empire to get to the lands of Haines. Other countries on their way were already on their side. Davy crossed his arms over his chest and thought about the fact that the elves considered him just a nuisance, and that it would be more logical to unite with them. The rays of the sun illuminated the palace in the Palan Empire. In such a situation, it would be more advantageous for them to offer peace talks. Jurgen frowned and announced that he was appointed commander. Davy raised his eyebrows and wondered if he had not been humiliated during his time in Amelia's service. The man scowled menacingly as the boy introduced himself. He closed his eyes and asked where his manners were, and the boy said he had no intention of displaying them in front of provocateurs. When the guards drew their daggers, Luna called for them to lay down their weapons and threatened to use a stronger instrument. The bodyguards assumed a fighting stance. The golem drew her brows together sternly. Sullivan put his hand to his head and sighed heavily. The elf raised his hand to stop his subordinates and said that the people of the forest always advocated peace. Smirking, the prince asked him to be honest and suggested that the World Tree was made to impose restrictions on the people who lived on its land. The commander jumped up from the table and expressed outrage at his behavior. The guards jumped forward and an explosion was heard. The knight covered his face with his hand as smoke and dust rose around him. The bodyguards were lying unconscious on the ground. The magician asked how the scoundrel dared to raise his hand against the ambassador. Luna looked back. The lord said that he had no honor at all, and explained that anyone who raised a weapon must be ready to die. Frowning, Jurgen said that this was their last word and demanded that their subjects be returned. Davy closed his eyes and decided that nothing had become clear to him yet. Something flashed past the man, wounding his neck. Davy put his hand to his throat and explained that they had started a conflict, but they would not have to end it. The guy approached Sullivan and offered to end it there. The elf fell to his knees and grabbed his neck, and so the negotiations ended. At night, the moon shone over the houses. A candle burned in the room. Sitting on the bed, Jack said that it was time for her to go. Amelia asked if she was not afraid to fight her own people. The spy asked what they were talking about. The saint looked down and said that she could not imagine herself fighting other elves, no matter what the reason for it. The assassin smiled and said that it was not their pointy ears that made them elves. The girl grabbed her knife and explained that they would call her Yuri, and the other inhabitants of the Moon Forest traders. The high priest frowned in disappointment. The woman asked if she should be afraid of their words and not protect her family, and said that it was the World Tree that was wrong, not them. Jack remembered the prince smiling with his friends, and said that he, unlike Yggdrasil and her accomplices, kept his word and protected his subordinates, even if it meant fighting for it. The spy imagined her dead brethren and asked if the World Tree did the same. The priestess looked down as the dark elf asked her to think about it. The cavalry that advanced raised dust from the ground. The horses rushed forward. The army numbered tens of thousands of soldiers. The army gathered in the gorge. The magician assumed that the next wave would be even larger, considering that an entire race was against them. Someone reported that they were approaching from 3 sides. Holding a telescope in his hands, Sullivan noticed that the saboteurs they sent had not succeeded, and decided that the elven scouts had a pretty good level. The Lord asked if everything was ready for a breakthrough. The answer was affirmative. Davy held the staff in his hands. The young man reported that they were ordered to attack as soon as the enemy formation began to waver. Standing on the cliff, Davy realized that it was time for him to arrange a diversion. Luna saluted when the boy asked her to order the robots to start firing. A flash flashed in the golem's cannon. The girl ordered the Elder Brain to start mass fire, and Megatron to use heavenly punishment. A bright light illuminated the enemy archers. The machine warned that after use, mana would need to be recharged. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield due to the use of territorial magic of the Sixth Circle. Explosions thundered in different parts of the gorge one after another. The knight raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy ordered him to act. Sullivan raised his sword. The soldiers of the Palant Empire rushed to attack. Jurgen swung his sword and ordered his subordinates to remain in their places and continue the attack. The elves rolled out a catapult. The commander ordered them to raise their shield. A force field surrounded the army. The young man concluded that they had a new super-powerful artifact. Artillery shells could not penetrate the barrier. The prince thought that Idrisil still loved her people, since her power surpassed all mana. The magician raised his staff above his head and realized that it was time for him to make his move. Delini's glowed. The Lord called the goddess to look at his creations and asked her to grant them another miracle. Devi smiled and said that he knew that the world belonged only to her. The knight reported that the enemy was too strong. Standing in front of the staff, Devi asked his friend not to rush him. Berserk's eyes widened in surprise, because she could not believe that her comrade was praying. The demon queen narrowed her eyes suspiciously when the guy said that the goddess was carrying the answer with her middle finger. The elves looked up when they saw a bright flash. Jurgen opened his mouth in fear. A bright pillar of light fell on the battlefield. A powerful fiery explosion was heard. Sullivan entered the destroyed gorge. He widened his eyes in amazement. His comrade said that this is the magic of a real saint. The guy stood next to the robots. The knight wondered if the dwarves helped him create them. The young man adjusted his hair and explained that the elves would try to buy time to regroup. Taking a step forward, the prince said that he needed to go west, adding that when the enemies could attack again, everything would be over. The magician approached the firebird and said that he would take him with him. The bird flew into the air. The warrior concluded that they should not anger him. Night fell on the forest. A detachment of elves entered the clearing and decided that the faster they finished, the fewer casualties there would be. The girl waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to bring Yuri to her. The woman took off her hood, and someone said that it was time for them to go. A sad smile appeared on her face. The enemies moved forward. Janice looked around and noticed that there was a protective barrier here. Streams of mana flew in the air. This place seemed unfamiliar to the elves. The man asked his comrades to be on guard because this was enemy territory. The soldier closed his eyes and said that their fighting power was not that scary. The ancient guardian looked at her sword, and her comrade explained that they could easily deal with such a barrier. The squad came to the cliff. The girl extended her hand and asked the cobs to give her her bow. She pulled the bowstring. In her hands was an arrow from the branch of the world tree. The man in the robe looked out from behind the tree and realized that they were noticed. The squad members nodded when the captain asked them to wait for the signal. The woman smiled confidently and thought that it was too late and that the enemy would not be able to stop the arrow from the mother branch. The spiritual arrow flew out from behind the trees. An explosion was heard behind Janice. She closed her eyes and asked her friends to get ready. Suddenly, the ancient guardian looked back. The arrow pierced the protective barrier. Its tip was unable to penetrate the forest field. A bright light flashed around her. The girl frowned and asked what it was. Her companion pushed her aside as the flash lit up their faces. An explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. The woman fell to the ground. Dust rose around her. The upper half of the elf's body turned to dust. Her body fell to the ground. The captain asked what was happening here. The heroes looked up and realized that it was a trap. Janice trembled and wondered how this was possible. The man covered her with his body. The squad members looked up when they felt an earthquake. The elves reached out to each other as the cliff began to collapse. A tall staircase appeared in front of the ancient guardian. She did not understand where everyone went. The girl frowned and realized that it was a labyrinth. The space around was distorted. The woman thought that she had never heard of anything like this. The captain looked up and wondered how the enemy managed to create this. Janice's eyes widened in fear as the voice declared that it was a great illusion that deceived the senses. The ancient guardian put her hand to the wound on her chest. Someone had managed to stretch the barrier to the entire forest. Someone appeared behind her. Jack narrowed her eyes sternly. The girl fell to her knees and asked how she dared to do this. The spy asked if she could no longer protect her sister. The woman frowned and realized that the assassin had been here all this time. The dark elf froze in place when the captain said that she had been looking for her. Raising the dagger, the assassin said that it would not hurt, and explained that if it were not for the world tree, they would not have to raise their blades against each other. The secret agent remembered the times when they were children and said goodbye to her old friend. Fog fell on the mountains. Dead elves lay on the ground. Jack stepped forward. Davy smiled and asked why she wasn't sad. The spy asked him not to mock her. The girl sat down next to Janice and told her that not all elves of the World Tree behaved so arrogantly, and that some of them were actually kind. Davy leaned on his hand. The woman reported that all the ancient guardians who had infiltrated Yuri had been neutralized. The assassin clenched her fist and asked if she could make a request. The assassin asked her comrade to kill the saint of the World Tree and said that she did not know why she had to go through such suffering. The guy looked at his reflection in the ball and decided that leaving her on these lands was the right decision. The young man confidently frowned when Berserk reported that they had almost reached the forest. The firebird looked back when the prince wanted to let her vent all her restrained anger. The bird flapped its wings. The mage declared that they would strike back. The stars shone above the forest. The moon fell to the ground. On all fours, the golem found a serious error in its direction perception, which can be recorded as a violation of coordination. The Lord asked if robots can do this too. The girl clenched her fist and said that her emotional circuits were heating up. Davy asked the pet to rest. The girl said that she was angry with him. Davy smiled and noticed that his friend was burning with enthusiasm. The heroes stood in the middle of the forest. Berserk flew up to her comrade and asked if he really wanted to invade the enemy camp directly. The guy remembered that the sacred forest is the territory of the World Tree, so no one can hide from it. Ahead was an endless grove. The young man realized that no type of energy would help him hide. The prince picked up a piece of paper and thought that he had something else. There were several pops above his head. Exact copies of the mage emerged from the cloud of smoke. They had a pumped-up athletic body. The Lord scratched his head and said that he was a little mistaken because he hadn't made clones for a long time. Luna said that she saw a disaster, which could be written down as a mistake. Davy put his hand on her head and asked her to close her eyes. The doubles raised their hands at the original's command. Then they raised their left hands. The copies ran in different directions when Davy ordered them to disperse. The clones rushed into the forest to find the sacred place of the World Tree. The guy figured it would take about half a day. Golem approached him and asked if she should go alone when the location was found, or the analog would go with her. The young man replied that among the replacements, only one was suitable for the mission. The prince took out a summoning cube from his pocket. Annabelle appeared in front of him. The girl said that she had hopes for her. The mage asked if the robot would cope with the task. The girl smiled. Waiting for orders, the Lord decided to explain everything to her. Clouds thickened over the forest. Light particles flew around the tree. A leaf fell on the surface of the water. The elf poured tea into a mug and asked if the mother of the sacred tree was embarrassed. The man handed her the cup. Idrisil replied that everything was fine. Her accomplice smiled. The saint frowned menacingly and was indignant that people dared to doubt her power. The leaf sent ripples through the water. The World Tree could not believe that such a curse existed in an age without magic. The girl looked up and realized that the war had turned into a massacre. The elf placed his hands on the table. The woman thought about how her son was very careful and could not even move freely. Threads stretched from the wooden cross. Idrisil remembered how her army occupied the gorge and decided that the enemies would not be able to learn the history of the lands of Haines anyway, because it was an unattainable truth. The saint introduced Janice and her party and decided that she had withdrawn the main force of the ancient guardians for this very reason, so that a small group would protect this place while the rest went to the lands of Haines. Davy flew above the city. The World Tree understood that he would enter this forest to bring back Yuri and find the sanctuary. The girl looked at her hand and decided to kill him with her own hands. The woman raised her hands and remembered that this was the future that was revealed to her. A bright light illuminated the tree. Idrisil realized that fate was predetermined regardless of the will of the gods. The clones ran forward. The saint wondered what was bothering her. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The World Tree looked back. The girl frowned and asked if her comrade thought she was strange. The elf replied that her mind was too busy lately. The man smiled and explained that the man would not pass due to the strong barrier, and if he did, they would be ready to accept him. He closed his eyes and asked the leader to just wait. The woman asked if she looked that worried. The answer was yes. Idrisil looked down and was surprised that she was worried despite being a seer. the saint entered the water. The acolyte suggested that her anxiety could be related to the unknown variable. The World Tree frowned and wanted to wipe out humans with her own hands once the curse was lifted. The girl approached the tree and thought about how no creature in the world could defeat her because that was her fate. The doppelgangers, creatures without mana and shadow, quietly spread throughout the forest. Annabelle stood on a cliff and watched the sunrise. The golem looked back when she was called. Davy approached her and asked if she remembered what she needed to do. The robot nodded. There was a bright light behind the trees. Davy decided that it was time for them to move. A flash of light flashed above the trees. The woman's eyes widened in fear. Idrisil touched a green leaf with her foot. The saint appeared in the sky and asked if the man had really come all this way to get here. She frowned in displeasure. The boy smirked. The World Tree asked if he thought he could win. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that his enemy was talking too much. Berserk looked at him tensely. The prince lit a fire in his hand and explained that she should focus on protecting her precious elves, because otherwise there would be a massacre. The flame flared up on his palm. The girl said that he had a negligible amount of mana. The woman spread her arms and shouted that he would not succeed even if he tried his best. The mage smiled and decided that his opponent was not ready to see true power. A halo appeared above his head. The Lord said that it was a warning. The light behind him asked to listen to it. Davy remembered the method of using countercurrents of certain magic circles. Imagining the smiling sister and the old man, Davy realized that a mage of any circle could use it, and thought that this made the division into circles meaningless. Mana shone around his hands. The demon queen opened her mouth wide and shouted that something irreparable would happen if her friend put so much mana into the fireball at once. The energy of a white supernova appeared in the guy's hand. Idrisil widened her eyes in horror. The young man asked if she really thought it was an ordinary fireball. The prince grinned and said that there was almost no elemental mana left in it. The roots of the tree fell to the ground. A cloud of dust and smoke rose above it. Luna flew into the air, blades in her hands. The mage smiled slyly. He raised a sparkling staff. A flash flashed above the tree. The saint raised her head tensely. Her pupils narrowed. The spark spread its effect to the entire forest. A bright light flooded the elven village. Energy arrows fell on it. The frightened villagers watched what was happening. The projectiles approached the ground. The roots rose into the air. The arrows crashed into them. The girl stood on one of the roots. She clenched her teeth angrily. The Lord brought his fist to his mouth and coughed. Traces of blood appeared on his hand. Berserk asked how one could treat such a treasure so carelessly. Davy opened a rift and said that he would not be able to use it for some time anyway. Swords appeared in his hands. The demon queen asked if he had enough mana for this weapon. Davy replied that no one was stopping him from using death magic. The guy put the red ribbon on his shoulder and said that these blades would be a problem even for the World Tree. The blades of the swords were covered with dark energy. The woman turned around in fear. The boy launched a powerful blow using the spell Great Mountain Cleave. The prince smirked and asked if the enemy thought he would let her destroy his precious magic. Idrisil drowned in anger. The saint sent out roots and shouted that her barrier would not break from this. The World Tree widened her eyes. She looked back as the mage replied that he had tried his best. Explosions were heard every now and then in the village. The Lord asked how much longer the barrier could withstand. At that moment, the force field collapsed. Davy said that he had completed his first task. The girl watched as cracks spread across the barrier. Its fragments rained down from the sky. The force field was broken in half. Davy pierced the enemy's body with his blade and declared that one problem was now gone. The woman furrowed her brows in anger. The boy smiled widely. He cut Idrisil in half. Her body turned into a tree. The fragments of the mannequin fell to the ground. The young man ordered Luna to prepare the entire group of robots for bombardment. The prince looked back and announced that their target was the World Tree. The golem rose into the sky and accepted the order. The machines loaded their cannons and prepared to attack. The girl raised her hand. She pointed her finger at the sacred tree and ordered it to open fire. A powerful wave of energy rushed forward. A loud explosion thundered in front of the tree. The magician emerged from a cloud of smoke. Dust flew to the sides under his feet. The archers pulled the bowstring on command. The captain shouted that they must not allow the intruder to advance further. Dozens of arrows sparkled in front of Davy. The red ribbon touched the ground. Davy swung his sword and reflected all the enemy projectiles. Another explosion was heard inside the fortress. The guy left the dying elves behind him. The young man smiled and felt like a demon lord. Berserk said that he would not have made the best example of holiness. Suddenly, someone threw a stone at him and called him a demon. The elf hugged her angry son. The prince put his hand to his forehead and decided to scare them, since they considered him a demon. A cloud of dark energy appeared under his feet. An ominous aura covered the city of elves. Residents fell to the ground, losing their minds from fear. Light particles flew around the foliage of the world tree. The magician raised his hand and greeted Yggdrasil. The saint closed her eyes. The lord remembered that they had never met in person. Davy put his hand on his belt and was surprised that the enemy did not gather all the remaining citizens and use them as a human shield. Sitting in the air, the girl said that she did not like to sacrifice her people for no reason. Davy noticed that the original did not look like his clone at all. The boy scratched his head and concluded that the curse had worked perfectly since she was hiding behind her robe. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and asked where all the elves were. Looking up, the woman explained that his attack was fate and said that she had tried to keep as many of the city's inhabitants alive as possible. The prince raised his eyebrows and said that she should never have messed with him. Yggdrasil raised her hands and declared that the future was becoming increasingly uncertain. The mage raised the red ribbon and said that she had nowhere else to run. The lord pointed his weapon at the enemy and said that he had come here to kill her, so one of them would definitely die here. The saint took the rose in her hand and declared that he was in danger of death. Opening her mouth wide, the world tree decided to use her powers to make this happen and use territory expansion. The rose rose above the tree's crown and began to shine. Davy smiled and assumed that someone was not at all sorry for their mana. White hair flooded in the wind. The girl promised to destroy him here and now. Her body was covered with wood. The woman said that her opponent would not be able to change his future. Strong armor appeared on her. Davy put the red ribbon on his shoulder and thought that the prophecies of the tree that supported this world for centuries were probably true. Light particles flickered. The guy realized that even if there were disorders in the general flow of fate, the world would do everything necessary to return to the intended path. But his curse disrupts this flow. A series of explosions sounded in the forest. The young man was thrown back. The prince raised his hand and used the eighth circle of holy magic. Yggdrasil opened her mouth wide and used the sacred relic to expel all the forces that arose from the holy mana. The mage's eyes widened in shock as his magic shattered. The lord looked at his hand and felt a complete lack of reaction from the holy mana. Davy smirked and realized that he could no longer use holy magic. Another explosion thundered at the base of the tree. The saint spread her arms and screamed, "Territory expansion is a skill learned only by higher beings that changes the laws of the universe." With that, the enemy blocked the holy mana. The world tree swung her sword. Davy entered the fight, trying to dodge all the blows. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly and noticed that, although the sword was made of wood, it was not useless at all. A cut appeared on the blade. The young man said that the enemy should not underestimate him. The prince found himself behind the enemy. With one blow, the mage threw her back. He opened his mouth wide and ordered Noah's to block the girl's abilities. The golem grabbed it with his hand and called its master fearless. Yggdrasil's eyes widened in shock. The king of the earth's spirits decided that the lord had completely lost his mind. Davy jumped forward to get closer to the enemy. Davy crossed his arms over his chest and thanked his ally. The moon created additional support for him so that he could make a dash. The guy grabbed the sword and thought that the hatred that was imprisoned in the arrow was about to come out and cut through the sky. White feathers fell from the sky. The young man jumped down towards his enemy. The saint clutched her sword in her hand. The prince held the weapon out in front of him. His face was illuminated by green light. Vines entangled his hands. Vines tied the mage's body. The world tree jumped forward and swung her sword. She dealt a powerful blow. The lord closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. The girl scowled angrily and used the sacred relic to banish all the powers that came from the necrotic mana. The golem bound by vines froze in place. Davy realized that he had lost another form of magic. The woman looked down and said that he had no way to use magic left. Davy lowered his head. Yggdrasil said that she did not understand where he got so much power from and added that he had signed his own death warrant by coming here. The saint put her sword to his chest and declared that his body would become fertilizer for her roots. The world tree raised her sword above her head. The boy remembered how he said that he used all his elemental mana on the white supernova so that the enemy would not seal it. A red ribbon appeared in his hand. The girl's eyes widened. The boy grabbed her face. The prince smiled maliciously and said that he could lend the elemental mana of his sword. The mage furrowed his brows and said that this was the end. The woman's eyes turned bloodshot. An explosion rang out across the battlefield. Holding the Naginata, the lord doubted that his attack had worked. Davy saw a giant crack in the ground in front of him. Yggdrasil burst out from under the rubble. She rose into the air. The saint frowned and used the sacred relic to expel all the powers that arose from the elemental mana. Davy asked her to be gentle with him as the aura left his body. Luna pounced on the enemy from behind. The world tree looked at her and said that she did not allow her to be here. The girl waved her hand and threw the golem back. The boy fell to the ground. The woman asked how it felt to be powerless. The young man smirked and replied that it was not very pleasant. The elf said that she did not see him winning in any of the futures. Yggdrasil grabbed him by the throat and was upset that he was not born an elf but a human. The prince asked if she decided to attack humans out of fear of the demon king despite her strength. Berserk tensely clenched her fists. The saint explained that it was impossible to hide from him, as well as raise your head in his presence. The mage narrowed his eyes and said that the demon king will never be resurrected. The world tree frowned and explained that the future that appeared to her in the prophecy cannot be changed by a slight gust of wind. A clot of light appeared in her hand. The lord realized that he would die if he touched it. Holding the amber in his hand, Davy remembered that he had a backup plan but decided that he was not yet pressed against the wall hard enough to use it. Davy smirked. The girl said that she did not regret that she had to use most of her power. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise when the guy said it was time to end all of this. Luna burst out from under the rubble at the command of her master. The golem opened her mouth wide and activated the neutron star collapse protocol. Annabelle, ready to attack, towered over the city. Davy smiled menacingly, and it was heard that the Decepticon Knight Annabelle had begun the operation. An unusual tree trunk appeared, and Davy said that the avatar of the world tree has only two supports, namely its root and the saint. Introducing the elf in the hood, Davy added that they had not yet found the location of the root, and they did not have the strength to destroy it. But the situation with the saint was different. A crowd of magical entities was visible, and the guy asked if she could guess who he found among the elves. Yggdrasil's eyes bulged, hearing about her precious saint. A moment later, the girl jumped high and called the saint. The young man grinned evilly. Suddenly, a fire appeared in front of the elf, and the prince told her to smile. A second later, the world tree turned around. Yggdrasil asked how he used magic, and Davy took out the divine beast sword and asked if she had ever seen witchcraft. Raising the weapon, Davy said that if only she knew how her whole body ached after it. Suddenly, Davy delivered a slashing blow. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that she was already dead. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The young man continued to swing his fiery sword. The girl, opening her mouth wide, screamed loudly. Smiling contentedly, the prince exclaimed that it was awesome. You could see the elf fall to the ground. A moment later, an unusual entity appeared in the sky, and the world tree realized that it was the same fiery bird that did not belong to their world. Covering her face with her hand, Yggdrasil muttered that it was she who took Elena. Davy, putting his hand on her side, asked how she was, and wasn't it wonderful? Opening his mouth wide, Davy ordered the bird to shut up. A second later, the magical creature landed on the guy, and he exclaimed that he should learn to feel the atmosphere. Turning his head, the young man said that the situation had changed radically. The girl, widening her eyes, said that she should test her, and asked if he thought he would give in so easily. Suddenly, tree trunks appeared from the ground. A magical spell, a barrier sphere, swirled around the elf. Lightning began to bind the body of the world tree. Yggdrasil, looking at the prince, asked him to let her go, and called him a vile person, to which he told her not to twitch too much. Suddenly, purple flames began to emerge from Davy's palm. Davy was covered in an unusual aura and said that it was believed that the better the talisman, the lower the number assigned to it. Raising the corners of his lips, Davy explained that even a low-level spell could be very effective with a strong talisman. A moment later, a magical hand grabbed the elf's head. Suddenly, the boy powerfully slammed Yggdrasil into the ground. The girl, opening her mouth wide, screamed. A second later, the world tree fell face down. The elf, baring her teeth, asked if he thought that this could kill her. The young man raised his eyebrows and replied that he had not tried yet, because her death would greatly complicate his life. Frowning menacingly, Yggdrasil turned to him. Suddenly, her body began to crack. Unusual lines appeared, and the prince explained that the tree that destroys the soul is a spell that does not affect the body. A second later, Davy stretched out his fingers and used the skill. Suddenly, a powerful flame shone brightly. A thick haze was visible. The world tree joyfully opened its jaw. The girl raised her head and laughed loudly. Smiling, the elf exclaimed that it was truly wonderful, and from the very beginning she knew about her powers. Turning her gaze to the side, Yggdrasil wondered what would happen next, because if her true form was destroyed, the world would collapse with it. Davy put his hands on his hips, and the world tree wondered if he had the courage to do so. Davy raised his eyebrows and explained that he was not interested in the location of her roots. The boy added that it would break itself, causing the elf to frown in displeasure. 3 leaves were visible on the branch, and the young man explained that the world tree's avatar is replaced by the next one after the allotted time has passed, and in other words, the world tree's body is eternal, unlike its mind, namely her. Touching the girl, the prince added that if you look into the abyss for a long time, the abyss will also look into you. Davy crouched down and explained that the one who fights monsters must understand how not to become a monster himself, and therefore you need to open yourself up to him so that you can fully see your opponent. Placing his palm on Yggdrasil's face, Davy said that her memory spans 300 years. Lowering his eyebrows, Davy said that his, including past and present lives, is about 1,000. Suddenly, a magical aura began to emerge from the elf's body, and the boy exclaimed that he would see whose mind would break first, hers or his. A moment later, loud screams were heard through the thick smoke. The girl opened her mouth wide, and the young man said that according to his calculations, her memory can store a huge amount of information, and theoretically, even if she transfers all of his memories, it will not cause significant damage, because people rarely live to be 100 years old. The prince, through sweat on his face, said that he did it anyway, because he was sure that it would destroy her mind. The elf's white hair was visible, and Davy added that this with a probability close to 1. Suddenly, Yggdrasil's pupils dilated. Opening her mouth, the world tree exclaimed that she could try as much as she wanted. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the girl said that she would see how a simple man who had not even lived 100 years could withstand all of her memories. The elf, grinning maliciously, muttered that his mind would probably fall first. A moment later, Yggdrasil's eyes widened in bewilderment. Suddenly, the world tree found itself in a magical space. The girl asked what it was, to which Davy, lowering his eyebrows, replied that it was believed that the human brain could store memories equivalent to 140 years on average. Holding the elf's head, Davy added that this was considering that many moments in life remained forgotten, and only a few used this volume to the full, so even after 1,000 years, the memories in his head would not take up much space. Extending 2 fingers, the guy said that it should be so, but unfortunately, he developed his mind to become stronger. Yggdrasil opened her jaw, and the young man explained that she would now receive tens of thousands, or even millions of years of memories at once. Introducing Berserk and the monster, the prince explained that even she, who had existed for over 3,000 years, or fat lizards that had lived for millennia, were creatures prone to forgetting. The demon queen crossed her legs, and Davy continued that in the case of Berserk, with whom he had first exchanged memories. As the original owner, he had filtered out the most oppressive ones, but Yggdrasil would receive them in full and without embellishment. A powerful flame appeared, and Davy explained that no matter how strong the will of the world tree was, receiving so many memories at once had an obvious result. Suddenly, Davy began to move his legs. A second later, the boy crouched on the ground. It seemed as if the boy covered his mouth with his hand. Suddenly, a bright burst of energy was heard. Wiping his face, The prince muttered that 300 years of Yggdrasil's memories were also not easy to bear. Berserk, wide-eyed, exclaimed that everything was fine because she was with him. Holding out her fingers, the girl asked him not to resist because she would help him. Davy, squinting, wondered if she was formatting the memories he received, and added that he wanted to object, but she could not pronounce 2 syllables. Lowering his head, Davy thought that the master could. It was visible how the fire burned brightly. Davy and Yggdrasil were lying on the ground. Suddenly, Luna appeared and she called Davy, and she was told to watch carefully. The stone entity, looking at the girl, explained that everything would soon be over. It seemed like the world tree lowered its head. Foam flowed from the elf's mouth. Suddenly, Yggdrasil looked up and screamed loudly. A moment later, the girl unexpectedly disappeared. The strange entity, crossing its arms, muttered that in the end it couldn't take it anymore and disappeared. Berserk was lying on the young man's shoulder, and he told her that she had erased most of Yggdrasil's memories, leaving the most important ones, and exclaimed that he would return soon. Moving his legs, the prince decided that now was the time to go to the world tree. Suddenly, his body glowed brightly, and he used the skill earth funnel. The magical trunk of the tree was visible. The girl, falling to the ground, asked the Lord to save her body, suffering from this chaos. Davy, kicking his foot, turned to her. Having gone down, Davy asked if someone had been abandoned. Yggdrasil frowned menacingly, and Davy asked if there was an answer. Turning his head, the boy said that the Lord was more cruel than she thought, and explained that if someone decided to hinder the planned future, even if it was a transcendental being created by him, then you can look after the coffin. Smiling, the boy added that now it was Yggdrasil, but it could have been him, and said that if he wanted, he could relax in his lake for the last time. The world tree opened its mouth wide and shouted that how a pathetic human stores so many memories. The elf, looking at the prince, asked what kind of corridor this was, because it was a space that defied the laws of the world, to which he replied that even he, having experienced it directly, did not understand the principles here, and asked if she thought she could. Clenching her fist, Yggdrasil exclaimed that no matter how special he was, no one could withstand 1,000 or more years of memory. Davy closed his eyes contentedly, and said that he did not have her memories, and his personal assistant left only a few of the most important ones. Lowering his head, the world tree said that he could not die like this. Lying by the lake, the girl added that she did not want to die. Touching the water, the elf exclaimed that she should not disappear like the will of the previous tree. A moment later, Yggdrasil entered the unusual body of water. Suddenly, her body was enveloped in a bright power. The girl's fingers suddenly began to crumble, and she did not understand why. Opening her jaw, the elf screamed that this was impossible. Through tears, the world tree said loudly that she did not want to die. It was visible how her hair dissolved in the magical space. A second later, Yggdrasil completely disappeared, leaving behind a small drop. Suddenly, a magic stone appeared under Davy's feet. Davy took a fragment of the world tree in his hand. Berserk, standing on the boy's shoulder, asked him if he knew what the first stream of fate was that Yggdrasil saw at birth, to which he clarified what it was. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that her future was death at the hands of humans, but this was not about today. The prince asked if it was true that the circumstances were wrong, but in the end everything was as it should be, and the demon queen, opening her mouth, said that Yggdrasil was very afraid of death, so she tried to kill everyone who could become a threat. Davy, introducing the pleased elf, said that she was still confident in her existence, and severed all ties with humans, and also decided that after 200 years the threat had passed, and thought that since then her ability to foresee must have been distorted. Davy put his hands on his hips, and it was heard that it was ironic, because Yggdrasil, who believed in fate more than anything else, was not very loved by it. The magic tree was visible, and Davy said that Yggdrasil died, but the world tree itself did not go anywhere, and the power that supports the world exists both in the body of the tree and in its consciousness, and therefore consciousness will be born again. Throwing a green ball, the guy wondered what the next Yggdrasil would be like. Green hair was visible, and the young man silently asked himself what she would think about, remembering this battle. The elf crossed her fingers, and the prince realized that this would determine the future. After some time, a powerful explosion was heard, and screams were heard. A crowd of magical entities, looking at the fire, loudly spoke about the sacred tree. Unusual people, through tears, mourned the tree. Suddenly Davy, approaching the people, ordered them to stop. The elf, drawing his sword, exclaimed that his evil deeds had come to an end and that he could no longer escape. Davy, raising the corners of his lips, asked if they were provoking them and then calling them villains. Davy began to warn them about what would happen if they did not lay down their swords, to which one of the men, with his jaw wide open, interrupted him, saying that he should not make him laugh. Suddenly, the king of the earth spirits appeared behind the boy. The young man ordered him to kill everyone, and he abruptly struck the ground, calling the elves idiots. Suddenly, Noah froze in place. It was visible how the fist of the stone entity suddenly stopped. The king of the earth spirits, turning his head, asked the master why he was bothering him, and received a counter-question about how he killed elves without hesitation. One of the crowd, falling to the floor, asked why the king of the spirits was against them, and why he was trying to help this disgusting person, to which he was told that it was Idrisil that rejected and violated the natural order. Davy, hearing the question of whether Idrisil was the violator of the natural order, sighed heavily and said that it was, and explained that there are rules that the sacred tree has no right to violate. Introducing the girl in the white dress, Davy said that creating an avatar is already a gross violation of them, because Idrisil is forbidden to leave the original body. The elves, clenching their fists, shouted that they would not retreat, because they would never leave this disgusting bastard alone. Davy, looking at the crowd, said that he spared them only because it was a battle against the world tree, to which they responded that he should not make them laugh. The unusual people, raising their hands, exclaimed that no matter how strong he was, he still could not defeat all the inhabitants of the forest. The elves added that they would all die in the end, but it was better to do it fighting him, which made the boy smile and muttered that it was good and lovely, and they could even be louder. Imagining the girl with green hair, the young man thought that since they were tired of living like this, it was until she gained determination. You could see how her fingers clenched tightly. The prince kept his hands on his hips, and a request was heard that they should stop. One of the elves raised her head and wondered if it was Lady Amelia's voice. It was said that their request no longer made any sense, and Davy began to take out an unusual artifact. Suddenly, a magic screen appeared, in which Amelia said that they should put down their swords. The girl, sitting at the table, thought that she knew that she was no different from them. Imagining the guy with the sword, the lady muttered that in order to avoid the truth, she also clings to faith, even knowing that it is wrong, and met Aisha and heard everything, but she did not dare to help, so in the end they lost. Crossing her fingers, Amelia thought that the deity rejected their sacred tree, and so they must admit that Yggdrasil has lost its way. A crowd of unusual people was visible, and the girl said that they had to pay a high price for this, and exclaimed that they admit defeat, so she asked them so that there would be no more deaths. The enraged people, with their mouths wide open, loudly asked if they should surrender, since this was absolutely unacceptable, and whether she was throwing away elven traditions and pride just because she did not want deaths. The lady, with sweat on her face, clarified that why should they die without a good reason, and how much more blood must be spilled, and added that spears and swords could not solve this problem. Berserk, sitting on Davy, said that Amelia should be like an old woman to them, despite her title, to which he said that not all elves respected her. The saint, frowning, explained that this could be resolved through negotiations, and she was countered by the fact that this man invaded their territory, killed countless numbers of their relatives and destroyed the sacred tree. The girl's eyes widened in confusion as she listened to him tell everyone to see what he had done, namely the burnt trees, the withered flowers, and the escaped spirit beasts. The elves asked if the world tree was their support, and if they would be able to see it as green as it once was, causing the lady to burst into tears. The crowd's mouths opened wide, and Amelia thought that it was impossible that she, the former triarch, could not convince and save them. After a moment, the saint lowered her head. Through her tears, the girl asked to hear her. A small drop could be seen hitting the ground. Suddenly, Davy's chest began to glow brightly. A fragment of the world tree was shining in his palm. Suddenly, a magical glow covered the entire space. The elves covered their faces with their hands. The burning trees began to recover, causing everyone to be perplexed. Green leaves appeared on the branches. A thick tree trunk appeared, and people said that the great tree was coming back to life. The girl's toes were visible. The elf, parrying in the air, asked to put down their swords. The magical entity, raising the corners of her lips, muttered that her consciousness had awakened again, and said that they should put an end to senseless violence and stop the bloodshed. The lady closed her eyes contentedly. The crowd, looking at her, exclaimed that this was the world tree. Davy, raising his eyebrows, said that he had déjà vu. The elf descended to the ground, and Davy exclaimed that the world tree was something special, but her aura did not indicate a recent birth at all. The girl, approaching the guy, said that he was the instigator of the battle. The young man, looking away, replied that he did not quite agree with this formulation. The world tree, smiling, said that he was right. Amelia's body was visible. The lady raised her head and exclaimed, which meant their connection still existed, and the child was still alive. The elf extended his palm and asked to come to her. The girl called Amelia, causing her to clasp her hands. The saint through tears asked if this was the world tree. It seemed like the unusual entities hugged each other. The lady, with her mouth slightly open, replied that she had left and abandoned her alone, and also called her poor. Smiling, the girl said that she had never hidden her emotions, and only one being could communicate with Amelia like this. Davy, biting his lips, said that this being, which goes beyond ordinary elves and is able to directly communicate with the world tree, and there is only one soul connected to the previous saint like this, also clarified whether the souls of the world tree are reused. The lady, grinning widely, explained that souls like hers were not easy to create, so it was quite possible, and the reverse process was also rare. Davy, looking at the elf's satisfied face, muttered that it was not easy to create a transcendental soul, and wondered if that was why their goddess had summoned her, even though she had long since retired. Berserk, holding her chin, asked if such a thing was even possible, to which she received the answer that even mortal heroes sometimes escape the cycle of reincarnation, so it was not that difficult. The world tree, approaching the people, asked the king of spirits to lower their weapons and calm down. Extending her palm, the girl asked the guy if he would walk with her, and added that they would discuss the current situation. The young man, lowering his hands, said that she had no part in this, and the lady explained that protecting the children of the tree was her job, and asked what his plans were, since the battle was already over. The world tree added that she also had business with him, which made the prince raise the corners of his lips. Looking at her, Davy wondered if the newborn world tree had business with him. Suddenly, a world inside the world tree appeared. Fluffy rabbits were visible. The boys were walking on bright grass. Several birds were flying in the sky. Taking an apple in her hand, the lady offered to take it. Davy, raising his palm, clarified whether this was the fruit of the world tree, to which he received the answer that this was true, and because of someone they became half as weak, so she was not sure whether there would be noticeable changes, and asked whether it was necessary to remind about this. Davy put the fruit in his subspace pocket, and the elf suggested that they take care of urgent matters now. The guy asked if she knew what was going on, and the girl, closing her eyes, replied that her soul was fading, and therefore she guessed why she was here. Stretching out her fingers, the lady clarified what he wanted. Smiling slightly, the prince explained that he wanted to own this land, and asked what if he asked her to transfer power over the elves. The world tree, with her mouth open, answered that this was impossible, and let him ask for something else, because the only thing he could not ask for was the lives of the elves and the property rights to this land, to which Davy called her shameless. The girl, shining brightly, exclaimed that he should agree and get it. A pearl appeared in his hand, and Davy asked what it was, and the lady said that she herself did not really know. Davy, standing near the table, clarified that if he simply took it away, to which he received the answer that he should not say what he was not going to do, because he was not even going to fight the elves. The world tree asked to show mercy and let them live, and the guy, squinting, asked what benefit he would get from this. A moment later, the young man began to move his legs. Opening his mouth wide, the prince exclaimed that the elves on his land were threatened by the past world tree. Frowning menacingly, Davy added that she brought in troops and struck first, and this is not counting all the past antics. The girl closed her eyes, and Davy asked what they themselves were provoking him, and whether he should touch them, and also whether he thought that he would exchange some glass for the lives of a huge number of his people. Amelia, pushing Davy away, asked him to stop, and the lady replied that she understood him. The guy lowered the corners of his lips, and the elf explained that if it was enough for him, she would be disappointed, so let him take it, because in any case she had to give it to him. The young man, bulging his eyes, said that he would deal with the pearl later, and clarified that he could break off a piece for analysis, to which the world tree said that she did not advise it, because it would be very useful to him in the future that she saw. The lady added that, as she understood, the pearl itself was safe, and Persek, lowering his hands, said that she thought that the soul of the world tree wanted him to keep it. Looking at the white ball, the prince thought that everything was pushing him to take it, but he had a strange feeling. The girl sighed heavily, and exclaimed that the conflict between their peoples would not be resolved for a long time, but simply forgetting about it would not solve the problem, to which Davy asked why she did not simply supply him with fruits. Davy, sitting down at the table, explained that not these unripe ones. The elf asked if he knew how much effort it took to grow at least one fruit, and Davy, spreading his arms in different directions, asked to think about it as he had overtaken them with karma. Many leaves were visible, and the world tree said that it believed that she would have to, and clarified what they were for, to which she received the answer that they would come in handy. The guy extended his finger, and said that he forgives the elves and grants them the right to life, but all the land surrounding the forest territory will belong to him. Amelia lowered her eyebrows in confusion, and the young man continued that the elves were now cooperating with humans, so other countries would try to contact them, and he just needed to make sure that all the elves' affairs would go through him, and also thought that they should just wait, because he would suck everything out of them. The world tree, crossing her palms, said that this was a dangerous proposal, to which the prince said that he was sorry that she did not like it, but this was a mandatory condition. The girl, smirking, clarified that if they became hostile to him, Davy objected that he could try. Folding his arms, Davy added that he did not particularly like elves anyway. The lady, scratching the back of her head, exclaimed that he did not leave her a choice, and therefore agreed, which made Davy very happy. Tree branches appeared, and the elf explained that there was trouble on the horizon, and the previous prophecies of Yggdrasil were distorted, but they contained truth, to which the boy said that the demon king Berserk will not return, and even if he does, the future she is worried about will not happen. The young man looked away, and the world tree said that it was not about Berserk, and to think about why she decided to leave him alone and agreed to his proposal. The prince asked him to explain why the girl closed her eyes and answered that it was not for her to say. A smartphone appeared, and the lady said that he saw something that did not belong to this world, and asked if he was sure it was a coincidence. Davy's pupils dilated in confusion. The elf, lowering her head, said that she did not see much, but there were changes that even the gods could not fix, and he would have to deal with all of this. Davy, clenching his fists, muttered that it sounded complicated, and the girl continued that she was different from the world tree he killed, and agreed to work with him if it helped, to which he objected that the elves would not like it. Amelia curled her fingers, and the lady explained that these were her problems, and it was not for nothing that the one who preferred people was summoned instead of the new world tree. The elf, crossing her palms, asked him to think about it. Someone was rushing between the trees and sighing heavily. The man in the robe ran forward with all his might. Suddenly, something pierced the tree, causing the saint to scream loudly. The crumpled piece of paper fell to the ground. On the unfolded sheet was written and offered to play. The elf clenched his teeth in fear. A moment later, the guy jumped up and screamed loudly. Someone's silhouette appeared behind him. Leaning over, the saint exclaimed indignantly and thought that he definitely did not expect this. Gritting his teeth, the elf thought about how he had originally planned to hide until things calmed down, and so he wandered through the forest alone. Clutching the paper with the invitation to play tag with his fingers, the young man decided that it was all because of this elf. A dark silhouette was visible behind him, and the servant of the world tree thought about how it was all because of this monster pretending to be an elf. The monster's wide smile lit up. The monster bared its teeth viciously, and the saint did not understand what it was. Turning his gaze, the boy thought about running until exhaustion, stopping, a creepy note flying in, and running again, and wondered how long this ridiculous chase would continue. Suddenly, the young man caught his foot on a tree branch and cried out loudly. The elf collapsed to the ground. The saint tried to crawl and sighed heavily. Suddenly, the young man noticed another note near his hand. The pieces of paper began to fall near his face. Each of the flying notes had a message saying that it was fun. The elf hid behind a tree and shouted loudly for the monster to not come near. Among the lush foliage, the boy's cries for the monster to not come near him were heard, and they became quieter and quieter. Beads of sweat appeared on the saint's face. Suddenly, his eyes noticeably shrank from fear. Pink hair fell on a piece of paper, and on it was written a question about whether the elf had caught him. The young man looked up in alarm and remained silent. Smiling widely, the monster offered to play tag with him. The saint opened his mouth wide and began to shout loudly. The space in the forest was enveloped in a red glow. White flags were visible, and it was said that after a short war with the World Tree, a truce had been declared. Jürgen approached Amelia, and it was clear that the army of elves and their leader were against it. But the will of the World Tree and the orders of the priestess who had resumed her role as a representative were absolute. The sacred elf smiled, and an explanation came out that if it was only a newborn World Tree, it would be difficult to ensure peace. But unfortunately, the current owl was a World Tree 2 generations ago, which made a truce impossible, and the only problem was the saint, so Annabelle went to look for him. The girl spread her claws, intending to grab the boy, when suddenly at the last moment he was absorbed by something strange. The elf stood near the huge tree and was silent, and it was said that the boy eventually disappeared, but since he abandoned the elves of the sanctuary and fled, it was safe to say that he no longer had influence. The magical creature placed its hand on the wooden cross, and it became clear that for someone it was too much. White flags rose to the sky, and someone reported that too little blood had been spilled before the war between the lands of Haines and the sanctuary of the World Tree was over. The scrolls were piled on top of each other, and it was clear that each side that learned of this had expressed protest. A map was shown, and it turned out that the most letters had come from the Kanta's Empire and the Ming Nation, which bordered the forest where the World Tree was located, and the Kanta's Empire, worried about the Palin and Wendy's empires, acted passively. Unlike the Ming Nation, the man pointed his finger forward, and it was said that the great Ming Nation, ruled by the Jade Emperor who called himself the Son of God, was angry as if their land had been taken away from them, and demanded that the rights of territorial diplomacy be respected. Davy unrolled the scroll and read that the Emperor ordered the immediate lifting of the bans and the return of diplomatic rights to the World Tree Sanctuary, and then asked if they had been watching from afar as others did all the work and now wanted a share. Frowning, Davy said that this was impudent. Tearing the paper in his hands, Davy asked what the nation next to Ming was called, to which Wintry noted that it could be Hin, and he agreed. The girl lowered the corners of her lips, saying that Tanya was given away in marriage there, and then explained that Hin was a small country located just south of Ming. A princess was sitting on the floor, and it was said that she was married off before she came of age, and is the first daughter of Anisha's concubine, sent abroad according to Barrietta's cunning plan, as well as the older sister of the twins, and in theory the first princess of the Ron Kingdom. Wintry lowered her head and wondered how she was doing, since this country was so far away and not very active, and they only knew that her sister was alive, to which the boy asked who she was married to, and heard that she was the king of Hin. His sister said that they had not yet had a wedding, but she heard that she would definitely be his 14th wife. And there was a big age difference between them, to which the boy widened his eyes and thought that this king was a perverted thief. Water was pouring out of the fountain, when suddenly someone asked if they were talking about Hin. Vespos asked why the prince was suddenly bringing up this topic, to which he raised his hand and asked if he knew anything about this country. Putting his fingers to his chin, the subordinate replied that this was a certain place where the princess was sent, to which Davy asked if there was any news from there, and received a positive answer. Raising his head, Vespos explained that Hin was a nation that preferred outside marriages, and then added that, being under the strong influence of the Ming Nation, it did not interact much with others. Hands reaching out to the Empress, the subordinate explained that in the past, this country consisted of many small tribes, and these tribes formed alliances, which led to the unification of the nation. Frowning, Davy noted that they simply began to demand wives for their ruler, to which he received an affirmative answer. Davy put his hand to his head and asked if their ruler thought he was the head of Zhongsong, known for having many children from several wives, to which he was asked again, and he did not understand why Tanya, since he had no connection with the Rome kingdom. Vespos asked if Davy would like to hear the answer to this question directly from His Majesty, to which the prince lowered his chin and remained silent. Folding his hands, the boy asked not to test his patience, to which the subordinate stated that the ruler of Rome was his father, despite everything, and then added that His Majesty was probably eagerly awaiting news from him. The servant noted that fathers are usually like that, to which the young man, lowering the corners of his lips, remained silent. Isaac put her hands on her knees and sighed heavily, and Davy thought that this was true, and the war with the world tree is not a child's fight, so he needed to write a report. There were many letters on the shelf, and Davy thought about putting it off, but suggested that it would be better to do it now. Waving his hand, the boy asked to contact the royal family and inform them of his imminent arrival, to which the subordinates agreed. A high castle appeared, and a servant informed His Majesty that the prince had arrived, to which he ordered to let him in. Kneeling, the boy introduced himself as the first prince of the Rome kingdom and greeted His Majesty, to which the latter asked to get rid of formalities and asked if his son was injured by chance, and the young man thanked his father for his concern, and said that he was fine. Crean sat on the throne and said that his son was too reckless this time, and did not understand why he acted so thoughtlessly, because he usually thought more about what was happening, to which Davy apologized and explained that it was a problem that did not tolerate delay, so he was late with the report. The king remarked that they were lucky that the new mind of the world tree agreed to resolve everything peacefully, and then added that any mistake could lead to a catastrophe, to which Davy, lowering his hands, replied that he would take this into account. Vespos approached Davy, while his father said that this was for him. Unfolding the paper scroll, the prince read that the first princess Tanya had come of age, due to which she would begin training as an archer, and then get married, to which the guy said that this was a letter from the western continent, and a wedding. The head of the kingdom said that he knew that his son was not delighted, but perhaps there would be no other chance to see his sister, to which he looked at him in bewilderment. The young man stood in front of the imperial throne, when suddenly he asked if he would accept the invitation. A beautiful garden was visible at night. Tanya raised her eyebrows in alarm inside. The assistant approached the table and asked if Her Majesty was feeling unwell, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong, and then asked if there was a letter this time too. The servant apologized and said that she checked the post office, but there was still no answer, to which the girl looked away and said that everything was clear to her. Tanya closed her eyes and noted that she had thought so, that because she was far away, everyone considered her a stranger, to which the assistant exclaimed that it was not her fault, and the inhabitants of the kingdom of Rome could not be so insensitive. The woman cried out that the princess had sent so many letters, but no one had answered, when suddenly she smirked and asked her not to be upset. The girl suggested that they did not write to her so as not to let her dwell on the past, to which the servant raised her eyebrows and quietly called out to Her Majesty. The princess placed her hands on her cup and said that she hoped no one would miss the wedding. Tanya looked up and pointed out that the only excuse to see them was the wedding, to which the assistant did not understand why she said that, and she added that she just wanted to talk to them, even if it was the last time. 2 moons appeared in the sky, and the woman in the kimono expressed sympathy for the princess. The chariot was traveling along the road, when suddenly someone was heard asking if the pig should be removed from her brother. Smiling widely, Davy did not understand why this should be done, because she had a very cute face, and she had fallen asleep for the first time in several days, so she could rest, to which Varys agreed that she was cute, but said that he did not understand. It was impossible to be so tired, lying in the Heinz estate, and why she was so exhausted. Winry was lying on her brother's legs, and he was thinking about how his sister had been studying magic all day and night lately, and watching her grow was becoming a little interesting. Crossing his legs, the prince admitted the palace and worked like a horse tireless, to which he asked his brother again and asked who he had picked it up from. The guy explained that it was from Luna, to which she widened her eyes in alarm. The girl muttered that she was looking for a peaceful solution, to which Davy, turning his head, said that they would still see about it, when suddenly Varys said that it brought back memories of a trip to the kingdom of Felsti. The young man said that his brother had made him very nervous back then, to which he lowered his head and replied that it was as it should be, and heard that if the interlocutor knew about his power, he would have been clearly less nervous. The prince asked if his brother remembered Sister Tunga's face, to which he grinned and answered in the affirmative. Remembering how he stroked the girl's head, Davy thought about how she was a baby with green hair and a short haircut, and always had a smile on her face, and then noted that due to her devotion to the Priya order, she did not fully understand her own emotions. Varys extended his hand forward and said that she did not have any special character traits, but she loved archery, to which Davy clarified whether she liked archery and received an affirmative answer. The prince explained that the Hind nation is famous for its love of archery, so he hoped that she liked it, to which Davy folded his arms and thought. There were shards of a plate on the floor, when suddenly someone shouted words of apology. The woman in the kimono called the attendant names and asked what would happen if the bride cut herself, to which the attendant spread her palms and said that everything was fine, so they could stop swearing. The attendant apologized, while the other raised her eyebrows and exclaimed that sometimes they had to be tougher with them, and then added that Her Highness always just laughed, and the other brides did not respect her and continued to test her. Sitting closer to the floor, Tanya said that everything was indeed fine with her, so the girl could get up. The attendant admitted that she was very scared, but at least the bride was not hurt, to which the attendant smiled and suggested that she go and rest, at the same time thinking that such days also happened. The princess was thinking that there were days when tears flowed for no reason, and on such days she always missed her younger siblings, and her older brother who always stroked her with a smile on his face, when suddenly an assistant came up from behind and asked if Her Highness was feeling unwell again, and another suggested that the cookies she had brought from the east would help her. There was a huge bed in the room, and the bride remembered that just before she left the kingdom of Ran, her brother had fallen into a coma due to an accident, and the twins had been left in the queen's power. Walking along the corridor, Tanya wondered how they were doing, and she wondered if her brother had woken up. Raising her head, the girl silently said that she wished for them all to be safe. The princess approached the fence, when suddenly she heard someone complaining about some ignoramus in the queen's garden, and that this was a test, so outsiders were forbidden to interfere. The person asked how they were supposed to know this, when suddenly Tanya's eyes widened and she was silent. The girl jumped up and thought that she could not believe her eyes, and the assistants began to loudly call Her Highness. Remembering herself in the circle of relatives, the princess thought about the voice she heard. Everyone was loudly calling the bride, and Winry's eyes widened in alarm. The girl threw herself into the arms of her brother and sister. Drops of tears appeared under the girl's eyes, and they quietly called each other, at the same time saying that they missed each other very much. Tanya asked how they were doing, to which the princess of the Ran kingdom smiled broadly and asked if her sister knew who they had come with. The girl said that they had been sending her letters all this time, to which she widened her eyes and asked her again. Davy began to stroke his sister's head and said that she had grown into a very beautiful lady, to which she screamed loudly. Tanya opened her mouth in bewilderment. The princess said that this could not be, and whether her older brother was standing in front of her, to which Davy closed his eyes and answered in the affirmative. Davy smiled widely, and the girl asked if it was really him, and whether he was seeing hallucinations in front of him, to which Winry exclaimed that this was not so, and it was their older brother. The girl clarified whether Tanya had forgotten her brother's face, to which she closed her eyes and screamed that she had not forgotten. The bride said that she had not received any letters, and Pryzerk hung near the prince's ear and was silent. The princess called her older brother and hugged him, to which he confirmed that it was him. The girl began to smile sincerely. Putting her fingers to her chin, the demon queen said that she had a bad feeling about this, to which Davy asked about the reason. The assistants wiped away their tears with their hands, and Pryzerk noted that she could smile that everyone was about to burst into tears. The little creature said that she would speak more clearly, and Davy should be on guard, to which he, holding his sister's hands, mentally said that it depended on how everything went. Someone stepped forward and called out to the bride. Dan Gunn appeared, but was apologized to and informed that the princess was currently in the process of a 100-day baptism. The official opened his mouth, and heard someone talking about what would happen if this situation reached the ears of the other brides, and Pryzerk noted that he had a very handsome face for a beautiful dress. The demon queen placed her palms on her cheeks, and declared that it was a treat for her eyes. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of Dan Gunn's face, Davy frowned and no one understood what was happening to him, and shouted that it was not worth it. Putting the small creature in his pocket, Davy mentally informed her that he already had a headache so she should stop fidgeting, to which she cried out that she did not understand how she was being treated. Closing his eyes, the guy apologized for the late introduction and muttered that as a fourth-rank official he was not that important, to which Tanya replied that it was her loyal protector, and her brother asked her again. Dan Gunn extended his palm and asked for forgiveness, as the bride could not interact with strangers due to the 100-day baptism, and it could cause her great harm. But they were not sure how, to which Varys asked him again and asked who she was allowed to see if even family members were considered strangers. The official explained that only His Majesty and other brides were allowed to enter her at the moment, to which Winry grinned angrily and shouted that this was nonsense, and did they mean to say that other brides were more important than her family? Tanya covered her sister with her body and asked the protector to stop, to which he quietly called her. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the bride explained that she had not seen her family for many years, and then politely asked him not to pay attention to their meeting. Dan Gunn scratched his head, paused, and said he would check the area and buy them some time, to which she thanked him. The bride's protector turned his head and said he hoped it would be worth it. Varys and Winry's mouth turned down in anger. Tanya spread her arms out to the sides and suggested that they all go and not stand around, then added that she was ready to talk to her family until the morning. The roof of the building was visible, and the bride asked everyone to come in. The princess's eyes widened and she remarked that she was very happy. The girl admitted that she had hoped that he would get better before he left, but their visit still reminded her of a dream, to which Berserk asked if she knew, and Davy clarified that there was no mention of him in the letters, but that could not be. They told him that they had described all the events of the Rand Kingdom since his awakening, when Varys suddenly raised his hand and asked if his sister had received the letters they had sent, to which he received a negative answer. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, Tanya said that she had been sending letters to the Rand Kingdom regularly. Folding her arms, Davy noted that they had been intercepted, and someone had screamed that they were damn bastards. The girl grabbed her brother's hand, to which he asked her to let go, and asked if the bastards were holding her by force. The young man wondered if they had cut off all her ties with the outside world and called it a 100-day baptism, when Winry suddenly opened her mouth and said that they couldn't just ignore it. With her mouth wide open, Tanya began to talk about what would happen if they let their emotions get the better of them, when someone suddenly called out loudly for her sister. The girl explained that the royal family must always maintain their dignity, even if it led to a trap, to which Winry extended her fingers forward and called out to her sister. A flower was visible in the bride's hair, and the assistant informed her that it was time for her to go. Grabbing the protector by the clothes, Varys asked him again. Gritting his teeth, the prince began to talk about those who locked his sister here and intercepted her letters, and he wanted to know how they had the courage to do this. Closing his lips, Dangan remained silent. The official explained that as the saying goes, "You don't go to someone else's monastery with your own rules." And now they were their guests, to which the boy frowned and exclaimed that he did not care. The family members of the Rand Kingdom stood next to each other, while their brother said that he did not know how great their Hindu kingdom was considered, and then asked if they really thought they could openly ignore the Rand Kingdom without consequences. Berserk raised a finger to her face and asked why they even invited them considering that. The Demon Queen pointed out that such a crazy move made no sense no matter how closed off the country was to the outside world, to which Davy lowered the corners of his lips and thought that it was true. Even isolated countries had agencies that monitored the actions of other countries. Davy recalled the battle with the elf and thought about the war with them and the destruction of the World Tree, and whether they could be so incompetent that they did not know about the key figure, namely the first prince of the small eastern kingdom of Rand, which he doubted. A map was visible, and Davy mused that the custom of the western continent was to recognize the strong, so they had no reason to provoke him, when Berserk suddenly suggested that they might have decided that his strength was just a rumor, and Davy himself thought that they underestimated him or wanted to test him. Dangan's shadow fell on the carpet, and the boy asked what Varys would do, and whether he would commit a massacre, or kidnap the bride and return to his homeland, to which he asked him again. A city was visible in the middle of the river, and the official said that they did not know who intercepted the letters, but that it was not an order from His Majesty, it was a fact, and according to the laws of this country, all the king's brides must be isolated from the outside world, and His Majesty wanted to change this. Varys asked him to guess if he had succeeded, to which the bride's protector closed his eyes and explained that established traditions cannot disappear overnight, so for now they only allowed writing letters. A paper scroll appeared, and Dangan noted that brides can communicate with the outside world using ink and paper, to which the Prince of the Kingdom of Ron asked if they were now banned too, because at least that's what it looked like. The official asked what would be the most effective method if someone were trying to drive a wedge between the Ron Kingdom and the Hin Nation, to which Varys opened his mouth and suggested that it was their responsibility to find out. The boy asked if the other man knew that the letters never reached the Ron Kingdom, to which he raised his hands and replied that he did not know what he had added, that he simply thought that they had not sent replies. The queen fanned herself, and Dangan admitted that he knew that Bariata would have done exactly that, and then added that he had also personally checked that the bride's letters had been sent. The bride's protector noted that all the other letters had reached their addresses without problems, to which Varys clenched his teeth angrily. The prince turned away and exclaimed in displeasure. The official apologized to Tanya for his rudeness, and said that he would lead her guests out on notice, to which she smiled and said that she was counting on him. Dropping his hands, Dangan apologized and asked the princess and princess to follow him, when suddenly a shout was heard that the bride should not come in so suddenly. Someone shouted for everyone to be quiet and asked if they even knew who it was, to which Tanya widened her eyes in confusion. The heroes turned their heads when they heard someone shouting if the wretched thing knew who he was talking to. Putting his fingers to his chin, Davy muttered that this all seemed wrong, and it was immediately obvious who was behind it, although it was too obvious that doubts were beginning to appear, and then he wondered if this was someone's cunning plan. Davy thought that this plan belonged to someone who would benefit from the scandal, which meant that the nation was a victim no less than he was, while the official turned his head and asked to hurry. Winry widened her eyes in surprise, and Davy thought in his mind that people could be used if they let their anger get the better of them. The prince grabbed Varys by the hair and decided that this was the reason to stay calm. Suddenly, the members of the royal family began to disappear into the magic portal and loudly call for their brother. The guys smiled and asked to get some air, preferably without rash actions, while Tanya was surprised by what had happened, and her brother realized that he needed to assess the situation calmly. Smiling maliciously, the young man wanted to turn this place upside down first. On the other side of the teleport, Davy could be heard asking Luna to take care of the younger ones, to which she put her hand to her head and accepted the order. Approaching her brother, Tanya asked in surprise what had happened. Suddenly, a woman in a kimono appeared, loudly asking if the bride was inside. With her arms outstretched, the other bride asked why she was so surprised. Raising her eyebrows, the girl thought about her brother disappearing. Davy was hiding in the beams of teleportation, while his sister did not understand where he had disappeared to. There were chairs in the room, and the woman said that the princess had lost a lot of weight, while the latter wondered when Davy had managed to clean everything up and then thanked the interlocutor for her concern, and said that she was doing well. Yambai opened her mouth wide and explained that she had gone through similar difficulties herself, and because of this, the other consorts did not like her, to which Tanya thanked her again, and she said that she should be grateful. Frowning, the concubine asked how the bride treated the guests, and whether she would even serve tea. Tanya asked her assistant to bring tea, while the woman in the kimono closed her eyes and said that there was no need to do that, since she had not come here to drink her terrible tea. Yambai noted that the 100-day baptism had finally ended and in a few days there would be a test of archery skills, to which the girl raised her eyebrows in alarm, and the interlocutor noted that the princess had already passed 4 tests with flying colors. Sitting on a chair, the concubine asked her not to forget that it was their country that had ensured her such a long advancement, to which she replied that of course she would not forget. The woman in the kimono clarified whether Tanya would then be able to repay her kindness as well, to which she folded her hands in front of her and clarified what the guests meant. Tapping her toe, Yambai stated that the royal consort did not want her to return to her homeland, and she herself wanted the bride to stay for other reasons, but there was one thing that was bothering her. The concubine said that she had heard that an envoy from the Ming nation would be arriving soon, and then asked if the girl was aware of this, to which the girl lowered her chin and replied that the great general and the great chancellor were coming, and the girl admitted that this was what she wanted to talk about. Tilting her head back, Yanbai explained that their nation of him was enjoying peace and prosperity, all thanks to the Ming nation, which Tanya confirmed, and Tanya murmured that she could see that the bride agreed with her. Davy's translucent silhouette stood behind, while the woman in the kimono asked the princess to help them, as rumor had it that the great chancellor was deeply fascinated by the dances performed at the banquets of the Eastern nations. Smiling, Yanbai noted that unfortunately neither she nor the other consorts were strong in choreography, so she wanted to ask her about it. The concubine admitted that she thought that after her performance he would definitely agree to help them, to which Tanya lowered her head and remained silent, and the interlocutor added that no one knew what could happen, because he loved Eastern women very much. Dan Gun stepped forward and said that it was inappropriate to offer something like that to the one who was about to confirm her mastery of the bow and become a queen, and then clarified whether the concubine really wanted her to sell her body like some kind of night butterfly from a pleasure house. Stretching her hand forward, the woman in the kimono shouted that the official did not dare to speak to her in such a tone. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Tanya asked her to stop and did not understand what the guest was doing. Yanbai frowned angrily. Suddenly, she slapped the bride's protector in the face. The girl called out to the assistant, and the concubine raised her eyebrows and said that it was a disgrace. The woman said that it was not worth arranging a marriage with a princess who had nothing, and she should know how much treasure Hin had already sent to the wrong kingdom, to which the girl turned her head and began to speak, and Davy realized that his sister did not know the full picture. Tears appeared in the bride's eyes, and Davy thought about how she did not know how much the wrong kingdom had stabilized and changed, and what the current status of her homeland was, while the concubine muttered that the powerless princess from a foreign country had become bold. Pointing her finger at her, Yanbai said that just one word from her as His Majesty's favorite, and Tanya would not just fail, but return to her homeland, to which she cried out that the wrong kingdom was too unstable. The princess's face began to sweat, and she spoke of what they should do to repay them for all the wealth they had received through her, to which the guest cried out that she should just do as she was told. Spreading her fingers, the concubine screamed that it was only because she was young and beautiful that she thought she could. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. Davy smirked and admitted that he knew it was bad, but he didn't think it was that bad, while the woman in the kimono screamed loudly. Davy told her to stay still and said that she should be grateful that she hadn't been cut into pieces yet, and the Yanbai palace servants opened their mouths and alarmed. Greeting her teeth, the concubine asked who was in front of her, to which Davy replied that he was the first prince of the Ram kingdom. The prince's eyes lit up and the boy advised him not to ask why he was there, then added that there was an old saying about how a curious Barbara's nose was torn off at the market, and asked if the woman had heard of Taku. Tanya called out to her brother, while he grabbed Yanbai by the hand and clothes and asked how his sister was doing. Turning his head, the boy ordered him to answer, to which he was told that he was not allowed to do so. Dan Gun pointed his katana at Davy's shoulder and asked him to immediately let go of the woman's hand, to which he remained silent. Davy asked if it was their duty to protect royalty, even if they did not like it, to which the official lowered the corners of his lips, and his interlocutor said that it was very diligent. Suddenly, the prince struck a fiery blow and asked for a little help. Blood flowed from the bride's protector's mouth, and the boy told him to just pass out for a while. At that moment, the official flew back, and the young man assumed that this would be good enough as an excuse. Davy asked Yanbai if this was true, to which she closed her teary eyes, and the interlocutor offered to take a walk if she did not mind. 2 moons were visible in the sky above the city. Someone loudly called out to the consort of Yanbai, to which Davy smiled and clarified whether he understood correctly that this was the royal garden. The man banged on the door, asking what was going on here. The consort, along with you, froze. The soldier with a sword to his throat begged the lord to run. Davy stood in the middle of a crowd of warriors, who presented swords to their throats. This was his trick. Davy grinned. He was not fighting with the elves now, so he could act differently. His image and reputation, which he tried so hard to build up, in the current situation were equated to 0, like a threat. Looking at the royal family, He asked himself if he could stand still while his sister was being beaten and called a prostitute. They should have understood how angry he was. Right now, the most precious thing to Davy was not the territory or even the wrong kingdom. It was Tanya running to him. She was the one who was by his side even before his coma. The girl came out of the crowd and called out to her brother. Davy turned around when the ambassador called him. The man frowned and said that he refrained from calling you immediately, considering the long road. But now, he must explain this outrageous behavior. Davy turned to the man and told him that if he expected politeness, then he should not have done this. Yangbai fell to the floor. The girl stood up and began to cry, asking the master to save her from this barbarian. A moment later, an incredible pressure forced the girls to bow their heads. Hugging Hugh, the ambassador shouted, telling Davy to stop this immediately, because Hugh was pregnant with the royal heir. Davy, without releasing the pressure, said that this was not what he wanted to hear. He wanted an explanation. The boy's eyes flashed as he asked the man if he thought the jester had come to visit them. The man, gritting his teeth and frowning, said that they needed to clear things up first. Yangbai began to sweat heavily and become nervous when Davy demanded that the ambassador swear to tell only the truth and nothing but the truth. She raised her head and screamed, telling the king that the man had threatened her and broken her arm. The tip of the sword flashed past the girl's neck as Davy said that if she truly understood the situation they were in, they would not have dared to be so rude. A moment later, the sword plunged into the ground in front of Yangbai. The girl grabbed her head in horror. The emperor frowned even more and screamed, demanding that Yangbai explain everything, why the prince of the wrong kingdom was so angry at her. Putting her hand to her chest, the concubine screamed, saying that she was nothing but a victim. Davy released his aura, saying that if they continued like this, he would have no choice. Tanya raised her hands and froze as the emperor asked her to tell him what exactly happened. Raising her hand, the emperor told Davy that he should calm down first, and she didn't know what had upset him so much. But he had heard about him, because he was a saint of the Freya order, which was known for its mercy. Davy smiled and said that he was wrong about one thing. Closing his eyes, he said that he had already given a calm and rational conclusion. He carefully assessed the situation before coming here. If he had acted according to his character, then there would have been nothing left here. Yangbai frowned when the guy told her that she only had 10 seconds to tell the truth. The girl immediately began to scream, saying that this man had set her up. Looking at the king in front of her, she said that she did it only because she felt sorry for Princess Tanya, who was suffering alone. Prizerk screamed when a flame formed on the guy's palm. She smiled, gave a thumbs up and said that he needed to kill everyone. The guy sighed upon hearing her words. The fire in his hand intensified, rising 3 meters. The guy himself continued to read the seconds. Yangbai looked at Davy in horror. The girl's eyes widened when she felt the chill. She suddenly bowed her head and said that it was all her fault. Tanya covered her mouth with her hand when Yangbai said that she threatened the future Queen Tanya and intimidated her. The girl cried and said that she came to the princess's palace, called her names and slapped her, and then ordered her to seduce the Grand Chancellor of the Min nation. Hugh hit the concubine. Frowning, she said that this was the greatest shame for the Hin nation. Yangbai held her cheek while Hugh gave the order, telling her to take her away immediately. The emperor raised his hand ordering Yangbai to be detained until further notice. The prince heard them saying that it was not enough. The king responded by saying that no matter the circumstances, unless it was treason, there was no law that allowed consorts to be imprisoned. Davy closed his eyes saying that she had attacked the very foundation of this nation and harmed the emperor. If it was not treason, then what? What this girl had done could have caused the destruction of their country. Yangbai raised her head. Something lit up in the distance as the prince said that he was now thinking about whether he should just wipe this country off the face of the earth. An explosion occurred in the neighboring area as he lowered his hand. Luna, standing outside the city, said that she had fired warning shots and was now ready to take further orders at any time. The emperor frowned and asked the boy if he would kill even innocents. Davy responded by saying that no one had died yet, but even he didn't know where the next shot would hit. Covering his face with his hand, the man said to imprison Yangbai in the palace. Closing his eyes, he asked Davy if that was enough. The boy raised an eyebrow and said that it was not enough. Forming a flame in his hand, the boy asked the king to explain why he allowed this to happen. Spreading his arms out to the sides under the sphere of flame, Davy said that he was listening to them carefully. The Emperor froze, looking at the sphere. Davy remembered the emblem of the order and mentally said that if they confessed their sins, then she, being faithful and righteous, would forgive them and cleanse them of all untruth. This was a quote from the teachings of Freya. The boy's teacher, Daphne, also told him one thing. He learned this when he decided to check if she was really a saint. The events take us to the Gallery of Heroes. Daphne, wiping away tears, asked the boy if he thought he was like a monk, since he said that one should be merciful to one's neighbor. Pointing at the boy, she said that religion was not for him. Looking at Davy holding a broom, she said that he did not always need to show mercy. He just needed to avoid unnecessary violence. Tanya, who was standing to the side, screamed, asking her brother to stop. Raising her hands, she said that she was not worth the conflict between the Hin nation and the Ram kingdom. Davy turned his head in her direction, saying that it did not matter. Then the Emperor intervened, saying that he really could have stopped it. Raising his hands, he said that it was his fault that he did not notice what was happening to Tanya. However, this issue should not concern anyone except them. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and asked the man if he really thought that just apologizing would make everyone forget what his sister had gone through. Was the Ram kingdom a joke to them? Davy grinned and said that in that case, he considered their actions to be a declaration of war. Should he act on behalf of the royal ambassador now? The man put his hand to his chest, saying that he found the situation terrible. Davy interrupted him, asking if he thought his remorse could help. The man bowed his head and sweated profusely, saying that he sincerely apologized and begged him to calm down. Davy heard his words and said that an apology could not stop the war. Besides, he should apologize not to him, but to his sister. The Emperor immediately turned to the girl and began to apologize for his inaction. The girl wanted to interrupt her apology, but the man of that approached her silenced her. Standing behind the girl, Davy said that his sister was a little shocked. He put his hand on her shoulder. He said that his sister had lost consciousness. The Emperor froze upon hearing his words and was puzzled. The girl was struck by a sharp stream of electricity. Davy caught his falling sister. His lips stretched into a grin. The Emperor and he were horrified and opened their mouths in shock. A column of smoke came out of the imperial palace. The soldiers ran towards the palace. General Gohu burst into the palace with a scream. Within a few seconds, the entire territory of the palace was filled with soldiers. They pointed their swords at Davy. The Emperor raised his hand, ordering everyone to stop. He understood that everything was getting out of control. Gohu, who was standing in front of the Emperor, asked what was going on. Pointing at himself, he said that it was he who had come. He raised his hand and told Davy to immediately stop using spells here. The soldiers standing with swords to their throats screamed, asking the general not to provoke the prince. Veins bulged with rage on the general's face as he asked the soldiers how they dared to stand by doing nothing when their master was being threatened. Davy smirked and said that the soldiers simply couldn't move. Davy studied the aura of the man in front of him. He had heard of him. As far as he remembered, the general was the strongest warrior here. Sword soared near the guy when he decided to find out how strong Gohu was. An explosion occurred a moment later. A sword pierced the general's shoulder. Davy didn't even move. Only his cloak fluttered. The Emperor involuntarily hugged Hugh. The guy's eye flashes when he asks the man if that was his answer. Throwing up his hand, the Emperor shouted, ordering everyone to lay down their weapons. Sweating heavily, he told the soldiers to take the general to the infirmary. Looking at Davy, the Emperor said that now it was his turn to stop the violence. Otherwise, he would not tolerate it anymore. Davy smirked and asked the man if he had the right to demand anything now. The man grabbed his head, saying that he could not demand anything, but as a civilized royal, he had to calm down. Davy closed his eyes and smiled. He raised his hand, telling the Emperor that he would need to compensate for the damage. Davy stamped his foot, causing the Emperor to flinch. Frowning, the guy asked if they wanted to pay. The man noticed Davy's leg rising. He gritted his teeth, saying that he was listening to him carefully. Davy looked at Tanya in his arms and said that they were pretending that the marriage with his sister did not happen. The Emperor gritted his teeth. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he could not allow this under any circumstances. Davy froze upon hearing his words. A shadow from his hair hit his eyes. The events take us inside the palace. Davy told the emperor that he still cannot refuse, or even just talk about refusing. Sitting in the palace reception room, the man raised his hand saying that the agreement between the Rana kingdom and the Hin nation was still valid, no matter how angry he was. This was a violation of the agreement. Davy looked at the gloomy man and tried to understand why he was so insistent on the marriage. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy mentally said that the Hin nation has long been promoting marriage alliances to strengthen domestic political stability. Imagining his sister, he mentally said that he did not understand why they would choose a foreign princess for this political marriage, because they should want to get rid of Tanya, who was a time bomb. Davy angered the emperor by asking if he was refusing because he felt sorry for the money spent on the political marriage with Tanya. The man gritted his teeth and told the prince to stop insulting him. Sweating and looking away, the man asked if he had any other options, and he would make sure that the princess did not have any difficulty staying here. He could even personally monitor everything. The guy stared at the man, trying to understand the meaning of his actions. Davy narrowed his eyes and said that he could do all this himself, because if they did not listen, he would destroy this place. Taking the mug in his hands, Davy said that in the place that he once knew there was a saying. A fire formed out of the guy's hand. He looked gloomily at the man and asked how he, an insignificant brat, dared to marry his daughter. The emperor and he froze in fear. Raising his hand, the prince told the man not to accept the demand for negotiations, because now he had to choose the future of this country or a political marriage. The man frowned deeply upon hearing his words. He clasped his fingers and thought. Berserk, standing on his shoulder, said that it was surprising that even after everything, the emperor did not refuse. When he touched her lover, he closed his eyes, telling her not to interfere. Frowning, he said that his safety was more important than any prophecies. The man jumped up and said that their priest had never made a mistake in the past 30 years. Then the man asked the prince if he really wanted to break the agreement, even if the princess herself wanted it. Davy closed his eyes and answered, saying that then perhaps the situation would change. The man smiled and calmed down. Davy looked at the fire in the cup and said that no matter what, if his sister stayed here, before leaving, he would do everything to make sure that no one dared to treat her inappropriately. He heard him and said that they could officially break the engagement if that was enough. Hearing that it was not enough, the emperor grabbed his head, saying that he was too ruthless. Davy extended his fingers, saying that the consort of Yanbei must pay, and committing treason must be punished accordingly. The man against Davy asked the guy for a compromise, because Yanbei herself was a girl from a noble family of the Min nation. Davy smiled and said that he would have to discuss something with the Min nation. The emperor and Hugh frowned upon hearing his words. The emperor, still standing, told the prince that he was being too frivolous about the war. Davy raised his hand, saying that he was not demanding that Yanbei be killed, they should just do as he asked. Berserk behind the guy told him that he was too ruthless a man. The events take us to the palace prison. Yanbei was imprisoned in a cell in one of the prisons. Davy entered his sister's room and asked her how she was feeling. The girl answered by saying that she was completely fine. The court doctor told her that it was just accumulated fatigue. Varys angrily said that they should not dare to make his sister suffer like that. Winry approached and suggested that her sister return. Smiling, Tanya said that she was bound by the agreement, and the Hin nation also had a reason why they could not allow her to leave. The girl began the story by saying that the prince born to the girl from the east who holds the bowstring will bring prosperity to the Hin nation for the next 400 years. The girl, sitting on the bed, said that this was a prophecy, but the priest who made it had never been wrong in the last 30 years. It was a pity that he died. Berserk thoughtfully said that now she understood why the emperor insisted on the marriage, and in this country there are 2 princes, but his majesty did not name either of them as heirs. Maria, entering the room, said that one of the princes is constantly on the red light street, and the other is addicted to gambling. The princess of the Hin nation bowed her head and greeted the guests. She smiled nervously and asked for forgiveness, saying that she has poor eyesight. Tanya happily grabbed the girl's hand. Then Maria asked Tanya if she felt well. The sad dark-haired girl said that she had already heard the news. It turns out she was breaking off the engagement. Her interlocutor said bashfully that she was very sorry. Maria shook her head, saying that it was her fault that she had not helped her properly. Opening the box, the girl said that she had come to give something before she left them. It was Beagle's mustache. Beagle was a cute giant monster. His mustache was used as a bowstring and was very valuable in the world of archers. Tanya turned away looking at the mustache. Davy stood next to his sister and asked if she wanted to stay. She answered saying that His Majesty had agreed to cancel the engagement, and this was not something he needed to worry about. Vera stood up and smiled. He said that their kingdom was no longer as weak as she knew it. Tanya closed the box and asked for forgiveness. Raising her hand, the girl asked her brother to let her test his bow skills before leaving to fulfill his promise. Maria was embarrassed to hear her words. Davy stood silently opposite his sister. He smiled and sighed, saying that it was the first time. Tanya looked at her brother in confusion. She had always been the younger sister who smiled and gave in to others. Now she asked for something for the first time and insisted on her own. Stroking his sister on the head, Davy told Tanya that if she wanted it, they would do whatever she wanted. Her brother would take care of everything, even if she wanted to conquer the continent. Berserk grabbed her head with her hands. Hearing his words, she decided to make sure that the guy would watch his language. At that moment, a second moon appeared in the sky. The events take us to the main prison of the Han Palace. Davy, walking down the corridor, said that he should have demanded more. Berserk, standing next to the guy, said that after everything that happened, she understands that the West was not to her liking. At that moment, a scream was heard from one of the cells. Yambi grabbed the bars and demanded to be released immediately. Davy and the demoness looked at the girl and said that she did not even realize anything. But if she had brains, nothing would have happened. Bowing her head and getting angry, the girl said that she was hungry again. Putting her hand to her chest, the demoness said that she now understood what kind of curse he had cast on her. Davy grinned and said that it was not a curse, but a blessing. Soon the maids brought food. Yambi was now always hungry due to Davy's hypnotic spell. The girl's mind, sitting in the middle of the dishes, was clouded by the need for calories, and would demand more food, while unused energy would begin to accumulate in the body. Clutching her head, the demoness asked how long he was going to torture the girl. The guy replied saying that it would last a week. In a week, this girl who never stopped eating would change a lot. Davy chuckled, saying that this was her fate. The guy left and closed the door. The birds were standing on a branch. The events are transferred to the training ground in Tanya's palace. Her palace, although dilapidated, had everything necessary. Davy wanted her to stay in a better place, at least until the test began, but the girl refused. The girl pulled the bowstring. The birds on the tree took off. Berserk, standing next to Davy, said that Tanya was probably upset after yesterday, but it did not affect her shooting in any way. Davy looked at Dan Gun and asked what kind of test it was. He asked if he was talking about the archery test. Looking at his serious and determined sister, the guy asked why Tanya was trying so hard because of this test. Dan Gun answered by saying that behind the palace there is a place called the Forest of Tests. According to the instructions of the first king, the guardian deity of the forest is worshipped and offerings are made. God gave the opportunity to test themselves to all who wished. As a reward, those who passed would be blessed to overcome their limitations. Davy, sitting on the box, listened as the boy told him that the few who succeeded would have the fastest path to success in life. Looking at Tanya, Dan Gun said that the clans of the Hindu kingdom were in both, and therefore they had influence on each other, and the mere thought that Tanya would become a queen seemed absurd at first. Many disagreed, but not wanting to go into conflict, they bowed and demanded one thing from Tanya. If she passed all the tests, then they would accept her as a queen. Then little Tanya was nervous. Their arguments sounded convincing, so even the king, who supported her, had to agree. Dan Gun, looking at the princess, said that the girl had already passed 2 tests. That's why she was trying so hard. Davy grabbed his face and thought. He realized that all his sister's efforts were in vain because of him. Tanya took an arrow in her hand. She no longer had a single reason to pass these tests. However, she continued to prepare for them. The girl wanted to keep the promise she gave to the people who were kind to her in a foreign country. These were Maria, Dan Gun, and other residents. The arrow flew out of the bow. A moment later, it hit the target. Looking at the place where the arrows hit, Davy mentally said that his sister has talent, but she is still inexperienced and needs training. Davy grabbed his sister's hand. The guy began to correct his sister. Tanya was embarrassed and blushed slightly. She pulled the bowstring. Dan Gun started to approach and asked Davy for forgiveness, saying that he understood that he was strong, but strength was not needed in archery. The guy looked at her and asked if he thought that he would teach her something bad. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. It was rare to meet people who were skilled in both sword and bow. Tanya covered one eye. Davy's hand lit up. Mana began to accumulate on the girl's back. Tanya released the bowstring. The arrow flew forward with amazing force. The arrow left behind a long trail of mana. It destroyed everything in its path. Davy smiled and said that this technique was called hallucination. She should be able to repeat it. Tanya looked at her brother in horror. Davy took the girl's hand, saying that she should try again, and then she would teach her something else. Looking at Dan Gunn's surprised face, Davy said that his reaction was funny. Davy closed his eyes and asked how old the Hind Kingdom, called the Land of Archers, was 200 or 300 years old. The boy opened his eyes and mentally said that this technique was the work of one dissolute elf who had been developing it for over 1,000 years. Their ability could not compare to it. Davy gritted his teeth and tightened his grip. He regretted that he could not plant an arrow between the eyes of that elf. Looking at the birds in the sky, Dan Gunn said that he was surprisingly irresistible. The carriage drove through the field. The man inside the carriage asked the minister how soon they would arrive in the Hind Kingdom. Emperor Ming lay down in the carriage saying that he was very bored. The minister smiled and asked the boy why they did not stop and walk for a while. The boy yawned and said that he wanted to get there quickly. Teju, the emperor's mother, closed her eyes and told her son that he should be patient for a while and soon he would be able to meet Prince Ron, whom he wanted to meet so much. She patted her son on the head saying that his wish would be fulfilled. The minister and Teju grinned saying that in return he should rule over everyone in this world with dignity, as befits an emperor. Soon the carriage reached the outskirts of the city. Tanya continued to put all her efforts into mastering the techniques at the training ground. Mana distribution, its flow and correct use. It was not easy for her to repeat the shot that Davy helped her with, and the outcome of her test completely depended on mastering this technique. The girl looked at her hand realizing that she had a lot of responsibility, and she was not going to shift it. Wounds had already formed on the girl's hand, and she was forced to bandage them. The events take us to the forest a day before the archery test. Davy raised his head, surprised that the emperor wanted to see him. The servant bowed his head and said that Emperor Ming wanted to see him. The boy thought about it. Ming constantly interfered throughout the situation with the world tree. The nervous servant said that initially only the minister and one of the generals wanted to come. But everything changed. Davy stood up and said to lead him. The servant opened the chest saying that their emperor would also like to give a gift. Looking at the earring, the servant said that their emperor was very interested in his stories about battles, and if it was possible, he should do something. A few minutes later, the guy came to the mansion. Looking around, he said that this house was indecently huge. Prisurk flew up to the guy and said that they could understand how high the Han Empire belongs to the Ming Empire. Soon the guy entered the negotiating room, and although it was strange to see the prince of a foreign state at a meeting, in this situation everything was normal. The boy smiled and told Davy that he was very glad to see him. Prisurk covered her mouth saying that she never thought that such a small child could rule Ming. The general jumped up and started shouting asking how they could even look into the eyes of the emperor himself. The boy interrupted him and greeted Davy, after which he asked if he liked his gift. Putting his hand to his chest, the boy said that he was very grateful for the gift, but he felt power in it. Was he confident in his gift? Teo covered her mouth with a fan and said that it was an artifact that calmed its bearer. Davy grinned. Closing her eyes, the emperor's mother said that the emperor personally reclined to see him, because in the East they make legends about him. The emperor had long wanted to hear stories from the original source. The boy's eyes shone. His mother saw this and said that first they would talk about business. Davy closed his eyes and said that he noticed that the Ming Empire sent a lot of interesting things, trying to find out about the situation with the world tree. The emperor had a document in his hand, and when he saw it, he asked what kind of document it was. Davy's eyes widened in surprise. After handing the document to his mother, the boy asked what it was, and she thoughtfully said that it was definitely sent from the Ming Empire. The emperor jumped up, saying that he had never sent anything like that, and Davy asked him if that meant that the seal was fake. Looking at his hands, the emperor said that it was some kind of conspiracy. The boy bowed his head, and Davy, who was watching everything, thought about it, and realized that someone was definitely trying to stir up conflict between them. While Berserk was looking at the boy, he said that he had been deceived and lured here. He clenched his fist, mentally saying that the fact that he had been lured here was not scary, but the fact that they dared to control him the way they wanted irritated him. Tihu, hiding behind her fan, said that the Emperor's seal, although it was on the letter, had never been seen before. The boy stood on the table and asked for forgiveness, saying that he had to do it. Davy found himself in front of the Emperor with his sword at the ready. The blade flew over the boy's head. The wall behind Emperor Ming was torn in two. Davy turned around. The angry general attacked Davy. The boy raised his sword and told him to step back or he would kill him. The general began to attack the boy relentlessly. Fending off each attack, Davy asked the man what he was doing. The general gritted his teeth when the boy told him that he was annoying him, because he couldn't even do his job. The blade was dangerously close to his eye. The general fell to the floor when the Emperor stopped Davy with a shout. The man turned around and was glad to see his master. The boy pointed to the hole behind him. The general jumped up, seeing the intruder there. Berserk flew up to Davy. When the man opened his mouth, his fangs could be seen. Right in front of them was a wounded vampire. The events take us to the night of that day. The Emperor entered his mother's room and asked her if she really had nothing to do with the incident. The woman raised her hand, saying that she would never even think of something like that, and now he needed to come and hug her. Hugging her son, she said that she, the minister, and the general were always on his side and were doing the best for him. The Emperor opened his eyes and asked his mother not to wish for anything reckless. Teju smiled at her son, saying that he just needed to trust her. Soon the boy went to bed. A few minutes later, a servant appeared next to Teju. She asked him what happened to the artifact. Menrin held out the earring and said that getting it was easier than he thought. Taking the earring in her hand, the Empress said that it was surprising that she gave such a valuable gift and did not receive gratitude. The servant immediately asked her if she needed to kill him. Teju refused, saying that it was a trifle. Looking up at the sky, she said that all the pieces of the plan were in place, and the sacred relic of him, and the brooch containing the power of Prince Dewi, as well as the guardian deity. Teju called out to the minister sitting on the railing. Standing on the steps, the woman said that everything should go perfectly. The man responded by telling her not to worry, because soon the emperor would receive all the blessings of the guardian deity of the mountain. The man grinned when Teju asked if they really only needed the prince. The man clenched his fist and said that Dewi was the greatest enemy of their race, but his power was quite amazing and should become their strength. Frowning, the empress said that the prince was not easy, and if anything went wrong, she would abandon them. The man bowed his head, saying that she shouldn't worry so much, because the emperor's incurable illness would be cured by the mountain's guardian deity's power, and they would kill Prince Dewi, taking his power. The minister knelt down, mentally saying that in order to resurrect the demon king, Dewi had to die. After all, this guy with 2 swords was the most dangerous variable on the continent. If they couldn't get him to do it, the future could be said goodbye. A moment later, he disappeared into thin air. Teju closed her eyes and told her son to just trust her. She put her hands on the wall and said that even if she was later accused of being a heretic and burned alive, she would save him no matter what. She looked at the moons and said that she would do it no matter what. Soon, the morning came. Despite the commotion yesterday, the greatest event of the Hen Empire, the test was going according to plan. Berserk froze when she saw something. She turned to the guy and asked where the brooch was. He answered saying that he gave it to the person who gave it to him. The demoness opened her mouth in shock. Winry, Varys and Tanya entered the room. Davy immediately asked his sister if she had prepared well for the test. The girl put her hands to her chest, saying that the technique he tried to teach her, she was never able to master. The guy put his hand on her shoulder, saying that he would be there, so she should not be nervous. Massaging her shoulder, Davy said that her muscles seemed tense. Varys recoiled in horror hearing his words. He knew that the guy would suggest relaxing her muscles now. The girl's scream was heard throughout the palace. People were beating drums. Lanterns were lit throughout the city. The people participating in the test entered the square. Winry waved her hand to her sister. Berserk, flying near Davy, said that it seemed that only these 5 would prove their skills. The first was Princess Maria. She was blind, but she still participated. She relied on other senses that compensated for her vision. Davy straightened up and said that Shane's script, the Beast Summoner, also used this. This little boy was the owner of a special feature. The lotus opened in the arena. Tanya opened her mouth in amazement, saying that using wind spirits to open the ceremony was amazing. Maria laughed and said that she thought that her worries would never end, but she unexpectedly endured everything steadfastly. Imagining her torment, the girl said that it was all thanks to her brother's massage. Smiling, she said that they really hoped that they would all pass the test. Maria grabbed the bow tighter and said that they had to give it their all. The participants went forward. They entered the mountainous area. The portal lit up. Crossing her arms under her chest, Berserk said that the test subjects had entered the forest, and that everything would begin soon. She looked at Davy with confusion when he said that he hoped that everything would go well. The maid approached the lotus and began to pray. The emperor next to Davy happily said that everything began with the offering of a sacred object and the casting of a spell. Looking at the boy next to him, the emperor said that the archery test was one of the most interesting in his opinion. Davy agreed, saying that it was a pleasure to watch everything. The boy smiled sheepishly when Davy asked him why he was honoring him with such generous attention. The emperor looked at the square and said that it was because he thought he was a wonderful person. He had been sick since childhood, so when he saw people walking around, wielding a sword and riding a horse, he always ended them, but watching him, he felt some pleasure. Davy turned his head to the boy. He looked at the emperor and said that he believed and hoped that one day he too would be able to run. Suddenly the entire palace was illuminated by a bright light. A beam of mana rose into the sky. Soon it began to narrow. The priest fell to the ground in fear, not understanding what was happening. Emperor Hin jumped up, demanding an explanation from the priest. Suddenly, the entire earth shook. Explosions began to occur throughout the city. Heads of crystal birds burst out from under the ground. Teju tried to grab her son by the hand, saying that they needed to leave. The emperor pushed her hand away and asked his mother where she was going. She did not answer, asking her son to simply trust her, because she would definitely protect him. The emperor stared at his mother in surprise. Davy snorted and turned away. He looked up at the lightning in the sky. A huge eye opened and dispersed the clouds. The monster's paws stepped over the wall. Wyverns flew into the city. Davy put his foot on the railing and told Winry and Varys not to interfere. Summoning the sword, he said that it was a shame to ruin such a great event without a proper offering. A condom formed in the guy's hand. It glowed slightly when the dual blade technique was activated. Oral opened his beak. Chains immediately burst out from under the ground. They rushed straight towards Davy. The chains wrapped around the guy's body. The vampire appeared in front of the guy and said that he was finally able to catch him. Raising his hand, the guy said that even his blue sword was no longer a threat, and he himself was defenseless. Davy grinned and said that even if they were not visible, those bastards were everywhere. The guy clenched his fist asking what they planned to do with him. The vampire replied saying that he would borrow his power. A crowd of vampire scholars appeared in the square. Milfuel, staff in hand, greeted Davy. She raised the staff and began to accumulate mana in it. The chains on the guy's body were immediately filled with mana. Davy looked at his hand and felt his power disappear. They were absorbing his soul. Standing in front of the guy, Milfuel said that he couldn't escape now, because these chains were very strong, and the stronger the opponent, the stronger they were. Davy grinned and said that this is how these chains usually work. Luna suddenly attacked the vampire. Frowning, she said that the assassination attempt had failed. Milfuel smiling and said that she wanted to study her. Standing in front of the master, the girl said that she was choosing the phrase received from the Lord. Rushing forward, she said that the best words for this situation were the words, "Eat shit." Everything in the girl's path exploded and collapsed with a roar. Davy smiled and said that his sister's performance had turned into a mess. The guy clenched his fist saying that the absorption of powers had succeeded. Now it was time for him to begin. Davy plunged into darkness. He usually hid his power through assimilation, so those who have not reached the exceptional realm cannot sense his inner strength. Concentrating mana in his hand, he mentally said that now his magic has reached the 8th circle and the divine 9th. Grinning, the guy asked himself what would happen if he released everything at once. The world around the guy plunged into darkness again. He used the release of assimilation. A powerful explosion of mana hit the chains.